You obviously bear the world's only unicorn divine blood, but personally dig out their own origin, only to save the 4 little beggars. In your day and night divine blood supply, the beggars have become mighty characters. However, in the first hour after their righteousness claimed the throne, they sent people to expel you to the barbaric wasteland. As a result, you not only suffered from the backlash of your essence blood every day, but you would also encounter landlubbers and hooligans beating you up from time to time. Fortunately, today was the day that the 4 female emperors broke through to the emperor realm, so both the famous families and the barbarian criminals could go to congratulate them. Therefore today was considered Barbarian Liberation Day. You trembled as you walked to a tombstone and slowly bowed down. Grandpa Moo, the girls achieved the emperor realm yesterday. What you entrusted me to do, I did it. With that, you look down at the only origin power left in your hand, and you can't help but let out a bitter smile. I'll go send a congratulatory gift as well. It's the last time anyway. On the other hand, inside the congratulatory banquet at Tianqi Mountain, there were 4 peerless beauties standing. They questioned the underling at this moment. Say it again. Who lied at the door claiming to be the brother of our 4 sisters? The underling's voice trembled a bit. He said his name was Muge. When these words came out, the major heavenly prides on the side mocked. Isn't Muge the trash who's been stuck in the spirit realm? Just the adopted son of the Qilin family. This is a case of wanting to rely on having taken care of the emperors to ask for favors to come. White Tiger Empress by Muge frowned. Let's go out and take a look. Muge we haven't seen for a while. The 4 women then arrived at the entrance of the banquet. The leader, Dongfang Muge, looked at you in disgust. Muge, this is not the place to be. You coughed lightly twice and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. I just came to take a look and congratulate you on achieving the emperor realm. Saying that, you take out the box in your hand that emits red light. This is for everyone, as a congratulatory gift. Xuanwu Empress Long Muge took a look. What is this? It's very familiar. You respond somewhat weakly. This is the ingredients for the lotus seed soup you used to love to drink. Phoenix Empress Xu Muge looks at you with disdain. As far as this shabby congratulatory gift is concerned, we reluctantly accept it. But the 4 divine artifacts of our 4 sacred sect, you secretly took them earlier, right? Those will be taken as repayment for your kindness in taking care of us. Hearing this, you hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything more, only giving a Green Dragon Empress Dongfang Muge said indifferently. There are also strong people from our 4 clans who came to take us back to our clans, and it was also you who secretly obstructed them, and in the end, made them fall by the enemy's backstabbing, right? At this moment you don't want to explain anything anymore. You won't live long anyway. I did it. You are right. Xu Muge also questioned towards you, and that pair of Yunlan siblings. You also killed them, right? You calmly nodded your head, and in your heart, you couldn't help but feel a little surprised, not realizing that they had already investigated to this extent. The 4 women look at you in annoyance and can't help but curse angrily. Hypocrisy. Rubbish. Thief. You smiled in relief, the string that had been taut in your heart loosening. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'll take my leave. Your smile sends a shiver through the 4 women's hearts. Dongfang Muge, probably intoxicated, pointed at you angrily. You roll. Get lost to the barbarians. You were silent for a moment before you slowly left on your crutches and reappeared in front of Grandpa Moo's tombstone. With your last ounce of spiritual energy, you took out 4 small dolls from your spirit ring, a hint of softness flashing in your eyes. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. I don't know how much time has passed, but when you open your eyes again, you realize that you exist in a soul state. Shouldn't I be dead? How come? Without waiting for you to think, a powerful force of space forcefully takes you to a mysterious forbidden land. What you didn't expect was that the female emperors were all here. Dongfang Muge drew an ancient rune in the air and said with an icy face, "What happened in the beginning? It's time to check today." Immediately, a powerful force of prohibition emanated from the void, and a solemn and ancient copper mirror immediately appeared in front of the women. Seeing this mirror, you seem to think of something, but then hopelessly shake your head. It's just a matter of time. They will eventually know. Lang Muge, who was on the side, took the mirror and a rare look of complexity flowed from his face. Although the 4 sacred divine mirror can go back in time, countless great powers have disappeared for no reason after using it over the millennia. Do we really want to take such a risk? Xu Muge spoke in a cold voice. We are now Emperor Realm powerhouses that have surpassed our forefathers, and unless a powerhouse that has reached the level of a dimensional lord makes a move, no one will be able to subdue us. The words fell with a wave of his big hand, and the dense power of the vermilion bird instantly covered the entire field, isolating this place from the outside world. Good then, let's begin. Seeing this, Dongfang Muge also injected his spiritual energy into the sacred mirror. In the next moment, the space around them began to distort, and the holy mirrors suspended in the air began to emerge with images. It was a courtyard where an old man was watering fruits and vegetables. Although the old man was old, he still didn't lose his vigor. Outside the mirror, Dongfang Muge was a bit puzzled. In her impression, Grandpa Muge was a stooped old man, and was not as stiff as this. While he was thinking about it, the picture changed inside the mirror. The sky suddenly became distorted, and a boy's figure fell from the spatial rift, heavily smashing into the pool in the small courtyard. The boy did not know whether he was affected by the spatial turbulence or what, but his body had multiple wounds, all of which were still bleeding continuously. In order to save and heal the child, the old man gave him the Kirin divine blood of his Kirin clan and named him Muge and adopted him as his grandson. Lung Muge covered his mouth in surprise at this. Brother Mu is actually a celestial being from the heavens. Several celestial beings in history have reached the Emperor realm and even surpassed it. But how could he stay stuck at the spirit realm? Baijiro's embroidered brows frowned lightly as she listened, always feeling that something wasn't right. The day we meet him is coming. Keep watching. You float in the air looking at the old man in the mirror, and a smile cannot help but appear on your face. Grandpa Mac, I never thought that seeing you again would be this kind of scene. Unfortunately, I can no longer help you take care of the girls. In the image, several years rush by. Seeing that Mo Lin had grown into that memorized appearance when they first met, the several women couldn't help but feel a little nervous. They knew that the time was coming when they and Murin would meet. Chapter 4 Farewell. This day Mo Lin was practicing at home as usual. At a young age he was already a spirit realm expert, and was even about to break through to the king realm, where he could transform his aura into wings for flying. This day Grandpa went out early in the morning and didn't come back in the evening. Mo Lin prepared his own meals for himself. At a young age he had a good hand at cooking. Grandpa, where did you go? Little Mo Lin was a little worried, and had been waiting at the door for a long time, but he didn't see his grandfather come back, and finally could only fall asleep by himself. For 3 days in a row, Grandpa didn't come back. He went out and asked around and went looking for him, but it all turned out to be nothing. He didn't know how high his grandfather's cultivation was. He could only sense that it was probably the Zun realm or Zong realm, but Mo Lin couldn't fly yet, and the efficiency of finding someone was low. At dusk on the third day, when Mo Lin went out to look for his grandfather to no avail, and returned home despondently, he found that Grandpa Mo had already returned, and had brought back 4 girls who were sleeping. Little Linner, come on. The old man smiled kindly, and Mo Lin instantly jumped into the old man's arms and cried, Grandpa, Grandpa, where have you been? Mo Lin was worried. He had searched desperately for the past 3 days and still couldn't find it. I'm sorry, Grandpa suddenly had an emergency and didn't have time to talk to you. Grandpa apologizes to you. The old man touched Mo Lin's head, somewhat apologizing. Grandpa, your body? Mo Lin was a little alarmed. His grandfather's body bones were extremely hard before. Now this hunched and thin look was simply like a different person from before. Cough, it's fine. This is the secret technique of our clan. The old man coughed lightly. It allows you to burn Qilin blood to make yourself explode with great power for a short period of time. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to save them. Grandpa, they are? Niran asked with a curious tilt of his head. They are the daughters of the 4 sect masters of the 4 sacred sect. The 4 sacred sects suffered a great disaster. I fought for my life to save them. Little Linner, promise Grandpa that you will take care of them for him afterward. Okay. Grandpa, what do you mean by that? Are you leaving? Mo Lin asked anxiously. Grandpa used the secret method and overdraft his life. His days are numbered. Cough, cough, cough. The old man coughed violently before he could finish. Grandpa, Mo Lin called out sharply. He gently patted the old man on the back to help him smooth out his breath. The old man waved his hand and pulled Mo Lin to sit with him on the stone steps of the entrance. The 4 sacred sect used to be as close to our Qilin clan as a family. Now the 4 sacred sect has suffered a great calamity. Many of their clansmen have died. Only a small portion of them escaped, and it was only after forcing my power to break through to the peak of the Saint Realm that I was able to save them and kill the head of the enemy. Once the chief is dead, they will also stop for a long time. And now the only thing I cannot worry about is you, and those 4 girls. You are a good boy, just like my own grandson, possessing the divine blood of the Qilin, or a celestial. Your future is destined to be glorious. The old man coughed lightly twice and continued. But the 4 sacred sects suffered a great disaster. The clansmen who escaped don't know where they are, and their 4 little girls have no one to turn to in this world. I've seen them when they were little, and they're all good children. and now this situation. I'm really cannot rest assured. So little Linner, can you promise Grandpa to take good care of them, so that they can be unique as well? The old man's eyes surfaced with a slightly pleading look, causing a pain in Mo Lin's heart. This was the first time Grandpa Mo had revealed this look to him. Grandpa, I promise you that I will let them stand alone, so that they can reach the Emperor realm and be invincible in the world. Mo Lin said seriously. Since this was the old man's wish, he would fulfill it for the old man. Ha 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 ha, little Liner, ambition is surprisingly so far-reaching. Could Grandpa believe that you will be able to do cough cough? The old man laughed a few times, and then kept coughing again. Grandpa, quickly stop talking. I'll help you back to your room. Mo Lin hurriedly assisted the frail old man and slowly helped him back to his room to lie down. Little Linner, let's talk. Grandpa may not survive the night, the old man said weakly. No it won't. No it won't. You rest well. It'll be fine. I'll go find you medicine and supplements that can keep you alive. Mo Lin said anxiously, his eyes filled with mourning and pain. Good boy. Before Grandpa left, he passed on to you the 4 sacred feats that are suitable for those 4 little girls, as well as some secret techniques and secrets, so cultivate them with all your heart. Okay, Grandpa, I promise you, but don't give up the hope of living, okay? Mo Lin's big eyes were already full of tears at this time. Little Linner, good boy, come here. This is the spirit ring. There is a separate small space inside. There are many things that you can use afterward. After handing the ring over to Mo Lin, the old man stretched out his finger and pointed it at the center of Mo Lin's brow. Mo Lin's eyes were dumbfounded as a massive amount of information forced its way into his mind. These were the 4 sacred families' cultivation techniques, martial skills, secret skills, and many previously unheard of pithy secrets about the 4 sacred sect and the Qilin clan. I don't know how long it took, but Mo Lin came back to his senses and realized that the 4 little girls had already woken up, and were now standing timidly at the door, not daring to enter. The 4 girls are all as beautiful as the spirit of heaven and earth, and when they see them now, they can all imagine what a beautiful country they will be when they grow up. You several girls, come in, the old man said as he beckoned. The 4 girls stood in a formal line, afraid to speak, and had their little heads bowed. In the future, he will be the one to take care of you. He will act as your older brother, protect you and teach you cultivation. In the future, you will obediently listen to him, okay? The old man said weakly. Good, the 4 girls replied crisply. They were also a little curious at this point about the brother who was about to take care of them. Grandpa Mo, take a good rest. I'll promise you, I will teach them well and protect them, but don't go away, okay? Don't go away. Mo Lin's tears kept flowing, his eyes reddened. Good boy, little Linner, I can rest assured when you say so. Take care of yourself, and the girls. The old man's rough hand fell feebly, and his eyes lost their luster. Grandpa, Grandpa. At a loss for words, Mo Lin hugged the old man and kept crying, but the gradual loss of body heat told him that the old man had completely left him. The mournful cries plunged the whole cabin into sadness, and the 4 little girls were not immune to the infection. Their eyes moist, Niren cried for a long time, so much so that his head hurt a little and his tears dried up. He picked up the old man's body and walked a long way, and the 4 girls just followed him, to the top of a small hill, where Grandpa Mo had once brought him for a break. Grandpa Mo also joked that when he died, he wanted to be buried on this mountain and could still look out over the cabin where the 2 lived together. Mo Lin then even pooh-poohed a few times, saying that it was unlucky, making the old man laugh. Niren and the 4 girls arrived at the top of the hill. He gently put the old man down and came under a tree, shedding tears as he kept digging with his hands. He would dig a resting place for the old man. Although he was a spirit realm cultivator, he was still young after all, and in no time at all, a lot of blood seeped out of his hands. Little Dongfang Qinglian was the first to walk up. She wiped her tears and squatted beside Mo Lin, stretching out her delicate little hands and accompanying Mo Lin to dig together. Subsequently, Zhu Linger, Bai Jiro, and Lung Yushang also came to Mo Lin's side and dug the thick soil together. After digging for a long time, he finally dug a mound that could accommodate the old man. Mo Lin picked up the old man's body and gently placed his body into the earth pit before joining the 4 girls in burying the earth pit. Then Niren found a wooden board and used to scratch a few words on it. Grandpa Mo's tomb. Murin turned to the mound and knelt and kowtowed 3 times. Seeing Mo Lin kowtowing, the 4 girls also followed Mo Lin's example and knelt together in front of the mound of dirt, kowtowing 3 times in unison. Mo Lin got up and turned his head to look at their bloody little hands from digging in the dirt, each one of them pathetic and teary-eyed. A trace of heartache and pity flashed in his eyes. My name is Mo Lin. From today, I am your older brother. In the future, I will take care of you and teach you, so that you will grow up to be able to stand on your own. Murin made a vow that he had kept for the rest of his life. If they help me send off Grandpa Mo together and kowtow to Grandpa Mo together, then they are my sister that I, Mo Lin, recognize, and I will do my best to protect them so that they can reach the Emperor realm and fulfill Grandpa Mo's wish. That way, Grandpa Mo would be relieved to see that kind of scene in that world, right? Chapter 5, The First Meeting. Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian looked at the scene in the mirror. Her eyes could not help but reveal a few moments of remembrance. This is the scene when we first met with Brother Mo. Xu Linger also had a few nostalgic looks in her eyes. Grandpa Mo. Turned out that he took care of us because of Grandpa Mo. Bai Jiro murmured. So everything is Grandpa Mo's will. Brother Mo. At that time he cried so pitifully. Looking at Mo Lin crying so sadly, Lang Yushan also couldn't help but have moist eyes. The other three women's hearts were also a little sour when they saw Mo Lin's genuine sadness and bone-deep pain. In fact, so calculated. Grandpa Mo passed away because of us. Zhu Linger's voice was a little low. They originally thought that Grandpa Mo would have been dying, but the truth was that Mo Grandpa overdrew his life before he saved them back. Brother Mo. He hates us all normal. Maybe behind he stole the four clans' holy relics from us. And those things. Is out of spite? Bai Jiro's heart moved. Could it be because of this? If this is the reason. Dongfang Qinglian pondered for a moment. If it is because of this reason, putting her heart in the right place, she will not resent Mo Lin too much. Forget it, let's move on. Dongfang Qinglian gently shook his head, letting the time in the mirror continue to flow. Little Mo Lin brought the four girls back to the small courtyard, which was built by Grandpa Mo for his seclusion. Deep and secluded, with all the basic amenities. The spirit ring that Grandpa Mo had given to Mo Lin also contained many books and tomes, lotus seeds with spiritual chi, and other items. When Mo Lin brought the four girls back to the cabin, it was already late at night. Mo Lin settled them down, bandaged the four girls' injured little hands attentively, and cleaned out 4 rooms for them to stay in. Although it is a small cabin, there are still quite a lot of rooms, more like a large yard. I do not know if Grandpa Mo expected this situation now when he built it. A few girls are inevitably a little scared when they come to a new environment and don't quite dare to sleep alone. Mo Lin then found a big bed and let a few girls lie down, telling them stories himself to soothe them. Although Mo Lin had forgotten a lot of things, he still remembered quite a lot of some novel and movie plots from his previous life. Mo Lin told the 4 girls a short story about Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf. This kind of short story in one episode is still quite suitable for lulling small children to sleep. In the end, the Grey Wolf was chased away by the resourceful Wesley, and peace and tranquility returned to the sheep village. Looking at the several girls with sleepy faces, drowsy, Mo Lin also stopped his voice at the right time, smiled faintly, covered them with the quilt and exited the room. Brother Mo. If you can always be like this, how good it should be. Outside the mirror, Lang Yushan couldn't help the tears from her cheeks slipping down. People change. Brother Mo is not at the beginning, is the back that way. Good boy, do not cry. Zhu Linger hugged Lang Yushan and softly comforted. Let's keep watching. Dongfang Qinglian sighed softly. She also wanted to go back to the beginning, to be that little sister who pestered Brother Mo with her carefree thoughts. There are moments as precious as honey, the kind of warmth that comes from being loved while adults talk and laugh in the living room and carry a sleeping child back to their room. That can be remembered for a lifetime. But time changes everything, and there are some memories that you can't get back after all. Mo Lin returned to his room after coaxing a few girls to sleep. At this time he didn't sleep. Instead he lit a candle flame and took out a few books from his spirit ring. The True Secret of the Green Dragon, The White Tiger's Lunar Night, The Vermilion Bird's Burning Inflammation, The Xuanwu's Wheel of Abyss, The Secret of the Kirin Clan, A Brief History of the 4 Sacred Sects, etc., 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 etc. The 4 sacred clan techniques were all heaven stage techniques, which was a large part of the reason why they were targeted by their enemies, and only clansmen with bloodlines would be more effective when practiced. These books Mo Lin hadn't understood before, and Grandpa Mo hadn't mentioned much to him, so he could only go through them a little bit by himself. The Green Dragon's wood system focuses on recovery, regeneration, and energy absorption. The White Tiger family's gold system ability focuses on offense and defense as a whole, the main killing and destroying, and is a war machine-like existence on the battlefield. The Vermilion Bird family's fire ability focuses on attack, and the attack power belongs to the first of the 4 families. But in order to make up for the shortcoming of defense, The vermilion bird family seems to have the secret method of rebirth by fire, but it seems that it needs to be combined with the same thing. What exactly is it that is not said in the book? The Xuanwu family is more focused on defense, icy cold, erosion, fine water. The main one, you can't hit me. I slowly penetrate you to mess you up. Will also use the cold to penetrate the enemy. The abilities of the four races have their own characteristics, and Mo Lin carefully looked at the heart of these four races, deducing in his heart until he reached perfection. So Brother Mo didn't go to rest after putting us to bed, but went to read a book. Lang Yushang murmured. These books, all of them are the cultivation techniques of the Four Sacred Sect, as well as some of the history of the Four Sacred Clan. All of them are related to us, and he didn't know how to take care of us or how to let us cultivate in the beginning, so that's why he picked the lamps and read them at night to learn, right? Baijiro's face trembled slightly. Mo Lin read for a long time, until the sun was about to rise, when he slowly closed the book and went to his bed for a brief nap. As the sun rose, Murin got up and prepared a decent breakfast for a couple of the girls, porridge, pickles, tea, eggs, buns. Bringing the dishes to the table, Mo Lin gently knocked on the door of the room where the four girls were sleeping. The food is ready. You didn't eat last night. You're all starving. Mo Lin's gentle voice came. Ink brother? We're awake. We're coming. A voice that revealed a hint of softness in its crispness rang out, and by the sound of it, it should be Zhu Linger. Okay, I'll be waiting for you guys. Inkling smiled, and went back to sit at the table, picking up a book and continuing to read. Not long after, a few girls will sleepy eyes out of the room. See, the table on the delicious meal is also appetizing. Small stomach indisputably called up. You're starving. Come and eat. Mo Lin's face was gentle as he said softly. Well, I'm starving to death. Thank you, Brother Mo. Lang Yushang happily sat next to Mo Lin. There were a total of 5 stools. The other side of Mo Lin was grabbed by Zhu Linger. Dongfang Qinglian and Baijiro could only sit on the other seat. Hurry up and eat. I don't know if it's to your liking. Mo Lin put down his book and moved his chopsticks as well. Yummy. I didn't expect Brother Mo to be so good with his hands. Zhu Linger also said with a leap of faith. Really? It's good that you guys think it's good. By the way, tell me what you want to eat and I'll make it for you for lunch. Then, I want to eat braised pork, Zhu Linger said after thinking about it. I want to eat fried spirit leaf vegetables, Lang Yushang said with some embarrassment. Good. What about you guys? Mo Lin answered with a smile, his eyes inquiring about Dongfang Qinglian and Baijiro. I want to eat fried small crispy meat. Will not be too much trouble for the ink. Brother Oriental Qinglian said, slightly hesitant. She was afraid that so many people said that they like to eat to make the heart of the ink Lin resentment. It's okay. What about you? Mo Lin looked at Baijiro, who hadn't said her answer yet. I want to eat fish soup, Baijiro whispered. And if it wasn't for Mo Lin's good ear, he didn't even hear what was said. Good. Then, we'll eat these 4 for lunch. Mo Lin made a mental note of what a few girls love to eat and their tastes. Won't it be too much trouble? Dongfang Qinglian was still a bit embarrassed. It's not troublesome. Don't worry. Mo Lin smiled softly. The ingredients needed for the dishes you want to eat happen to be available at home. And even if they aren't, I can still go to the market to buy them. There was a town at the foot of the mountain. The population was quite large. The marketplace had a complete variety of items, and Grandpa Mo had brought in here from time to time before to purchase ingredients. And since I'm in the spirit realm now, even if you guys want to eat some slightly lower level spirit beasts, I can catch them for you. Brother Mo, you're already in the spirit realm now? How old are you this year? Baijiro asked in surprise. I just finished my 12th birthday. Mo Lin thought about it. If he remembered correctly from the time he came to this world, plus the previous appearance of this body according to the age of 5 years old, now should be 12 years old. Birthdays are counted from the day Murin fell into this world. 12 years old at the spirit realm. So powerful. Zhu Linger said in surprise. A 12-year-old spirit realm was a rare find even on the entire continent. Yeah, the 4 of us are only in our early teens, and we're only just now entering the elemental realm. Dongfang Qinglian lowered her small head. A bit inferior. Don't say that. You guys are already very powerful as well. I believe that in the future, if you work hard, you will definitely be able to become powerful people who will shake this continent. With him around, he would definitely make them strong in this continent. Chapter 6 The Plan. Regardless of how the process turned out, Brother Mo did do it. Baijiro murmured. But, that was our own effort. He has been stuck in the spirit realm, and nothing can be done to help behind him. Zhu Linger said with some reluctance. Well, Continue to see it. Oriental Qinglian does not want to talk more about this topic anymore. In mirror. Speaking of which, I still don't know your names. Mo Lin suddenly thought you guys should just keep calling me brother Mo. My name is Dongfang Qinglian. A girl with green hair and a head with milky white double horns said crisply. My name is Bai Jiro. The white-haired, cat-eared girl with a cool face whispered. My name is Zhu Linger. The girl with long reddish-pink hair said enthusiastically. My name is Lan Yufeng. The star-shaped pupils of the girl with the long light blue hair said shyly as they dodged a little. Okay, I'll make a note of it. So, Liener, Zweier, Linger, and Little Frost, can I call you all that? Mo Lin asked in a soft voice. He also didn't know if his intimate call would make the girls resentful. Yes, the 4 girls said in unison. That's good then. We'll eat first. We might be a little late for lunch. There's fruit in the kitchen if you're hungry for lunch. After eating, Mo Lin briefly touched the root bones of a few girls. All of them had pretty good talent. He had read the heart method of each of the 4 sacred sect yesterday, and now letting a few girls run their gong methods. Mo Lin used his aura to correct the slight deviations they had practiced. Mo Lin somehow comprehended the speed and depth of these techniques much better than normal people, and this kind of aura guidance helped the 4 girls immensely. Brother Mo only looked at it for one night yesterday, and knew where our gongfu operation was lacking. Lan Yushan covered her mouth with both hands, incomparably surprised. I didn't expect that he only looked at it for one night. I thought that Grandpa Mo had taught him before to understand it so thoroughly. Dongfang Qinglian's face was complicated. This is no longer a genius. This is the absolute genius. This talent of his will be valued wherever he goes. But why didn't he tell us about it later? Zhu Linger looked a bit bewildered. Maybe, didn't feel the need to tell us? After all, he learned it and used it to teach us. And, maybe he didn't think it was such a great thing. Bai Jiro said softly. Keep looking. Dongfang Qinglian's face was a bit unnatural. She seemed to have thought of something, but didn't want to say it. After Mo Lin adjusted the traveling distance for the 4 girls, he let them go back to their rooms to cultivate their own senses, and he himself took up his books again. After reading for a while, Mo Lin looked at the time as not early, so he got up to cook for the 4 little girls in his own family. The 4 girls ordered 4 dishes. The good thing is that he can do all of them. The taste is not bad. Braised pork, sautéed lingonberries, fried baby crispy pork, fish soup. Mo Lin prepared all the ingredients needed for the 4 dishes and used all the 2 stoves, and it was ready in about an hour. Mo Lin served all 4 dishes on the table and called the 4 girls out to eat in turn. Wow, it smells so good. Zhu Linger happily ran to the table and drooled as she looked at the delicious meal that Mo Lin had prepared. Not only does it smell good, the flavor should be pretty good. Mo Lin smiled and rubbed Zhu Linger's little head. Alright, come and eat. It's all you want. Brother Mo, he was really good at that time. Zhu Linger couldn't help but flash a trace of tenderness in her eyes as she looked at Mo Lin's silhouette in the mirror. If it can always be like that, how good it should be. Lan Yufeng's face is very sad. Her nature has been naive since she was a child, and she is not very good at hiding her emotions. Time can't start over, and the beauty of the past, let it remain in the memories. Bai Jiro sighed slightly. And why wouldn't she want time to stop at that moment? People change. Dongfang Qinglian said this sentence in a muffled voice and stopped speaking. But, she asked herself, Nurin later, really changed? After eating, a few little girls grabbed to brush the dishes. Mo Lin originally did not want to trouble them, but could not argue with their enthusiasm, but can only arrange if 4 girls each take turns one day, who do not have to grab. Looking at their carefree and playful appearance with Mo Lin in the mirror, the 4 female emperors all had complex faces. A month had quickly passed in the mirror, and within this month, Mo Lin had spent a lot of time delving into the canonical books left behind by Grandpa Mo. In addition to urging a few girls to cultivate, the 4 girls from the beginning of the fidgety, gradually become cheerful. The Ink Lin is not as respectful as at the beginning. Learn to pamper the Ink Lin. At night when they cannot sleep will pester him to tell stories. There were also times when they would pull Inkbrand to sleep with them. Inkbrand wanted to refuse at first, but when he saw the girl's pitiful eyes, he could only smile helplessly and compromise. Lan Yushang and Zhu Linger were the youngest and always liked to stick to him and hug him to sleep. Dongfang Qinglian and Bai Jiro actually wanted to be close to Mo Lin, but the position was occupied and they could only sleep in the back position. Unconsciously, Mo Lin also took the 4 girls as his own sister. The little girl craving to eat what he tried to meet. What they want Mo Lin will also try to help them reach, as far as their best ability to spoil them. But when it comes to cultivation, the girl will be slightly more strict if she tries to be lazy Nurin. He really wants to let these 4 lovely girls grow up to the point where they can be on their own. Grandpa Mo had left Mo Lin a sizable fortune, more than enough to take care of a few girls until they grew up, and there was no need to worry about money for the time being. On this day, after putting a few girls to bed, Mo Lin returned to his room and read for a while before closing his eyes and rationalizing his thoughts. This month, I've read almost all of these canonical books, and I probably have a bit of an idea of how to train them next. If you want all 4 of these girls to ascend to the Emperor's mirror, I'm afraid that it will be as difficult as climbing into the sky. But, there's me. There's these exquisite and unparalleled canonical books, and there's also this unicorn divine blood. I'm 50% sure that I can make all 4 of them step into the Emperor realm. Grandpa, what I promised you, I will definitely do it. Mo Lin's face was firm as he shook his fist towards the void. Is it surprisingly difficult to have the 4 of us ascend to the Emperor realm? Lang Yuxuan cocked her small head. Brother Mo should have his reasons for saying so. Maybe he doesn't know that we have outstanding natural talent? Shu Linger thought about the most likely scenario. Now that we're all at the Emperor realm, does that mean it's also related to him? Dongfang Qinglian frowned, not knowing what to think. We're going back in time to the picture. What Brother Mo said was just for himself and Grandfather Mo in the other world. It should be his true words. Baijiro's hands held each other with some urgency. This does not mean anything. Just like what Spirit said. At this time he is still small. It is a normal situation to misjudge our situation, Dongfang Qinglian said indifferently. His face returned to calmness. But Mo Lin could even master the heavenly rank technique in one night. So how could he not see the natural talent of the few of them? The corners of Dongfang Qinglian's mouth trembled a little at the thought of this, forcing himself to regain his composure. Chapter 7 Blood Lotus. Mo Lin opened the spirit ring space and kept rummaging through the many immortal herbs. Recently, when cooking for the 4 girls, they would also use the immortal herbs left behind by Grandpa Mo inside the spirit ring from time to time to make some medicinal meals for them. In no time, Mo Lin found many full and glossy lotus seeds, the lotus seed of the cleansing fairy lotus. This lotus seed itself is just an ordinary lotus seed containing aura, which is good for the body, but not much. However, Niren knew of another use that was recorded in the secret code. Only this method would make it possible for the 4 of them to ascend to the Emperor realm. Mo Lin took out 4 lotus seeds and put them in a small bowl. Then he got a pocket knife and slashed his wrist. Crimson blood continued to flow out, dripping into the bowl, and in no time at all, a small half of the bowl had been drained. Mo Lin's fingers lightly scratched in the air a few times, and a golden energy slowly burst out from his fingertips, transforming into a small energy mass that seeped into the bowl of blood mixed with lotus seeds. The light mass fell in, and as if the lotus was under some kind of instruction, it began to continuously absorb the unicorn's essential blood and energy mass in the bowl, and in no time at all the blood in the bowl was absorbed by the lotus, and only 4 blood-red lotus seeds remained. Phew, it worked, said Mo Lin, breathing heavily and somewhat happily. In that case, their first step to becoming an emperor has been taken. The blood lotus seed actually came from this. Shu Linger was a little lost in thought and muttered under her breath. That is the Earth Wei rhyme. The blood color on Dongfang Qinglian's absolutely beautiful face instantly lost its color. What? Baijiro suddenly frantically grabbed Dongfang Qinglian's shoulders, her cat ears standing up, her face a bit grim. Sister Qinglian, you said that the lotus seed that Brother Mo gave us contains the Earth Tao rhythm? Baijiro grabbed Dongfang Qinglian's shoulder and kept shaking it. Tao rhyme is the embodiment of the law. 1 in a billion probability can comprehend Tao rhyme before the Emperor realm. That is an entire law. The 4 of them also barely touched the edge of Tao rhyme when they were at the Emperor realm, comprehending their own Tao rhyme. Mo Lin had only just arrived at the spirit realm, and surprisingly, he already grasped Tao rhyme, and was able to utilize it freely. This was also attributed to a certain extent to the Kirin divine blood in Mo Lin's body, but even so, it was an astounding talent. Even though the greatest achievement of those burdened with the Kirin divine blood in history was only to become emperors, and not to comprehend the Tao rhyme at such a cultivation at such an age. In the 10,000 year history of the Tsangyu continent, there were no more than a handful of people who could comprehend the Tao rhyme before the Emperor realm, but not a single one who could do so at the spirit realm. The blood lotus seed could also be used without the addition of Tao rhyme, but after being improved by Mo Lin, it would allow the 4 girls to have a little more certainty of becoming emperors. He had truly treated these 4 girls as his own sisters, and would give anything to fulfill Grandpa Mo's wish. The Earth Wei rhyme. Earth Wei rhyme. Lan Yushang stumbled a little and held onto the stone platform to stabilize herself. It turns out that the blood lotus seeds we've been eating since we were little, turns out to be Brother Mo's essence blood, plus the fragments of the earth way rhyme. No wonder we can be originally aimless when we break through the emperor realm and suddenly touch the edge of the Tao rhyme in an instant. Zhu Linger's eyes were lost in thought, not knowing what she was thinking. The green dragon's rhyme of the wood way, the white tiger's rhyme of the gold way, the vermilion bird's rhyme of the fire way, and the Xuanwu's rhyme of the water way. Only the earth Tao rhythm contained in the Qilin bloodline was the most inclusive type of Tao rhythm, combining the functions of absorption, growth, neutralization, and assistance, and it could assist the bloodline contained in the gold, wood, water, and fire Tao rhythm to grow rapidly. And Mo Lin could also assist them through the fragments of the earth Tao rhythm, helping them to break their bottlenecks and correct their mistakes in cultivation. Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian tears kept dripping. She only felt the pain of her heart convulsing. In the mirror, Mo Lin carefully placed the 4 lotus seeds while he himself lay down on the bed, weakened by the loss of blood and the stripping of the earth way rhythm from his bloodline. Mo Lin placed the back of his hand gently on his forehead, slowly adjusting his internal breath and energy to slowly restore some of his vitality. Waiting for the next morning, Mo Lin woke up early, put 4 lotus seeds with spirit herbs into a pot, and began to cook soup for the 4 girls, preparing breakfast in the meantime. The soup is almost cooked. Mo Lin briefly tasted the flavor after adding a few pieces of rock sugar, and then cooked for a while before the soup was evenly sized out of the 4 bowls. Each bowl has a lotus seed inside, and a piece of spirit grass was put on top to make a garnish. Get up and eat, girls. Niren knocked on the door of the 4 girls' sleeping room. They all had their own rooms, but at this time of year, they still preferred a few people to sleep together. A short while later, the 4 sleepy-eyed girls walked out of the room, and as soon as they left the room, they smelled a strange fragrance. It smells so good. Brother Mo. Zhu Linger happily ran to Mo Lin's side, staring at the source of the aroma, the red bowl of lotus seed soup. This is specially made for you. First drink the soup before eating. Oh, no leftovers. This soup is very precious. Mo Lin tenderly knocked Zhu Linger's little head. Good. Looking at the 4 girls happily and obediently drinking the soup, the corners of Mo Lin's mouth couldn't help but lift. It was worth it to him to give as much as he could for these 4 sisters. Brother Mo. He has been giving us soup, made with blood lotus seeds. Bai Jiro no longer dared to think about it, and the tears could not stop sliding down. No wonder I searched all over the continent later, but I couldn't find that kind of blood lotus seed. Back then, Zhu Linger's tearful eyes and body kept trembling. I'm going to find him. I'm going now. Lan Yuxuan wiped a handful of tears from her eyes and turned around, about to run out the door, but was stopped by Dongfang Qinglian. Yu Sheng, let's finish watching and we'll go together. Dongfang Qinglian's heart kept throbbing. Is it that they have always been? Misunderstood Mo Lin. A year rushes by in the mirror image. During this period of time, basically every morning, Mo Lin would boil blood lotus seed soup for the 4 girls, and he also went from barely being able to hold on at the beginning, to having a somewhat less than normal complexion at the back. The 4 girls look in the eyes, but also some worry. Mo Lin only said that the practice of kung fu had a little trouble. After a while will be good. They also put down their hearts. During this period of time, in addition to teaching them cultivation, martial arts, will also teach them some math, thesis reasoning and so on. Mo Lin does not want to let them just force strong, but also to use wisdom to arm the mind. The relationship between the few had become closer than siblings during this time, and the girls sometimes pampered their Mo brother. Zhu Linger and Lan Yushan are a bit naughty. Sometimes they will team up to tease Mo Lin, causing Mo Lin to be helpless and funny. Bai Jiro and Dongfang Changlian went to teach them a lesson. Looking at the 4 adorable sisters who were playing around, Niren had somewhat forgotten the pain of his grandfather's departure. Time is the cure for everything, and a lovely sister too. After a year of constant infusion, Mo Lin's earthway rhythm had already formed a connection within the 4 girls, and he could directly utilize his earthway rhythm to assist the several girls without utilizing the blood lotus seed as a medium, transferring his spiritual energy to them. He didn't make blood lotus seed soup for a few days after this, and when the 4 girls asked about it, he pushed back saying that the ingredients were hard to find. But seeing their lost eyes, Mo Lin gritted his teeth and still brought out 4 bowls of lotus seed soup for them the next morning. I'm sorry, brother Mo. Blame me for being greedy and pestering you to make blood lotus seed soup. Outside the mirror, Zhu Linger sobbed uncontrollably. She is the most favorite and Mo Lin pampering. Every time she pampered to let Mo Lin pampered. Mo Lin also rely on her. The other 3 women looked miserable, their hands drooping helplessly. I'm sorry, Brother Mo. Chapter 8 Divine Weapon. Mo Lin was still making lotus seed soup for the 4 girls as before, but not as frequently, basically once every 2 or 3 days. His condition was also much better as a result. That day, the 4 girls were eating when Long Yushang suddenly burst into tears. "I miss my mom and dad." The other 3 girls came forward to comfort them, but they were all still young, and in no time they were infected and all cried. They originally had a happy life, but the sudden change of events made them lose everything. Their relatives, friends, and can only all be here and Mo Lin depend on each other. Mo Lin looked in his eyes and his heart was also in pain. He did not know how to comfort. His mind raced. "Although you have lost your mom and dad, but you still have me. I can completely replace your mom and dad, so I am afraid that you will cry even more." Mo Lin sighed softly in his heart and went forward to hug the 4 girls who were crying in a ball. "No matter what happens, I'll always be your brother. Now I'll take care of you for your aunt and uncle. When you become strong and ascend to the Emperor realm, and are able to be on your own, then you can go look for your mom and dad yet. The odds are that their parents are gone. But, who's to say for sure? Chances are, they're still alive. Well, we won't cry anymore. Everyone cheer up. We can definitely become strong and find mom and dad." Dongfang Qinglian was the strongest girl. She clenched her small fists and comforted everyone. "Aha! We definitely can," Bai Jiro said with a firm face. "Brother Mo. You're the best." Zhu Linger rubbed against Mo Lin. Lang Yushang nodded her finger. "When the time comes, Brother Mo, will you go with us?" "Good. I'll accompany you guys when the time comes," Mo Lin answered with a smile. "Mom and dad, we went looking for it later. But, yeah, this time in the mirror. They're gone." Later on, it was also the 4 of us who combined our efforts to destroy the underworld sect that attacked our 4 sacred sect that day. Brother Mo. He has always done as if our mom and dad are the only ones who should do their duty. Dongfang Qinglian's face was complex. "Yeah, why at that time? We took it for granted." Bai Jiro's cool face looked a little twisted because of the pain inside. "Yeah, he clearly owes us nothing," Zhu Linger murmured in a low voice. "It's us who owe him." Another year had passed, and the 4 girls were already 12 years old, while their cultivation level had also gone from the elemental realm to the master realm. However, Mo Lin, his cultivation had been stuck in the spirit realm, with no inch of progress. But with that much consumption every day, it was already hard for him to maintain his original segment without dropping it, let alone going to the next level. All the spiritual energy he had absorbed was assisting a few girls through the Earthway rhyme. During the daytime when the 4 girls were cultivating, Mo Lin would also enter the state of cultivation. But he was condensing his spiritual chi to feed the spiritual energy back to the 4 girls through the connection that the Earthway rhythm had established with them, accelerating the speed of their cultivation. Although Mo Lin was in the spirit realm, his absorption and transformation speed of aura even reached the speed of the zone realm or the Zun realm. However, most of his energy was used to build a foundation for the 4 girls, and he didn't quickly pull up the seedlings to help them grow. Right now, the girls' ascension seemed a bit slow, but in the future, they would barely hit a bottleneck before they broke through to the Emperor realm. Mo Lin also used this year to transform this one small hill into a state suitable for their cultivation. Using the knowledge from those canonical books, as well as his own blood, he set up a simple version of the 4 Saints formation, specifically to assist the 4 Saints bloodline in their cultivation. Although it was a simplified version, with Mo Lin's essence blood and the Earth Dao rhyme in place, it wasn't much worse than the genuine version. Outside the mirror, even though they had watched it many times, every time they saw Mo Lin release his own blood, the hearts of the 4 empresses would twitch a few times. This 4 Saint formation was also set up by Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian's face was miserable. "He has been using his essence blood to irrigate us as we grow up." Bai Jiro finished with a shudder, and stopped making a sound, gently holding her chest with her hand. "I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Zhu Linger didn't know what came to her mind and began to desperately apologize. Lan Yuxuang didn't say anything. The star-shaped pupils of her eyes were already occupied by tears at this time, and didn't have that spiritual color anymore. "Speaking of which, Brother Mo, the divine weapons of our 4 clans are still with us," Lan Yushang said inadvertently as she pestered Mo Lin to tell her story. "Divine weapons? Are you guys carrying them?" Mo Lin had the impression that he had seen it in the canon, and if he remembered correctly, these divine weapons should have a purpose that the current girls could use. "Yeah, it's in our baggage. He Brother Mo usually doesn't enter our room much," Lan Yushang said innocently. "That's so, okay, I know. Mo Lin nodded and made a note of this matter. Mo Lin returned to his room, searched for a while from his spirit ring, and took out a book. He quickly read it, and with an idea in his mind, he took advantage of the night when several girls were asleep, on the occasion of which he lightly entered the rooms of several girls and rummaged through them. It didn't take long to find the 4 recorded artifacts. Dongfang Qinglian's was a section of dragon horn, Bai Jiro's was a tiger's tooth, Zhu Linger's was a plume, and Long Yushan's was a small piece of turtle shell. This was a fragment left behind by the 4 saints of the ancient divine beasts. They were all existences that transcended the emperor level of opening up the heavens and the earth. And what they left behind was naturally extraordinary. Even if it is a shard, it is worthy of the name of the artifact. Mo Lin lightly returned to the room and took a large basin and put it on the table. At 14 he had grown quite a bit, and the amount of blood in his body was much greater than before. He gently slashed his right arm, making a large gash. Mo Lin operated his spiritual energy. The blood in his body flew outward, and as more and more blood was in the basin, his face became paler and paler. Look, almost enough. Mo Lin's simple to stop the bleeding. Usually small wounds, he is relying on self-healing ability, not a moment to be good. The wound is bigger to stop the bleeding and then wait for the healing. Mo Lin placed the 4 divine artifacts into the blood-filled basin in turn, and with a light tap of his fingertips, 4 golden-colored light clusters landed on top of the 4 divine artifacts. The divine artifacts began to rapidly absorb Murin's blood, and as the golden mass of light seeped in, they erupted with a dazzling golden light. Inkbrand's blood was quickly absorbed, but Inkbrand could feel that they weren't full yet. Murin tore off the hemostatic bandage and reopened the wound. Blood continued to flow. Murin was incredibly weak at the moment, just relying on the pain of the wound to keep himself from collapsing. Finally, when the 4 artifacts felt that they were almost full, Mo Lin breathed a sigh of relief and wrapped the tourniquet again. But the next moment, his eyes went black and he directly fell to the ground. Mo Lin slowed down for a while before he barely managed to stand up, took the 4 divine artifacts, and walked towards the 4 girls' rooms. Looking at their sleeping little faces, a hint of a doting smile also appeared on Mo Lin's pale face. He first took out the dragon horn and placed it on Dongfang Qinglian's forehead. The golden splendor in his hand enveloped the divine artifact, and in a short while, the section of dragon horn was integrated into Dongfang Qinglian's body. Mo Lin next used this to integrate the remaining artifacts into Zhu Linger, Bai Jiro, and Long Yushang, with the turtle plate slowly integrating into Long Yushang's body. Only then did Mo Lin take a long breath, staggering a little, and leaving the room with a light hand. With the help of these 4 divine artifacts, my certainty of having them ascend to the imperial throne is much greater again. Mo Lin returned to his room with some difficulty, and as soon as he returned, he directly planted himself on the bed and muttered. Murin looked at the bandaged wound on his arm and thought about it. This matter, and the matter of the blood lotus seed, is better not to let them know, so as to save them from worrying. Chapter 9 The Gift. So, it was like this. Long Yufeng tears kept dripping on the ground. It's all my fault. If I didn't tell brother Mo, then I wouldn't. Mo Lin's weak appearance made her heart ache so much that she couldn't breathe. Seeing him cut open the wound for the second time, that painful look made her feel as if her heart was being held. Every drop of blood Mo Lin shed seemed to be dripping from her heart. He obviously didn't want us to worry before he didn't tell us, but we thought it was because he wanted to keep these artifacts for himself. And now they're inside us. Zhu Linger didn't realize that this truth was so heavy for them. Looking at Mo Lin's expression twisted by pain, she really wanted to go in and suffer for him. But, she thought about what she had done back there and she got a nasty chill. Her tears flowing so fast she couldn't stop them. No wonder. After which day our cultivation speed will skyrocket. I am sorry. Dongfang Qinglian's tearful eyes were bleak. Bai Jiro lowered her head and didn't say anything. At this time her 2 snow-white cat ears were already hanging down. She was already a little bit unable to face herself and face Mo Lin. The next day in the mirror, Murin got up a little late, but he tried to act as if nothing was wrong as he prepared breakfast for his 4 sisters. Brother Mo doesn't have lotus seed soup today. Well, Zhu Linger skimmed her mouth, a little less happy. Sorry, there is no today. These days I refuel to find the ingredients. The little spirit child mouth craving it. Mo Lin's face is a little pale at this time. Yesterday's loss of a day has not yet recovered well. Well, then brother Mo, cheer up. Oh. Zhu Linger smiled and sat next to Mo Lin. Zhu Linger's bearish appearance as a child made the Empress Zhu Linger outside the mirror so angry that she couldn't wait to catch her childhood self and beat her up. Brother Mo is so weak and still wants to drink his lotus seed soup. Looking at Mo Lin, who was pale and still softly coaxing herself, Zhu Linger's tears flowed down again. She felt her heart hurting so much that now when she saw Mo Lin's appearance, it would twitch and hurt. By the way, does your body have any strange feelings? Mo Lin asked with concern. It was the first time he had fused a divine artifact for someone and he didn't know if it would produce any side effects. No, but this morning got up feeling that the body is all much lighter, and the power operation is also smoother. Dongfang Qinglian's azure-colored pupils were filled with seriousness. So that's good. If you guys are uncomfortable in any way, just talk to me yet. Mo Lin also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately there were no bad problems that arose. Yes. At that time, Brother Mo suddenly asked about this sentence. I was still a little strange. Oh, I am really stupid. I should have thought of it. Back and misunderstand him. The female emperor Dongfang Qinglian sobbed uncontrollably. She so hated herself so stupid, did not find out earlier. The other three women wept silently and were silent. Time rushes by. Another year passes. And the little girls are 13 years old. Now that they had reached the Grandmaster realm, they were only one step away from the spirit realm where Mo Lin was. Brother Mo. Look. I made the lantern. Long Yushan looked marvelous and invited credit to Mo Lin. Little Frost is awesome. Mo Lin also smiled and touched Lan Yushuang's head. Every year at the end of the year, a few people will make lanterns, paste couplets. Mo Lin will also take them to the market under the mountain around, but gave them a mask. After all, their enemies cannot be dead. Outside the first time they are found will be in a passive. And Mo Lin would also cook a table of good food on this night. And Dongfang Qinglian and Bai Jiro would help out with the dishes. The joyful and cozy look of a few people also caused the four female emperors outside the mirror to lighten their mood a little, revealing a hint of a smile. After all, the memories of being together in the first place were full of goodness to the young and unaware girls. The dishes are all ready. All your favorites. Mo Lin brought the last dish to the table. But at this time a few little ones were secretive, their little hands behind their backs. Afterwards, the things in his hand were taken out together and sent to Mo Lin as if offering a treasure. Happy New Year, Brother Mo. The four little ones said in unison. Murin froze, then smiled. Happy New Year. Thank you. This was a New Year's gift that the four girls had variously prepared for Murin. Dongfang Qinglian gave to Mo Lin is a wooden carving. Carving is Mo Lin. Looks lifelike, at a glance is done for a long time. What Bai Jiro gave to Mo Lin was a small doll made of metal that also looked like it was modeled after Mo Lin, and even the joints of its limbs could be moved. What Zhu Linger gave to Mo Lin was a ceramic tiny pendant made of fired clay, also modeled after Mo Lin, with a big head and small body, which looked adorable. Lan Yushang, on the other hand, gave Mo Lin a small cloth doll. A needle and thread sewing looks exquisite, but the head and body round, looks naive. The same look of Mo Lin. Thank you guys. This is the best gift I've ever received. Mo Lin looked at the New Year's gift given to him by his four lovely sisters. His eyes were a little red. He was originally a relatively restrained person, but it didn't mean that he didn't want other people's care. Brother Mo. Don't cry. Brother Mo is the best brother we have. Zhu Linger hurriedly hugged Mo Lin and touched Mo Lin's head to comfort him. The other three girls also coincidentally hugged Mo Lin, although they did not know those secrets that Mo Lin hid. But he usually took care of the four sisters were equally very hard. They saw in their eyes, heartbroken Mo Lin's hard work. Thank you. Mo Lin felt that all that he did before was worth it. At this moment he felt that even without his grandfather's wish, he wanted to cultivate these four lovely sisters of his into an existence that no one could bully. Hurry up and eat. If you don't eat quickly the food will get cold. Mo Lin quickly wiped his eyes and changed into a smile. Good. Then Brother Mo won't cry. Dongfang Qinglian's sky-blue eyes looked at Mo Lin with great concern. Okay, I'm not crying, I'm just happy. Murin turned his head so that they wouldn't see his wretched appearance. Brother Mo is shy. Long Yushang said with a smile. I'm not. Hurry up and eat. Mo Lin's face flushed for a rare moment. Seeing Mo Lin's shy appearance, the four girls laughed very happily. Even the cool Bai Jiro gently covered her mouth and laughed out. If only this moment could stop forever. The four female emperors couldn't help but have a warm smile on their faces as they watched the scene. They really miss that carefree time, that happy moment that shines like a diamond in their memories forever. But a white horse passes by, and who can swear before time that they will never change? Chapter 10 Theft. Sister Qing Lian, Sister Jiro, Sister Linger, have you seen my turtle board? For a long time, Lang Yushang did not pack up the things she had brought over. Although there were not many things, Most of them were given to them to be placed in a cabinet on one side, which usually could not be used. Turtle board? What is that? Shu Linger asked curiously. That's it. That's the divine weapon of our Xuanwu clan. You Vermilion Bird clan also has it, right? Lang Yushang said anxiously. We have them too, but we're not turtle plates. We're plumes. Zhu Linger nodded. But the turtle board is gone. So strange. I didn't take it out. Lang Yushang was in a hurry. My green dragon horn is also gone. Dongfang Qinglian's eyes were lost in thought. The divine weapon of his own Qinglong clan was actually gone as well. The four girls hadn't been able to use the things they had brought over before all this time. So none of them had found out about Mo Lin taking away the divine artifacts and pouring them with Qilin divine blood and integrating them into their bodies. If it wasn't for Lang Yushang talking about it today, it was possible that no one would have found out about it for a while longer. My Vermilion Bird plume is also gone. Zhu Linger's face was a little pale. My white tiger teeth are also gone. Bai Jiro whispered. What's going on here? How come our divine artifacts are all gone? Lang Yushang anxiously paced back and forth. How strange. Does anyone know about this matter of us having divine artifacts? Dongfang Qinglian was a bit strange. This matter she hadn't talked to anyone about. Lang Yushang snapped, as if she had remembered something. I spoke to Brother Mo. She whispered. Brother Mo knows? But even if he knows, what is he doing with our divine artifacts? Zhu Linger was puzzled. And even if she wanted it, if she directly asked them for it, maybe they would all give it to Mo Lin. They didn't treat Mo Lin as an outsider. I don't know, and I can't be sure if Brother Mo took it, but I did only talk to Brother Mo about it. Lang Yufeng bit her lip. This way. Dongfang Qinglian face is not very good. She did not want to believe that it was Brother Mo who became a thief and took their divine artifacts, but now the evidence is pointing to him. Should we ask Brother Mo? Zhu Linger said cautiously. Don't. Brother Mo normally should have told us if he took it, and since he didn't tell us, he probably doesn't want us to continue pursuing this matter. Dongfang Qinglian bit her lip. She hated that feeling of doubting someone important to her. Well, I'm also inclined not to say. This matter, let's rot it in the stomach. Bai Jiro said in a low voice. She did not want to make things difficult for Mo Lin, and could only eat the loss of their own four. Well, if Brother Mo likes it, just talk to me. Really, what's the point of sneaking around? Zhu Linger sighed. She didn't want to believe it either, but the truth might be what they thought. Well, since the three sisters aren't pursuing this, then I won't ask. Lang Yufeng said sullenly, feeling that this matter was due to her. If she hadn't talked too much, she wouldn't have made Brother Mo greedy. Let's leave this matter as it is. Don't say anything more after that. It doesn't matter if we don't have a divine weapon. Our cultivation is rising very quickly now. I'm about to break through the spirit realm. Dongfang Qinglian pressed this matter down, and the other few girls acquiesced as well. However, once the seeds of suspicion are planted, everything the person under suspicion does afterward will seem less pure in the eyes of man. Brother Mo is obviously afraid of us worrying before not talking to us. Outside the mirror, Lang Yushang felt very guilty in her heart. If it wasn't because of her, there wouldn't be this kind of thing. When she recalled how Mo Lin bled herself that night, her face pale and weak, Lang Yushang's heart couldn't control the pain. She could enjoy it all with peace of mind when she didn't know, but now that she did, everything she had enjoyed would turn into knives to gouge out her heart. Although on the surface it was still the same as before, Niren felt that there was a slight barrier between himself and the four girls. He didn't know what he was doing, and sometimes he would talk to himself with Grandpa Mo to express the boredom in his heart. Grandpa, the way they've been looking at me for a while now makes me feel a little uncomfortable. I don't know why, but they don't seem like as intimate with me anymore. Hey, maybe it's because they're growing up? Soon after the new year, they'll be 14 too. They're big girls. It was another New Year's, but this year a couple of the girls didn't have a present for Murin. It could be because of gambling. It could be because of a thorn in the side. Mo Lin's nature is very restrained. They don't mention it, and he won't ask them for it himself. But this year, he prepared some New Year's gifts for the four girls. This is before Lianer said she wanted a hairpin. I don't know much about it, so I bought a slightly more expensive one, saying that it was made of some kind of spirit tonguewood. Mo Lin handed the wooden hairpin to Dongfang Qinglian. Wow. Thank you, Brother Mo. I love it. Dongfang Qinglian rarely acted like a child and couldn't wait to tie her hair with the hairpin. This is what Zoe said before, that her ears were always being stared at. So I bought a white fox fur coat with a hood. I don't know if it suits you. Bai Jiro took the coat, put it on and looked in the mirror. The whole person was cute with a little bit of coolness. Thank you, Brother Mo. It fits. Bai Jiro smiled, as if a snow lotus was in full bloom. This is Linger said before that she wanted to bring something around her neck. I bought a jade pendant. The material specially picked red chicken bloodstone. I don't know if you like it or not. Is this a little phoenix? Zhu Linger's reddish pink eyes flashed as she took the jade pendant and rejoiced. I like it too much. That's good. This is the bracelet Frosty took a look at once when she went out with me. I made a note of it then. Sky blue. It goes well with your hair. See if it fits. Thank you, brother Mo. Lung Yushang whispered her thanks and took the bracelet and put it on her hand. If you guys like it, it's good. My first time to buy a gift for a girl, and I don't know if it's appropriate, said Mo Lin with a smile from his heart. His 4 sisters could like him really happy. When the 4 girls collected their gifts and sat down in their seats to eat, Dongfang Qinglian said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry brother Mo, we didn't prepare any gifts this year. I don't know what kind of mentality it was. Maybe it was because they thought that Mo Lin had stolen the divine weapons of their 4 clans, or something else. The 4 of them hadn't prepared any gifts for Mo Lin. It's okay. You guys have been busy breaking through the spirit realm lately, so it's normal to forget. Mo Lin smiled, indicating that there was no need to care. Their progress Mo Lin and they have Tao Rhyme Link. Most clear. Now they are 14 years old, can break through the spirit realm if in the continent is also 1,000 years of rare genius. But just then, what you want, you can just go and get it directly, Lin Yushang said quickly in a low voice. Her voice crisp but permeated with a sense of resentment. Chapter 11, The Illusory Play. What you want, you can just go and get it directly, Lin Yushang whispered. Niren was a bit unsure. What did Frosty say? Boo! Bai Jiro placed the water cup in her hand heavily on the table and looked at Lin Yushang, some anger surfacing on her cool face. It's nothing. Let's eat, Lin Yushang whispered. Unknown truth, Lin Yushang hate Mo Lin this kind of behavior. They trust him to tell him, but he in turn used their trust to betray themselves. There's no excuse for this. In a way she's not wrong. It's just a sad misunderstanding. But sometimes, seeing is not always believing. Let's eat then. The food will get cold in a while. Dongfang Qinglian presided over the big picture and brought this matter to light. The meal tasted as delicious as it did last year, but the 4 girls were not in the same happy mood as they were last year. Snap! Outside the mirror, Lin Yushang, who had been keeping her head down, suddenly slapped herself hard. Just as she was about to hit herself a second time, Bai Jiro stopped her, frowning at Lin Yushang's reddened face, a reddened slap mark on her pale and stunning little face. She silently shook her head. If you want to apologize, wait for us to finish watching and say sorry together in front of brother Mo. My mouth is so cheap. Lin Yufeng trembled, seemingly a little angry at her own ignorance and suspicion. But more than that, it was still regret and endless sadness at having said those words. This matter was all due to her talking too much. If she hadn't told Mo Lin wouldn't have needed to use his own blood to pour the divine artifacts and integrate it into their bodies, and still be suspected by them. Though she didn't mean any harm at first, she was the one who caused the beginning of this suspicion. Calm down a little bit of phantom frost. Oriental Qinglian face pathos. Look bleak behind. Us 3 do more than you are excessive. After some time, the 4 girls managed to break through to the spirit realm with the assistance of Mo Lin. Mo Lin would also teach them some of the fighting techniques of the 4 clans, and after he had learned them through those tomes, he himself would then teach them in an easy-to-understand way. However, Mo Lin's cultivation was as if he was stuck in the spirit realm, and he hadn't made an inch of progress over the years. Brother Mo, you have to work hard. We've all caught up with you, Dongfang Qinglian said with a teasing smile. Yes, but my realm doesn't matter. It's good that I can let you guys ascend to the top. Mo Lin touched Dongfang Qinglian's cute little head. Brother Mo. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin. You promised us that if we break through the spirit realm, you'd take us to see the illusionary opera? We're all in the spirit realm now. Okay, I promise you guys, we'll go see the illusion theater today. Mo Lin smiled dotingly. Songyu Continent Phantom Theater on the more famous characteristics of the culture up. This thing in Mo Lin's previous life of the movie animation is more similar, but this continent is to use the aura to construct the drive, rather than the technology of the previous life. Mo Lin took a few girls to go down the mountain to see the fantasy theater in a big way, and on the way, he also bought them some snacks and pastries, and the 4 girls went out happily, hand in hand. They had also come down the mountain with Mo Lin to buy things before, but in terms of cultivation Mo Lin was very strict with them and didn't quite allow them to waste too much time, and there were still their enemies in the world, so they themselves had to train them up as early as possible. Before they go out when they will be simple disguise dress up. And today go out to see the illusion of theater they will be begging the Ink Lin want to dress up beautiful point out. Ink Lin also rely on them. Let them dress up beautifully. They had all reached the spirit realm and had some ability to defend themselves. So Mo Lin felt that there was no need for him to be so nervous. And even if something happens, one still has the secret method that can protect them. In addition to the illusion of theater. In the evening this street will also have a lot of food stalls as well as archery games. Small games such as lasso booths. Is the town's most prosperous street. Brother Mo. You also eat a sugar gourd. Zhu Linger smiled and handed it to Mo Lin's mouth. Good. Then I'll eat one too. Mo Lin bit down on a sugar gourd. It was deliciously sour and sweet. It's delicious, Nurin said with a smile. He actually likes sweets but didn't usually eat much in order to maintain an adult-like image. Brother Mo. Try this malt candy. Lin Yushang handed Mo Lin a malt candy. Lin Yufrost last time finished heart also some guilt. But after all, it is their own closest brother Mo. Usually an Mo Lin get along with her will also suppress the complex emotions of the heart. This is also delicious. Thank you little Frosty. Mo Lin smiled and touched Lin Yufrost's little head. Not long after, a few people will come to the Phantom Theater staged Phantom Theater. Here a ticket is hard to find. Mo Lin before going down the mountain in advance to grab a good ticket. Otherwise today a few little girls may not be able to enter. Mo Lin led them to check the tickets. And several girls obediently sat in a row beside Mo Lin, happily waiting for the phantom play to be staged. Today's fantasy play is called Against the Immortal Vault, and it's about a girl who was exterminated by her enemies as a child, and then became furious and killed all of them, rising to the top of the continent. The plot is a bit cliched, but the performances are quite good. The plot also focuses on portraying the love affair between the male and female main characters. The male lead is a genius of similar age to the female lead. Mute. The female lead encountered difficulties, the male lead to see the righteousness of the two acquaintances, all the way to support each other, and finally climbed to the top of the continent together, becoming the envy of the golden couple. Kind of like a classic fairy tale like the legend of the eagle sculpting heroes, and I have to say that no matter what world you're in the classics never go out of style. Nurin found it a bit boring, but a couple of the girls watched with great interest. After watching the Phantom play, the teenagers and young girls exited the Phantom Theater and chattered about the Phantom play they had just seen. Wow, this male lead is so handsome, and the female lead is so pretty. Zhu Linger's excited little face was red, completely mesmerized. The Phantom Theater is not played by real people, but it's kind of like the 3D technology of the previous world, and the people who do it are very handsome. The female lead is so powerful. In the end, she avenges her hatred like no one else can, and she also doubles up with the male lead. So well matched. Dongfang Qinglian's big sky blue eyes were also bubbling with little stars. It does look good. Bai Jiro also looked mesmerized. The male lead is not much handsome. Not as handsome as brother Mo. Although he is sometimes a bad guy, but no one is better looking than him. Lan Yushuang some gambling whispered. The latter half of the voice Lo Mo Lin also did not hear. Can only helplessly smile. Indeed. Not as good looking as brother Mo. Zhu Linger suddenly had a small red face and secretly glanced at Mo Lin for a few moments. That's true. Dongfang Qinglian also lowered her head, not quite daring to look at Mo Lin. Bai Jiro was even more silent, walking with her head down pretending not to hear, because they usually get along with Mo Lin for a long time so they are used to it. But now that they have come down the mountain and realized that even the handsome and powerful male protagonist in the Phantom play is not as good as their own real-life brother Mo, the four girls are suddenly a little shy. I hadn't noticed that I usually eat so well. Mo Lin's ears suddenly twitched and his eyes narrowed as he keenly sensed that someone was staring at them. It seemed that someone had discovered the identity of the four girls and had followed them. Mo Lin did not move, with a few girls to continue to play, passing a set of circle to win gifts stall. Mo Lin see four girls like one of the prizes cloth dolls, so they let them play here. He excused himself to have something to leave for a while, so that they do not run around. Mo Lin had just left for a short while when Dongfang Qinglian glanced at the direction Mo Lin had left with some concern. I'm a little worried. Just now I saw that brother Mo was preoccupied. I'll quietly follow over to take a look. You guys wait here for me. Dongfang Qinglian thought about it and still decided to follow. She explained to the other three girls and followed the direction that Mo Lin left. Chapter 12 Conspiracy. Why are you following us? Inkbrand walked away in a flash and came in front of the sneaky figure. Hello. I don't mean to be rude, but those four girls beside you, they are from the Four Saints family, right? The silhouette stepped out. a tall and thin man with prominent cheekbones, giving Mo-Lin a less than comfortable feeling. Who are you and what does it matter to you? Murin frowned. My name is Dongfang Jin. I'm a clan member of the Qinglong family. Before the clan was struck by a great disaster, a part of our four sacred sect members escaped by chance, and now we're in hiding to recuperate. I saw you guys by chance today. I don't recognize the other girls, but that girl with the azure hair, she's the daughter of our old patriarch, Dongfang Qinglian, right? Dongfang Jin said. That's right, you know Lianer, then indeed you should be a disciple of the four sacred sect. Mo-Lin's face slowed down a little, dropping his guard. Then what is your business? Dongfang Qinglian is the daughter of our four sacred sect's four sect masters, and we want to receive them back to the four sacred sect. Pick up back. This I can't make the decision. I need to go back and ask the girls before. Mo-Lin frowned. He was a little reluctant to let go of the four girls, but people's families had come to pick them up, and there was no reason for him to forcefully stop them. Alright then, I'll wait for your news then. Right, where do you guys live? And where do I go to find you? Dongfang Jin nodded and asked. We live next to each other on Tianqi Mountain. Mo-Lin replied indifferently. Then go back and wait for my news. In about 3 days. Come to me, I will give you an answer. Good. Then I'll wait and see. Dongfang Jin turned around and left, smiling meaningfully before leaving. When Dongfang Qinglian arrived, he started listening from the moment he said that his Qinglong family members, the four sacred sect, were planning to come and pick them up. When she heard they were being picked up, her first reaction was that she didn't want to leave. She felt a little sweet inside when she heard Murin say that he wanted to ask their opinions. Brother Mo is really gentle. We don't want to go back even if you ask us. We still want to spend more time with Brother Mo. However, on the side of the Qinglong family, as the daughter of the patriarch, she has the responsibility and obligation to go back, and her heart is also a little entangled. On the one hand, she couldn't let go of Brother Mo and the other three sisters, and on the other hand, on the clan side, she might also be needed, or else she wouldn't have come to pick her up on purpose. Go back. First act like you don't know anything, wait for Brother Mo to mention it. Dongfang Qinglian was in a complicated mood, shook her head not to think too much, and left before Mo-Lin, quickly running back to find the other three sisters. She was also in the spirit realm now, and her speed wasn't slow. What's wrong? Sister Qinglian. Baizhiro looked at Dongfang Qinglian's tangled face and asked with concern. It's nothing. Brother Mo should be back in a while. Dongfang Qinglian still wasn't going to say anything first. When Mo-Lin asked them, then they could decide for themselves. Otherwise, if you say what you think, it's like adding your own subjective element. It's better to let Brother Mo say it. Not long after, Murin returned, with some small snacks in his hand. I bought some small snacks, so I can eat them if I'm hungry when I go back later. Mo-Lin smiled gently. Perhaps in a few days, he wouldn't be able to see these cute sisters. Spoil them more while you can. Yes, Brother Mo is the best. Zhu Linger happily hugged Mo-Lin's arm and shook it around like a cute little phoenix. Look, the doll we won from the trap just now. Lang Yushang offered to show it to Mo-Lin as if it was a treasure. It was a black puppy that looked a bit like a unicorn, with a naive demeanor that made even Mo-Lin smile. How about that? You guys are awesome. Mo-Lin dotingly rubbed Lang Yushang's little head. What else do you want to play? Bring you guys to play enough today. Mo-Lin said with a smile. Today he wanted to bring the four girls to play enough. Yeah, I want to go play that archery game. Zhu Linger said happily, looking at the several people's cheerful appearance. Dongfang Qinglian's face was complicated. She so couldn't let go of her gentle and reliable Brother Mo. A few people played at the various booths for a long time. Late into the night, Mo-Lin looked at the constant yawning. A few girls still want to play a little more. Mo-Lin or Ruthless to take them home. Good boy. See how sleepy you are. It's too late. Let's go back and rest. And we'll bring you back here sometime afterward. When Mo-Lin placed a few girls to sleep, it was already late at night at midnight. So late Mo-Lin also do not want to ask them now what they think. Anyway, there are still 3 days. Their own tomorrow and the day after tomorrow to ask to let them think about it. But, just as Mo-Lin walked out of his room and was about to go back to his room to rest, he sensed a familiar aura belonging to Dongfang Jin, whom he had met today. No, there's more than one. This time, there are 5 of them. Mo-Lin frowned, and with a few dodges, he arrived in front of these people. Dongfang Jin, what are you guys doing here so late? And didn't I say I'd give you a reply after 3 days? Mo-Lin's voice was a bit cold. These people were a bit too eager. You found out. It's like this. I went back to report the current wordsmiths of the four sacred sect. They knew that the 4 daughters of the 4 old sect masters were here, and they had to come over in person. And these 4 are the 4 current wordsmiths of our 4 sacred sect. Dongfang Jin said with a smile. Dongfang Zhe, Bai Yu, Zhu Ming, Cold Wind. Mo Lin swept a glance. These 4 people's auras weren't weak. They should all be Zune realm powerhouses at the very least. But I haven't had the time to ask them what they think of themselves. And they're already asleep now. So please go back. If it's really troublesome for you all to come back tomorrow, I'll ask them what they think for you all tomorrow. And I'll respect their choices. Mo Lin lightly gave an expulsion order. It was too late now. He didn't want them to disturb his sister's rest. The 4 patriarchs have traveled a long way. It's a bit unkind to say that. Dongfang Jin walked forward with a smile. The 4 clan chief lords heard that you have been taking care of our sect master's daughter. They are really grateful and have prepared a special gift for you. Dongfang Jin held a dossier in her hand and slowly opened it to show Mo Lin. Here's a map of where we are now. You can go over and see them if you want them. As the map continued to open up, a sharp edge was hidden within it. Dongfang Jin gripped the sharp dagger and stabbed at Mo Lin. Mo Lin, because they are the 4 saints sect, would have relaxed their vigilance on them? The crisis is hidden in the gift he really did not expect. Dodge was stabbed in the stomach. Outside the mirror, Zhu Linger was instantly startled, her hands covering her small mouth with a horrified face. At that time, Brother Mo looked weakened for a few days, but he was actually stabbed by a bad guy. Bai Jiro's eyes were gloomy and she gritted her teeth. This person, Dongfang Qinglian, she is someone from your clan, right? Lan Yushang said in a cold voice. I also saw him last time. He is still quite trusted by you now? I'm sorry, it's me who has eyes without pearls. But he can't live today. Dongfang Qinglian eyes hide with pathos and hatred. She suddenly figured out a lot of things. In the mirror, Mo Lin hastily stepped back, pulled out his dagger and threw it aside, and simply clicked it a few times to quickly stop the bleeding. You're pretty quick to react well. Dongfang Jin smiled like a jackal. You guys are really the disciples of the 4 sacred sect? Mo Lin gritted his teeth. He hated the fact that he was still inexperienced. Surprisingly, this group of people were deceived. It's true that we're disciples of the 4 sacred sect, but we didn't come to pick them up to go back and enjoy our lives. It's really like stepping through iron shoes without finding a place. I didn't expect to find the daughters of the 4 sect masters who were rescued by mistake here today. Ha 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 ha. Dongfang Jin laughed happily. What do you want to do with them? Mo Lin asked in a cold voice. They are the daughters of the sect master. Their bloodline is extremely superior. If I can draw out the essence blood from their bodies and give it to me, then my power will rise as the concentration of my bloodline rises. So what do you think I want to do? Taking a step back, even if we didn't manage to draw it out, the heirs born to me and Dongfang Qinglian would still be of outstanding talent. And with the divine artifacts of our 4 clans still in their possession, they could be really useful. Dongfang Jin's mouth was grinning to the root of his face. This was discovered by him as the son of the current speaker of the Qinglong family. This credit should be credited to him. They are the daughters of the patriarchs of your 4 clans. How dare you do this? Mo Lin's face was gloomy. The 4 old matriarchs disappeared a long time ago. 99% of them are dead. They're just 4 lonely wretches. Dongfang Jin snorted. You're a dead man anyway. I'm not afraid to tell you. The 4 sacred sect was almost exterminated by the underworld sect. It was originally done by us inside and outside. If we don't kill the old patriarch, how will we get to the throne and hold the power? You guys are really heartless. You'll do anything for power. Can you fall well with the decline of the 4 sacred sect? Mo Lin looked at this asshole angry. Che, the underworld clan is much more powerful than us. We are now acting as a vassal of the underworld clan. With the resources they give us within a few years, our 4 sacred sect will be even more powerful than before. Dongfang Jin smiled disdainfully. And even more so, the power is in the hands of our own people. This is a great deal. Ha 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 ha. Alright Jiner, kill him. Let's pick up the 4 ladies and take them home. Dongfang then said. Okay father, I'm sorry, I was a little too happy. Dongfang Jin smiled and walked up, wanting to slowly torture Mo Lin to death. He loved the feeling of humiliating people. Mo Lin's eyes stared, and with a flash, he arrived at Dongfang Jin's side, sending him flying with a punch in his surprised gaze, rolling down the stairs and down the mountain. Seeing that you are 15 or 16 years old, you have already reached the spirit realm. Such a genius, no wonder you have a bit of arrogance. Dongfang then completely ignored his son who was sent flying. Instead he looked at Mo Lin with interest. However, spirit realm cultivation can't change anything. Resign yourself to your fate. Boy, give me those girls. Dongfang then said indifferently. He felt his son's aura, knowing that he was still alive. He also let go of his heart. The spirit realm is not going to change anything. You should all be in the Zoon realm. Mo Lin's expression was a little grim, a little pained, and the aura on his body continued to soar. Kirin Divine Blood. Blood Burning Divine Art. Chapter 13, Burning Blood. Kirin Divine Blood. Blood Burning Divine Art. Mo Lin's body erupted with a golden yellow light, and his aura continued to climb, rising from the spirit realm to the king realm, the emperor realm, the zone realm, and all the way to the Zoon realm before his aura came to a slight stop. Oh, you're actually really a genius. A supreme genius. Kirin Divine Blood. You're a Kirin clan member? Zhu Ming, the Vermilion Bird family's acting family head, said with some surprise, but this kind of forced uplift of your cultivation cannot resist the four of us at the Zoon realm. The Xuanwu clan's acting clan master, Long Feng, shook his head. This kind of uprooting power was not destined to last long. Without speaking, Niren waved his hand towards the small house behind him where the four girls were sleeping, and a boundary completely enveloped it. Oh, you actually know how to guard a boundary? This kind of boundary is usually practiced more by Zoon-level powerhouses to be able to use it skillfully, and you're actually able to use it as well. White Tiger family generation Baiyu was also quite surprised. This kind of guardian boundary that could isolate everything from the outside world was something he had practiced for a long time before he could use it smoothly. That kind of thing. Wouldn't it be easier to just look at it? Mo Lin sneered. His body's aura surged. None of you will want to live today. Even if you have a few talents. So what? With four of us at the Zoon level, you don't have the slightest chance of winning. Dongfang then laughed disdainfully. Unless a miracle happened, there wasn't the slightest possibility of winning a fight against four. Not to mention the ability of the secret method inside to forcefully elevate them. Vermilion Bird Inferno Flash. Xu Ming took out a large sword and chopped at Mo Lin. A huge crimson vermilion bird silhouette appeared on Xu Ming's body, and Xu Ming quickly attacked Mo Lin, carrying high temperatures and a destructive aura in the twinkling of an eye to Mo Lin's face. Vermilion Bird Flash. I remember this move has a flaw. Mo Lin's figure flickered slightly, narrowly avoiding the strike by a hair's breadth, and then ignoring the searing heat. He backhanded Xu Ming's hands, directly breaking them and seizing the large sword in his hands. Ah! Bastard, you brat! Xu Ming's hands were folded and he was just about to turn around to escape when Mo Lin sent his greatsword directly into his body, splattering blood everywhere. Mo Lin didn't have the slightest bit of retention, and the moment he struck, he was ruthless and merciless, taking lives straight away. Save me! Xu Ming hurriedly shouted with all his strength, but before the other three family lords could respond, Mo Lin quickly pulled the sword out of his body and decapitated his head. With similar levels of power, a single break could be fatal, and this also had the factor of Xu Ming being too gullible. Mo Lin believed that Xu Ming had other tricks that were not used, but on the battlefield, others would not give him the opportunity to amplify his moves, and a single break would be enough to be fatal. Now, there are three left. Mo Lin flung the large sword in his hand. The sword was of good quality, and all the blood on it disappeared with a flick. It's a good sword that kills without blood. There's something wrong with this kid. Let's go together. The eyes of the other three family heads were gloomy. They didn't expect Xu Ming to fall here in a single glance, and it could even be said that his death was a bit of a fiasco. Green Dragon Lin Shi. Dongfang then mobilized all the power in his body. A huge green dragon shadow emerged. His face was frozen as the green dragon shadow rushed towards Mo Lin with unrivaled might. White Tiger's Fierce Tooth. Light flashed in Baiyu's hand, forming a giant white thorn that stabbed toward Mo Lin with an invincible sharpness. Xuanwu Xian Ice Pendant. Long Feng, on the other hand, put his hands together and raised them above his head as a huge Xuanwu-shaped ice pendant slammed viciously towards Mo Lin. Mo Lin's gaze remained unchanged. The huge sword in his hand was tightly gripped. Crimson light flowed, and he attacked Baiyu's sharp, ferocious teeth after the attack. Fire overcomes gold. Mo Lin did not intend to fight it hard. He used the dexterity rhyming out of the earth way and the characteristics of the five elements, using the vermilion bird divine flame on the greatsword to restrain the white tiger fierce teeth, and slightly deflected the white tiger fierce teeth's attack orientation. And in the offset position was the green dragon that converged from the wood energy that was attacked by the master of the green dragon family. Gold grams wood. The two mutually exclusive energies collided and erupted into a loud popping sound. Due to the fact that the attributes consumed most of the energy, these two attacks were no longer enough to worry about. The rest of the Xuanwu Xinbing pendant. Earth overcomes water, and he already has a rhyme for the way of earth. Karen Bick. a huge golden yellow shield appeared above Mo Lin's head, and the Xian Wu Xian ice crashed down, colliding with the golden yellow energy and dissolving until it disappeared into thin air. This kid must not be left. Dongfang then grimaced and gasped a few mouthfuls of rough air. Just now that strike he had gone all out and did not expect that it would be dissolved by him in such a way. Then, it's my turn. Inkling raised the greatsword in his hand and charged straight at the three. The three family heads were not willing to show weakness. They were all veteran Zoon-level powerhouses and extremely experienced in battle. And they battled with Mo Lin. Something's not right. This kid, how could he know the weakness of our moves? After fighting for a while, Bayu's slash was dodged by Mo Lin, who saw a break. And when he was about to cut him down with his backhand, he was saved by Dongfang's eye. But even so, he had a slash to the bone wound on his body. Just now Zhu Ming's death was not unfair. Just now if I went first I wouldn't have survived either. Dongfang then had a sinister face. He must kill Mo Lin today. Such a genius at this age. If he grows up the consequences are unimaginable. He knows our 4 sacred sex moves are broken. But didn't the underworld sect give us a heavenly ranked martial skill? You must have all learned it. At this time, Lung Feng quietly transmitted his voice. Good idea. He definitely didn't expect that we had secretly learned the tricks of the underworld sect. Baiyu nodded without moving. That is a powerful killing move. Extremely powerful. The person who is hit by the whole body essence and blood loss, like a dry corpse, and the more the number of people who use it, the more powerful it is. The three of them exchanged glances and retreated tens of meters backward without tangling with Mo Lin. Spectre, wheel into the way. As the three family lords shouted together, a black and red energy sphere filled with unknown and negative energies appeared above the heads of the three family lords, and the black and red energies inside kept churning, like pus and blood that hadn't dried up for a long time, which was disgusting. Brat, you can hide, but the sister behind you can't hide. That boundary of yours definitely can't prevent this move. Dongfang Zai's face was hideous. He had lost his heart. In order to get rid of Mo Lin, he even went so far as to abandon the safety of Dongfang Qinglian and the other girls. Mo Lin's face was gloomy. He had never seen this move before either, but he would resist it with all his might. No, more than just resisting. If he forcefully activated the Earth Tao rhythm, he should be able to replicate that move that could only be used at the Saint Realm. Despair boy, I admit that you are a supreme genius, but geniuses that haven't grown up, this continent is full of them. Dongfang then smiled smugly. He hadn't done much to stifle geniuses. This kind of thing gave him a twisted and perverted sense of fulfillment. Mo Lin didn't care what he was raving about. He forced himself to calm down and pushed the Earth Tao rhythm to the extreme, giving up resistance. Baiyu said disdainfully. Go to hell, boy. Chapter 14 Discovery. Go to hell, boy. With a bellowing cry, the twisted mass of energy slammed viciously towards Mo Lin. Mo Lin's face was as normal, his breath restrained, and he calmly watched the twisted sphere rapidly approaching towards him. Just the moment it touched itself, a blinding golden aura erupted from Mo Lin's body. A golden spatial partition appeared in front of Mo Lin, as if it was a mirror, and as if it was a sparkling water surface, constantly devouring this black ball of energy in front of him. The black ball suddenly slowed down the moment it touched the plane, and the golden mirror seemed like a swamp, constantly devouring it until the ball of black energy was completely engulfed. How is this possible? Dongfang was somewhat incoherent. This was the secret method of the underworld sect, gathering the strength of three Zoon realm family heads to exert it with all their might. How could it be dissolved without a word? Mo Lin's face was a bit painful after swallowing the black ball of light, but then his eyes fiercely froze and his hands scratched out a huge golden mirror. Boo! A huge column of black energy light from the golden mirror gushed out. The three family heads had not returned to their senses. Dodging was not enough to be directly engulfed by the huge column of black light, even though they fought to resist, in the face of the full force of the strike that came from the three of them, plus the fact that Mo Lin had also changed the release method to make the attack and speed of this energy even stronger. The three family heads were ultimately submerged in this huge black pillar of light. Watching the three figures fall from the sky, Mo Lin then relaxed, kneeling on one knee and panting heavily. Mo Lin walked forward and checked the state of the three family heads. The blood in their bodies had all been drained, turning them into three dry corpses. Mo Lin looked around. He remembered that there was one other person, the guy named Dongfang Jin, who was the cause of the incident. Murin felt the breath of the earth, the flow of the air, all of which indicated that the man had escaped, and there was not a trace of him around. If they run away, they can run away. This time, they lost 4 family heads at once, and they don't dare to come to cause trouble. Mo Lin casually recycled the weapons of these family lords into his spirit ring, and while he was still at Zune level strength, he buried the bodies of these 4 family lords at the foot of the mountain. He would have liked to bury them even further, but it was just a little too much for him. He insisted on returning to his room and planted himself on the bed at once, breathing heavily, his face pale, and his breath returning to the spirit realm at once. Mo Lin had consumed so much Qilin essence blood this time, crossing 4 major stages at once. He felt as if he was being drained right now and just wanted to rest. Niren fell into a deep sleep. He was too tired all day today. So, this is the truth of that night. Dongfang Qinglian sobbed uncontrollably. She has always misunderstood Mo Lin, and the misunderstanding of this incident has also made the 4 of them's misunderstanding is getting bigger and bigger. Brother Mo. Looking at the weak appearance of Mo Lin at this time, Bai Jiro only felt her heart throbbing like never before. Brother Mo. Sorry. Zhu Linger knelt on the ground, behind her. Knowing what was happening, she no longer dared to look, but she knew that she had to look on. Lung Yushan's face was wooden as she let the tears slide down. She only felt that she had never regretted so much, and when she thought about what was going to happen in the future, her body began to tremble continuously. In the mirror, turned to the next day. This day Mo Lin unprecedentedly did not get up. A few girls hungry, but thinking that maybe Mo Lin yesterday to take them out to play sleep too late, so did not disturb him, ready to prepare breakfast for Mo Lin and himself. But they don't have much cooking experience, usually taken care of too well by Mo Lin. 10 fingers don't touch the spring water. 4 girls cooking made a mess of dust and didn't make anything decent. It was only after the sun had risen that Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes, and into his eyes he saw 4 cute little heads and 4 pairs of concerned eyes. Brother Mo, how are you? Did you rest well? Dongfang Qinglian asked with concern. Well, it's okay. Murin got up and rubbed his head with his hand. The side effects of burning blood weren't so easy to rest from. Sorry, starving I guess. I'll go make you guys dinner. Niren rubbed their hair and headed to the kitchen. I'm sorry Brother Mo, we would have liked to cook for you to eat, but got half a day and did not do a good job. By Jiro's small hand to point, clear cold little face unprecedented some twisted. Although they had seen Niren cook, this kind of thing was not actually hands-on or there was still a big deviation. Blame me for not teaching you how to cook yet. If you want to learn you can come with me and I'll teach you, Mo Lin said with a gentle smile. However, he thought about it, these days the state is not very good. It is better not to let them see, so he changed his words. But today is too late. In a few days, I will teach you. Today I will hurry to finish it. Otherwise your little stomachs are all starving. Okay, then we'll wait for Brother Mo. A few girls sat down in rows in a well-behaved manner and waited for breakfast. Before long, Mo Lin made some simple breakfast and brought it out. While the few people were eating, Dongfang Qinglian looked a little disturbed. In her mind, she was still thinking about what Niren and the man had said yesterday. As soon as Outer One really had to leave Niren, she felt so sad to leave this place. She shook her little head, trying to shake the tumultuous emotions out of her head. What's wrong, Lianer? Mo Lin asked with concern as he watched Dongfang Qinglian keep tossing his head. It's fine Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian was startled and hurriedly shook her hands to show that she was fine, lowering her head to vigorously drink kanji. That's good. Mo Lin was not that sensitive when it came to emotions after all. He wasn't going to talk to a few girls about what happened last night. After all, it was a little too sad that his own family's clansmen were trying to turn on them, and he didn't want to upset a few of them because of it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Qinglian was a bit strange. Why did Brother Mo not mention this matter of someone wanting to pick her up to her? He clearly said that he would come back to ask for their opinions. Even though she didn't want to go, how could Brother Mo not even ask? Dongfang Qinglian felt that things were a bit strange in his heart, and he couldn't figure it out as he walked around the courtyard alone. Unknowingly walking to the front door, she was keenly aware that the land here showed signs of vandalism. She touched it, gently grabbing a small piece of slightly dark reddish dirt and sniffing it, and was abruptly shocked. This is the taste of blood. What's going on? Why is there blood in the house? Dongfang Qinglian followed the mountain road, all the way down, looking at the road for any strange traces around it. She searched for a long time and found an unusual mound. This mound had obviously been dug recently. The soil was still fresh. Dongfang Qinglian found a wooden stick and kept digging. As she dug, she inevitably thought of Grandpa Mo, who had been buried with the group, when they had dug a resting place for him with their tender little hands. But now it's just a matter of seeing what's in there. and a wooden stick will suffice. Moreover, she was already in the spirit realm, and she dug very quickly even with a wooden stick. But digging, she found an unusual place. It wasn't the touch of dirt. She carefully pushed aside the dirt, and when she saw what was buried inside, she sat down on her but in shock. It was a human hand. Chapter 15 Evidence. A human hand. Dongfang Qinglian covered her small mouth with both hands, afraid that she would scream out in fear. How? What happened? How did someone get buried here? Could it be the townspeople down there? But even when townspeople bury their families, they put up a monument and don't bury them so hastily. Dongfang Qinglian couldn't care about anything else. Using her hands to quickly peel the earth away, she saw the face of the buried person. The East? Your own people? She remembered this person, who was from the same generation as her father, and his natural talent was also very strong, but still not as strong as her father's, so he lost in the race for patriarch, and at that time, he was already at the zone realm cultivation level. How did he get buried here? And his body, blood was all gone, unusually dried up. This is the tactic of the underworld sect. The more she thought about this situation, the weirder it got, and she hurriedly buried the dirt quickly, wanting to go back and talk to everyone. But just as Dongfang Qinglian wanted to tell Mo Lin, the words that Mo Lin said to that person that night, as well as Mo Lin's weak and perverse behavior over the past 2 days surfaced in her mind, causing her pupils to fiercely shrink. Could it be that brother Mo will Dongfang Zhe not be right? He is only in the spirit realm, while Dongfang Zhe is at least in the zone realm, and this kind of means, how could he have? No, it won't. This thing. Dongfang Qinglian's brain is very chaotic. She does not know whether she should go back. Her favorite brother Mo has always been wearing a mask. Under the mask, is a vicious face that she does not know? Dongfang Qinglian thought about it, or decided to go back first and discuss with the other 3 sisters. Mo brother's side. She is not wanting to believe him, but this period of time Mo Lin did hide something. There was also the previous theft of the divine artifacts of their 4 clans, which she didn't want to believe even though all the clues pointed to Mo Lin. But now that she thought about it, it might actually be him who took them. Does Mo Lin have ulterior motives for treating them so well? The more Dongfang Qinglian thought about it, the more scared she became. She could only go back now to bypass Mo Lin and find its 3 girls to discuss it. It was dusk, and as soon as she returned, she saw the busy figure of Mo Lin, who was bringing the prepared meal to the table. Rain, where have you been? Mo Lin asked a little strangely. It's fine, so I went down the mountain for a walk. Dongfang Qinglian lowered his head. His eyes were seeing Mo Lin's smiling face, and he couldn't help but think of the corpses buried under the mountain, a trace of unspeakable fear rising in his heart. In that case, the dishes are ready. Please ask Lianer to tell them to come and eat. Mo Lin smiled, not doubting. Well, I'm on my way. Oriental Qinglian tried to look as usual and slowly left. At night, after waiting for Mo Lin to fall asleep, Dongfang Qinglian gently woke up the other 3 girls. What's wrong, Sister Qinglian? It's a big night. Xu Linger rubbed her eyes and asked strangely, what I'm about to say. You mustn't be afraid. Dongfang Qinglian's face was serious. Well, go ahead. Bai Jiro saw that she looked serious, so she sat up as well. Dongfang Qinglian told what he had heard that day. Mo Lin's abnormal behavior. The bodies buried under the mountain. All kinds of situations. The moment she told it, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart. This kind of secret was too hard to hide in one's heart. Sister Qinglian, are you saying that you suspect that brother Mo is the murderer of Dongfang Zhe? Bai Jiro frowned. She felt that it was a bit unbelievable, but Dongfang Qinglian wouldn't lie to them. I don't know. I don't want it to be him either. Dongfang Qinglian shook her head. She felt confused like never before. Could there be some misunderstanding? Sister Qinglian, you heard wrong? Or is it just coincidence? Zhu Linger was a bit incredulous. Let's go and take a look at the place where the body was buried. Long Yushang whispered. The theft of the divine artifact before had left her with a bit of a grudge in her heart, but deep down, she also hoped that it was a misunderstanding, and that brother Mo was still the same brother Mo that he had always been. Well, I'll show you guys around then. The 4 girls tiptoed out of the room and followed Dongfang Qinglian to the place where the body was buried. Look, you guys, it's this person, my clan member, Dongfang Zhe. Dongfang Qinglian was still a bit scared. Facing a corpse would not be natural for an adult, let alone her being a small child. Here, is he the only one? Bai Jiro asked. I ran back after I saw him. Dongfang Qinglian was a little embarrassed. She was actually scared back. Let's see if there are any other corpses around. Bai Jiro sighed softly. Something in her heart didn't feel too good. A couple of girls dug and unearthed another body. This is Zhu Ming? He is my fourth uncle. How can this be? Zhu Ling'er unbelievably looked at the scene in front of her. Zhu Ming was decapitated by Mo Lin. The blood on his body was not sucked dry, but it was the head of the body. Murin was kind enough to put his head and body together when he buried him. In no time at all four bodies were dug up by them. Bai Yu is indeed my clan. Bai Jiro's face was complicated. Uncle Long Feng. How could this happen? Lan Yushang muttered. She still cannot believe it. But, in that case, it rather means that it wasn't Brother Mo who did it. By you, I remember that I was a zone level strength when I was very young, and now I may even have broken through the zone level. Brother Mo is only at the spirit level. He's definitely not a match for him. Bai Jiro said faintly. Yeah, although it's not very nice to say so, but Xu Ming was a zone level back then. Even if it's 4 zone levels, Brother Mo is definitely not an opponent. Could it be that he really blamed Brother Mo wrongly? And could it all be a coincidence that Brother Mo didn't know about it? Dongfang Qinglian was also a little shaken. He did not want this matter to be related to Mo Lin. Bai Jiro's face suddenly stared. She saw some tiny flakes of black cloth under Bai Yu's fingernails. She crouched down and took a closer look. This is on Brother Mo's clothes. Bai Jiro's expression was extremely complicated. The inference she had just made was overturned by her own discovery. Are you sure? You didn't make a mistake? Zhu Linger said with some disbelief. That's right. I realized yesterday that this shirt of his was a bit torn, and I still don't know why. Bai Jiro whispered, her voice very dull. But that doesn't make it certain that it was Brother Mo who did it. And he's no match for these people. Zhu Linger said aloud, as if trying to give herself a boost. Indeed, but this way, even if it is not done by Brother Mo, it proves that he does have something to do with this matter. Dongfang Qinglian was also unwilling to believe it inwardly, but at this moment, the evidence was overwhelming. Even if he wanted to deny it again, he couldn't. Combine that with what I heard Brother Mo and that person say at that time, and the blood on these people that was drained by the underworld sect. Dongfang Qinglian paused. I think it might be that Brother Mo revealed the news that someone from the Four Sacred Sect was coming to the underworld sect, and then used them to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf and kill these 4 clansmen of ours. This is the biggest possibility I can think of, Dongfang Qinglian said with difficulty. If we go by the evidence at the scene so far, this is indeed the most likely answer. Chapter 16 Unwillingness to give up. But, why did Brother Mo do that? Zhu Linger was a bit puzzled. Even if that was true, what was Mo Lin going to such great lengths for? Maybe. Lan Yushang spoke with some difficulty. He can't let us go in his heart? Doesn't want us to go back? She wasn't sure which kind of shedding she was expressing. They were big kids now, and there were some grown-up things they understood a little bit in their hearts. You mean? Bai Jiro wanted to say. She did not want to use that kind of dirty thoughts to suspect Mo Lin. I don't know why Brother Mo is like this. Lang Yushang squatted her petite body, holding her head with both hands, and said with some pain. She had already suppressed her complex emotions over the fact that Mo Lin had taken the artifact, and at the bottom of her heart, she still liked her Brother Mo. But the cruel reality, again, gave her a blow to the head. Why don't we go ask Brother Mo, okay? Zhu Linger suggested in a small voice. Don't want it. Dongfang Qinglian shook his head. His face a little ugly. If Brother Mo wants us to know, he will tell us. If he didn't say it, it proves that he doesn't want us to know. And even if we ask, chances are he won't say it. Besides, if he is really planning something, if we ask him rashly like this, we will inevitably scare the snakes. The last 4 words, Dongfang Qinglian clenched his teeth, or spoke with difficulty. The other 3 women's faces changed. Let's just pretend that nothing happened. Bai Jiro sighed and said slowly. Bai Jiro inwardly didn't want to believe it. She still remembered that Mo Lin was the first person to praise her for her cute pair of white cat ears that had grown out due to the bloodline mutation. Before that, the little kids in the clan didn't play with her, saying that she was a cat monster. Only Brother Mo sincerely accepts her, compliments her on this pair of lovely ears, wants to rub her ears, will also carefully ask for her opinion. Brother Mo has always been so gentle. Alas, Bai Jiro is complicated inside and doesn't quite want to talk. Well, we also need to be a little more careful. After all, Brother Mo is a boy. Dongfang Qinglian said in a broken voice. This is something I must say. Even if I have to be the bad guy for doubting Mo's brother, I have to be the one to do it. They take me Oriental Qinglian as a sister. Then I will try my best to protect them. Even if Mo brother has any bad ideas. When the time comes, let him rush to me alone. Well, when the time comes, I will bend myself to meet, as a repayment for his nurturing love, only to beg him to let go of his own several sisters. A few of the girls hooned softly, buried the body, and went home in silence. But even if they didn't mention it, there was another thorn in their hearts, a feeling that caused them incomparable pain. And the reason for the existence of this thorn was still their adored brother Mo, the one who had always taken care of them, the powerful and gentle brother Mo, the one they were closest to. They didn't know if Murin had betrayed them, but that seed of doubt had taken root. Outside the mirror, several female emperors looked at the head of their own reasoning in the first place, especially Dongfang Qinglian's expression of determination to die, which made the women who knew the truth ashamed of themselves. This is nothing short of a public execution. When Dongfang Qinglian remembered his outrageous idea of a generous look, he blushed so much that he couldn't wait to burrow into a crack in the ground. The truth was a million miles away from what they had suspected. At this moment, they all tacitly didn't say anything to anyone, and only felt that they were too stupid and humiliated in the first place to suspect that Mo Lin had bad thoughts about them. But even at the end of the day, Murin never had a single thought of that kind. He only thought of them as sisters in need of care. From that day on, Mo Lin realized that there seemed to be an invisible barrier between himself and the four girls. Before, their clothes were all bought with the help of Mo Lin, and some of them were also washed by Mo Lin, but now they have been buying their own clothes, lingerie, and washing their own clothes when they are dirty, without letting Mo Lin help anymore. Mo Lin does not doubt him, only think it may be a girl grows up, puberty, and always like this really is not good. Let them independent is also a good thing. The days passed in this way, but suddenly one day, the Oriental Qinglian came to the first period. She looked at the bleeding underneath her, not knowing what to do. Mo Lin just heard of some theoretical knowledge, and rushed to get her a cotton pad in her clothes, but also with the four girls to popularize the knowledge. At the same time, he also noted down the day when Dongfang Qinglian came to her physiological period and boiled a bowl of brown sugar water for her. He didn't dare to give Dongfang Qinglian blood lotus seed soup at this time. He was afraid of any side effects that he didn't know about. Dongfang Qinglian lay weakly on the bed, seeing Mo Lin's busy figure. A hint of softness flashed in his eyes. Ink brother, is there any other hidden feelings? He is so gentle and so good. However, even if he really wants to do something, let him come at himself. Ink brother is also a boy. What thoughts he may have is also normal. Just don't bully the other three sisters. Dongfang Qinglian looked at the spoonful of brown sugar water that Mo Lin gently fed over and gently opened her mouth to drink it. If it is brother Mo. In fact, I don't hate it, just he don't be so overbearing to leave us behind. Just, in fact, he said to us properly, we don't want to leave here. Just that kind of practice, direct killing, some too much. Dongfang Qinglian sighed softly inwardly. She did not know whether the feelings in her heart were resentment, guilt or joy. All kinds of emotions seemed to be messy dyes stirred together. I do not know what color will be stirred. Lianer? Mo Lin looked at the dazed and frozen Oriental Qinglian and lightly called out a few times. Ah, what's wrong brother Mo? Dongfang Qinglian woke up like a dream. What do you want to eat at night? I'll make it for you individually. At that time you'll rest here and I'll bring it over for you. Mo Lin said in a warm voice. I don't know. Dongfang Qinglian's mind is very messy. What to eat this kind of thing she can't think of right now. Well, then I'll make it according to your usual tastes. You have a good rest. You can sleep for a while. I'll call you after dinner in a while. Mo Lin said after thinking about it. Good. Thank you brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian whispered. You're welcome. Good boy, have a good rest. I'll make it later and bring it to you. Mo Lin rubbed her little head and left the room. Mo brother. You so good. Don't do bad things anymore. After Mo Lin left, Dongfang Qinglian could no longer hold back the tears in her eyes. It was so hard for her. She wanted Mo Lin to change back to the Mo brother he once was. Not this Mo Lin who hid bad things from them. What are you crying about? Outside the mirror, Baizhiro asked Dongfang Qinglian somewhat strangely, and she cried in the mirror inexplicably. I misunderstood that brother Mo did those bad things. I don't want him to become that brother Mo who did bad things. Dongfang Qinglian was groundless. That time in the mirror was like a public execution of her stupidity. Then you still, alas. After that, Baizhiro wanted to speak, or will say words into a sigh. Mo Lin made a fried small crispy pork, a fried green vegetable served into the Oriental Qinglian's room. The Oriental Qinglian in addition to small crispy pork, or more love to eat this kind of green leafy vegetables. Qinglian, you're awake? Just in time. Come, it's time to eat. As soon as Mo Lin entered the room, he saw Dongfang Qinglian sitting and leaning against the side of the bed, not knowing what he was thinking about. Well, thank you brother Mo. Mo Lin looked at Dongfang Qinglian's chewing and slow swallowing. His face also became warm. He had no regrets if these four sisters could thrive. After eating, Dongfang Qinglian looked at Mo Lin's figure as he cleaned up the dishes. She bit her lip and still opened her mouth. Brother Mo. If you want to do something, you can say it to me. Don't do it to your sisters. Dongfang Qinglian, the face color was slightly red, and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Murin was confused. A question mark on his face. I kind of missed it. What? No, it's nothing. Anyway, brother Mo, you remember what I said today? Dongfang Qinglian didn't know how to explain, and could only be vague. Oh, well, I remember. Murin nodded. He still didn't quite get it. There's still this thing that I didn't even know about it. Lan Yushan looked at Dongfang Qinglian with teasing eyes. Sister Qinglian didn't expect to be so bold. Outside the mirror, Zhu Linger skimmed her mouth and said teasingly, usually playing it straight in front of us. TSK. Oh, Oriental Qinglian covered her face with both hands, already buckling her toes to the ground in embarrassment. Bai Jiro's face softened for a moment as she watched the scene, but turned and lowered her head. She knew that from here on out, it was the beginning of them hurting Murin. Chapter 17, an incident. Time flies, and 2 years have passed. Several girls have also grown up to 16 years old. Has been from the original 4 little girls, out of the 4 youthful and beautiful young girls. Brother Mo, we've both broken through to the king level. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin and said happily. A pair of crimson-red energy feathers were born behind Zhu Linger's back, and her entire body looked as if she was a little fire-bathed phoenix, cute and beautiful. The 4 young girls had already crossed the threshold of the spirit rank and broken through to the king rank. Coincidentally, they basically broke through at the same time. And within 1 day, on this small mountain, there were 4 more king realm powerhouses. Congratulations! When you reach the king level, you will be able to transform into wings of spiritual power. You can fly up to the sky. Mo Lin was also happy for them and touched Zhu Linger's little head. Also thanks to brother Mo taught us well. But how is brother Mo still in the spirit realm? Are stuck here for a long time. Zhu Linger first smiled happily, then asked with some confusion. I may not be able to break through. Murin was interrupted before he could finish his sentence. Brother Mo, look at my wings. I can fly. A pair of emerald green aura feathers were born behind Dongfang Qinglian's back. It looked very aesthetically pleasing and gave people an austere sense of sanctity and inviolability. She had always been a righteous and strong girl. Lianer is awesome. Mo Lin complimented with a smile. Brother Mo, take a look at me too. Lan Yushuang had a pair of watery blue petite feathers behind her back, looking playful and cute, as if she was an elf from the ocean. Little Frosty is cute too. Mo Lin complimented with a smile. Brother Mo. Bai Jiro pulled the corner of Mo Lin's coat. She also wanted to boast. Behind Bai Jiro was a pair of white wings, somewhat metallic, but the whole person seemed like a cute little angel. Zoe is also the best looking. Mo Lin tenderly rubbed her little ears, causing her little face to color scarlet. We've all broken through the king level law. Brother Mo, let's go out to play today. Okay, said Zhu Linger with a bit of a wiggle. Good. Today, to celebrate your breakthrough to the king level, let's go out and have a good meal. Mo Lin knew the status of their breakthroughs like the back of his hand. His earthway rhythm was connected to all 4 girls and had been feeding them with his power. Today's breakthrough was within his expectations. Also for this reason, he had booked a reasonably good restaurant in advance, and was going to take the 4 girls to have a good meal. Yeah. Looking at Zhu Linger's joyful appearance, Mo Lin also smiled. Let's go. I booked it earlier. It's about time to go now. How did brother Mo know that we would break through to the king level today? Lan Yushan was a bit strange, as if Mo Lin had prepared it before. It's just a feeling. Murin smiled and didn't talk much about it. His spiritual energy had been transmitted to his 4 sisters to assist them in their cultivation, and he knew the approximate time of the breakthrough like the back of his hand. Drunken Immortal House, one of the best restaurants in town. If it wasn't for the fact that Mo Lin had booked a place in advance, the queue alone would have taken half a day. This town was still quite prosperous, especially recently when it seemed like there was some kind of relic nearby, and quite a few people from the cultivation world had come to this side to settle down. You guys take a look. Feel free to order whatever you want to eat. Mo Lin handed the menu to the 4 young girls. They Then I'm going to have a big meal today. Lan Yushang took it with a smile. She was the youngest, but a snacker. Let's have a plate of sweet and sour meat, and then a plate of fried spirit leafy vegetables. Lan Yushang had a sweet tooth just like Mo Lin, but Mo Lin hid it so well that they didn't seem to notice Mo Lin's taste preference. Steamed sea bass, braised pork, deep-fried crispy pork. The other three girls also ordered their favorite dishes. It was not bad to break through the king level today and come out to enjoy a good meal. But just then, a discordant voice came. How are you guys? Several beautiful women. You can get to know each other. Suddenly, a man with a greasy head and powdered face suddenly came to the table where the five of them were eating. Looks like he's dressed more luxuriously, like some rich son of a rich family. But it's no wonder that someone would strike up a conversation. A few of the girls are now 16 years old, emerging as big girls, ringed with beautiful flowers that may attract butterflies or flies. Don't want to recognize, please leave. Mo Lin's voice was no longer soft and said coldly. Old me didn't ask you. I'm asking about these four beauties. The cocky man had a disdainful face. Looking at Mo Lin's plain clothes, he didn't have much of a background at first glance, so he relied on that face to trick these girls into having dinner with him. Right? How are you talking to brother Mo? Zhu Linger was the most hot-tempered, slapping her hand on the table with a bang, her reddish-pink pupils emanating anger as she looked at him fiercely. Yo, the chick is still quite strong? The greasy-haired and powdered-faced male saw Zhu Linger's anger but instead flirted with a flirty face, causing Zhu Linger's anger to increase even more. Zwat and alright, you guys tie them back up for me. As soon as the words fell, two burly men came to his side, looking like they were ready to strike. Tang Shan, stop. Just then, a male youth's voice came out. This was also a magnificently dressed male, looking 23 or 24 years old and not bad looking. His body was filled with spiritual chi. He looked like a cultivator. Brother Yu Hao, why are you here? The youth called Tang Shan asked as his body trembled when he saw Brother Yu Hao's face in awe. If I don't come, can I see your ugly behavior? Brother Yu Hao said with a cold face. If it wasn't for the fact that our Yunlan immortal sect has a cooperation with your Tang family, I would have to slap you to death today. You bastard who forcefully robbed the people's women. That is, if it's not for the fact that today and Brother Yu Hao came here to eat, but still can't see your true colors. Go back and I will say how to let you guys squeeze out 20% of the profit with the clan. The one who spoke was a beautiful black-haired young girl, looking 18 or 19 years old. Her beauty was only 1 point worse than these four sisters of Mo Lin, her apricot eyes glaring roundly. She also said angrily, I'm wrong Sister Yao Yao, please don't tell the clan. If father knows that because of my munificence the cooperation between the clan and the Cloudlan immortal sect went wrong, he'll have to peel my skin off. Tang Shan hurriedly knelt down and begged for forgiveness, his voice in tears. Several young ladies, and this little brother. My name is Hui Yuhao, and I'm now the saint son of the Yunlan immortal sect. Hui Yuhao clasped his hands and bowed to Mo Lin's few people. This is my cousin, Ji Yao Yao, our Yunlan immortal sect's holy maiden. Hui Yuhao introduced to the crowd. Hello guys, just call me Yao Yao. The black-haired girl bent over and waved her hand. These four girls are really good looking, and that boy sitting in the middle of them feels much better looking than brother Yu Hao. Thank you all. My name is Zhu Linger. Zhu Linger responded with a smile. Wow, this plot in the picture book she read a few days ago seems like the hero to save the beauty of the bridge. This makes her feel a little good about these two people. But this man is not as good looking as brother Mo. Thinking of this, Zhu Linger also purposely glanced at Mo Lin. Well, it's true that it's not as good looking as brother Mo. It's quite a bit worse. My name is Dongfang Qinglian. Bai Jiro. My name is Lan Yushang. Hello guys. My name is Murin. Thank you for earlier. Mo Lin said with a smile. You're welcome. Ben is the reason for my side. I see that all of you are also cultivators. Did you come over here for the newly emerged ethereal ruins? Hui Yuhao asked. I don't know if it was Murin's fault, but his eyes were always darting towards his four sisters. No, we just happened to come down the mountain for a meal. Zhu Linger said with a smile. Down the mountain? Where did you all learn from? Hui Yuhao asked curiously. We don't have a master, so we live in the next Tianqi mountain to cultivate on our own. Lan Yushang saw that they didn't look like bad guys, so she told the truth. This silly girl has a big grin, and Mo Lin glanced at Lan Yuxuan, who had suffered the loss of reporting his own family name before, causing 4 Zun-level powerhouses. So, Hui Yuhao laughed, smiling somewhat inexplicably. Chapter 18 Acacia. We're both cultivators, and it's fate that we ran into each other today. So how about we have a casual dinner together? Hui Yuhao said attentively. The four girls looked to Murin. It was still necessary for him to nod his head for this kind of thing. Can't. My side of the table is already full. Next time if there is an opportunity, we will have a good meal. Mo Lin pondered for a moment, but still refused. A few of her own sisters didn't seem to be very keen on having too much contact with strangers, and little Frosty was bowing her head, not daring to speak. Well, that's a shame, but in a while we're going to go to the bazaar for a stroll. Do you guys want to join us? Ji Yao Yao also quite wanted to have more contact with this super good-looking little brother, so she opened her mouth and asked, "You guys want to go shopping?" Murin looked to the four girls. "Well, I kind of want to." Shu Linger opened her mouth numbly. They hadn't been out together for quite a while, and it was hard to take a day off, so they wanted to have more fun. "Alright then if you guys don't mind, we'll hitch a ride." Mo Lin nodded and said with a smile, "Good, that couldn't be better. I won't hide it from you all. We're new to this place and aren't quite familiar with it yet, so having locals like you to show us the way couldn't be better." Huo Yuhao's excitement was visible to the naked eye. After finishing his meal with the four girls, Murin met up with the Yunlan duo and together they went around the nearby bazaar. During this time, Huo Yuhao frequently struck up a conversation with the four girls. Bai Jiro and Dongfang Qinglian replied more coldly. Lang Yushang kept her head down and didn't speak, and Zhu Linger was still able to smile and respond to him with a couple of sentences. Mainly because this bridge similar to the one inside the novel's picture book made her feel a sense of destiny, and she was quite fond of this Yunlan sibling duo. Ji Yaoyao also struck up a conversation with Mo Lin from time to time, and Mo Lin would politely deal with it, but Bai Jiro and Dongfang Qinglian would sometimes take the next words for him. Murin looked at the two people he had teamed up with, making the atmosphere of the four little ones he had brought with him strange, but after strolling around for a while, everyone got acquainted as they chatted. And the four girls gradually didn't reject this pair of Yunlan siblings too much, but Mo Lin still maintained a polite smile as he looked at these two. He always felt that the timing from that Tangshen picking a fight to the appearance of these two was a bit too coincidental. Only after playing until evening did that pair of Yunlan siblings reluctantly part with the Mo Lin several people. "Brother Yu Hao, these few people, what do you think?" Ji Yaoyao's eyes narrowed. "A few girls are beautiful, the boys are also handsome, and most importantly, they are not low in cultivation, and they don't have a master." Huo Yuhao smiled a bit strangely. "It's a fine cauldron. I didn't expect that we came out for a trip, but we actually encountered such a big surprise. This time, our Acacia sect can have 5 more top-grade furnace cauldrons all of a sudden. Master can have to reward us properly before we can do so," Ji Yaoyao said, not knowing what came to her mind. Her face turned scarlet. They weren't the holy sons and daughters of the Yunlan immortal sect, but the holy sons and daughters of the Acacia sect. From the moment Mo Lin's 5 people entered the town, these 2 people had set their eyes on them, and these 5 people's outstanding appearance and extraordinary temperament made them have crooked thoughts, so they pulled Tang Shan to play this clumsy drama to probe a few people, and if there is a strong person sitting behind them, then they will collect their hearts. But I didn't expect that these people would be casual cultivators without a master. I've already written letters to report back to master. They look like they should be from the Four Saints clan. Originally I was worried that they had some kind of mysterious master, but now that the Four Saints clan has fallen, it doesn't matter even if we forcefully swept them over. Huo Yuhao said with a smile. "Yeah, when the time comes, those 4 females belong to you and master, and that Mo Lin belongs to me." Ji Yaoyao remembered Mo Lin's handsome face and smiled foolishly again. "Tomorrow we'll find a time to make a trip to them. They said they live in Tianqi Mountain. Let's go ahead and feel out the location." Wow, what happened today is just like in a novel, yeah. A hero rescuing a beauty. On the way back, Zhu Linger said happily. Still a novel. I think it's just like that. That Huo Yuhao is not as good looking as brother Mo. Long Yushang skimmed her mouth. After all, this kind of Mo brother is not common. I have never seen a better looking one than him in my life, said Zhu Linger, but this kind of drama doesn't happen often. Really? I think it's quite dramatic that we grew up with brother Mo. Bai Jiro whispered. It's not the same. Oops. This feeling of meeting new friends and then venturing out is just like the kind of feeling in adventure novels, Zhu Linger said with a smile. As Murin watched the 4 young girls gabbing away, he didn't say anything about the coincidence he felt. Maybe he was too sensitive? Those 4 Zun-ranked powerhouses that came to the door last time made themselves a little suspicious? Never mind. It would be good for them to make some solid friends. The next day, these 2 men came to the door with some gifts. The 4 girls had gotten to know them a bit better yesterday, so they talked with them, and Mo Lin personally cooked a table. Wow, brother Murin, your craftsmanship is really good. It's better than what drunken immortal house made yesterday, Hua Yuhao said admiringly after taking a few bites. It's good that you guys love to eat. Mo Lin smiled faintly. That's for sure. Brother Mo's cooking is delicious. Zhu Linger turned up her nose with some pride. Alright, you eat quickly too. Mo Lin scraped her small nose and said in a doting manner. They were entertained all afternoon, and in the evening they left reluctantly. Looking at their backs, Mo Lin frowned, always feeling that they were too attentive. There was a sense of violation that made him uncomfortable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and came to the third day of meeting that Yunlan's siblings. It was on the third night that the sleeping Mo Lin suddenly opened his eyes. That lingering sense of dissonance had always made him a little wary in his mind over the past few days, and even when he slept he didn't fully relax. Mo Lin walked out of the room and saw 4 figures. The 2 people at the head were the Yunlan siblings who had befriended their crowd in the past 2 days, and the remaining 2, a man and a woman. The man was feminine and the woman was flirtatious. They didn't look like decent people. Hua Yuhao, Ji Yao Yao, it's so late. What are you guys doing here? Mo Lin asked with a calm face. Mo Lin sighed in his heart. This situation was a bit familiar to him. It seemed like every time he went down to the mountains to have fun, he would come like this for a bit. Brother Mo Lin, it's not that I accidentally mentioned your matter to my masters, and they wanted to come over to take a look at you few young talents. Hua Yuhao said with a smile. Don't act like it's a big night to come see us. What do you guys want? Mo Lin was too lazy to talk nonsense with him and asked directly. How embarrassing is this? I can't just say to you directly that I'll capture a few of you to make a fine furnace. Ji Yao Yao said with a weird blush appearing on her face. Acacia sect? So you guys aren't the Yunlan immortal sect at all, are you? Mo Lin came to a realization. It's too late to know. These 2 are our masters and our Acacia sect leaders. They heard that there were 5 good furnace cauldrons from the 4 sacred sect, so they immediately rushed over. And they've paid so much attention to you guys that I'm jealous. Hua Yuhao suddenly squirmed a bit like a woman when he spoke, causing Mo Lin to have a chill. Are all the Acacia sect this perverted? 2 Zun levels, huh? You guys go together. Don't waste time. Mo Lin was too lazy to talk nonsense with them. Chapter 19, Disturbances of the Heart. Get yourselves together and don't waste time. Pohahahaha. Brother Mo Lin, I didn't expect you to be quite humorous. I think you're at most at the spirit level. You'd better tie your hands honestly. So as not to break your face, I'm going to be heartbroken. Ji Yao Yao said with a disdainful smile. If you don't come, I'll come over. After finishing his speech, Mo Lin took out his vermilion bird great sword, and the aura on his body began to climb. He's using burning blood again. Mo Lin's aura climbed all the way up to the Zun level before it slowly stopped. It looks like this kid is not simple. You used a secret technique to enhance your strength? The feminine man said. Wow. I didn't realize that brother Mo Lin still has this hand. I like it even more. I'll have to love and adore you in a while. Ji Yao Yao covered her face and said with a flushed face. This look of hers sent a chill of evil down Muren's spine. It's useless. Even if you were originally a Zun level, there are 2 Zun levels on our side. You have no chance of winning. The flirtatious woman pinched an orchid finger. It always feels like you're setting yourself up for flags, and you're afraid you don't realize that there are 4 more lying at the bottom of the hill, with a record to show for it. Muren waved his hand and enveloped a boundary in the hut behind him. Die. Afterward, Mo Lin's eyes glazed over and he swung his sword. A quarter of an hour later, there were 2 more corpses at Mo Lin's feet, belonging to Hua Yuhao, Ji Yao Yao. Regardless of the man or woman who threatened his sisters, Muren would not leave any loose ends. The 2 Zun-ranked powerhouses, on the other hand, turned into ashes in the process of fighting with themselves. Looking at these 2, Muren sighed and decided to let them go into the ground anyway, not choosing to go and burn them clean. Even if they were bad people and died, he didn't want to insult the bodies. Muren buried the 2 in the same place he had buried the last time to give them company. This place was honestly quite hidden, and he wouldn't have expected it to be discovered by his 4 sisters. Ugh, talk to the 4 girls tomorrow. Don't trust outsiders too much, but the matter of killing them, it's better not to say it yet, so that they won't feel scared if they hear that I killed someone. Mo Lin thought about it and decided to conceal it. He still wanted to be a good and gentle brother to them, and even if he got blood on his hands for them, he didn't want them to know he killed. So it's like this. Zhu Linger muttered. This incident was the beginning of a huge rift between her and Mo Lin. But now, it was all a misunderstanding. This pair of siblings that she had taken as her friends were actually from the Acacia sect and were trying to capture them to be used as furnaces. If it wasn't for Brother Mo, the 4 of us would have been captured and now we wouldn't even know if we're still alive. But we misunderstood him. Baijiro's voice was clear and cold, containing endless remorse. Dongfang Qinglian and Long Yushan looked away. They no longer dared to continue looking down. The next day, Mo Lin's face was like gold paper, but he still forced himself to get up and make breakfast for the 4 girls. This time Mo Lin was quick. Dealing with 2 Zunrangs was still a lot easier than dealing with 4. After eating, Mo Lin thought about it and decided to remind the 4 young girls. They were already big girls and had grown very beautiful. It was normal that they would be coveted, and Mo Lin felt it was time to remind them. Ahem, there's something I want to talk about today. Mo Lin coughed lightly and said after a pause. These 2 people we met 2 days ago. I feel that there are some problems. The heart of defense. After that we make some friends. We have to observe the person's personality and character. Observe some more time, and then tell them our own information. Brother Mo is making too big a deal out of it. They're not bad people. They're brave. They even brought us gifts. How could they be bad people? Shu Linger said in disbelief. It's the bad guys who don't write I'm bad on their faces and tend to disguise themselves better. The 4 girls didn't say anything. They suddenly remembered that 2 years ago, Mo Lin had privately killed the person who had picked them up and returned them to the clan. And Dongfang Qinglian had said whether Mo Lin was unable to give up on them. They had already wanted to forget about those things. But what Murin said now made them feel as if Murin was hiding something and didn't want them to have too much contact with the outside world. It's as if having someone else near them Murin would be against it. Clearly this was the first friend they had made. Zhu Linger looked at this look of Mo Lin pretending to care about them and suddenly felt a little nauseous. She felt that Murin was a bit hypocritical. Obviously it was because of his own selfishness that he wouldn't let them have contact with others. And he said that the brother and sister who were seen yesterday were not good people. Brother Mo. Are you? Zhu Linger bit her lip, wanting to speak. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. Well, I know about this matter. After Zhu Linger finished speaking, she went back to her room without looking back. She wanted to ask, do you think we're pets that belong to you? Then, Brother Mo. I'll go back as well. Long Yushan whispered. I'll go back to rest as well. Dongfang Qinglian didn't look too good as he nodded toward Mo Lin. When she thought about how Mo Lin had gotten the elders of the 4 clans killed behind their backs earlier, she felt some vague fear of Mo Lin. She wondered if Murin was hiding something behind that gentle smile. Brother Mo's face doesn't look too good. You also rest and take a break. Baijiro also had some mustiness in her heart. But looking at Mo Lin's face not looking too good, she still said with concern before returning to her room. Mo Lin's heart was a little flustered right now. He didn't know why his 4 sisters would react so coldly to him because of this matter. Did I say something wrong? Outside the mirror, looking at Mo Lin's somewhat hand-wringing appearance, the 4 female emperors all felt like their hearts were being clutched. We are so stupid. Zhu Linger's face was pained. If it wasn't for Mo Lin, they would have been captured by the bad guys long ago, not to mention being some kind of empress, and they would probably have died miserably by now. Let's go find Brother Mo now. Long Yushan was still a little childish and said with some anxiety. She always had a bad feeling about it. Let's see it through. It's the sins that come next because of our stupidity. Oriental Qinglian's lips were biting out blood. Baijiro closed her eyes and only shed 2 lines of clear tears. 3 days have passed in the mirror. Mo Lin always felt that what he said last time made the 4 girls angry. So in the past few days, he made delicious food in different ways and counted it as his apology. Baijiro looked at Mo Lin's figure that was even busier than usual and couldn't help but come to Mo Lin's side to give him a hand. Thank you, Zoe. Mo Lin had no one to talk to for the past few days, and now he was happy that Baijiro could help. Zoe, 2 days ago, did I say something wrong to make you guys unhappy? Mo Lin hesitated, but still asked. It's nothing, maybe they're in a bit of a bad mood. Brother Mo, don't take it to heart. It'll be fine in a few days, Baijiro said softly. Really? That's good. Maybe I'm not very good at talking. Sorry. Mo Lin believed Baijiro's statement and was relieved. His own sister wouldn't lie to him. By the way, Brother Mo, when you went down the mountain before, did you meet any of our 4 sacred sects disciples? Baijiro looked at Mo Lin's eyes, her voice a little low. To answer truthfully? Or did Zoe find something? However, if they were to be told that their clan had betrayed them, collaborated with the underworld sect on the inside, and even tried to draw out their bloodline, wouldn't that be too great a blow to them? No, I didn't run into it. Mo Lin shook his head, still deciding to hide it. This way Baijiro nodded expressionlessly, helped Mo Lin finish packing, and left. Brother Mo lied. Why does he exclude people from touching us so much? Is it really because he can't bear to part with us? Or see us as something that belongs only to him? Baijiro's heart was in turmoil, and even when she practiced, she was still distracted. Chapter 20 Hypocrisy. After waiting until the end of the cultivation time, Baijiro walked out of the room upset, looking at the small tree they had planted with Mo Lin in the courtyard and froze. She didn't want to believe that Mo Lin was the kind of hypocrite that Zhu Linger thought he was, and that his kindness to them was all a disguise. But Mo Lin's behavior, again, made them have to be suspicious. And all the previous signs of suspicion made them feel that Mo Lin definitely had some ideas they didn't know about. Baijiro walked aimlessly, and ghostly came to the place where she buried 4 of her fellow clansmen last time, and then her face changed. The dirt here has been moved, and by the looks of it in the last 2 days. Baijiro quickly turned over the mound of dirt that had been newly moved and saw 2 familiar faces. Huo Yu Hao, Ji Yao Yao. How is this possible? This is also done by Brother Mo? Baijiro's body trembled a little. The 2 people who had been talking and laughing with their 4 sisters 2 days ago had become 2 corpses today. A chill ran through her body as she remembered Miran's gentle smiling face. How can he do this? Just because we know them, he has to kill them? Even this Ji Yao Yao looks like she likes him a little bit. Why this? She felt as if a man-eating monster lived behind that smiling face that used to make her incredibly warm. Vomit. She wanted to throw up and held it back raw. It seemed like Mo Lin was no longer the Mo brother she knew. It's gotten so vicious, so scary. She didn't quite dare to go back, but she was afraid that Miran would come looking. She could only keep her head down and slowly walk back. Obviously the mountain path that was usually easy to walk, but at this moment, it seemed like 1,000 pounds of weight was pressed on her body. For 3 days in a row, Baijiro woke up from her dreams. She forgot what she dreamed about, but the feeling of fear made her feel very scared. Baijiro didn't say anything to anyone about this matter. She didn't want the relationship between the other 3 sisters and Mo Lin to deteriorate any further. But in her heart, she had already developed a deep sense of fear towards Mo Lin. And unbeknownst to her, just today, Zhu Linger had also discovered the bodies of that Yunlan brother and sister duo. Zhu Linger was first a bit incredulous, then smiled miserably. Mo Lin, Mo Lin, in order to imprison us? You even do this kind of thing. You said you wouldn't let us touch them, and then you killed them. Is that how you're going to keep us from touching them? Is that how you keep us out? You kill us for having a relationship? Those 4 uncles from the 4 sacred sect were like that, and so were the Yunlan siblings. Ink brother, I really misjudged you. Originally she still had fantasies about Mo Lin, but now she only felt that underneath that handsome outer skin, there was a devil's soul hidden, and maybe one day, it would extend its claws to them. Up to this point, the 4 young girls and Mo Lin, all created an invisible barrier. Time flies, and it's another 2 years in the blink of an eye. The 4 young girls were already 18 years old, and all of them had grown up as beautiful and moving as stunning camellias. The 4 sisters are like plum orchids, bamboo and chrysanthemums, each different from the other, but all equally gorgeous. However, since that day, they and Mo Lin were no longer as close as they were before, and when Mo Lin said something to them, they also looked slightly perfunctory. There was nothing that Mo Lin could do but comfort himself that this was the rebellious period of his sisters, and it might be better after a while. Today was the day that his sisters broke through the imperial level, and Mo Lin prepared the meal early, intending to make it a little more extravagant to treat them properly. The ingredients were also some spirit beast meats and spirit herbs that had been prepared a few days before. Seeing Baijiro make the first breakthrough and walk out of the room, Mo Lin happily greeted him. Congratulations to Roer for breaking through the imperial realm. Come and sit down. When they come out, we'll eat together. Aha! Baijiro answered softly, and sat down a little farther away from Mo Lin. Not long after, the other 3 women also walked out of the room one after another, looking at this table of dishes prepared by Mo Lin with some complex faces. Brother Mo, we made an appointment with Sister Iamang of the Yaoqi Immortal Sect to go and have lunch with some of their sisters at noon. When Murin finished that day, the girls were a bit unconvinced in their hearts and didn't agree with what Murin had said, so they would still go out quietly to play. However, they are not stupid, even if they do not want to admit it, but what Mo Lin said they still remember in their hearts. To strangers to raise vigilance. Encountered the plotting people 4 queens' realm strength is also enough to deal with. Su Iameng, the older sister that she ran into when a few girls went out to play when they were 17 years old, claiming to be the Yaoqi Immortal Sect, Mo Lin secretly investigated. And it is indeed the case that the Yaoqi Immortal Sect has more females than males, and most of them are female cultivators. so Murin was sort of relieved to see his sisters dating her. In that case, then well, still congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the imperial level, Mo Lin said softly, but the meal is already done. Do you want to have a couple bites? I guarantee it won't be worse than what's made over there. Mo Lin still showed a smile. He didn't want to look too ugly in front of his sisters. No, the people over there are at least king realm. You are a spirit realm. What good dishes can you make? Zhu Linger said indifferently. Ever since that day when Zhu Linger discovered the tragically dead Yunlan siblings, Zhu Linger had grown colder and colder towards Mo Lin. They no longer trusted him. After Zhu Linger found out about the tragic death of Yunlan's siblings, just like Bai Jiro, she didn't tell the other girls about it. They all already knew Mo Lin's true colors. There was no need to let the relationship deteriorate any further. After that, their 4 daughters, they will find an opportunity to leave. If Mo Lin needs anything, they will also repay. After all, he took care of their 4 people for so many years. I used the meat of the Siabus beast to make braised pork and little crispy pork. And Niren was disliked by his sister, and introduced in a somewhat naive tone. That's enough. I don't want to hear it. Sister Qing Lian, Sister Jiro, and you Frost, you guys can stay if you want to eat and eat. I'm going to go over there first. After Zhu Linger finished speaking, crimson feathered wings arose from her back and lifted her wings and flew into the distance. Sorry, brother Mo. I'll go check on her, Dongfang Qinglian said and left after Zhu Linger. Brother Mo. I am also leaving first. Long Yushan wanted to say something, but still flew away. You. Bai Jiro looked at Mo Lin with a complicated face, then similarly left Mo. Brother, I also go to see them. Mo Lin looked at the figure of a few girls leaving, always felt empty in his heart. He stood for a long time, or sat down at the table, simply ate a few mouthfuls of food, and then took it outside to feed the kitten. There was a kitten in the mountains, and Murin had recently become more and more estranged from his sisters, and sometimes when it was hard to get along, he would come and feed this little wild cat with leftovers. The kitten would still rub up against him after eating, and he would pet the kitten's head to ease his somewhat depressed mood. Ugh, how did it come to this? Mo Lin thought for a long time, and did not know why. He has done his best to take care of his sisters, but his sisters instead became more and more distant from him. He had explained later that he wasn't against them making friends, he just had to watch out for bad guys. But the 4 girls just smiled perfunctorily and didn't believe him anymore. Mo Lin was a bit overwhelmed, holding the kitten unconsciously lying on the grass, and fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 21, The Trial. The 4 sisters have broken through to the imperial level. Sister, I will toast the 4 sisters with tea instead of wine. The holy maiden of the Yaoqi immortal sect, Su Ayameng, drank the tea in her hand. Thank you, Sister Su, for your hospitality. Dongfang Qinglian similarly raised the teacup in her hand. If you ask me, what kind of tea to drink on this big day, I have the finest spirit wine ready. The one who spoke was the holy son of Yaoqi immortal sect. Although men were scarce, there were still men in Yaoqi immortal sect. Our brother and our family dozen tea let us drink, Bai Jiro whispered. Anhui go. Right, oh, the 4 of you have an older brother. What is his name? Nurin? Su Aya dreamed and said. Aha, Lang Yushang nodded, not wanting to mention more. Your brother, that must be very powerful as well, now that he's also in the imperial realm? The Yaoqi saint's son asked. No, he is in the spirit realm, Dongfang Qinglian said in a low voice. The moment they said it, all 4 of them felt a little embarrassed about their face, and an inexplicable sense of shame crawled up their entire body. The 4 of them were all at the imperial realm, yet their brother was still a spirit realm. The spirit realm is not bad. Maybe he is not as powerful as your talents. This brother of yours, is he your real brother? The holy son of Yao Qi's tone was somewhat inexplicable. He still had some thoughts in his heart about these 4 gifted and incomparably beautiful girls that he had met through Suayaman. No, we grew up together, Zhu Linger said faintly. That's not really a brother, well, at most it's a childhood friend? Looking at the 4 girls' cold reaction to that brother, he was a bit relieved. He's been taking care of us since we were little. Lang Yushang bowed her head. That's so, but he's only in the spirit realm, so I think with your talents, even if you don't have without him, it probably won't matter. And now that you are all at the imperial realm, he is still following you, and still wants to take care of you? The tone of the holy son of Yaoqi was a bit inexplicable. The emperor realm can even serve as a sect leader in some small sects. He's not going to try to hold you guys hostage for favors and rely on you not wanting to leave. Is he? Dongfang Qinglian opened his mouth, but still did not say anything. Forget it, don't mention him, happy day today, let's eat. Dongfang Qinglian put the teacup down and steered the topic elsewhere. However, what the holy son of Yaoji said caused another trace of stigma to arise in the hearts of the four girls. Could it be that Mo Lin? Is he really trying to hold a favor in return? By the time the four girls got home, they found Murin cuddling a kitten and lying asleep on the back lawn. Seeing the four girls return, the kitten licked Mo Lin's handsome face and ran away in fear. Looking at Mo Lin's quiet and sleeping appearance, several girls had mixed feelings in their hearts. Is he really thinking like what the Yaoqi saint son said? But what he had done before had left that thorn in the four girls' hearts that they couldn't pull out. While they are gentle brother Mo on their faces, behind their backs they are a devil who kills without mercy in order to trap them. But they didn't realize that while Murin killed without blinking an eye, it was all for them. Shall we carry brother Mo back to his room? Dongfang Qinglian asked in a low voice. But all that answered her was silence. He'll wake up in a while, don't disturb him. Zhu Linger was silent for a while and spoke. Well, let's go back then. Bai Jiro sighed lightly. After so many years, Mo Lin was still only in the spirit realm, and talking about it with his best friend today made them both feel a little awkward. It's like letting your friends know about your not-so-wealthy families. That sense of shame. Looking at her cold self in the mirror, and Mo Lin who had shrunk into a ball and could only hug her kitten as she slept. The four empresses were teary-eyed and only felt as if their hearts were twisted. They felt that Mo Lin only had the spirit realm to shame them, but they didn't know that Mo Lin had fed all of his spirit power back to them every day, warming them up with the earth Tao rhythm every moment. Their reputation as geniuses had stepped on Mo Lin's name. Mo Lin gave them everything, but they didn't care about Mo Lin because of misunderstanding anyone. Oriental Changlian Suhan just help on the face of the mirror in the ink lin. The mirror's surface stirred a gentle ripple. It was just a moon in a mirror after all, and she couldn't catch up with that time in the past anymore. In the blink of an eye another 2 years have passed. The four girls are already 20 years old. They all look beautiful, and the name of the four geniuses of Tianqi Mountain is also spread. There are even rumors that there is a mysterious strong man to protect them, and there is not much people who dare to come to find them in trouble. Even though the four girls had a slight disconnect with themselves, and the disconnect was getting bigger and bigger, Mo Lin was still doing his best to take care of them. A few days ago, they had broken through to the zone level, and if the four girls were united, their battle power could no longer be underestimated in this area. A couple of the girls went out for a couple days and just got back today, and these days were the days when Zhu Linger had her menstrual period. Mo Lin had prepared a cup of brown sugar water and a bowl of blood lotus seed soup early, before Mo Lin had taken care of them like this. Blood lotus seed soup Mo Lin will occasionally do to a few sisters to drink. They still love to drink even after they grow up. Can see them happy after drinking the soup. Mo Lin think it is also still worth it. However, his body was not as good as before. The loss of essence and blood over the years, plus the loss of the earth way rhyme, made him blanch and recuperate for a while every time he made a blood lotus seed. Linger, are you there? Mo Lin knocked on the door of Zhu Linger's room. Well, what's the matter? Zhu Linger's voice sounded a little hard. I prepared brown sugar water and lotus seed soup for you. Mo Lin pushed open the door of the room and saw that Zhu Linger's face was a bit painful. It seemed that the abdominal pain was triggered by her menstrual period. Drink some lotus seed soup. Drinking it will make your stomach ache a little better. Mo Lin smiled gently. Linger had this menstrual cramps before. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's smile and remembered what those heavenly talents had said when they went out to play in the past few days. Linger, this brother of yours isn't a pervert, I'm afraid. He even remembers your kind of days. He hasn't coveted the four of you since he was a child, I'm afraid. A spirit realm that keeps relying on you four zone realms. What kind of good intentions can he have and what favor can he do? His abacus beads are popping out of my face. You are not brother and sister. Why is he so kind to you? There must be some plans. Why don't you guys try him out? Just pretend to confess to him that you like him, and see if he pretends to be shy and rejects, and then takes the initiative to stick up again. I've seen a lot of this kind of scummy guy's tactics of wanting to escape. Brother Mo, you are so gentle. I like you. Why don't I marry you? Zhu Linger's tone was somewhat inexplicable. It wasn't a tone full of love, but Mo Lin was so stunned by what she said that he didn't have time to care about the difference in Zhu Linger's tone. The soup in Murin's hand almost spilled. Don't talk nonsense, Linger. We are brother and sister. Mo Lin said with some embarrassment. He felt that Zhu Linger might have just acted on impulse. Her relationship with herself was no longer as good as it was back then. Oh right, your stomachache may be related to catching a cold. And you're not wearing socks. I'll go get them for you. Mo Lin said, a little incoherent. He was too nervous for his first confession, and quickly changed the topic. Mo Lin placed Zhu Linger's socks beside her, and was going to help her put them on like when she was a child, but gave up when he saw her resistant look, and then picked up the blood lotus seed soup. Here, drink the soup first. You're still having a hard time. I'll feed you. Mo Lin sang a spoonful of snow lotus seed soup and blew on it to Zhu Linger's mouth. However, he felt that Zhu Linger might have forgiven herself and unconsciously treated her like she was a child. Zhu Linger also loved to be pampered as a child, and as a child she also liked to let Mo Lin give her clothes, shoes and socks, and Mo Lin had to spoil her, pretend to say no and then stick it back up, wanting to get out of the way so you can let your guard down. Ha, isn't that what this is? Seeing this intimate look of Mo Lin feeding himself soup, Zhu Linger only felt hypocrisy and disgust. I'm not drinking. Zhu Linger waved her hand fiercely, knocking the blood lotus seed soup in Mo Lin's hand to the ground, scattering the blood-red soup as if Mo Lin had dripped his heart's blood on the ground. Chapter 22 Expulsion. I'm not drinking. Mo Lin looked at the blood lotus seed soup that had been knocked over and said in a somewhat stunned manner, I'm sorry, spirit, but we're brother and sister. Don't joke about it. He thought it was his refusal that made Zhu Linger angry and apologized somewhat hastily. Mo Lin, you're disgusting. Zhu Linger said viciously, get out of my room. What the hell did I do? Niren only felt his heart twitch. The sister he had taken care of since he was a child, treating him like this, but looking at this in front of him, has grown into an adult reddish-pink long-haired stunning young girl. He will always recall when that accompanied his own digging and burial of Grandpa Mo, those 4 pairs of bloody little hands. He was relieved to see them after all. Sorry, I'll be out then. Murin whispered, take this Thai soup of yours away. I'm not drinking it. In silence, Mo Lin gathered up the spilled soup bowl, lowered his head slightly, and left the room somewhat forlornly. That was boiled with Brother Mo's blood. How dare you? Outside the mirror, Bai Jiro, who saw this, raised her hand and was about to slap Zhu Linger, but hanging in mid-air, it couldn't bear to fall. Sister Jiro, you can't get down. I'll fight for you. Zhu Linger's voice was like a cuckoo sobbing blood as she slapped her face fiercely, with such force that she directly slapped herself down on the ground. A bright red palm print appeared on that charming, tearful, pretty face. Sister Linger. Lang Yushan tried to help her, but she threw her hand away. I really deserve to die. Zhu Linger's voice was permeated with endless remorse, and she secretly vowed that she would spend her whole life with Brother Mo after she found him and atone for her sins to him. The so-called refusal and then posted up, now in the third-party perspective, is not the normal reaction that Brother Mo should have. One listened to the slanderous words of those people. They dare to say, one dare to believe. Inkling was nothing more than treating himself as a cute little sister and being close to himself. How stupid was he? If it wasn't for Brother Mo, he would have died or become someone else's plaything. Himself. But he hurt the only person in the world who was good to him so badly. In a mirror. At nightfall, Zhu Linger called the other 3 sisters to her room. Mo Lin. He really has some unorthodox ideas. Zhu Linger opened the door and said, Brother Mo. You mean? Bai Jiro was a bit incredulous. I don't want to talk about the specifics. In short, after a while, I'm going to leave this place. Zhu Linger said faintly. You're leaving. Where are you going? Dongfang Qinglian asked with concern. I don't know. Do you guys want to come with me? Good. We will leave together at that time. Since Brother Mo has this kind of idea, it would be bad for us to stay here, and also let him break his mind. Dongfang Qinglian said in a low voice. Let's do it this way. We'll leave this place after 2 years. The environment here is quite suitable for our cultivation. If we leave it might be a bit slower. According to our current cultivation speed, we should have broken through to the Zun level by then. Dongfang Qinglian thought about it and suggested. The world is a big place to go. Good. Then as my sister says, in the blink of an eye, it was another 2 years. The 4 girls had broken through to the Zun level, and now they didn't have much goodwill towards Mo Lin anymore. Although Mo Lin would still take good care of them and cook them delicious meals, in their hearts, Mo Lin wasn't worthy of their trust anymore. In response, Mo Lin could only smile helplessly. Perhaps he had made them angry somewhere. They were already Zun-level powerhouses, and in this world they could already start a clan in some small places, so they didn't need to be so nervous themselves. Even though they were cold to themselves, they were ultimately their 4 sisters. Thinking of how cute they were when they were little, Mo Lin finally couldn't be cruel enough to leave them alone. He himself would just fulfill his agreement with Grandpa Mo and let them achieve the Emperor level before leaving. Mo Lin's health was getting worse this time, always coughing, but didn't show it in front of a few girls. Mo Lin, we're leaving this place. Early that morning, Zhu Linger packed her traveling bag and said indifferently to Mo Lin, "Hey, you guys are leaving? Why don't you tell me in advance?" Mo Lin was a bit surprised. He never thought that his 4 sisters would leave here. Suddenly decided, "Brother Mo Lin, brother, you take good care of yourself," Dongfang Qinglian said with a complicated face. "So, then you guys are coming back?" Niren murmured and asked. "We'll come back to see you, brother Mo Lin." Bai Zhiro lowered her head. She didn't know what expression to use to face Mo Lin. "Then I'll follow my sisters as well, brother Mo Lin," Long Yushan whispered. "Good, then you guys go. Be safe on the road, and come back and visit when you can." A smile squeezed out of Mo Lin's face. His sisters wanted to go out and make a go of it, and he had little reason to refuse. It was a bit sad to see them go, but since they wanted to go, they couldn't stay. Have a safe trip. After a few girls left, Murin was left alone on the mountain with his cat for company. Usually, he was still feeding his 4 sisters through cultivation, and occasionally he would wander down the mountain to see people come and go. There are several people living in the house, and when they all leave at once, it's hard not to let your heart feel a little empty. There were times when he would stand in the yard, next to the big tree that the 5 of them had planted together, and look out at the sunset, only to wake up as if from a dream when the sun had set. And so, 6 months passed, and 4 of my own sisters returned. Murin had expected them to come around, but they hadn't simply come to see him. "Brother Mo Lin, this courtyard, this piece of land, sell it to us." Dongfang Qinglian looked at Mo Lin and said with some embarrassment, "We can't cultivate outside as fast as we can here, and we want to continue to cultivate here." Going out for half a year, they came into contact with all kinds of people, mostly some high-level cultivators, various heavenly prides, personal disciples of various sects, and holy sons and daughters. In the eyes of these people, profit is more important than so-called affection, and after being exposed to such values for a long time, even those who don't have that kind of thinking will develop the idea that profit is the most important thing. Not to mention that they were under the mistaken impression that Murin still had something against them, and that all the years of goodness were a false pretense. "Since it's suitable for you to cultivate there, let's buy that land. That brother of yours isn't a real brother, so the big thing is to give him a sum of money as a way of repaying him for his upbringing. And according to what you guys said, his purpose of raising you guys isn't pure. It's good that you guys can spend money on it. He's a spirit realm. Even if you guys rob him, what can you do? So, you guys want me to leave, right?" Mo Lin's face was calm. He seemed to have guessed that they had changed. Not the sisters who once clung to him. "We'll give you a large sum of money to buy this courtyard, and to repay you for your nurturing." Zhu Linger didn't have much of a backbone when she said this. Not as high and mighty as she was before. "Fine, I'll move out," Mo Lin said expressionlessly, and he only felt a painful sensation spreading throughout his body. Cough cough. "I'll pack up in a while and leave. I'll take that kitten with me." Mo Lin coughed lightly a few times and turned towards his room, coming out after a short while with a kitten in his arms. "I don't want the money. I've packed my things. If you want to stay, stay here. I'll stay somewhere else. You, take good care of yourselves. Murin, farewell." He was kicked out of his own home by his sisters, whom he had taken care of for years. Mo Lin only felt his heart throbbing with pain. He came into town, found a random hotel, closed the doors and windows, and lay down on the bed. Before long, he felt his face moisten. "Am I crying?" Murin muttered. "Ha!" Murin laughed and wiped away the tears. "Once one has completed the agreement with Grandpa Mo and helped them ascend to the Emperor realm, one will bid them farewell completely. After that, it was goodbye." Chapter 23, Going to the Appointment. "Ink brother." He cried. He was made to cry by his 4 bad girls. The 4 empresses only felt that a blunt knife was scraping their hearts a little bit, plucking out their hearts piece by piece. It turns out that hearts really do hurt, and the pain is too much for them to bear. "Let's go find him now, shall we? My heart hurts. Let's go find him." "Okay." Long Yushan pleaded in pain. "Let us see the end of it. See with our own eyes how we, in the end, hurt him." Dongfang Qinglian has long been in tears and said in a broken voice. In the mirror, the 4 girls knocked down the old house and found craftsmen to build a luxurious manor. They are already Zun realm powerhouses, and the 4 of them together are even capable of decapitating the Saint realm. Money is already just a number to them, and by casually doing some commissions or destroying the strongholds of the demonic sects, a large amount of wealth will come into their accounts. But they kept the tree that they planted with Murin during the building process, and the little yard. Maybe they also have some unforgettable memories left behind. But they also destroyed with their own hands the cozy cottages that held their memories, and constructed lavish and cold palaces on the ruins of that past. Yes, they were already Zoon-ranked powerhouses, and in a fit of flattery, they too felt that the hut no longer fit their status. The craftsmen were also cultivators, and the construction speed was so fast that in just 2 months, a luxurious manor rose up. But looking at the cool manor, all 4 of them inexplicably felt an empty peace in their hearts. Turning another 2 years, Mo Lin did not do anything during this time. He rented a yard, feed the cats every day, see the sunrise and sunset. The rest of the time will be used to cultivate, using the earthway rhyme to feed the 4 sisters cultivation. And a few days ago, he sensed that those 4 girls had broken through to the Saint realm. They are 22 years old, and they are both big girls in the prime of their lives. During this time Mo Lin also wanted to go back to visit, but once he got closer and saw the luxurious palace that had been built over the grave of their cabin, he lost the idea of going back. After another 2 months, he received an invitation. It was sent to me by my own 4 sisters. They found their address, though Murin didn't try to avoid them on purpose. See the letter as well. We'll have a party at Tianqi Mountain in 3 days' time. All those who come will be our friends. I hope Brother Murin can come as well. Eastern Qinglian stays. It's a good idea to go to the party yourself. It's been a while since I've seen them. 3 days later, Mo Lin arrived at Tianqi Mountain, where he had lived for many years. This place, which was already a world away from when he was still around, had turned into a luxurious palace built of white marble, which was worthy of the platitude that their Zoon realm should have. After all, to be able to reach the Zoon realm could be considered an ancestor-level existence of some medium-sized clans, and even in large clans, Zoon-level powerhouses would be respectfully paid as guest ministers. Mo Lin handed the invitation to the guards at the door and pushed the door open to see Dongfang Qinglian holding up a glass of wine and talking happily about something. Dongfang Qinglian at this time has grown into a great beauty, a head of green silk, shoulders scattered. Azure pupil exudes a let a person cannot ignore the majesty, as if the beautiful goddess is absolutely beautiful but cannot be blasphemed. When Dongfang Qinglian saw Mo Lin's figure, his face stared and then recovered. Today is the day that the 4 of us return to the 4 sacred sect and take over our father's position as the 4 sect masters of the 4 sacred sect. All of those present are my closest friends, and I hope that your friendship with the 4 sacred sect will last in the future. So that's how they found those 4 sacred sect clansmen. They were already at the Zoon level, and with the various martial arts techniques they had been taught, even if they faced a saint level, they still had the power to fight. And the downtrodden 4 sacred sect had found them, and it was considered to be a way of holding their thighs. However, most of those 4 sacred sect clansmen who had survived were secretly in league with the underworld sect. So find yourself an opportunity and remind them. Mo Lin swept a glance at the guests, the vast majority of whom he did not recognize, but he saw a familiar figure in the group. Dongfang Jin. He escaped last time, but he didn't expect to dare to appear in front of his sister. But by the looks of it, he seemed to have seen Mo Lin as well, and immediately lowered his head, not daring to make too much eye contact with Mo Lin. Mo Lin sighed. The truth of that day, Mo Lin had been hiding in his heart. If he suddenly said that Dongfang Jin was a treacherous villain, Dongfang Qinglian might become more deeply attached to himself, right? Murin's mind was a bit messed up, and he shook his head to not think about that. Brother Mo? Mo Lin turned his head and saw that Long Yushan was looking at him dumbfounded. The little Frosty had grown even more beautiful, and the whole person had opened up. Although her figure was still a bit petite, she had also grown into a woman of unparalleled beauty, with her long water blue hair slightly curled, and her star-shaped pupils and her large eyes flashed and flashed as if there were splashes of water overflowing out of them. Little Frosty, long time no see, Mo Lin said with a smile. Well, long time no see, Brother Mo. Lang Yuxuan didn't know what to say, so she could only ask a good question. Did Sister Qinglian ask you to come? Well, she wrote me a letter. Murin nodded. In that case, then I'll go and ask Sister Jiro and Sister Linger to come and see you as well. Okay? Lang Yushang said with her head bowed. No need. I'll be leaving soon, and this time, I'm just here to take a look. Mo Lin shook his head. Instead of meeting awkwardly, it would be better not to see. He wanted to go out and turn around first, and in a while when the banquet was over he planned to tell Dongfang Qinglian the truth of the matter and tell her to be more careful. Murin, exiting the banquet hall, walked around the courtyard a few times and saw the large tree that he and the 4 girls had planted together when they were children. The remaining sun is like blood. He stood at the edge of the tree, gazing out into the distance at the sunset that was about to set, transfixed. Before, when he was alone, he would watch the blazing ball of fire slowly fall like this. M.O. Murin? M.O. Lin slowed down from being out of his mind. And the person who came was Zhu Linger. She was even more gorgeous than before. Her long reddish-pink hair was even more charming. Her equally reddish-pink eyes echoed the setting sun as if they were two of the world's most precious pink diamonds. And her figure was also the best among the four sisters. Fine-branched and beautiful. But Murin didn't care too much about that. She never looked at her four sisters with that kind of vulgarity. Why are you here? She frowned. But looking at M.O. Lin's lonely back, her heart couldn't help but soften. Liana wrote me a letter and asked me to come and take a look. M.O. Lin smiled and said lightly. So how have you been? Zhu Linger opened her mouth and asked. It was a little hard for her to say, when it was clear that it was the four of them who had driven him away. Come to think of it, it seemed that M.O. Lin had never looked at them in a different light either. As they came into contact with more people, many unsuspecting gazes were directed at them, and they all understood the intentions of those people. But Murin never seemed to look at them with that kind of gaze. The eyes were as clear as water as they had been at this time. I'm okay, Linger. Thanks for your concern. M.O. Lin said softly, I'll be leaving in a while. Don't worry. I'll go see Liana at the end and have a word with her. No, I'm not. Zhu Linger said in a muffled voice, it's nothing. You can stay as long as you want. She felt like she might have been wrong about Murin, but she gritted her teeth and still couldn't pull herself together to say she was sorry either. This period of time is also affected by those heavenly pride people. Learned that the arrogance, M.O. Lin is now still the spirit realm. She Halzun realm. To give a spirit realm apology is not inevitably a little bit down. With her natural strength, she also had the capital to be proud. Thanks. M.O. Lin nodded, looking at Zhu Linger's distant back, a sadness spreading. Never mind. Let's just watch the sunset. The sun sets really slowly. Chapter 24, Hearing. After a long time, the feast was over. Those cultivators who had come to participate also left. They were at the lowest imperial level and could fly in the air. Unlike M.O. Lin, who still needed to walk up the mountain path by himself. M.O. Lin saw that the guests had almost left, so he thought of talking to Dongfang Qinglian about being careful of that Dongfang gene, as well as some people from the Four Sacred Sect colluding with the Underworld sect. M.O. Lin wanted to find Dongfang Qinglian, but could only turn around blindly. The large manor was no longer the same small house as it was in the beginning, and it seemed that the technology of spacefolding was also used here. M.O. Lin walked around and felt as if he was lost. Ink brother? Just then, a voice called out to him. M.O. Lin turned his head and saw Bai Jiro staring at himself in a daze. Bai Jiro also fell out of the dust. A white dress, face cold, a head of long silver white hair. More seemed the whole person as the fairy in the moon palace inviolable. That a pair of lovely cat ears at the moment up. In the cold added a few points of lovely. Zoe, long time no see. M.O. Lin also smiled gently. She was still as cool as she remembered. M.O. Lin's gentle voice roused Bai Jiro from her stupor. It's been a long time since I've seen brother M.O. Are you okay alone? Bai Jiro took a breath and calmed herself down. It's okay, I'm fine Zoe. M.O. Lin suddenly remembered his original purpose. Do you know where Liana is? Sister Liana is in the front. Walk to the head and turn right to the 5th room. Bai Jiro whispered. She wanted to talk to M.O. Lin, but that would be embarrassing for everyone. Murin didn't want to say anything more to her either, and looked as if he had something to say to Sister Greenleaf. Okay, thanks, Zoe. Looking at the faded back of M.O. Lin's departure, she stayed dumbfounded for a long time. Qing Lian, that M.O. Lin is not a good person. Why do you still call him? This voice is Dongfang Jin, right? Murin's hand, which was about to knock on the door, suddenly stopped. He's the brother who took care of me since I was a child, and I called him here because I wanted him to see that I had returned to the Four Sacred Sect. Last time, if he hadn't interfered, we would have already picked you up and returned you to the Four Sacred Sect, and you would have long since paid back the favor of him taking care of you. But, don't but it. Dongfang Jin rudely interrupted what Dongfang Qinglian said, then felt that his tone was a bit heavy and eased back down. I'm the son of an elder. You're the daughter of the clan leader. After that we'll most likely have to unite for the sake of our Qinglong family. He's an outsider, a waste of the spirit realm, so don't think about him anymore. When Dongfang Qinglian saw Dongfang Jin's slightly aggressive eyes, a trace of disgust grew on his face, but then he sighed. Well, I know. I also just treat him as a benefactor. He also did some bad things and killed 4 strong people from our 4 clans. He and I have also cleared the air. This Dongfang Jin was after all his own clan, or the son of an elder who was killed by his brother. Dongfang Qinglian had some guilt in his heart towards him, too. After hearing this, Murin silently retracted his hand. Forget it, let it be. Going in by herself would instead make her feel like she was imposing or like she was eavesdropping on their conversation. Don't go meddling with your own business. Just fulfill Grandpa Mo's wishes and help them ascend to the Emperor realm. The rest, it has nothing to do with you. Murin left, and this was no longer his home. Brother Mo. He heard it. Dongfang Qinglian's face was dumbfounded, not realizing that Mo Lin had heard the conversation between himself and that bastard Dongfang Jin. Dongfang Jin. Bai Jiro was enraged. He brought people ready to come and take us captive. And he's still here to be evil. Sister Qinglian. Sister Qinglian? Zhu Linger's face was red with anger. Can you leave this Dongfang Jin to me? I'm going to use the vermilion bird divine flame to burn him to death a little bit. Ah. Dongfang Qinglian was awakened by Zhu Linger's voice, somewhat disoriented. I said, I'm going to use the vermilion bird divine flame to kill that Dongfang Jin. Do you agree? Zhu Linger's big, reddish-pink eyes stared at Dongfang Qinglian dead in the face. I want to kill him myself. Dongfang Qinglian muttered. You can't be trying to harbor him, right? And saying something about letting him not live past today. He and you are an unmarried couple? Lan Yushang said somewhat coldly. It was also rare for her to get angry once in a while. No, I have nothing with that bastard. Dongfang Qinglian's face was a bit grim. I'm going to let him know what life is worse than death. Ha, then let's believe what you say for now. Lan Yushang inexplicably laughed. She felt that the four of them were really ridiculous, being played by the bad guys, and the ones who were really genuinely good to them were still driven away by their own hands. But, even if I tortured Dongfang Jin anymore, Brother Mo. He heard it. He was. How painful it must have been. Dongfang Qinglian slapped herself fiercely, bright red palm prints appearing on that pretty face. She wanted to tear her own mouth. She just wanted to kneel in front of Mo Lin and apologize to him, desperately begging him for forgiveness. Time flows in the mirror, and it's another 2 years in the blink of an eye. Some time ago, Mo Lin sensed that the four girls had already broken through to the Saint Realm, and just today, the kitten that had been with him for years left him. It seemed to have reached the end of its life, and slept quietly in Mo Lin's arms, never waking up again. Mo Lin buried it next to Grandpa Mo to give him company. Every time I come here, I think of those four girls burying Grandpa Mo with myself, those four pairs of bloody little hands. Inkling never stopped feeding energy to the four girls. Now, in addition to the spiritual energy he absorbed every day, there was also the direct infusion of the earth Tao rhythm into them. Mo Lin estimated that when he gave them all of his Tao rhythms, they should be able to step over that hurdle of the Emperor realm and ascend to the Emperor realm with the help of their own Tao rhythms. Gold begets water, water begets wood, wood begets fire, fire begets earth, and earth begets gold. With his own earth Tao rhythm as a base, he might be able to stimulate the four of them and help them become emperors. When the time comes, he still has a spirit realm cultivation, so after completing the mission, he can just walk around this world at will and take a look around. Losing the Tao rhyme and having his essence and blood deficit from a young age, there was no possibility for his cultivation to advance. Mo Lin's mind was now a bit calmer. He felt that perhaps his sister had some misunderstanding about him, but it hurts. After all, one has never wronged them. When the time comes, they'll go their own way and I'll just take a look around the world. They will become emperors by then, and their lifespans will be unknown, so they may forget about me, a passerby in their lives. After a long time, Murin smiled, a little self-deprecating, a little relieved. How is it possible to forget? How is it possible to forget? Bai Jiro covered her mouth, and tears flowed down her fingers. Brother Mo, you are the light of our lives. How could we forget? Zhu Linger gritted her teeth, holding back tears. She had cried too many times today. Forget? Well, Oriental Qinglian was stunned out of his mind. That kind of being truly loved by someone. And will he ruthlessly pushed away after the heartbreaking feeling? How can I forget? Sisters, I'm so hard. Lang Yushuang tears. Mo Lin buried the kitten, the lonely figure, so that her tears cannot stop flowing. She so wanna go in now to accompany Brother Mo. She is so heartbroken. Mo Lin. Chapter 25 Emperor Realm. In the blink of an eye, another year had flown by, and Mo Lin felt that there was still a year left before they were almost ready to break through to the Emperor Realm. Some time ago, I heard that they uprooted the underworld sect. As a holy realm powerhouse in this continent is also one of the existence of a number of them. They avenged the Mo Lin, also happy for them. The remaining sun is like blood. Mo Lin looked at the sunset with boredom, his eyes revealing nostalgia. He always enjoyed looking at the sunset alone. Whether in the blue star or here, the sunset is still so beautiful. Although it may not be a star to emit light, but the beautiful appearance is the same. Immediately able to fulfill Grandpa Mo's dying wish, there was a hint of relaxation in Mo Lin's heart. The image in the mirror turned around and came to Tianqi Mountain, which was now counted as the headquarters of the Four Sacred Sect, and many of the Four Sacred Sect's disciples lived there, and the spell formations there helped them a lot with their cultivation speed. You guys, go spread more rumors about Qinglian's brother. That what's his name Mo Lin. Smear him, the more the better, Dongfang Jin said with a gloomy face. Ever since the last time Mo Lin came, he had been distracted. He had no way to kill Mo Lin, so he smeared him in front of these four sisters of his, making him lose his reputation and making all his beloved sisters loathe him. At first, the four women didn't take the message seriously, but then the Four Sacred Sect's disciples were spreading the word that Mo Lin was ill-intentioned and had a bad heart, among other negative remarks, even organizing occasional gatherings of cultivators. The others mentioned Mo Lin with a look of disgust, all knowing that this Four Sacred Sect's four fairies had an unpleasant older brother, whose cultivation was even stuck in the spirit realm for many years. But really, they probably haven't even seen who Murin is. At first they didn't care too much about it, but after a long time, it was inevitable that they would be affected, and they had already distrusted Mo Lin before, and this kind of message coming out strengthened their thoughts. When someone later mentioned that Mo Lin was the brother who raised them, they would all feel inexplicably ashamed that someone who had been stuck in the spirit realm, with no inch of progress and an evil mind was their brother. Sister Qinglian, Mo. They said those words of Mo Lin. Is it true? Bai Jiro bit her lip and said. They said that Mo Lin is a white boy. Relying on the four of them are too talented to bully men and women as a bully. People pretend to be uncontested in front of the world. People after no evil. I don't know. Those rumors, and they won't be empty. Maybe Mo Lin did something bad and was known by them. Dongfang Qinglian sighed. She only felt that one or two people rumors might be false, but with so many people saying it, there was probably a reason. Don't think about it, let's prepare to break through the Emperor realm. It's estimated that there's still a year before we can make an impact towards the Emperor realm. Well, I know. Spring to autumn is another year. Mo Lin estimated that these days the four sisters should be ready to impact the Emperor realm. Mo Lin did nothing these days, adjusted the state ready to help them break through in one fell swoop. It was estimated that after instilling the Tao rhythm of earth into them and helping them break through, he himself would still have some left over. Mo Lin's Tao rhythm was already deep and long, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to raise four saint realms. Mo Lin closed his eyes and sat on his knees, quietly adjusting his breathing and feeling the state connected by the Tao rhythm between himself and his four sisters. Almost simultaneously, he sensed that the four of them had already touched the bottleneck of the Emperor realm, and he slowly divided the earth Tao rhythm into four equal parts, channeling it to them little by little. The four of them fought hard to impact the bottleneck of that Emperor realm, but the bottleneck did not move, no matter how hard they tried. It was like a mayfly shaking a tree. But just then they suddenly had a flash of clarity, that feeling of clarity that was the beginning of comprehending the Tao rhythm. Mo Lin's earth Tao rhythm was guiding them to comprehend their own Tao rhythm. This kind of subtle Tao rhythm countless people could not touch the edge in their entire lives, but someone could feed them with their own Tao rhythm in this way, allowing them to instantly touch the threshold of comprehension of Tao rhythm that they would not necessarily be able to comprehend for an unknown amount of time. This kind of behavior in this cultivation world, no one would do it to anyone else, undoubtedly feeding one's own foundation to others for nothing, and if others were not gifted, they would not necessarily be able to comprehend it. They continuously comprehended and operated the energy in their bodies, drawing on the nutrients in Mo Lin's Tao rhythm. The original impenetrable bottleneck also had a slight loosening under the guidance and effect of the earth Tao rhyme. As the Tao rhythm fused with their spiritual energy, the spiritual energy in their bodies operated more naturally and smoothly, and all the spiritual energy in the vicinity of Tianqi Mountain was absorbed into their bodies by the four of them furiously. Their spiritual energy was running faster and faster, and with each run, the Tao rhythm's effect on the bottleneck was a tiny bit greater, and a crack was knocked out of the bottleneck that seemed like a copper wall. Murin felt the flow of spiritual energy within them and waited for the time to come. The energy in their bodies was running at an extremely high speed, and for a long time, the moment they reached the peak of their running speed, that iron-walled bottleneck was torn open with a bigger gap. Seeing the right moment, Mo Lin seeped as much of the earth Tao rhythm in his body into it as he could. and along with their own extremely fast-running spiritual energy, he tore that gap wider and wider. The moment the bottleneck was completely torn apart, they became. Right at this moment, there were 4 more Emperor Realm powerhouses on the continent. Mo Lin felt the surging spiritual energy in their bodies and was secretly relieved. But just then, a powerful suction force came from within them. Mo Lin originally body still left some of the Earthway rhyme. Was their crazy draw. Break through the Emperor Realm. The energy required to draw this is like the sea. Mo Lin's Dao rhyme energy is more necessary after the Emperor Realm. They comprehended their own Dao rhyme. The Dao rhyme from the origin of this is an endless thirst. The Dao rhythm in Mo Lin's body was squeezed out uncontrollably, and the golden-colored Dao rhythm became thin little by little, and in the end, there wasn't even a trace of it left. What Mo Lin had been squeezed out was not only the Dao rhythm, but also the essence blood that contained the Dao rhythm. At this moment, Mo Lin was already extremely weak. His face was pale and his eye sockets were deeply sunken. He coughed twice in pain, and then he couldn't support himself anymore and fainted on the ground. Outside the mirror, we were able to break through. It turned out that it was all because of Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian sobbed uncontrollably as her tears drenched her sash. What kind of absolute genius are we? It was Brother Mo who used his own blood and Dao rhythms to feed us into geniuses. Bai Jiro powerlessly knelt on the ground, looking at the weak Mo Lin, her heart like a knife. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin with tearful eyes. The always articulate she could not say a word at this moment. She just felt as if her whole being was being torn apart. It hurt, and the torn wounds wouldn't heal. Lan Yushang bawled. She hated so much, hated herself so much. It was the 4 of them who had squeezed the entirety out of Mo Lin. Since meeting the 4 of them, Murin hadn't lived a day for himself. Chapter 26, The End. Only after 3 days did Mo Lin slowly open his eyes. He tried to get up, but almost fell to the ground again. Murin adjusted, sitting on the ground for a moment to slow down before slowly getting up. He felt his physical condition. His bloodline was deficient and his Dao rhythm was lost. It seems like I don't have long to live. Mo Lin sighed softly. I wonder if I will return to that original world after I die. Originally, he had wanted to see the glittering world of this cultivation world. But now, all he could do was to say goodbye to his sisters and find a quiet place to rest all the time. Say goodbye to them. And before you go, make them some more of that lotus seed they love. Although he didn't have the Kirin divine blood or the earth Dao rhyme anymore, he could still make some blood lotus seeds with his own blood that tasted similar. It was useless to keep this crippling blood of his own anyway. You really make me sick. You want to trap us that badly? Hypocrisy. Waste. Thief. You don't deserve to call us by our names. We are now the mighty empresses of the world. And scumbags like you don't deserve to call us that intimately. Well, it's my offense. Oriental Fairy, White Fairy, Shu Fairy, Lying Fairy, and Mo Lin take their leave. Murin sat where he had buried Grandpa Moore and the kitten that had been with him for years. He pulled out the dolls that the 4 girls had given him. Finally, a bunch of candy canes, which he loved for his sweet tooth. But they never noticed. With a relieved smile, Murin closed his eyes forever. The scene ends here. It's all over. Murin, dead. All the things they wanted to say. All the apologies. The remorse. It was meaningless. Murin had left them forever. The boy with the sweet tooth ended up suffering his whole life for them. Are we? Oriental Qinglian suddenly laughed. A little twisted. Even that kitten, at the end of his life, stayed by Brother Mo's side, while the 4 of us, in the end, let him leave this world so miserably. Oh, Mo brother is to raise 4 dogs, raising 10 years or more conscientious than us. Dongfang Qinglian's tears dried up. She was laughing, sneering, ridiculing, looking at her own reflection in the mirror, but also looking at her 3 sisters. She hated it so much. She hated herself for being stupid. She regretted it so much. But there was no more chance to admit her mistake. Mo brother did not change. Never is that gentle, inner strong Mo brother, become as they stupid. They do not know the truth. Do not believe that since childhood to take care of their Mo brother. Dongfang Qinglian secretly decided that when everything was taken care of, she would give up everything and stay by Mo Lin's side forever. Bai Jiro's eyes were holy as she looked at the image that stayed at the end. She wanted to reach out her hand, wanted to touch the Mo Lin in the mirror, but could only stir up a layer of ripples. She had thought she had apologized, that she had had time to unravel her misunderstanding of him, but there are many things that are missed and it's too late. Once a wound is left, even if it heals, it has ugly scars. Bai Jiro's cool face has long been drenched in tears, and she already doesn't want to do anything. such as pack up and pack up, herself to accompany brother Mo. Dead. Oh, he's dead. Zhu Linger also laughed, a laugh of incomparable desolation, incomparable despair. Her mind floated back to a scene of herself pestering Mo Lin when she was a little girl, and he gently told her stories, lulled her to sleep, cooked her favorite braised pork, and occasionally teased her. She had thought her tears had just dried up, but what was that liquid coming out of her eyes now? She wiped and it was red. Ah, so it was blood. Ha 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 ha. Has already gotten brother Mo killed? What are you pretending to be pathetic here yourself? Zhu Linger laughed silently, and she was somewhat unable to control her expression. Brother Mo. Hugged. Tell me a story. Okay. Long Yushang smiled a little sweetly, smiled a little strangely, opened her hands toward the void. She vaguely, as if she saw Mo Lin as the same teenager as in the beginning, was walking toward her with a gentle smile. She was already a bit confused as to whether this was reality or not. The phantom shattered, leaving only the lone figure of Murin in the mirror, holding the 4 figures they had given him. This gift they had only made that one time, but it was held in Murin's arms with unparalleled appreciation. Brother Mo. Don't go. Don't go. Long Yufeng collapsed, and the cold and cruel reality pulled her back. The 4 empresses cried for a long time before they slowly calmed down. Let us go and pick up the remains of brother Mo. Baijiro's voice was ethereal, as if it came from another world. When I pick it up, I'll be right by your side and go with you. Well, I just thought of it. My Vermilion Bird clan seems to have a way to bring people back to life. Let's save brother Mo back. Okay. Zhu Linger smiled. She was a little happy that she could see brother Mo again. It was just that she smiled in a way that made the other 3 girls feel a little hollow, like a broken doll. But, does the Vermilion Bird clan have this kind of way to bring the dead back to life? They were of the same 4 sacred sect, but they had never heard of it. Is there really such a way? Then there's no time to lose. Let's quickly go and pick up brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian looked at Zhu Linger. She was a little less sure, but at this time 1 in a million hope she had to try. It's great to be able to see brother Mo again. Long Yushang smiled dully. She had been smiling since a while ago, not knowing what she had thought of. They cried as they came to Murin and laughed as they picked him back up. It's kind of the beginning of the end. Ah ha 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 ha, didn't expect Mo Lin actually died here. Pops, did you see that? The guy who killed you died, ha 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 ha. Dongfang Jin happened to pass by the small mountain peak today and saw Mo Lin sitting there. Originally did not dare to go forward, but after taking a closer look, Mo Lin did not even breathe. Dongfang Jin went up and tried, and Mo Lin was surprisingly dead. The supreme genius who had killed 4 Zun-ranked powerhouses at once with his spirit realm cultivation had unexpectedly died. Ha 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 ha, God has eyes, God has eyes. It's not in vain that I ended up fighting tooth and nail to discredit you and make your 4 precious sisters estranged from you. Ha 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 ha. This is also considered my personal revenge success. Dongfang Jin watched Mo Lin pass away with a relieved smile on his face, and for some reason there was some disgust in his heart, as if the ugly things didn't want to be illuminated by the sunlight to their original face. Just go in peace. I'll take good care of your good sister for you. Ha ha ha. Dongfang Jin said and then kicked at Mo Lin, knocking his body to the ground. Stop. The 4 female emperors of Eastern Qinglian arrived. As soon as they arrived, they saw this Dongfang Jin kicking down Mo Lin. The only thing that could possibly describe their state at this point was that their teeth were bared. Baizhiro tenderly knelt on the ground and picked up Mo Lin's body, who was calm, as if he was just asleep. Dongfang Jin, on the other hand, was pinched and lifted up by Dongfang Qinglian's neck, trying to speak with some difficulty. Chapter 27, Discipline. Oriental Jin. All because of this asshole. Dongfang Qinglian's stunningly beautiful face became twisted with anger. Qinglian, don't be impulsive. This Mo Lin isn't a good person. He killed my father. He's an enemy of our 4 saint sect. Dongfang Jin, who had his neck pinched, said intermittently. Ha, your father? Didn't he intend to capture us back to draw blood and then be killed by brother Mo, didn't he? Dongfang Qinglian smiled coldly. The anger in her heart had reached the extreme. Dongfang Jin's face changed. No longer pleasing and begging for mercy, but mocking. He knew he shouldn't survive. You guys are regretting it, ha 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 ha. Those negative rumors that are bad about this guy back there are also from me saying that I'm letting people spread them. He killed my father. I'm just going to get back at him and make him be resented by his beloved sister. Dongfang Jin said with a mocking face. You. Zhu Linger was in a bit of a trance. She remembered that Mo Lin had also said this sentence, and the arrow that had been shot many years ago was now hitting her heart exactly. At first, She had recoiled because of Murin's paranoia, but now she realized that without Murin, they would have died more than twice. Now a look of revenge for him. Long ago, why go? People are dead to put on this look to whom to see, because of rumors and what not to believe him, and finally forced him to die still this look. Ha 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 ha, kill me now. It's not a bad thing to see you guys in this predicament before you die. You asshole. I'll kill you. Dongfang Qinglian was about to exert force and blow him into a streak of blood mist. Wait. Sister Qinglian. Zhu Linger suddenly stopped her with a flash. She was smiling and laughing in a way that made Dongfang Jin uneasy. Dongfang Qinglian's kind of direct anger was big enough to give him a hard time, but with Zhu Linger's appearance, he was inexplicably a bit flustered. You're right, the four of us are just not even as good as each other. Brother Mo might as well have raised 4 ES if he raised us, Zhu Linger said with a smile. Thank you for speaking up for him, but what about the punishment you deserve for insulting his body? This is the burning body spirit fire, burning slowly, but wins in lasting, usually used when torturing prisoners. The highest record is someone who lasted 10 minutes before confessing. A reddish-pink spirit fire was born in Zhu Linger's hand, flickering with a demonic light. She gently threw the spirit flame onto Dongfang Jin, and then with a point of her finger, she fixed Dongfang Jin in midair. I'll let it burn a little bit. Burn you for 3 days and 3 nights first, and then heal your injuries afterward before continuing. Let me see how long it takes before your spirit breaks down into an idiot. Zhu Linger laughed and spoke creepy words. Ah. The moment the burning spirit fire burned onto Dongfang Jin's body, the intense pain made him let out an agonizing wail. You guys are capable of kill me directly. Looking at Dongfang Jin who kept wailing in pain, Zhu Linger smiled somewhat morbidly, her face surfacing with a slight flush. It's not enough. Not enough at all. Right, Brother Mo. After I kill those people, those who say bad things about you, those who have hurt you, I will go to you. No. Zhu Linger woke up with a jolt. I have to go first. I have to resurrect you first. Yes, resurrect Brother Mo, and wait for the rest until Brother Mo is resurrected. Zhu Linger suddenly cried again as she knelt beside Mo Lin's remains, fondling his face. You said that you can resurrect Brother Mo. Is that true? Lang Yushang somewhat sobered up at this time, her star-shaped pupils staring at Zhu Linger in a daze. Well, let's take Brother Mo back to the Divine Mirror Hall first. Zhu Linger stopped crying. Her face regained its calmness and no expression could be seen. Placing Mo Lin's remains gently on the stone platform, Zhu Linger's aura changed, and her own delicate and charming body became somewhat immortal. In a moment, like me, feel the divine artifacts in your bodies. They are now one with us. Let's catalyze them with all our might. And with me as the main guide, perform the method of rebirth by fire on Brother Mo. Zhu Linger closed her eyes, felt the aura of the vermilion bird plume, and slowly urged it. Mo Lin wasn't from her vermilion bird clan. She didn't know if this secret method would work for Mo Lin, but she must try it, even if she lost all her cultivation or even fell as a result. Dongfang Qinglian, Bai Jiro, and Lang Yushang didn't hesitate to activate the divine artifacts in their bodies. Before they didn't know that a part of their talent came from the divine artifacts, and now that they knew, they could drive that part of the power from the divine artifacts by feeling it carefully. The aura of the 4 emperor levels enveloped the entire Qinglong family to the point that people could not breathe, and 4 colors of powerful energy wrapped Mo Lin's body, and the 4 colors transformed into each other, and in the end, most of them turned into reddish pink and didn't enter Mo Lin's body, but the energy that did not enter the body of Mo Lin was like a stone sinking into the sea. Mo Lin did not have the slightest sign of waking up. Failed, Bai Jiro said. She actually did not hold much hope, and it is also the easiest to accept. She was ready to go along with Murin. Everything she has is given by Brother Mo. All this cultivation or status, add up to nothing more than Brother Mo called her a Zoe. Missed him so much. Wanted to be in his presence so badly to be able to say I'm sorry. No. Dongfang Qinglian at this time has no longer that big sister look. She just fantasized that Mo Lin would open his eyes and tenderly call her Liener. But the cruel reality ruthlessly shattered her beautiful dream. She was the last person who should be harboring illusions. But at the moment she wanted this false fantasy to come true the most. You lied to me, Linger's sister. Brother Mo he still hasn't woken up. Lang Yushang collapsed. That hope full of joy to despair made her spirit suffer another blow. She smiled dementedly again, as if she had hugged Brother Mo in the void, who called her Little Frosty and rubbed her little head affectionately. Zhu Linger is silent. This kind of only Emperor realm with the divine artifacts can be performed, but still did not save the life of Mo Lin. It seems that only the disciples of the Vermilion Bird clan have a role to play. And they were late, and Mo Lin had already passed away for more than 2 hours. The spell seems to have to be effective for 2 hours. Zhu Linger's face is expressionless. It's just an attempt to try anyway. When I finish dealing with those guys who slander you, I will go to find Brother Mo and make amends to him. Zhu Linger looked at the other 3 sisters as she wondered if she should bring the 3 of them along. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Chapter 28 Rebirth. A dazzling white light illuminated the darkened chamber as if it were daytime. They didn't notice that the 4 sacred divine mirrors were accidentally pressed underneath Mo Lin's body by them. At this moment, the 4 sacred divine mirrors flew into mid-air, emitting a light that completely enveloped the 4 women in it. Mo Lin's body turned into white light and slowly merged into the divine mirror. The 4 female emperors struggled to resist, but they couldn't withstand the powerful attraction in the divine mirror, and all the energy of the 4 of them, along with the might contained in the divine weapons, all merged into the 4 sacred divine mirror. It seemed that the 4 of them had provoked the hidden functions contained in the 4 Holy Spirit mirror. The 4 Saints divine mirror is an ancient artifact. The 4 Saints clan in the ancient period of the Holy Realm is as many as a dog, and the Emperor Realm also pops out 3 or 5 from time to time. The most important function of this 4 Saints divine mirror is not purely to watch other people's life, but, retrospectively, if the 4 Emperor Realm powerhouses from the 4 clans were to jointly activate it, it would turn on the Heavens time travel back function, sending the 4 people present back to the point in time they wanted to go to, live again from then on. However, this function is used by very few people. All to the Emperor Realm, basically can be said to be the pinnacle of life, and it is not very meaningful to start over again. And at most, it can only go back 20 years, and each person can only use it once at most. Then again, the 4 Emperor Realms of the 4 clans are not that good to put together, and there is much friction within the 4 clans. Not like these 4 sisters who grew up as sisters. It also puts to rest the idea that a lot of old guys who have lived a long time trying to go back to their childhood bug jamming before the end of their lives are still a bit of a dick to them with this feature. And then later, the foreigners from beyond the sky came. They were incomparably powerful, and the weakest individuals among them were of Imperial Realm strength, and the strongest, even stronger than the 4 sacred clan ancestors who had transcended the Emperor Realm. The 4 old ancestors of the 4 sacred clans who had surpassed the Emperor Realm had come out in unison, and there was still no way to win easily. The hidden transcendent existences in the continent were also resisting to the death, and there was no shortage of powerhouses that surpassed the Emperor Realm, as the entire Xiongnu continent was resisting to the death. Countless powerful people fought against the heavenly foreign race, and in the end, although they were victorious, it was, however, a disastrous victory. As for how miserable it was, there wasn't a single powerhouse beyond the Emperor Realm left in the entire continent. Emperor Realm Saint Realm powerhouses also fell in large numbers, and there was no longer the flourishing scene in the past where there were as many powerhouses as there were people. The power at the top of the continent is almost broken. Although the Xiongnu continent was victorious, no one knew when the foreign races outside the sky would descend on the Xiongnu continent again. I don't know how long it took, but Dongfang Qinglian woke up quietly. She seemed to have a long dream. Everything in the dream seemed to flash in front of her like a walking light. The Mo brother she once adored. The Mo brother she misunderstood. The Mo brother she hurt so badly. The Mo brother who gave his life for them. She was in a bit of a trance. All the memories crammed into her mind. And in the end, all that was left was the pain that tore through her heart, and the grief that overwhelmed her. She slowly opened her eyes, her vision a little blurred by tears, and she saw the familiar ceiling of the cabin they had lived in for years. Their once warm home. Not here. This little house, she remembered, was eventually bulldozed down by them mercilessly to build the icy palace. Dongfang Qinglian sat up violently. She was surprised to see her shrunken hands with bandaged wounds on them, and beside herself were her 3 sisters who were deep in sleep with furrowed brows and tears. The 3 sisters were all as they remembered, but they had become very small, as if they were as small as they had been when the 3 of them had met Niran. Is oneself this, back in time? It turns out that the 4 Holy Spirit mirror really has the function of being able to go back to the past. Dongfang Qinglian's heart was a mixture of sadness and joy. The sad thing was that she didn't know how she should face Mo Lin, even though everything hadn't started yet. The strong sense of guilt in her heart and the pain of that gouging out of her heart made her a little bit near to the countryside. Joyfully. Now, it's not too late. Mo brother is still a small child now. Right. This time, I will be a good sister and will not let him suffer a trace of harm. I will spend my life repaying him. never leaving him. Sister Greenleaf? How did you become so small? The teary-eyed Zhulinger woke up in a daze and said in surprise, "We are back." Dongfang Qinglian cried with a hint of tears, with a hint of celebration. Once again, God has given them a chance to redeem themselves. All four girls woke up and looked around them in surprise at the familiarity of it all. We actually really came back. Bai Jiro looked at the once familiar and unfamiliar everything around her in surprise, and couldn't help the tears from flowing down again. Don't cry, Jiro sister. You cry. I also want to cry. Long Yushang also cried. Bean-sized teardrops kept falling. It's back. Everything is back. Zhu Ling'er covered her mouth, and the tears have broken the dike. It's back. Everything is still not too late. Dongfang Qinglian clenched her teeth. She wanted to hold it back, but she still let the tears flow down. She was comforting herself and her three sisters. Reassure yourself, it's not too late. Let's clean up. Don't let Brother Mo see the signs. Dongfang Qinglian wiped her eyes. She was too happy. She didn't expect to have the chance to go back to the past. Everything was still not too late. This time they would definitely not let Brother Mo suffer a single harm. The four women went out of the room and saw that Mo Lin had already brought 4 bowls of blood lotus seed soup to the table. This is the first time that Mo Lin made blood lotus seed soup for them that day. Mo Lin was reborn, but the blood lotus seeds had already been made by his pre-birth self last night. Mo Lin sighed, still thinking not to waste it, so he made 4 bowls of lotus seed soup. But this should be the last bowl of blood lotus seed soup that I make for them. He was just like he was at the beginning, and the moment they saw him, the 4 girls couldn't help the tears from flowing out of their eyes, but they held them back for dear life. Brother Mo doesn't know those things. We can't let him go through those painful things again. Next, let's protect him with our lives. This time, Brother Mo won't be hurt by these 4 bad girls of his own. Even if we die, we don't want Mo Lin to be hurt one bit. Mo Lin looked at the figures of the 4 of them, and suddenly his hand movements paused. Come eat breakfast. Today there is snow blood lotus seed soup. Mo Lin said with a smile. Okay, thank you Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian held back her tears and whispered her thanks. Murin sighed. You haven't drunk it for a long time, right? Blood lotus seed soup. A trace of inexplicable emotion flashed in Mo Lin's eyes. I didn't expect that you guys have come back as well. In the shocked looks of the 4 girls, Mo Lin said with a complex expression. Chapter 29 Reunion. I didn't realize that you guys were back too. The words echoed in the 4 girls' minds like a thunderbolt. Back. Brother Mo is also back. Not the Mo brother who belongs to this era, but the Mo brother who belongs to them, who has given everything and even his life for them, and who is unique to them. They can't help it. Tears like a torrent breaking through the dike. They jumped directly into Mo Lin's arms. The weight of the 4 girls almost tackled Murin, but Murin stopped himself. Looking at the 4 crying girls, a trace of sourness also rose in Mo Lin's heart, but he still allowed himself to set his mind and forced himself to calm down. Let go of your hands. Your Excellency, the 4 empresses. Dongfang Qinglian raised his head in shock and saw that there was no longer the usual gentleness in Mo Lin's eyes, but a faint sense of detachment. He looked at a couple of the girls with teary eyes and guessed that they probably knew something about what they had done. But so what? One has already died once. Niren asked lightly as he let the 4 girls release his body. You guys are already in the Emperor realm. How did you come back here? Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian just wanted to explain. Just call me Mo Lin. Mo Lin gently waved his hand, interrupting her. Forget it. I don't want to know anymore. Blood lotus seed soup. Drink it while it's hot. I won't make it again after that. Seeing Murin's detached appearance, the 4 girls froze in place, dumbfounded and in tears, not knowing what they should do. Their bodies trembled as if cold water had been poured over their heads. This bowl of soup, because it is made by Mo Lin with the unicorn essence blood, they don't want to drink it, but, because it is made by Mo Lin for them, they want to drink it again. Drink, and after you have done so, I will leave this place, and this house will be left to you, and afterward you may build it into whatever you wish. Don't go, Brother Mo. Hearing this, Zhu Ling'er excitedly grabbed Mo Lin's hand, trembling and crying. I'll leave you guys enough money and resources to grow up. Before you come back you'll already be in the Emperor realm. Recultivating all over again will be much easier than before, and the speed will also be much faster. Mo Lin broke away from Zhu Ling'er's hand and said indifferently, even without my help, you will step into the Emperor realm, and even with your previous experience, you will reach the Emperor realm even faster than before, and it doesn't matter even if you don't have my assistance, so it doesn't make sense for you guys to have me here anymore, does it? This time, There's no need for you guys to drive me away. I'll leave on my own initiative. Mo Lin's face was calm. Rather than waiting for them to drive themselves away, it would be better to be decent and leave on his own initiative. No, it's not. I'm sorry brother Mo, I'm sorry. Zhu Linger once again hugged Mo Lin. Her small body constantly trembled. She really regretted so much that she could only desperately apologize. How could one's own previous life believe those people as bull asterisk 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 asterisk? What cultivation, reputation, status, that kind of thing. How could it be more important than the person who really loves her? Please let go of me. Fairy Zhu, Mo Lin said with a calm face. Hearing this sound, Fairy Zhu, the body that hugged Mo Lin suddenly froze. She was woodenly pushed away by Mo Lin. Her eyes became empty and lifeless. Her tears seemed like a kite with broken strings. She hated it so much, hated herself so much. Brother Mo, don't go, okay? Bai Jiwan's tearful eyes pleaded mournfully. There's no need for that. White Fairy. Mo Lin shook his head. I wasn't joking when I said one goodbye the other day. Speaking of which, Niren smiled to himself. And although I don't know how you guys chased me here, but as a result, isn't it better for me to leave? The four of you can already be 100% emperor, and you've gotten rid of me, a former liability. Besides, I've already died once, and the phrase, one goodbye, two goodbyes, has already happened, and between us, there's nothing more to do. Mo Lin closed his eyes and said slowly, Brother Mo, I'll kowtow to you to make amends. Okay, it's okay if you don't forgive us, but please don't leave, okay? Lin Yushan only felt that her body was so cold and chilly. Obviously it wasn't winter, but it was so cold that she wanted to shiver and unconsciously knelt down and sat on the cold ground. Fear seemed to pull her into the abyss like a quagmire. She was really scared. Scared of losing Mo Lin. Scared that she would never see Mo Lin again. Scared that she would really be abandoned by Mo Lin. Don't do this, Fairy Lang. Murin frowned. This look won't change anything. You guys taking care of yourselves is the best ending for me. Mo brother. What you let me do, I promise you. I will do everything. Please don't go. Don't go, okay? Dongfang Qinglian tears have soaked through the front lapel. She kneeled down. Kneeled in front of the Ink Lin. Pulling the sleeve of the Ink Lin. Desperate pleading. Ha! Murin suddenly laughed. Oriental Fairy. Do you guys look like this? Or do you want me to feed you with Qilin divine blood and earth Dao rhyme? Mo Lin laughed out mockingly. Other than that, he didn't think he had anything that could attract them. He had already poured out everything he had to be nice to them in his previous life. And in the end, no one had held back on him, and he had left the world alone. No. Dongfang Qinglian froze. She let go of her hand and desperately shook her head, only to feel chills all over her body. She then revealed a miserable smile, realizing what kind of image her four daughters already had in Murin's mind. The other three girls also froze. They opened their mouths, unable to say a word. 1,000 words were blocked in their mouths, and in the end nothing could be said. You are really full of yourselves. Mo Lin shook his head and laughed bitterly. You guys leave me alone, okay? This freshman year, I want to live for myself. This spirit ring, it contains the money you need to live. The supplies, before taking care of you in the end you didn't spend all of it, and even had quite a bit left over. There is enough in here for you to grow up. I also have a small one. I took a little bit of supplies for myself. Don't worry, just a little bit. What's in here is definitely enough for your daily expenses. You take care of yourselves. Me and you, 2 for 2. Mo Lin turned around, with a complicated face, looked at their small hands that had not healed from their wounds. In his previous life, every time he thought of the way they used to look, he would be soft, but this time, he wouldn't. He long ago didn't owe them anymore. Bai Jiro couldn't say anything. She just cried, and after hearing what Mo Lin said, her legs went limp and she fell to her knees. Mo brother, you want to go for a break, right? Sorry, it's all our bad. You want to go, it's okay. We wait for you to come back. Or we go to look for you afterward is also okay. But please don't say anything about a goodbye and 2 wits, okay? We will meet again afterward. Okay. Zhu Linger leaned on a big tree, barely let herself fall, finished barely squeezing out a smile. She didn't want herself to be too ugly in front of Mo Lin. I'm not coming back, and I don't want to see you guys again. Mo Lin shook his head and said with a cold face, I don't know where I'm going. I just don't want to be here anymore. Brother Mo, do you not want us anymore? Lang Yushan murmured, tears dripping down onto the cold ground. Don't say that. You guys only belong to yourselves and not to me. Mo Lin's face was calm, so there's no such thing as to be or not to be. You guys will still be able to ascend to the imperial throne without me this time, so there's no need for this to have to leave me behind. And you guys have long since stopped needing me, haven't you? I can't give you guys too much help for a spirit realm, and even if I stay and don't give you the Earth Dao Rhyme and the Qilin Divine Blood, it won't be long before you guys will still kick me out, Mo Lin said with a calm expression. It won't. We won't this time. Before Zhu Linger could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Mo Lin waving his hand. You guys have your sunny avenue, and I will walk the goat's path that belongs to me. I say we part ways afterward. And you guys didn't say anything in the first place, did you? Mo Lin said faintly. That's. Dongfang Qinglian shook her head in a panic. But, she then, indeed, did not say had any words of retention. Even at that time, Mo Lin's state already looked to be extremely poor, and her own 4 women had not cared, but had instead badmouthed her. That may have been the last chance. I went to see you, and I may have had the slightest idea that I wanted to ask you for help, and at that time you could see that I was in a very bad state, couldn't you? But the past is the past, and after that time, that Murin has already died once for you, and this time I don't want to be associated with you in any way. Is that okay? Murin's heart also throbbed a little, but he forced himself to say the words. Mo Lin no longer looked at them, turned around, and behind his back, he used his spiritual energy to transform a pair of gorgeous golden-colored feathered wings, lifted his wings, and flew into the distance. Alright, good boy, don't cry. Mo Lin turned back and looked at their tender faces, unconsciously saying these words to them in his childhood tone. With that he shook his head. The past was not coming back. Murin, farewell. The 4 girls were stunned as they watched the back of Murin Goldwing as he lifted his wings and left, as if there was a string in their hearts that snapped. Mo Lin, breaking through to the King Realm. Chapter 30, Decision. Yes, Mo Lin was already a genius. Without them, Mo Lin should have broken through the King Realm a long time ago. 12-year-old King Realm. Even in the history of the entire Pale Moon continent, there wouldn't be more than 5 geniuses of this level, right? Kneeling on the ground, Dongfang Qinglian laughed silently. She was happy at Mo Lin's breakthrough, and saddened by the harm she had caused to Mo Lin by her former shallowness. They were still complacent about their talent, ascending to the Emperor realm at a young age. Unbeknownst to them, they were just parasites lying on top of Mo Lin, gnawing on Mo Lin's talent and drawing nutrients from him. Brother Mo broke through the King Realm. Zhu Linger murmured. He only felt his heart was incomparably painful, before she repeatedly suspected that Mo Lin's cultivation was low. Now think about it, it's really ridiculous. Had thought that Mo Lin in order to bind them to kill by any means, but it turns out that they are the chains that bind Mo Lin. Without them, Mo Lin could have left this small world, flying to a wider world. They were the ones who delayed Murin and made him end up dying the way he did. Brother Mo is gone. Lan Yushang's eyes were lifeless, staring blankly at the direction in which Mo Lin had left. She reached out and grabbed, but she couldn't grab anything. Murin had really left them, and the man who had been so good to them with his heart and soul had been lost to them by their own hands. In a trance, she seemed to see Mo Lin nodding her forehead and tenderly calling her little Frosty, but when she reached out her hand, she could only grasp a bubble. What should we do next? Zhu Linger said woodenly. Before, she had wanted to die once and for all, but now, after seeing Mo Lin, she didn't want to die. Even though Mo Lin had left them, as long as Mo Lin was still alive, she still wanted to live. As long as he's alive, one day, he'll find him. Let's work hard to cultivate. When our cultivation becomes high, we will go to find Brother Mo, and then we will beg him to forgive us. Dongfang Qinglian bit her lips and said slowly. Her lips were bitten out of blood by her. Well, when the time comes to find Brother Mo, now he is already in the King Realm, and we still can't fly. When we recover our strength, then we will go to find him. Lan Yushan came to her senses from the illusion and froze before whispering. Well, then it's decided. Dongfang Qinglian picked up the spirit ring that Mo Lin had left for them, drank the blood lotus seed soup that had already cooled on the table in one go, and slowly walked back to Mo Lin's room. She lay down on Murin's bed and licked the corners of her mouth, reminiscing about the sweetness of the bowl of soup, letting the tears flow and dampen the bed. All she felt was that pain that made it hard to breathe, that made her choke a little. The heartache, the remorse, made her heart crack with pain. We are the kind of selfish people in the eyes of Brother Mo, are we? Even if we live again, keep you or to drain your flesh and blood. Dongfang Qinglian's childish and absolutely beautiful face had been distorted as she curled up in pain on Mo Lin's bed. Ink brother, if only I had never existed. Or, died when we had not yet created a gap. That way, at least I am still a lovely girl in your heart. Instead of turning into a selfish and evil woman. You'd be just fine if you hadn't met us four bogeys. If only we had never existed. That way we won't hurt you and make you so miserable. And you won't loathe us so much. Suddenly, Dongfang Qinglian seemed to remember something. She sat up and took out all the books in her spirit ring, rummaging through them one by one. It took a long time to find that thing that had once been in the corner of memory and heard by chance. That thing is called the Wheel of Time. Bai Jiro didn't have the strength to say anything else. She slowly got up, picked up the bowl of snow lotus seed soup, and took a small sip. Even after it cooled, the bowl of soup was still so good, sweet in the mouth and lingering on the lips. The flavor of Brother Mo. Bai Jiro finished the soup and slowly walked back to her room, wiping the tears from her face, then sat down on her knees and prepared to cultivate. She hated it so much, hated herself so much, hated the other three sisters, hated those who had hurt Murin, those who had said bad things about Murin. She wants to frantically enhance her strength, as soon as possible to ascend to the top of this continent, and eradicate all those who have denigrated Mo Lin, the other three sisters. She is inconvenient to make a move, and their affairs are handed over to Mo Lin to decide for himself. When he kills all those people, he will find Mo Lin and apologize in front of him, and if he doesn't forgive himself it doesn't matter. He, himself, will kill himself in front of him, only wishing to die in his arms at last. She's going to take this life and give it back to Brother Mo, forcibly enduring her heartache. Bai Jiro recalled the bits and pieces of happiness with Mo Lin, little by little calming the endless hatred in her heart. Brother Mo is sorry. It doesn't matter if you don't forgive me. When the time comes, I will pay this life to you, as long as you get to look at me one last time. Zhu Linger also went back to her room, and on her way back, she also brought the bowl of blood lotus seed soup back to her room as well. She laughed, but the smile on her childish face looked a little delicate and charming, and I don't know what she thought of, but she even happily hummed the song that Murin had once taught them. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars follow. Fig, flight of fancy. Fig, flight of fancy. Who are you thinking about? The stars in the sky weep. The roses on the ground are wilting. A cold wind blows. A cold wind blows. As long as I have you with me. Zhu Linger went back to her room and closed the door behind her as she tried not to let her tears flow out. Brother Mo wouldn't want them to cry. She still remembered that when she was a child and she cried, Mo Lin would be a little flustered but gentle and patient, coaxing her and calming her down a little. Zhu Linger looked at the bowl of soup in her hand and was stunned. She was in this room at that time and knocked the soup in Mo Lin's hand to the ground. She brought the soup to her mouth and took a gentle sip. Even though it was cold, it was still so good. She just took sips, each one so slow she didn't want to swallow. But there comes a time when the drinking is slow. When Zhu Linger wanted to take another sip, she realized that the soup had already reached the bottom. Drink up. Zhu Linger's eyes were empty, looking at the bottom of the empty bowl and fuming. Suddenly, Zhu Linger thought of something. Brother Mo used to say that the past has already happened, and instead of regretting the past, he should try to change the future. This is what he said when he inspired us to practice. Yes, in the future, I will give Brother Mo a happy future, so that you can forget the sad past and have only the happy future that I bring you. Ink brother, I will use my way to make you forgive me, or even if you don't forgive me, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter anymore. I'll make you happy from never to eternity. Let me help you forget those unhappy things in the past. However, before that, one had to at least break through their cultivation to the zone realm in order to successfully execute that secret technique. Brother Mo, when the time comes, just leave everything to me. I'll give you happiness in my own way. After the three sisters left, Lum Yushang sat on her knees on the ground for a long time. She just stared blankly in the direction that Mo Lin had left, as if she was an exquisite doll. Brother Mo, where are you going with this? He said he didn't know. Where should I look for him after that? I don't know. Then how about dedicating this world to Brother Mo, so that wherever he wants to go, he has his own shadow, and he can always accompany Brother Mo. It would be enough to beat up all those bad guys, and make all the clans and countries submit to themselves, leaving only their three sisters, and Brother Mo. With 4 emperor realms in the future on his side, he could definitely do it. When they convince themselves, they will surely agree. Wherever Mo's brother goes, he thinks of us, and this is the world we gave him, our gift to him. Everywhere he goes, he sees us, and this way, when all the countries listen to their own 4 sisters and get the whole world to help find Brother Mo, we'll definitely be able to find him as well. Well, just do it. Since this was the case, ascending the cultivation of the Emperor realm came first. When he stepped into the Emperor realm, he would receive the 4 sacred sect into the hands of the 4 of them, letting those bad guys of theirs work for him, letting them kill each other, bad guy biting bad guy, and then using the 4 sacred sect as a base to keep expanding. Kill anyone who gets in the way. No one can stop you when you are at the Emperor realm. What's more, with 4 Emperor realms on their side, our sisters have absolutely no enemies ahead of them. Lan Yushan laughed and laughed. That's right, when the time comes, Brother Mo will surely forgive himself. He will give him all this world. He will definitely smile and touch his head. The one who tenderly calls himself Frosty. Chapter 31, Flower Fire. Mo Lin flew for a long time. So long that his physical strength was almost used up. Sunrise and sunset. He only flew in one direction. Flew far, far away, and finally ran out of strength and landed on the ground. He didn't know where he wanted to go. He just wanted to fly somewhere far, far away from them. Murin felt like he might be running away. Maybe, but he really didn't want to go back. There might be some sad feeling of abandonment, but it was more of a release. He didn't want to be there anymore and just wanted to escape. Mo Lin is also reflecting on the fact that he may also have done something not so good, making their misunderstanding of themselves deeper and deeper, and letting the outside world's kind of profit-oriented values grow in their hearts. It wasn't that it wasn't right to put profit above all else in the cultivation world, but Mo Lin himself still felt that there was always something above all else. But his selflessness also cost him his life. Murin shook his head, forcing himself not to think about that. As he looked around, there seemed to be a city in the distance, and by the looks of the construction it seemed to be a building from the western region. The Tsangyu continent was divided into the eastern domain and the western domain, with eastern domain practitioners relying more on themselves to raise their cultivation, while the top tier of power in the western domain relied on something similar to an inheritance to maintain it. Specifically, Mo Lin is not too clear. In his last life he has not been to the western region, but only heard about it. Looking at the sky, the sun was setting soon, and from afar the illuminated part of the city-state was red and looked beautiful. After resting for a while, recovering some spiritual energy, and hiding his realm, Mo Lin arrived at the entrance of the main city. He had walked there and hadn't revealed his ability to fly. Leon's city. The soldier was checking the identities of the passers-by and frowned at the sight of Mo Lin's black hair and black pupils. Are you from the eastern domain? The gatekeeper's eastern region dialect was a bit broken. This was the closest city-state to the eastern region, and almost everyone could soar a few eastern region words. Aha! Murin nodded. The eastern and western regions were not completely closed, and there was trade between the residents of the two regions. Come to do what? Where's your family? Where does your family live? Family? Where else would I have a family right now? Traveling through here. My family was busy and didn't follow me here. My family lives in Tianqi town in the eastern domain. Mo Lin said after thinking about it. It wasn't a lie. After briefly checking Mo Lin's belongings, he let him enter the city. After all, a small child of 11 or 12 years old is not much of a threat. Ink Lin into the city. The city people are blonde hair of the western region people look. Look at the Ink Lin black hair black pupil look mostly look at the Ink Lin a few eyes. The sun was just about to set, so he found a restaurant and ordered 2 dishes that were not common in the eastern region. Lamb stew with tender peas, cream of mushroom soup, and buttered bread, a specialty here. After waiting for a while the dishes were served. Mo Lin tasted 2 mouthfuls, unexpectedly quite tasty. The flavors of the dishes were on the sweet side, and for someone who already had a sweet tooth, these dishes were quite to his liking. Mo Lin savored, ready to check out after eating only to find that the east and west currencies are different. Mo Lin's previous spirit ring was left to those 4 sisters, and this one in his hand now was a small spare spirit ring, with only a small amount of money and necessities inside. The shopkeeper looked at the eastern domain spirit coins in Mo Lin's hand and showed a difficult face. The holy coins used in the western domain and the spirit coins of the eastern domain. How should this be converted to come? The common people in the western region are generally not very good at math, and Mo Lin does not know the exchange rate, or else he would have given him the exchange rate. Just as the 2 of them were torn, a clear and moving young girl's voice came. His money, I paid. Murin turned his head and saw a girl with a gray hood. Her whole body was covered by a gray cloak. Her face could not be seen. Only a strand of blonde hair could be vaguely seen. The girl stretched out her small white hand and placed the cost of her and Mo Lin's meal on the counter, then walked out. Mo Lin froze for a moment and hurriedly chased after him. Hello, I have money. I'll pay you back with the spirit coins of the eastern region. There's no need. Simply see you as smooth. Don't take it to heart. The young girl looked at Mo Lin and waved her hand. Her eastern region speech was still fluent, but she could still hear some sense of foreign speech. It's like a foreigner speaking Chinese with a translation accent in his previous life. One size fits all. Your kindness is not a reason for me to take advantage of you. Mo Lin shook his head and insisted on returning the spirit coins in his hand to the young girl. Well then. Looking at the insistence in Mo Lin's black pupils, the young girl no longer forced herself to do so and took the spirit coins in Mo Lin's hands, storing them in her ring without even looking at them. Thanks anyway. Murin nodded his thanks. You're welcome. The young girl shook her head and turned away. Looking at the back of the young girl's departure, Mo Lin lamented. There are still many good people in the world, but for now, on my own, I'd better find a place to stay, and until then, ask for the exchange rate between the two currencies. Izumo country, independent of the Tsangyu continent next to an island country. The island has Emperor T realm powerhouse Tianzhao year-round guardian, perennial no foreign enemies to offend. So the people here live quite at ease. The island is ruled year-round by the imperial line of descent and is a slightly closed monarchy. Izumo Imperial City. Inside the heavenly palace, the room was dimly lit, and under the ghostly purple light, an old crone and a stunning young girl were staring intently at the huge water-occupied disc in front of them. Still can't see it. Divine witch woman. The one who spoke was a stunning girl who appeared to be around 10 years old. She had exquisitely sculpted features, cute crimson almond eyes, black hair tied into 2 double ponytails, wearing a playful and cute red dress, and bare feet in a pair of open-toed clogs, which completely exposed her cute feet and snow-white calves. But at this time, the young girl's eyes were a bit empty, as if she had given up on her destiny, and unlike her usual quirky appearance, at this time she looked a bit wooden. Well, I'm sorry, little flame, but Granny couldn't figure out the cause or the solution in any way, said the white-haired old man known as Granny Divine Witch with a sigh. She was the strongest magician in the Izumo kingdom in the art of heaven divination, and 4 years ago she had divined for the royal daughter, Flower Flame, that her future fate would not be good. One could even say that it would be very bad. The fortune teller shows that Flower Fire will be struck by a catastrophe at the age of 16, and from then on, her life will be as miserable as the depths of purgatory, and she will suffer from the pain of gouging out her heart and bones every day until the very end of her life. A fortune teller of such a dangerous nature that the goddess which has never seen before. Blossom Fire is a child of the royal family. She also has 3 older brothers and a younger brother. It is reasonable to say that she should not have such a destiny after growing up with a golden spoon in her mouth, but the truth is puzzling to her. She had divined other people and there was no such condition, indicating that the problem with this natal chart was only with Blossom Fire. But divination is absolute prophecy, and once the fate is divined, it is almost impossible to change it. Little Spark is not convinced, always want to change the fate of heaven. She did a lot of things, trying to cultivate, learning knowledge, but all to no avail. This fate, as calculated by sky divination, did not change as a result of her efforts, but although the divine witch woman had calculated the result, the cause was not visible in the slightest, which left Blossom Fire with no way to change it even if she wanted to. Alas, I am sorry, little flame, it is me who has calculated your destiny, but is incapable of changing it for you, the divine witch Granny said with some guilt. She had seen all the efforts Flower Fire had made since she learned of her fate, but no matter how much she did the math, the lovely girl's fate remained as unchanged as stagnant water. It's fine, God Witch Granny. It's not your fault. People knew about this fate earlier, and also prepared their hearts a bit earlier. Little Spark smiled. She had gone from cursing the unfairness of fate when she first learned about it, to later being hopeful and wanting to change her fate, to the despair she felt now. She was no longer going to fight back. What's the big deal? People just follow it. Hua Hua laughed and smiled a little heartlessly. This heavy destiny pressed on her. She had developed the character of being fearless since she was a child. The goddess of witchcraft sighed, looking at Blossom Fire's heartlessness and knowing that it was just a disguise to paralyze herself under her sad heart. God is really unfair, such a lovely girl, but the future has to face a tragic fate. But right at that moment, that Flower Fire's fate plate, which was originally like a pool of stagnant water, emitted a bright and dazzling 7-colored light. Chapter 32 Change of Fate. The divine witch Granny was shocked. This was the first time she had encountered this kind of situation. Normally, once the destiny plate was calculated, it could not be changed. Even some Emperor realm powers could only make some minor corrections, But this kind of complete change in the destiny plate had never been seen in the past. What's wrong, Divine Witch Granny? Blossomfire asked in surprise even as she looked at the vision in front of her. Little Flowerfire, your destiny disc has changed. The Divine Witch Granny had lived for so long and had never seen anything so bizarre. She then closed her eyes and projected, and only after a long time did she slowly open her eyes with a complicated face. Not only your destiny, the direction of the destiny of the entire continent has changed. How can this be possible? Murmured the Divine Witch Granny. The fate of an entire continent has changed? Then, people's destiny plate, what has become? Flowerfire asked carefully. She was a little apprehensive. If the natal chart got better it was fine. If it got worse she was tempted to reopen it in anger. There's no such thing as bullying. God, you don't even think of me as a granddaughter. Your natal disc has changed for the better. It's become very good. Your life may go through some minor trials and tribulations, but it will be very happy. The Divine Sorceress looked at the results in the water chamfering disc and was genuinely happy for Flowerfire. Really? It's that easy? Blossomfire's eyes widened. The bad destiny disc that had plagued her for years had changed just like that without a word? She even felt that it was a bit unreal. Really? Little Flower Flame, you no longer need to worry about your destiny disc. The Divine Witch Grandmother stroked Flower Flame's head and said with relief. But, the Divine Witch Woman paused. Your destiny after that will be bound to a man, which means that you are happily married. Blossom Flame was confused. What couple? How did they suddenly talk about tying the knot? In fact, this man should have some relationship with the direction of our Songyu continent's destiny, which is why it will indirectly affect your destiny. So yeah, well, Blossomfire was a little upset inside. Knowing that she was bound to a strange man's fate made her feel a little unhappy. But, forget it, it is he who helped himself to change his originally miserable fate. Even if he is an ugly monster himself, there is nothing he can do but admit it. Maybe this guy is pretty good at what he does. Divine Witch Granny. Then can you see what kind of person this person is? When will people and him meet? Flowerfire asked curiously. After all, somehow there was an additional destined person. Always curious what kind of person it was. I can't see the rest. I can only see that he is very strong and very, very, very handsome. The Divine Witch Granny said with some amusement. She didn't know why this was the result, and used 3 times to very much emphasize the result. The goddess which said it 3 times right. 3 times? How good must this look? Blossomfire felt like she couldn't even dare to think about it. Is this so good looking and strong? This kind of person is someone's husband? Really? Really? It's part of fate, the Divine Witch said with a smile. God, I was wrong. People are really your own granddaughter. Give me this is to send people a handsome and powerful husband. I forgive you for arranging so miserable for me before. But, you're not the only one this boy is destined for, which means he'll have a lot of redheads. Blossomfire was silent. After a moment, she smiled. Well, God, it's such a game, isn't it? Where's the wild girl from? You dare to steal a husband from Lord Flowerfire, right? I'd like to see how much weight you really have. Also, I'd like to see how good looking you, the man of my destiny, are to make me willingly serve you with several women. God, you sent me a husband or a shared one. Am I your own granddaughter? Am I your own granddaughter or not? The words are divided into 2 heads. The side of Mo Lin can be nothing. Mo Lin found a hotel and stayed there. And the shopkeeper, seeing that he was a small child and still incredibly handsome, gave him a 20% discount. Nurin lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. He's lost. He doesn't know what he's supposed to do. There's no one left for him to take care of, and he's got nothing to rely on or count on in this world. Unable to sleep, he got up and meditated, practicing. With the experience of helping the 4 female emperors break through, Mo Lin could be said to be unhindered in his cultivation. Already having extreme talent and enlightenment, coupled with the experience of having made a breakthrough once, Mo Lin's cultivation speed was more than 5 times faster than before. The earthway rhythm operated at full speed, drawing in the aura of heaven and earth. The night went by in the blink of an eye. Mo Lin cultivated all night, and did not feel any mental discomfort, but instead felt quite refreshed. After that, let's cultivate like this. Mo Lin wanted to step into the Emperor realm first and feel the scenery that those 4 female emperors had once felt. Mo Lin got up from his meditative state and moved his body, intending to have breakfast first. Had a big piece of bread for breakfast, a bowl of goat's milk, and holy steak beef. This sacred cow sounds like a powerful name, but it is just a commonly farmed domestic animal. It seems that many years ago, the Pope of the Western region lamented that this kind of cow had labored for mankind for a lifetime, and would contribute its flesh to mankind for food after its death, which was incomparably kind, and then gave it the name of sacred cow. There are still many people in the West who eat sacred beef with a prayer. Seeing the way the people around him prayed before the meal, Mo Lin also followed their example and folded his hands. It should be said that, true to form, the holy cow still tastes pretty good. After filling his stomach, Mo Lin planned to wander around this city. He actually quite liked the feeling of adventure, of traveling, and he also preferred to play some action-adventure games before coming to this world. But playing games certainly isn't as much fun as traveling on your own personal adventures. If I could take them, just play along. Mo Lin shook off his head. He had left. What was the point of thinking about them? He had already died once for them. Mercifully. But years of habits were not so easy to change, and they would still think of the 4 little girls first when something happened. He truly treats them as sisters, truly good to them, although his own final end miserable, but years of feelings where it will be so easy to cut off. Roommates who have lived together for 4 years in college can be so sad to part, not to mention the fact that you and your sister have lived together for so many years. I don't want them anymore. The future few people are almost parallel lines. In the previous life, they were so good to them, they would be cruel to leave themselves behind. This time, they are so desperate. They may be sad for a while and then they will not think of themselves again. That's good. Let's say goodbye. We don't owe them anything. Murin inquired about it, and it seems that the more famous attraction here is called a St. Louis Cathedral. Mo Lin intends to go around. This kind of exotic city-state in the previous life in China did not have the opportunity to go, and now it is just the right time to come to observe and observe. This church was large, and from time to time prayers were offered, the priests listening with smiles to the confessions and troubles of the faithful. Speaking of which, what do they believe in? Is it also God? Just then, a smiling priest suddenly accosted him. Hello, little friend. Are you here for something? Chapter 33, The Holy Virgin. Father. Murin looked at the man and couldn't help but think of some hellish joke about a priest and a little boy from his previous life. Himself now should be considered a little boy. Hello, I'm just passing through. Murin took a slight step back. In that case, are the children hungry? There are some meals in the back room of the church. If you want to eat, you can come with me. The priest said with a smile. No thanks. Mo Lin took 2 steps back and said faintly. Just as the priest was about to say something else, a familiar voice came. He's already refused. Just don't pester him, okay? It was the same young girl from yesterday, still dressed in that gray hooded one-piece robe that made it impossible to see her face. Only a few strands of blonde hair could be seen. Well, holy maiden Sama. Then I'll go to the others and ask the other children. The priest asked about the other children, some of whom had cravings, and the priest took their parents with him to the back room to enjoy the meal. The man is just a little passionate. Don't take it to heart. Murin breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like he was just overthinking things. Those messed up hell jokes were still not to be messed with. Thank you. This is the second time you've helped me. Mo Lin sincerely thanked the girl, although it wasn't a big deal. In the face of other people's kindness, Murin always wanted to return the same or even more thanks. Nothing. Are you here to pray for penance? The young girl asked lightly. No, I just didn't have anything else, so I came here to hang out. Murin shook his head. Mo Lin was really idle now, but all of a sudden the burden in his heart was unloaded, but he always felt empty in his heart. In that case, then you come with me. The young girl greeted Murin and led him outside. Facing this girl who had helped him twice, Mo Lin ghostly followed him. He couldn't say why. He just felt that this girl didn't have any malice towards him. The two came to a sheltered stone step. Below the stone step was a bright green lawn with the fragrance of grass. The young girl patted the dust and gestured for Mo Lin to sit beside her. May I ask what you want? Murin asked as he sat down, wondering why the young girl was so solicitous of herself. Even if he was good looking, Murin felt that it wasn't the direct cause. Why does your heart feel so empty? So sad? The young girl asked. A fresh breeze blew across the grass, cluttering Murin's broken hair along with his heart. Emptiness? Sadness? Me? Mo Lin was stunned by the young girl's words. He didn't know why the young girl would suddenly come up with this sentence. Why do you ask? Mo Lin lowered his head and asked somewhat unnaturally. Because I can feel some of other people's emotions. This is sort of my natural ability. The young girl said faintly, without any emotional fluctuations. In my eyes, you contain more sadness and emptiness than every person I've ever met since I was a child. Murin was silent. He'd thought he'd let it go, that he'd hidden it well, but he was ultimately sad. Very, very sad. Abandoned by his 4 sisters who had cared for him wholeheartedly for years. No one came to see him even when he died. He thought he didn't care, and he released himself. Behavior can hide emotions, but the heart doesn't lie. Looking at Murin's silence, the young girl thought for a moment and lifted her hood, revealing her face. That is a clear and stunning face. Light golden hair flowing with the wind, turquoise blue pupils as if a beautiful lake, white face and exquisite features, so that she looks as if the holy goddess. But the right side of the young girl's face had several crisscrossed and hideous pitch-black colored marks branded on the face that was supposed to be absolutely beautiful, making this beautiful face look a bit hideous. This is the stigmata, the marks branded by the divine law on those chosen to become holy maidens. The young girl's voice was calm. Mo Lin's heart softened as he watched the young girl's face, which should be incomparably beautiful, being covered by this so-called stigma. Is this girl trying to comfort herself by revealing her scars? And being chosen to become a holy maiden? The future me won't even have my own consciousness. Will you be happier when I say that? The girl asked with a calm face. The corner of Murin's mouth twitched. Can't be happier. What kind of newfangled consolation is that? Sure enough, you're not quite the same as others. The young girl looked at Mo Lin and shook her head. She could feel that when Mo Lin saw the hideous scars on her face, she didn't have the kind of feeling that many people had when they looked at her, either in disgust or fear. Instead, a trace of pity surfaced on her face. But it's never good to be sad, even after all I've suffered. I'm not that sad, and although I don't know what you've been through, please be happy. Thank you for comforting me. Murin sincerely thanked the girl. Although her way of comforting people was quite strange, it was indeed a good intention. But please don't comfort others in this way of revealing your own scars afterward, because this way, you will be sad yourself, right? After thinking about it, Murin decided to say what he was thinking. This consoling of suffering with suffering always seemed to me a little uncomfortable. But this look is very useful. Many people know what happened to me. For their own encounter will feel thankful. Thankful that there are people more unfortunate than themselves. The young girl said faintly. This kind of thing numb and get used to it. I don't deny that people will have thoughts of celebration and superiority through comparison. But it would be cruel to you to seek to heal others through your misfortune. This girl, she had comforted people in this way before. Or even if she comforted people in this way, when they saw the hideous traces, they would still give her a disgusted expression? Thinking about this, Mo Lin couldn't help but pity this girl a little. There's no need to pity me. I'm just trying to comfort you in your grief. The girl's turquoise blue pupils showed little emotion besides. I've gotten used to this kind of thing a long time ago, so please don't worry about me. Getting used to this kind of thing is not a good thing. Murin's eyes lowered. He wanted to do something for the girl, but didn't know what he could do to help. Can I do something for you? Mo Lin still asked. This kind of thing is better to ask the person concerned. Nothing you can do. No, maybe one thing. The girl was about to refuse. Then something occurred to her. I'd like to get out and wander around the world. I've never been to the eastern regions, and there are many places in the western regions I've never been to. And I mean if, there's nothing wrong with you, we could travel together as traveling companions. The girl wanted to see more of the world before she received her inheritance and lost her own consciousness. She's got time. Not a lot of it. Mo Lin didn't immediately agree. He was thinking about it. It was more or less inconvenient to bring a girl along for the trip, but he really didn't have much of a place to go either. So if the girl had any attractions she wanted to go to, it would be considered as a tour guide for him. Alright, I promise. Murin thought about it but still felt like agreeing to her. And he was more than a little uneasy about a girl so young, traveling out on her own. Obviously, he hadn't known the girl for long, and Murin was inwardly speechless about his rotten character. He wanted to change, but his inner goodness always made it impossible for him to sit back and do nothing about something. Good. Then from today onwards, we are traveling companions. May I ask what I should call you? The young girl looked at Mo Lin's eyes and asked seriously. Let's see. Drifter, Pathfinder, Traveler, whatever. Never mind. We're going on a trip. Just call me Traveler. Just act as Paimo. Big Iceberg Paimo. Good. Traveler. Then, you can just call me Saintus. The girl seemed to smile slightly and responded in a low voice. Chapter 34, Forgetting. Traveler. The Holy Virgin. Neither man gave their real names. Probably at the moment, they just thought of each other as a traveling hitchhiker. Names and all. It didn't matter. Then, as a thank you for agreeing to accompany me on my travels, I'll treat you to a meal on me later. The corner of the holy maiden's mouth curved slightly. I remember that buying a meal is one of the best ways to bring people closer together in the eastern region. Well, then, I'll be obliged. Mo Lin was led by the holy girl to a luxurious restaurant. The two sat down face to face. Mo Lin casually ordered 2 dishes, although it was the girl's treat, but he himself could not be so ungrateful. Speaking of which, why did you choose to travel with me? Also before, you somehow helped me. Mo Lin asked with some curiosity. He had never known the girl himself, and this inexplicable kindness made him a little strange. There's no reason for it. It just looks good on you, the girl said lightly. She could not say why, but she just thought that this boy was better looking than all the people she had ever seen. And would she herself have had such a good-looking face if she had not had these marks? Since she was going out on a trip, she also wanted to be accompanied by someone who looked good, and seeing him every day would at least put her in a better mood. Moreover, Mo Lin's sadness that could not be dissolved also made her care a bit, and before she left, being able to help him dissolve that kind of emotion could be considered as a trace of the mark that she had left behind in this world at the end of the day. Perhaps afterward one could brag to the god Sama that I was able to dissolve away this level of grief, and that I was pretty good at it. So the reason for looking at him favorably wasn't really the girl's performance. So yeah, okay. Mo Lin no longer dwelled on it. The reason or whatever it was didn't really matter to him anyway. Or rather, he now felt that everything was not that important, without any clear goals, and the decision to cultivate hard to raise his realm was also just to focus his attention on it and not let himself think nonsense. Whether he had left behind the girls who meant the most to him or the girls had left him behind, he couldn't quite say, but he did die because of them in his previous life and he didn't want to bother with them anymore. Never mind. Enough already, Murin sighed softly, not letting himself think about that. By the way, what do you mean by losing your self-consciousness? What the girl said before was a bit of a riddle, man, and Murin didn't quite catch it. It's also true, you're from the eastern region. You don't know much about it. On the western region side, there's only one holy maiden. The meal was served, and the girl took a sip of the cream soup, revealing a hint of satisfaction. When the holy maiden reaches the age, she needs to receive the power inheritance from the god emperor and become one of the 3 guardians of the western region. God's ambassador. The legacy? What is that? Mo Lin had only heard a little bit about it before, and he was completely unaware of the specifics. The god envoy realm is the emperor realm spoken of over in the eastern region, also known as the Ninth Order, and the western region needs to select the person who was most compatible with the god envoy's power to carry out the inheritance ceremony, after which that person will inherit the god envoy's power. And I'm the chosen one for the position of the holy maiden among the 3 god envoys. That's right, that's how it was originally done on the western region side, Mo Lin said after a moment of contemplation. Well, for the western region this is the safest way to go. After all, relying on one's own strength to achieve the emperor realm is as difficult as climbing up to heaven. The holy maiden nodded. Pope. The inheritance of the holy rider has already been introduced. Now only the holy maiden position is vacant. Then what is it you say about losing your own consciousness? Mo Lin asked with a frown. The girl opened her mouth and fell silent. That's all you need to know first. The girl didn't answer his question head-on. Other than that, there's no point in you knowing now. Niren said earlier that one should not use one's own suffering to comfort others. Then there was no point in telling him about it, bringing him into it, and besides, he couldn't help much. Let's eat first. It won't taste good when it gets cold. Aha. Then tomorrow, at noon, we'll leave, and just meet me at the church door tomorrow. The maiden admonished at parting. It's fine, but as a holy maiden, no one cares if you go out like this? Mo Lin asked in a strange manner. It's fine. Not that many people will care about me, and the stigmata will give me power if I'm in danger. So as long as I come back when the time comes I'll be fine. The young girl didn't want to talk about anything more. Well then, I will come tomorrow. Thank you for your hospitality. Since she didn't want to talk about it, Mo Lin didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Unicorn Hill. Oriental Qingli, an absolutely beautiful face above the expressionless watching the sun set a little bit of the mountain. This kind of scene always reminds her of once Mo Lin that lonely back. After they left, Mo Lin liked to look at the sunset alone and lost in thought. Now that Mo Lin was gone, she had inherited Mo Lin's habit of thinking about Mo Lin's feelings at that time as well. After we left, in what mood was brother Mo looking at this scenery? Was he also as sad as I am? Dongfang Qinglian did not dare to think about it in detail. Behind Mo Lin was even kicked out of this place. As long as she thought of the scene at that time, she felt that her heart ached and it was hard for her to breathe. Sister Qinglian, Baizhiro saw Dongfang Qinglian standing at the place where the five of them had once planted a tree together, looking at the sunset with misty eyes, and softly called out, "Zero, you say, if we never existed, would Brother Mo not be that sad?" Dongfang Qinglian didn't turn around, just stared blankly at the setting sun. "Maybe." Baizhiro nodded. "If my disappearance can make him forget those sorrows, I will not hesitate to choose to disappear. Brother Mo was supposed to fly to the sky, and it was the four of us who dragged him into the mire, got on top of him and sucked his blood, and didn't even bother a single one of us to look at him when we drained him dry. Don't say disappear, just as long as he can forgive. No, even if it's just to make him forget about it all, forget about all that grief, and whip me into shape." Baizhiro expressionlessly told her hatred. She hated herself, she also hated the other three sisters, but more than that, she still hated herself. "This way well I know." Dongfang Qinglian smiled. She thought the same thing. "Go back, continue your cultivation. You need to have strength in your body before you can do anything." Dongfang Qinglian turned around and smiled happily. Her direction is really right. Jiro is also supportive of her, is not it? She had always thought, before, that she was the strongest of the four sisters, the most sensible. She realized now, though, that being strong, being rational, didn't mean anything to her anymore. There's nothing more important than that person. She was a little shaken today, not sure why she had made the decision she had. She was ready to erase the existence of her four, from the past to the future, so that her four never met Murin. Now she understood that instead of leaving that extremely bad impression in Mo's brother's heart, it would be better for her to have never appeared. Instead of regretting the past, change the past. She must be heading in the right direction. "Brother Mo, I will return you to a past without any sadness. Please forget everything about us. Without all that sadness, your future will definitely be very bright." Chapter 35, Killing Wolves. When Murin arrived at the entrance of the church, the Virgin had been waiting for a long time. She was still in the same long gray gown and big hood today, as if she were an ascetic nun, but she was supposed to be a holy woman too, so that's fine. "So, where are we going to go for our first stop?" "I don't know, but I want to visit the eastern region." The holy maiden's voice did not rise and fall in the slightest. Is there a little more specific plan?" Inkling had a foreboding feeling in his heart. "No, aren't you from the eastern region? Shouldn't you be familiar with the eastern region? Any recommendations?" The holy maiden dumped the pot on Mo Lin. Frustratingly, this girl found herself also partly because she is from the eastern region, and I want her to be my tour guide. It's the opposite of the Big Dipper. I don't have much to recommend. I haven't even wandered around the eastern region much. Mo Lin could only answer truthfully. "Alright, then, let's just take a casual walk in one direction first." The holy maiden didn't say anything more. It would have been her unauthorized expectation, and it wasn't Murin's fault that Murin didn't meet her mental expectations. The two of them packed up and left the city. The teenage girl is not a person who talks too much. Selected a direction and then keep walking in that direction. Mo Lin surveyed the surrounding scenery from time to time. This kind of leisurely wandering with no purpose was also quite good. The two walked on and reached a small clearing in a dense forest. "Let's sleep here for the night," the Virgin said. Mo Lin looked at the sky. The sun was about to set in the distance, so he nodded. The holy maiden took out a flint and had Murin pick up some firewood. After building a fire, the two of them were silent, and Mo Lin took out 2 pieces of dry food and gave one to the holy maiden. The saintly girl took it and whispered her thanks, clicking and eating like a little hamster. "You did not bring a tent, right?" Mo Lin always feel that today this trip is a little wrong. This girl is not any guide, did not read hot-headed out. "Aha, you're carrying a bag, which means you don't have a spirit ring, right?" Mo Lin couldn't help but ask. "No, spirit rings are originally a specialty of the eastern region, and there aren't too many of them in the eastern region, and even fewer in the western region. It seems you weren't really lying when you said you were unappreciated." Murin sighed. "I don't have to lie to you. Speaking of which, your sadness seems to have gotten a little smaller," the saintess said as she ate. "That's right. Maybe time is the cure for everything. Time will make people forget a little bit about the happiness and sadness they once had, and let the heart gradually return to peace." "Well, it could be, and hopefully our journey will ease your grief." "Thank you, Your Holiness." Murin thanked sincerely. The girl genuinely wanted to make him less sad, albeit a bit of a strange one. "In a little while you sleep, I'll keep watch, and tomorrow, if we go as far as the towns, I'll get some supplies necessary for the trip." "Aren't you going to sleep?" You keep the first half of the night and I'll keep the second half. The Virgin said. It's okay, I'll just cultivate at night. Although walking during the day is also absorbing aura, it's ultimately not as fast as meditating, and I can hear the wind blowing when I'm cultivating, so rest well. I'll call you if I can't hold out at that time. Okay, then you'll call me later. The Holy Maiden didn't argue anymore, but just made a mental note. The Virgin read for a while and then fell asleep. Mo Lin sat down on his knees and closed his eyes, silently operating his internal abilities and absorbing the aura. Comprehending the Earth Tao rhyme, he was already extremely talented, and after not needing to provide spiritual energy to the four little tails, his cultivation speed was simply like riding a rocket. The majestic spiritual energy was sucked into his body like a clay cow into the sea, constantly running at high speed, and he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy in his body was constantly solidifying and growing. Just as he was immersed in his cultivation, a strange ringing sound woke him up. It was a wolf, attracted by the light of the fire, and was not an ordinary wolf. It was a spirit beast of the division realm. Mo Lin only frowned and released the king realm's pressure. This wolf was intimidated but did not retreat. It howled, and dozens of glowing eyes appeared in the dense forest. The wolves did not fear him. You already have a way to take death. Mo Lin smiled helplessly. He didn't want to kill random people, but if he didn't know how to do it, he couldn't do anything about it. Mo Lin gently patted the ground, and the dirt, sand and gravel slowly broke away from the bondage of gravity and floated around him. Go! Mo Lin snapped his fingers. Those dirt and rocks seemed to fly in all directions like bullets. Those spirit wolves were whimpering from the beatings, and after a dozen or so of their companions died, they fled in all directions. This move was Murin's imitation of Aiello's move from Naruto, and as he possessed the Earthway rhyme, this sort of thing was easy for him. Mo Lin thought about whether to collect some stone sand in the spirit ring afterward. This move to clear the stragglers is still quite useful, and you can also use the sand to form a shield to protect yourself. Saying and doing, Mo Lin collected some of the fine soil and sand around him into his spirit ring. Moreover, Mo Lin felt that when he raised his realm again, even if Zhong Li's heavenly movement of 10,000 elephants and Jade Zhang's shield were in the original, he could still use them. Seeing the wolves fleeing in all directions, Mo Lin didn't bother chasing them and closed his eyes, continuing to cultivate. The next day, the day had dawned, and the saintly maiden awoke with a languid start, and all at once she smelled the blood around her, and sat up violently. You're awake? Mo Lin also withdrew from his cultivation state and opened his eyes. Well, are these wolves? The holy maiden was confused for a moment as she looked at the field of wolf corpses around her. Last night they surrounded me. I wanted to drive them away, but I couldn't drive them away by death, so I killed some of them and they escaped. Mo Lin said with a smile. In that case, why don't you ask me to get up and deal with them together? The holy maiden looked at Murin quietly. That won't be necessary. It's just a pack of coyotes. These wolves are all second-ranked, aren't they? And this is still a coyote? The holy maiden stared straight at him. The second order, or master realm. The western region divides the ranks by numbers. If I can't handle it next time, I'll call you. Mo Lin looked at the young girl's appearance and could only compromise. Well, that's good. Don't try to be strong. I still have the means to deal with trouble. Looking at Mo Lin's promise, the holy maiden also sighed in relief. However, you can easily handle this group of wolves. What realm are you in now? I am now in the king realm, according to the rank of the western region. Well, it should be the 5th rank. Mo Lin thought about it and replied. 5th order? How old are you? The holy maiden's eyes widened. Me? I'm 12. You're even a year younger than me and you're already at the 5th rank? The holy maiden's surprise grew even greater. Generally in the western region, the 5th rank could already be the head of a small legion, and the first genius of the western region was also in his 20s before he broke through to the 5th rank, and this was already a dazzling achievement. What's wrong with that? Murin asked curiously. No, nothing. Maybe you really are a genius, the holy maiden said sullenly. She had also cultivated hard since she was a child, and if we were to only go by her own power, she would only be at the 3rd rank now. Hungry. I still have holy beef jerky here. Let's find a town in a bit and I'll get something. Well, thank you, traveler. Chapter 36 Stigmata. The two had been walking for most of the day when they finally saw the shadow of a town. This was already the eastern region, and the towns were ancient, completely different in style from the towns in the western region. The holy maiden saw a town in the eastern region for the first time and was curious when she arrived in the town. Looking left and right. Let's go eat first, and also let you try the dishes on this side of the eastern domain. My treat, Mo Lin said with a smile. Good. Then I'll do the honors. The corner of the holy maiden's mouth curved. After the two arrived at the restaurant, Murin handed the menu to the saintess. This mapo tofu. What is it? It's a dish made with chili peppers and tofu that's usually viciously spicy, but a lot of people who like spicy food love it. What about this pineapple goujons? What about this tossed triple shredded? What about this red meat? Mo Lin took great pains to explain the characteristics of these dishes for the holy maiden. And the holy maiden lord gradually understood everything. The saintly lady ordered braised pork, pineapple goujons, and other sweet dishes, and finally a mapo tofu. She said she wanted to taste it. Mo Lin naturally let her. He still had enough money anyway. Once the food was served, the saintly lady tasted a few bites and started the CD-ROM operation. Before that, Mo Lin also taught her how to use chopsticks. The saintly woman's sweeping of the dishes didn't stop until she took a bite of mapo tofu. Hoo-hoo, so hot and spicy. The holy maiden kept spitting out her tongue and took the cup of water handed to her by Mo Lin and gulped it down. Phew. Thank you. Saved. Looking at the holy maiden in this state, Mo Lin felt a little amused. So, what are your thoughts on the Eastern region's cuisine? Mo Lin asked with a smile. It's so delicious. I've long heard about the reputation of the Eastern region's cuisine, and today I tasted it and it was really delicious. Even the spicy tofu just now. I still feel that it tastes great when I look back on it now. The holy maiden nodded with great approval. That's good. It's good that you like to eat. Mo Lin smiled back. Eat up. If it's not enough, we'll order more. Aha! At this time, the holy maiden only had a few moments of the lovely gesture that a girl of her age should have. Usually she always made Mo Lin feel too calm, as if everything did not matter. After eating, Mo Lin took the holy maiden to buy some daily necessities for the trip, such as camping tents, emergency food, and so on. What's inside your backpack? It's just flint, blankets, and books, said the saintly girl, unconsciously lowering her head. The book. What book? Mo Lin was a bit curious. Traveling out with nothing else but a book? It's just some fiction. The saintly woman seemed a little embarrassed. Oh, come on. I bet it's still a literary girl. Okay, those things of yours can go in my ring together if you don't mind. I'll think about it. At the risk of asking, there's nothing unseemly in the books you read, right? Mo Lin couldn't help but ask. No, the virgin said viciously. It's kind of fun to molest the virgin once in a while. You just laughed at me in your mind, didn't you? The saintly woman asked slyly. I didn't. Murin denied. Did you forget that I can feel other people's emotions? Ahahaha, let's go shopping. People will be closing later. This topic Murin dared not continue. After buying some daily necessities for the trip, the two of them passed by a bookstall, and in the saintess's calm gaze, Murin could see that she wanted to read a book here. You see, Mo Lin could only compromise. Thanks. A short while later, the saintly woman was clutching a stack of books, ready to check out. I'm sorry, our little girl. We don't accept money from the West. The boss lady looked embarrassed. In the girl's calm gaze with a hint of pleading, Mo Lin could only silently shell out the money. Thank you, traveler. Give me the book. I'll help you put it in your spirit ring, and you won't have to carry it every day. Don't worry. I won't look. At the girl's hesitant gaze, Murin could only make a guarantee. Mo Lin always felt that this girl was afraid that she would check her browsing history. Think about it. If an iceberg beauty girl was found to be secretly watching what the domineering president fell in love with me, the petite wife ran away with the ball. The president couldn't catch up with the regret and so on. She would also feel the social death. Let's find a place to stay. There's no need to wind up outside when we get to the town. Stay in a hotel. Feel free to open 2 rooms, Mo Lin said with a calm face. There's no need. We'll just have 1 room for the 2 little kids. And I'm spending your money on books. So a little bit of savings is a little bit of savings. You're pretty good at this. At night the two of them took a twin-bedded room. And when the girl had to take a bath, Murin excused himself to go out for a walk. This side of the town was a bit like the Jiangnan water town, with an ancient look. And Mo Lin bought some snacks for himself and the holy maiden as a midnight snack and breakfast for the next day. It's quite inexplicable when you think about it. Leaving your 4 sisters and traveling out with a strange Western holy woman. Figuring it was about time, Murin returned to the door of his room. Can I go in now? Well, come in, the holy maiden said faintly. Murin opened the door of the room and saw that the holy maiden was rubbing her hair with a towel. At this time she did not wear a hood, and the hideous stigmata on her bright and lovely face was undisguised. Mo Lin's face was as usual as he placed the snacks in his hands on the table. I got some late-night snacks, so you can come and eat if you're hungry. Well, thank you, traveler. The girl rubbed her hair without stopping. Every time I hear the word traveler I always feel like I'm being used as a videographer. No, a witness. After a long time, Lin saw that her hair was almost dry from rubbing and couldn't help but make a sound. May I see your stigmata? The holy maiden gave him a strange look. Normal people could not wait to hide far away when they saw such a hideous mark. Why did he still want to see it? What was there to see? Suit yourself. Lin sat down next to the young girl. The young girl did not hide their own this appearance. Normal people will not have any thoughts about themselves. Even their disgusted eyes and fear of their own emotions can feel clearly. But Murin never had that kind of emotion. Not even a hint. Lin stretched out his right hand and gently stroked the mark, which corroded the young girl's otherwise delicate face, as if it had been viciously imprinted by a red-hot iron. Last time, he hurriedly looked at it and didn't look too carefully. This time, Lin saw clearly that the mark was more serious than he thought. Does it hurt? Murin asked softly. It doesn't hurt. It stopped hurting a long time ago. Lin closed his eyes and felt the origin of this stigma, something that he had never touched before. He poured his spiritual energy into it, but it was like a clay ox entering the sea, and there was not the slightest reaction after it was injected. Murin increased the injection, but it still didn't help. Strange. This stigmata is indeed a bit evil. It is reasonable to say that everything will react to psychic stimulation in some way. It wasn't until the moment when Lin caressed that stigma with the Earth Tao rhythm that the stigma visibly changed. Is this thing dawning? Chapter 37, Removing Traces. This stigmata, it's actually a Doran? Tao rhyme is normally only mastered by the Emperor Realm. But thinking about it, it was normal that whatever holy maiden inheritance she was going to receive was also going to require her to reach the Emperor Realm cultivation, so it wasn't a conflict. However, it was true that there was no way for others to cure this kind of thing, unless an Emperor Realm powerhouse personally took action. However, there were only a few Emperor Realm powerhouses in the entire continent, so it was afraid that it would be difficult to get them to make a move, and there was no reason for them to help. But, coincidentally, this stigmata problem can just be solved by Lin. It would take some time, though, and he wasn't quite sure exactly how long it would take to fix it. This thing, do you want it to go away? Lin opened his mouth and asked. Don't laugh. This is a holy mark. No one can remove it, not even the holy writer, the Pope. The holy maiden shook her head and spoke. Even those two powerful people who had already obtained the inheritance admitted in person that they couldn't eliminate the stigmata. It is both unwilling and unable to be eliminated. And they don't eliminate no more? Why? Murin asked curiously. What's the why of it? No one has been able to get rid of the stigmata since the beginning of time. The holy maiden asked strangely. This thing was supposed to be impossible to get rid of. Strange. Could it be that even when they reached the Emperor Realm, they failed to comprehend the Tao rhyme? If you don't want this mark, let me try. Can I? I think I seem to be able to get rid of this thing. Lin felt that since he could help, it was better to help. One doesn't hate the saintly Lady Sama either. Whatever, the saintly girl said indifferently. She would have given up in the end anyway. Okay, wait a minute then. Lin found out a bowl and poured half a bowl of fine soil into it, then bit his own finger and dripped blood onto it. What are you doing? Seeing Lin bleed, the holy maiden couldn't help but ask. Murin made a silent gesture and continued his hand movements. When Lin's finger wound healed, the bowl of fine soil almost became blood red. This is for people to apply externally. There is no need to use lotus seed. This kind of fine soil-bearing earthway rhyme is more twice the result with half the effort. Lin added some more water to it, making the fine soil turn into clay-like. His hands made a few magic seals, and his fingers flashed with golden yellow light, and did not enter the soil. Lin stirred and stirred with his hand again, felt it was almost done, and greeted the holy maiden to lie down. Don't move. I'm going to put this clay on your stigmata and you'll sleep in peace. I'll help you remove it in the morning. It should work. Looking at the holy maiden's expression of you've worked for nothing, Lin smiled helplessly. Trust me for once. Well, tough luck. If it doesn't work this time, don't do it next time. And use your blood or something. That's not good. Okay, don't worry. I can still handle this amount of blood. This is much less than the blood that was fed to his sister before. This much blood would be fine even if it was released every day. Inkling carefully applied the blood-red clay from his hand to the stigmata on the girl's face, which covered half of her face and disappeared only at the collarbone of her neck. The girl looked at Lin's serious look. Her face was a little complicated. It seemed to be touched, but also seemed to be helpless. Thank you, but is not really necessary. After all, at the end of the day, I'm all set to lose myself and become a guardian of the West, a device called the Holy Maiden. But, thanks. Okay, you stay put. Go to sleep now and I'll take it off for you tomorrow. Okay, I'm going to sleep now, and you get some early rest too, after all the blood you just lost. Good. Then good night, Holy Maiden-sama. Murin responded with a smile. What does good night mean? Asked the saintly lady, with some curiosity. That is, have good dreams, Murin said thoughtfully. Well, good night to you, too. Then, early the next morning, Mo Lin woke up early and observed the state of the Holy Maiden. The clay block that was supposed to be bright red had become golden, and with a little bit of Mo Lin's finger, that golden light flowed down his finger and slowly flowed into his body. It was his earthy way of rhythm, with a few other things mixed in. This is the bright attribute of the Dao Yun? No, over in the western region, it seems like it should be called the law of light attribute. In other words, the Emperor realm powerhouses of the western region comprehended the laws of light and passed them down from generation to generation. Mo Lin carefully ran this strand of light law through his body for a while, analyzing its composition and structure. But alas, this wisp of Dao rhythm dissipated after running a few rounds. If there are more of them, himself, he may not be able to comprehend the law of light. There was nothing in this continent that said a person couldn't master both Dao rhythms at the same time, but there only seemed to be 2 or 3 people throughout the ages that had touched the edge of the second Dao rhyme, including those existences that transcended the Emperor realm. If the difficulty of comprehending the first Dao rhyme was 1, the difficulty of comprehending the second Dao rhyme would become 10. It's more than 10 times harder. Mo Lin shook his head, not to think about that, and gently removed the clay that was placed on the Holy Maiden's face. After wiping it off with a towel dipped in water, I took a closer look at it. Just as Mo Lin was observing, the Holy Maiden woke up and slowly opened her eyes, looking at Mo Lin's serious face with a slightly reddish color. You're awake. Go take a look. This is the first treatment. It's more or less effective. After that more times, I'm sure it will heal. Does it really work? The saintly woman got up and walked slowly towards the mirror, a little afraid to go, afraid to look, afraid that her hopes would be dashed again. She had tried treatments before, but none of them were useless. Finally, she stepped in front of the mirror. The girl in the mirror was still the same as yesterday, but the hideous scars were noticeably lighter in color, even showing a little pink in places. It was the sign that the hideous mark was beginning to recover. The girl covered her mouth in surprise. This is only the first course of treatment. The effect is not too good yet. After that I will carry out a treatment every few days. Don't worry. The first treatment has already shown the first results. After that I'm even more confident. Mo Lin said with a smile. Thank you. The girl's voice choked a little. She had not thought it possible that the hideous mark should really disappear from her face. It's okay. It's just a show of hands. Don't take it to heart. It's not just a favor. The healing afterward. Do we have to use your blood as well? Is it okay to use mine? The girl's eyes were slightly red as she looked at Mo Lin. No, you can't. Only my blood. Don't worry. This blood is insignificant to me. He was used to the fate of being bled out everywhere he went anyway. You also don't have any burden in your heart. It's nothing to me. I can help as much as I can. And it's still somewhat beneficial to me. Mo Lin waved his hand and said unconcernedly. Oh, there are benefits. I don't know what the girl thought of. Her face was slightly red, and she whispered, oh. Chapter 38 Healed. A year has passed in the blink of an eye. Mo Lin and the Holy Maiden had also traveled many places together, eating all the food in the eastern region, and the girl had been less cold to him since the last time he started treating the stigmata on her face. There were some dangers encountered on the way, but basically they were all easily taken care of by Mo Lin. And sometimes the girl just pursed her lips and didn't say anything as she looked at Mo Lin's figure clearing up the trouble. She felt that Mo Lin was a little too good to her. She had been a little less than kind, but it was really just a habit that Mo Lin had gotten into from taking care of his sister before. Nothing special. The Holy Maiden doesn't want to owe favors, and will also be good to Mo Lin in her own way. No matter where she goes, she will buy 2 portions of whatever food she buys, and prepare one for Mo Lin. Sometimes she shared some of the books she had read with Murin, though Murin didn't really want to read them. She doesn't read the traditional female genre either. Adventure, romance, everything. She reads a variety of books and a lot of them. However, if it was shared by a girl, even if Inkling wasn't too interested, Inkling wouldn't spoil her fun and would read it and tell her what she thought. The main reason for Mo Lin's lack of interest is still that he feels that these books are written a little too boring. It feels like a 20-year-old net article, and compared to the kind of novels that start off with a bang like Blue Stars now, it's really a little tedious. Sometimes Mo Lin would tell the girl some stories he knew from his previous life, such as 9 Dragons Pulling the Coffin, Resurrect, My Love 30 Years of River East and 30 Years of River West, Don't Fool the Youth, and the like, which made the girl listen to them in a daze. These stories Murin had also told to those 4 girls. Sometimes the books don't even read, so they pester Mo Lin to tell her stories. The girl and the boy lay on the lawn, looking up at the stars twinkling among the Milky Way, and Murin wondered which star was his former home. These stories you're telling, if you write them you'll definitely make a lot of money, the girl commented after listening to Murin's story, her turquoise blue eyes twinkling. Really? Write it out and forget it, but it's good that you like it. Mo Lin shrugged and laughed. This, the girl looked away in some panic. Is he speaking this specifically for me? The girl couldn't help but think a little wildly, but seeing that Mo Lin was looking at the starry sky, his eyes a little lost, the girl still didn't interrupt with her voice. The holy maiden could see that the sadness in Murin's heart was already a little smaller. Time was indeed a good medicine for healing wounds, and of course this was also due to her. It was the last day to help the girl remove her stigmata. The two found a small hotel and got a room with the same twin beds. Inkling, as usual, pasted the bloody clay over the marks on the girl's face. After today, those marks should be completely gone, so just take a nap as usual. Mo Lin comforted softly after applying the clay evenly. Well, thanks. You've already thanked me many times. No need to thank me again. Mo Lin stroked the girl's head. This level of intimacy the girl no longer resisted. Although she was a year older than herself, in terms of mental age, she was still just a little sister to Murin. Mo Lin watched the girl fall asleep and sat down on his own knees, adjusting his internal breath and feeling the growing energy in his body. Now that he had reached the pinnacle of the king realm, he would be able to step into the emperor realm with one more step forward. However, Mo Lin wanted to tamp down the foundation a bit more. Breaking through too quickly might make his foundation unstable, which would not be conducive to his future development. It was a good thing that Mo Lin had comprehended a corner of the laws of light in the course of treating the holy maiden for this period of time. The law of light, or the way of light rhythm, with that holy mark taking Mo Lin to his introduction. In time, that lightweight rhyme Mo Lin would also fully grasp it. Mo Lin estimated that at the current rate, it would probably take another 2 or 3 years. Mo Lin no longer thought much about it, and settled down to practice, waiting for the next day. Early the next morning, Mo Lin detached himself from his state of rest early, wiped the dirt off the holy maiden's face carefully, and carefully observed it, seeing that there were no flaws, before nodding with satisfaction. I'm cured, so I don't have to bleed myself. In fact, bloodletting every few days basically didn't matter, and it didn't have any effect on the body, and Mo Lin was just lamenting his miserable fate of having to be bled everywhere he went. The girl opened her eyes in a daze when she heard Murin's words. Awake? Holy maiden lord, quickly go and take a look. It's already as good as new restored factory settings. Oh, Mo Lin said with a smile, not knowing what the factory settings were that Murin was talking about. The girl got up in a panic and went to the mirror, staring at herself in the mirror in a daze. Since that treatment, the girl hadn't dared to look in the mirror much again, and Murin had told her not to pay too much attention to it, and would let her look at it when she was cured. The girl in the mirror had delicate, glowing skin, big beautiful turquoise blue eyes drenched in tears, and her delicate features no longer had the hideousness from the scars of the past. It's a face so beautiful it brings tears to your eyes. The holy maiden did shed tears as well. It didn't matter what happened to this shell after she received the inheritance. Consciousness dissipated. But why did she shed tears? She couldn't figure it out, or why she had agreed to Murin to get rid of her stigmata. This was supposed to be pointless. Thank you, the girl said slowly with tears streaming down her face. You're welcome, it's just a show of hands. Murin waved his hand. The girl had already thanked him many times. The girl interrupted what he was saying and hugged him. Ruri. What do you mean? My name, translated in the language of the eastern region, is Lioli. In that case, then reacquaint yourself with me. My name is Mo Lin. The teenager touched the young girl's head and gently stroked her long hair that was as smooth as golden satin. Thank you, Murin. Luri rubbed herself in Murin's arms, a little reluctant to leave the teenager's embrace, which held a warmth she was fond of. I don't know when she had started, but she had become somewhat dependent on Murin. She felt that she had become unlike herself. Once she was alone and did whatever she wanted. Now sometimes, surprisingly, She would observe whether what she did would make Niren happy or not. Mo Lin has grown taller before obviously only a little taller than me. Now it is already possible for me to bury into his arms. Ruri, ms. Lioli? Niren's soft call woke her up. Ha! Lioli woke up with a jolt and got out of Niren's arms, blushing slightly as she looked away. I'm sorry, I got a little excited earlier. Don't take it to heart. Thank you. The girl looked a little squirmy and whispered her thanks. It's okay, you're hungry. So to celebrate Ruri's success in getting rid of your stigmata, we're going to have a big meal. Oh, probably seeing that the girl's mood was a bit complicated, Niren ended up cheering with his fist outstretched. Lioli hesitated for a moment, and followed Niren's example of holding out her fist. Oh, that was the girl's cheer. Chapter 39 Meeting. Eat whatever you want today. Spend whatever you want. I'll pay for it. Mo Lin said with a smile. Obviously you were the one who helped me get rid of the stigmata. Why should you pay for it? Ruri's entire body had become cheerful since she had looked in the mirror in the morning. No longer as expressionless and cold as before. But after going out with Mo Lin, he still wore a hood so that others couldn't see that stunningly beautiful and pretty face. I'll treat you today. You can't steal it from me. Lioli's tone carried a hint of petulance. Fine. As you wish. Mo Lin smiled and answered. Mo Lin ordered a few of Lioli's usual favorite dishes. And Lioli also ordered a few sweet dishes for Mo Lin. The two had traveled together for so long that they knew each other's customary tastes mostly by heart. Lioli from time to time to give Mo Lin clip food. This attentive appearance to see Mo Lin froze. Although he knew that the girl was expressing her gratitude, it still made Mo Lin a little uncomfortable for an iceberg beauty to suddenly become like this. Luri. It doesn't have to be. Oh, well, Lioli responded, still giving Niren a few slices of meat before stopping her movements. After the cups and plates were in disarray, Niren still excused himself to conveniently settle the bill. Taking Luri out, he saw Luri's little face bulging with anger, and the hood couldn't even keep it out. Said it was my treat. Luri stomped her foot in anger. Mo Lin was a little surprised to see her making such girlish gestures. After the removal of the stigmata from her face, Lioli seemed to have liberated her nature, not suppressing herself so much. Who are we with who? That next time for sure. Mo Lin put his hands together and laughed. Well, then next time I'll come. Oh, fine. Do as you say. Niren rubbed his nose. Just then, a soft calling voice made Mo Lin's entire body freeze. Ink brother. Niren's smile stopped, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Brother Mo, is that you? The voice still had a slight tremor, but how could Mo Lin not hear who the owner of the voice was? It was the voice of Eastern Qinglian. How could Dongfang Qinglian not expect that he would run into Mo Lin when he just came to this side of town to purchase some cultivation supplies? Niren was stunned for a moment, but he managed to stabilize his mind and pretend he didn't hear it. Unexpectedly, he and Lioli had come to the vicinity of Tianqi Mountain by mistake. Dongfang Qinglian ran to Mo Lin's body with great speed, fearing that he would disappear again. You're recognizing the wrong person. Mo Lin turned his head unwilling to look at her and said indifferently. No, I'm not mistaken. Brother Mo, how are you doing now? Dongfang Qinglian covered her mouth. She didn't want Mo Lin to see her shedding tears, but the tears still blurred her eyes and she couldn't stop them. You're recognizing the wrong person. Mo Lin's voice lowered and became even colder. Dongfang Qinglian was stunned. Yes, Brother Mo had never forgiven them, and this encounter was just a coincidence. Like this. Sorry, you look too much like one of my brothers. Dongfang Qinglian wiped her tears and said in a hurry. Since I said that I recognized my mistake, I will use this as an excuse first, so that I can at least say a few more words to Brother Mo. Oh, in that case, since you've recognized your mistake, please leave. Mo Lin forced himself to calm down and said with a calm face. Then, do you know my brother Mo? How he is doing these days? Without his sisters, is he still used to it? Dongfang Qinglian looked at Mo Lin's face in fascination. She always felt that she hadn't seen this familiar good-looking face for a long time. She missed him so much. Too good to be true. Getting used to it? I guess he got used to being without his sisters a long time ago. Mo Lin let out a light laugh and pulled Lioli with him, wanting to leave. Oriental Qinglian mouth corners trembled. In the heart gave himself a slap. How the mouth owes to say what habit. Forget how he left him behind before? Getting used to it. After all those years it's long overdue. However, seeing Mo Lin with a girl by his side, Dongfang Qingliang still feels cold all over. This girl, it 1TB. Although the girl is wearing a hood, But look at the outline of the face. Is also a beauty-like appearance. Light that reveals a few silk-like satin blonde hair. I do not know how many girls envy. No, it wouldn't. They shouldn't be that close. Ink Brother should be treating her as a sister. Sister. Like himself. Just a sister. That. Who is this sister over here? Can you introduce it? Dongfang Qinglian let himself try to smile not so ugly and pulled the corner of Mo Lin's coat. It has nothing to do with you. Mo Lin said faintly. Ah ha ha. So Dongfang Qinglian dryly laughed, turned his head and walked forward to hold Liuli's hand. This sister. Trouble you to take care of him. He usually likes to look at the sunset in days. He also likes to eat spicy. He seems to have more of a sweet tooth from what I can tell. Luri said lightly. How is this possible? This. Dongfang Qinglian was stunned. Yes. It's not that he loves spicy food. It's that his own 4 sisters love it, and every time he gives him a dish, he happily eats it even if it's something spicy. That's why he thinks he loves spicy food. And he rarely looks at the sunset. Oriental Qinglian did not speak. Looking at the sunset days is his own 4 gone after he had the habit. That time he should want their 4 sisters to find him it. He that time, still have hope for us it. Now that he wanted nothing to do with us at all. There was little thought of watching the sunset. This. Is like this ha 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 I'm sorry It seems that it's really my mistake to recognize. Dongfang Qinglian revealed a smile that was sadder than tears. Let's go. Lioli. Mo Lin didn't want to see Dongfang Qinglian cry and pulled Lioli away from here. Vaguely, Dongfang Qinglian heard the girl say the sadness in your heart has become bigger again or something. Dongfang Qinglian sat helplessly on the ground, his eyes staring vacantly at the sky, not knowing what he was thinking. It was only after a while that she stood up with some difficulty, as if she were a walking corpse moving in the direction of Tianqi Mountain. Yes, she was right. Using the wheel of time to erase our existence and return happiness to Mo's brother. The 4 of them, they don't deserve to be brother Mo's sisters. After all these years, I don't even know brother Mo as well as that new guy next to him. Now that brother Mo has new girls around him and doesn't need them anymore. The only point of their existence now is to leave that huge wound in brother Mo's heart. How ridiculous. We exist to hurt him. As long as we're gone, it would be nice if we never existed. If we had never met, brother Mo wouldn't have known that there were a few of us bad kids in the world. Wouldn't have hated us. Wouldn't have held a grudge. Wouldn't have treated us so coldly. Brother Mo is so gentle even to strangers. But the 4 of us, we don't deserve his gentleness. Brother Mo, wait for me. I'll make you forget the sorrows of the past. In a world where we don't exist, you must be incredibly strong and happy. Chapter 40, The Knee Pillow. Are you okay? After returning to the room, Lioli looked at Mo Lin's soulful appearance and asked softly. I'm fine, Murin answered in a low voice. Looking at the expanding sadness and emptiness within Mo Lin, Lioli had a feeling called heartache within her heart for some reason. It was a feeling she'd never had before. You can't fool me. I can feel the sadness inside you. Expanding. Lioli shook her head, breaking Murin's bravado. Come here, come to me. Lioli pulled Mo Lin to the bed and told him to lie down. What are you doing? Said Murin, a little uncertain. Luri sat down on her knees on the bed and pulled Mo Lin down to lie down, gently placing Mo Lin's head on her lap so that he could rest on it. Is this a knee pillow? Murin was shocked by Luri's bold move. Well, although he had 4 sisters before, this treatment of knee pillows never seemed to happen to him, and it was oddly tragic to think about. Can you tell me about it? The story of you and the girl. Ruri asked softly. Don't try to trick me. I can feel your emotions. Mo Lin pillow in Lioli's thighs. Feeling the smooth and delicate touch of the young girl's thighs, mouth and nose dipped into a burst of young girl's fragrance. The heart is also unconsciously slightly calmer. It wasn't for cheesy reasons like feeling taken advantage of or anything like that, but he sensed that Ruri was indeed seriously trying to comfort him. Thank you, Ruri. What's the point of being polite with me? Tell me about the relationship with them. Brother Mo? Lioli let out a light laugh and also followed Dongfang Qinglian's example of calling him Brother Mo. This cry of Brother Mo caused Mo Lin to choke on his own saliva as he listened. Cough cough cough. What do you call me Brother Mo? If I remember correctly, you are still a year older than me. Mo Lin didn't have the good sense to say. He could see that although this girl really wanted to comfort him, she also really wanted to eat melon. So what does it matter? You don't know them anyway. I'll come and call you Brother Mo. Lioli's nice-looking big turquoise blue eyes showed a hint of mischievousness. Don't. Please let go. Sister Lioli. Murin could only beg for mercy. What did you call me? Luri heard the title for the first time. Ruri-san, what's wrong? Aren't you older than me? While it's true, something doesn't feel quite right. Never mind about that. It's time for you to explain yourself. Ruri shook her head, shaking the strange epithet out of her head. Well, actually, Niren briefly told Luri about what had happened between him and a few girls earlier. He himself had watered them with blood in Tao rhythms, allowing them to ascend to the Emperor realm. But sadly for himself, in the end, he ran out of gas and moved towards death, including this rebirth. Mo Lin left these 4 sisters and flew aimlessly, and met Lioli by chance. All these Mo Lin did not hide. So, in the last life you trained your 4 sisters to become Emperor realm powerhouses? Lioli said with her jaw dropping. It was all a bit too fantastical and made her CPU burn. Well, but in the end, I died, exhausted my essence and blood, and was reborn to the age of 12, and they, for some reason, were reborn back the same way. It's so magical. I really didn't expect it. Luri was a little emotional. How could she not have imagined that the teenager who had traveled with her for so long would have so many experiences? Ugh. I don't know how to talk you out of this kind of thing, Luri wanted to say. It really was more than she could comfort. It's okay, it's fine just the way it is. Thank you. Those things, they're all in the past. Mo Lin felt the delicate touch on the back of his head and closed his eyes. Alright, but she was relieved to feel the massive sadness in Niren's heart become a little smaller. That, you do feel less sad. Why don't I let you rest on my lap every day after that? Luri torn for a moment, but still said it. This is not good. Will it be too much trouble for you? Mo Lin was first shocked, then he felt that if he agreed so, is it a little bit of taking advantage of people's danger Bu Yao Bai Lian? But he refused less firmly, still a bit attached to the warmth. In that case, it's going to not count then? Luri had long sensed his inner thoughts and said with a teasing smile. This. Murin wanted to say. Pohahahaha, not to tease you. You can pillow if you want. After that every day for you to pillow. Lioli laughed daintily. Looking at Murin's tangled appearance made her feel a bit amused. Then thank you. Mo Lin was seen through the idea of the old face red. Did not dare to squeak, but it's hard to tell. Murin, you're still a bit horny-o. Lioli spat out in a small voice. Normally, Murin was a decent man, but now he couldn't hold it in the face of a knee pillow. No, I'm really not because of this, explained Murin in a panic. I'm not trying to take advantage of you, although lying down is very comfortable, but it's not mainly because of this. This is how it is. I feel a lot more at ease than usual. Mo Lin's hands kept gesticulating in the air, trying to weasel out. Strange, this you surprisingly is not a lie. Lioli sensed that Murin's heart is indeed so. What's so strange about that? Murin turned his head away from looking at Luri. Well, count yourself as a decent person on the surface. Lioli stroked Mo Lin's hair and smiled. But, you a handful of years old. Reborn back are more than 20 years old. Right. Still have the nerve to call me Lioli's sister. Eek shy face. Lioli boldly pinched Mo Lin's face. Cough cough cough. I am now 13 years old. Rebirth and so on. How can count the age? Go out and let everyone comment. Who see me will not think I am 13 years old. Mo Lin's face is a bit untenable. Desperately looking to make up. Incoherent, more and more black. It's been a year now. And Mo Lin is 13 years old. Aha. I'm listening. Keep making it up. Lioli nodded and watched Murin perform. The two stared at each other for a short while and suddenly burst out laughing. Joyful laughter echoed through the room, and Luri laughed so hard that tears came to her eyes. The two laughed for a while. Murin got up and rubbed Luri's cheeks. Luri laughed and went to tickle Murin. The two played around for a long time before stopping. The teenager unconsciously hugged the young girl. Thank you, Lioli. Mo Lin's eyes were clear and sincere as he looked at the young girl in his arms. The girl's face after the removal of the stigmata was absolutely beautiful, and more so than when they first met. She had shed some of her childishness, revealing some maturity. Aya, who are we with each other, said Lioli with a smile as she followed Mo Lin's accent after checking out. Sister Qinglian, you came back. What happened to you? Seeing Dongfang Qinglian's soulful appearance, Zhu Linger hurriedly went forward to touch her head in a caring manner. I'm fine, Ling Air, Oriental Qinglian said in a low voice. How do you look like it's not all right? Zhu Linger pulled Dongfang Qinglian's hand with concern. What's wrong? What happened? I met Brother Mo. Chapter 41 Chaos. I met Brother Mo. What did you say? Zhu Linger grasped the power of Dongfang Qinglian's hand unconsciously increased. Brother Mo. You saw him? Well, Oriental Qinglian didn't want to say more. I'm tired. I want to go back to rest. Sister Qinglian, I need to know about Brother Mo's matter now. Zhu Linger didn't let go of her. her big reddish-pink eyes staring tightly at Dongfang Qinglian. It was so hard to hear about Mo Lin. How could she let it go so easily? He said that I recognized the wrong person and he didn't want to see me. Dongfang Qinglian's eyes were lifeless, and he dully lowered his head. He was followed by a different girl. He actually loves the sweet ones more than the spicy ones, and he actually doesn't like watching the sunset that much. He just watches it when he thinks of us, but he hasn't watched it in a while. Xu Linger silently loosened her hand and bowed her head. In this situation, even if she met Mo Lin, the outcome would probably be the same as Dongfang Qinglian. Murin hadn't forgiven them at all and didn't want to get involved with them, and they, too, didn't understand Murin at all. I'm going back to my room, Oriental Qinglian whispered. Did Brother Mo ask about us? Xu Linger still couldn't help herself. She wanted to make sure that she still had a place in Mo Lin's heart. I asked him if he was still used to not having us around. He said that he had long gotten used to being without. Dongfang Qinglian's voice was on the verge of crying out. She gritted her teeth and tried to keep the tears from flowing. He'd gotten used to it a long time ago, and his own 4 sisters were forcing him to get used to it. It hurts so much. Endless remorse, almost crushing Dongfang Qinglian. Mo brother, I will change the past. As long as you can be happy, as long as you no longer so disgusted with me. Xu Linger forgot what else Dongfang Qinglian said behind her. She only remembered that she returned to her room in a muddle, her eyes blurred, and she sat dumbfounded for the rest of the day. Xu Linger grinned as if she was laughing at herself and the other 3 sisters. I've gotten used to it long ago. Right, it wasn't myself who left him behind first, was it? Now this look. What pretend deep love it? Evil not disgusting aren't we all? Brother Mo is so nice. It's normal to have other girls around, right? It was only a few of us bad kids who didn't cherish him that did that to him. Broke his heart and lost him. Xu Linger shook her head, grinned and forced a smile. It's okay, even if he never forgave himself. It's okay, he will let him forget the past. Forget everything. After that, he also has only himself by his side, to give him happiness. When the time comes, take him to a small village where no one knows, and take care of him yourself for the rest of your life. For 2 lifetimes. And always take care of him and make him happy. When the time comes, he will give him children by himself. Many children. And with himself and his children with him, he will not be lonely. Hey, ha 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 ha. 100 years after that, 200 years, even if Brother Mo regains his memory by then, he will definitely forgive himself. After all, I love him so much. He's so soft-hearted. Will surely forgive me? I'm still taking advantage of his kindness and counting on him. I'm such a hopelessly bad boy. Xu Linger's smile a little bitter. Brother Mo really? Will he still forgive himself? It's not convenient to stay here much longer. Let's go somewhere else. Mo Lin didn't want to stay here any longer. There was no chance that he would meet the other 3 sisters afterward if he stayed here for a long time. Then, otherwise, let's head towards the western region. Over there in the western region, there are a lot of scenery we haven't seen yet. Lioli said after thinking about it. That's fine. As long as it's not here anyway. Murin was not uncomfortable with the idea, as long as he stayed away from them. Well, actually, from what you said, they probably know it's wrong too, and the grief in that girl's heart is no less than yours. Ruri hesitated, but spoke up. Do you want to go meet them? This way Mo Lin mood is also a little complicated. Oriental Qinglian, that sad look is not like a fake, but the memory of his past life is always haunting his heart. That from time to time paroxysm of pain, so that he does not want to go back to the matter of these girls. Don't for now. Don't think about those. Let's go. Go to the western region. Mo Lin shook off his head, no longer recalling those troublesome things. Well, if you insist. The 2 of them replanned a path back to the western region. A path that passed by the 10,000 Buddha temple, the Yaoqi immortal sect, and other holy places. And Mo Lin and Lioli wanted to see these views that they hadn't had the chance to see in their previous lives. Look, 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 such a large Buddha statue. It's actually about the same size as the Western God statue. Mo Lin, look, you told me before that there are many female cultivators in Yaoqi. I didn't expect there to be so many good-looking sisters. They may be beautiful, but I'm your traveling companion. Luri's eyes flashed with a hint of warning. Fine, besides they really aren't as pretty as you. Murin guffawed. By the way, the statue of the god in the western region is not an ordinary statue of a god. That statue is endowed with divine power. If you make a wish in front of him, it will be very spiritual. Ruri's personality has all but opened up since the stigmata were removed, and the hood isn't worn all the time. Then it would be good to visit when we return to the West. Aha! I'll take you there when the time comes. Luri laughed cheerfully. Along the way, Lioli's blonde hair and blue-eyed stunning face made Mo-Lin more or less a little trouble. Some ungrateful guys want to rob by force, but Mo-Lin now had already broken through to the imperial realm, and could be considered an elder of a party clan, so he naturally didn't fear them. Lioli would hide behind Mo-Lin at this time, her eyes looking at Mo-Lin shining, not knowing what she was thinking. She thinks she's a bad girl for purposely letting people see what she looks like and fishing for law enforcement to get people in trouble. Afterward, she'd let Murin give herself a head start, and she'd hide in the back, watching Murin protect her valor. Murin didn't seem to mind this little inconvenience either, and never made any accusations about her not wearing a hood, and Luri thought he was always so gentle. She felt a little bit away from him, and every time she thought about it, a flicker of fear flashed through her mind. Obviously, before, I had already prepared myself mentally. I had already known my future. But why was it that my present self would be so resistant to that future? Would be so afraid? She knew that she couldn't let go of Murin. This teenager's care, protection, and healing of herself along the way made her feel like her heart, which had long been sealed with cold ice, was gradually melting. And the more she did, the more scared she became, a feeling that left her incredibly confused inside. And, if in the future, one really accepts the inheritance, Mo-Lin one loses oneself, what to do? She didn't dare to think about it in detail. She just wanted to cherish every moment she had with Mo-Lin now. Luri always felt unlike herself now. What should I do? Lioli muttered, looking at Murin's face, somewhat at a loss for words. It is almost time to go to the West, the city where the two met. Lioli looked at Murin, who was sleeping next to him, and somewhat tiptoed over and gently hugged him. She was kind of obsessed with the warmth. Ugh, take one step at a time. At least, now we'll be traveling for a while, won't we? If he asks tomorrow why he's hugging him, just say he's sleepwalking in a daze. Lioli didn't know what feelings she had for Murin. Her turquoise blue eyes had soft eyes. She only knew she didn't want to leave him. But in the future, one has to leave again, with a responsibility on oneself that, in this case, would have been a mess. Lucid, don't want to accept the inheritance anymore. Chapter 42. Like 2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. During the 2 years, Lioli and Mo-Lin strolled through many famous places in the western region, most of which Lioli led Mo-Lin around, while Mo-Lin listened to the whole command and accompanied Lioli to the places she wanted to go. After all, he didn't have much of a direction he wanted to go in himself, and where Ruri wanted to go was kind of where he wanted to go. However, it was worth mentioning that during these 2 years, his cultivation had broken through to the early zone realm. Lioli even took him to a good meal as a celebration on the day of his breakthrough, and looked at him with a somewhat inexplicable look that made Mo-Lin a bit unintelligible. 2 years had passed, and Mo-Lin was 15 years old and had grown into the appearance of a flamboyant young man, and Lioli also fell into a 16-year-old stunning girl. Light golden long hair is like silk, exquisite features and white flawless delicate face, fell into a stunningly beautiful, 16-year-old girl seems to have just bloomed a beautiful flower. Lioli and Mo-Lin's feelings are growing deeper. Lioli's eyes can hardly hide it, but Mo-Lin doesn't seem to have any special thoughts. He still seems to see Lioli as a younger sister, even though Lioli is now a year older than Mo-Lin in terms of age. But mentally it's still Mo-Lin who's much older than Lioli. Even though Lioli was beautiful, Mo-Lin didn't seem to have the slightest male or female feelings for her, a situation that always made Lioli love and hate her. This is also good, right? At least this way, I left. He will not be sad. This kind of strange feelings, as long as I have my own, is good. Murin, this kind of idea. Lioli heart and sad and happy. Young girl's mind is always messy. But don't you really have any charisma? After the stigmata disappeared, all those men looked at themselves like they were dumbfounded. Okay? You're the only one who's as unimpressed as a log every day. Lioli? Mo-Lin reached out his hand and waved it in front of Lioli. What are you thinking about? Stay still. Ha? Oh, sorry Murin. Didn't think anything, just froze for a while. Lioli woke up as if in a dream and turned her head, not quite daring to look at Murin. The western region we also stroll almost. Where do you plan to go next? This period of time, the western region has also been strolling all over the place, and it is also considered to satisfy Mo-Lin's desire to see this world. This way. Lioli silent for a moment. I have a place I want to go. You accompany me to go, can? Good. Wherever you want to go I will accompany you. Mo-Lin is naturally not unavoidable, always saying such ambiguous words. Ruri listened to it, and her heart twitched negligently. then sighed. Hate it when guys like this have no sense of boundaries and flirt with others and don't even realize it. Lioli didn't know how many times she had been teased by Mo Lin along the way, knowing that he didn't mean that kind of thing, but every time she was still teased and shaken up hard. Come on, I'll take you there. That place isn't far from here. Okay, all according to you. Mo Lin always smiles so softly. So nice. Smiling Lioli does not quite dare to look at him. Badass. Bully all day long. Marie? After walking for half a day, Lioli brought Mo Lin to a small garden. It was obvious that sunflowers were planted in it, but they were almost all withered. In the center of the garden was a small cabin, but it also looked like it had been left untended for a long time and had fallen into a bit of disrepair. It's fall already, and most of the sunflowers have dropped their heads. Mother loved sunflowers, and this is where my mother used to live. Luri spoke faintly. When I was little, my mom lived here with my dad and my sister. But, when I was 5 years old, the stigmata were branded on my face. My father was a legionnaire and was usually very busy, and then even more so when he received his inheritance. On the day when I was 6 years old, my father's enemies found this place. They wanted to insult my mother. She didn't obey and was killed by them. Lioli's eyes were a little red, and she said hatefully, and it was on that day that the stigma erupted with great power to protect me and my sister. But it still didn't save my mother. As Ruri said that, tears kept sliding down her stunningly beautiful face. Glazed, Mo Lin gently hugged the trembling Lioli and rubbed her little head. It's not your fault. You've done a good job, Mo Lin said softly. But, my mother is dead and won't be coming back, and so is my father. After he became a holy writer, he has forgotten the past, and now he is just a guardian device that lives on in my father's body. I don't even know if he's human now, Lioli shouted as she broke down a little, and Mo Lin could only stroke her back. They won't come back. Father or mother, they won't come back. Lioli closed her eyes in despair. And, I won't be coming back. Luri's voice was a little hollow. Lioli, you said that self-awareness will disappear. Is it the same as your father, after accepting the inheritance, will forget the past and become a complete guardian? Mo Lin asked as he held Lioli's slender shoulders with both hands and looked seriously into her eyes. Well, after that, I will accept the divine messenger inheritance and become a holy maiden, forgetting all about the past and existing only to guard the western region. Lioli's eyes do not know when, filled with tears, and now, I will go back to accept the baptismal preparation. I obviously knew it long ago. I made up my mind a long time ago, after my father became a holy writer. I wanted to firmly follow my father's footsteps, even if he wasn't a qualified father. He was still a great man, so I don't have any aversion to this matter, Lioli said with tearful eyes and sobbed. But, after I met you, I was afraid, very afraid, very afraid. I don't want to accept the inheritance. I don't want to forget the past, and moreover I don't want to forget you. Lioli lay on her back in Mo Lin's arms, not daring to raise her head to look at Mo Lin. Lioli, Niran did not know what he should say. He was a little afraid that he would say something bad and hurt Lioli. It's okay, it wasn't your fault in the first place. Lioli gently shook her head. I know, this is just my wishful thinking, and my situation also does not allow me to have this kind of superfluous feelings. Lioli's hands gently encircled Mo Lin. After that, I may forget the past in you, but I don't want to. I don't want to forget you, even if you can't respond to my feelings. I don't want to forget what we had. Those memories, I don't want to forget them. Before I was obviously not afraid at all. Why would I be so scared now? Lioli cried out again. This mournful cry made Mo Lin listen to his heartache immensely. His hands stiffened for a moment, but still tenderly embraced Lioli. Isn't there anything else that can't be done without accepting the inheritance? Mo Lin asked through gritted teeth. That's a god emperor inheritance. No one can stop it, and if I escape, they should let my sister take my place. To receive the inheritance, this kind of thing, I can't accept it. Lioli shook her head and said. But, Murin was a bit unable to accept it. Well, Murin, I'm satisfied that you have this heart, but, there is no way to change the inheritance, unless you can become an Emperor Realm powerhouse. There is one more newly promoted Emperor Realm on the continent. Then even if I don't accept the inheritance, I will still have you to guard this continent, and this will more or less convince those old codgers. The Pope's prophecy says that sometime in the future, this world will need the power of the Holy Maiden, and there's no telling what the future of this world will become if I run away from my responsibilities, and I can't be so selfish. But I think if you become an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and there is one more Emperor Realm in the world, then maybe I won't be that important. And even if I don't accept the inheritance, I'll still have you to guard the world for me. But, I'm going to receive the inheritance when I'm 22 years old. Lin, I believe that you will become an Emperor Realm powerhouse, but it won't be this fast. So thank you. I'm okay with that. Thank you for being so good to me. And even if one day in the future I'll forget, I'm sure that somewhere in my heart there will still be you. It's been a long and hard journey. I'm going to go now. Thank you. By the way, in the end, let me be a little capricious. Ruri suddenly stopped crying and winked playfully. Lioli raised her head, closed her eyes, and wrapped her arms around Lin's neck, handing her soft lips up. The soft touch made Lin all stiff. This was his first kiss in 2 lifetimes. Lioli kissed clumsily, and Lin responded to her clumsily, until Lioli's small face was red and gasping for air. She let go of Lin. I'm also capable of doing bad things. Lioli broke away from Murin's arms and ran away a few steps, sneering. This is too sudden. Inkling touched his lips. Don't look away. I'm sorry. But, Murin, I'm sorry. Forget about me. Luri lowered her head, her hair covering her eyes. I'm off. Murin, take care of yourself. I really like you so much. In the last sentence, Luri's voice was so low that it was almost inaudible to Murin. Chapter 43, Departure. I like you so much. The voice in which Lioli said this was so small that Lin could barely hear it, but it seemed to explode in his heart like spring thunder. This way Lioli turned out to like me. Murin didn't know if he liked Lioli or not. He didn't quite understand this kind of favorite feelings, but right now he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to not let this lovely girl in front of him to be sad and cry again. Lioli, as long as I ascend to the Emperor Realm at the age of 21, you don't need to accept the inheritance, right? Lin's eyes were incomparably resolute as he looked at Lioli's delicate face and asked, well, but stepping into the Emperor Realm at 21 is impossible. Lioli smiled and shook her head. You have this heart. In fact, I am very satisfied. I know you are serious. I also hope that there will be that day, but I know in my heart, that kind of thing is just my fantasy. Lioli's smile was a bit bitter. She didn't want to die, but this request was too harsh for Lin. The Songyu continent has not had such a young Emperor Realm existence since ancient times, ever. I know you have a strong talent, but, Lin, I don't want you to force a breakthrough to push yourself. I just want you to be good and take care of yourself. Don't do those dangerous things for me. If I put you in danger for my sake, then I might as well accept the inheritance. I'm just forgetting the past. I don't want you to suffer any accidents because of it. To me, Murin, you're more important than myself. But, if you really can do it. Luri suddenly sounded a little hesitant. I dedicate everything I have to you. Lioli's voice is like a mosquito quickly said this sentence, so fast that Murin cannot hear it too clearly. Actually, even now, I want to give myself to you. But, we're still too young now. That's not good, and it'll bother you even more if I let you forget about me after that, right? Luri shook her head to stop her rambling. However, if it didn't work out, then please forget about me. Lin, you will definitely meet a better and more loving girl than me afterward. And when that time comes, I want you to be happy. Lioli spread a smile without any impurities, so pure that Lin was somewhat ashamed of himself. In the face of this smile, Lin frowned and clenched his fists tightly. How could I have subjected the girl in front of me to that? I've lived again. I didn't know Ruri before. She must have ended up that way. Now that I've met her, do I want her to suffer that kind of thing? No, never. I let those 4 girls achieve the Emperor Realm before, and at the age of 21, it's not a fool's errand for me to ascend to the Emperor Realm. The 5 elements rotate and are born. Lin transformed his entire body's spiritual energy into the wood attribute through the Tao rhythm and seeped into this garden. This kind of cross-attribute transformation was actually very exhausting and not as efficient as using the same attribute. However, Lin didn't care about this at this point. As if the spirit of spring had kissed this land, the sunflowers that should have lowered their heads had raised their heads, and a single delicate sunflower raised its lovely face toward the place where Ruri was. This garden full of sunflowers that would have withered, rebloomed today. Lioli's hands covered her small mouth in surprise, and the tears in her incomparably beautiful big eyes couldn't stop flowing down. I'll do it. I'll ascend to the Emperor Realm before you're 22 years old, and I'll definitely go and save you, not letting you lose our memories. Lin firmly made a promise that belonged to him. It's like this flower that wasn't meant to open is blooming at this moment. Nothing is impossible. Believe me, I will do it. How can Murin not watch this girl who likes himself suffer that kind of thing in the future? This is too cruel. Lioli looked at Mo Lin. Heartbreakingly gently stroked Mo Lin's somewhat pale face after urging the blossom. The corners of his mouth trembled slightly. Aha! Thank you. I believe you, Murin. You will definitely do it. Lioli smiled and hugged Mo Lin once again. Only the tears kept slipping down and couldn't stop. The two of them hugged for a long time before Lioli broke out of Mo Lin's arms. Lioli gently stroked Mo Lin's face. Her eyes watery. I should go. Mo Lin, take good care of yourself. And after that, if it's possible, I'm also looking forward to meeting you again. Well, it will definitely meet again, Mo Lin said in a low voice, but his voice was unusually firm. Well, I look forward to the day, and if it does come, I'll give you a present. Ruri's smile contained tears. At that time, I will give myself to you. Murin, I seem to like you more than just this feeling. Is it love? Murin, I love you. I don't think I'll ever forget today's events even if I do receive the inheritance. Even if it breaks my soul completely. Thank you, Murin. Meeting you was the best thing that ever happened to me. Lioli left and was picked up by someone from the Western Sanctuary. He could take her with him, but what about after that? Ruri didn't really want to do that. Even if he beat these people, Ruri would still go back because of his mission. Accept the inheritance, forget the past, and lose your own consciousness. And all I can do is watch? Emperor's Realm, 21 years old, 6 years to go. I'll do it, and when the time comes, I'll come and pick you up and leave. Mo Lin also did not know what feelings he had for Lioli, but Lioli, that mournful look, Mo Lin did not want to see again. Anyway, let's get her down first, and the rest, we'll think about afterward. Luri is gone. Where are you going next yourself? Murin looked at the sky again in confusion inside. It's so uncomfortable without the glaze. Murin looked at the contents of the spirit ring. Running out of money and traveling all the way with Luri. Although Luri will pay for it as well, but Murin will pay for most of it. The result was that now Murin had no money on him. Think of a way to make money. Mo Lin arrived at the Western Region's Quest Commission and casually looked around. Mostly some low-level commissions. The unit price is also relatively cheap. Mo Lin is now at least a zone realm. This kind of commission Mo Lin is a bit of a looker. Not only is it cumbersome and tedious, the pay is pitiful. Worked as a bodyguard for a rich man for a month. Found a lost pet cat. Modeled for a painter. What a mess. However, there was one commission that caught Mo Lin's eye. Not only was the pay generous, the process was also very simple. Escorting a batch of supplies to the Exodus Cloud country. I think Izumo country. I've heard of it before. It's an island country independent of two countries. I've never been there myself anyway, so why not give it a try? Murin pointed to the commission, signaling the staff to take this. This commission has a cultivation requirement. The minimum requirement is the middle stage of the Imperial Realm. I see that you are only 14 or 15 years old this year. Right, you meet the requirements. Before the receptionist could finish his words, the aura on Mo Lin's body erupted. He stepped in the air and took a few steps, towering over the receptionist who was too stunned to speak. How about that? Is that okay? It took half a day for the staff to respond. It's fine. It's too fine. I didn't realize that you were already a zone realm powerhouse. It's my rudeness. You can take this commission. The staff respectfully handed the commission to Mo Lin. Surprisingly, he was able to step into the air. A zone realm powerhouse, terrifying as it was. Well, I'll take it. Please let them know that someone has taken the commission and I'm ready to go at my end. Yes, my lord. Please wait. A short while later, the staff slowly approached with an elderly man. Hello, you're the high person who took my commission, aren't you? The old man said enthusiastically. Well, that's right. I'll escort you to the Exodus Cloud country next. Mo Lin said indifferently. Alright, little brother. Then I'll trouble you. The old man said with a smile. Looking at his somewhat strange smile, Mo Lin couldn't help but frown. Finally, someone is picking up the commission. Jia. It seems like the heavens are helping me as well. This youngster is so young that he's a zone realm powerhouse. But it's better this way. Young flesh. It's more energetic. Now after returning to the Izumo kingdom, I can prepare for the transmutation ceremony. Such a perfect physical body will be mine from now on. A strange smile hung on the old man's face, and the attendant beside him hurriedly lowered his head, shuddering. This old man was a nobleman of the Izumo kingdom, and seemed to be some kind of prince, searching the entire continent for the flesh of a strong young man. And when he returned to the Izumo kingdom, he would leave that strong man behind to take over his life and reincarnate. This time, when he encountered such a young talented boy, It was even more impossible for him to let go. Don't worry, young man. The old man will love your body. Jia. Chapter 44, surprise? I'll address you as little friendly since I'm old enough to trust you, and I'll have to trouble you a lot along the way. Aha. Mo Lin nodded. He always felt that the old man seemed to be hiding something, and a string was taut in his heart. Along the way the old man warmly entertained Mo Lin. Wine, meat and rice were all available, but Mo Lin didn't eat a single bite, just ate the snacks he brought. When the old man asked about it, he brushed it off by saying he wasn't used to eating it. The old man's eyes were gloomy for a moment, and did not force it. This is just a way to please Mo Lin to let him relax his vigilance. He actually eat or not to eat, the impact is not big. Hands and feet will not be now. About a month away. This time Mo Lin and the old man and his men are safe and sound. The wagon the old man transported the goods are also intact. Along the way there is not any unsuspecting people to rob. Mo Lin then rested at ease within the carriage, feeling the spiritual energy within his body. Now that he was using the blood-burning divine art, he could raise his battle power to the saint realm, so even if anything happened he would be able to deal with it. However, the strange thing was that if one looked at the situation before, the spirit realm self would reach the Zune realm by turning on the blood-burning battle power, and now that one was at the Zone realm, it was logical that one should be able to break through to the Emperor realm in terms of battle power, but it didn't. And there was a feeling in the underworld that Mo Lin had that if he himself didn't break through the Emperor realm, relying on blood burning wouldn't set foot in the Emperor realm of warfare. Mo Lin guessed that this might be related to the laws of this continent, the specifics of which he didn't quite understand. The current self would soon break through the early stage of the Zone realm and break through to the middle stage of the Zone realm. For the sake of Lioli not suffering that kind of future, Mo Lin had never wanted to break through the Emperor realm with such urgency. You can do it yourself. For sure. Mo Lin closed his eyes and ran the circumference of the sky, feeling the continuous growth of his spiritual energy, rising and falling with his breathing. It was a long time before Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes. It's just a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. This hint of Mo Lin estimated that just in the recent period of time, he would step into the middle stage of the Zone realm, so it seemed that his cultivation speed was still quite fast. At this rate of cultivation, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to ascend to the Emperor realm before the age of 21. Niren was a bit distracted, and he thought of Lioli again. It was obvious that Ruri had deep feelings for him, but he didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Ruri yet. He definitely didn't hate Ruri, and there was a little bit if he liked it, but it would be too irresponsible for Ruri to say that this level of affection was love. However, in this case of Lioli, he had to save her no matter what. It was impossible to let Lioli lose her memories and consciousness and not care about it. I don't want to think about it so much. It's better to try to cultivate. And my feelings for her will be confirmed when we meet next time. Thinking of the pure smiling face of Lioli when she left, Mo Lin's heart suddenly throbbed for a moment. That kind of situation, that kind of future, I will never let it happen. And since I have returned myself, the future is up to me. The journey was uneventful, and both Mo Lin and the old man's group of henchmen arrived at the harbor to the Exodus Cloud Country without any problems. Izumo Country is an island country. You need to take a boat to board the island. Mo Lin is just here to be a bodyguard. How they arrange it, Mo Lin will do it. Mo Lin always felt that the old man was not good intentions, but really encountered any danger big deal to burst their own blood. As long as the blood explosion reached the Saint Realm itself, as long as it wasn't the Emperor Realm that came to crush it, it basically shouldn't be much of a problem. Boarding the Izumo Island country, Mo Lin stretched his waist, so that the task is completed. He will just wait for the money. Little friend, the money is in the old man's mansion. Why don't you go with the old man and I'll fetch it for you? The old man said with a smile. Good. Mo Lin would like to see what medicine this old man is selling in his gourd. The country of Izumo itself is an island nation, prone to minor earthquakes, so most of the houses are made of wood to prevent civilians from being crushed by the houses during earthquakes and causing casualties. Most of the pedestrians on the streets were still looking good. At the very least it was a country that could feed its people. The street sells some 3-colored dumplings, rice balls and other snacks, which Mo Lin has never eaten, so he bought a few. Little friend turns out to love eating this kind of snack. I will have my subordinates prepare more at my residence, the old man said with a smile. There's no need to bother. I'll leave once I've gotten my payment. Mo Lin waved his hand. Little friend came all the way here, and I just want to do my duty as a landlord. Niren gave him a calm look and nodded. Well, that's a pain in the ass. Little friend, this is our Izumo country's special royal sake. Usually only our royal family is qualified to enjoy it. It's filled with some precious spirit herbs. This cup, it's worth a piece of gold. The old man indeed did not go back on his word, and the dishes and wines prepared were extremely luxurious, all of which were specialties of the Exodus Cloud Country. But the more he was like this, the more vigilant Mo Lin was in his heart. He himself had not contributed anything along the way, but this old man was so solicitous, some of which made Mo Lin uncomfortable. These dishes do look good, just be afraid of the poison. However, with Mo Lin's physique, he is not afraid of ordinary toxins, and Mo Lin is a bit torn about whether to eat it or not. Little friend, what's wrong? Not to your taste? The old man asked with concern. Seeing that the old man would be similarly feasting, Mo Lin picked up his chopsticks and caught a piece of fish fillet, sending it into his mouth to chew slowly. The flavor isn't bad. Nurin nodded. As long as it suits little friend's taste, the old man said with a smile. The fresh sashimi tasted very fresh with the sauce, and the tricolored gnocchi was delicious. The plums sandwiched inside the onigiri were also appetizing. Mo Lin took a few more bites. Although it wasn't as flavorful as the dishes of the eastern region, it was still quite distinctive. I'm done eating. Thank you for your hospitality. Mo Lin put down his chopsticks after a few tastes. Where's the payment? I took the payment, so I won't bother you much. Fine. Immediately have someone send it over. The old man greeted his subordinates and went to fetch the money for Mo Lin. In a short while, the subordinate brought a wooden box with a nice gold-rimmed edge and set it in front of Mo Lin. Little friend, all the rewards you want are here. Take a look. The old man smiled, and in Mo Lin's eyes, he smiled a little strangely. I remember we said the payment was 20 pounds of gold, right? Mo Lin asked with a frown. Yeah, it's a surprise. There's something in here equal to 20 pounds of gold. You can check it out. Surprise? Mo Lin gave the old man a skeptical look. This thing is not unexpected. It is a shock. Okay. Mo Lin picked up the box in front of him, then opened it and threw it in the direction of the old man. The moment the box was opened, purple smoke instantly spread out, and Mo Lin hurriedly held his breath. Sure enough, so this is called a surprise. Mo Lin sneered. Chapter 45, Demon Insects. Dang. So this is a surprise. Asshole. Take him down for me left and right. The old man didn't pretend anymore. Being slathered with purple poisonous powder, he shouted in anger. The old man also took 2 grains of medicine out. Looks like it is the antidote to poison. Eat down the back. On the black gas dispersed a lot. Old man, although I know that you're scheming against me, but what exactly is the reason for being so intent on harming me? Mo Lin asked somewhat strangely. Cough cough cough. Ha, little friend is really resourceful, but it doesn't matter. There is no possibility for you to go out when you step into this mansion. The old man coughed a few times and said slowly. This mansion has a boundary that was personally set up by a Saint Realm powerhouse and can be controlled by you. Can't escape. As for why I am counting on you, little friend, a young and powerful body like yours, the old man will use it properly for you after he is reincarnated into your body. Mo Lin looked at the old man's salivating eyes and couldn't help but shiver. He was considered to have encountered the cultivation world Orochimaru, the obscene earth transmutation or not corpse transmutation to come again? But have you ever thought that as long as I kill you, this boundary of yours would be useless? Mo Lin said with a calm face. You can't kill me, little friend. Originally I wanted to mesmerize you and gently seize your body. But now, if I do, I can only resort to rough means. The old man let out a sardonic laugh, and several pillars of pitch-black colored energy light shot towards Mo Lin. Nurin dodged a few times to avoid the attack of the boundary, but the subordinates that surrounded Nurin were hit by the pillar of light, and the place that was hit seemed to be swallowed up by something and disappeared. Mo Lin bullied his way to the old man's body and blasted his fist at the old man's face. The old man was first stunned for a split second, but his face immediately calmed down. About an inch in front of the old man, a black barrier quickly surfaced, blocking Mo Lin's fist to death. I told you, you can't hurt old me. The boundary left behind by a sacred realm powerhouse is not something you, a mere zone realm, can resist. To be honest, it's really a great surprise for the old man to meet you. There is such a young zone realm powerhouse in the world. Feel honored. If this reincarnation goes well, the old man won't be replacing any other bodies. A wicked smile appeared on the old man's face. Then I still have to thank you? Mo Lin threw a few more punches at the old man, and sure enough, it still didn't have the slightest effect. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, the old man will treat your body well. That young and exuberant vitality, it is really intoxicating. The old man licked the corner of his mouth. Looking at the ink, Lin straight guilty of nausea. Can't stand it anymore, old man. You forced me. Too perverted. Murin mouth corner pumped. Originally did not want to use the unicorn burning blood. If you cannot burn blood or wanna find the weakness of the knot slowly break open. But this old man is really too disgusting. Even if it is Naruto blazed Orochimaru did not make him so physically uncomfortable. Kirin divine blood. Blood burning divine art. As Mo Lin's words just fell, the aura on his body continued to climb, directly climbing from the zone realm to the Zune realm, and finally even to the Saint realm before stopping. Kid, you actually have Saint realm strength? The old man said with great horror, his wrinkled face trembling slightly. What was happening in front of him was really beyond his imagination. A 15 or 16-year-old zone realm powerhouse was already something he found unbelievable. A 15 or 16-year-old Saint realm powerhouse. The entire continent, no, even in history, had never existed. To be honest, I hadn't wanted to use it. Old man, I admit that you managed to disgust me. Mo Lin clenched his fist, felt the surging and vast power in his body, and without further ado, directly swung a punch at the old man. The wind of this punch directly broke through the sound barrier. In front of this punch, the black boundary in front of the old man seemed like papier-mâché and was instantly torn into pieces. And the old man who lost the protection of the barrier. The upper half of his body was shredded by that intense fist pressure, leaving only the lower half of his body still standing in place. Just this? Seeing that it was resolved so quickly, Mo Lin felt a sense of suffocation in his heart for playing a group with an empty big. I'm all turned on, and you guys shattered at the touch of a button? Just then, the lower half of the old man's body, which should have died, began to convulse violently, and a huge worm burrowed out of the break, snarling with its teeth and claws. Kid, asshole, how dare you break my vessel. The giant black insect perked its wings, green sap flowing from its compound eyes, and its huge mouthparts flared, emitting a metallic glow. Feelings are not Orochimaru, it is Mamoru Doyana, and it's really even more disgusting. But, it turns out, soul-devouring demon bug, this is your original body. Mo Lin really didn't want to touch it with his own hands. So he casually picked up one of the dead guard's swords from the ground and weighed it. Soul-devouring demon bug. Mo Lin had seen it in a book before. A kind of demonic creature that can seize other people's shells and disguise itself as a human being. And the strength of the main body is also quite strong. Usually the main body is the strength of the zone realm or the Zune realm. My 10 years of planning. Asshole. Kid, I'll kill you. The demonic insect said, spitting out a turquoise venom from its mouth towards Mo Lin, scaring him so much that he hurriedly dodged away for fear of splashing himself. Being able to disguise as a human for more than 10 years, this demon bug must be plotting something in the Izumo country, doing some unseemly deeds. Mo Lin is not afraid of demonic insects. It is simply too disgusting, and does not want to be touched at all. Mo Lin already regretted taking this commission. The expression on the old man's face as he looked at him had already caused him a serious psychological damage. Not to mention turning into an even more disgusting worm. When the demonic insect saw that he missed a blow, he flew up, covered in green juice, and Mo Lin was afraid that he would fall apart halfway through the fight and splash himself with the juice. Mo Lin hurriedly dodged a safe distance and quickly swung his sword a few times, chopping the giant insect into several pieces. The giant worm twisted a few times, and those wounds bizarrely glued together, watching Mo Lin's SAN value fall wildly. Bastard! Bastard! Old man, more than 10 years of planning. I want to kill you. Kill you. The giant insect's compound eyes were all chopped off one, but it still kept roaring. This is the origin divine pill that I have been refining for decades. Gathered from the life essence of 3,333 people. I originally wanted to save it to offer to the Saint King, but right now, I just want to use it to kill you. The giant insect took out a blood-red elixir and swallowed it in one gulp. As the elixir entered his stomach, the giant insect's body continued to twist and swell. His body flushed red, and all those wounds that hadn't yet healed were restored as before. Ha, ha ha ha. In more than 10 years, I have only refined one. Although this is a bit of a waste, but a human genius like you, I must kill. The giant insect roared angrily. Honestly, you look so much smoother when you turn into a strong bug like that, instead of flowing all that soupy broth. Murin said honestly. You have now forcefully broken through to the Saint realm? Mo Lin looked around at the change in the demonic insect instead. Kid, you're dead. The demonic insect felt insulted and roared angrily. The giant worm could also manipulate boundaries, and facing Mo Lin, it was equivalent to two Saint realms fighting one Saint realm. The advantage is mine, thought the soul eater demon bug. It's bound to win. Chapter 46 Heavenly Star. The huge soul-devouring demon bug flew into the sky, opening its bloody mouth, and countless crimson spikes shot out at great speed towards Mo-Lin. Mo-Lin plucked out the long sword in his hand for a few sword blossoms. The densely packed spikes were all chopped off by Mo-Lin, but some fine cracks also appeared on the long sword. The giant insect spat out a few more mouthfuls of green liquid, and Mo-Lin hurriedly jumped away, not wanting to get a little bit of it. Hell knows what the ingredients of this stuff are. It's disgusting to look at. Kid, let me show you the mighty power of my Saint realm. The giant insect roared, and a purple-black curtain of light emerged from the boundary behind it, and together with the spikes, a light projectile kept shooting out at Mo-Lin. Is this a pop-up game? Looking at the light bullets that covered the sky, Mo-Lin unhurriedly dodged left and right. The pace of his legs quickly changed, dodging the attacks of the giant insects. The light bullets skimmed over Mo-Lin and smashed into the ground, and the places that were hit exploded. Now the giant insect did possess the power of the Saint realm, but Mo-Lin could see that it had just possessed this power, and was extremely uncomfortable with this power, and would only fire indiscriminately with its use of power, which greatly reduced the power of these attacks. The giant bug's spikes were made of energy gathered together, and the light bullets were emitted from the boundary that enveloped the mansion. The giant bug had indeed utilized the power possessed by the two Saint realms. However, even the most powerful power is meaningless if you can't hit it. The giant bug's operation is so poor that it would be a waste to give it this power. Seeing that it couldn't hit Mo-Lin, the giant insect stored up a few more huge balls of light and dozens of even more huge spikes, ruthlessly smashing them at Mo-Lin. But these attacks were also dodged by Mo-Lin at the limit, and could only cause huge explosions on the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Why can't you hit it? Why can't you hit it? The giant insect's ugly face looked even more hideous in his twisted roar. As the giant insect attack paused, Mo-Lin also stopped. Facing this kind of forced breakthrough of the Holy Realm, he felt a little bored, although he also utilized the burning blood to open up and forced a breakthrough that is, and there is no qualification to talk about others. However, he was now in the Saint realm, so he could just try out the trick he had thought of earlier. That is the original inside the Rock King Emperor Zhongli's move. When not a listener POV but has tens of millions of playback, he also saved a big guarantee to force the draw of Zhongli, for no other reason. This move is really too handsome. To be honest, your level of operation, I feel quite uninteresting, but, show you a good thing. Niren shrugged his shoulders and said somewhat helplessly, the sky moves, million elephants. As Niren's words had just fallen, the giant insect felt the space around him vibrate incessantly, and it jerked its head up as a gigantic meteorite, about the size of the entire mansion, was carrying flames that violently frictioned with the air as it rapidly fell towards his location. This is a meteorite? Why is there a meteorite? Did this kid summon it? This greatness of being able to summon a meteorite from the heavens, how could it be possible? This is a power that only the Emperor realm can possess, right? How old is this kid? Even if he has forcefully broken through to the Saint realm, can he send out such a strong attack? It didn't know that Mo-Lin was able to mimic this move, but also due to his deep grasp and understanding of the Earth Tao rhythm, utilizing the gravitational pull of the stars and his own manipulation of energy to pull the meteorite over and use it for himself. Mo-Lin estimated that if he waited for himself to truly enter the Holy Realm, the meteorite should not need to be summoned. He could pinch it out himself, just like the kind of earthquake inside Naruto. Safe as a rock, Murin raised his hand and put a golden-colored shield on himself, quietly waiting for the meteorite to fall. No! In the roar of despair of the giant insect, the huge meteorite mercilessly shattered the boundary of the mansion and landed on the ground with a loud roar. The giant insect and the entire mansion were smashed into pieces and turned into ashes with the fall of the meteorite. It's over. Mo-Lin was unharmed under the protection of the Jade Jang shield, but just as he was about to take a step to leave, he suddenly stumbled and almost fell. It's true that this kind of great move is too costly. It's better not to use it easily before truly breaking through the Saint realm. The duration of the Kirin's blood burning. It's over. What a loud noise. God, witch woman. People go and take a look. After saying goodbye to the divine witch woman, Blossom Fire bounced away, her large, beautiful, vermilion eyes flashing with a hint of cunning. Go, little flame. This time, if it's no surprise, you'll meet the person you want to see, and if he wants to, you can bring him here. The divine witch granny said lightly with a kind smile on her face. It would free little Flame from that miserable fate, and the god witch woman wanted Flame to bring that person back to herself. Okay, if it's really the man of my destiny, I'll definitely bring him back for you to see. But, That person's characteristics, is it really only the point of being very, very good looking? Blossom Fire was still a bit confused. There weren't any other features that were a bit more obvious? Well, don't worry. You'll definitely recognize him the first time you see him, the Divine Witch Granny said with a smile. Well, then I'll go see how it goes. The original luxurious mansion had now turned into a ruin, and Mo Lin stood in the center of the ruins, barely supporting his body with his sword. The statute of limitations on burning blood has expired and it's now side effect time. Mo Lin only felt so weak that it was a bit difficult to even stand up. With difficulty, he used the long sword in his hand to support his body and walked a little bit towards the outside of the ruins. The surrounding of the ruins has long been surrounded by people. This mansion is already in the city, not in the wilderness. The sudden violent shaking, the people are all curious to come to watch. The soldiers to maintain law and order also surrounded the place. Duke Socha's mansion, how did it suddenly become a ruin? Junior over there, what's going on? You know? Seeing only one living person in the ruins, the soldiers gathered around. The young man was very handsome in appearance, but supporting his body with his sword. Could this tremor have something to do with him? I don't know. I was also just affected by the waves. Mo Lin shook his head and said weakly, that's so, but it's going to take a lot of trouble for you to come with us. After all, there's a lot at stake. Can I not go? I need to rest now. Mo Lin had some regrets. It would have been better if he didn't amplify his moves. Then he would still have the strength left to leave this place, instead of the weak look he had now. No, you're a material witness and we need the clues you've provided, the leader of the soldiers said. Mo Lin wanted to say something else, but just then, a voice came. This person, I'm going to take him away. Chapter 47, Sleeping Together. This person, I'm going to take him away. The one who spoke was a young girl wearing a small crimson skirt, a head of black hair tied into two ponytails, bare feet wearing a pair of small wooden clogs. Vermilion eyes were now smilingly looking at Mo Lin. It's Sparkles coming. As soon as Flowerfire arrived, she saw Murin, and indeed recognized him at once. Just like the God Witch woman had said, there was no other reason. It was just that Mo Lin was so good looking. This is too good looking. What a supremely beautiful boy. Worthy of being described with three very boys. In all my life, I've never seen such a good looking boy. Flowerfire's eyes widened in surprise, her large vermilion eyes blinking and blinking, repeatedly making sure she wasn't hallucinating. The teenager is so good looking that he just keeps dancing on his XP. This ruin was originally the mansion of Duke Sacha. This duke has basically not asked about the world in the last 10 years or so. How come the duke's mansion is still suddenly blown up? It won't be this husband of the others who did it. Worthy of being someone's husband, even if he's so good looking, he's still so powerful. No, I have to be reserved. Hold it in. I can't laugh. It looks like he's a bit weak. It's the perfect time for people to step in and brush up their favor. Wow, he's so weak now. It can't be that he encountered some crisis here and used a secret method to break through his limit. This broken sense of beautiful boy look is also too much of a crime. Wait for me to bring you home, ha. Hey. Her Royal Highness? Your Highness the Imperial Daughter? The soldier greeted her a few times before Flowerfire came back to her senses as if she were waking up from a dream. What's wrong? You say you want to take this man away, but this man is an important witness to the shaking of the Duke's house, and we have to take him back to investigate. What witness? Look at him. He's only 14 or 15 years old. Can he lie? Can he cause so much damage? Moreover, this boy is someone's friend. I'm going to take him away. Do you have a problem with that? Flowerfire said. Her smile became a little dangerous. My subordinate does not dare. Soldier Captain hastily kneeled down. He knew the reputation of this imperial daughter since childhood, not to mention the extreme genius, but also extremely liked to play tricks on people. Even her father, the emperor, could not do anything about her, but also extremely doting on her. Little brother, people come to hold you up. Hua walked forward and held the frail Mo Lin. Looking at Mo Lin's somewhat pale but extremely handsome face from close range, her eyes were a bit infatuated, but she immediately coughed lightly and returned to her senses. Restraint. Although I know that he is my future husband, but I don't know him yet. I have to be reserved. Thank you. Can you take me to a nearby hotel? I want to sleep for a while, asked Murin softly. Hey, Flower Fireman is dumb. What's going on? You're going to drag him to a room right away? No, is this unfolding? This little brother turned out to be a playboy? He covets his own beauty right away? The moment you come up, you have to treat people to a room? Little brother is really straightforward and not impossible but this will not be too fast We should not start from kissing and hugging first? Flowerfire pretty face slightly red, somewhat embarrassed said. What are you talking about? Mo Lin gave Flowerfire a strange look. Flowerfire said a whole bunch of things that he kind of didn't understand. What was all that nonsense? Did someone misunderstand? I'm sorry, Blossom Flame spat out her tongue mischievously. I just want to find a place to rest. Just anywhere. Even if it's not a hotel. As long as it's a place where I can sleep. Niren said a little strangely. Was it so hard to understand what he said? So that's how it is. I know. I'll take you there, said Flowerfire with a smile. Wow, I didn't expect my little brother to be more innocent than I thought. He doesn't even understand. It's so cute, I really picked up a treasure this time. But divination shows that people will have to be wives to him with a few other girls afterward. Never mind. Forget it for now. Marrying such a good-looking and cute little brother. Even if that's the case, people will still admit it. Instead of taking Mo Lin to the guest house, Hua directly found a carriage and pulled Mo Lin to his chambers. On the carriage, Mo Lin was already a bit weak to the point of delirium, and after arriving at Hua's room, Hua signaled that Mo Lin could lie down before Mo Lin lay down on Hua's bed and fell into a deep sleep. Little brother is still very polite. If I said no, he would probably sleep on the sofa or floor. Blossom Fire looked at Niren's sleeping face and gently tapped her finger on his nice face. It's so pretty. Do you want to secretly kiss him? Blossom Fire stuck out her little pink tongue and licked the corner of her mouth. Calculate. The first kiss is still better when you are sober. Are your own husband. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Flowerfire still gave up. The first kiss. Or want a little more romantic. Blossom Fire sat next to Niren and stared at him for a while before yawning. It's also a bit late. Watching little brother sleep makes me a bit sleepy as well. So I'll take a nap as well. Flowerfire rubbed her eyes, took off her clogs, got under the covers, and lay in Mo Lin's arms. It's so warm, hee. Blossom Fire hugged Niren, her head rubbing against his arms. Good night, little brother. Only early the next morning, Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes, felt his physical condition. The feeling of weakness disappeared most of the time, but the strength is still not completely recovered. Now it should only be the Emperor realm. A few more days of good rest. It should be no problem. Kirin blood burning technique is this bad. Every time you use it, you will be weak for a period of time. The good thing is that now you don't need to bleed every day. Even if you turn on the blood burning technique, it shouldn't produce any after effects. Just rest properly. But, what is it in his arms? Soft? When Mo Lin lowered his head, he saw a cute little head tied with black double ponytails and a hint of drool in his sleep. What's going on here? Oh yes, when he was being questioned by the soldiers in the city, this girl helped him out and took him away. He even asked her to help find a hotel for him to get some rest. So why is this girl sleeping along with herself? Fortunately, the girl's clothes were very complete. Or yesterday's cute little red dress. Or else she could have jumped into the yellow river and not been able to wash herself. Mo Lin didn't dare to move around for fear of waking up the young girl in his arms. After a while the young girl woke up. She yawned and stretched. Hello, said Murin weakly as his four eyes met. Too cute. In fact, I woke up myself just now. My little brother was afraid of waking myself up and didn't dare to move. Hello there, little brother. Blossomfire said with a smile. Chapter 48 Temporary. Hello there, little brother. Blossomfire happily greeted Niren. Hello, I'm sorry. I don't know why you slept with me. I apologize if I did anything while I was unconscious. Murin said honestly, this kind of thing about a girl's name and honor. Murin couldn't be sloppy. It's okay. You're so warm. Give me another hug for a while. Flowerfire did not get up and lift the quilt. Instead she hugged Mo Lin again and closed her eyes. Mo Lin didn't dare to move around, for fear of touching something he shouldn't. The soft touch of the girl's body made him blush slightly. By the way, my name is Blossomfire. What's yours? The girl rubbed against his arms, finding a comfortable position. My name is Murin. Murin said honestly, his hands resting somewhat stiffly on either side of his body. Not even daring to touch me. What a decent man. My future husband's cute little brother. It's just that it makes you want to bully him even more, doesn't it? I so cold. Shaolin brother, you hold me well. This is not good, right? Don't want it. If you are cold I will help you put the quilt on. Mo Lin didn't dare to really listen to her, and he wasn't the kind of person who was casual, so he had to recover the quilt that had been lifted by Flower Flame. Good guy. This little Lin brother is also too serious. Let him hug all dare not hug, really picked up the treasure, but so pure-hearted boy. After how will have so many wives Flower Fire in the Ink Lin's arms rambling. What is this thing? Blossom Fire felt as if there was something strange around her, but her little mind couldn't figure it out, not knowing exactly what it was. What is this? Is it a weapon? Watching the Flower Fire move around, the corner of Mo Lin's mouth is a little hard to strain. He is at least a bloody boy. Well, that. MS. Flower Fire, can you please stay still? You still carry a weapon when you sleep? Blossom Fire asked a little strangely. How can I explain this? The age of this child. Will I be taken away by the guards later? It's really Xing. Seems like I'm a teenager age now too. That's fine. This is not a sword hilt. This is a part of my body. Inkling tried to pick a mild way of describing it for fear of scaring small children. A part of the body. Is there such a strange thing in the human body? Flower Fire touched again. There is a strange feeling little brother is not lying to himself, right? By the way, I remember reading something about this in a book I read a while back. It seems like boys and girls do have different bodies. What is it? I think it's called something. Blossom Fire remembered. This one is. Flower Fireman was dumbfounded. Her cute little face seemed to have turned into a ripe apple, red and adorable. The little hands were hastily retracted behind his back and his little head could have boiled the kettle. That, it's morning. You're hungry. I'll have someone prepare food for you, little brother. Flower Fire rolled over and jumped out of Mo Lin's arms, not letting Mo Lin see his red-faced, wretched appearance, and without waiting for him to reply, she flew away. I haven't said anything yet. What a strange girl. Mo Lin smiled helplessly. He was considered to be taken advantage of? It took a while before Blossom Fire walked in with two maids, who were pushing small food carts with some fine meals on them. Little brother. These are the specialties of our Izumo country. I don't know if they are to your taste. Try them. Okay, thank you. Then I won't be polite. Mo Lin didn't push back and picked up a small snack and put it in his mouth. The flavor was crispy and delicious, and the hint of sweetness back to Murin was also very enjoyable. Very tasty indeed. It's delicious. Thank you for your trouble. MS. Flower Fire. Murin sincerely thanked the girl in front of him. You helped me out yesterday, and I haven't formally said thank you yet. Thank you. If there's anything I can do to help, Murin will certainly help you. My God. Little brother's sense of morality is too strong. What kind of moral model is this? If I hold a favor and ask him to give his body in return, will he agree? No. This is too hasty. Little brother is so innocent. Mentioning this kind of request all of a sudden will scare him. This kind of thing comes gradually. First find an excuse to keep him by his side. Blossom Fire's large crimson eyes rolled around and a brilliant idea came to mind. Little brother. I'm not going to lie. I do have a favor to ask. Flower Fire jumped to Mo Lin's side, her lovely big eyes staring at Mo Lin flashing and flashing. It's like this. People are the least favored daughters in the family, and in a short while, they are going to be promised by their father to the son of a powerful minister, and that son of his is bullying men and women without doing anything bad, and even keeps more than 10 concubines. I don't want to marry him. Little brother, please help me. As long as you pretend to be my newly recruited husband, then father won't force me to do so, and that minister's son will also back off, and people don't have the power to break through the spirit realm right now. By the way, what realm are you in, little brother? I'm in the clan realm. Wow, you're so awesome, little brother, worthy of being the boy chosen by others. There seem to be more stars inside Flower Fire's big eyes. So, little brother, you are so powerful. Take out a little time and strength to protect people for a little bit. Okay. Blossom Fire spoke in a way that made Inkbrand listen to him. Is that so? This girl doesn't look like she's out of favor. The chambers all look incredibly luxurious. And if she's really out of favor, she mustn't sit at a table with Harry Potter? Pantry good friends? Really? Believe me, I'm such a cute girl. Would I still lie to you? Flower Fire's big crimson eyes blinked and blinked, making Mo Lin dizzy. Inkbrand felt as if he had entered that coiled silk cave, and could not stand under the girl's attack. Well, I promise you. After all, you also helped me. Mo Lin still promised. Or rather, under the gaze of the girl's big, bright eyes, Murin couldn't even say no. Wow, little brother, you're really handsome and kind-hearted. Then from today onwards, you're my fiancé. Flower Fire hugged Mo Lin's arm and said with a smile. Sparks purposely didn't say the word temporary. It can be said that Sito's intention is known to all. Chapter 49, The Room. Fiancé. I never thought that I would become the fiancé of the queen's daughter of the outer cloud country when I came to work and earn money in the outer cloud country. Okay, but this fiancé status, there has to be a deadline, right? And I cannot stay here all the time. Well, if the period is, let's start with 3 years, although I want it to be longer, but saying too long at once will scare him, right? Although 3 years Flower Flame doesn't dare to guarantee that Murin will not agree. 3 years Mo Lin pondered for a while, but still nodded okay. 3 years is 3 years. Anyway, there was nothing else to do for himself now, and practicing here was similar to practicing elsewhere. Don't worry, since people have delayed you for 3 years, they won't whore you out for nothing. What do you want? As long as they have it, they will all give it to you. Even if they don't have it, they will find a way to get it for you. Flowerfire patted her chest and swore with assurance. I don't have anything I want. Mo Lin shook his head. As long as there's a place where I can cultivate, it's enough. Oh yeah, I'm out of money. Is food and shelter included here? That's certainly package. Little brother, you are my fiancé. Package let you eat and sleep well. Flowerfire said with a smile. That's too cute. And asking if I care about the food. I'm a royal daughter. Flowerfire-sama. Can I still starve my future husband? But he actually really don't want anything. Those princes and ministers' sons see themselves, all salivating at their own beauty and wealth status. And their little brother is so pristine. Originally quite like him. This, even more so. That's good. The previous commissioner reneged on my payment for the mission. But don't worry, I won't eat for free. I can help with whatever I need to do. And I'll go out and do some commissions to earn money. Mo Lin nodded and said, so that's how it is. But little brother, why did you appear in that ruin before? You may not know. That is the mansion of Duke Su Cha of Arazumo country. It is still very prestigious in Arazumo country. Hua asked with some curiosity. Murin was silent for a moment. There is no harm in talking to you, and I have no loss in this matter. Mo Lin said faintly. Briefly, he told Blossom Fire about the old man's commission to escort him to the Azumo kingdom, and then later tried to harm him by taking over his body and eventually turning into a big bug. However, he didn't say that he ended up relying on the Qilin to burn his blood and break through the sacred realm for a short period of time before he reduced the place to rubble, only saying that it was due to his zone realm's cultivation that he was able to protect himself from the explosion. And the reason for the explosion could be that the big bug had eaten an unknown elixir and its body couldn't withstand it and blew itself up. This way. Flowerfire heard out that Murin seemed to be hiding something, but did not look deeply into it. But Duke Sucha turned out to be a big bug become and was taken over a dozen years ago. So it's no wonder he's been in a state of unquestioning for so many years. Soul-devouring demon bugs, the remnants of the demon race. Hundreds of years ago, the demon race was defeated in the Great War with the human race, and has been devastated ever since. Not to mention the Saint Realm, the demon race's Zune Realm powerhouses were almost decimated. Besides, the demon race's Emperor Realm powerhouses fell in the first place, and there were only a few small demons left in bits and pieces that fled and went incognito. I didn't expect the demon race to have an organization now. The soul-devouring demon worm has been plotting for many years, and there is even some kind of Saint King existing behind it. Maybe the machinations of these guys had something to do with their own original miserable fate. As soon as Mo Lin came, he partially dissolved this conspiracy. Duke Su Cha is an old nobleman, and usually lives in deep seclusion. Almost no one would suspect him, and not many people would even say anything bad about him. I didn't realize that he was a mole and had been taken over for a long time. This matter, should I tell my father? No, it's better to think long and hard, not to mention that even if you tell him, he won't necessarily believe it, and you don't have any evidence. And then again, it's not possible that there are still other seized pawns in the courtroom. And even if it's the father, no one can guarantee that it will not have been seized already. Father is not that powerful and is only in the zone realm right now, but our royal family's right to use Amaterasu is in the emperor's hands. And that is the foundation of the Azumo kingdom's royal family. If this group of demonic clans utilizes intrigue to take over the body, then the Azumo kingdom will instantly turn into a paradise for the demonic clans. Even the demon race knew precisely this situation in the Exodus Cloud Country and sent pawns to infiltrate the Exodus Cloud Country. Little brother, this matter doesn't blame you. On the contrary, I have to thank you for it. Eradicating such a tumor for my Azumo kingdom. Don't worry, with people around, no one will dare to come to trouble you afterward. Flowerfire figured out something, hugged Mo Lin's arm and said with a smile, worthy of being someone's future husband, he helped me solve such a big trouble as soon as he came. Good, then thank you. But The soft touch of being held makes Mo Lin not dare to move. Mo Lin said with some embarrassment, "You hold me like this. I'm afraid of touching something that shouldn't be touched." Well, what place where should not touch You do not say clearly words. People do not understand Flowerfire hugged again a little tighter. Frightened, Murin hurriedly withdrew his arm. Murin didn't hate Flowerfire. He just wasn't too comfortable with the young girl's passion. That, Ms. Flowerfire, since you want me to be your temporary husband, would you please arrange a room for me? Murin looked away and reluctantly found another topic. Room? What room? Isn't this your room? Blossomfire asked strangely. Isn't this your room, Ms. Sparkles? Could one be mistaken? This room was decorated in pink, so it should be Flower Flame's room. That's right, it's mine, but it's also yours, said Blossomfire with a smile. You're my future husband. You must live with me. If I sleep in a separate room with you, what will people think of me if it's publicized? They will definitely say that I am a bad girl who kicked my husband out of his room. Isn't this ruining my reputation? Flower Flame said with a straight face. Seems to make some sense, but something doesn't feel quite right. I don't think so much. I'm such a cute girl. I can still fool you. Blossomfire shook her head, stretching out one finger to draw a circle. And you're a boy. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? Okay. Then can I please get a blanket and comforter? I'll make a floor bed. A bunk? How could I? Hanabi-sama. Let my future husband bunk on the floor. Sleep right here. Blossomfire patted her big, soft bed. Chapter 50, The Prince. Sleep right here. Blossomfire patted her big, soft bed. This is not good. Although Murin had slept with a few of his sisters before, he was younger than himself, and his own self at the time treated them as if they were his own sisters. And himself and Blossom Flame, to be honest, were just now meeting for the first time, and didn't know each other well at all. Or don't. Then trouble you arrange to add a bed, can it? We each sleep in our own. Mo Lin proposed. To be honest, sleeping in a house is already the limit of what he can accept. If he sleeps in a bed, Mo Lin felt that he really can't accept it now. But it's actually okay if I don't add it. I usually don't sleep a lot of the time at night. I usually meditate and rest for the night. Fearing that Flowerfire would find it troublesome, Mo Lin added. You usually don't sleep at night? Flowerfire was a bit confused. What kind of rolling king is this? No wonder people are in the zone realm and he himself is still just about to break through the spirit realm. I'll just practice at night, and it'll soon be dawn when I practice for the night. Blossomfire feels like her previous efforts count for nothing. My efforts? Like little. I'll ask someone to bring another bed over. Hua Hua waved her hand feebly. After that, living with Mo Lin, I'm afraid I can't sleep either. He's trying so hard. He can't lose face himself. Good lord, the king of rolls is actually my husband. It's as if everyone in the dormitory is ready to go to sleep, and will soon enter the dreamland beautifully. Suddenly there is a person to turn on the table lamp to pick the lamp night study, and from time to time ringing sound of turning the pages of the book. Well, this will be everyone will not be able to sleep. It's not that the light is too bright, but the heart is too cold. How can I sleep when my best buddy is secretly making progress behind my back? I'm afraid that my brother will have a hard time, but I'm also afraid that my brother will drive a Land Rover. Although Flowerfire is not Mo Lin's brother, but his own husband is so rolled, he is also embarrassed not to make an effort. Then I'll practice with you at night after that as well. Hanabi-sama couldn't sleep. You don't have to push yourself on Miss Flowerfire. Murin could tell that Flowerfire seemed to be struck by hearing her sneaky progress. No, I've already decided to cultivate with you afterward. One didn't want to leave an impression of a lazy girl in her future husband's heart. Well, as you wish then. Duke Socha has been killed? What happened? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes, and at this moment, he was slamming the wineglass in his hand to the ground with a face of indignation. Prince Jen, brother of the current emperor of Izumo. Subordinate doesn't know, but the Duke's mansion has turned into a ruin at this time, and Lord Duke has disappeared. The subordinate who reported the situation trembled. And who did this thing? The dukedom exploded and you guys are telling me that you don't know anything about it? Prince Genji said furiously. My subordinate just heard that there was a teenager at the scene who was taken away by Her Royal Highness. Teenager. Alas. Well, I know. Prince Jen sighed. A teenager. It should just be a fluke that survived. What could he know? His cultivation is at most at the division realm. However, surprisingly, he was taken away by his own niece, Flowerfire, so even if he wanted to start investigating from him, there was no way to do so. The sudden and violent death of the Duke of Sucha had disrupted many of his plans, and this Duke of Sucha was also an important link in his cooperation with the demon race. Now, this bond was suddenly broken, and all that had been invested in Duke Sucha before was now all down the drain. For more than 10 years Prince Jen had come to give Duke Sucha many resources, even thousands of living people, just to get the demon race behind him to help him take the throne. Duke Sucha would also send himself blood pills from time to time. His cultivation talent wasn't outstanding, but with the infusion of the blood pills, he was now about to break through to the Zune realm. In the entire Izumo kingdom, there were less than a handful of Zune realms, but now, it's all for naught, and his own partner explodes. Damn it! This kind of situation one can only eat the dumb loss, and even if this matter is man-made, one can't possibly avenge him. In the end he is just one's partner. Just a relationship of interest. Find a way to contact the demon race behind him. When you took my throne, I will take it back at all costs. Thinking of his brother, Prince Yuan's face grimaced as he roared lowly. In the beginning, he was the lost royal son, wandering outside as an orphan since childhood. In order to fill his stomach, he had stolen and begged. After he grew up, he was retrieved by his real parents, but he was not treated well by his parents, who only liked his own younger brother, Fei, and suspected him of being unruly and uneducated, which he had learned outside. Although Feather's brother hadn't done anything against him, Feather was better than himself in both character and talent and looks, and his parents were more favorable to him. Even the throne was passed on to him, to his younger brother Fei, while he himself, obviously the eldest son, could only be a prince. How ridiculous is it that the eldest son is the prince? How ridiculous. Jen, he only wants to ask his parents on what grounds. On what grounds? But his parents both died shortly after passing the throne, leaving him and his brother, and his full-blooded indignation could only be vented at his brother, who got what was rightfully his, but his younger brother was already an emperor. What could he do with his younger brother when he was just a prince? Feudy seemed to want to get along with himself, but there was no way he could accept it. It's obvious that everything he owns should belong to him. Why should I take back what is mine as if it were a handout to me? Asshole. I'm going to take back everything that's mine. That soul-devouring demon insect from the Exodus Cloud Kingdom. Sosha, its soul stone is shattered. Lord Saint King, please decide. The one who spoke was a strange man with a bird head. At this moment, he was kneeling on one knee and said respectfully, "Got it." The person known as the Holy King was covered in a black fog, and his face could not be seen. I'll arrange for other demons to go over there. That Prince Yuan has been cooperating with our demon race. We'll help him ascend to the throne. And after that, our demon people will be in the Exodus Cloud Country as a new starting point. The Saint King's voice resembled a man and a woman, an adult and a child, a saint and a prisoner. Your Majesty, the Saint King is wise. The Saint King's heavenly order is invincible. Under the Holy King's seat, dozens of strange people with animal features congratulated in unison. They all clearly have human faces. Some have pig tusks, some have fox tails and ears, others have a set of wings, etc. The site of the Exodus Cloud Country is our most important move. There is no room for error. After that, we will focus on that side and put down roots and a foothold there. The Sacred King's voice was very soft, but everyone knew that the Sacred King's order was absolute. At the will of the Holy King. Chapter 51 Night Talk. Tian Chi Mountain. The sun was setting and it was getting late. Long Yushan ended the day's cultivation, thought about it, and came to the door of Bai Jiro's room. Sister Jiro, can I go in? Aha. Bai Jiro answered softly. Long Yushuan smiled and drilled into the room, her star pupils blinking, making Bai Jiro unable to see what she was thinking. Is Sister Jiro tired lately? Long Yushang sat down next to Bai Jiro and asked with a smile. It's okay, what's wrong Yushang? Bai Jiro looked at Long Yushang a bit strangely, not knowing why she would suddenly look for herself. Ever since Mo Lin left, the four sisters had put all of their minds on cultivation, and on weekdays, apart from eating and meeting together to discuss anything, there was hardly any other communication. They all have their own minds now, and even though they are sisters, they don't talk to each other as much as they used to. Care about you. Jiro's sister is now what realm ah? Long Yushang said with a smile. I am now, having just broken through the Imperial realm. Bai Jiro said. Sister Jiro is still really powerful. I'm only at the peak of the King realm. I'm still a bit short if I break through to the Emperor realm. Sister Jiro, so you're so powerful. What do you think about Brother Mo's matter? Long Yushuang spoke with a somewhat inexplicable tone. How did it look? Yushang, what do you mean? Baijiro frowned her pretty eyebrows and asked faintly. That is to say, with brother Mo gone, Sister Jiro wouldn't think that things would just end like that, would she? We can just do nothing, right? Lan Yushang had a bit of teasing in her eyes. How can that be? Baijiro looked a little indignant. With brother Mo gone, do the things we've done disappear? I won't let go of anyone who has ever belittled and mocked him. Hey, I didn't realize that Jiro's sister was thinking this way. No wonder she's working so hard. Lan Yushang smiled. It was true that she was roughly right with what she thought. Sister Jiro was still so straightforward, and she didn't know how to express her feelings towards brother Mo. However, in that case, doesn't Sister Jiro think it's just your ego moving? Lan Yushang raised a finger. You think those people have denigrated brother Mo and hurt him, but these things, does he really care? Moreover, when it comes to hurting, who has hurt him more deeply than we have hurt him? Lan Yushang's heart suddenly throbbed with pain. In order to fool Sister Jiro, she herself had been attacked. You're right, so after I do everything, if brother Mo doesn't forgive me, I'll kill myself in front of him and give him back everything I have. Baijiro said coldly. This was something she had decided long ago. Ha ha ha, so Lan Yushang suddenly laughed. What are you laughing at? Baijiro asked with a frown. It's nothing. It's just that I feel that Sister Jiro really doesn't understand the human heart. Lan Yushang was clearly the youngest one, but she knew a lot instead. All you've done is nothing more than self-touching and self-satisfaction. Lan Yushang smiled and shook her head. What about you, Yushang? What do you want to do for brother Mo? Baijiro asked in a rare, somewhat agitated manner. What's wrong with me punishing those people for brother Mo? I don't care about the lives of the three of you. It's up to brother Mo to decide. But my own life, I want to return it to him. No, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just that, have you ever thought about what brother Mo can get in this process? Lan Yushang looked at Baijiro with a sarcastic face. Baijiro opened her mouth, unable to speak, as if it was indeed so. And what about you? What do you want to do? What can you do for brother Mo? Baijiro asked somewhat unconvincingly. What I want to do can be more than just killing them. Lan Yushang jumped onto the bed and looked down on Baijiro. What's the point of merely killing them? They're just some insignificant little people to brother Mo. However, if you can kill them while subduing their forces, and finally unify the entire eastern region and offer it to brother Mo, which of the two, do you think, would be more useful to brother Mo? Furthermore, with 4 emperor realms on our side, even if Sister Qing Lian and Sister Linger don't join us, our 2 emperor realms will be enough. And when we plant our flag all over the continent, wherever brother Mo goes, he will see the traces we left behind and see our shadows. Sister Jiro, don't you think that's better? Baijiro was surprised by Lan Yushang's bold idea. She had never thought that it was even possible. Baijiro was silent for a while and sighed. I have to say, the offer you're talking about is really better. Then, Sister Jiro, join me, and you can still kill those who once denigrated brother Mo, and we'll take full advantage of that to wipe out their forces. Lan Yushang compelled. Jiro's sister want to own for brother Mo to do things. Buy him to know it, let him know you for him are doing something. After all, that way, brother Mo forgave you the chance. Will also be greater, is not it? Lan Yushang leaned over to Baijiro's ear and said softly. Indeed, when the time comes, I also want to let brother Mo know what I have done for him, so that the probability of brother Mo forgiving me becomes greater. Is it not a bit inexplicable to brother Mo that he silently killed all those people and then killed himself in front of him? And if he didn't know what he had done, he could only see himself inexplicably die in front of him. What would he think of himself even if he told him that he had killed those who had denigrated him? Does it still seem a bit baffling? Well, Yushang, I promise you that I will cooperate with you. Baijiro opened her mouth after a moment of silence. Aha, it's good that you figured it out. Sister Jiro, then, welcome to the Frost Squad. Lan Yushang smiled and pulled Baijiro's hand. What a strange name that is. This strange name caused Baijiro to let out a light laugh. It's as if brother Mo had given the name. Lan Yushang smiled back, but her eyes had little laughter in them. Jiro's sister, you don't know it either. Right, I did all this, but also just so that brother Mo can gently call me Little Frosty again. I miss him so much. Names and whatnot. Feel free. Next let's focus on cultivation. When we reach the Zun realm, or the Saint realm, we'll go and find those remaining members of our 4 sacred sect. Lan Yushang waved her hand pretending not to care. What are we going to do to find them? Baijiro already knew the truth. Most of those 4 sacred sect disciples were traitors. What was the point of going back to them? Of course it's sacrificing their blood to the flag. Long Yufeng laughed a cold laugh. Chapter 52 Going to School. Little brother. Little brother? Flowerfire shook her small white hand in front of Mo Lin's eyes and playfully called out. Niren slowly opened his eyes and withdrew from the state of entering cultivation. What's wrong, Ms. Flowerfire? It's time for breakfast. Little brother Blossomfire looked at Niren with a smile on her face. A month had passed since the first time he saw Mo Lin. This month, during the day, Flowerfire took Mo Lin to stroll around the country of the out of the clouds, took him to see some of the beauty of the country of the out of the clouds, tasted the local characteristics of the snacks. At night, Mo Lin will be fixed to practice. Flowerfire can only accompany together to practice. Ju also do not sleep, is really not sleep soundly. However, after looking at the gongfu she practiced, Mo Lin helped her to correct the flow of energy when practicing, and now she doesn't feel tired even after practicing for a night in a row. Instead, she is quite refreshed. I have to say, he really is a genius. One's tendons and veins would have some subtle pain when one cultivated before, but now it was completely gone. Ms. Flowerfire had already broken through the spirit realm, and had to feel that playing with the Roll King himself was something that would also improve. I prepared your favorite tricolored gnocchi and rough snacks today. I see. You have a sweet tooth, said Blossomfire with a smile. Well, indeed. Thank you, Ms. Sparkles. Niren smiled back. Although Flowerfire always said strange things, Niren could feel that Flowerfire really cared about him. Although he didn't know why the young girl was so enthusiastic about himself, but if Flowerfire needed any help from him he would definitely try his best. Little brother. My vacation is over. Yeah. I'm going to school at the academy tomorrow. Going to school? What an old word. Speaking of which, is there even a school in Nyungak? Oh yes. You're from the Eastern Domain. There doesn't seem to be any academies over there in the Eastern Domain, and even if there are, they aren't very well known, and the sects over there seem to act as academies. Flowerfire could see Mo Lin's confusion and explained thoughtfully. Our Izumo country is different. Don't look at us as an island country, but it's not a small area. The education and training of small children is mainly done by the academy, and the person, Hanabi-sama, is a third-year student in the junior division of the Kamisakura Academy. Indeed, the country of Izumo was, by all accounts, about the size of a province in the Heavenly Kingdom in the previous world. Not too big to say big, but not too small to say small. After all, a province is pretty big. Okay, then you go to school and study hard. I'll just cultivate in my room. Well, Mo Lin nodded and launched the persuasion skill. After all, persuasion, a passive skill, is a traditional virtue of the old Celestials. You just cultivate during the day and also at night? Flowerfire was shocked. You can roll, but you can't roll like this, right? Can it be okay to have your nerves always tense like this? Yeah, what's wrong? What's wrong with practicing all the time? Isn't that what everyone does? This is your future husband. Just hide him in a golden house? Going to school by himself? That's good. That's not good. Suddenly, she had a bold idea. Little brother, why don't you go to school with me? Flowerfire's big crimson cute eyes shone brightly as she looked at Mo Lin. Murin was confused. Why is there still something about me? Think about it. You are my future husband. You can't be a hobo in the eyes of outsiders. Right. When people ask, my husband of the hallowed royal daughter, Lord Flowerfire, is actually a waste of time who eats soft food. Is this reasonable? Flowerfire stretched out a finger and wiggled it, saying, but it would be different if you went to school with me. When the time comes, when people ask, you're a noble student with infinite possibilities. Even if you make any mistakes, you can say I'm sorry. I'm a student to ask for forgiveness. Isn't that good? Besides, I will occasionally be bullied by my classmates in school and 80 cry TT. Little brother and I go to school together, but also can protect me. Okay, not good. A Flowerfire launched the charm skills. Crimson beautiful big eyes flashing Lin somewhere. The first time I saw this, I was able to see it in the back of my head. This is the request of my life. Brother Mo, just say yes to me. Please, please, please. Flowerfire saw that Mo Lin was somewhat hesitant, and added intensity to her pettiness. Mo Lin is a typical soft but not hard master, for sisters so against him, finally crying and begging him when he will have a hint of softness. This little girl is always babbling. How much truth there is in her words Mo Lin doesn't know, but Mo Lin knows that she doesn't have any malice towards herself, and that's enough. Alright, I promise you. Inkbrand couldn't argue with Flowerfire and could only agree with a helpless sigh. Yeah, then I'll go and arrange it so that my little brother and I will go to school together tomorrow, Flowerfire cheered, jumping up and running away. This little guy. Mo Lin could only laugh and shake his head. It's also good to have something to do for yourself, but going to school shouldn't delay your cultivation. Moreover, he had been immersed in cultivation, and it was true that there was some emptiness in his heart after the cultivation was over. That was a bit of a distraction. A few days ago, after nourishing himself from the aftereffects left behind by the burning blood, he broke through to the middle stage of the zone realm in a natural way. At this rate, saving Lioli was just around the corner, and he might even ascend to the Emperor realm before he was 21. Thinking of Lioli's parting kiss, Nurin touched the corner of his mouth. Alas, first refueling cultivation, after that, emotional things, just let nature take its course. Early the next morning, Mo Lin woke up from his cultivation state and realized that Flowerfire had already brought breakfast over. Little brother, today is the first day of school. Let's not be late, Flowerfire said with a coquettish smile. Mo Lin looked at the Flowerfire. Always feel that today's Flowerfire temperament seems to be a little different. Just a little more like the feeling of a big lady. Put up a little shelf. The usual that the quirky look was converged by her a drop. A little bit, but not much. Okay, let's go after dinner. Mo Lin nodded. Mo Lin and Hua Hua rode in the carriage, and Hua Hua told Mo Lin about some of the things that happened at the academy. My Lord Flowerfire is one of the top big sisters in the academy. Don't worry when you enter the academy. I'll cover you. Flowerfire patted her slightly barren chest and assured. It's okay, it's still young. She can still grow. But sure enough, the front said, being 80-something. Sure enough, it's this little guy lying right. Although this big sister is not necessarily true. You covered me. Really? Was Flowerfire usually this good in the academy? That's for sure. If there's anything you don't know in the academy, just ask me. Blossomfire cocked her little nose in a remarkable manner. Alright, then, thank you for your love, Flowerfire-sama, Nurin said with a smile. He had basically gotten used to Flowerfire-sama's nonsense. But do we still have to tell our classmates about this fake marital relationship of ours? I thought about it, MS. Sparkles was lost in thought. Chapter 53, Peaches. Blossomfire fell into a brief moment of reflection. If she announced it now, she didn't know if it would be a bit early. After all, the two had only known each other for a month, and she didn't know if Mo Lin was willing to do so, and this way it might bring him a bit of trouble. Hanabi-sama was so cute. There were still a lot of brainwashed fans and dog lickers in the academy, including a lot of extremists. If they knew they had a fiancé, they'd definitely come after little brother. Little brother, if it's announced, will you feel troubled? I'm afraid that someone will come to trouble you at that time. Flowerfire asked carefully. It is reasonable to say that if I give you as a shield, it is still better to announce it. Well, ventured to ask, the academy's current students are probably what realm? Mo Lin asked with some curiosity. If it is too strong, if you encounter trouble, you will have to burn blood again. Always burn blood. The taste is honestly not too good. The strongest, probably just the king realm, Blossomfire said after thinking about it. It's fine then, let them come to me. It's not a big problem, Mo Lin said with a shrug. That's also true. Little brother is at the zone realm, and the academy head is only at the Zune realm. So as long as the academy head isn't the one to make a move, little brother will definitely be able to handle it. Flowerfire said with a smile. Then I'll tell everyone that little brother is Hanabi-sama's fiancé. It's good that little brother has agreed. In fact, I would also like to say that such a handsome and powerful boy is my little Flowerfire's husband. Alas, I have to go and give a good look to those big-breasted women who tease me and pinch my face every day. Envy them to death. Around 2/4 of an hour or so, the carriage arrived at the entrance of the Divine Cherry Academy. As soon as Mo Lin got off the bus, he saw that both sides of the road leading into the academy were planted with cherry blossom trees. Obviously it shouldn't be the blooming season, but they were all in full bloom with beautiful pink flowers. Well, it's not small. Nurin estimated that it should be that kind of aristocratic school. After all, Flowerflame is at least the daughter of the emperor of this country. Arrived. I'll take you through the enrollment formalities first, and go to class in a while. Flowerfire happily took Nurin's hand. Nurin was stunned for a moment, but didn't refuse. The girl probably didn't mean it. Nurin was pulled by the girl and went to the principal's office. The principal was an elderly grandfather with a white beard and a kind face. Isn't this little Flame? Why are you free to come to my place today? The principal put down the tobacco pouch in his hand and asked with a smile. You forgot our grandpa Jojiao. What I told you yesterday. I'm going to do the enrollment for someone's fiancé. Flowerfire smiles and pulls Mirin from behind to in front of her. Look, it's this one. Oh, I remember. The little teenager looks good, quite spry. Well, I'll look for his file. The principal's grandfather searched through the files around him and couldn't find them, and accidentally spilled the stack of files all over the floor. Oops, people are getting old. Sorry, little sparkler. It's okay, Grandpa Kojo is in no hurry. Let me help you. Lin also bent down and picked up the papers scattered on the ground in turn. There was also Flowerfire's file. Lin swept a glance. It recorded Flowerfire's achievements, Cultivation Realm, and Flowerfire's birthday. Speaking of which, he didn't know the 4 girls' birthdays coming up, and didn't celebrate them in particular, and every year he just made the day a few of his people met an anniversary, cooking a big table of good food, and didn't really give any gifts. Those 4 girls followed themselves and never once had a birthday of their own. Ruri, too, hadn't asked her birthday herself. Blossomfire's birthday, September 26th, is 10 days from now. Himself, prepare something for her. Lin didn't move and collected the file and handed it to the principal's grandfather. Well, thank you, Junior, you're a good boy, the principal said with a smile as he pushed up his glasses. You can just call me Lin. Lin responded with a smile. Little Flame has found a husband like you, so old me is relieved. I can see that you can take care of her. Lin. Well, I'll take care of her. Not long after, Grandpa Headmaster handed him the paperwork that Mirin needed, and Flowerfire brought Mirin to the classroom. It had to be said that this school was indeed quite large, quite a bit larger than the university he had previously attended in Blue Star. It was still early, class hadn't started, and the teacher was bored and yawning in her seat. This teacher looks quite young, with long black hair slightly curled, fair skin, delicate and beautiful features, and sleepy eyes. Obviously a beautiful woman, but that lazy look always gave people a feeling of not being able to raise their energy. A pair of strange white fox ears also lowered, and the 2 fox tails behind them were also feebly coiled on the stool. This teacher is of the bloodline of the Sky Fox clan of the Izumo Kingdom. Don't sleep. Blossomfire walked over to the teacher's desk and tapped it. Peach, someone's husband is here to check in. You have a new student. Well, the teacher known as Momoko yawned, looking like she hadn't woken up. Koana Sparks? Husband? What's all that? That means that someone's husband is here today to do enrollment and transfer to our class as your student. Understand? Blossomfire said viciously. Husband. Little Flame, you're married? Peach woke up as if in a dream, with a horrified look on her face. Inkling always felt that this Momoko-sensei felt lazy and weak. Why is it that I'm 22 years old and I'm not married and you are? Does that make sense? It's none of people's business if you get married or not. You hurry up and do the enrollment for other people's husbands and let him introduce himself or something. Flowerfire said with a speechless face. No, you're really married? Momoko looked incredulous. We are engaged first. He is someone's fiancé. Without getting into that, can we get enrolled first? Blossomfire's smile had gotten a little dangerous. Okay, let's see. Peach put on her glasses and took the information that Blossomfire handed to her and looked at it. Well, nothing was wrong with it. With that, Peach raised her head in curiosity. She was also curious as to what kind of person the fiancé that Little Flame was looking for was. With just one look, it was as if Peach had been cast into a fixation. Is this the fiancé of Little Flower Spark? Isn't this my long-lost half-brother's husband? No, how can there be a beautiful boy of this caliber in this world? Does Sparky usually eat this well? This soft black hair, eyes as bright as stars, delicate features, fair and handsome face. It is surprising that people cannot find a single flaw. Peach, stop staring at other people's fiancés, will you? Blossom Flame interrupted Peach's fixation with an unpleasant face. Oh, Momoko lowered her head, her face immediately red, and whispered, I'll be done in a minute. Chapter 54 Introduction. I'm good. Peaches finished checking Mirin's formalities and respectfully handed them to him with both hands, even lowering his head, not daring to look up at him. Thank you. My name is Mirin. Please take care of me, Momoko-sensei. Mirin took it with the same hands and smiled. He talked to me, and his voice is so gentle and nice. Well, please teach me more. Mirin senior student, Momoko-sensei said in a broken voice. Good thing I didn't call out my husband or I would have been treated like a demented shrimp head girl by him. Well, please teach me more. Lin's eyes were a bit strange. How did he still become an old classmate? Then, when the students come together later, is it okay for Murin-san to go to the stage and introduce himself? Momoko asked weakly, always feeling a bit cautious. Just gives a sense of stealing. It's okay, teacher. There was naturally nothing that Murin couldn't do. Yes, thank you, Inkling-san. Momoko panicked and thanked her. Is there anything to say thank you for? This teacher is too polite. After a while, the students arrived one after another. The girls in the class saw Murin and inquired up who this beautiful boy was. Who's this? I've never seen him before. Is there such a good-looking boy in our school? I don't think it's from our school. If we've seen a beautiful boy of this level before, there's no way we wouldn't have an impression. Quiet, classmates. There's a big announcement to make with you all. Peach slapped her desk, shaking the huge evil in her chest. Murin remembered a terrier on the blue planet. Why didn't you tell me about such a big deal earlier? It was indeed quite a big deal. Ahem. Starting today, a new student has been transferred to our class. He will introduce himself next. Everyone applaud. Peach was the first to applaud. Thunderous applause erupted from the stage. After all, girls made up 2/3 of this class. Hello everyone. My name is Mo Lin. I usually like to cultivate. Please take care of everyone. Mo Lin said with a handsome smile and a soft voice. Oh yeah, I'm Miss Flame's fiancé. Please take care of Miss Flame as well. A moment of silence passed. Hey. The gazes of the students in the class all looked at Flowerfire. And Flowerfire's little face turned red. This stupid little brother, which is so self-introduction directly hit the straight ball? This who can stand Blossomfire thought that she was thick-skinned enough, but faced with this kind of straight ball output, Blossomfire was still shamed. Little Flame? Really? Mr. Murin is really your fiancé? My goodness, Little Flame has such a good-looking boy for a fiancé. I'm sour. Little Flower Flame, you even have a fiancé and you didn't even tell us. Are you still a good sister? The girl who spoke even pinched Flower Flame's soft and slippery little face. That's right. Mo Lin is my fiancé. Hua didn't care that much anymore. Throwing away her shyness, she directly stood up and patted her chest, loudly declaring her sovereignty. The class made even more noise when they saw her in this state. Inkling smiled back. Flame was really bragging. She was more like a group favorite inside the academy than a big sister. Then, Murin students will sit by the window, penultimate row position. Is it okay? Peach finished, but also carefully solicited Murin's opinion. That'll work. Murin nodded and sat back in his seat. Just then, a discordant voice came. Flower Flame, this matter of you having a fiancé, does Lord Huang know about it? The one who spoke was a boy dressed as a noble gentleman, who was now asking in a high voice with a shadowy expression. What my Lord Flowerfire is looking for in a husband? Old dang, he couldn't care less. Flowerfire said viciously, and, it's even more none of your business. Little Adam, the family is in mourning. But the students didn't dare to laugh. The old den she was talking about was the Feather Emperor of the Izumo Kingdom. I hope I don't end up with the Emperor tearing you guys apart and going home crying. The noble son, who was called Little Adam, whose real name was Hara, was the son of Prince Minamoto. Then I don't need you to bother. I, Lord Flowerspark, was born as Brother Mo Lin's person, and died as Brother Mo Lin's dead person. It has nothing to do with you for a single spirit coin. Flowerspark gasped and spat her tongue out at the original Duke. Everyone stop arguing. Momoko hurriedly gathered her courage and loudly stopped their bickering behavior. Mo Lin glanced at this original male and made a mental note of his appearance. Just be careful. Don't let him hurt Sparkles. The morning's lessons passed quickly. The things learned here are still quite interesting. Arithmetic, history, martial arts learn a lot of very mixed. Murin felt that if he had come here before to further his education, he might have been able to teach his 4 sisters a better lesson plan. Don't think about those. Always unconsciously think of them. Mr. Murin, are you really Little Flame Spark's fiancé? As soon as class ended, the students gathered around. Yeah. Murin smiled back and nodded. You're so handsome. Mr. Murin, why don't you stop being Flower Flame's fiancé and become my fiancé? What are you guys doing? This is my fiancé. No hitting him. Like a kitten protecting its food. Flowerfire blocked in front of Mo Lin with her teeth and claws open. Little Sparkles is so cute. The girls who had gathered around her hugged Sparkles and took her into their arms. Sparks had a helpless look on her face as she was wrapped up in the girl's evil that was quite a bit larger than her. And little Sparks was really a groupie. Hua broke away from the girls and hugged Mo Lin's arm. You bunch of evil guys. Usually net bullying me. I have a husband now. Envy it. Quite envious. To be honest. The girls who had gathered around said frankly. Envy would be nice. Blossomfire froze for a moment and raised her little head proudly. What's the use of looking handsome? Maybe it's a waste with no cultivation. Just a silver bullet. Original Duke's ill-timed voice came at this time. Don't say that people's little brother is already very powerful. Even if he really doesn't have any cultivation, people still chose him to be their fiancé, said Flower Flame with a look of disdain. Great. Just fool everyone. Don't fool yourself. Duke Yuan snorted. He's the same age as us. How much more powerful can he be? Niren student, taking the liberty of asking, what realm is your current cultivation? The girl who had just hugged Flowerfire asked cautiously. Me? I'm the Zone realm. Mo Lin said with a smile. Chapter 55, stepping in the air. Me? I'm in the Zone realm. The classroom was suddenly quiet. Just blow it off. You're in the Zone realm? How old are you? Duke Yuan directly laughed out loud. Asshole. You're not allowed to laugh. Little brother is a year older than me and is already 15. Blossomfire said anxiously. In fact, she hadn't seen Mo Lin's strength. She had only heard Mo Lin say that he was in the Zone realm, but she didn't doubt it. After all, he was her savior and the one who influenced the fate of the world, and Flowerfire believed in him. Niren student, are you telling the truth? The girls who had gathered around didn't believe it either. Although this boy was good looking, but how was he full of lies? Little Flame wouldn't have been tricked by him. Murin didn't say anything and rose from his seat. He took a few steps into the air, and space seemed to be solidified into steps under his feet as he kept stepping into the air and walked up to Duke Yuan, looking at him from above. Is that okay? The original male was so frightened by Niren that he almost fell out of his seat. How is this possible? You're actually in the Zone realm? A Zone realm powerhouse? Stepping into the air was as terrifying as it was. Nothing is impossible. Murin stopped looking at him and slowly walked back through the air to his seat. What's wrong? Looking at the shocked expressions on the faces of the girls who had gathered around, Murin asked curiously. Zone realm. You are actually really Zone realm? My grandfather was only at the Zone realm. How old is Mr. Mo Lin? How old is Mr. Mo Lin? He's already at the Zone realm? How is this kind of genius beautiful boy really Little Flowerfire's fiancé? My teeth are about to be gnashed. He can't have been tricked by Little Flower Flame. Seeing Mo Lin walking down from the sky, Hua hugged Mo Lin with a proud face. That's right. This is the fiancé of someone else. So that you don't believe it. Oh my god. The little sparkler just felt so good that her limbs were clearing up. Someone had stood up for himself. And this person was also his fiancé, ruthlessly slapping this group of people in the face. What a fuss. Let's go. Little brother. Let's go eat. Hua raised her little head and left with a proud face holding Mo Lin's arm. The classroom fell into an eerie silence after Blossomfire and Niren left. This is too outrageous. A 15-year-old Zone realm powerhouse. Oh, such a handsome and powerful little brother. Why isn't he my fiancé? I want to be brother Murin's dog. No, sister, don't be like that. People have little sparklers. There's no conflict between him being Sparky's fiancé and me being his dog. Raising her eyebrows, Little Flame jumped up and led Mo Lin to the cafeteria. This was the clan academy of the Izumo Kingdom after all, and the food was still good. Little brother, whatever dish you want to eat, feel free to spend it. I'll pay for it, Flowerfire said with a smile. Then I'll make myself at home. Mo Lin smiled and ordered a few dishes that he and Flowerfire loved to eat. During this period of time together, Mo Lin had also figured out Flame's tastes. Little brother is so sweet. Quite a few of the orders are still my favorites. Hua's eyes shone more and more as she looked at Mo Lin. After eating, Mo Lin went back with Flowerfire to continue the lesson. After returning to the classroom, Mo Lin felt that the way everyone looked at him became a little different. There are those who adore it, those who are in awe, and those who avoid it. But no one dared to question and provoke him anymore, which just made Mo Lin concentrate on his lessons as well. Although his cultivation was already in the Zone realm, but other aspects of knowledge still needed to be drawn upon. There was an old saying in the Blue Star that if 3 people walk, then there must be a teacher for me. And Mo Lin had always maintained his low profile and humility. Recently, I don't know why, but I always think of my hometown, and I've just been reborn because I want to go back to see it when I have a chance to improve my cultivation. However, now that he had met new friends, and probably more than friends, Ruri, and Hanabi, even if he returned to his hometown, he would have to wait until he had put their affairs in order. Moreover, right now, it was only the Zone realm, 100,000 miles away from going back, probably at least the Emperor realm, or even breaking through the Emperor realm to a higher level. before having the chance to go back to have a look. Forget it, don't want to. This kind of thing, let it be. Lin is not forced. If you really can't go back, then live well over here. After all, there are a lot of things on the blue planet, and I forgot a lot when I came here. For 3 days in a row, Lin and Hua went to school together and returned to her chambers after school together. The days were quite happy. However, the girls in the class are always careful and coy when talking to Murin, making Murin a bit puzzled. Is he that scary? These days were arguably the happiest days of Flowerfire's life. Going to school with her little brother day after day, leaving school together, and going home and practicing with him. Although it was a bit bland, Flowerfire felt a hint of happiness for the first time. Especially, he's also the big hero who saves his destiny, though it should be the future and not the present. Moreover, Lin was indeed very kind and gentle to her, as if it was a warm spring that nourished her heart. From time to time, the girls in the class cast envious gazes, and it also made little Spark's small vanity greatly satisfied. Some time ago, Flowerflame even brought Lin to meet the Divine Witch Granny, who simply chatted with Lin without saying anything more before letting them leave. Later, the Divine Witch woman alone told Flowerfire that she couldn't see through the destiny plate on Lin, and that he had many powerful karmic threads. Still, she told Sparky to relax. Sparky's fate was now the same as it had been after the previous change, and hadn't changed again. However, the Divine Witch woman also told her that after meeting Murin, the results of her previous divination also made her more sure that it was accurate. Lin was indeed handsome and powerful as indicated in the divination. In other words, there were other girls who coveted the matter of Murin, and it was fate that the little sparkler could only resign herself to. Okay, Blossom Fire flattened her mouth helplessly. Although there is a good feeling for the little brother, but Flowerfire feels that he has not really liked him. After all, he is not a casual girl. There are other girls. Flowerfire can only sigh the impermanence of fate. Little Sparky, this time we can only resign ourselves to our fate. It's already good, isn't it? Being pulled out of that miserable quagmire of fate before by your little brother. You should be content. Blossomfire slapped her soft little face to cheer herself up. But the strange thing is, in addition to the beginning of the 3 days, these days Hua basically do not see the shadow of the Lin. Every day out early and late, and even sometimes do not return home at night, and even the school sometimes all do not come. When Flowerfire asked about it, Inkbrand just said something was wrong, causing Flowerfire to stomp her foot in anger. Little Flame, how come Mr. Murin often doesn't come to school these days? It's not like you guys are having some kind of conflict, is it? No, people don't know. He didn't tell me. Blossomfire said somewhat gamely. Chapter 56 Loss. It's strange that Sparky didn't know either. I don't know as I don't know. And he hasn't told anyone why. Blossomfire beamed, a little lost. Murin he wouldn't be looking for another girl outside or something, right? The girls in the same class speculated wildly. That's right, he's so handsome and powerful. There must be quite a few other girls who miss him. To be honest, she herself was one of those other girls. Don't talk nonsense. He wouldn't be like that. Blossomfire exclaimed excitedly. In a rare moment, Blossomfire was really a bit angry. I'm sorry little Flowerflame. Murin shouldn't be. We're rambling. Don't you mind? That girl immediately lowered her head and apologized to Flowerflame. Although he was a good friend of Little Flame's, but after all, he had made up someone's fiancé, and it was only right that Flame should be angry. Never mind. It's fine. I'm a bit unwell. I want to go home and rest and relax. Talk to Ms. Momoko for me later. Alright then. Sparky, go back and get some rest and sleep. Just then, several men in official uniforms appeared in front of the classroom door, came in front of Flowerflame, knelt down on one knee, and respectfully said, Your Highness Flowerflame, His Majesty has an invitation. Pops, what's he looking for me for? Blossomfire asked strangely. Old Den wouldn't look for himself when there was nothing going on. The subordinate does not know. Well, take someone else. Sitting in the carriage, Blossomfire is still a bit sullen. What those girls said just now, although she retorted with her mouth. The Divine Witch Granny did say that Lin he had more than one confidant. Could it be true that they had gone to find someone else? Now even though the two of them were nominally fiancés, but directly telling herself that she was going to share her husband with a few other girls, Blossomfire was still a little less than thrilled in her heart. While it's true that Murin is nice, who doesn't want a significant other who is full of themselves? Besides, what was Pops looking for himself all of a sudden? Was he remembering that it was someone's birthday today? Obviously people would still give people a proper celebration when they were kids, but from the last couple of years Pops seems to have forgotten about it because of his busy schedule. Maybe, this year Pops remembered, calling people in because of that too? When he was young, Pops did spoil himself quite a bit, but as he grew up, Pops got busy and wasn't as nice to him as he was before. Your Highness Flower Flame, we have arrived. Outside the carriage, the guard's respectful words broke Flower Flame's rambling thoughts. Oh, people know. Flower Fire jumped off the carriage and walked towards the great hall with a heavy heart. Sitting on the throne was a handsome middle-aged man, dressed in a gorgeous imperial robe, with a three-quarter resemblance to Flower Flame, who was looking at Flower Flame with a face of intimidation. Blossom Fire, how have you been? When Emperor Feather saw Flame arrive, he took the lead and asked, what do you mean? People are pretty good. Pops, specially called people over to look for them just to ask if they are doing well? Flower Fire said with a smile. It was for someone's birthday, right? Pops must have remembered. Flower Fire still had a glimmer of hope. If Pops wanted to get up, even if it was only a wish, a happy birthday, it was enough. People were going to be 15 after today. That's good. I heard that you recently found a fiancé? Emperor Fei asked indifferently. Well, that's right. Pops, are you going to object? The smile on Blossom Fire's face faltered, and his tone flattened. No, I have heard that he has the strength of the Zone realm at the young age of 15, and I admire him. If you really are together, not only will I not oppose it, I will strongly support it. Moreover, this child, I can see that he is indeed very good. Flower Fire, if you can, you and he tied a little tighter. His future, unlimited. So that, for us, Izumo Kingdom, is also a good thing. Emperor Fei said faintly. Just, because of this? Blossom Fire's face was a bit cold. Well, I can see that you like that child very much. I don't oppose you being together. I even support it. Shouldn't you be happy? Emperor Fei asked in confusion. Yes, people are quite happy. Thank you, Pops. Hua Hua laughed, not wanting to say anything more. People are a bit unwell, so I'll go back first. Pops is busy and also takes care of his health. She put on the mask that was hers again, and no one cared what the real her expression was under that smiley mask anyway. Well, then Flame, you go back and get some rest. Good. Sparks returned to her room and lay on her bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. What for the sake of people? What people should be happy? In the end, it's not because the little brother is strong. See, his future ability is just, you are only for yourselves. It's been years, people have been here for years, and they haven't even heard a happy birthday. Royalty? And what good is royalty? Blossom Fire recalled that when she went out with Mo Lin earlier, she saw a family where the parents were celebrating their daughter's birthday, and Blossom Fire couldn't help but look a few more times, though she had a richer material situation than that family. In that moment, she sincerely envied the girl who spent her birthday with her parents. His own mother had died when he was a child, and there was only his father. Relationships with her older brothers and her younger brother aren't exactly great right now. They were fine when she was a kid, but when she grew up, the unseen divide separated her from them completely. He himself had been plagued by that doom-twisting natal chart, and had been searching for a solution to the chart again, and had little desire to get on good terms with them. So, it's only natural that it's like this now. Blossom Fire wiped the corners of her eyes. She seemed to have shed a few tears, but after she wiped them away, she smiled again. It didn't matter. Blossom Fire stretched. Who cared if she was crying or laughing behind the mask of her smile? Speaking of which, little brother has been secretive these past few days. What in the world did he go to? Forget it. In the end, one was also so kind to little brother because of that so-called destiny, and one's purpose was not pure. Even if little brother found out and blamed himself, there was no reason for him to be angry. And Flower Fire remembered what those girls in the classroom said. The little brother is indeed handsome and powerful. How many girls want a pour? And there are prophecies of more than one confidant. This kind of thing is not their own long ago, and also prepared for it mentally. Not to mention the fact that he were only pretending to be a couple now. And even if he did have another girl out there, what else could he do? One is not in any position to tell him what to do. He's just doing himself a favor. Forget it. Anyway, if little brother could help himself get rid of that miserable destiny, he should already be grateful to him. And the rest, it doesn't matter. Blossom Fire rolled over and closed her eyes. She was tired and just wanted to rest and relax. Just then, the door opened. Blossom Fire opened her eyes to find Miran with a nice smile on his face. He was back. It only looked a little pale. Happy birthday, MS. Flower Fire. Inkling came to Blossom Fire and put a tiny crown made of paper on Blossom Fire's little head. Chapter 57, Birthday. Happy birthday, MS. Blossom Fire. Blossom Fire stared at Murin with those big, cute crimson eyes, dumbfounded. Little brother saying happy birthday to himself? No. How did little brother know his birthday? Were you asleep? Is this a dream? Seeing Flame's confusion, Murin explained, I accidentally saw it when I was checking in for admission earlier, so I thought I'd prepare a little something for you for your birthday. Come on, the things I prepared are over here. Flower Flame was led by Mo Lin's hand to a side hall. This is the room that the maid ladies and I will be arriving in, borrowing it for today only, Murin said with a smile. This small side room was covered in red unknown flowers, and in the center there was a not too large dining table with many delicacies that Blossom Fire had never seen before, and a beautiful pastry with 15 candles in it. Come and taste if it suits your taste. These are the Eastern region dishes I made, and I don't know if you like them or not. In my hometown, when you have a birthday, you will eat a birthday cake and insert candles. It is said that if you can blow out all the candles, the wish in your heart will also come true. Oh, after today, Miss Flower Flame, you will be 15 years old, right? Mo Lin guffawed and laughed. Is this what you have been preparing for the past few days? Blossom Fire's voice trembled a little. Not just this, but pretty much. Come, let's eat first. It'll get cold later. Mo Lin pulled Hua to a seat and held a piece of spicy diced chicken for her. Through her observations, Flame's preferred taste is also on the spicy side, just like her sister's. Blossom Fire lowered her head and picked up the piece of chicken, gently placing it into her rosy little mouth. Delicious. Flower Fire lowered her head. They usually articulate she couldn't say a word at this moment. She kind of wanted to cry but held it back. Raw. As long as it's delicious, then quickly eat more, Mo Lin said with a smile. Hua ate all the dishes made by Mo Lin into her stomach. Even though her little stomach was bulging a bit in the back and she was already a bit unable to eat, she still braced herself and ate all the dishes. Flower Fire didn't want to waste a single ounce of this sentiment. MS. Flower Fire? You can stop eating if you can't, Mo Lin said somewhat helplessly. He could see that Flower Flame was pushing herself a bit behind him. No, it's okay, I can eat. Blossom Fire swallowed the deliciousness in her mouth, her voice choking a little. When Blossom Fire finished eating, Murin snapped his fingers and lit all the candles on the cake. He utilized the Earthway rhyme to briefly transform the spiritual energy in his body into the fire attribute. Come on, it's time to blow out the candles. By the way, the wish should just be recited silently in your heart. Don't say it out loud, or it won't work, Mo Lin explained. Nah, I know, little brother. Blossom Fire looked at the scene in front of her and froze a bit, then returned to her senses and smiled as she responded. Blossom Fire closed her eyes and folded her arms across her chest. I hope I can be with my little brother forever and ever. Although the natal chart shows that one's future will indeed be like this, Blossom Fire still wants to make this destiny a little deeper. It didn't matter if I could be with my little brother, even if those more of those women. It was enough to be with him anyway. I seem to really like him. Seeing Flame slowly open her eyes, Mo Lin handed Flame the prepared gift box. It's a birthday present for you. Happy birthday, MS. Sparkles. A birthday present? This cake, isn't it? Blossom Fire froze for a moment, and the choke in her voice seemed to deepen. These are just celebrations. The real gift is this. And I've been going out these days to take commissions because of the preparation of this. Flower Fire slowly opened the gift box. Inside was a crystal clear crimson hook jade pendant and a red fox face mask. Blossom Fire felt as if her tears were about to leave her eyes, and still she struggled to try and control them. This pendant is a fine red crystal pith essence that can carry spiritual energy, so I made it into a small pendant that can protect you, Mo Lin said with a smile. This has a portion of my spiritual energy in it. When you are in danger, bite your finger and drop your own blood on it. In that case, this pendant can form a shield that lasts for about 5 minutes, and at most, it can resist several attacks from a Zone Realm powerhouse. This little mask, I don't know what it's made of. It's just a little add-on. I looked good and the color suited you, so I bought it for you as a gift. This red crystal marrow, I have seen it before, at least millions of spirit coins. Didn't you say before that you don't have any money? Now where did you get the money to buy this? Hua tried not to let the tears slide down, lowered her head and asked in a low voice. In the past few days, I went to take a few commissions and got rid of a few Zone Realm ferocious beasts. Their corpses plus the commission fees are enough to buy a pendant, Mo Lin said with a smile. This way Flowerfire's tears finally seeped out of those lovely big eyes, gently sliding down her delicate and lovely face, flowing more and more, and how to wipe it could not stop. She placed the gift on the table, got up and walked over to Murin and hugged him. Thank you, brother Murin. Hey, no, don't cry, MS. Fireworks, what's wrong? Is it my gift that you don't like? Murin was a little alarmed, and didn't know where to put his hands before when. No, Blossomfire cried, shaking her head. Thank you, I love it, so yeah, it's good that you like it. Still, Murin placed his hand on Flame's small head and gently rubbed it. Blossomfire cried for a moment before slowing down, and on the pendant, there was a faint scent of blood. Little brother, this pendant, how can there be a taste of blood? Is it injured when going to do a commission? Flowerfire anxiously asked. This is because I used blood to seal my energy inside. That's why it smells like blood. Don't worry, it should be completely absorbed by the red crystal marrow after some more time, so it won't let you smell it by then. Lin explained. After all, it was his own intention. If Flowerfire thought it didn't smell good and threw it away, it would be a bit of a pity. So, you don't look too good right now. Also because of blood loss? Blossomfire suddenly felt her heart being pinched hard. This heartache was like nothing she had ever felt before. It's nothing, only a little blood was used. Don't worry. So it's because of this Lin sighed in relief. It was his first birthday for a girl, and he wasn't sure if he'd done a good job. And his doing this for Flame is probably also making up for not having ever given his 4 sisters a single birthday. Chapter 58 Happiness. Flowerfire jumped into Murin's arms again and cried out. Blossomfire's emotions erupted, and in Murin's arms, those emotions that had been suppressed for a long time before finally erupted. And, you remember the divine witch woman who took you to meet her earlier? I found you only because the divine witch woman prophesied that you would save me in the future. And I would. Anyway, in the beginning, I just wanted to use you. Blossomfire cried. Well, I know Miss Flowerfire is a little bad egg. However, Miss Flowerfire, although you are somehow using me, but, did not want to harm me, right? I can feel that you are really caring about me. Lin gently stroked Flowerfire's small head and softly soothed, although she was trying to use her little brother before, and was also brushing up her favor with a purpose. But this was her future pro-husband, so how could she harm him? Then, since Miss Flowerfire won't harm me, I'll forgive you. Murin bent down slightly and cupped Flowerfire's small face with reddened eyes. Miss Flowerfire has been very good to me during this period of time, and I can also sense that you are a very good girl, so I like cute and lively girls like you. Okay, good girl, don't cry anymore. Lin looked at Flower Flame's eyes and comforted her with a soft gaze. Hua's small face was cupped and she looked blankly at Lin, whose gentle eyes seemed to be able to mesmerize people into them. Well, people don't cry anymore. Blossomfire sobbed twice, barely stopping her tears, waiting for Flowerfire to slow down for a while. After her emotions stabilized, Lin said, by the way, Miss Flowerfire, if you can't eat the cake, you can taste 2 bites of it first, and you can eat it tomorrow after the rest of it is well preserved. Call me Blossomfire. Hearing the title MS. Blossomfire. Blossomfire's heart, which had hardly calmed down, throbbed again for a split second. Don't call me Miss Blossomfire, Miss Blossomfire. I don't want us to be so raw directly. Call me Flowerfire, okay? Flowerflame said with mournful eyes, almost pleading. Good. Then, Flame, come and taste the cake if you can, if it's to your liking. Murin smiled and answered. Facing this kind of request, of course he wouldn't refuse. Flowerfire tasted a bite. Sweet, with the flavor of raspberries in it. She loves raspberries. Before she went out with Lin, bought a bag of raspberries to eat secretly by him. Yummy, yummy. Blossomfire raised a smile, though her eyes were still red. Really, as long as it's delicious, you should be very full. Put the cake away and eat it tomorrow. Lin said softly. Don't. I can do it. I just want to eat now. Blossomfire shook her head quickly and took 2 more big bites. After all that just now, Blossomfire felt like she could eat something again. Well, that's no way to push yourself. Aha! Blossomfire answered cheerfully. Blossomfire barely managed to finish the entire cake, rubbing her cute little slightly bulging stomach. Brace yourself for her. Blossomfire pulled Lin back to her room and put the pendant Lin had given her around her neck, hanging the mask sideways on her head as well. How about it, little brother? Is it pretty? Blossomfire asked with a smile on her face. With the pendant and mask on, Flower Flame looked even more adorable. Inkling had a good eye. And these two gifts really suited her. Good looking. Very good looking. Nirin complimented with a smile. Really? It's good that little brother likes it, he. Blossom Fire happily spun in place. Blossom Fire's face suddenly stared. Sure enough, I ate too much and my stomach started to hurt a little. Sparky crouched down pathetically holding her stomach. Blossom Flame? Seeing how hard Blossom Fire was feeling, Nirin gently wrapped his arm around the crook of her leg and Princess carried her to the bed. Oi. Blossom Fire was so shocked that she couldn't care less about her stomach ache. I know some massage techniques. Come and rub your stomach. It can relieve the pain. Lin explained with a smile. This way. Flower Fire couldn't help but blush a little. She thought that Lin had suddenly gotten beastly. No, wouldn't it be even weirder if he got beastly instead of having a stomach ache? It's okay. Lin's palm was gently placed on Hwa's small stomach, and with a flash of golden light on his hand, Lin used his spiritual power to help her adjust her body. Hwa's physical condition is not bad. After all, she is a royal daughter. Even if she is no longer favored is also brocade clothes, and his own careful care of the four sisters' physical condition is similar. Are great. Lin's spiritual energy slowly operated to relieve Flower Fire's pain caused by eating too much. Looking at Lin's serious massage expression, Flower Fire's eyes became softer and softer as she looked at Lin. Lin, I like you, Flower Fire said seriously. She didn't even call her little brother anymore. I like you too, cute little sparkler. Murin froze for a moment and responded with a smile as well. Flower Fire always feel that Murin's liking for himself and his liking for him are a little different. But forget it, take your time. Anyway, sooner or later, she was going to be his wife afterward. And Flower Fire had never felt that this set fate could be such a happy thing for her. Without this destiny, she might still be suffering, but now she wasn't in a hurry. And Murin was always hers. Theirs. Forget it, they are what they are. It's enough for little brother as long as he likes himself and is with him all the time. Little Flame, how is it? Does it still hurt? Lin asked. There is still a little more. Blossom Fire blushed slightly and looked away, not wanting to let Lin see her expression. It didn't really hurt her much anymore, but there was still a bit of a craving for the warmth. In that case, well, then I'll continue. Lin could see what was going on and didn't poke at it, but just smiled gently. Well, little brother is the best. After washing up, Lin sat on the bed and prepared to settle down to cultivate. But just then, Blossom Fire climbed onto Murin's side of the bed and leaned over. Little brother, I can't sleep. Will you sleep with me? Flower Fire's cute big eyes blinked. That's not good. He was at least a boy himself, and the embarrassment of what happened the last time they slept together in the morning outside of was still fresh in his mind. Please, this is also one of my birthday wishes, okay? Flower Fire pouted. Okay. Blossom Fire had said so, and she herself could only go along with her. For birthdays, the birthday girl was the biggest. Chapter 59, The Secret. It was a bit of a sleepless night for Murin to be hugging Blossom Fire. Before, Flower Fire had drilled in while Murin was asleep, but now Murin was awake, and it was a little hard to be taught. I'm at least a boy with a lot of blood in his veins. At that age, they should have let their sisters sleep on their own by now, and they should be a year or two younger than Blossom Fire by now. Blossom Fire is also 15 now and just had her birthday. Lin sighed helplessly as he felt the soft touch around him. Close your eyes, dismiss distractions, and try practicing in this position on your own, although it may not be as efficient as meditating. Little brother, are you asleep? Blossom Fire asked softly. Not yet. Why? Sparkles? Nothing, just thanking you for today. Don't take it to heart. I just saw it occasionally and casually prepared it. It's good that you like it. Lin smiled, signaling Flower Fire not to care. How can you not put it in your mind? I love it so much. Sparkle smiled. This is the happiest birthday I've ever had. Really? It's my honor, Your Highness Flower Fire. Lin smiled and rubbed Flower Fire's dark hair. Hanabi's twin ponytails would spread out as she slept, her hair seeming as silky as ebony satin. What happened next to little brother? I never told anyone else. Blossom Fire's voice was soft. Since I was a little girl, I've had different memories spring up in my dreams, as if I were in a different world, or a different continent. In the dream, I had a different identity, a different mission, doing things I'd never done before, like an adventure I'd never had before. I don't know if those dreams were just mere dreams or if they were memories of something that had happened or something, but those things felt real to me. Like those dreams did happen somewhere. That's why I'm always saying new words that other people can't understand. And saying things that make people feel strange. And the memories of my dreams are mostly forgotten every time I wake up from sleep. So I can only keep a little bit of them. Girls like me are strange, aren't they? Little brother. Blossomfire's voice trailed off a bit. She told Murin all that she had. All that she had. It turned out that this was the case. Flowerfire's soul might be from other worlds, where she occasionally recalled memories of her past life. Or she could sense her own memories from other parallel worlds. Not surprising. Murin said softly. The continent of the spheres under our feet is not meant to be unique. And the sun that shines on us every day is much bigger than this continent under our feet. And there are countless stars as big as the sun. In this world, Flower Flame, you might just have a soul from another world too. It's not weird. You are what you are. This quirky look, and I love it. Murin said softly. That way Blossomfire hugged Murin a little tighter. And, though I don't remember much, I should have come here from another world as well. Hey, is that so? Blossomfire said in surprise. Well, that's why you're not strange at all. A very likable and cute girl. Murin guffawed. So that's how it is. Little brother and others are kindred spirits. Have you been really good? People now already do not want to attract others like. Little brother you like is enough. Huahua's small face slightly red. Hugging Mo Lin a little tighter. Whispered. Mo Lin smiled helplessly. This little girl was still saying such easily misunderstood words. Mo Lin now still regarded Huahua as a cute little sister. Besides, now Huahua is only how old? May still need a few years after Huahua grow up in order to understand the meaning between like and like is not the same. By the time she meets someone she really likes, she'll probably forget about herself a little bit. He is also just a young brother who took care of her. And it is not a second world, where there are so many girls who abide by this. Said when I was a child to grow up and give my brother as a bride, this kind of agreement Not to mention that Mo Lin doesn't have that kind of mind right now. So let's try to raise his cultivation first and settle things on Liuli's side. The four sisters' side, without themselves now should also be quite smooth. After all, start over again, and then how can not be worse than before? Well, go to sleep. Sparkles. Okay, good night, little brother. At the sound of this goodnight, Murin was stunned for a moment. That phrase, or once he had taught his sisters to say it himself. Hanabi had learned it in her dreams, hadn't she? Well, good night, Sparky. Flowerfire said that her future needs to be saved by me? Then I will follow her words and try my best to save her. I kinda like this quirky girl. I can't just let anything happen to her. Alas, being a good person is used to being a good person. His own kind of character really can't be changed. Not long memory. Forget it. I didn't expect them to repay me for taking care of them. And if I expect others to repay me for doing a good deed, then it's not really doing a good deed. Zhu Linger slowly opened her eyes, got up from the bed and walked outside the house to find that in the courtyard, there was a busy figure, a black dress and a handsome face. Our brother Mo. He's back? No. The other three sisters had something to go out today, and only myself and brother Mo were at home. Isn't Mr. Mo home all the time? Linger is awake? We're the only ones at home today. I made braised pork. Come and eat. Mo Lin still looked the same as he remembered. About 17 or 18 years old. With the same gentle and good-looking smile on his face. It's brother Mo. It must be him. He still remembers his favorite red meat. Thank you brother Mo. Zhu Linger sat down at the table, clamped a piece, and put it in her mouth. It's still the same flavor as in our memories. With a hint of spiciness and the braised pork to cater to our tastes. Brother Mo. Zhu Linger didn't know why, but she had an urge to cry. This flavor. It seemed like she hadn't eaten it for a long time. How long had it been since she had eaten it? One couldn't quite remember. Those things that are truly precious are no longer cherished simply because of habit, and it is only when they are lost that one realizes what precious treasures those mundane routines are. Linger, there's also your favorite lotus seed soup. Drink it while it's hot. Zhu Linger stared blankly at the bowl of red lotus seed soup, always feeling as if she had forgotten something. Lotus seed soup. Lotus seed soup. This was boiled by brother Mo with his own blood. What's wrong? Spirit? Why don't you drink? Mo Lin asked with some confusion. Brother Mo. The image turned. The bowl of lotus seed soup on the table, at some time, was knocked over to the ground. This is what I knocked over. Zhu Linger froze. She clearly didn't move. No, this is indeed what I spilled. Is what I used to spill. Zhu Linger remembered. I'm sorry, brother Mo. It's my bad. Zhu Linger finally couldn't hold back and broke down and cried. His own memories of hurting Niren before came back to him. It was himself who spilled the lotus soup he had made with his blood. Chapter 60 Dreams. Zhu Linger's body went limp, so hastily that she fell from the stool to the ground. Remembering everything, remembering the wrong things she had done. She wanted to hug Niren, but, she stopped. She was afraid that Niren would push her away again. I'm sorry, brother Mo. I'm sorry. Zhu Linger apologized over and over again, her voice mournful. Brother Mo, I'll make it up to you. I'll use everything I have to make it up to you. Please, will you look at me? Mo Lin didn't know when. He had already turned his back and stopped looking at her. Zhu Linger could only plead in pain, like a cuckoo crying. Niren laughed, a little coldly, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. It doesn't matter anymore. Niren turned around, and his face, which should have been handsome and healthy, suddenly became weak and haggard, as if he had left the world at last. 2 lines of bloody tears slid down his face, and his figure seemed like an unstable block built by a child that could fall apart at any moment. Anyway, I've died once for you guys, and we, long ago, parted ways. Mo Lin's voice couldn't hear any emotions, causing Zhu Linger's heart to chill. As soon as the words fell, Mo Lin's figure seemed to be blown away by a gust of wind as if it were a handful of sand, and his figure disappeared, leaving nothing behind. No, brother Mo, please don't go. Zhu Linger frantically stretched out her hand, trying to grab Mo Lin, but in the end, she could only grab some fine sand at her fingertips. I'm sorry. Everything disappeared, and the cabin changed, turning into a cold palace that a few girls later built into, leaving Zhu Linger alone, crying and somewhat broken, apologizing constantly. Zhu Linger opened her eyes and sat up violently from the bed, her large reddish-pink eyes long drenched in tears. Yes, was it a dream? Zhu Linger's body shrunk into a ball, shedding silent tears. I'm sorry. Zhu Linger said over and over again, I don't know how many times, before she stopped. I'm really sorry, brother Mo. Zhu Linger slowed down for a while before she calmed down and wiped her eyes to keep herself from looking too ugly. Zhu Linger didn't want to cultivate today. She sat dumbly on the bed and looked at the window, not knowing what she was thinking. Brother. Fortunately, you also came back, so that I have the opportunity to make it up to you, but also let me have that slight possibility, to get your forgiveness. It hurts. The heart hurts. Sister Linger, are you cultivating? After a while, Lan Yushan's voice came out as she gently knocked on the door of the room. No, what's wrong, Phantom Frost? Then can I come in? Lan Yufeng's voice carried a hint of laughter. Yes. Lan Yushang smiled as she opened the door to her room then closed it, looking at Zhu Linger's somewhat sullen appearance. What's wrong with Sister Linger? Are you crying? Lan Yushang asked somewhat strangely. Nothing. Yushang, what's wrong with you? Zhu Linger shook her head. She didn't want to say. No need to think. It must be because of the thought of Brother Mo that she was crying. Lan Yushang sighed in her heart. What realm has Sister Linger cultivated to recently? Lan Yushang asked with a smile, immediately breaking through to the Emperor realm. Zhu Linger only now realized that although her talent was still good, but with her relatively lazy nature, in her previous life, if it wasn't for Brother Mo being there and urging herself at all times, she would never have been able to reach the Emperor realm. That way. Lan Yushang smiled. That's the same as me then. Sister Jiro has broken through to the Imperial realm. We have to work hard to make it happen. Aha. Zhu Linger nodded. It was indeed time to refuel and work hard. The sooner she became strong, the sooner she could go and meet Brother Mo and live with him. By the way, Sister Linger, Sister Jiro and I have recently discussed how about dedicating this world to Brother Mo when we are strong? Lan Yushang said with a smile. The world is dedicated to him. What does that mean? Zhu Linger asked in disbelief. Lan Yushang told Zhu Linger all about her and Bai Jiro's schemes, including using the 4 sacred sect to leave their traces all over the world. Will Brother Mo like this plan of yours? Zhu Linger frowned. This plan she didn't really approve of. Brother Mo shouldn't like hurting the innocent. Would starting a war like this really make Brother Mo happy? Will do. Will definitely do. There's nothing more valuable gift than this world. Brother Mo will definitely like it. Lan Yuxuan patted her chest and assured. Brother Mo had previously told himself some stories of his hometown, such as the King of Qin sweeping the 6 harmonies, the 3 kingdoms fighting for supremacy followed by unification back to the Jin dynasty and so on. Lan Yushan had memorized them all, and since those stories were told by Brother Mo, he might have such similar thoughts in his heart. Brother Mo would definitely like it. And after he gave him this world first, he would definitely hug himself tenderly and call himself Little Frosty. Not really. Zhu Linger sighed and shook her head. Yushang, I'm sorry, I don't want to join this plan of yours. Well, if Sister Linger doesn't like it, then forget it. Long Yushang shrugged, not surprised by her refusal, but she was a little curious about what Zhu Linger had planned. And what do you want to do for Brother Mo? Sister Linger? I don't want to talk to others about this matter. Zhu Linger thought about it and decided not to tell them. She wasn't sure if the other sisters would stop her if they knew what she was thinking. Do you not want to talk about it? Or are you afraid to? You're not going to do anything bad, are you? Lan Yuxuan's lovely star pupils narrowed slightly. In advance, if you still dare to do anything to harm Brother Mo, even if it's you, Sister Linger, I won't let you go. Lan Yuxiang said coldly. How could I continue to hurt him? Zhu Linger retorted with some agitation. I just want to make it up to him and apologize to him. You'd better be. Forget it. It's fine if you don't join, but if we run into trouble when conquering the world at that time and need you to do us a favor, will you be willing? Lan Yushan turned the tables and suddenly asked. Well, this I can promise you. After all, it's also a gift for Brother Mo. I can help you guys out. After thinking about it, Zhu Linger nodded. This matter she could still help. Good. Then thank you, Sister Linger. Lan Yushan got the answer she wanted and left with a cheerful stride. Conquer the world to give to Brother Mo. Zhu Linger sighed, not expecting the youngest Lan Yushan to have such great ambitions. However, Zhu Linger felt that this matter was still too big for her. She didn't have such big ideals. She only wanted to love Brother Mo alone. After the matter after the talk, I have been a little slack in cultivation recently. The sooner the day to become strong, the sooner the day to see Brother Mo. Zhu Linger organized her mood, discarded distracting thoughts, and concentrated on her meditation. Chapter 61 Maundy Thursday. Niren felt that Flame had been treating herself a little differently since the day she gave Flame her birthday. While he had been good to himself before, he was a little too good after this. Usually tea and water and what belongs to the family meal, but also often ask Mo Lin what he wants, for fear that he will cause Mo Lin unhappy, and sometimes even want to give themselves a massage or something. Mo Lin thought about it or not. Let Flower Fire massage this kind of service, he kind of can enjoy it. At least for now he felt it wasn't too good. Mo Lin had always been a person with a relatively low materialistic desire, and hadn't enjoyed too many things, and in terms of enjoyment, only food was considered a luxury that he had enjoyed. But sometimes when Niren accidentally touched Flower Fire's body, she would instead be shy. Handing something accidentally touched her hand, she would bounce away as if electrocuted and turn her slightly red pretty face. Are you this kind of persona? Flower Flame? Didn't you make a lot of fun of yourself before by talking nonsense? Time rushed by and another month passed. It was late after school that day, and Niren packed up and prepared to meditate and practice, closing his eyes for the next day. Blossom Fire had run off somewhere and hadn't returned to her room yet, but she had returned home with herself, and she wouldn't be in any danger at home, and she had her pendant to protect her in case something happened that she would sense. Mo Lin put down his heart and concentrated on his cultivation. Just a short while later, Blossom Fire returned with a barrel in her hand. Little brother, wake up, Wahwa, with a slightly reddened face, woke up Mo Lin from his state of immersion. What's wrong? Sparkles? Murin smiled helplessly. Little brother, I heard the maids in the palace say before that their husbands usually like to wash their feet, so I want to try it for you too, if not for little brother. What? Niren was startled. How did he turn to this kind of topic? Is this a healthy topic? No? You want to wash my feet? The Niren man was dumbfounded. This was the first time he had seen this kind of battle. Yeah, can't I? Blossom Fire nodded, her small face slightly red. Of course not. Mo Lin hurriedly got up and got out of bed, taking the barrel from Huahua's hand, a service he was a bit unable to enjoy. Besides, Mo Lin was already in the Zone realm, and he would use his spiritual power to cleanse his body every day, so he didn't need to wash it again with water alone. Why people are wives serving their husbands Blossom Fire cocked her head and asked strangely. Niren couldn't tell. He just didn't think he was too used to it, and besides, he was only looking at Flame as a little sister. How could he make her do something like that? Himself and Flower Fire is not really a couple. Itself is only an agreement to help the relationship. Mo Lin feels that he and Flower Fire should only be considered friends. Can't let a friend to help himself Mondi foot. Just don't anyway. I'm not really used to it. Niren shook his head. Okay. Flowerfire saw that Miran was against it. She no longer forced herself. After all, it was her first time to do this kind of thing herself, and she was still quite shy. Miran refused to drop it. To be honest, she was slightly relieved. Then what about this water? I'm going to pour it out? Hua Hua looked at the barrel in Mo Lin's hand. There were some flower petals and spices in it. These recipes were still the ones she had specially asked those maids at home. It's a strange pity to pour it out. And it's not good to waste it. Suddenly Miran lowered his head and looked at Flowerfire's pair of small feet. Hanabi, she was always barefoot, with a pair of wooden clogs on her feet, her cute little snow-white feet always exposed. Let's do it this way. Anyway, it's all served, said Mo Lin after thinking about it. Flowerfire, then I'll help you wash it. Hey. This time it was Flowerfireman's turn to be silly. No, what's the situation? Little brother wants to wash his feet? Here, sit here. Miran pulled the dazed Flowerfire and pressed her to sit on the stool, removing her shoes. He had also given his childhood sisters Monda's foot before, when they were still too young, and had to take more care of Mo Lin in life. This kind of thing is also inevitable. This is not good. Flowerfire is a little shy. How does this make it okay? It's okay. Flowerflame is very cute. I don't really mind that kind of thing, Mo Lin said with a smile. He moved gently to hold both of Flowerfire's little paws, and after testing the temperature of the water, the temperature was just right. He put her feet into the water. Blossomfire almost screamed out in comfort, but luckily she held it back. Raw. Her body instantly tensed, a little stiff with tension. Good boy. Relax a little, Mo Lin said softly, his hands moving gently. I'll try to. Flowerfire did her best to relax her body and let Miran fiddle with it. Blossomfire's feet were very petite, and Miran carefully rubbed her cute little paws. Even though they were always barefoot on weekdays, there was no dirt on them. They were clean and dry. If the group of netizens on the blue planet had seen it, they might have let out a shrill popping sound and frantically screamed, "What jade feet up? Anything jade will only harm you." But this pair of cute little feet of Flowerfire did meet the standard of that jade foot in their hearts as well. Or rather, if such cute little feet didn't meet it, then no girl's feet would meet it. The skin texture is delicate and fair, and the shape is small and lovely, as if it were the finest work of art, making it a bit of a favorite. Ahem. No, don't think about it. People are still children. Miran mentally spat at himself. I blame that group of internet users for taking my mind off things. Mo Lin also knew some massage techniques, and while washing Hua Hua's feet, he massaged the acupoints on the bottom of her feet. Although Hua Hua's body was still quite healthy, this kind of massage by Miran to tone up his body could only be good but not bad. Well, Flowerfire gently gritted her teeth, trying her best not to scream out, and looked at Miran with eyes that seemed as soft and moist as a spring. Mo Lin's serious look was also good to look at, making Flowerfire look a little mesmerized. And he is so comfortable to press. Why is he so skillful? How many times has he washed other girls' feet? Blossomfire's little head was spinning, and she began to ramble. Little brother, have you washed other girls' feet before? Blossomfire asked in a soft voice, carefully whispering. I've washed my sister's feet before. So little brother and sisters did not hear you say it before? Flowerfire voice a little low. She remembered the multiple confidants of Mo Lin in that prophecy again. But sisters, shouldn't be a red herring, shouldn't they? If you want to hear it, I'll have a chance to tell you about it later. But it's not a happy one. Aha! Flame nodded, concentrating on enjoying Miran's service. Zhongtong Molin turned his spiritual energy into fire again, heating up the water temperature slightly. Almost done. Flower Flame, I'll get a towel and wipe your feet. Miran got up and took Flowerfire's little feet out of the water to dangle them. Nah, I'll wait for little brother. Flowerfire curled up into a ball obediently and looked at Mo Lin's busy figure as he cleaned up. Mo Lin poured out the Mondi water, washed his hands, took a towel and wiped Hua Hua's feet clean, nodding in satisfaction. Little brother, thank you. Blossomfire's small face was red and she whispered. Chapter 62 The Cards. Little brother, thank you, and I'm polite. What Mo Lin stretched out his finger, gently flicked Hua Hua's little brain, said with some amusement, it's not you who want to wash it for me, but now you're thanking me instead. But I didn't wash it for little brother. It's all little brother who helped me wash it. Hua Hua lowered her head, her face flushed, shyly, not quite daring to look at Mo Lin. She was still reeling from the very comfortable feeling she had just experienced, as if her entire body had stretched. This feeling of her body and mind seeming to be immersed in warm spring water was something she had never experienced before. I'm just not really used to being served. Don't take it to heart. Nurin said gently. Alright, time to go to bed. Flame. Emolyn picked up Flame's petite body and gently placed it on the large soft bed. I'll put out the lights. So don't cultivate today, just go to sleep. Emolyn laughed. What about? Blossom Fire burrowed under the covers, the blush still on her face, and peeked at Nurin with her big, adorable eyes. Emolyn simply cleaned up and put out the lights, then returned to the bed and entered the state of meditation. Hua just kept looking at Emolyn's good-looking face, eyes infatuated until she was so sleepy that she couldn't keep her eyes open, and then she fell into a deep sleep. Little brother, you're my favorite, murmured Flowerfire before falling into a dream. This period of time was quite fulfilling for Emolyn. One was that he had recently learned a lot of new knowledge, and another was that his cultivation was steadily improving. Lord Flowerfire Fatty is here. Blossom Fire came home from school with Nurin, cheerfully greeting the palace maid. Your Highness Flower Flame has worked hard. The servants all smiled and saluted. They also loved this lively little Princess Highness. Flowerfire pulled Emolyn and ran back to the room belonging to the two of them cheerfully. Clank. Little brother. This is the card game I specially borrowed from those dairy cows today. Blossom Fire took out a small box from her backpack. Do your best friends know you call them that behind their backs? But a card game? A board game like the ones in my previous life? It's very precious. And it's not something you can buy with money. It's quite popular in the academy right now. Flowerfire had wanted to buy it, but couldn't, or else she wouldn't have had to borrow it back to play with it. She borrowed it back on purpose to play with Nurin. Then what if we play and see? Emolyn laughed. He naturally wouldn't spoil Flame's fun. The two of them looked over the rules, which seemed very simple to Nurin, and they were up to speed in no time. This game, a little like poker, but the rules are much simpler. The beginning of the play is okay, play more Inklin feel a little boring. However, seeing how Flower Flame was enjoying herself, Emolyn accompanied her and played along. That was fun. After playing for about 2 hours, Flowerfire threw down the cards in her hand with satisfaction. She had some other memories, but had never been exposed to this kind of game and found it new. Does Flame like this kind of card game? Nurin asked with a smile. Like this kind of card game is so fun. Blossom Fire was still the same playful nature. Well, then if you like it, I'll make you one this time. Emolyn said after a moment of contemplation. Make one? Does Brother Emo know any other card games? Blossom Fire asked curiously. There's a very popular game in my hometown. I'll prepare it in the next few days and make it for you. Emolyn thought of a game that he had played before in Blue Star and was steaming. Yes, little brother is the best. Then I'll look forward to it. Flowerfire cheered and happily hugged Emolyn. Good. You should like it. It's not good to use characters from the previous 3 kingdoms if you're making a card game. That's right. He wanted to make out that very same steamy game. Triple Triad. Although the Guka is a bit of an impropriety, the gameplay is really good, or else it wouldn't have gotten so many players to play it while cursing it. However, he didn't really know too much about the historical figures of the Tsanyu continent, and in the next few days, he planned to go to the library inside the academy to read books, and also learn about the historical stories of the past, and design some camps and skills for the characters. Since Flame liked it, it would be good to make it herself for her to play with, and since the general framework was in her head anyway, it wouldn't be such a hassle to start from scratch. The next day after school, Nurin let Flame go home first and read in the library by himself. Flowerfire wants to accompany him, but Emolyn insists that he wants to give Flowerfire a surprise, and Flowerfire can only comply with him. A Tsanyu continent on the famous characters are really quite a lot, and can leave a name in history, are a generation of heavenly pride giant. Emolyn found a notebook, will be famous people and about his biography briefly recorded. While Nurin was concentrating, a sheepish voice came. Ink, Mr. Inkling? Nurin looked up and saw a cute glasses lady with 2 huge evil breasts. If it isn't Mr. Momoko, MS. Peach, hello, what a coincidence. Nurin lowered his voice. Although there weren't many people in the library right now, it wasn't a good idea to speak too loudly. Aha, what a coincidence. What is Nurin-san studying? If there is something you don't understand you can ask the teacher about it. Momoko sat down across from Nurin and whispered. Inkling always felt that Mr. Peach was a bit afraid of himself, but of course it was good to have someone to help, and figuring it out on his own wasn't as efficient as with 2 people. This kind of historical information was not like resting feats that could be quickly grasped by relying on enlightenment, And the historical information was so numerous and varied that it was no better to have a professional leader to lead the way. I'm organizing some biographical information on heroes in history, and it's good to have a teacher to help. But won't this be too much trouble for you? Mo Lin said politely. No, 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 how can it be troublesome? It's my honor to be able to help fellow Murin, Momoko said in a panic. There's no need to feel honored. But thank you, Momoko-sensei. Murin spread a smile that made Momoko blush and her snow-white fox ears unconsciously perked up. Let's see. 1,000 years ago in the eastern region of the Xia on the 5 primates. Please help me see. Murin handed Peach his somewhat less than comprehensible, inconsistent record. The 5 of them used to. Peach also answered for Murin attentively. Except that unbeknownst to Murin, Peach had started groundhog squealing in her mind at that moment, emitting a shrill popping sound. What to do? What to do? Calm down, Peachy. Don't think too much first. Since Mr. Murin needs your help, you have to pull yourself together and help him properly. Chapter 63, It's raining. Momoko-sensei, Momoko-sensei? Murin's clear voice woke Momoko up, and she came back to her senses before remembering that she had just been helping Murin with a question. Let me see. These people they. Peach carefully solved the confusion for Murin. Whatever. Do him a good favor first and after that. Looking at the concerned look on Mo Lin's handsome face, Momoko's plump, soft and fleshy thighs unconsciously clenched a bit, and she felt her heart thumping non-stop. Thanks to Peach, Mo Lin's progress was accelerated by a large margin, so it seemed that there were about 4 or 5 days left to organize the information and make the cards initially. Inkling wanted to do a little better, and while it could be done faster by just fooling around, it was for Flowerfire, and being able to do it better for a few more days wasn't much of a problem for him. By the time the two were out of the library, it was getting a little late and drizzling. Ms. Momoko, did you bring an umbrella? No. Didn't Murin-san bring it either? Mo Lin rummaged around in his spirit ring for a while. Bad. It seems that he really didn't bring an umbrella, but you're all in the zone realm yourself, and the rain won't wet you. But Momoko-sensei's words. Mo Lin thought about it. There was still sand in his spirit ring that he had packed in earlier. Mo Lin solidified the sand and used his spirit power to construct an umbrella, using spiritual energy to remelt and condense the sand. The appearance looked as if it was an ordinary umbrella, not the slightest hint that it was congealed from sand, and there were nice patterns on it, beautiful as if it was a work of art. Teacher Peach, I have an umbrella here, take it and use it. If I do, I can just go back by myself. Mo Lin took out the umbrella he had just made and handed it to Momoko. You give me the umbrella, what do you do? What a beautiful umbrella. The moment Peach saw this umbrella she liked it very much. My cultivation is quite alright. The rain can't get me wet. Mo Lin strangely glanced at Peach. If he remembered correctly, Peach seemed to be in the Imperial realm as well. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a bit of a gentleman, even if he didn't give her an umbrella she shouldn't have gotten drenched. This is also not good. I take away the only umbrella of classmate Murin. Let classmate Murin brave the rain to go back. Peach blushed red. Let's do it this way. Classmate Murin, trouble you and I play an umbrella. Okay, my home is not far from here. I first arrive home and return the umbrella to you. Well, it's okay. It's not that far away anyway. A side trip. Momoko held her umbrella out and leaned slightly in Murin's direction. Peach is still tall, nearly 1 meter 7. 15-year-old Mo Lin is only half a head taller than her. Her long, black, slightly curly hair has a hint of a nice scent. Then I'll trouble Murin-san, Momoko whispered, blushing a little under her glasses. Peach's dress is a bit like the previous life kind of black professional dress. The head of the white fox ears and behind the 2 white fox tail that keeps wagging can be seen that she is a bit nervous. She unconsciously leaned over. Will let the inkling touch some soft touch. The inkling can only be immobile and move slightly to the other side. Let's go. It might rain harder in a while. Mo Lin said. Oh good. Let's go. It rained a little harder on the road, and Peach still mustered up the courage to lean a little closer to Murin. Why isn't Mr. Peach scared? That softness is touching her, isn't it? It's still raining and I have no place to hide, so forget it. I'll be there in no time anyway. Peachy's house really wasn't far. It was about a quarter of an hour's walk away. Thank you, classmate Murin. Peach blushed slightly, somewhat squirming that. It's raining so heavily outside. Why don't you come to my house first to have a cup of hot tea and eat something? Wait a while for the rain to subside. Then you can go back? No need. This little rain is just. Murin just wanted to refuse, but was interrupted by Peach. That. You even sent me back. I have to thank you properly, otherwise, my conscience will be uneasy. Peach stroked her chest, her huge conscience aflutter. Conscience is so big, it does tend to get on one's conscience. Not too good. Well, at least the lone man and woman spread out to the Peach reputation is not good. I'm a teacher. I can't just let my students go back in such heavy rain. Speaking of her profession as a teacher, Momoko's demeanor fell a little firmer. That's right, this is what one should do as a teacher. And the rest, it has nothing to do with it. Besides, Mr. Nirin is still the husband of Little Flame. And he himself had no other ideas in the first place. Right. That's it. Alright then I'll trouble you, teacher. Seeing that Momoko insisted, Nirin could only compromise. The small house where Peach lived wasn't too big, but it was still quite cozy, and there were some sketches scattered on the table, which seemed to be her usual drawings, and the people and animals on them were lifelike and very beautiful. Nirin-san, feel free to sit down. I'll go get some food for you. Momoko greeted Nirin to his room and sat down, and went to get a small plate of pastries herself. Are you hungry? Why don't I go and put down some noodles for you? Peach asked with concern. That's too much trouble, isn't it? I'll stay for a while and then leave. Mo Lin said after a moment of hesitation. No trouble. Originally I also want to eat something. By the way, take you a share, no trouble. Momoko hurriedly said, fearing that Nirin would refuse. Then I'll go and do it now. Nirin-san, wait a moment. There are some books in the bookshelf. You can read them if you're bored. Alright, then I'll trouble Ms. Peach. Nirin thanked Ms. Peach has a lot of books on her bookshelf. History, picture books, masterpieces, novels, and a lot of variety. Mo Lin casually flipped through it and realized that a few of the picture books were not unpacked. Yay, Momo-sensei's work illustrated book. There were still unfinished drawings on the table, and Momoko-sensei looked like she moonlighted as a painter. Yay, Momo. I think that's her full name. It's not good to open it unopened itself, so I just flipped through the other books to kill time. After a while, Peach brought 2 bowls of noodles and placed them on the table, thoughtfully placing her chopsticks in front of Mo Lin. Quickly taste it. This seafood noodle is my specialty. It also has purple scale spirit fish meat added. Quickly taste if it suits your taste. Peach's face was slightly red, looking nervous and expectant. This is a Peach before buying has not been willing to eat the precious ingredients. Today bite the bullet all put inside. How to let Mo Lin eat happy. Trouble teacher. It looks great. The peaches were just finely plated and looked and tasted delicious. It's really delicious. Teacher, your craftsmanship is very good. Mo Lin tasted a bite. The flavor was really good. The noodles were strong and chewy, and that kind of fish was delicious. Mo Lin had never tasted this kind of flavor before. That's good that you like it. Peach sighed in relief and happily ate it as well. She put a large portion of these spirit fish meat in Mo Lin's bowl and only kept a small portion for herself. Peach took a sip of the soup and ate the spirit fish meat with a satisfied face, her white fox ears pulled down in a comfortable shrug. No matter how many times I eat it, the flavor is always enjoyable. Chapter 64, The Painter. After eating the noodles, Mo Lin helped Peach clean the dishes. Peach was adamant that she wouldn't allow it, but Mo Lin said that she had to do something since she had eaten a meal for nothing. And seeing Mo Lin insisting, Peach could only compromise. Speaking of which, is Momoko-sensei working as a painter in her spare time? Nirin pointed to the drawing on the table. Sorry, Nirin-san, my house is a bit of a mess. Momoko's face went red for a moment. The humiliating sight of being seen by the boy of her choice made the already somewhat socially embarrassed and thin-skinned girl want to find a closet to burrow into. I just draw for people in my spare time to make money, not really a painter. Peach's voice was so small that it was almost inaudible to Nirin. Making money? Is Ms. Momoko very short of money? Nirin asked strangely. She's in the imperial realm, right? Or a teacher. Isn't it good to go out and take commissions to make money? Well, the history you read today, there is a paragraph in it. Maybe you've already noticed. The Skyfox clan of the Izumo kingdom was once very strong, but due to the invasion of the foreign races from outside the sky, the strongest members of the emperor realm of my Skyfox clan have fallen. Later on, several family heads also couldn't take the blow and became dim-witted and incompetent, even openly provoking the majesty of the emperor, causing many people in our clan to suffer punishment, to the point where our clan has withered to the point that we only have a few old people and children left, and a buttload of debt, and there isn't even any family head anymore. Speaking of which, Peach sighed. So, that's why Mr. Teacher makes money by drawing? Why don't you take commissions? Mo Lin is a little puzzled. Take the commission should earn faster it. Commission. I'm only the early stage of the Imperial realm. And what my Skyfox clan specializes in is not the art of killing and destroying. It's more good at illusions a little bit more. And those commissions that make more money to crusade against ferocious beasts and so on, I have no way to take them. And some of the small commissions are not as good as painting to make money. This way no wonder. The Imperial Realm's commission price really isn't that high. One makes a lot of money because a lot of Zone Realm late stage and even Zune Realm early stage commissions one dares to take. So it looks like one earns quite a lot. Inkling had an idea in his mind. It just so happened that he was short of a painter. He still had some money left over from the last time he bought a gift for Flower Flame. So why not commission Mr. Peach to paint the characters for the deck? I need a painter on my side in a few days. Teacher, how about you come and help me paint? I'll pay you for your work. Mo Lin took out all his money. This is too much. I can't take it. Niran-san, if you need my help to draw anything, I'll do it for free. Ye Momo quickly waved her hand and refused. I need to draw quite a lot. I feel like I'm taking advantage by giving these. So take them first. Mo Lin insisted. Well, thank you. Seeing Niran like this, Peach could only whisper her thanks. She knew this was Niran helping her. There's no need to say thank you. This also belongs to the equivalent exchange. Mo Lin said with a smile. Niran-san, what a nice guy. Momoko narrowed her eyes and smiled. Not only were they good looking, their cultivation was high, and most importantly, they were so gentle. Damn it, did Sparky save the world in her last life? But come to think of it, Izumo country does not have to be monogamous. Cannot think anymore? Think again is a crime. There is no monogamy, but there is a law for the protection of minors. Teacher, don't take it to heart. The rain seems to have gotten much lighter. Teacher, I'll go home first. Thank you for taking care of me today. Niran said goodbye to Peach and prepared to go home. It really isn't too early in the day. How about you sleep at the teacher's house today? The teacher's house still has a guest room. Peach whispered with a bit of a twist. It's not good. And Flower Fire is still waiting for me at home. If I don't go back, she'll be worried. Mo Lin could only excuse himself. If he were to stay out all night, Flower Fire would be anxious. Alright, that's true. Then I'll go get you an umbrella. When Peach saw Mo Lin say this, there was no way she could insist anymore. Not long after that, Peach brought out two umbrellas. A sand umbrella made by Niran, and an oil paper umbrella printed with a cute fox drawing. That, Niran classmate, this you lend me this umbrella. I like it very much. I look at this umbrella is very inspired. I use my own umbrella and you exchange, okay? Peach is a little embarrassed. This kind of request will not make people feel strange, but she so wanted to keep Niran's umbrella. At the very least it would be fun to look at it and have a thought. It's okay to be okay. Well, since you like it, it's okay to change it. It didn't matter to Mo Lin. It was something he had made with his own hands anyway. Taking the oil paper umbrella from Momoko's hand, Niran waved his hand at Momoko. Bye, Momoko-sensei. I'm going to have to trouble you for a while. Goodbye, Murin-san. With Peach's unwilling eyes, Niran walked into the rain. Little brother. So late, people are worried to death. As soon as he entered the front door, Mo Lin saw Hua was standing at the door waiting for him and hugged him. Good girl. Don't worry. It's just that the rain delayed some time, and I went to Mr. Momoko's house to rub it in. Niran rubbed Flame's silky hair. Ms. Peach, how did little brother run into her? Blossom Fire asked curiously. Inkling gave a generalized account of what he had encountered today, and Blossom Fire nodded after hearing it. So that's how it was. Peach was afraid that his little brother would go back in the pouring rain, and that's why he entertained him. But Flower Fire's sixth sense always felt that this Peach guy didn't seem to have a pure purpose. She can't be borrowing the name of the teacher to get close to her own little brother. One day she looked at her little brother and was mesmerized. Damnable milk cow. How dare she covet her husband? But that's okay. She's already a 22-year-old older woman, and I'm still a youthful, invincible 15-year-old beauty queen myself, so the advantage is mine. So it's not a big problem. The little brother for their own busy or hard. A moment to treat the little brother. Pull his heart back to their side. Flower Sparks big eyes dripping turn, pampered hugging Mo Lin's arm to take him back to the room. As soon as they got back to their room, Blossom Fire had Niran lie down on the bed. Little brother has gone to so much trouble for me. I want to repay little brother. You can't refuse this time. Flower Fire said with a smile, her two silky ponytails twitching. Well, then trouble you, Flower Fire. Seeing that Flower Fire insisted, Niran no longer forced herself, and plopped down and relaxed her body. After all, it was the little girl's good intentions. Flowerfire sat on Mo Lin's waist at once. Her body is relatively slender. The whole person is also very light. Sit up. Mo Lin does not feel heavy, but feels soft and quite comfortable. Well, then, I'm going to start, said Blossom Fire with a big smile. Chapter 65, Relax. Hua's small hands were soft, but at least she was a cultivator, and her realm had already reached the spirit realm, so there was still some force when she pinched them. Mo Lin could sense that Flowerfire had indeed learned massage techniques, but it seemed that she was not very skillful. This should be the first time she had given a massage. No, not should. It was definitely the first time. Well, it's kinda comfy. However, Mo Lin felt that Hua should have pressed the position of several acupoints wrongly. After all, it was the first time, and it was normal to grasp it not so accurately. Mo Lin turned his head sideways and looked at Hua with serious look. A trace of warmth flowed through his heart. He could feel that Hua really cared about him. Hua said afterward that she would be in trouble, and he himself would have to protect Hua afterward, and she was kinda clinging to herself, and she liked this cute little sister, and wanted to treat her better afterward if she could. Mo Lin's character is this kind. If others are good to him, he hates to return all the good to others. This kind of character also makes him a little bit bitter, but the nature with just can't be changed. But the good thing is that he's not a saintly mother. He's never soft on those he should kill, and being nice to others is limited to those he recognizes. Little brother has a good body, quite sturdy. Flowerfire said in a teasing tone while massaging. Put, what kind of strange accent is this? Mo Lin said with some amusement. I am at least a zone realm. Isn't it normal to have a sturdier body? Hey, it's like this. Blossom Fire smiled. Giving Miran a massage for some reason she was quite happy herself. The maid at home whispered what she heard. What the husband's health is better the wife is happier. Although I do not understand exactly what it means. But the little brother's health is so good. After that they will also be very happy, meaning? After pinching for about half an hour, Hua's small hands already felt a little sore. And when Mo Lin felt that Hua was bracing herself and her force was much lighter, he took the initiative to call a halt, not letting her force herself anymore. Little brother, how is it? Does it feel a little more relaxed? Flowerfire, still slightly out of breath, asked with some anticipation. Niran briefly moved his body, and it did feel a bit more comfortable, much more relaxed. Thank you, Flowerfire. Miran smiled and thanked him. However, Hua actually techniques are some not quite right. They help her to correct it. Mo Lin thought about it and then proposed. Then Hua hard so long. Also should enjoy. Next I come to give you a massage. Hey. Flower fireman and stupid. How to become this situation again? That is to say, the little brother you how everything will Hua remembered the last time she was Mondi by Mo Lin. That kind of cozy feeling made Hua still have unforgettable flashbacks. Thinking of this her little head became a little dizzy. Unknowingly she was carried to the bed by Mo Lin. What about before the massage? Don't start straight away. First help each other relax and unwind their bodies. He himself had given his sisters massages before, and sometimes when their tendons and veins were sore from cultivation, he would help them relax and unwind. Oh, Blossom Fire felt all the muscles that had been tense relax wherever she was stroked by Miran's warm palms. Mo Lin's hand gently kneaded Hua's slender calves. Hua's legs are very nice. Slender but not too fleshy. Not the kind of skin and bones of the simple thin. Pinch up soft and slippery, very comfortable. Little brother, this is also too skillful, right? Where he has furthered his training? Hua felt the skillful movements of Mo Lin's hands, and her little head was thinking wildly. Mo Lin just learned and then took his sisters to practice. So it is skilled. After all, practice makes perfect. Purely theoretical school is ultimately much worse. Mo Lin first kneaded the acupoints on Hua's calves once, and after that, he relaxed his thighs and briefly pressed the acupoints. The position on the thigh is somewhat sensitive after all. Mo Lin didn't dare to be too wanton. Something that concerns a girl's reputation. Mo Lin is still very cautious, and just pinched some of the acupoints on the outside of the thigh. Some of the acupoints would have some slight pain when pressed. Flowerfire gritted her teeth and held back from screaming out, her small hand covering her rosy little mouth. Mo Lin's hands are warm. The technique is still very good. Seems to massage also used on the spiritual power to warm up. Simply comfortable. Hua feels really the ultimate happiness on earth is just like this. After the acupoints on his legs were pressed, Mo Lin gave the acupoints on Hua's waist and back a press as well. Of course he was standing on the edge of the bed. He couldn't sit on Hua. Mo Lin held Hua's soft and tender little hand, and also gently kneaded it for a while. using spiritual energy to help her relieve her fatigue. Just now she gave herself a massage, and now there should still be some fatigue in her hand. Mo Lin remembered a few sleeping points, and seeing that he had pressed flower fire almost enough, he gave her more strength on the sleeping points. Hua Hua was already in a daze at this time. When Mo Lin massaged her, he also used his spiritual power to warm her body, making her feel as if she was immersed in warm water. Her consciousness sinking, coupled with Mo Lin's massage of the sleeping points, Hua Hua comfortably fell asleep directly. Watching Blossom Fire go to sleep, Mirin gently carried her to her own bed and tucked her in. Looking at Hua Hua's sweet sleeping face, Mo Lin breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this massage was quite successful. Mo Lin put out the lamp and sat down on his knees to begin today's cultivation. Early the next morning, Hua Hua opened her eyes in a daze. She felt like she hadn't slept so comfortably in a long time, stretched and felt all the pores in her body stretching open, so comfortable that she almost screamed out. Looking at Mo Lin, who was still immersed in cultivation, Flower Fire remembered. Oh yes, yesterday little brother gave himself a massage to come, after which he seemed to lose consciousness in a daze. Little brother technique is also too good. Never thought it could still be so comfortable. Hua Hua covered her slightly red little face, not knowing what to think. She gently packed up her things for her trip to the academy, went to the dining room and put her breakfast on the little dining car, refused the maid's help, and pushed her way back to her room. After going back she didn't rush to wake up Mo Lin, instead she just sat on the stool, her hands resting on her little face, and just looked at Mo Lin. Anyway, there's still a while before school. Now I'll take a good look at my little brother myself first, and even if I'm late, it's not a big deal. Until Mo Lin himself ended his cultivation and slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Hua Hua's good-looking pretty face, looking at himself with a smiling face. Good morning, little brother. We should go to school after eating. Flower Fire's smiling and adorable appearance warmed Mo Lin's heart for a few moments. It's kinda nice to have the little sparkler around, too, Mirin thought. Chapter 66 Chopsticks. It was a peaceful day as well, and Mirin still let Flame go back alone after school, staying behind to check out the information himself. Blossom Fire wanted to stay, but Mo Lin still insisted on surprising her, and Blossom Fire could only bemoan her little mouth and leave with one step and 3 turns back. I'm also troubling a mess, Momoko today, Mirin said with a smile. It's no trouble. It's an honor for Mirin-san to ask for my help. Ye Tao hastily shook his head and waved his hand. No matter, honored and all. It's too much. Mo Lin smiled helplessly. To be honest, he now has a surprisingly high status in the academy. No matter who will respectfully call him Lord Mirin, even senior students will do so when they see him, making him feel a little, quite ashamed. You don't have to do that. That is, I'm not the devil. Along with the status of the Flower Fire have risen, was already a group favorite. Now even more no one dares to mess with. The original prince saw her have to go around the road. Even a teacher should feel honored to be able to give a hand to Mirin-sama inside the academy. Yagyu Momo made a rare joke. Cough. No matter, teacher. It just so happens that I have a question to ask you. This 3 heroes of the pear garden. Mo Lin was a little taut, feeling slightly ashamed, and hastily pulled away from the topic. Mo Lin asked the question. 8 Heavy Peach is still very serious for him to answer. Mo Lin also benefited a lot. To learn from history, you can know the rise and fall. A lot of things happen in history seem to be like a fable. Mo Lin feel that you still have to read more to increase knowledge. Cultivating all the time was like becoming a mangaka. Using more brains didn't do any harm after all. And there was this benefit of making games for Flower Fire, which was a double win. In this way, for 7 days in a row, Mo Lin had been with the help of 8-fold Peach. Mo Lin's progress was fast. The general characters and skills of the cards he had designed, combined with the person's historical background, and also thoughtfully and briefly recorded the person's biographical anecdotes in the back. All that's left is to make and paint. The crafting materials were bought with the help of Yagyu Momo, and when Mo Lin looked at them, they were indeed very good card materials, and seemed to be similar to the materials of the cards that Flower Flame brought back last time. The drawings on those cards weren't drawn by Momoko-sensei, were they? Since it was pretty much set, Mirin decided to visit Momoko's house in the evening to roughly finalize the character images on the cards. Discussions in the library were still a bit formal, and the two could only speak in whispers. Learning that Mirin wanted to come to the house for a visit in the evening scared Peach into going home early from work to tidy up before returning to school, just in time for Mirin to get out of school. Classmate Mirin, let's go. Only after seeing Ink Brand bid farewell to Flowerfire did Momoko cautiously walk up and coyly say, "Well, then we'll have to work hard on MS. Peach for the next few days." Nurin smiled and nodded. "Does Mr. Murin want to eat first or is teacher hungry? If so, let's eat first. Making cards is not urgent." Mo Lin laughed. Yashije Momo happily answered and returned to the kitchen with her hands full. She had purposely gone to buy spirit fish meat in the afternoon. The last time Murin commented that it tasted good. This time she planned to make it a little better. After a while, Peach came out with 2 bowls of noodles. Blushing slightly, "Please. Enjoy." "Yes, please MS. Momoko." Murin took the noodles from Momoko's hand. Almost half of his own bowl of noodles was spirit fish meat. And Peach Sensei's own side was still the same amount as before. "Did the nice guy super double it especially for me? That. Teacher. So many spirit fish meat. I can't eat it. You share some of the noodles with me. I'll allocate the meat to you." "Okay." Mo Lin was treated differently in this way, only felt like sitting on a needle. Like a thorn in his back. That's so. Well then, Peach blushed and answered in a low voice. Nurin divided the fish and noodles equally between the 2 of them. "Teacher. You eat too." Mo Lin saw that Yagyu Momo was hesitant to move her chopsticks. "Good. I'll eat it here." "No." It seems that Nurin-san didn't move his chopsticks before he helped himself to pluck the fish. "Well, then it's fine." Peach thought of this, and shrugged down her ears with some loss. No. Yay Momo. You can't always think like that. It's too shrimp-headed. It'll scare Murin-san. After eating, Murin wanted to help with the dishes as before. And this time Momoko righteously refused to do so, her eyes drifting to the chopsticks Murin had used. "I'll do it this time. Murin-san, you first conceptualize what you want me to draw. In a while I'll draw 1 or 2 first. You see if it fits your idea." After saying that, Yae Momo hurriedly carried the dishes into the kitchen and left. "Okay." Inkling took out his notes and carefully wrote down the traits and details of each character, along with some impressive lines. "I will break those who violate my eastern region's boundaries with my G." This was a valiant man from the eastern domain, Su Shang, who had killed the heavenly foreign race with a great sword. "You're right, but the competition for the sect leader has always been like this. This seat has already been merciful by granting a change of title. This is 1,000 years ago, or rely on trickery to become the Cloudlon Immortal sect master character. Will his fellow teachers and brothers all exiled? But he does have the wrist. Cloudlon Immortal sect under his leadership also towards the strong. A mere few hundred foreigners. Watch me destroy them with a single strike." Well, this was also a very strong great power. Nurin was concentrating on writing, and not long afterward, Yagyu Momo returned with a slightly flushed face. "Look teacher, this Su Shang's lines and image I designed like this. See if you can draw it." Seeing that Yagyu Momo had returned, Mo Lin handed her his notes. Finished. I actually used the chopsticks used by classmate Nurin, put them in my mouth and sucked on them several times. How could one do such a thing? Looking at Nurin's clear eyes, Yae Momo felt like she had no place to go. I'll take a look," she stammered as she stiffly took the notes from Nurin's hand. "Obviously I have never been in contact with boys before, and I am still a little bit of social fear. How can I not hold myself to do this kind of thing when I see Nurin classmates? He is also the fiancé of Flowerflame classmates." Yae Momo looked at the notes Nurin had written in a daze, her head spinning as she wondered what she was thinking. However, to be honest, if she really let her do something to Mo Lin, she is not dare. Social fear plus goat cat belongs to is. This point of interest also dare to think about it in the heart. Chapter 67, The Tale. Yae Momo slowed down and put the distractions out of her mind, looking carefully at the general appearance of the characters Murin had written. It's more heroic, has a big sword, a beard, spits out some stoicism, etc. This is a commission given to me by Mr. Murin. The first time I've done something for him myself, so I must do it right. After thinking about it, Yae Momo began to write, and in no time at all, a vivid image of a heroic human figure jumped out onto the paper. "M.O., classmate Murin, how about you take a look at this, and where do you think it's bad? I can change it all." The pair of moist black eyes under Yae Momo's glasses looked at Mo Lin and said cautiously, "Very good, Mr. Momoko, your drawing is really good." Murin took a closer look. Momoko-sensei's drawing was so good that he could hardly pick out any flaws. That's good then. So Inkling-san, you write out the requirements and I'll draw them on the deck and set them so that there's no fear of wear and tear in that case. Yes, please teacher. Murin wrote the skills of those characters, the requirements on the cards, and Peach then painted according to Murin's requirements, and made more than 10 cards in 2 hours. Sensei is really great. Without your help it would have taken me ages to do it myself. Murin sincerely thanked Yae Momo. No matter, I just helped a little insignificantly. Yagyu Momo was a little less comfortable by Mo Lin's blunt praise, squirming and wiggling, her 2 white fox tails waving around. Teacher, I have a request. I don't know if you can grant it. Of course you can refuse. Mo Lin suddenly touched his nose in some embarrassment. What's the request? Murin-san, tell me. Momo asked a little strangely. It's your tail. Can I touch it? Oi 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 oi. Momoko nearly jumped at the comment. Do you know what it means to touch the tail of a fox girl? Only husbands are allowed to touch them. He really doesn't seem to know that biographies of historical figures don't write about the customs of some other races. Peaches screamed madly inside and tried to say no sternly, but fell back on words. But, it's okay. Murin-san touched it gently. Facing the teenager's clear eyes, she couldn't refuse. Really? Thank you, teacher. Murin was happy. He wanted to touch it before. The furry feeling made him love it. Mo Lin's warm palm gently stroked Yashige Momo's 2 white foxtails, and the moment he touched them, Yashige Momo's body tensed up in fear. Fluffy, so comfortable to touch. If I can hold the tail to sleep, how good it would be. Mo Lin touched and started to think wildly. The tail was a very sensitive part of a sky foxy girl's body, and Yae Momo gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep herself from making a sound. The more Mo Lin rubbed the more vigorously. Rubbing the tail is still a little bit of intention. An upper hand pinched Yashige Momo's pair of white fox ears. Soft, fluffy and so cute. After touching it for a long while, Murin came back to his senses and loosened his hand fondly. Yae Momo's face was already as scarlet as a ripe apple. Panting slightly. I feel better. Thank you, sensei. Murin sincerely thanked Yae Momo. No. You're welcome, Murin-san. Yae Momo said with some difficulty. She felt like she had no way to marry anyone else but Murin anymore. That, teacher can just call me by my name. Just call me Murin. Mo Lin said with a smile. He had also touched her tail and ears, so he should be considered a friend. Okay, then how about I call you Lin? You don't have to call me teacher when no one is around. Just call me Momoko. Yae Momo came back to her senses from the kind of feeling she had just experienced, and whispered with a red face. That's fine. Naturally, Mo Lin was not without a problem then. Sister Peach, I'm going to trouble you to take more care of me in the next few days. Did he call me sister? I understand the reasoning. But, he called me sister. Ugh. It's okay. Little Lin, the tail can still be touched if you want to touch it. Yae Momo's red face, voice weak like a mosquito. Call me sister. I'll agree to anything. And I'll touch your tail. And you'll only be able to touch it from now on anyway. Really? Thank you so much, Sister Peach. I have to say, Mo Lin is really good at this. The soft tail is too comfortable to touch. No, you're welcome. You like it, Yagyu Momo whispered. Then, it's getting late today. Peach, I'll go back first. I'll write up the requirements in the next few days, so I'll work hard for you, Peach sister. It's not hard. I'll see you off. For a few days in a row, Mo Lin and Peach are seriously making cards. Hua can only be obedient every day at home waiting for Mo Lin. Watching Mo Lin return late, Hua like a small wife waiting for her husband who doesn't come home at night like a puffed up. But there's no way to get angry with Mo Lin yet. After all, he's preparing things for himself, and there's no way for him to get angry himself. Finally, on this day, Mo Lin's deck was finished. Mo Lin found a beautiful box to package it up, with 3 big words written on it: Pale Moon Kill. Well, the Pale Moon continent's version of the 3 kingdoms. In place. Here, Flower Fire, a good con for you. Mo Lin returned home and mysteriously called Flower Fire to his side. What is it? Is it a new game? Blossom Fire asked with a smirk. Though Murin wanted to pick up on the line about it being more exciting than the game, it was good to hold back. That's right, it's the new game. Clank, Pale Moon Continent Edition. The strategy card game. Flower Fire took the box in Mo Lin's hand, and on it were written the words Pale Moon Kill in large letters. Pale Moon Killing? What is this? Flower Fire opened the box curiously. The beautifully crafted cards inside dazzled Blossom Fire, and she pulled out the instruction booklet, which had her hooked on the gameplay at a glance. This was actually made by Little Brother? You're too good, Little Brother. Blossom Fire knew after looking at it that this game was countless times more fun than the cards she had gotten back before. It's okay, I also plagiarized someone else's inspiration. Mo Lin touched his nose in embarrassment. Come on, let's play a quick game. Blossom Fire was already a little impatient. Mo Lin naturally accompanied Flower Fire to play a game. This game each hero's skills are different. Every game has a new feeling. And the hero cards can be updated afterward with new heroes, increasing the game's vitality. After finishing 3 games, Mo Lin properly let Flame win 2 games. And Flame still had a look of unfulfillment after playing. Little brother is really powerful. To think of such a subtle game, I admire you too much. Flower Fire happily hugged Mo Lin and pouted. She was very happy. One was that the game was really fun. More importantly, it was specially made for her by Mo Lin. Looking at these exquisite drawings and skill designs, Flower Fire knew how much effort Mo Lin had put into herself. Little brother, people like you the most. Flower Fire brought her little face up and gave a gentle kiss to Mo Lin's face. Chapter 68 Mid-Autumn Extra Everyday Life After Many Years, Up. Extra. The probability of normal development line. Small probability of if line. Now I am inclined to forgive all. Of course, not easily forgive. Chase husband crematorium focus is not in a word to chase. Right? Sugar. Sugar. Mo Lin feels that his life has been a little too chaotic lately. Being pampered by his sisters and his wife in turn every night was making him a little confused as to whether this was a dream or reality. Where did I get this? This is still a spiritual world. I got it in the butter. Right? Brother Mo. Wake up Hua was Yuan Chi-filled coquettish voice rang in Mo Lin's ears. Ah. I'll get up. Nurin got up. No longer surrounded by the girls except for Blossom Flame. His sisters had gotten up long ago, and he was the only one still taking a slight nap. Before Murin could get up, he felt his mouth being gagged by Flame. Blossom Fire couldn't stop kissing him, running her little hands all over him. You're in good spirits, little brother. Since I've already gotten up late, it's better to stay up a little later. Blossom Fire's small face slightly reddened as she said with a smile. With that she leaned down and got under the covers. Inkling didn't quite dare to move, letting Blossom Fire do whatever she wanted. It took a long time before Murin was able to get up without incident, and Blossom Fire walked out of the room with her arms around him with a slightly flushed face. As soon as he left his room, he saw his 4 sisters and Ruri. Peach is busy. Brother Mo is awake. We'll eat in a while, Zhu Linger said with a smile. What kind of day is today? Why is it so sumptuous? On weekdays, it's usually 1 to 2 girls who prepare dishes every day and take turns to cook, or Mo Lin brings a girl to do it. But today everyone is all out for some reason. Brother Mo, have you forgotten? There was a time last year when you said, today this day in your hometown is the Mid-Autumn Festival, a day for family reunion. Long Yuxuan smiled and said, we can all remember that. In that case, I'll trouble you guys, Mo Lin said with a smile. It's not troublesome, as long as Brother Mo is happy. Bai Jiro looked at Hua's reddish little face as if she understood what had happened. Her pretty face was slightly red and she said in a low voice, recently they did seem to be a bit unrestrained. Fortunately, Brother Mo had already surpassed the Emperor realm and his body was good beyond measure. Otherwise he really couldn't have topped it. But Sister Flower Flame, it's early in the morning. Let Brother Mo rest and relax. Dongfang Qinglian said with a light cough. What does it matter? People just didn't hold back. Blossom Fire spat out her little pink tongue. Alright, it's fine. Murin smiled and waved his hand, signaling that he didn't mind. He was still very forgiving towards his girls. Flower Fire at first knowing Lin and the 4 sisters of things heartbroken bad. After running into the 4 of them angry almost and they exploded, and then also punished them for quite a long time slowly faded to their hatred. Dongfang Qinglian still blushed for a moment when she remembered the way Hua had punished them at that time, although she had gotten used to it quite a bit now in a way. Flower Fire threatened them to throw away all their dignity and go all out to please Mo Lin. Those atonements they did before were not enough. Even if little brother's heart is soft and forgives them, she, Lord Flower Fire, will not forgive them so easily. However, later on, seeing that they did sincerely repent, over time, Flower Fire also slowly stopped holding a grudge against them and forgave them a little bit. But of course the main reason was still because Murin wanted them to get along. Alas, Murin was just too kind. Flower Fire lamented in her heart every time, so there were some things she could only do herself. Moreover, Hua's little brain always managed to come up with some strange playful tricks for the Oriental Qinglian few to use on themselves to please Mo Lin. A little perverted, let's just say. So much so that the 4 girls couldn't help but tremble a little when they saw Flower Fire show a hint of an impish smile during that time, and their legs would unconsciously clench a little. However, Flower Flame was well behaved in front of Luri, feeling as if she had met her nemesis. Facing Luri, she was honest most of the time. Even when she was acting as a bully in front of her 4 sisters, she would respectfully call out Sister Lioli when she saw Lioli. Brother Mo, quickly taste this mooncake. It's all made with the flesh of rare spirit fruits. Brother Mo likes to eat sweet. Quickly taste it. Zhu Linger smiled as she broke open a freshly made mooncake and thoughtfully fed the side with fruit pulp to Mo Lin. Mo Lin gently bit into it. It tasted sweet. A hint of sourness was just right. It was delicious and tasty. It's delicious, Murin said with a smile. Hee as long as it's delicious. The fruit used for this mooncake filling was picked by her a few days ago when she went to a dangerous secret realm, and there was a Peak Saint realm spirit beast guarding it, but fortunately she was already in the Emperor realm, and she suppressed it with the lift of her hand. However, it didn't take its life, and left some for that guardian spirit beast. Although this kind of oneself belonged to banditry, it couldn't be too inappropriate. For the sake of Brother Mo, I can only condemn you. Zhu Linger shrugged her shoulders. If Brother Mo wants it, even if it is the stars in the sky, she will try her best to pick them. Lin, try this mooncake made from the sacred dragon fruit of the western region. Lioli's stunningly beautiful pretty face was with a gentle smile as she fed the mooncake in her hand to Mo Lin. Good guy. The holy dragon fruit has let you pick it to make mooncakes. This fruit Murin has heard of it, and it is said that it can only bear fruit once in 100 years. Mo Lin tasted a mouthful. Soft and sticky, and the flavor was sweet but not greasy, and it even contained a hint of the Way of Light rhythm. Mo Lin's Way of Light rhyme was perfected many years ago, and he instantly discovered the power contained in this fruit. It's delicious too. For your trouble, Luri. Murin swallowed the mooncake in his mouth and narrowed his eyes and smiled. It's fine, as long as you love to eat. On Lioli's stunning face, which usually had little expression, there was also a hint of a smile, causing the several sisters to look dumbfounded for an instant. Lioli often become their backbone. Many times Lioli said the words Mo Lin also had to listen. Taste mine. Long Yushang was not willing to show weakness either. And mine. Brother Mo, taste it. Dongfang Qinglian also came up. Brother Mo, I have also prepared. Bai Jiro also whispered. People also have. Oh, little brother, taste it. Flower Fire smiled and hugged Mo Lin from behind, gently biting Mo Lin's ear, causing Mo Lin's body to stiffen for a split second. His ear here, he was a little sensitive to come. Ye Momo holding the mooncake he prepared, hesitant to squeeze in next to Murin. The pair of big beautiful eyes under the glasses are almost anxious to cry. Good. One by one, Mo Lin ate the mooncakes prepared by the girls in turn, and all of them made high evaluations. He could feel the girls' fiery hearts. After happily eating the meal, Mo Lin looked at the girls' cute little faces, and his heart was filled with an incomparably warm feeling of happiness. Thank you for taking the trouble. Mo Lin wanted to cry a little. After drifting around in the other world for so long, he was a little homesick. What are you thanking us for? We are your family. Long Yushang hugged Mo Lin and kissed Mo Lin's face intimately. Well, nah, we're family. Family doesn't need to say thank you. Yeah, regardless of their status as their sister or their wife, they were, without a doubt, their family, the people closest to them. Outsiders would also never have imagined that the Yushang Empress, who unified the eastern region and was known as the Emperor of 1,000 years, was at this moment acting like a little girl, being held in Mo Lin's arms, intimately pampering herself with Mo Lin. I should say, I love you guys. Mo Lin also kissed Long Yushang's smooth and cute little face. Yushang is so sly, that's what I was going to say. Brother Mo also kissed me. Zhu Linger also brought that beautiful and charming delicate face up, her big reddish pink eyes closed, waiting to be kissed. Good. Kiss you too. I want it too. The girls all came together. Their laughter as joyful as silver bells echoing in Tianqi Mountain. Chapter 69, Mid-Autumn Extra Everyday Life after many years. Next, after eating and cleaning up the dishes, Murin and the girls played Pale Moon Kill, a game he invented years ago. There are exactly 8 of them, so you can play an 8-player game. Since this is supposed to be a magically modified version of some steamy game, most of the generals have similar skills. 1 lord, 2 loyalists, 4 traitors, and 1 mole. The victory condition for both the lord and the loyalist is to kill all the rebels and traitors. The rebels only need to kill the lord, while the traitors have to kill all the rebels and loyalists and then kill the lord in order to be considered victorious. Since the conditions for the mole to win are harsh, if anyone can be the mole and win, they can make a not too excessive wish to a few other people that day. At first, because of the Flower Fire like to play this card game, Mo Lin will do it. I did not expect that later will be so hot. popular throughout the Songyu continent, whether it is the eastern region, out of the clouds, or the western region are all caught up in it. Songyu killed a storm. As a result, they're not short of money at all right now, and the cards alone and the subsequent earnings are immense. However, their power was already invincible in the world, and money didn't matter to them. Lan Yushang had also been the empress who unified the eastern region, although now she no longer managed political affairs, and was at ease in seclusion with Mo Lin. Those who violate the eastern region's borders, Shang will strike and break them. Lan Yushang took out a powerful martial artist and slashed Flower Flame to the point where he was left with blood and skin. You're being deliberately vindictive. Aren't you? Aren't you? Blossom Fire gave a dangerous smile. No matter, I suspect you are a rebel. Lan Yushang said, feigning innocence. This was a lie. Lan Yushuang did hold a grudge. She still remembered what Flower Fire had said when she had humiliated her. I didn't realize that the famous Yushang Empress in front of outsiders is just a well-behaved puppy in front of little brother. Flower Fire laughed a little wickedly at that time and said while patting her little butt, I'm happy to be brother Mo's puppy is my business. How it's not your turn to say abomination. And this asshole Flower Fire always comes up with weird props and puts puppy ears and a tail on her. Badass badass. Lan Yushang vowed to get her revenge back sooner or later. Humiliating. Very humiliating. But at that time so pleasing to brother Mo, although at first it was really humiliating. But then after adapting to it, quite happy. Even now. Sometimes everyone will play some similar games at night. Good good good. Blossom Fire milked herself with a peach. A small grin on her lips as the purpose of the game had changed. Then people banish you. Yushang's sister. Blossom Fire said with a smirk, utilizing her card skill to flip Lan Yufang's hero card face up. Unable to move for a turn. You're right. But that's always been the case with sovereign battles, and it would be merciful to change the title. Frosty Jr. gets a stiff-armed stance. Lan Yushuang's small face was red with anger. The red temperature of a young girl trumped all profanity. The group fought hard, and in the end, as the Lord, Mo Lin faced 4 rebels and a traitor, and the corner of his mouth twitched. The 2 loyalists, Flower Fire and Lan Yufang, fought a civil war and both died, leaving themselves as bare-knuckle commanders. Blossom Fire pulled Lan Yushang out of the room and prepared to go outside offline for real. Don't make too much of it. Mo Lin could only helplessly admonish. Don't worry, little brother. People know the difference. Flower Fire said through gritted teeth. Lose the game and it's the 2 of them doing the dishes again tonight. Then, brother Mo, I'm going to kill you a little bit. Baijiro said with some embarrassment. Kill it? It's just a game, no worries. Mo Lin said with a smile. In the end, Niren had trouble fighting 1 against 4 and had to die in place. With the mole, Peach, completely out of reach. The long sky, why is it thin with me? Inkling typed GG. Sorry, brother Mo. Zhu Linger, who had given Mo Lin the final cut, spat out her tongue. It's okay. Niren laughed gently. It was kinda fun to play games with them when there was nothing else to do. Brother Mo. Today is Mid-Autumn Festival. Let's go out for a stroll in the afternoon. How about going out together? Dongfang Qinglian suddenly winked at a few other girls and gave a wink. Right. It's been a long time since we've hung out together, hasn't it brother Mo? Zhu Linger nodded. That's right, brother Mo. Let's go out this afternoon. Baijiro's eyes were somewhat resolute as she looked at Mo Lin. Dongfang Qinglian's heart was helpless for a while. Sister, you are also too unable to hide things. Lioli also smiled and said, Lin, it's a holiday today. Let's go out for a walk together. Rin, let's go around and take a walk together. Ye Momo said weakly as well. Well, I didn't say no. So what are you guys doing? Marin chuckled. Yeah, let's go, Zhu Linger cheered. A line of 8 people volubly down the mountain, bought some snacks, and played some local small games as in childhood. Looking at the cheerful girls, Mo Lin also unconsciously showed a trace of happy smile. The girls dragged him around by the hand and watched the Phantom Theater together, and Marin let them. On the way, Lioli mentioned about her sister wanting to come and live with Mo Lin, who thought it was okay, but was afraid of teaching the little kids. She is not small anymore, and she can't wait to be taught by you. The latter sentence of Lioli's voice was so thin that Niren didn't hear it. What did you say? Luri? Niren asked strangely. Nothing. Then I'll find a time and pick her up, Luri said with a smile. Well, sure. Niren nodded and smiled. Been playing for ages and playing until it was dark. Without realizing it, he was dragged by the girls to a small hill, the place where they had met in the first place, the place where Grandpa Mo was buried. They pulled Mo Lin and found an empty space to sit down. and the 7 girls sat in a circle around Mo-Lin. Say, what have you guys prepared? It would be foolish for Mo-Lin to not be able to see what they were planning at this point. You see it. Flowerfire said with a smile as she hugged Mo-Lin. Of course, a fool wouldn't be able to tell. Inkling amusedly gently tapped Flame's little head with his handblade. Hey, it's about to start. 3, 2, 1. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Little brother / ink brother Lin. Huge fireworks exploded in the sky, surrounding this small hill. The colorful fireworks illuminating the night as if it were day. The fireworks exploded into the smiling faces of several girls, into their happy time together, and the sketch of the smiling faces looked like it came from Yazomo's handwriting. The fireworks kept shining for quite some time, and finally, a huge spark exploded into the sky, scattering into the words Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Thank you all. Mo-Lin's eyes were a little red. He felt so happy. He just wanted to guard this happiness forever, guarding these 7 girls he loved. There were some bumps in the road and some scattered sadness, but as it turned out, one was incredibly happy. Brother Mo, say yes, don't say thank you to us. Zhu Linger hugged Mo-Lin's head and let him bury himself in her arms. Good girl, don't cry, we're always here for you. We're family. Aha, we're family. Mo-Lin hugged Zhu Linger and said in a muffled voice. Aya, little brother, don't rush to cry, there's still a surprise for tonight. When Zhu Linger let go of her hand, Huahua cupped Mo-Lin's face and kissed his teardrops. You guys, there's a surprise. Murin bared his teeth and laughed. These girls of his own were too cute. He. When you say family, it seems like our family is missing something, said Flowerfire with a smirk. Less what? Mo-Lin asked somewhat strangely. The home was fully equipped and expanded quite a bit, so there shouldn't be anything missing. Of course, little baby. So the surprise is, you'll have to cheer up your little brother tonight. Yo Blossomfire said mischievously with a wink. Niran was stunned and smiled helplessly as he looked at the girls' slightly red faces. Okay, I know law. Chapter 70 Chapter 68 Cooperation. I like you too. With a gentle smile on his face, Mo-Lin gently flicked Flame's little head. But girls can't just kiss boys. After that you'll meet someone you like. Kissing is reserved for boys you like. Mo-Lin said with a smile. He only took Flower Flame's actions just now as his little sister being pampered. For if his own sisters had kissed his face when he was a child before, it was just a child's way of expressing his liking directly. There was also the fact that although Flowerfire was superbly beautiful and cute, she was on the young side, with a childish face, and Niran had never treated her as an adult. Well, no. Blossomfire puffed up her little face. The stupid log. Blossomfire remembered the book she had borrowed from her best friend a few days ago. There were some indescribable bridges in the book. She read it with curiosity on her face, blushing. After watching her real feeling that she is no longer pure, the original little brother's body is to be used in this way. This idiot, does he have to wait until he has forced himself to beep, muffled, into him? And his beep, muffled, to beep, muffled, before he knows that people like him? Blossomfire mentally erupted into an explosive argument. Forget it, he's his husband afterward anyway, he can't escape. For now. Flowerfire sighed. But this pale moon kill really fun. Tomorrow bring to school, and students play together. This game can be up to 8 people at the same time to play, and also need to use the brain. Different skills, different way out of the card, results are different. Stupid little brother. Blossomfire pouted with a somewhat angry pout. Looking at Hua was somewhat puffed up appearance. Mo-Lin laughed helplessly. Just now he had said that he was powerful, but now he had become an idiot. Girls are really flip-flopping. Blossomfire spent the next day between classes, dragging her best friend in Murin, playing Pale Moon Kill together. Was this even invented by Lord Murin? Wow, this deck is so exquisite. The characters inside are also beautiful, worthy of being Lord Murin, so handsome, so powerful, and with such talent. The girl who spoke covered her rosy cheeks. It's okay, that said, I'm still here. I'm embarrassed that you're so complimentary. Mo-Lin said helplessly. Being said so in person always gives one a sense of shame. You guys play with it and see if you like it. Several people played until the end of recess, when they put their decks away with great interest. This pale moon killing is too much fun, and it was invented by Lord Murin. It's like double the fun. Lord Murin, can you sell me this set of cards? Name a number and I'll do it. No way. This was specially made for me by my little brother. No one will sell it. Not for any amount of money. Flowerfire gasped. The reckoning has come to you, Lord Flowerfire? Well, little Sparkler won't let it then. Mo Lin suddenly had a flash of light, as if he had thought of something. If we make this kind of deck in large quantities, how much do you guys think it would be more appropriate to sell it for? Mo Lin suddenly asked. Well, 100,000 spirit coins? A girl replied. 100,000 spirit coins is too much. I'm talking about mass-produced ones, not the kind Flowerfire has on hand. 100,000 spirit coins was worth a year's expenses for a family of 3. These big ladies are really 10-fingered. 500 to 1,000 spirit coins if it's ordinary? Hua said after thinking about it. She still often went out to buy things on her own. Even though she was a royal daughter, she was also more grounded most of the time. That's right. Well, I see. Nirin nodded. Momoko-sensei was still in debt. He had a plan in his head to help her pay it off. Flowerfire, I have something to do. I'm going to go find Ms. Peach. After school, Nirin said to Flowerfire. What is little brother looking for Mr. Peach to go for? Aren't the cards already done? Blossomfire asked a little strangely. Well, I was thinking about promoting this kind of game and making some money along the way. Mo Lin said after pondering for a moment. Alas, little brother need money well. People now pocket money in 4 or 5 million spirit coins I remember. If Mo Lin needs this money she can give it to Mo Lin. If not enough then she will go to find Lao Dang to ask for it again and explode some gold coins. No, it's not that I'm short of money, it's Momo-sensei. Inkling told Flowerfire about the current situation of the Fox clan on Ye Momo Day, including the debt she owed. I didn't realize that Mr. Momoko was still carrying such a debt. So is little brother planning to mass produce this kind of game to sell it for money? Flowerfire nodded. Nirin wanted to help Momoko-sensei in this way. Well, but it's just an idea. You'll have to decide on the specifics yourself, Momoko-sensei, and she's put in a lot of effort with this deck. Then, little brother, people will go with you. Blossomfire said after thinking about it. Okay then. The two arrived at Peach's office just in time to see Peach packing up her things. In the past few days, Peach bought spirit fish meat for Mo Lin to make noodles to eat. Spirit fish meat was not cheap, and she herself was also careful to eat. This time for Mo Lin to make the family that was not rich even worse. Of course it wasn't all noodles made. There were other dishes as well, but the ingredients were all made from spirit fish meat. I have to stay up all night drawing when I get home today and make money fast to do it. Ms. Momoko, I have something to ask you. Can we talk later? Nirin said with a smile as he greeted Momoko. It's okay. Of course it's okay. Peach hastily agreed. What catching up on the draft? Nirin is important. But, Sparky's here too. Momoko smiled stiffly. Peach, today, little brother is preparing to tell you a great thing. Flowerfire said with a smile. It's a good thing. Ms. Momoko, let's go to your house and talk more about it. Nirin smiled and nodded. Okay. Peach wasn't sure what kind of medicine Nirin was selling, but she still nodded her head in agreement like a chicken pecking at rice. Why don't we eat first? I'll go cook for you guys? Peach looked at Nirin and Flame and whispered. Well, that's fine. Then Flame, why don't we try Momoko-sensei's handiwork? Sensei's noodles are still very good. Nirin looked over at Flowerfire. Yeah, then I'll try teacher's handiwork as well. Flowerfire said with a smile. Then is it okay if we still eat noodles today? Ye Momo asked cautiously. I'm available. Where's Flowerfire? Nirin looked to Flowerfire. People can do it too, replied Blossomfire with a smile. Okay, I'll do it then. You guys wait a bit. Peach's inventory of spirit fish and meat was sort of empty today. There was still some left. She was going to sneak in and eat it herself. But since Mo Lin was here, she gave it all to Mo Lin, along with Flowerfire. Peach cooked the noodles with tears in her heart. Chapter 71, Chapter 69, The Fire. Wow. Ms. Peach's craftsmanship is really good. This kind of spirit fish meat people have eaten before, but it's not as good as the one you made. Teacher. Flowerfire took 2 bites and said in amazement. This is my exclusive secret recipe. Not only do you need to carefully handle the spirit fish meat, but you also need to add our Sky Fox clan's exclusive secret recipe. When it comes to this, Peach is not sleepy and enthusiastically introduces it to Flowerfire. After eating, Nirin talked about business. Teacher, this kind of deck, if it's made on a large scale, how many sets can be made in a day at most? Alas, it's hard to do a set a day if you're doing it on a large scale. I'm still very fine at drawing this kind of deck. Momoko lowered her head and said, Teacher, you misunderstood. What I mean is that if the cards are made into templates and mass-produced, roughly how many sets can be made? Mo Lin explained. Template? You mean make it into a stamp kind of thing? Yes, it's the idea that after making one, you can print countless identical decks as long as you have the paint. That, making seals may be a bit troublesome, but after it is made, it will be a lot easier. You can produce a lot in a day. Right, but exactly how much? I can't be sure right now. Peach thought about it and said, here's what I'm thinking. If this kind of deck can be mass-produced, we can sell it to other people for about 500 to 1,000 spirit coins a set, which is still acceptable to a lot of people. And the money earned will also help you pay off your debts. That's why Niran wanted to do this. He could also sense that Ms. Peach had been very kind to him, and he couldn't eat so many of her meals for nothing. He had to give something back to her. This way? Thank you, little Lin. Oh, little Lin, you're so nice. Momoko's heart flashed with a trace of emotion. Lin, he originally wanted to sell the deck because of this. Little Lin? Blossomfire's eyes narrowed. Ahem. Niran-san is also considered my friend. And he also said that I don't have to call him Niran-san all the time when he's not usually at school. Peach hastily explained. Aha, it's fine. I was just asking. Blossomfire gave a small smile, and Momoko couldn't tell what Blossomfire was thinking. Then the matter of the cards. Teacher, you take more trouble. By the time you make money you should be able to pay off your debt. While the first time you don't need to make too much first. If no one buys it instead you will lose money. Lin also did not dare to say whether this kind of game had that big a market in this world. After all, this world was able to cultivate. People did not necessarily have that much world entertainment. The project Pale Moon Kill. Lord Flowerfire voted for it. Flowerfire slapped the table and stood up, raising his head with his hands on his hips. Teacher Peach, people will give you 3 million spirit coins, which you will use for the production and publicity and sales work of this deck. Flowerfire said with a smile, but people's money can't be spent in vain. Let's make an agreement that the money earned will be given to me and my little brother 1/3 each. Little brother came up with the technique. People pay for it, you contribute the labor, so the money earned is equally divided between the three of us. How about that? It's very reasonable, right? Flowerfire said with a smile. Hey, can do. Anyway, this is a surprise for me now. Whoa, thank you guys. Momoko was so touched that she was on the verge of tears. There's no need to be polite. You've helped me a lot too, Momoko-sensei. Niran smiled and shook his head. Alright then, the money people will bring it to you tomorrow, Flowerfire said after some thought. Then I'll trouble Mr. Peach to take care of it in the next few days. Lin also nodded. This kind of card deck, if it really caught on, would make much more money than Momoko drawing on her own. And with the signature of the card-making artist still being Peach, her popularity as an artist would be greatly increased. No trouble. I'm the one who has to thank you properly. Oh. Peach nose slightly sobbing. Fortunately there is Lin, or only rely on her own to pay back the money to return to the monkey years and months to go. Another month had passed, during which Peach had finished making the templates for the decks and had produced several hundred sets, but sales were not quite what was expected. Only a couple dozen units were sold. To be honest, this kind of card template wasn't very costly after it was made, costing maybe only 50 spirit coins, but selling for 500 spirit coins. Even if you sell a few dozen sets, it's not a loss. Inkling thought about it and tried to follow Blue Star's business tips. He first had Peach place an advertisement that there was a probability of obtaining a gold card in the deck, which really contained gold, and a gold card was worth much more than a box of cards. In his previous life, this kind of card draw mode was a big success. He originally wanted to sell according to the card draw method if he designed a new general, but now everyone does not accept it. The basic plate is not even there. The way to sell new generals is still too early. First use people love to take advantage of the psychology of a small advantage of the plate to spread the plate and then say, and Lin also let Peach also publicize a month later. Will be held Song You Kill Championship. The first place can get 100,000 yuan prize money. Even if the second place, third place also have prizes. $100,000 is not a small amount for ordinary people. And this kind of game has nothing to do with strength. So ordinary people can also participate. Such tournaments could be held every month or every quarter to maintain the heat. These two sets of combinations down, several hundred sets of cards directly be swept away. And really someone got the gold card. Lin also did not lie to them. An average of 90 sets inside a set. This made the market demand even stronger. And on top of that, at first many people were in the mindset of a lottery. But later on, people realized that the game was really fun. When you buy it back, you always have to play with it. And you can't stop playing with it. They had never played such a well-designed game. In this way, Pale Moon Kill's market in Izumo country gradually opened up, And with overtime production every day, the cards were even still in short supply. Little Lin. Thank you. If it wasn't for you, we don't know when those debts owed by our clan would have been paid off. This is the dividend for you and Little Flame. The word dividend Peach still learned it from Mo Lin. I'll take this share of Flower Fire's, and I'll lend this share of mine to Sister Peach's first. Mo Lin smiled and said Sister Peach's debt is still a bit short, isn't it? Don't Little Lin's? Already paid back a lot. Soon it will be finished. Peach lowered her head and said with a red face, then use my share first to pay it off quickly. After that, Peachy's sister will return it to me when she makes money. Mo Lin waved his hand. There would be no interest if he owed someone else's money to pay it back quickly, and he could give what he owed him whenever he wanted. Okay, I'll refuel and pay you back as soon as possible. Peach still compromised. To be honest, before she owed so much money, just the interest alone made her dizzy. Pay back the money to despair. Just take your time. There's no rush. Chapter 72 Chapter 70 Entanglement. Time flies, and a year has passed in the blink of an eye. Dongfang Qinglian stroked the small head of the kitten in her arms and sighed slightly. Her exquisite pretty face filled with despondency. This kitten was fed by Mo Lin before. It was very well behaved. It was a little afraid of people at first, but after their sisters fed it a few times it wasn't afraid anymore. There were still about 2 to 3 years to go, and he should be able to break through from the current late Imperial realm to the peak of the Zone realm, and if he was lucky enough to step into the Zune realm, he would have even more certainty. If there weren't 4 bad boys of their own, Brother Mo would be living happily with Grandpa Mo inside this small courtyard right now, and this little cat would continue to accompany Brother Mo. He wouldn't have to travel far to even have a home. Maybe when the time comes, he will go out for a walk when his cultivation is high, but there will be Grandpa Mo here waiting for him to come home, and if he is so good, he will also meet other girls, and they will be nice to Brother Mo, unlike his own 4 sisters who bullied him. I was right, Eastern Greenleaf told herself over and over again. Even though he was very reluctant to let go of Brother Mo, he had to do it for his happiness. Since the last time she had seen him, Dongfang Qinglian had slowed down for many days before the throbbing pain in her heart had calmed down a bit. They were not worthy of being Brother Mo's sister themselves, and neither were they. The blonde girl I saw last time can take good care of Mo's brother, right? So it doesn't matter if you don't have 4 of your own, right? The development of Pale Moon Kill over the past year has been, in a word, flourishing. Not only are people in Izumo playing, but everyone in the East and West is also playing. And of course the cards that were sold over there were translated into the language of the West before they were put on sale. The language of the Izumo Kingdom and the Eastern region is the same. This kind of game was popular among young and old. Both ordinary people and cultivators would play 2 games in their leisure time, and many people became friends through the game instead. Ye Momo had also put most of her focus on that, though she hadn't resigned from her position as a teacher, and was now running on both sides of the fence every day. The cards were hot beyond her imagination, and after she paid off her debts, she set up a chamber of commerce at Mo Lin's suggestion, taking a word from each of the 3, the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce. It would be a waste to keep that much money anyway. Let them flow. And when Murin thought of an idea to tell Yoshiro Momo, she arranged for someone to do it. Now the president of the Chamber of Commerce is also exactly 8 Heavy Peach, which also makes the status of 8 Heavy Peach in the Izumo country rise. After all, rich and beautiful and even cultivation is also the Emperor realm. This kind of girl is already very popular. Now every day the suitors are endless, but all were righteously rejected by her. She does not want Mo Lin have any misunderstanding. In 1 year's time, Mo Lin also immediately broke through to the Zune realm. He felt that he was only separated from the Zune realm by the last layer of membrane, and that he would enter the world of the Zune realm after the breakthrough. However, compared to that, Flowerfire had been clinging to him a lot more lately. Mo Lin sometimes wondered, said this girl is not forgetting that we just pretend to be fiancé. Still, he'd advised himself that it was better not to get ahead of himself. One of the 3 great illusions in life was that she liked me, and he'd always looked at her as a sister. Flowerfire had also broken through to the King realm. Following Mo Lin's cultivation every day, her cultivation had skyrocketed, and she even flaunted her lovely rainbow-colored wings with Mo Lin after her breakthrough. The colors of her spiritual power seemed like rainbows, colorful, and there were no elemental attributes. Mo Lin had examined her but couldn't tell exactly what kind of power it was. According to her own words, the spiritual energy she first cultivated was like this and never changed, for reasons she herself didn't know why. MS. Yay, please accept my heart. A fairly handsome man stood in front of Ye Momo, who had just gotten off work. holding a large bouquet of flowers in his hand, and said fondly, "Ah," Ye Momo said with a breathless look on her face, "I think I've rejected you twice, as I recall." Ye Momo lowered her head slightly, her voice low and somewhat displeased. "Ms. Yay, I fell in love with you from the first moment I saw you. If you don't agree, I'll keep pursuing you until you do," the man said looking very sincere. "It's like this again," Yayuma sighed. When they were in debt to the Skyfox clan, those clans that used to be friends, avoided themselves and avoided the plague. And now that they have set up the Chamber of Commerce with the help of Shaolin, they have posted up again. Only Lin, who finds a way to help himself when he is in trouble and pulls himself out of that dark quagmire of debt, is the light in his life. Now, though, almost every day, someone approaches Ye Momo to confess their love for her, blocking her path to work, and it annoys her. It was obvious that they had refused many times, but they still came up to them, and a rare hint of anger and revulsion appeared in Ye Momo's always weak demeanor. "I don't like you, I even hate you, so please stop pestering me." The revulsion in Ye Momo's voice was no longer concealed. "Ms. Ye Momo, may I ask what I did to make you hate me so much?" the man asked in disbelief. He thought he was handsome, multicolored, the eldest son of the Tanaka family, and his cultivation had reached the king realm. Why did Ye Momo look down on him so much? "I have someone I like, and I don't like you." Ye Momo sighed and mentally added, "I wouldn't like you even if I didn't have a favorite." "Who is it?" "Impossible. How can you not like me and go for someone else?" The Tanaka male's face twisted a bit as he growled. "Why is that impossible?" Ye Momo was speechless. Was this man the kind of pushin' man that Rin was talking about? What a coincidence. Mr. Momoko just got off work, Nirin got out of school, and Flowerfire went home alone as she met up with her friends for a playdate. Originally, Flowerfire wanted to take him along, but Nirin shrugged it off. People's little sisters went to play together, so he didn't go to join in the fun. "Rin, you're out of school. Sorry you had to see that." The disgust on Momoko's meaty face dissipated like ice melting away, and that happy smile took the Tanaka male's breath away. Peach trotted a few steps to the front of Mo Lin, somewhat embarrassed. Said Shaolin must not misunderstand. He and I do not have any relationship. I have refused him several times. He still pestered up. "Well then, I can see that, Momo-chan." Of course Mirin could see the disgust on Momoko's face as she faced the man. "That's good. It's good that Lin didn't misunderstand." Momoko patted her chest and sighed in relief, and the color of those beautiful eyes under her glasses grew softer and softer. "This kid, Yakashich Peach, is it because of this brat that you rejected me?" The Tanaka male roared with a somewhat grimace on his face. "I won't like you with or without him," Ye Momo said, stomping her foot in a rare moment of anger. Chapter 73, Chapter 71, Settlement. Ye Momo. "Oh, looks like this kid is still a student. I didn't realize that you women liked your own students." The Tanaka male was burning with anger. "Well, red warmth. I don't need you to mind my business. Mr. Tanaka, please leave. Don't bother me and Lin." Ye Momo huffed. This kind of unreasonable person was relatively rare among her suitors. It looks like I've hit the nail on the head. I didn't expect that you, as the president of the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce, would like old cows to eat young grass. Lord Tanaka laughed mockingly. "You," Ye Momo pointed at him, speechless with anger, and on the other hand, annoyed at being told what was on her mind in front of Nirin. Nirin gently patted Yoshiro's shoulder. "Sensei, leave it to me." "Mr. Tanaka, is it?" Mo Lin asked with a calm face. "That's right. I am the eldest son of the Tanaka family. My father is a minister of the imperial court. So if you know what's good for you, get out of Yazomo, or there'll be no good for you, boy." Mo Lin shook his head helplessly and slowly took a few steps into the air, arriving at the top of Lord Tanaka's head and looking at him from above. You're in the Zone realm. How can that be? You look like you're only in your teens." He didn't know that Mo Lin might be about to break through to the Zune realm anytime now. With a wave of Nirin's hand, an invisible force wrapped around Lord Tanaka, and he was brought to the same height as Nirin, and had his neck cupped by Nirin's white hand. Terror! This feeling of being scorned as if he could be crushed like a bug at any time, this feeling of being looked at lightly by Mo Lin, made his cold sweat stop flowing. It was as if he was a bug ready to be stomped on. Zong Realm, stepping in the air. Surprisingly, Zong Realm, the powerful minister martial artists in the dynasty were only Zong Realm, and all of them were in high positions. How old is this kid? Even if a Zong Realm powerhouse pinches him to death, his family wouldn't dare to say anything, and would even come to the door to apologize. Not to mention such a young Zong Realm powerhouse which can't be offended. In case he was offended, it would be fine if he could kill this genius outright. If he escaped, how powerful could this kind of genius be in the future? When he became powerful, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for the clan. Even if he could kill this genius, it would be at an unimaginable cost, and the family would do such a thing for him? Impossible. He still had 2 younger brothers below him watching over him. Yes, I am sorry, my lord. I am wrong. After that I will never harass Yagyu Momo again. Tanaka male was pinched by his neck and said in a broken voice, "Really?" Mo Lin asked with a calm face. Really? Really? I didn't know that Yagyu Peach she is your woman. I have no eyes. I beg your excellency to spare me this time. Golden liquid dripped down his pants leg. He was actually scared to pee. Murin threw him down casually with some disgust. Tell those other suitors you know not to bother Ms. Momoko again. And if it happens again, I'll pay a visit to the Tanaka house. Murin said indifferently. Yes, I will definitely convey your lordship's words to them in full. Lord Tanaka hurriedly stood up, bowing unceasingly and nodding his head in agreement. Well, go. Mo Lin waved his hand, signaling that he could go. When the Tanaka male left in a roll, Ye Momo hugged Murin. A year's time Mo Lin has grown a little taller. Yet Chong Peach's head can only reach Mo Lin's shoulder now. His head rubbing against Mo Lin's chest. His 2 white fox ears rubbing against Mo Lin's face tickling. You're welcome Sister Peach. We're friends. It's only right to help. Besides, Sister Peach is also in the Imperial realm, so there's absolutely no need to be afraid of him. Mo Lin couldn't help but rub Peach's ears. It's not like I'm good at fighting, so how can I handle it? Peach spat out her tongue and said playfully, Alright, let's go back then. Murin guffawed. The hurdle from the Emperor realm to the Zone realm was also difficult to cross. Before the Emperor realm, one only needed to comprehend the flow of energy, but at the Zone realm, one needed a certain understanding of spatial power, or else one wouldn't be able to step into the air, which was a manifestation of the use of spatial power. So the number of Emperor realm compared to Zone realm is about 10 to 1, although Kanto Emperor realm is not so much is. Cultivation erode a realm a heavy mountain. If Mo Lin hadn't had superb talent and a Dao Rhyme bonus, he wouldn't have taught 4 Emperor realms in his previous life, and his own current cultivation wouldn't be so fast. Lin, Flower Fire, I just heard from the intelligence officer that it might not be Mrs. Ping these days. After a few more days, Peach came to visit Spark's house and handed the duo their quarterly dividends. Not peaceful. Peachy, what do you mean? Blossom Fire asked as she took a bite of her snack. A lot of demons have been caught recently. They pretended to be humans to blend in and were caught by the guards. Momoko sighed, and they were screaming something about how Lord Saint King would definitely take down the Izumo kingdom or something. Demon race Mo Lin thought of the big bug before. The demon clan. Flower Fire fell into silence. She wondered if her previous miserable fate was related to the demon clan. But since it's been discovered, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. Doesn't the Izumo kingdom still have Amaterasu, an emperor realm? Mo Lin said after some thought. That's true. Whatever happens, Amaterasu will fix it, right? Momo nodded. With this one around, there really was no need to worry. Speaking of which, little brother, you're about to break through the Zune realm, right? Flower Fire suddenly asked. It's like this, but I don't know exactly when I'll be able to break through. I always feel like I'm still a bit short. Mo Lin nodded. This feeling was metaphysical. He didn't know where he was still missing. Zune realm Shaolin is truly the world's #1 genius. Peach had an adoring look on her face. It's not that impressive. It's just like that. Mo Lin scratched his head and said with a smile. He little brother will be embarrassed every time he gets complimented. Flower Fire said with a smile as she looked at Mo Lin. Ahem. I just think it's better to be humble and low-key. This traditional virtue of the Celestial Dynasty was something he still kept in mind. Okay, blah blah blah. Little brother is obviously strong and powerful, yet he is excessively low-key and cautious. Blossom Fire shrugged helplessly. This kind of introverted little brother was honestly something she liked. It's a million times better than the kind of cocky guy who is already half-assed and likes to show it off everywhere. Alright, let's not talk about this. Today Sister Peach is here. Let me do the cooking tonight. Mo Lin smiled and got up. Hey, this is too much trouble for little Lin. It's fine. Just wait for your food in peace. Oh, well then. Thank you, Lin. Momoko blushed slightly and lowered her head. When Mo Lin left, Flower Fire took a sip of tea and asked as if she was not thinking. Peach, you like little brother, don't you? Chapter 74, Chapter 72, The Palace. Peach, you like little brother, don't you? Peachman was outright dumbfounded. Little Flame asking me something like that? What does the little sparkler mean? Like, she saw it? Ahahaha, of course I like little Lin. He's my cute little brother. Ah. Momoko snorted, her eyes wide with innocence, trying to budge and muddle through. How can I admit this kind of thing? It was also revealed in front of the other party's fiancé, and I'm sure I'm going to be treated as one of those shameless and messy women. I obviously have not even held a boy's hand. I'm a teacher. He's my student, well, and he also helped me. I'm just a little bit slightly close to him. Peach's voice is very thin, a bottomless and coy look. Cut the crap. You know people don't mean that. Blossomfire skimmed her lips at Peach's clumsy performance just the way you are. Cootie. It's all obvious. Only little brother is a log. Sorry little brother. I didn't mean to say you were stupid. Flowerfire apologized to Mo Lin in her mind in a hurry. Oh. Peach blushed as she was poked and buried her head into her chest, not daring to be seen. Looking at Peach, who was able to almost bury her face in it, Blossomfire looked down at herself and the corners of her mouth twitched. Blossomfire had still grown up quite a bit this year, in every way, but it was still a far cry from Peach. Ugh. Blossomfire let out a long sigh. Peach, I'll agree if you can keep little brother from being repulsed. Blossomfire said through clenched teeth. Hey. Momoko thought she was bound to be scolded by Flame for being a shameless bad woman or something. She was ready to be scolded, but it turned out to be about this? That is to say, if little brother agrees, I also agree. Blossomfire gritted her teeth. This? Peach two eyes are turned into mosquitoes. This happiness came too suddenly. She had planned to bury this matter in her heart for a lifetime. Or just give Mo Lin as an underground lover or something. It was like suddenly hitting the jackpot. Or a dream jackpot. Peach pinched her soft face. It hurt a little. So it didn't seem like a dream. Flowerfire did this. In fact, has its own considerations. Mo Lin has multiple confidants. This matter is basically the nail in the coffin. But the other girls themselves do not know. Might as well let Peach join in, so that there is also a kind of their own people, so as not to be bullied by the other girls. She had formed an alliance with Peach herself, and while Peach wasn't really useful in this sort of thing, being the main one who wouldn't dare fight back even if she was bullied by the other girls, it was still better than nothing, and this was one of Flowerfire's own, so there was always something to look out for. Thank you little flower spark. I am dreaming. I can be with little Lin brightly together? Peach said as she wiped her saliva. Ye Momo was obviously excessively beautiful, and her body was also good to the point of explosion, but as soon as she talked about Niran, she was the kind of person who couldn't restrain herself, so that Flowerfire couldn't help but feel that her own little brother's charisma was indeed quite big. Don't be too happy. It's not certain if little brother agrees or not. Blossomfire stood up and looked down at Peach. Oh, had. People have the fate of the plate backing. Official certification of the wife of the little brother. You guys do not have. Fight for yourself. Moreover, I'm the main palace. Flowerfire's eyes revealed an air of disdain. Okay, I know. I won't steal it from you. It's enough that I can be with Lin. And I'll try my best. Momoko's big beautiful eyes under her glasses were filled with determination, clenching her fists to give herself a boost. Fine, go for it. Watching Momoko's energy, Blossomfire shrugged. Honestly, she was quite curious how Momoko was going to cheer to take down her little brother. After a while, Niran returned with 2 plates of food. Just a moment, there's 2 more plates and the main course. I'll go with you. Momoko got up in a hurry. This was the time to behave. Good. Then I'll trouble Sister Peach. Mo Lin said with a smile. No, it's no trouble, Momoko whispered, the watery waves in her eyes intensifying as she remembered what Blossomfire had just said. With Peach gone, Niran cleaned up and settled down on his knees. Recently, he had still been diligent in his cultivation, but that layer of the Zune realm had always been a hair short. There was still a difference between practicing on his own and assisting his 4 sisters, but Mo Lin had a vague feeling that the distance to the breakthrough shouldn't be far away. With his skillful mastery of the Earth Tao rhythm, it was now extended to more uses, and could be said to be his biggest card. The comprehension of the Light Tao rhythm would take some time, and Mo Lin felt that it was indeed much harder. This kind of thing, Tao rhyme, was basically only grasped by Emperor Realm powerhouses, and as long as it wasn't an Emperor Realm personally coming down against him, Mo Lin was basically not afraid. He ran the energy in his body, and would use the Tao rhyme to refine and solidify the energy. His spiritual energy was much denser than other people of the same rank. This was also one of the uses of the Earth Tao rhyme that he had developed this year. The earthway rhythm can even manipulate gravitational and repulsive forces. When he was strong to a certain extent, he could even condense into a small black hole and crush his enemies to death in it. Meteorites, black holes. Niren originally thought that his earthway rhyme was more of a supporting function, but it is no less important in killing and destroying. Previously, the functional ability developed by Mo Lin was to absorb other people's energy and return it to him, which was used when he fought the 4 patriarchs of those 4 holy sects. And now Mo Lin has discovered that the earthway rhyme can condense spiritual energy, form shields, and so on. It's still pretty versatile and kinda universal. Maybe each energy is developed to be strong in the end. Like, rubber fruit becoming Nika fruit? That's not quite the right example though. This feels like 2 abilities altogether. So let's just say the author forced the issue. In short, there is no such thing as a trashy dorama. Only trashy dorama users. Sorry, I always thought you were earthy before, but I didn't realize you were hiding so many good things. Mo Lin apologized to earthway rhyme in his heart. Mo Lin slightly raised his hand and a small vortex coalesced in his hand, but it dissipated in less than a moment. Well, black holes are theoretically possible. Forget about it. These moves can be said when the rank of it is higher. For now, one is better off practicing in peace. Mo Lin glanced at the opposite side of the flower fire. The flower fire also followed Mo Lin to cultivate together, has entered the state of meditation. Usually always quirky flower fire now instead of a kind of quiet and beautiful feeling. The already absolutely beautiful small face in the moonlight illumination appears to be a little holy. Mo Lin, guffawing, similarly closed his eyes and entered the state of meditation. Chapter 75, Chapter 73, Mountain Rain. The divine witch Granny looked at the destiny disc in front of her with a grave expression on her face. She'd been paying extra attention to the direction of her recent natal charts before because of the fireworks, but now, it's about to start. Sighed the goddess witch. Turmoil was coming. Little Lin, lately you and Flowerfire should be more careful and try to go home earlier after school. Momoko said worriedly. Demon activity is getting more and more frequent now. Okay, Sister Peach, those people haven't been bothering you lately, have they? Niren said with a nod. No. After that time there were very few people who came. Little Lin helped a lot. Peach nodded her head in a hurry. Niren did help her solve a big trouble. Aha, that's good. But has Peach's sister ever wanted to go over there and find a boyfriend or something, well, so that she can also reject other people in name only? Niren said with a nod. Ugh, Niren asked Peach, dumbfounded by an unintentional remark. What does he mean? Lin, is he hinting at me? No, I don't think he knows about my feelings. I'd better not scare him yet. Ask sideways and go dark and dark. I don't like their kind of people. Before, when I was down and out in debt, no one was willing to come and help me. And now after we set up the Chamber of Commerce, they see my worth now pouncing on me. Just like the flies. It's most annoying. Peach said with a beak. Peach sister said it is also true. This kind of look before the basis but after the respect, the thought of it is laughable. Mo Lin thought about it. Indeed it's also such a thing, but teacher can't never find a boyfriend. Right, teacher doesn't have a favorite type? Well, you're just my type. Ahem. Still there, I like the kind of, although very powerful but very humble and low-key, when I am in a low point, but also do not leave me to help me think of ways to pull me out of the quagmire of that look like a light like the boy. Momoko said and looked at Mo Lin in a daze. So many requirements. Well, this kind of man does not seem to be too good to find. Mo Lin froze for a moment. I do not know if it is not a delusion. She said these conditions how so much like their own. I don't know if it's a mistake. How she said these conditions are so like myself. I was helping her just to help a small favor. This is to pull her out of the quagmire? Well, it's true that it's a bit difficult, but I'll try my best. Momoko-sensei's large, beautiful eyes under her glasses burst out with an unshakable sense of perseverance. So determined? Alright, but little Lin, what kind of girl you like? Just flower fire, that kind of thing? Momoko asked if she had a point. Hey, Peaches, you guys just talk and talk. What are you pulling people for? Blossom Fire couldn't sit still. Although they appeared to be an unmarried couple to outsiders, her little brother and her were only married by agreement, and her little brother still didn't have that in mind right now. Aren't you embarrassing him by asking him now? Well, my words, I don't seem to have thought about it. But I do like a quirky and cute girl like Flowerfire. Mo Lin of course had to give Flowerfire face in front of outsiders. Well, so yeah, that's good. It's good that little brother likes it. Flower Flame was attacked by Mo Lin's straight ball and suddenly got stuck, lowering her head and mumbling. That way, haven't thought about it. Momoko lowered her head, not knowing what she was thinking. Suddenly she plucked up the courage to ask, so, do you hate it for big sister type girls? Who are slightly older than you? Bigger. Niran suddenly stopped talking. He remembered Lioli. That sad look when Ruri parted. The kiss that summoned up courage. Of course I don't hate it. Or rather, I love it, Murin said with a sigh. Is this so? Peach seemed to misunderstand, the huge surprise hitting her and making her head a little dizzy. He doesn't hate himself, this kind of big sister. Moreover, also very like he. Little brother, do you really like big sister type girls? Blossom Fire was honestly a bit tense after hearing this. Did you not grow on your little brother's XP? Indeed, it's quite like, but I also like cute girls like Little Flame Spark. Mo Lin smiled a clear smile, but how did the words coming out of his mouth feel a bit crummy? Little brother, you're so flamboyant. Blossom Fire's eyes narrowed. I don't mean that kind of thing, I don't know anymore. Inkling waved his hand in a hurry, but he didn't know how to explain it. Forget it, I'll let you off the hook this time. Hannah Fire grunted softly and sighed inwardly. Even though another girl would be pestering her sooner or later, she couldn't let her little brother get too loose and give him the green light. At least they have to keep a good gait, not let some unsavory women to pester up. At the very least, it has to be a girl they can recognize it. Murin sighed in relief, still having to be careful with his words. Time rushed by and about another half-month passed. During this period of time, the imperial city of the Izumo Kingdom was still peaceful, but many of the border cities, infested by the demon race, were suffering terribly, and there were even a lot of people who mysteriously disappeared and couldn't be retrieved. Most of them were eaten by the demon race. Mo Lin had been going to and from school with Huahua all this time, and Huahua had said that she needed to save herself in her destiny, so she had to keep an eye out for herself as well. Although the imperial city is still peaceful now, it's not guaranteed that some demon will come and take Little Flame away. On Ms. Momoko's side, Murin also suggested that she move in with herself. The Flower and Fire family is quite big anyway, and it's better to be cautious during special times. Seeing Flower Fire nodding, Peach also cheerfully moved over to live with Mo Lin. Although she was living in the room next to her, she would like to live in the same room with Mo Lin, not to mention whether they agree or not. Her own cheek is not that thick. Peach, you have to listen to people and everything after you move here. Got it? After helping Peachy move her luggage, taking advantage of Murin's absence, Flowerfire said with dangerous eyes. Okay. I'm listening to you, little sparkler. No nighttime attacks on little brother at night. Little brother has to cultivate at night. Flowerfire gave Peach a date. She, the main palace, had not yet done that kind of intimate thing with her little brother, and she must not let this concubine steal the family first. Also, without my permission, you are not allowed to get too close to your little brother. You can secretly raid him and ask for his permission, but you are not allowed to go too far. Flowerfire said through clenched teeth. What is this strange feeling of bullying yourself? But looking at Peach in this pathetic way, with those two huge evil masses on her chest and her big white tail twitching, she wanted to go up and pinch them twice herself. Forget it. Peaches are cute too. Cute isn't sinful, right? Anyway, don't go too far. Oh, she's his proper fiancé. Blossom Fire narrowed her eyes threateningly. Chapter 76, Chapter 74, Plush. Anyway, don't go too far. She's his real fiancé. I know. I can stay by his side just fine. I won't fight with Sparky or anything. Peach lowered her head and said a little humbly. You don't have to be so humble. Blossom Fire was just about to say something when Murin came back. Sister Peach moved here today. Let's celebrate. Emolyn smiled and said, if you guys have anything you want to eat, you can order it and I'll make it. This is too much trouble for you, little Lin. I'll do it. I bought some of the spirit fish meat from before and brought it over in one piece. I'll do it, Peach said in a hurry. She was very overjoyed to keep letting Emolyn do the cooking. Well, then we do it together. Small Flower Fire like to eat the teacher may not be too much. Emolyn thought for a moment and said, right, that fish meat can give me a little bit of it. I have an idea. I want to try spirit fish meat with this approach. Will not be more delicious. Of course you can. Feel free to use it, Lin. Now we have money. What do you want to eat, Lin? Tell me. I'll have someone send it over. Yahito smiled coyly. Good. 8 Heavy Peach is now also sort of branching up. Outside at least is also the president of the Chamber of Commerce. Hand in hand. Ink Lin's share of the dividends are generally not much to use. Are held by the 8 Heavy Peach, is now also a huge sum of money. Momo certainly wasn't going to mess around with it, and Murin's portion of the money was becoming more and more in her hands. which was as much as she could think of to do for what she could do for Murin. And don't look at her in front of Mo Lin Koi. In the Chamber of Commerce is still very powerful, as a strong emperor realm, but also the Skyfox clan. Even if it is not good at fighting, in the merchants cannot be underestimated, is a million cannot be offended lord. Not to mention that there are now rumors that she is inextricably linked to a certain mysterious powerhouse, and some people even say that she is the woman of which mysterious powerhouse, adding to the mystery of the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce. Before there were still people who wanted to pursue her to gain benefits by marrying her, but ever since Duke Tanaka was taught a lesson by Inkbrand, no one dared to mess with her even more. However, she was still like a little woman in front of Mo Lin, and when Mo Lin accidentally touched her hand while cooking, it made her blush for half a day. That, Lin, now living together, if you want to touch my tail, you can always come to me, I'm alright. Ye Momo gathered enough courage and whispered in a broken voice, is that okay? It won't be too much trouble for Momo-chan, will it? Ye Momo was rather busy these days. The two of them didn't get much alone time, and he hadn't touched Momo's tail in a while. It's fine. Before I just had a little too much going on. It's not that I didn't want to give you a touch. Don't misunderstand me, little Lin. Ye Tao was afraid that Mo Lin would think she was petty. Peach sister does not feel trouble as long as, then thank you. Thinking of having a tail to touch in the evening, Mo Lin's mood of cooking is a little better. Life really needs Fluffy to heal. Suddenly Murin fell silent. He remembered the kitten he had fed in his previous life. Did that kitten, a couple sisters, adopt it? If you're free afterward, go back and pick up Mimi. After dinner, Murin's hands got a little itchy. Sister Peach, when do we start? This. Momoko glanced at her side. Was this something she could say in front of Blossom? Start. Start what? Rarely. Murin looked like he was having a bit of fun, and Momo was blushing. Mo Lin usually give flower fire feeling is always light, not to mention happy, more often instead of giving people a feeling of some sadness, as if the heart of some sad things in the pressure. Start? What are you going to start? Blossomfire's eyes narrowed, looking at Peach somewhat dangerously. It's just touching the tail. MS. Peach's tail is soft and comfortable to touch, Murin said with a smile. Little brother wants to touch Peach's tail. Blossomfire jumped straight up in shock. The tail of the Skyfox clan is not something that only someone close to you like husband can touch. Peach moves so fast? The little brother was taken down in the past few days. I haven't gotten it in over a year? What am I? A clown? Blossomfire's mind exploded and she couldn't hold it together. Ahahaha, so yeah. Sparkles laughed dryly twice. No. Calm down. You can't mess up. It's reasonable to say that Peach, the goon, couldn't possibly have this kind of means of taking down her little brother quickly, and that she could easily do what people couldn't do when they hadn't been able to do it all year? Really? I don't believe it. In other words, it's possible that there's some kind of misunderstanding involved. Little brother is from the eastern region. We are saying, is there a possibility that he actually doesn't know the real meaning of touching the tail? The more Flower Fire thought about it, the greater she felt this possibility. Little brother, why did you touch Peach's tail? Flower Fire sidestepped and asked cautiously. A tail that big, it's comfortable to touch. I won't hide it from you. I just, kind of like furry things. Mo Lin touched his nose. This kind of hobby was still a bit embarrassing to say in front of everyone. Ahaha, so that's how it is. Blossomfire laughed dryly again. I see. That's all right then. Little brother had no idea of the secret behind it. But, good you a Peach. Use this method to seduce the little brother. After that, the little brother and then know the customs of the Skyfox clan. It is difficult to ride the fox, right? Then force the little brother to give in. Damn, why don't I have a fluffy tail? So, we start now? Murin asked. Okay, at your disposal. Peach's face flushed red. Her body moved closer to Mo Lin, handing her two big fluffy white tails in front of Mo Lin. Mo Lin happily hugged these two big tails and fiercely jerked the tails, fluffy and so comfortable. Looking at Mo Lin's face of contentment, it was the first time Flower Fire saw that Mo Lin had such a cute side. Is this tail that easy to touch? Momoko. Blossomfire patted Ye Momo's delicate little face whose gaze was a bit lax, bringing her back to her senses. Your tail. I want to touch it too. Can I? Blossomfire said as she stared at her. May I? Ye Momo lowered her head. After that she and Konoha Spark were sisters as well, so it should be okay with it. Okay, thanks. Flowerfire nodded and ran over and hugged Mo Lin and pampered him. Little brother, give me one of Peach's tails. I want to touch it too. Of course I can. Come on, you can feel it. It's so soft and cozy to rub. Blossomfire hugs that big tail in disbelief. This is too good to touch. Sparky has discovered a new land. Chapter 77, Chapter 75, Helping Out. This is too good to touch. Blossomfire held her tail and rubbed it, and just felt a little bit like she couldn't stop. Fluffy, soft, now the weather is still a little cold. This tail warm. This if you can cuddle and sleep. How comfortable it must be. Inkling and Flowerfire were comfortable, but as the party being rubbed, Yae Momo suffered the old sin. It's not that she has a hard time. She's quite comfortable with having her tail stroked, but, well, she's got a very sensitive tail. The reason why the tails of the Skyfox clan were not allowed to be touched by outsiders was also because the tail was a sensitive area where their neurons were concentrated. Momoko's face flushed red from being touched. Her legs unconsciously clenched, and she gritted her teeth as if she was holding back something. It was only after a while that Mo Lin and Hua Hua let go of their hands in love. I'm good, Peach. Sparks let go of her hand with a final squeeze of her tail. Oh, Peach gasped a few times. The two little ancestors had had enough of touching. Then I'll go back to my room. Momoko got up and almost fell to the ground without standing still. Luckily Niren's hand was quick to help her. Watch out, Peachy's sister. Momoko was held up, her entire body leaning against Niren, and that huge soft touch made Niren turn his head away to right Momoko's body. Thanks. Thank you, little Lin. Then I'll go back. Peach blushed red and lowered her head, leaving in a hurry. She had to change into something flattering in a hurry. The situation was getting tougher, with more guards patrolling the roads and the academy letting out earlier and earlier. The infiltration of the demon race seemed to be on the verge of spreading to the imperial capital. The Exodus Cloud Country's side had also sent several strong men, but the demon race was not attacking on a wide scale, but infiltrating in secret. And even Zune realm powerhouses couldn't distinguish their authenticity, which had caused the entire Exodus Cloud Country to burnt out. You bunch of losers. Out of the Cloud Kingdom's palace, Emperor Fei angrily slammed the Zhengshire on the ground. It's been so many days. Demon infiltration is becoming more and more rampant, and none of you, full of civil and military personnel, have been able to bring this matter to a resolution. So what's the point of having you? Your Majesty, calm down. The ministers also lamented in their hearts, but they didn't blame Emperor Fei. At first Emperor Fei wasn't so angry, but the demon race became more and more frequent, and that's what made the emperor so enraged. Your Majesty, the demon race disguised as us humans is really hard to distinguish between the real and the fake. What about the Divine Witch? Can't she tell the difference too? Emperor Feather narrowed his eyes and asked. Lord Divine Witch is closed and has left a message that there are capable people to solve this situation. Capable people. Thinking of the Divine Witch's ability, Fei Huang also suppressed his anger. Then you will find out which one of you is capable. The Divine Witch has predicted that if you return again without success, you will be held accountable. Yes, Your Majesty. Niren and Flowerfire Momoko are on their way out of school when they are confronted by a guard. There were some problems with Mo Lin's identity. He was an alien entry and not a local, so he became the focus of attention. Little brother is Lord Flowerfire's fiancé, and there's Pops who recognizes it. And it's been more than a year since he's lived with someone, so he's definitely not a demon race. Flowerflame was quick to protect her husband with strength. Lord Imperial Maiden, I am also on routine business. Please forgive me. Now that the demon race is rampant, we are forced to act cautiously. The guards hurriedly knelt on one knee and said, Flowerfire, it's fine. Don't make things difficult for people. Mo Lin rubbed Flowerflame's little head and pulled Flowerflame behind himself. Feel free to check, but the demon race you mentioned, said Mo Lin with a kind smile on his face, isn't that the one? Inkling pointed his finger at a sneaky figure wearing a bucket hat. The body of the person who was pointed at was shaken. What are you saying, little brother? Ah, don't wrong a good person. Ah, how can I be a demon race? Just now, your rat tail was showing, Mo Lin said indifferently. Bastard. Without saying a word, the man pulled his legs out and ran, his body shape changing, and within a few steps, he turned into a one-person giant rat, constantly running wildly. After them, the guards hurriedly chased after him. Only the captain-like figure stayed behind and asked Mo Lin strangely, little brother, how did you tell he was a demon race? He didn't show his tail. I checked just now. Well, I blackmailed him. I sensed he wasn't human, Murin said with a smile. Mo Lin also didn't expect his Earthway rhyme to have this kind of function. As long as the creatures that stood on the earth around him, He was able to feel what kind of race they were. It was practically omnipotent, worthy of being a Tao rhyme that could only be comprehended at the normal emperor realm. Little brother, this ability of yours is really powerful. This matter I need to report, can it? You'd have reported it even if I'd said no, wouldn't you? Murin shrugged. Yes, this matter concerns the lives and safety of the people of our Izumo country. Please understand. The captain lowered his head and said, never mind, just report it. I don't mind helping you guys out if I can. Thank you. You are the husband of the imperial daughter-sama, aren't you? We will report it truthfully, and it is your merit to capture the demon clan. Good. Little brother, why did you agree to help? What if you encountered danger? Hua looked a bit serious. She was more worried about her little brother's safety than whether or not he was successful or not. Concerning the lives of the people, to help me it does not matter. And, Mo Lin said after a pause, this is a small flower fire your country my country. Little brother helped out, but actually did it for me? This is like this Hua's small face was red, hugging Mo Lin's arm, and said with her head lowered, thank you, little brother. The best in the world. No, the best in the universe. But, what kind of weird name is that? Niran laughed out loud as well. As expected, the next day, the two ministers came to visit Flower Flame's palace, and it didn't take any guessing to realize that they were here for Mo Lin. Good day, Lord Miran. The two ministers didn't dare to be the least bit disrespectful, and after learning about such a person yesterday, they investigated his background overnight. Not only was he the fiancé son-in-law of the Flower Flame imperial daughter, but he was also the boss behind the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce, and he himself was also a Zone Realm powerhouse. Not to mention, he was only 16 years old now. What kind of god is this? Several imperial princes aren't as powerful as him, right? In terms of status and honor, the Zone Realm powerhouses alone were beyond the reach of the emperors. Hello, what are your names? Niran smiled and nodded. I am the commander of the close guards in charge of guarding the imperial city. Tosen Jiro. You can call me Tosen. I am the minister in charge of munitions. Yamanaka Saosuk. You can just call me Yamanaka. Okay, so what is it that you two wanted to see me about? How can I help? Mo Lin asked. It's like this. Please join a few other Zone Realm powerhouses. We'll start with the imperial city and check out each place one by one, pulling out the disguised demons in turn. In that case, will I not have time to come back and live here for a while? Murin looked to Flowerfire. Here's the thing. Look at, little brother. Go ahead. People support you. Flowerfire said with a smile. Chapter 78, Chapter 76, The Sweep. Murin and the guards left, leaving only Flowerfire and Peach at home. Oh, little brother. After Mo Lin left, Flowerfire let out a mournful cry as if she were a small animal. Little Flowerflame is talking so dashingly. She still can't let go of little Lin. Peach smiled and stroked Spark's head. She was like a big sister at this point. Granted, she was supposed to be the big sister, too. Oh, Peach, little brother is gone. Only you stay with people. Blossomfire flung herself into Peach's arms, tactical fake crying. Alright, I'll stay with you. Little Lin will be back when he's done. Blossomfire lay down on Peach's softness and pretended to sob for a moment. I have to say, is big and soft and kinda comfy. Then, can Peach comfort me? Blossomfire looked at Momoko pitifully. Yeah, sure. Peach hesitated, smiled and nodded. Then, Peach will come inside with the others later. Blossomfire gave a small smile of scheming success. Tail will be rubbed for me later. Mo Lin came with the duo to the large force that carpet searched the imperial city for camouflaged demon race, accompanied by two Zone Realm powerhouses. Faster than expected. After only one day, Mo Lin and the guards had uncovered the hidden demons within the imperial city. By the time he got back to Blossom's room it was late. Inside the room, Blossomfire and Momoko cuddled up to each other. Mo Lin looked at the two girls' quiet sleeping faces, also gently returned to the bed and sat down on his knees, cleaned his body with spiritual energy, thought about it, but still lay down. A rare sleep today. Truth be told, I was more than a little mentally exhausted from running around today and driving the Earthway rhyme all the time. But for some reason, seeing Flowerfire's lovely sleeping face, Mo Lin instead had a trace of happiness in his heart. Flowerfire? Also weirdly cute. Never mind. What was I thinking? It's time to sleep and go to bed. Early the next morning, as soon as Niran opened his eyes, he saw Flowerfire's nice smiling face, blinking her big cute crimson eyes as she looked at herself with a smile on her face. Little brother, you're awake. Flowerfire lay on top of Mo Lin, Her small face suddenly came close and pressed against Mo Lin, whispering in Mo Lin's ear, little brother worked hard yesterday. After saying that, he gently kissed Murin's face. Mo Lin had just woken up and was more or less confused when faced with such a scene. It's not hard. It's not hard. Mo Lin hastily shook his head and said, Flowerfire, you come down first. It's very hard. Little brother is usually in cultivation. And yesterday he came back so late and fell asleep. He must be exhausted. Hua hugged Mo Lin and rubbed against him, saying with some heartache, why don't you? Little brother. Don't go. Flowerfire couldn't bear to see Mo Lin too tired. Don't. There are innocent people disappearing every day. It doesn't matter if I'm a little tired, and I also promised them. Mo Lin shook his head. This is about the lives of many people. Since he has the ability to help, he should still try to help. Okay Thank you, little brother. Little brother, how so good, to love. Flowerfire unconsciously hugged a little tighter. That. Flower flame, get off of me. Mo Lin felt the soft touch on his body and spoke with some difficulty. In the morning, this looks like spare me. What's wrong, little brother? What's pinching people? Flowerfire reacted. Her small face reddened as she jumped down from Mo Lin's body. Again. Little brother obviously quite tired but still quite energetic. That. Little brother, go get busy. I'll go to school with Momoko later. Well, I may not be able to return during this period of time. The place I'm going to will be farther away. So you guys rest early. Mo Lin said with a smile. Well, go for it, little brother. Come back early. People have been waiting for you to come back. Flowerfire clenched her small fists to cheer up Murin. I'll talk to the principal's grandfather over there at the school. Well, then, I'll be in trouble. Sparkles. After the Imperial City was cleared, Mo Lin spread out to the outlying cities along with the large force. This unit was created specifically to counter demon infiltration. The Special Mobile Squad. Every time he arrived at a new city, Mo Lin would turn on the Earthway rhythm and search through it on a wide scale before carpet checking it in turn. This kind of demon feeds on people, and missing one will cause very serious harm to the people. So Mo Lin naturally didn't dare to take it lightly. But the weird thing was that when Mo Lin had lined up the 18th city, the demon race within the city had already disappeared cleanly. It seems that the demon race is sensing something. Not quite right. There is not a single demon race in the city. Mo Lin said with a frown. Lord Mo, are you sure? The Zone Realm powerhouse accompanying him asked. Well, it can't be wrong. The demon race most likely sensed something and evacuated this place. Mo Lin had no need to lie to them. I'm going to go to the next city to take a look. It's also possible that it's just this city that the demon clan didn't send their manpower to infiltrate. Lord Mo. During this period of time, Mo Lin had almost become their backbone, and no one dared to look down on this teenager anymore. Not only can he sense demons, his strength is also first class. Last time a Zone Realm demon was found intending to fish to death. A Zone Realm powerhouse accompanying him fell behind in a tussle with him, but Mo Lin went up and suppressed that demon with a single palm. No matter where you are, the respect for the strong is real. Next city. No. And the next. Still nothing. After walking through 5 cities in a row, the demon race seemed to have disappeared without a trace of their existence. It seems that it's not a coincidence. The demon race did discover something and may have withdrawn early. Mo Lin said after pondering for a moment. Alas. It can't be helped. Let's go back then. The demon race may have some new schemes. We'll see what we can do then. I've worked hard for you during this time. Lord Mo. Dong Xianjiro bowed to Mo Lin. That's fine. Let's head back first then. Mo Lin said as he waved his hand. This situation can only be evacuated first. The squad has been running around for a month. It's time to rest and relax. Mo Lin along with the large force back to the Imperial City. The road back was relatively calm at first, but just nearly 50 kilometers away from the Imperial City Mo Lin detected a hint of something wrong. Wait. Murin called a halt to the group and looked around. There were dense woods all around them, but the rushing demonic aura had already exposed them. Come out. Don't hide. Mo Lin spoke indifferently. Jia. It's worthy of being someone who can discover the whereabouts of my demon clan. Still so perceptive. The demons removed their camouflage, and hundreds or thousands of them blocked the path ahead of Mo Lin's team in layers. So that's how it is. You guys gave up fighting alone and wanted to focus your firepower to kill me first. Mo Lin nodded. He had to say that the demon race still had brains. As long as we kill you, our infiltration plan won't go this wrong. The leader of the demon race stood out. He was a wolf demon with a sturdy figure and a scar over one eye, and said viciously. Seeing him appear, A trace of gravity flashed across Mo Lin's face as well. This wolf demon in front of him was actually in the Zoon realm. Chapter 79, Chapter 77, Ambush. There was a fundamental difference between the Zoon realm and the Zone realm. The Zone realm was still stuck in the simple use of space. The Zoon realm could already create a small piece of space of their own. And the space folding technique was something that only people who had reached the Zoon realm could do. If the Zone realm's use of space seemed like kneading a rough doll out of Play-Doh in an instant, then the Zoon realm would be kneading a delicate hand puppet of a beautiful girl out of Play-Doh in an instant. Mo Lin had previously burned blood to the Saint realm, and his perception of space was much stronger than a normal Zone realm. But there was still quite a bit of a gap in front of a true Zoon realm powerhouse. To be honest, Mo Lin didn't intend to use burning blood here. There were too many people here, and this kind of undercard Mo Lin didn't want to expose it easily. Maybe he can try and use this opportunity to break through the Zoon realm? To be honest, breaking through in the middle of a fight is a bit dangerous, but it's worth a try. What a pity that a young genius like you is not a member of my demon race. The wolf head leader shook his head with some regret. What's even more of a pity is that you're going to die here. Do you think you cats and dogs can keep me? Hee, there is no need for them. The old man alone is sufficient. The wolf head leader grinned and snorted. Swallow the moon. A red aura flashed in the wolf head leader's mouth, and a crimson ball of light was violently spat out by him. The blood-colored ball of light was like a bottomless vortex, attracting all the surrounding grasses and trees into it, rolling towards Mo Lin, the ball of light getting bigger and bigger. Ha! You can dodge, but the human race behind you will all be sucked into the ball of light and crushed alive. The wolf demon grinned widely and said with a cold smile. Mo Lin's face sank. Let's attack with all our might. Cloud Tooth Break. The sword in the hand of a Zone realm powerhouse swung out a green-colored blade, but the moment it came into contact with the blood-colored ball of light, it was swallowed up after struggling for a moment. Thunder Light Bullet. Another Zone realm powerhouse condensed a purple energy mass in his hands, in which thunder light lingered, and violently blasted at the blood-colored ball of light. But with the sound explosion, it likewise failed to stop the ball of light from moving forward. With a wave of his hand, the golden aura behind him flashed, and several huge rock lances emerged, charging towards the blood-colored ball of light. The bloody ball of light collided violently after being struck by the rock snatch, but its powerful devouring power did not devour the rock gun, which dissipated into golden powder after exhausting its power. But the bloody ball of light was also significantly smaller. This ball of light failed to swallow my rock gun. Obviously the same Zone realm attack it can swallow. Is there a possibility that it can't devour the Tao rhythms? Thinking about this, Mo Lin called up his entire body's spiritual energy and Tao rhythm, and condensed dozens of huge rock lances behind himself, and the rain-like rock lances kept smashing towards the bloody ball of light. And as expected, just when Mo Lin still had 3 rock lances left to float behind him, that bloody ball of light was finally dispersed. Kid, you have a few skills. The wolf head leader's eyes narrowed. Such tactics, such cultivation. What a pity. My swallowing moon is something that even a strong person of the same level wouldn't dare to take on hard. It can devour the opponent's spiritual energy and keep growing. And to think that it can be defused with that kind of stone gun attack. You're indeed very peculiar. But, the more peculiar you are, the less you can be capped. Mo Lin didn't speak. He quickly drew on the aura in the heaven and earth to recover himself. That strike just now had almost exhausted the spiritual energy in his body. Crossing a large realm to pick up a skill is really lossy. The wolf head leader no longer said more. A flash came to the front of Mo Lin, shining the head as a claw. Mo Lin condensed a golden spear in his hand and barely managed to parry it, but his figure was also sent flying backwards nearly 100 meters. The wolf head leader was good at teasing, not rushing to attack, and looked at Mo Lin with interest. You kid, do you want to join my demon clan? You're a talented person. It's too much of a shame to die. Plant a slave seal on you and use it for my demon race from now on, so that you don't have to die today. So what's the deal with your demon race? Murren asked, cocking his head. How much do you get paid per month, and is there a potion allowance? Are there travel expenses for business trips? And is there insurance? Are there arrangements for employee marriages? Are there reunions and bonuses? Mo Lin smiled and asked a series of death questions. What are you talking about? We can give you the money, and the rest if you need it. Lord Saint King shouldn't be petty, the wolf head leader said indifferently. So you that go back and wait for the notice. Kid, you're stalling for time to recover your spiritual power, right? The wolf head leader laughed, but he didn't seem to be worried at all. Give up your useless resistance. You're all going to die today. If you agree to my request, then you can still stay alive. Well, it was just a sliver away. And that squandering of spiritual energy just now loosened the bottleneck a bit more. How can it be useless? I still have to struggle a bit. Mo Lin's mouth said unreliable words, still thinking of delaying for a while longer. Speaking of which, what kind of person is your Lord Saint King? This person Murin had always been curious about, not having had any contact with it in his previous life. It is the king of our demon race, the Lord who will lead us to stop hiding like this and move towards glory. The wolf head leader said faintly. You don't think about it anymore? Then how about I reconsider? Murin blinked. No need. The wolf head leader could also see that it was impossible for Murin to surrender. Go to hell. The wolf head leader flew up, his giant claws carrying a blood-red glow as if he wanted to rip Mo Lin directly into two halves. Mo Lin coalesced two more rock lances and barely blocked the wolf head leader's attack. His figure was more dexterous than the wolf head leader, and although the wolf head leader's attacks were strong and powerful, they were dodged by Murin. Comparatively, Murin's counterattacks couldn't even break his defense. Boy, you're annoying, floating around like a little bug. But I'm in the middle stage of the Zune realm. This move may have little effect against the same Zune rank, but against the Zune rank below, you can't dodge it. The wolf head leader grinned. Spatial confinement. Mo Lin only felt that the air around him seemed to have condensed into a solid, and it seemed very difficult for him to even move his fingers. Right now, with his spatial mastery of the Zone realm, trying to escape the spatial blockade of the Zune realm would be as difficult as climbing into the sky. Want to burn blood? Mo Lin was always a bit unwilling to face a Zune realm and burn blood himself. Mo Lin Chi sank into his dantian, feeling the space fluctuation around him. This was the first time he was blocked with space. It felt a bit novel. Previously, when he fought against those Zune realm powerhouses, he had also forcibly broken through to the Zune realm, and the other party hadn't used this kind of skill to deal with him. Both being in the same Zune realm, both could control space. Then this kind of skill was pointless to use, and only needed to be used when crushing at a higher level. This feeling has honestly never been there before. Space, confinement. Mo Lin continuously mobilized the space around himself, trying to break this yoke. Useless brat. You of the Zone realm can't break free no matter what. Space seems like a liquid, solidifying. Suddenly, Mo Lin's expression moved. He came to his senses. Chapter 80, Chapter 78, Seal. The moment the wolf head leader's claw attacked, the space blockade was broken free by Mo Lin. That giant claw was blocked by Mo Lin's rock lance, and the sharp rock lance in Mo Lin's hand counterstabbed, piercing the top of the wolf head leader's sharp claw with blood. You brat! How is it possible? You made a breakthrough? The wolf head leader was stunned. To have a temporary breakthrough. This kid, how could he be so outrageous? That's right, I really have to thank you. Before I always felt that something was missing. It seems that the missing thing is the understanding of space. Mo Lin nodded and said with a smile, pointing the rock spear in his hand straight at the wolf head leader. Now, I'm also in the Zune realm. About half a month ago, Royal Daughter Flower Flame, His Majesty has an invitation. The guards came to Blossom Flame's classroom and knelt down on one knee, saying respectfully, "Hey, Pop's looking for people for what? Well, then people will go here." Flower Fire shrugged. This kind of thing wasn't that uncommon. Occasionally Pops would summon himself over to see how he was doing, and he would pop him some more gold coins in the process. Blossom Fire sat in the car, wiggling her thin white calves in boredom. Little brother, how not come back? Are almost a month. I miss him so much. When he came back, he had to make it up to himself by letting him kiss him more. Hey, this seems to be going to the Hall of Divine Weapons. Isn't that where the 3 divine weapons are kept? Why would Pop send someone there? There was a guardian boundary outside the Divine Artifact Hall. Flower Flame jumped out of the car and easily passed through the boundary. This was her innate ability. Anything boundary related had little effect on her. Flower Flame entered the boundary, and saw that Emperor Fei was turning his back to her, scrutinizing the 3 divine artifacts floating in the air. Pops, what's the matter with calling people here all of a sudden? Flower Fire asked crisply. Blossom Fire is here. Nothing much, just checking to see if you've been doing well lately. On the face that Flower Fire couldn't see, Emperor Yu's expression gave off an indescribable stiffness. Well, I thought there was something special. Suddenly calling people to a place like this. Actually, there are indeed some things. Emperor Feather didn't turn around Flame. You know, from the time you were born, you've always been special. What's wrong, Pops? Talking about this all of a sudden? Blossom Fire asked curiously. Your spirit power is a rainbow-colored spirit power that only appears once in hundreds of years in our royal clan. You may not know exactly what this spirit power does, but I do. Specific role. This people really do not know. Pops, you know if you tell people Hua was said somewhat strangely. He always felt that Pops was strange today. You'll know soon enough. Come to my side. The Feather Emperor said. Flower Fire, not doubting, hopped forward, and floating in front of her were the 3 divine weapons of their Izumo kingdom. Tensho, Sword of Kusanagi, 8-foot Agaricus, Yata Jutsu Mirror. These 3 were handed down since ancient times. The Izumo Imperial Clan artifacts. The Tensho Cloud Sword, which doubles the power of Amaterasu. The 8-length Mirror, which allows Amaterasu to rebound all attacks as much as possible. The 8-foot Agaric Hook Jade, on the other hand, is a device that recharges Amaterasu. And, if these 3 artifacts are combined with the unique rainbow-colored spiritual power of the Imperial Clan, what will happen? If we combine? Blossom Fire took a slight half-step back. She realized that the Feather Emperor in front of her was very wrong. Very much 9 out of 10. The Feather Emperor didn't answer. Instead he smiled strangely. Speaking of which, although each of these 3 artifacts has its own function, they actually create a hidden function if they are used together, which is also closely related to your spiritual attributes. Yes, what is it? Pops, you speak very riddling people today. Flower Fire reluctantly smiled. This person, really is Fei Huan? Actually, I kind of like you. Sparkles, but alas. The 3 divine artifacts suddenly erupted with a dazzling light, which flickered continuously, but eventually formed a pillar of light that shone on Flower Fire. What's going on here? I can't move. Pops? Flower Fire noticed it, the stiff expression of the Feather Emperor, and the Prince of the Source who stepped out of the dark shadow. Uncle Jen. No, Prince Jen. You did this. Blossom Fire shouted hatefully. That's right. This method of controlling my brother that I got from the demon race doesn't seem to last too long, so I can only aggrieve you with a quick battle. Niece Flower Fire. Prince Genji's smile was gentle, but it made Flower Fire's body go cold. Are you going to arrest people? Or kill people? She never expected that Uncle Jen, who had kinda spoiled herself as a child, would be the mastermind behind her tragic fate? No, it's not as simple as grabbing it. In fact, like I just said, your spiritual power is very special. This kind of spiritual power is unique to my royal family, and its biggest role is to break the rules. Once fused with the 3 artifacts, one can even rewrite the use of Amaterasu, Prince Minamoto said lightly. It was also because of this that he had gotten close to Flower Flame as a child, and had previously asked his son to go and have more contact with Flower Flame. The right to use Amaterasu can only be possessed by an emperor, and only if this emperor is recognized by Amaterasu can Amaterasu be used by him. But, Flower Flame, these 3 divine artifacts plus your spiritual energy, the right to use Amaterasu can be rewritten to me, and it no longer needs to be affirmed by Amaterasu's will. This thing of yours, you've been plotting for a long time, haven't you? Blossom Fire smiled. So this is his fate. Well, it's been a long time indeed. Hajime, he took everything from me, which was clearly mine. The position of emperor or not, Amaterasu or not, it should all be mine. Clearly I'm the older brother. So, Blossom Fire sighed. You don't seem, at all, scared? Prince Genji was a bit surprised that Blossom Fire seemed a bit too calm. Nothing. In fact, I'm scared to death. Blossom Fire wrinkled her cute little nose. If she hadn't known that her destiny had changed, she'd probably be terrified right now. And without her little brother, she wouldn't be able to hide or jump out of the way, and no one would know where she'd gone. It looks like himself this time can only wait for his little brother to save himself. There's no need to be afraid or worry. You'll soon be locked up in the artifacts forever. Don't worry. Although your spiritual power can break the rules, it's absolutely impossible to break the space formed by the combination of the 3 artifacts. Speaking of which, you should be able to live inside for a long time. After all, the rainbow-colored spiritual energy is the best nourishment for Amaterasu, and Amaterasu won't let you die so easily. So perhaps after 1,000 years, even if we die, you'll still retain your conscience. But alas, you will never be able to come out again. Prince Jen laughed coldly and said indifferently. Like this? Ah, indeed. There is enough miserable. Blossom Fire grinned. Helpless grin. Little brother. People now so poor quickly come. Save me. Chapter 81, Chapter 79, The Black Hole. The golden rock lance in Mo Lin's hand danced densely, and the wolf head leader's burly body had dozens of wounds in no time. You kid, grinned the wolf head leader as he was knocked out. Really? Can't keep you. The wolf head leader gritted his teeth and suddenly bent down, as if he were a real beast on all fours, his breath climbing, his eyes reddening as if he were a real beast. The blood on his body was evaporated and dozens of wounds slowly healed. Kid, the one who made me use the true body of a great demon. You are the third, but the previous two are dead. The wolf head leader. No, it could no longer be called a mere wolf head. His figure expanded drastically, and had completely transformed into a giant wolf about 10 meters long. The giant wolf opened its bloody mouth. Bloody light condensed in its mouth and spat out dozens of bloody light bullets to attack Mo Lin. The long spear in Mo Lin's hand pointed repeatedly, shattering the vast majority of the light bullets, but he was still hit by the two that missed and coughed up a mouthful of blood. After this wolf transformed into its true body, it was a lot stronger than before, and if it was in the middle stage of the Zoon realm before, the odds were that it was already in the late stage now. Kid, it's not over yet. The wolf demon no longer stayed his hand. Taking advantage of Mo Lin's injury, he rushed to Mo Lin in a flash and slapped down with his giant claws. This slapped Mo Lin tens of meters away again, and the rock gun in Mo Lin's hand shattered inch by inch after blocking this blow. Oops, can't beat it. Oops, surrendered. Mo Lin smiled and put his hands together, begging for mercy. He, brat. Not to mention if you are truly surrendering, even if you are truly wanting to defect to us now, it's impossible. Today, you will die. The wolf demon's face was gloomy, revealing his true body. For him, it would be a matter of immortality. Well, that's a shame, but I'll show you something good. That said, you did me a favor by sending me flying so far away from those people. It's not a move that's meant to be put in a crowded area of your own. By the way, this move is also a parody, but I won't magically change the name to honor the original. The earth explodes. The sky, stars. The demon wolf only felt that it was yanked up from the ground by a huge force, suspended in the air, and was getting bigger and bigger, and the surrounding ground, earth and rocks were all attracted to it, wrapping it up in its entirety. Boy, is this? To put it simply, I formed a small black hole in your body. The concept of black hole may not be known to you. In short, you should be sealed inside and can't come out. Mo Lin said with a shrug. Asshole. Kid, let me out. The demonic wolf kept struggling, utilizing demonic power and spatial power to keep trying to break free from its bonds, but all to no avail. Even if there were those 2 times when he was close to succeeding, Murren would mercilessly squash his struggles and shatter his hopes. Watching the wolf demon's figure struggle gradually weaken, Mo Lin also continued to increase his strength. More and more earth and rocks wrapped the demon wolf, forming a floating meteorite in the air. But that wasn't the end of the trick for Murren. Mo Lin reached out his hand and grasped at the meteorite in the void, clenching his fist fiercely. The suction of the meteorite got even stronger, constantly collapsing inwards, getting smaller and smaller as the screams of the demon wolves rang out and then got smaller and smaller. Watching the collapse to almost a third of its previous size, Murren realized that this should be his limit. The wolf demon was crushed inside. No surprise it should have been crushed is going to the secondary. Mo Lin gently waved his hand, and the meteorite ball smashed towards those little demons of the demon race, and a little bit of waste. The demons looked at the meteorite smashing down from the sky and fled in all directions, but the meteorite was too big, and after the loud roar of the fall, only a few demons were left to survive, but they were mercilessly decimated by Mo Lin and the human troops who caught up with them. Lord Mo, is really thanks to you this time. The 2 Zone realm powerhouses who had survived the calamity said respectfully, although he also knew that Mo Lin was very strong before. Now, if Mo Lin could kill a Zune realm powerhouse, it was 100% that he had also stepped into the Zune realm, or even made a temporary breakthrough. It's fine, let the brothers recuperate. Let's go back quickly in a while. Mo Lin shook his head. After that series of hiccups just now, and traveling for another day, Mo Lin arrived at the imperial capital with the large army. Lord Mo Lin, you have worked hard during this period of time. I will truthfully report your achievements. When the time comes, the reward will be sent directly to the Flower Flame Imperial Daughter's residence. Is that okay? The Zone Realm Powerhouse said respectfully. Good. I also live at Flowerfire. Just send it there. Mo Lin smiled and nodded. Even though his help was not for the reward, but the royal family of Azumo country sent money to himself, there was no need for him to pretend to be noble to excuse himself. After all, he did solve a big trouble for them, although it was for the face of Flowerfire. Another reason for solving this trouble was that he was afraid of too much infiltration of the demon race, and that one day he didn't watch outside himself, and Flowerfire was caught by someone accidentally. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Blossom Flame in a month, and Peach sister, and I do miss them sometimes. However, he himself was now at the Zune realm, and was not too far away from the Emperor realm. Glazed. I'll do it. Let's go home. Buy some snacks on the way. It's rare to go out for so long. Bring some back for Flame. Mo Lin was in a rare good mood now, and his pace was a little lighter, thinking that he would see Flowerfire and Sister Peach soon. Now that he was 16 years old and had already reached the Zune realm, it shouldn't be too much of a problem to reach the Emperor realm by the age of 21. On the way, I bought some grilled kebabs and asked the owner to add more spice to them, as well as some small pastries that Blossom Fire loved, and grilled fish that Peach Sister loved. Hua Hua must be very surprised to see herself going back. Unconsciously, Mo Lin was also somewhat inseparable from this quirky and cute girl. However, Niren didn't know what kind of feelings he had for Flame, but it should still be his sister. After all, she was still so young. Niren bought a whole bunch of things and returned to the Flowerfire mansion, smiling and greeting the maids. Today was a day off for the academy and Flowerfire should be at home. Flowerfire, I'm back. Mo Lin pushed open the door of Flowerfire's room, which looked very neat, but was empty. Niren placed the snack in his hand on the table. She's not back yet. Where's MS? Momoko? She's not here either? Wait a while. Murin sighed and sat on the bed in boredom. The empty room usually always had Flowerfire's cheerful laughter and her cute smiling face, and now that he was alone in this familiar room, Mo Lin was more or less uncomfortable. Looking at the sunset outside the window, Mo Lin felt some rare loneliness. So, that noisy girl has made herself miss so much. Cultivate for a while, and wait for her return yourself. Murin sat down on his knees and closed his eyes. Chapter 82 Chapter 80 The Darkness. Blossom Fire only felt that she was locked into an incomparably dark space. Feeling nothing, hearing nothing, seeing nothing, as if she was the only one left in this world. There was nothing left. There wasn't a bit of light, and I don't know how long it had been. A month? A year? The concept of time was also gradually blurring, and Flowerfire gradually couldn't feel anything anymore. This feeling of having nothing, seeing and hearing nothing, was really too torturous. It was all she could do to talk to herself, yell and jump a few times to make herself feel slightly better. She'd be scared to death if she knew she'd never get out. But okay. Little brother, quickly come to my rescue. Blossom Fire hugged her petite body. I don't know how long it took, but Blossom Fire slowed down and yelled and made a scene again. Ah, hey, there's someone there. Who? Here is really hard. Sparks yelled out and lay on the ground in a big pile. If it were not for the little brother himself, he might really go crazy. Even just being off for such a short period of time felt like it was already too much for myself. Here, one can't sleep or dream. Those light and thrilling dreams instead made Blossom Fire a little nostalgic, even though she kinda disliked them before. LOL. Little brother, come back soon. It's so hard for me. Come to my rescue. Who are you? Sparks sat up violently. There's someone else here. Little Lin. You're back. Peach returned to Flowerfire's room. During this time Flowerfire had been called away by the Emperor, and Peach had gone to inquire. But the Emperor's men said that Flowerfire was just going back to stay for a while, so Peach couldn't just barge in. That was, after all, the Imperial Palace of the Exodus Cloud Kingdom, and one could not question the Emperor's orders as a Chamber of Commerce president of the Imperial Realm. Sister Peach, long time no see. Niren smiled and greeted her. Where's Sparkles? Didn't she come back with you? Flowerflame was sent back by the Emperor, saying that she's staying over there for a while. Peach said timidly. Stay for a while? For how long? Mo Lin frowned slightly. This kind of thing had never happened before. I don't know. It's been half a month since I went, and Flowerfire hasn't gone to school during this time. I've inquired about it. It's indeed the Emperor's order, and Flowerfire is a princess, so she shouldn't be fine. Momoko thought about it and said, but she did feel a little uneasy in her heart. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked around more. In that case, he can't interfere too much when people's fathers call them back. However, you said that Flowerfire hasn't been back, so it should be okay for me to go and check on her, right? Mo Lin said after thinking about it. He did oddly miss Flowerfire during this period of time. I suppose it's okay. You're her fiancé. Going to see her emperor should be okay with it. I think so. Then I'll go check it out. Does the teacher want to come with me? Yeah, I also kinda miss little Flowerflame. Peach had gotten very close to Sparks over this time, and she also liked that lively and cute girl. Although the one Flowerfire lived in was also a palace, it was still a distance away from Emperor Feather's palace. This seems to be Hua Hua asked. Think the palace is too boring, then, and the emperor said to live outside. That time Hua was only 8 years old. The emperor favored his daughter, naturally built her a good-looking small palace, but also sent underlings to take care of her. Although the emperor didn't care so much about Flower Flame later on, Flower Flame was ultimately his own daughter, so how could he not harm her? But in Nuren's mind, there was always a bad feeling, and from the time he waited for Flower Fire in the empty room, his mind was unsettled. There's also what Flower Fire said about needing Mo Lin to save that. Mo Lin has always kept that in mind, and sweeping out the demon clan is also a big part of the reason why he's afraid that Flower Fire will be captured by the demons. LOL, I hope it's my own fault. Hello, I am the fiancé son-in-law of the Flower Flame imperial daughter. I heard that Flower Flame was picked up by the emperor. I would like to take a look at the Flower Flame imperial daughter. Please inform me. Mo Lin and Peach Palace arrived at the entrance and said to the guard. Ah, so, okay, I'll go inform. The guard had heard of Mo Lin's identity and naturally didn't dare to treat him lightly. He had also heard that the Flower Flame imperial daughter had a fiancé who seemed to be a young and powerful man. Nuren and Peach waited quietly. But in the night, Nuren always felt his heart in a state of turmoil. It took about a quarter of an hour for the guards to return. Lord Emperor's son-in-law, Emperor Flame's daughter, is indeed in the palace. But the emperor, he did not allow Flame to see you in private. Please forgive me, the guard said as he wiped the sweat from his head. Not allowed? Did he say what the reason was? Murin frowned. The emperor only said that the Flower Fire imperial daughter was holding some kind of ceremony and wouldn't see any guests until it was successful. This way. Inkling frowned again. He always felt that it was not that simple. May I have an audience with the emperor? That extra horse harnessed by the side of the emperor. It is late. The emperor will not meet guests at such a time. Please don't make it difficult for me. The guard showed a difficult face. Good. Nuren nodded, an idea in his mind. Come on, Peachy. I'll take you back first, and afterward I'll go meet someone. Lin, who are you going to see? I have some say over here. Do you want me to go with you? Peach said with some worry. It's okay, Sister Peach. You go back first. I've done this man a favor. He won't reject me. Nuren smiled and patted Peach's shoulder. That's fine. Then if little Lin needs me to do anything, just talk to me. Flower Flame. Little Lin, are you sensing something? Peach was also worried. In case something happened to Blossom Flame, she would have to die of sadness. Okay, I'll talk to you when I need Sister Peach. After sending Peach home, Mo Lin inquired with Peach about the mansions of the two people who had come to ask for his help earlier, and after knowing the exact location, he quickly rushed over. Normal flights are not allowed over the Imperial City, but when it's dark there's not much to worry about, not to mention that the ones who can fly are at least King Realm powerhouses. As long as it's not too much, no one will take the initiative to touch them. Yamanaka-sama. It's been a long time. Nuren made a bow. If it isn't Lord Nuren, please come in quickly. Yamanaka Zosuk hurriedly greeted him as he entered. Is there something you want to see me about at this late hour? Just tell me. If I can do it, I'll definitely get it done. Truth be told, there is indeed something I want to ask you for. Mo Lin didn't talk nonsense and said right to the point. Tomorrow, I would like to ask you to take me with you to meet the emperor. This is naturally no problem. To be honest, to uncover so many demonic creatures, I had wanted to report it to His Majesty tomorrow. I wouldn't dare to take more of your credit for this matter, Yamanaka Zayasuk said with a smile. Good, then I'll trouble you, Yamanaka-sama. But don't worry, I'm not going to see the emperor for reasons of merit. Well, the credit would have been due to you. You will wait for me here at dawn tomorrow, and we will go together then. Good. Chapter 83, Chapter 81, Flower Fire? Who are you? In this kind of dark and sunless place, a voice suddenly came, and Flower Fire's first feeling was not happiness, but a bit of horror. And this voice, why is it so much like himself? Who am I? Yeah, who am I? The voice seemed to have not spoken for a long time, and the sound it made was stiff and broken, making Blossom Fire's back a little hairy from listening to it. Ah, you don't even know who you are anymore. Flower Fire snorted. It was nice to have someone to talk to at times like this, provided the person wasn't here to harm her. So what's up with you? Blossom Fire still maintained a large degree of caution. I didn't know you were also trapped here. As if in a trance, Blossom Fire seemed to see a crystal wall, and although she couldn't see anything before, now for some reason she seemed to be able to see that there was a girl in a red dress. Although she couldn't see it too clearly, she seems to be in pain, or rather, looks broken. Blossom Fire could vaguely see the girl's eyes. Her eyes were very empty. Blossom Fire had never seen such empty eyes. as if they had been dead for a long time. Just by looking at them, Blossom Fire felt a chill down her spine. Who is this? Is this the kind of empty eyes that people have? Who are you? Blossom Fire took half a step backwards, only feeling very frightened. Who am I? I forgot. The girl answered in a broken voice. Forgot? You don't even know who you are anymore, do you? No. I have been here for ages. Long time. You and I seem to have a little resemblance, although can't see it too well. The girl lifted her head, those empty eyes staring straight at Blossom Fire. Blossom Fire winced. The empty eyes were too scary. She couldn't have met a female ghost. Little brother, you come quickly. I am going crazy. Ha 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 ha. We're probably related or something. I was locked in by the bad guys. What about you? I also, but I forgot who he was, and who I am. The girl gradually became a little more fluent in her speech. Oops. Then this can't be helped. Blossom Fire was scared, but it was nice to have someone to talk to in a place like this. It's fine. Since people are here, you're saved. Blossom Fire said with a smile. There's a save? Can we get out? A glimmer seemed to return to the girl's empty eyes. Little brother will come to my rescue. Definitely. Blossom Fire said with a smile, always very happy when talking about that boy of hers. Little brother? Who is he? The girl tilted her head in confusion. He is my future husband. He is a very good man, and gentle, and strong. Speaking of Murin, Flower Fire rattled on for quite some time, and the girl sat down, arms wrapped around her knees, listening quietly. He went to work secretly on his own for people's birthdays, and at that time no one remembered people's birthdays, but he was the only one who said happy birthday to them. And there's also a particularly fun card game he made especially for people. It's really fun, and a lot of people forget about business when they play it. He also gives people Mondi feet and massages their bodies, and he presses them very comfortably. I like him the most. When Flower Fire thought of Mo Lin, a happy smile could not help but appear on her small face. It's so nice, really envy you guys, the girl said heartily, a hint of envy in her eyes. Ha. It's alright, but I do deserve the envy of others for having such a nice little brother. Blossom Fire smiled and stretched. So don't worry, little brother will come to rescue us, and if he does, you'll be rescued too. Speaking of which, even though you forgot your name, people still have to introduce themselves. Blossom Fire stood up, proudly. I'm the royal daughter of the Izumo Kingdom, Hanabe-sama, and a girl who was going to marry little brother. The girl seemed stunned when she heard Blossom Fire introduce herself. Flower Fire. So familiar with the name. Who is Blossom Fire? Is it her? No, it's not her. Flower Fire is me. I am Spark. The girl remembered her name. Lord Mo. Let's go. As soon as Yamanaka Zosuke went out the door, he saw that Murin was already at the door and greeted him. Well, please. Murin smiled and nodded. It's no trouble. You've helped us with such a big problem. This little thing is nothing. The two came to the palace. The time is not too early and not too late. There is already a group of people have arrived. After a while, the ministers arrived one after another. The emperor only came late. Rise for something and retire from the court for nothing. The eunuch's shrill voice shouted. I have this report. The demon scourge within my Izumo country has been resolved. Thanks to the help of Lord Murin, the extra horse harnessed by the side of a team of the Flower Fire Imperial Daughter, who yesterday wiped out the remaining forces of the demon race in one fell swoop. Yamanaka Zosuke said respectfully. Well, it's not bad. The emperor nodded. Not saying much, Murin acutely noticed that the emperor seemed to have frowned. Anything else? Emperor asked in a faint voice. No more. Yamanaka Zosuke said no more and retreated. That's the reaction? The emperor was furious before and told them to solve the problem. And now this is the reaction? But the emperor didn't say much, so he couldn't say anything more himself. A few more ministers said a few minor things, so the emperor waved his hand and told the crowd to retire. Mo Lin didn't leave. He waited for the others to leave and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Emperor. I am the fiancé son-in-law of the Flower Flame Imperial Daughter, Mo Lin. It seems that Flower Flame has been called back to the palace by you. Could you allow me to meet with her? See her? What do you want? Emperor asked faintly. I miss Flower Flame a little. I haven't seen her for a month since I quelled the demonic chaos before. Mo Lin said truthfully. Blossom Flame is practicing a spell, a secret technique unique to our imperial clan. and cannot see guests right now, the emperor said. Practicing spells. Didn't you say yesterday that you were preparing some kind of ceremony? Mo Lin frowned, but still nodded his head and said, in that case, then I'll wait for Flower Flame's cultivation to finish and see her again. May I ask how long will it take for her to finish her cultivation? As fast as a year, as slow as 3 or 5 years, Emperor replied carelessly. Niren's frown deepened. It's not right. It's very wrong. Thank you for your answer. Then I will leave first. Mo Lin said no more and turned to leave. This emperor was not right. Flower fire, he would have to find it himself. Niren left the great hall and closed his eyes to feel the earth breathe. Strangely enough, he did not feel the flower fire in the palace, although he had no way of sensing where each person was. Flower Flame was familiar with him now, and Flower Flame's scent should be instantly distinguishable if he was in the palace. Is she not in the palace? Or is it in some place that she can't perceive right now? Chapter 84, Chapter 82 Drawing Together. Mo Lin only felt that this matter was very strange. Blossom Fire was inexplicably called back, and she wasn't even allowed to go to school. Then it goes on to say what rituals to prepare and what spells to learn. Moreover, that emperor frowned after hearing that the demon race was uprooted, and he really didn't see it wrong. Mo Lin looked from room to room in the palace, and the subordinates in the palace didn't ask too many questions. The matter that he was Flower Fire's husband's son-in-law was known to many people, and was also a strong man. No one stopped him. After searching around, Niren couldn't even find Flower Fire's shadow. Asked the subordinates also look like they don't know. It's strange. I can't find a sparkler that big. Lord Niren, the emperor has an invitation. Royal, he tried to stop himself. There is no smell of flowers and fire in the imperial city. Cam, if anything happens to Flower Fire, you're finished. Mo Lin was brought to the back room of the palace by an underling. Lord Emperor, what do you want to see me about? Mo Lin asked indifferently. Are you not believing what I said? I told you that Flower Flame is practicing my royal family's secret technique, and outsiders are not allowed to disturb it. The emperor asked with a furrowed brow. I'm sorry, I'm just overly pining for Blossom Fire. So yeah, Emperor nodded, tapping the stool lightly with his finger. Several beautiful and gorgeous women came out in a line, their faces with a little bit of haste, but all of them were gorgeously dressed and beautiful, and they all looked like some noble women. I sympathize that you don't have Flower Fire to accompany you. It's inevitable that you feel lonely. These women are my favorite concubines. All of them are the best on earth. They are no worse than Flower Fire. You take them back. The emperor spoke with a calm face. You want to send me out? The woman at the head of the group looked at the emperor with a fearful expression on her face. I do things. Do I need to explain to you? The emperor looked at her with an icy face, and the woman immediately lowered her head and stopped speaking. I wouldn't dare. Your Majesty, rest your anger. No, man. You're this? Mo Lin Rare feel very speechless. What is the situation? Send women? The woman is a great poison point. Is that what you're testing me with? Who can't stand such a test? In these women, there will not be the mother of Flower Fire. The corner of Mo Lin's mouth twitched. This emperor will not play so perverted. Why do you ask? Flame's mother died a long time ago. Is that what you have in mind? Unfortunately, if she is still alive, I have not been able to fulfill your request. No, I just think it's too damn sick. You're really not taking yourself as an outsider. This is outrageous. No need. Thank you for your kindness, Emperor. Mo Lin sighed and said, he was not such a person. This kind of thing was also too strange, even very abstract. Did he look like some kind of small head controlling big head kind of irrational person? And did this emperor even go so far as to do such a thing to pull himself together? Oh, then why did you refuse? But these women are not beautiful enough to catch your eye? Emperor asked curiously. It's not like that. It has nothing to do with them. It's just that I'm not used to this kind of thing. And I'm not yet an adult. Izumo country has laws to protect minors, right? Mo Lin moved his age out as a shield. Oh yes, it's me who neglected. You should only be 16 this year. Teenage genius. I'm getting more and more attracted to you. Do you want to come and work under me? The emperor's eyes revealed appreciation. What you want? I can guarantee that I will do my best to help you get it. The emperor swore with conviction. As the emperor, he was qualified to say so. I have my heart set on Flower Flame. I don't have the heart to do anything else, since Flower Flame is practicing the secret method. I'll come back in a while. Mo Lin shook his head and said, to the current him, there was nothing more important than finding Flower Fire. In that case, good. You're still young. If you have ideas afterward, feel free to come to me. The emperor nodded and did not force Mo Lin. Good. Mo Lin nodded and did not linger, turning around and leaving without hesitation. The emperor showed a hint of displeasure, but did not say anything. Emperor's reaction was so strange. Very strange. Would anyone in their right mind give away their favorites? And the way he looked, it looked more like he was trying to buy himself out of the flame thing, but did it in a bit of a hurry, and a bit of a can, but did try to pull himself in. Mo Lin was basically certain that this emperor was indeed hiding something from himself, and it seemed to have a great deal to do with Flower Fire. Even the disappearance of Blossom Fire was related to him. He didn't want to talk about it, though, so he'd have to find a way to pry his mouth open himself. This emperor's cultivation, through the contact just now Mo Lin felt out, should be the Zong realm, definitely not the Zun realm. Go back and ask Peach Sister. He is not so familiar with Izumo country. Talk to her to see if she has any good ideas. Bastard! How dare a little fiancé-in-law reject me? Emperor returned to the room that belonged to him and cleared the things on the table with a single click. However, it is not appropriate to tear the face now. The identity that he just plundered over has not yet been stabilized, and the Flower Fire is definitely not coming back. Think of a way to stabilize Mo Lin. Let him not pursue the matter, and let him use it for himself if he can. Now that his own brother had been imprisoned by himself, he had replaced him, and he was supposed to look like him, so lately he had only had to adapt slowly, and find an opportunity to slowly clean out his previous sidekicks, and all would be well. There is also the demon race. He promised them to give them a boost, and they gave him a way to control the Feather Emperor, and they will also cooperate with him to keep the heart of the Feather Emperor's side in check, so that he can carry out his plan smoothly. There was a Zun realm powerhouse guarding the Feather Emperor. And it was also because the demon race's rampage had transferred this powerhouse out that he himself had a chance to take advantage of the opportunity to cast a secret spell on the Feather Emperor. The infiltration of the demon race is also their own sneaky let them drill a hole into the imperial city, originally intended to let them slowly disguise themselves as human beings and live with humans in the country of Izumo. But they are too unbridled and go on a rampage to kill and eat people. But fortunately there is Mo Lin, otherwise he is now, even if he is already in the position of the emperor, but also not very good to deal with this matter. Mo Lin is also considered to be unintentionally help him. The people of the country of the Out of the Clouds, after all, is also his people. As for the demon clan side, it was only because they themselves were too licentious, although it wasn't good to break the agreement. But anyway, now that the heavenly shine had arrived, if there was anything, if that whatever Saint Emperor of the demon clan wanted to find trouble, the heavenly shine would take care of everything. This Mo Lin, since the beauty cannot seduce him, then think of other ways. He is a talent and a genius, and his enemy is really unnecessary, can pull together or to pull together as the first purpose. Unfortunately, the emperor doesn't realize that this country has nothing left for Murin to hold on to except for Flowerfire and Peach. Chapter 85, Chapter 83, One Man. Are you, Sparkles? The Flower Fireman was dumbfounded. No, sister, you're Flowerfire. Then who am I? It's not really a female ghost, is it? Trying to take over someone's life? Yes, I'm Blossom Fire. The girl nodded, a glimmer in her empty eyes. You don't scare people, Homa. Blossom Fire took 2 steps back, her body tense and ready to escape at any time. You don't. When we were 5 years old, we secretly went to father's room to play with fireworks. The result was that we accidentally set the house on fire, and then after the fire was extinguished, we didn't dare to tell father, who also checked the fire prevention facilities in the Imperial City. We dream of many light and strange worlds and many strange and weird knowledge. For example, we see a world where the dreams of that world can be transformed to be whatever you want them to be, and even many of the stars will go on vacation inside the dream. Blossom Fire believed it. She was the only one who knew these things, and that world she remembered, even before she had a chance to tell her little brother about it. Are you really me? Blossom Fire hesitated. So, why are there 2 of me? I don't know, but I am you, and I am not you now. The girl hugged herself and lowered her head. I've been here for I don't know how long. Centuries? 1,000 years? I don't know. And I don't have that little brother of yours. Blossom Fire was stunned as she realized that this girl was indeed herself, the self that had failed to rewrite her natal chart. Are you okay? Blossom Fire asked with some concern. Hundreds of years, 1,000 years, a man trapped here. She also knew that her little brother would come to her rescue, and she wasn't trapped for long, but she wasn't behind the mirror. And little brother will come to the rescue of only himself. but she behind the mirror is not the flower fire of this world. Can that little brother get her back? I don't think so. No matter how strong the little brother is, he can't break the bonds of the world. This isn't the one that belongs to him, the blossom flame, and there's nothing he can do about it. Was she going to be stuck here forever? It's been a long time since anyone talked to me. It's possible that this is my hallucination, the girl in the mirror said in a dull voice, but if it's true, can you kill me? I killed you? Sparks froze. Well, here, I can't even end myself. I can only be bound forever and ever in a place like this. Your little brother will get you out. So, can you kill me? Or, just erase my consciousness is fine. Is there, like, a way to get me out of this? The girl asked dully, asking Blossom Fire as well as herself. So, is this why people's natal charts are so gray? Looking at the desperate look of that self on the opposite side of the mirror, Blossom Fire only felt creeped out. Here, I think I've only been here for less than a month, and I'm already going to be unable to stand it. Being locked up for hundreds or even 1,000 years. There is no one to talk to, no one to eat or sleep, just yourself, in the dark, unable to see or hear anything, unable to sleep or even die. Even now, there was no way for her to get out. I'm going to save her, no matter what it takes. Wait a minute, we're all flamboyant, and we, it seems, all have that 7-colored iridescent psychic power, that rule-breaking power. You're Blossom Fire. I'm Blossom Fire too. Blossom Fire suddenly had a bold idea. We're both sparks, so can't we try and be one? Mo Lin returned to Flower Fire's room. Mo Lin looked at the little doll Flower Fire had placed on the bed and couldn't help but squeeze it. It's so uncomfortable, without the blossom and fire. Sister Peach hadn't come back yet, so when she came back, she'd discuss it with her herself and see if there was a good way to pry the Emperor's mouth. Inkling lay on Blossom Fire's bed, with a hint of the scent belonging to Blossom Fire still on it. Usually kept herself glued to her side and didn't care much, but once she did disappear, it was only then that the raging thoughts couldn't help but come up and overwhelm themselves. After lying down for a while, Mo Lin still got up and returned to his bed, crossed his knees and started cultivating. Regardless of that, raising the cultivation level is still important. The matter of the flower fire reveals that something is not right everywhere. 80% will not be good. Need to use force. Mo Lin felt the flow of energy in his body now that he was already in the Zoon realm. The greatest feeling was that his mastery of space had become incomparably pure. The power had also increased dramatically, and the earth-bursting heavenly star demon modified version of the move from before was able to be released at the Zoon realm itself. Earthway rhymes, YYDS. Really strong. You basically can't run away if you get hit with this move. Of course that wolf's huge size seemed like a living target, and it provided a lot of convenience for Murin. The Jade Zhang shield should be able to be used by itself. Last time it was cast only after forcibly burning blood to the Saint Realm, but the effect of the Zoon Realm's own use of it might be a bit worse than the Saint Realm's. Mo Lin felt that the Earth Tao rhythm had basically been developed by himself, at least until he reached the Saint Realm. He basically had little need to develop the Earth Tao rhythm any further. But, the way of light rhymes, mastering 2 Tao rhythms at the same time was much more difficult, and although Mo Lin was exceptionally gifted, his progress was still not as fast as he had imagined. Now that he himself was at the Zoon realm, at this rate, it would probably take several more years to master it. The current Mo Lin can only simply use the light way rhyme to make some light arrows and other attacks. Basically useless. Better than nothing. However, the way of light rhyme had some utility in recovery. Mo Lin could now utilize the way of light rhyme to do some simple injury repair, warm up his body, and the like. It was also considered to have somewhat made up for the shortcomings that Mo Lin lacked. He didn't have that kind of immediate healing before, and now the healing function of the lightway rhyme was considered to have provided him with a certain amount of convenience. Attacks now have skills like Rock Lance and Earth Blast, defense has Jade Chapter Shield, and healing has Tao Rhyme of Light. Mo Lin felt that he was now a hexagonal warrior as well, and all his attributes should have pulled full weight at the same rank. Mo Lin operated the spiritual energy in his body to consolidate the realm he had just broken through up. Having just broken through the Zoon realm, he still needed to tamp down the foundation a bit before he could do so. Mo Lin was immersed in rest, and had been in a state of meditation since the morning, and when he opened his eyes again, the sun had already set, and the fiery red clouds illuminated the room with a reddish hue. Little Lin, you're awake? Peach asked cautiously only after seeing Murin open his eyes. Sister Peach, you're back? Well nah, I didn't disturb you when I saw you were in meditation, Peach whispered as she pinched her fingers. Just in time, Sister Peach, I have something I want to discuss with you. Mo Lin looked serious. Sparkles, something may have happened. Chapter 86, Chapter 84, Plotting. Something happened to Flower Fire? Peach was shocked. Wasn't Flower Flame taken back by the Emperor? How could something have happened? Well, I went to see the Emperor today. He always gives me a feeling that is not too natural, revealing weirdness everywhere. Flower Flame, 80% is not in a good position right now. Mo Lin nodded. His complexion was a bit gloomy, his face slightly cold. From the moment he knew that Flower Flame might have had an accident, Mo Lin's mood couldn't get any better, and a nameless anger slowly spread in his heart. Little Lin, what I can do to help? Just say it. Momoko took hold of Mo Lin's hand, and for the first time, she saw this kind of expression appear on Mo Lin's face. On weekdays, Mo Lin was always very gentle, like the rising sun, warm but not enthusiastic. But now, Mo Lin seemed like the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, with the possibility of torrential rain falling at all times. I said this matter, also want to discuss with you, Peach sister. Mo Lin returned to his usual appearance. With a gentle smile, he has emotions, but also cannot take it out with Peach sister. Rin, what are your plans? Let's hear them. Peach breathed a slight sigh of relief and boldly sat down next to Murin. I intend to capture the Emperor, torture him, and make him hand over the Flower Flame. Mo Lin's idea was simple and rough. Even if there was someone around the Emperor, at most it would be the Zun realm. Even if it was the Saint realm, it didn't matter. All of them wouldn't be their opponents, and they could still burn blood. Shaolin, this method is a little too rough, Peach said carefully, afraid that her objection would upset Murin. Yeah, I know that too, but right now I can't think of a softer way to get news of Flower Flame. Murin sighed. Flower Flame's disappearance is definitely related to the Emperor, but no one else knows where Flower Flame went. And on the Emperor's side, normal questioning is definitely not going to get us anything. Murin wanted to say, you don't know Peachy sister. He's pulling me in with his own wife. It's outrageous. Teacher, I don't particularly understand the situation in the Exodus Cloud Country. Does teacher have a better idea? Mo Lin sighed. Speaking of which, little Lin, do you know what our Sky Fox clan specializes in? Yagyu, Peach said after thinking for a moment. Ye Momo took off her glasses, and her beautiful eyes, which were originally pitch black, were now emanating a color like a seven-colored glaze. I seem to remember it as an illusion. Sensei, you mean, Lin, if we can meet the Emperor, I'll use an illusion to confuse him and get him to tell us where the Flower Flame is. Do you think that would work? Peach asked. Teacher, theoretically it's possible, but the realm of an emperor should be the Zone realm, and teacher is still only in the Emperor realm. Right, said Mo Lin after hesitating for a moment. I can do it, Rin, but I'll have a little more success if Emperor he's in a weakened state. Peach nodded her fingers in embarrassment. Going across realms to disrupt the enemy with illusions will definitely increase one's burden, and may even make the realm fall. But, for the sake of Shaolin and Hua, this bitterness is nothing. In that case, to be on the safe side, I still need to suppress him and leave room for the teacher to use his illusions. Mo Lin felt that it was better to have a steady hand then. But, there should be a Zun realm powerhouse protecting little Lin. Emperor around, can you do it? It can be Sister Peach. I am now also at the Zun realm. Mo Lin said with a smile. Little Lin, you broke through to the Zun realm? The Peach person was dumbfounded. Was he hallucinating? Zun realm? There weren't many in the entire Exodus Cloud Country. Shaolin is only 16 years old. Zun realm? He himself, the Emperor realm, has lived so long for nothing. Then, next, I will ask you, Peach sister. There is no time to lose. The day after tomorrow, we will go to face the Emperor. The day after tomorrow. Tomorrow I will consolidate my realm completely, and behind that, I will make my move. Good, little Lin. When the time comes, we'll save little Flame together. Lord Saint King, Prince Yuan has now replaced Emperor Yu and ascended to the throne. But, the fox head and body of the demon race warily swallowed his saliva. He seems to be less cooperative with our current plan. Damn the human race. They just can't be trusted. Bastard of the human race. If it wasn't for the spells given to him by our demon race, how could he have usurped the throne so smoothly? Human race. Next time I'll eat 100 human race to vent my hatred. The demon clansmen murmured when they heard that Prince Chen was not cooperating. Quiet. The sacred king's voice rang out, and the murmuring voices instantly stopped. Prince Yuan. Ha, good Prince Yuan. The sacred king sneered. You don't need to worry about Prince Yuan's side. I will naturally take care of it. Right now, I want to know two things. First, the demons we mixed in with the humans were all killed, and I want to know what's going on. Lord Sacred King, a strange human who can distinguish the identity of our demon race has appeared amongst the human race, and all of the demons we mixed into the human race were all killed in turn by him finding them. Strange human. We have a Zoon Realm Demon King in the vanguard this time, and he was also killed by that human? Yes. Lord Wolf King later gathered all the demon clans that we had mixed in among the humans and concentrated our battle power to try to kill that human, but was unfortunately killed by that abominable human. That human, surprisingly, is still in the Zoon realm. The Saint King pondered for a moment. Good. This human's matter. I know. When I have the chance, I will personally make a move to eradicate him. The second thing, the location of the Wheel of Time and Space. Have you not found it yet? The Saint King said slowly. Reporting back to Lord Saint King, we locked the general location, just in the northwestern part of the eastern domain. The specific location. Subordinates incompetent. Subordinates full search. After all this time, it's still just an approximate location. As soon as the Sacred King's words fell, a terrifying spiritual pressure descended, and all of the demon clans under the throne fell to their knees, their eyes terrified. My subordinates are incompetent. Lord Saint King rest his anger. The spiritual pressure emanating from the Saint King lasted for half a minute before it was slowly withdrawn. I'll give you one more chance. Next, leave half of the demon race in the Exodus Cloud Country, and the other half, go find the Wheel of Time for me. This, Sacred King Lord, subordinate dare, this Wheel of Time, in the end, what is its function? That we need to spend so much energy to find it? The fox-headed demon asked warily. Do I need to explain to you what I do? Your Majesty, the Sacred King rests his anger. The fox-headed demon immediately knelt on the ground with 5 bodies. You don't need to know why. You only need to know that Wheel of Time and Space is the key to my demon race's rise to power. And if anything goes wrong with our plotting in the Exodus Cloud Country, the Wheel of Time and Space is our insurance. The Saint King suppressed his anger and said indifferently, I'll take care of the Izumo Kingdom. You guys, for now, focus on the Wheel of Time. Yes, my subordinate understands, and everything is in accordance with Lord Saint King's will. Chapter 87, Chapter 85, Interrogation. Blossom Fire looked at herself behind the mirror and stepped forward, reaching out her small hand to gently press it to the mirror. You come too. Let's try and see if we can the two worlds of us merge into one and drag you over like this. Blossom Fire's face was a bit serious in a rare moment. Dragged out? Rika Fire looked up dully, as if she were a puppet, and slowly got up. She fell to the ground and struggled to get up again. Satsuki stood up and slowly moved forward, placing her hand gently on the spot on the center of Hanabi's hand. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Blossom Fire tried to hold her own hand in the mirror, but where it touched seemed like ripples on the water, visible but not graspable in any way. Blossom Fire focused her rainbow-colored psychic energy on her hand and tried to hold it again, but it was still to no avail. You focus your spiritual energy into your hands as well and we'll try it together, Blossom Fire said. Reiki? Oh. Good. Rika Fire reacted dumbfounded for a moment before focusing her psychic energy into her hands, which by now were so thin that they looked like only a thin layer. Hands joined together, and the spiritual energy of the two flower fires was initially stopped dead in its tracks by an invisible barrier, completely unable to intersect. But after a sustained release of psychic energy for some time, the spiritual energy of the two blossom flames seemed to be like waves of water, but it actually did penetrate the barrier and slowly intersected. Wow! Our spiritual energy can merge. People try to pull you out. Blossom Fire's small hands began to make a strong effort to follow the spiritual energy through, but it took Sparks a long time, and even with all his strength, he couldn't pull her over, couldn't even touch her. How could it be like this? Obviously the spiritual energy can be fused. Flower Fire failed and said with some exasperation, Forget it. Thank you. There was little rise and fall in Rika Fire's voice, as if she had long since lost all hope. She had long ago despaired of such a thing, and even if she failed, she would only take it for granted. No, we can't just let it go. Spiritual energy can pass. I'm not going to give up like this. Flower Fire regained her spirit and slapped her small face. Again, people still don't believe me. Blossom Fire passed her spirit energy over again, and the two Blossom Fire's spirit energy tangled together, but the hands were still completely out of reach. Give up. I'm fine. It's been so long anyway. It probably won't be long before I perish on my own. Rika Fire's voice didn't rise and fall in the slightest. No. Blossom Fire desperately shook her head. She didn't want to see herself in the mirror, not having been able to usher in her own salvation by now. She has a little brother herself, but she has nothing. You can't give up so easily. Do something about it. Flower fire. Suddenly, Blossom Fire thought of something she had discussed with Miran earlier. In fact, spiritual power, this kind of thing. I feel that it is related to consciousness. Consciousness can control the flow of spiritual power, and spiritual power dry up will also affect the thinking of human consciousness. Mo Lin casually said during class that day. The teacher was also shocked by his bold idea after hearing it, but no one cared about the incident. It was just a small episode. Consciousness. Psychic power. Wait. If the physical body would be blocked, what about consciousness? If consciousness was related to psychic power, and one's own psychic power could break the rules and pass through mirrors, then wasn't it possible to incorporate her consciousness into one's own psychic power? Would that be acceptable to you if your consciousness was converted and your physical body abandoned? Consciousness shift? What do you mean? Blossom Fire spoke to Rika Fire about her bold idea. A possibility that might not come true if Rika Fire's consciousness and psychic energy were fused and passed through the mirror into Blossom Fire's body. I can accept it, but then my consciousness will come into your body. Doesn't matter? It doesn't matter, La. The big deal is that the two of us will share a body. But there's still a possibility that our consciousnesses will merge together. Fusion? Well, nah. Fusion. We were meant to be one. Maybe there can only be one Flower Fire in a world. And the two of us, our consciousnesses, will become one. Like this. Don't you mind us fusing? My memories, they're not pretty. It's okay because, even if something happens to me, little brother will absolutely come to my rescue. Such a, really, envy you ah, Emperor, this is my righteous sister, the president of the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce, MS, Yagyu Momo. Mo Lin respectfully stood in front of the emperor and introduced himself. This time, Mo Lin played the banner of having something to talk about with the emperor, and also said that he carefully considered the emperor's proposal on that day, and gave a reply before the emperor let them face him again. I have heard that you are the only one, but there is no harm, said the emperor, finger pointing to the seat, said faintly, tell me what you think. It's like this. I have a piece of information about Izumo country's future business plans for your perusal. Niran stepped up slowly in the direction of the emperor. There are 3 more steps. 2 more steps. Mo Lin violently dodged and immediately held emperor before he could react, and smashed his fist into his stomach, causing him to directly spit out a mouthful of blood. Mo Lin struck quickly and delivered several more heavy blows in quick succession. Only for an instant he was seriously injured and escorted him directly to the 8 heavy peach. The surrounding guards had just reacted when Mo Lin released his spiritual pressure to subdue them all. The Zun realm could decide their life and death with a single look to such low realm guards. Mo Lin thought that there would be other experts beside the emperor, all ready to fight and burn blood, but in reality there was none. Niran casually imprisoned the space around the emperor and propped his hands open his eyelids so that he could look into Yakumo's eyes. Sister Peach, please. Yagyu Momo was startled by Niran's clean tactics, but he quickly came back to his senses, his eyes tightly fixed on the emperor, and began to cast an illusion spell. Skyfox Confusion. A pink glow emanated from Ye Momo's eyes, and the emperor's eyes went from struggling in disbelief to gradually calming down. Cough, cough, ask away, little Lin. Ye Tao coughed lightly twice and spoke with some difficulty, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Where is Flower Fire? Seeing this and not delaying, Mo Lin asked right to the point. Flower Flame is sealed in the space of the 3 divine artifacts, Emperor said with a calm face. Where are the 3 divine artifacts and how do I unseal them? Mo Lin's fists couldn't help but clench. Something had really happened to Hua Hua. The 3 divine artifacts are in the divine artifact hall where they are stored. That seal is the space formed by the 3 divine artifacts, and there is no way to undo it unless an Emperor Realm powerhouse steps in to forcefully destroy the 3 divine artifacts. The Emperor spoke in a daze. Where is the Imperial Realm Artifact Hall? Mo Lin narrowed his eyes and asked. The Hall of Divine Weapons is at the right rear of the main hall, protected by a boundary. Let's go, Sister Peach, Mo Lin asked, and as he held onto Yashije Momo, he lifted her up on his back and flew directly towards the Divine Artifact Hall. Asshole, asshole. Only after Mo Lin left did the Emperor come back to his senses and roared in anger. Right at this moment, a blurry figure slowly walked out from the dark shadows of the Great Hall. How useless. Prince Genji. Chapter 88, Chapter 86, Control. How useless. Prince Genji. Who are you? Prince Gen frowned, suppressing the anger in his heart as he slowly asked. Ha, forgot me so quickly. I am the great benefactor who helped you ascend to the throne. This voice seems like a man and a woman, like an old man and a child, like a saint and a prisoner. Prince Genji was certain that he had never heard such a voice before, and the man's face seemed to be covered in a mist of water, making it impossible to see him clearly. Are you from the demon race? Prince Yuan asked indifferently. Not bad. Ha, did you adjust quickly? I didn't think I could see such a good show before doing my business. There was a sneer in the Saint King's voice. It's just the nonsense of a junior. He is the genius of our Izumo kingdom. This level of offense is nothing. Prince Yuan said indifferently. This level of humiliation was nothing to him. More and greater humiliations as a child had long since made him accustomed to them. But what is it that you, the demon clan, have come to me for? My subordinate said that you don't want to cooperate with my demon race's actions after seizing the throne? The Sacred King asked in a somewhat conspiratorial manner. You, the demon race, have gone too far. You are feeding on the people of my Izumo kingdom. It's not the same as what we had talked about beforehand. And it's you, the demon race, who broke the contract first, Prince Yuan said with a straight face. Ha, demon cannibalism, that's our demon race's instinct. You should have thought of that before you cooperated with us, but it doesn't matter. Are you sure you want to break with our demon race? The Saint King asked indifferently. Ha, break? We're just cooperating. I'll terminate the cooperation when you break the agreement. So what's the point of breaking? Prince Jen said disdainfully. Moreover, for a downtrodden race like yours that is fleeing around, if you are honest, we can still be at peace with each other. And if you have any small-mindedness, don't blame me for being merciless. Prince Yuan narrowed his eyes. Ha, seizing the throne has given you so much self-confidence. It seems that the right to use the Amaterasu has inflated you. Ha, the Saint King said with a snort. You know quite a bit, but since you already know that I possess Amaterasu, you still have the courage to stand before me? Prince Jen asked indifferently. Then why don't you activate the heavenly illumination and kill me? The Saint King's tone had a hint of derision. Ha, you think I wouldn't dare? Of course you dare. But Amaterasu has a time limit on its use. So what if you kill me? My demon clanmates can infiltrate the Izumo kingdom in disguise once again. Your Izumo kingdom's boundaries have been shapeless and full of holes since the moment you told me about the weaknesses. Ha, so what? We in the Izumo kingdom have our own talents who will recognize your disguise. Prince Jen's eyes involuntarily looked in the direction of the divine artifact hall. Talent. It turns out. So it was that kid who pulled out my clan. No wonder you're so tolerant of him. The Sacred King took one look at Prince Jen's reaction and guessed Murin's identity. What I said just now was just to set Prince Jen's words in motion. That means that as long as we kill that kid, no one will be able to recognize my demon race's disguise, right? The Saint King grinned. My people of the Izumo kingdom, I will not allow you to kill innocents indiscriminately. Prince Jen's eyes sank. It seems that I really can't keep you today. Oh, you're going to use Amaterasu for that kid? He is the key to preventing the people of my Izumo kingdom from being brutalized by your demon race. And since I'm the emperor now, I have to do something that an emperor should do. If I'm not mistaken, you're the Saint King they talk about, right? Today, you won't be able to walk out. Amaterasu. However, the Saint King didn't have the slightest bit of fear and instead revealed a grim smile. Finally fell for it. I am the husband of the Flower Flame Imperial Daughter. Inspecting the Divine Artifact Hall by order of the Flower Flame Imperial Daughter, Mo Lin said calmly to the guards of the Divine Artifact Hall. Flower Flame Imperial Daughter? The guards asked strangely. Didn't the Emperor say that the Flower Flame Imperial Daughter isn't in seclusion in the Divine Artifact Hall? I know. I came because the Flower Fire Queen asked for it. Mo Lin tried his best to calmly tell the lie. Ye Momo's eyes suddenly flashed pink. The guard's movements suddenly paused. It's like this. Well, I see. Please come in, Your Excellency, the Emperor's son-in-law. The guard struggled slightly and opened the seal of the Divine Artifact Hall. Blossom Fire. See you soon. Mo Lin suppressed his emotions and carried Peach on his back as he quickly entered the Divine Artifact Hall. The three divine artifacts were floating in the air, emitting a light golden glow. A sword, a mirror and a jade pendant. Are these the three artifacts that trapped Flower Fire? Only the Emperor Realm can open the seal. There was always something to try. And Mo Lin tried to infuse the Earth Tao rhythm into it to try to see if there was any possibility of unlocking the seal. Mo Lin's Earth Tao rhythm flowed through the three divine artifacts, and in no time, he sensed that there was indeed a sealed space within the three divine artifacts. However, there was no way for Mo Lin's Earth Tao rhythm to damage it. So that's how it was. This space was constructed by an Emperor Realm powerhouse, and the purpose of constructing this space is most likely to trap people in it and use it as fuel to recharge the Amaterasu. This design sacrifices one man for the peace of the latter-day Izumo kingdom. Niran's brows furrowed as he could sense that flower fire was trapped here. The earthway rhythm did not have the slightest effect on breaking spatial seals. Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm to break. Is it difficult to let that Emperor activate the heavenly illumination? To break this seal? Who was he to listen to himself? And Sister Peach was already exhausted from controlling him for so long. She couldn't stand it any longer. Mo Lin frowned at the three divine artifacts and scowled. Prince Genji. Speaking of which, is the blood elixir delicious? The sacred king looked at Prince Gen, who had already begun to activate Amaterasu, and asked with a smirk. Blood Dan, what do you mean? Previously, our demon clan provided you with blood pills before you were able to break through to the zone realm. Speaking of which, you're really hypocritical. When you were a prince, those humans who refined the blood pills were still provided by you, and now you're even activating Amaterasu for the sake of the common people. Do you have a conscience when you're an emperor? Most of those who provided it in the first place were inmates who had committed felonies, but innocent people shouldn't have to suffer that. Ha, it doesn't matter what you think, but, do you think we didn't leave your betrayal to chance? Those blood pills you ate had more than just spiritual energy in them, and a little insurance. Demonic spell. Mastery. If it wasn't for the fact that you ate so much, this spell really couldn't be cast on you unknowingly. And before you used Amaterasu, even after taking control of you, we didn't know the method of activation, so we could only lure you in a little bit. It's finally here. I'll take the Amaterasu of Izumo Kingdom. Prince Yuan's eyes suddenly became empty and his consciousness lapsed. His thoughts at this moment no longer belonged to himself, but to the demon Saint King. His consciousness, which had been taken over by the Holy King. Ha 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 ha. Is this the feeling of the Emperor Realm? It's wonderful. Just wonderful. The figure of the Saint King had disappeared, and in its place, from the mouth of Prince Gen, came the voice of the Saint King. Chapter 89, Chapter 87 Amaterasu. Come on, melt your consciousness into your spiritual energy and transmit it through it. Flower Fire said with a smile. Well, then after that it's, well, trouble. Satsuki closed her eyes. It was her first time doing this kind of thing as well. She had to be careful and more careful. The first fusion. It failed. The second time, the moment the psychic energy made contact with the consciousness, it failed once again. For the third time, finally fusing a sliver of it, she tried to pass her consciousness to Flower Fire, who, the moment she received it, the feeling of despair and loneliness overwhelmed her instantly. How long until I can get out? So painful, so lonely, so desperate. 100 years, 200 years, can't get out, ever. Even the world, too, should have long since forgotten a girl named Blossom Fire. No one can save me. It's so painful. Why do I have to go through this? I can't even die. I can't even do it. As if electrocuted, Blossom Fire instantly released her hands and clutched her arms in panic. No, don't. Blossom Fire kept trembling, her eyes full of fear. Hanabi? Rika Fire called softly several times. Hanabi, pull yourself together. Rika Fireworks' voice couldn't help but rise a little higher. Sparkles, think of your little brother. Blossom Fire's trembling suddenly stopped, and she struggled twice to regain her footing. Go on. I'm fine, Blossom Fire said calmly. Are you okay? Rika Fire said with some concern. Don't go on. I've been here for so long. It's okay to go on longer. But if something happens to you because of me, it's okay, go on. I will definitely save you out. Flower Fire said with a firm face. Don't worry, even if something happens to people, little brother will definitely get people back too. Blossom Fire raised a bright smile. Suddenly, the sealed space radiated a golden yellow light. This was the color that belonged to Miran's spiritual energy, and this spiritual energy always gave Flower Fire a warm feeling. This light is little brother? Little brother came to save us, Flower Fire said excitedly. This is surprisingly true, he really came. Rihanna Fire looked at the golden light dumbfounded, her face complex. For some reason, Rika Fire had an urge to shed tears. Clearly, she felt like she should have dried them all up. Let's hurry up and get on with it. Merge as soon as possible and he'll get us out together then, Blossom Fire said urgently. Well, thank you. And that, little brother. It's all one person. What are you thanking me for? Come on, go on. This time, people's hearts think of little brother. Surely can carry it. Good. Rika Flame hesitated. still placing her hand on flames through the mirror. Lin only felt that the ground suddenly shook fiercely, as if some gigantic creature had stomped its foot viciously. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you killed my fellow demon race members. Today I will set your bones to ashes. The Saint King's voice resounded through the sky. Amaterasu! It's Amaterasu! The Emperor has activated Amaterasu! The guards shouted anxiously. A huge figure stood in the world, covered in blazing white light, and an equally blazing white lightsaber flashed in its hand. Amaterasu? Why would he activate Amaterasu for a good reason? And what did he mean by the words that came out of his mouth? Fellow demons? Amaterasu swung out a sword and chopped towards the Divine Weapon Hall, directly shattering the Divine Weapon Hall's boundary. Kid, without you, the world of my demon clan can go on without you. The Saint King's voice was filled with viciousness. Lin looked at the huge figure, and without hesitation, he directly chose to burn blood. The 3 divine artifacts were grabbed by him with a single wave. The 3 divine artifacts had this layer of holy realm seals on top of them, preventing them from being used by outsiders, and they should have been added by a descendant. Lin directly gripped the Tian Tsongyun sword, the 8-foot mirror as a shield, and the 8-foot Xiong Haoyu was also brought on his body. The power of the peak of the Saint Realm burst out after burning the blood, refining the seal on the divine artifact in an instant. If I can't break the seal inside the artifact, can I still not break the lousy seal added by your descendant? Sister Peach, quickly hide. After saying that, Lin directly flew high into the air and looked at Amaterasu with a grave expression. I can't believe it actually started. Amaterasu. But this is just right. Try to use Amaterasu to break the seals within the 3 artifacts. You've got guts. Human. You're not an emperor? You're a demon? Lin frowned. That's right, but there's no need for you to know that anymore. I'll avenge my fallen kinsman. Go to hell. Amaterasu's lightsaber chopped straight down towards Mirin. Lin protected the Tian Tsongyun sword and 8-foot mirror in front of his body, but he was still sent flying dozens of meters and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Oh, I didn't think you'd still be alive after this. Normally, you'd have been vaporized into flying ash. Worthy of the Emperor realm. The 3 divine artifacts in Lin's hands were only utilizing their own strength to resist, and were not utilizing their proper abilities. The right to use the 3 divine artifacts was not available to Lin. But how will you respond to the next blow? Amaterasu raised his giant sword once again and chopped at Lin. Safe as a rock, Lin put a Jade Jang shield on himself, but under the Emperor realm's attack, even the Jade Jang shield, which could withstand everything, was useless, and was viciously shattered by Amaterasu's huge sword. However, due to the shield buffer, this ultimately allowed Mirin to take much less damage. I have to say, to be able to survive under the attack of the Emperor realm, boy, you are the first person in all of history. Amaterasu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Really? Then how about letting me off the hook? Lin forced a smile. If I let you go, my demon race will never have peace. Die. The 3rd sword chopped at Lin. This time, even though Lin used the Jade Chapter shield to block the divine weapon in front of his body, he still spat out a large mouthful of blood. Ha! Let's see you. How much longer can you hold out? Within the sealed space, a violet vibration jerked Blossom Fire slightly out of that sense of despair. Seeing Flower Flame's reaction, Caspian Flame also stopped the transmission of her spiritual energy. What is this? Little brother fighting? And is using these 3 artifacts? Nope. Little brother just uses them and doesn't have permission to use them. Ha ha, Uncle Jen. Can't you use people to change their permissions? This time, I'm going to change it too. Flower Fire closed her eyes and seeped her rainbow-colored spiritual energy into the ceiling space, influencing the artifact through the ceiling space, modifying the rules of the artifact's use little by little. It was a long time before Blossom Fire slowly opened her eyes. Let's continue. Hurry up. Don't take into account that I came a little bit. Little brother may get us out right away. Blossom Fire shouted anxiously. Good. Rihanna Fire gritted her teeth and poured her consciousness violently into Flower Fire. Blossom Fire's eyes gradually became hollow. Chapter 90, Chapter 88 Deadly Battle. When Lin blocked the 5th chopping blow from Amaterasu, he only felt that his spiritual energy had already been depleted, and that he would probably be completely chopped into flying dust with one more blow. Right at this moment, a 7-colored spiritual energy erupted from the 3 divine artifacts in his hands. This is the psychic power that belongs to Hanabi. Lin tried to touch his spiritual power and the spiritual power of the Flower Fire. A feeling of being in touch with the heart of the artifact suddenly surfaced. This is the Tian Tsongyun sword, which doubles one's power. The 8-length mirror, which bounces all attacks as much as it can. The 8-foot agaric hook jade, on the other hand, can restore an injured person to full strength. The permission to use the 3 divine artifacts was completely open to Mo Lin. Ha! Playing tricks. You're dead this time. Amaterasu's huge sword chopped down without mercy. Mo Lin injected his spiritual energy into the 8-foot mirror and held it in front of his body. And the 8-foot mirror gave off a dazzling golden light. The moment Amaterasu's powerful strike struck the 8-foot mirror, it was directly reflected back, and the blinding light flashed so brightly that people couldn't open their eyes. Aha! The reflexive blow that caught the Saint King off guard sent a shiver of pain through him, and the injury to Amaterasu would feed back to the manipulator in the same way. Asshole, kid, what is this? Amaterasu said with some exasperation. This time being counterattacked caused a pain in his being as well. This demon race, by the looks of it, didn't know the secrets of the 3 divine artifacts. Mo Lin's spiritual energy was running, and he directly used the 8-foot agaric hook jade to restore his spiritual power status to full strength. The golden light of the Tian Somyun sword in his hand flashed, and he made a sword strike towards Amaterasu. In his haste, Amaterasu takes a hit and retreats half a step, but is unharmed. Ha! I don't know what's in your hand, but it's useless, kid. The gap with the Emperor realm isn't so easily bridged. Murin did not reply. His figure kept changing position. The sword light attacked Amaterasu in different directions. Amaterasu's figure was huge. The 3 artifacts that originally belonged to Amaterasu were also in Murin's hands, although not so much that he was defeated, but he was distracted by Murin's fight. Amaterasu gave 2 more swords to Mo Lin, which were also reflected back by him using the 8-foot mirror, causing Amaterasu's figure to sway again. It was true that Amaterasu had the power of the Emperor realm, but, as an inheritance, this external power was ultimately no match for a strong person who had broken through the Emperor realm through their own cultivation and sensing of the Tao rhythms. If Amaterasu really fought a strong person who had cultivated himself to the Emperor realm, just like his 4 sisters before, then the one who would lose would definitely be Amaterasu. Asshole! You little worm! Amaterasu was furious, and hastily chopped out 2 swords, which were narrowly dodged by Murin, and the distant mountain peaks were all sliced off by a single sword. It looks like there's nothing you can do with me, Mo Lin said with a slight gasp. Amaterasu shouldn't stay in this form all the time. The odds are that it will lift when the time comes though. Mo Lin looked down at the 3 divine weapons in his hands. Hanabi's sealed space, which he had just tried himself, could not be broken by an attack of Amaterasu's intensity, can only try to stimulate him to use more powerful attacks. Amaterasu should have hidden big moves. No way? Oh boy. Don't get too carried away. Since you have this little trick, I'll see if you can survive in front of this move. You human, you're too dangerous broken to keep. Divine illumination, divine light heavenly glow. A blazing white ball of light appeared above Amaterasu's head, as if another sun had been added to the sky, making the entire imperial city so white that not even a shadow could be seen. Die, boy. The white light gradually solidified and transformed into a dazzling golden giant spear. Mo Lin looked at the long hair on top of Amaterasu's head with a grave expression. This should be its best move, but is finally here. It was also the last chance to break the seal of the flower fire. Mo Lin struck his consciousness, and the sealed space within the 3 divine artifacts faintly emerged, colliding with the blazing spear. Boom! The violent collision caused the ears of the entire imperial city to briefly go deaf, and the dazzling light caused the people within the imperial city to directly go blind for an instant. Mo Lin stared tightly at the artifact space, and the instant the collision hit, there was a crack in the space. As Amaterasu's power grew stronger, that crack in the sealed space gradually spread and cracked. Just at the moment when the dense cracks couldn't be supported completely, the sealed space exploded and a red shadow emerged. Blossom fire. Seeing the right moment, just at the moment when the space shattered, Mo Lin made a flash to hold flower fire in his arms and put a layer of Jade Jang shield on both of them. The residual power of the bright spear stayed, vibrating Mo Lin and flower flame tens of meters. It was good that Mo Lin protected it in time, or else flower flame might have been turned into flying dust by the bright spear the moment it appeared. Surprisingly, blocked, this blow also consumed the vast majority of Amaterasu's power. Without the 8-foot agaric hook jade rechargeable, he is also at the end of his strength. Next, it's my turn, Amaterasu. Seeing that he had successfully rescued flower fire, Murin no longer had any worries and directly used the 8-foot Zhong hook jade to restore his spiritual energy and the Tian Somyun sword to increase his power. The sealed space shattered, and this may be the last chance to be able to use them. Heaven, move, 10,000. Elephant, the huge meteorite streaked through the sky, bringing with it violent explosions and sparks from friction with the air, directly enveloping Amaterasu's figure. This? Amaterasu panicked and raised his lightsaber to resist, but having lost his 3 divine weapons, he was already at the end of his strength and could no longer block it intact in front of Mo Lin's all-out strike. The meteorite fell, and there was a loud roar as Amaterasu's huge sword collided with the massive meteorite. The meteorite was shattered by Amaterasu and turned into tiny sparks scattered on the earth, and there was no way for Amaterasu to continue to maintain the divine body condensed into that blazing white light. It turned into Prince Jen, and a weak-looking blurry figure. Good. I lost this time, but as long as I find the Wheel of Time, kid, I will definitely kill you. The Sacred King laughed nervously and roared as he broke down somewhat. The Sacred King gritted his teeth and crushed a flashy-looking gem. The space around him fluctuated and disappeared in an instant. Phew, it's finally over. Watching the Sacred King leave completely, Mo Lin breathed a sigh of relief and looked towards Flower Flame in his arms. Blossom, how are you? Blossom Fire opened her eyes. Her normally soulful big eyes were unusually empty at the moment. She opened her mouth but still didn't make a sound. But with the shape of Flame's mouth, Murin could tell that she was saying, "Thank you." Chapter 91 Chapter 89, Sleeping. Mo Lin looked at Flower Fire, who was lying on the bed with her eyes closed tightly, and couldn't help but clench his fists. Flower Fire seemed to be asleep. After being rescued from the sealed space, she had been in a kind of coma. Mo Lin used his spiritual power to check her physical condition. Her consciousness was very chaotic. There was no way to forcefully intervene through an outside force. She could only wait for her to awaken on her own. Mo Lin gently caressed Flame's small face, gently stretching her slightly furrowed brow. Mo Lin held Hua with small hand and infused spiritual energy into her body, warming her body little by little. Hua didn't know when she would wake up. In the meantime, Mo Lin had to take good care of Hua. At least, don't let her become unhealthy because she couldn't move her body. Blossom Fire seemed to be asleep. However, her body would still do basic metabolism, and the day after Blossom Fire couldn't wake up, Murin started making some preparations to take care of her. Even asleep, Flower Fire still need to eat. Mo Lin went to buy some nutritious ingredients, processed together into a paste. Flower Fire cannot swallow. Mo Lin can only eat into the mouth first, and then mouth to help her ferry down. But unbeknownst to, although Blossom Fire couldn't control her body, she was able to feel touch and sound in her haze. Though she had lost control of her body and her head was a mess because of the fused consciousness and that painful experience, her consciousness, however, retained a trace of clarity. After she had fully merged with Rika Fire's consciousness, that sense of pain and despair she felt rose to the extreme, as if her consciousness had been thrown into an incomparably chaotic vortex, leaving her with no way to go about regaining control of her body. Moreover, the moment she completed the fusion, the extreme sadness and despair yet seemed to have spawned a completely opposite power, a power that came from joy and belonged only to her. The awakening of this power also directly led to her coma. She could feel the power of this power, but the current her could not manipulate it at all. She could only wait for her consciousness to stabilize and slowly merge before she could try to take control of this power. But now, the Flower Fire can only feel the Ink Lin gently ferrying the food into their mouths. The Ink Lin's craftsmanship is very good. Even if it is made into a paste it is still very tasty, but the process of the Ink Lin feeding will inevitably run into the Flower Fire's tongue. Little brother kissed me. Blossom Fire was inwardly shouting madly that it was worthy of her little brother, doing what she had wanted to do before but had never been able to do. Feeling Mo Lin's gentle feeding, Flower Fire felt like her heart was melting. Not only did my little brother save me, seeing as I couldn't wake up, but he also took care of me so gently, and my little brother was so good. The other me. You also feel it, right? After our consciousness fusion, little brother also have your share. Before those experience those despair is really hard for you. Hope that little brother can slowly heal you. After almost 10 minutes, Mo Lin ferried all the food to Flower Fire and took out a handkerchief to tenderly wipe the corners of her mouth. I'm sorry, Flower Flame, I came late and made you become like this. Mo Lin looked at Flower Flame's sleeping face and spoke with some self-condemnation. He didn't realize the ones that Flower Flame had gone through in the sealed space, thinking that if he had been faster and faster, Flower Flame wouldn't have had to suffer such a crime. No such thing. Little brother, you came just in time. It was you who saved me and the other world from me. You are my hero, my God-sama. Little brother, don't blame yourself, okay? People will never, ever blame you. Even if you failed to save me, you will always be my favorite little brother. Nope, Not just like it. This feeling, this mood, this is love? Blossom Fire had never loved anyone else and wasn't quite sure, but if this is not love, what is this burning affection? Then, she was a girl who was saved by her little brother, and Flame felt that even if her little brother told her to die afterward, she would die for him without hesitation. But, of course Flower Fire doesn't want to die if she can. Blossom Fire wanted to stay with Niran, forever and ever with her little brother. But, this is too shy now. Will I have to trouble my little brother to feed myself mouth to mouth every day after that? This is also, well, it seems to be pretty good too. It doesn't seem to be anything that can't be done, does it? Anyway, she was his legal fiancée, and no outsiders knew about the 3-year contract, and she had planned to fake it with him. But, does little brother like himself now? Or is he being so nice to himself because of the guilt in his heart? Forget it, no matter, I'm sure to be his wife afterward. It's destined. He's kissed and hugged me. How can I let him run away? Little brother looks like that kind of traditional boy. As long as he wakes up and forcibly beep dash him, raw rice cooked rice. He has such a strong sense of responsibility. He definitely can't rest easy on himself. Must take. Hua Hua thought wildly, but felt Mo Lin gently caress his face. That warm feeling heart cannot help but still cannot help but more warm a few points. Little brother seems like a sun that always warms people up. If Flower Fire could move, she really wanted to hug Mo Lin and pamper him properly. It was clear that only a month had passed, but Flower Fire always felt as if it had been a long time. It was probably that which came from Rihanna Fire, that 1,000 years of loneliness and despair, that had turned her sense of time into a very disorganized one. But it was also because of that despair and loneliness that Flower Fire felt the moment she was rescued by Mo Lin. That feeling of happiness and security that she felt she could never, ever forget. She'll probably never forget Murin for the rest of her life. Mo Lin lovingly touched Flower Fire's little face. His hands condensed the Tao rhythm and slowly unblocked Flower Fire's meridians. Prolonged periods of inactivity might create depression in the body. And with Flame in a coma, Murin had to take care of her for herself. Murin's hands caressed over her shoulders, arms, hands, waist, stomach, legs, and feet, though skipping over some sensitive areas. It's a good deed, but it doesn't make it right to take advantage of people. After about an hour of massaging, some fine beads of sweat broke out on Blossom Fire's body. Hua's consciousness could clearly feel Mo Lin's spiritual energy infusing his entire body, his hands massaging with just the right amount of force, gentle and comfortable. Even though she couldn't control her body, she was still comfortable with a thin layer of sweat. It's over, yeah. Flower Fire is a bit unfulfilled. It's late. Flower Fire. You sweated some. Let me give you a bath. Mo Lin said with some embarrassment. Ugh. Hey. Chapter 92 Chapter 90 Taking a Bath. Mo Lin's face was a bit nervous. Although he had taken care of his 4 sisters before, it was his first time bathing a girl. Mo Lin forced himself to calm down. Flower Fire, that little red dress Mo Lin unraveled for a while, but did not unravel. How does this dress fit? What a stupid little brother. Can't even undress a girl? Flower Fire experienced the initial surprise and panic, but now instead felt that it wasn't too bad for Mo Lin to give himself a bath. It's his sooner or later anyway, so it's okay to show it to him sooner. However, looking at the way Murin was nervous about undoing his clothes, Flower Fire still felt a little amused. My own husband is still weirdly cute. After half a day's work, Murin finally found a way to undo the buttons on her dress and help spark off with her little red dress. Momoko-sensei was not in a good state these days. Although she didn't pass out, she slept for a long time every day, probably because of the forced launching of the illusion spell, and now she should probably be asleep as well. Or else Inkling would have asked Momoko-sensei to come and bathe Flower Flame. This time, the state of the blood-burning Inkling wasn't as bad as before, and he didn't need to sleep to recover. Probably because the realm had been raised and there was also a divine artifact assisting him, and the 8 feet Shown Hook Jade also helped him recover some of his chi and blood loss. Blossom Fire's skirt was removed, leaving the lovely lining. Why don't you take off the lingerie first? Give Flame a simple wash first, and after that, when Peach Sister recovers, help her take a good bath? Murin picked up Flame in a Princess Carrie situation and walked to the bathroom. The sparklers were light as if they were feathers. Mo Lin carefully helped Hua wash her hands and legs, and some of the places that were easy to touch sensitive parts. Mo Lin just used a towel dipped in warm water to gently wipe them. Murin gently opened Flame's little mouth and used a small brush to clean her teeth, which were healthy, neat and white. Murin condensed the space into a small bed and placed Flame on it. untangling her two ponytails and soaking her head of hair in warm water. The Izumo country also had some soap-like cleaning items, and Mirin lathered up some and carefully moisturized and washed Flowerfire's long hair. After washing, Mo-Lin dried her long hair carefully, and also used spiritual power to help her warm up. But with long hair, it really wasn't too good to take care of, and when Mo-Lin helped Hua to wash up, it had already been half an hour. Phew, kinda exhausting. But, does the little sparkler still need to go to the bathroom? When she looks like this? How about putting her on the commode and securing her around herself with space? And when she's done, she'll carry her out herself? Let's just forget it. Why don't we have Sister Peach come next time for this kind of thing? Or, oh yeah, in a previous life some vegetative patients seem to have one of those specially treated diapers, and you could put one of those diaper-like things on flame. Mo-Lin put Flowerfire back on the bed and consulted the maid, but the maid had not heard of the diapers. Mo-Lin said. Mo-Lin could only get some cotton and cloth to make a simple version. I'm sorry, Sparkles. Mirin removed Flame's lining at light speed and put the improvised diaper on her. Phew. Okay, didn't see anything myself. Mo-Lin breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Hua on the bed, gently using his spiritual power to vaporize the remaining water on her body and cover her with the quilt. Good night, Sparkles. But, he's really so honest. When bathing he didn't touch people's sensitive places at all. What kind of fairy boy is this? Awa, what is he doing? He's helping someone put on a weird chaps? I don't know how long it will take for people to wake up. Will little brother have to take care of people like this every day from now on? He will also be tired, right? He will also be tired of it. It is said that there is no filial son before the bed of a long illness. Although we are not that kind of relationship, but our relationship is not as good as relatives. Will he hate me because of this? And, being this way myself, I might even make him deal with some filth. He's sure to hate me, right? Alas, it is sad to think about it. In case Mo-Lin really shows that kind of disgusting expression to himself in the future, he really has the heart to die. Little brother, don't mind me, okay? Blossom Fire begged in her heart, but she also knew that she couldn't beg for this kind of thing, and if she was allowed to take care of someone else every day like this, she'd probably get tired of it too. But, if something happens to little brother and he has to take care of himself, then he definitely won't get tired of it. Even if it's dealing with all sorts of stuff, it doesn't matter. But, this is because he loves him. But, does he love Spark? Sparks do not know. Whether or not he had a boy-to-girl crush on himself, Blossom Fire couldn't decide. LOL. Don't think about it, take your time. I'm sorry, little brother. I'm just a little troublemaker, always giving you trouble. Just as Flowerfire was rambling on, Mirin seemed to have fallen asleep. Listening to Mo-Lin's steady breathing, Flowerfire's troubled mind suddenly had a trace of peace of mind. It's okay. I'm his future wife. Even if he gets a little tired of me, I'll double my efforts to please him in the future, and he'll definitely like me again. I love you. That's something I must say to you myself when I wake up. Besides, she's your wife. You don't have to be so careful. It's you in the end anyway. If only you could hear that. Good night, little brother. Lord Saint King, how are you? The fox-headed demon race looked at the Saint King's somewhat weakened appearance and asked anxiously. Cough. I'm fine. Wheel of Time, how is your search going? The Saint King coughed lightly twice, slowed down, and asked faintly. We've sent half our men forward to search as you instructed, and have now narrowed down the target a bit. Well, on the side of the Exodus Cloud Country, you prepare for us to withdraw. The Holy King nodded. Lord Saint King, has the Exodus Cloud Kingdom been plotting for so long? Are we just going to give up? The fox-headed demon race asked in a low voice. What? Are you dissatisfied with my decisions? The Holy King's voice was a bit cold. I wouldn't dare. Lord Saint King, the fox-headed demon race hurriedly knelt on the ground. That's just it. The Exodus Cloud Kingdom has had a change of heart this time. That's just it. Since the Wheel of Time and Space you guys are sure that it's in the Eastern Domain, then we'll join together and head to the Eastern Domain. If the Wheel of Time can be activated successfully, then all of this failure is not worth mentioning. The secret of the Wheel of Time and Space is also known only to those of our sacred race. You only need to search for it with all your might, and I'll take care of the rest. As you wish. The fox-headed demon race replied respectfully. Chapter 93, Chapter 91, Confession. It's been 6 months since Sparks went into a coma. During this period of time, Mo-Lin was almost inseparable to take care of her, and Yachong Tao would also help out on the side. And sometimes when Mo-Lin was not too convenient, Yachong Tao would take care of her. The storm over at the Izumo Kingdom's palace also calmed down. The emperor was rescued, and Prince Jen was placed under house arrest by the emperor, though he was not killed. After Flame woke up, Mo Lin would then see if he wanted to take the time to get him killed and avenge Flame. Flower Fire. Flower Fire still has no signs of awakening, usually always lively and cheerful, but at the moment she seems like a sleeping beauty. The quiet look makes Mo Lin very heartbreaking. Rin, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Flame's body? As the day was getting late, Yagyu Momo looked at Mo Lin's face, which was a bit not so good, and asked with concern. No, Blossom Fire is fine. Murrain shook his head. That's good. Ye Momo sighed in relief. Rin looks a little upset, but it's good that Hanabi is okay. Unhappy? It's okay, it's just that I'm a little worried since Flower Fire doesn't know when she'll wake up. Little Lin has worked hard. As Ye Tao looked at how busy Mo Lin was taking care of Flower Flame every day, he felt a little heartbroken in his heart as well. Obviously he was a child himself, but he didn't take a moment's rest. It's fine, Sister Peach, you've been coming to help me a lot too, and honestly, it's been a big help, Murin said with a smile. Mo Lin didn't want his subordinates to take care of Flower Flame. He was a bit uneasy. He didn't want Flower Flame to have any more accidents. Xiao Lin. Ye Momo gritted her teeth, as if she had done what she felt, and boldly walked up to Murin. With one hand, he cradled Murin's head in his arms. Sister Peach, what are you? Don't say anything, I'm just comforting you, Ye Momo said with a small voice as she blushed. Peach sister, no need, I'm fine. Mo Lin felt the soft touch on his face and said sullenly, something's wrong. You should be exhausted already. Peach's voice was firm instead. Right, Rin, come over here. It shouldn't matter if Blossom is alone right now, but you need to relax and take a break. Yakumo let go of Murin and pulled him over to the bed next to him, telling him to sit down first, then sitting on her knees herself. Murin always felt that this scene was quite familiar. Come on, lay down on my lap and get a good night's sleep. Peach blushed slightly. You can hold my tail while you sleep. Sister Peach, this is really an offer you can't refuse. Okay, then please la Peach sister. Being able to lay on his lap and still hold his tail, Murin felt like he had it in his life. Murin carefully climbed onto the bed and gently rested his head on Ye Momo's thigh. Will this look, Peach sister, feel uncomfortable? Murin carefully asked. To be honest, he felt that he was taking advantage of the girls. Some of the reason. But, can touch the tail, yeah. This kind of treatment Murin had no way to refuse. No, it's very comfortable. No, it's not uncomfortable. Ye Momo's face was flushed red, and she was a little afraid to look at Mo Lin. Mo Lin hugged Ye Momo's tail, feeling incredibly cozy as if he was wrapped in a soft giant ball of cotton. Thank you, Peachy. Murin rubbed his face against his tail. You're welcome, you're my brother. You don't need to say thank you to me. And, if you like, I'll give you a pillow like this for the rest of your life. Peach whispered. Put, a lifetime cannot. Peach sister, after if there is a favorite person, may not like to give me this pillow la. Mo Lin said with a light laugh. Why did little Lin say that? Ye Momo's face suddenly went white. Her voice trembled a little, and even a few drops of tears seeped out of her beautiful big eyes. Sorry, Peach sis, I didn't mean anything else. It's just. Looking at Peach, Murin sat up in a hurry and explained in a panic, but he just didn't come up with anything after a while. Little Lin, do you dislike me? Ye Tao asked as she looked at Murin in a daze. How could I dislike you, Peachy sister? Mo Lin said hurriedly. So, then why did you say that you want me to like someone else? Ye Momo sobbed. I just joined. Let's say, after Peach sister, if married or something, we can't be so intimate this kind of. After all, men and women have different it. Although I'm still young now, don't need to pay too much attention. But after, Murin some incoherent, flustered to say, I don't like anyone else. I only like. Peach's voice trailed off a bit. Little Lin, tell me, do you hate me? Those beautiful pupils of Ye Momo looked at Mo Lin seriously. I don't hate Momo-chan. How do I hate you? Murin said in a hurry. Watching Ye Momo cry, others were dumbfounded. Did he say something wrong? So, Rin, what do you think of me? Ye Momo gritted her teeth and asked anyway. You are my Peach sister, and beautiful and kind, and also very strong. I like Peach sister, Mo Lin thought about it and said. You like me? Ye Momo froze. Like it? Sister Peach, you're so nice. How could I not like you? Mo Lin asked strangely. Then you still say, what do you mean by like? Is like Ye Momo reacted. I think she misunderstood. That is, normal like also divided into many kinds? This time instead, it was the turn of Mo Lin to be somewhat puzzled. So yeah, Ye Momo sighed in relief, but a sense of loss then took over. Little Lin, I want to say, not that kind of like. Ye Momo had found out the hard way that a boy like Mirin wouldn't react if you didn't tell him through. Little Lin, have you ever looked at me as a girl? Ye Momo unconsciously moved closer to Mirin, who hastily stepped backward. What do you mean? Peachy, you're just a girl? This would. Ye Momo gritted her teeth and directly took one of Mirin's hands, pressed against the fullness of her breasts. Mo Lin's pupils immediately quaked. Momo-chan, what are you doing? Mirin tried to draw it back, but Ye Momo held it down for dear life, the soft touch overwhelming Mirin. He had never touched a girl there in 2 lifetimes. That's what it means. Do you understand? Ye Momo's eyes looked at Mirin dead in the face. Ah, this, Momo-chan? You are? Mo Lin's brain was a bit down, and his CPU burned out directly. I like you. I like you, Ye Momo said through gritted teeth. Not your kind of like, but the, want to be with you all the time kind of like. This, Peach sister. But we are siblings ah? Mirin was at a loss for words and thought of a lame excuse to put it off first. It's not like we're siblings. I approached you originally because I like you. Ye Momo simply stopped pretending and showed her cards. Chapter 94, Chapter 92, Companionship. I approached you originally because I like you. I've had a crush on you since the first time Hanabi brought you to class. Ye Momo whispered as she lowered her head. She knew she wasn't acting very well, but looking at Mirin she decided to tell him everything and make a confession with him. But at that time, I didn't think much of it. Then by mistake, we came into contact. We made cards together. We ate together. And watching you eat the noodles I made gave me a feeling called happiness for some reason. And then later, the deck was made. Originally I thought that our destiny would end here. But, you helped me. Ye Momo raised her head and looked earnestly into Mirin's eyes. People know about the astronomical debt I'm carrying. And whatever former friends or whatever, they avoid me to death. Only you, little Lin, only you thought of helping me to pay off those debts. And what's even more rare is that you didn't give me a handout. You told me the way, gave me hope, and let me know that a person like me isn't useless, and that I can make something of myself. Ye Momo couldn't help but hold Mo Lin in her arms and said with teary eyes, Little Lin. Then I became the president of the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce, and that group of people seemed to pounce on me like flies again. Nothing more than fancying my money, beauty, or strength. I could never like them. But, Lin, it was only you. You pulled me out of that moment when I was in the mire. But you didn't ask for anything in return, just because of your kindness. But because of that, this heart, too, is all the more precious. Lin, I sometimes think that it would be better if you really saw my beauty or something like that to help me instead, so that I could stay by your side all the time in name only. Mo Lin quietly listened to Ye Momo's confession, feeling the fragrant soft body in his arms. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Mirin really didn't know what was in Yagyu Momo's mind, and just like Flower Fire, Mirin thought of Flower Fire as a cute little sister, and also thought of Yagyu Momo as a reliable big sister. Mo Lin swore to God that he had absolutely no ill intentions towards them before, but this true confession from Ye Momo again left Mirin at a loss as to what to do. He did not want to directly refuse to hurt the eightfold Peach. She has always been his most trusted Peach sister. But, Mirin also did not know the kind of feelings she said she liked. His own to them in the end does not count. But, really speaking, if we talk about liking, Mo Lin is probably a bit more towards Flower Fire. Of course, with Yazomo he liked it, just not that kind of like yet. Momo-chan. Me? I didn't think about this aspect before. Mo Lin gently caressed Ye Momo's back and whispered soothingly. And, Flower Flame is still awake right now. I'm still Flower Flame's fiancé. There's also the Wheel of Time and Space that demonic creature said before. I would like to take the time to investigate it. To be honest, I don't have too much energy to think about this aspect right now things. But, Sister Peach, don't worry. I'll give you a good answer. Silly little Lin. I'm not talking to you about this matter to ask you to give me an answer. I'm asking you, if I follow you for the rest of my life, and it doesn't get in the way of you and Flower Flame, would you be willing to do that? Yashije Peach's face was slightly red. Her eyes softly looked at Mo Lin. This, Peach sister has been with us, I certainly would like to. But, that's enough. Lin, you don't have to answer me anything, just let me keep following you guys. I also know that I'm a lot older than you, and I don't really want to argue about anything, but, I'm really in love with you again and can't stay away from you. so I think it's just fine. But, Sister Peach, this is too unfair to you. Niran spoke with some difficulty. His mind was in turmoil. It wasn't just Sister Peach, Flower Fire, and Lioli. What would happen if these girls met in the future? There's no such thing as fair or unfair. It's impossible for me to fall in love with someone else. And instead of being miserable for the rest of my life, I feel like I'll always be with you like this. And I think that outcome makes me happy. Ye Momo said as she shook her head. And, I trust you, no matter what. You won't bully me and will be gentle and kind to me, right? Ye Momo smiled. Of course I won't bully Sister Peach. But, Niran gritted his teeth. Alright, stop it little Lin. Let's, for now, be like this. Take good care of little Flame and wait until she wakes up, okay? Okay, Sister Peach, if you really decide. Then, I definitely won't bully you either. Mo Lin thought about it and said with determination. That's enough. With eyes as good as a pool of spring water, Yashige Momo wrapped Mo Lin in her arms. After that, if little Lin is tired, he can all use his sister as a pillow and hug her to sleep. Oh. Ye Momo hugged Mo Lin's head and let him lie in her arms. Little Lin has also worked hard this time. You are a good boy. This is a reward from your sister. Niran was buried in her arms, feeling that all of Ye Momo's persona was different from before. It felt like she was emboldened after she picked it out. The body of the eightfold peach was so soft that it seemed as if Mo Lin was hugging a piece of cotton, and in a daze he fell into dreamland in no time at all. Phew, Yejo sighed in relief. Just now, her mind was so hot that she had the audacity to say it. The good thing is, it turned out pretty well. This is also she touched the nature of the Mo Lin. Mo Lin heart good, surely cannot bear to hurt themselves. Their own confession he will certainly consider carefully, but there are flowers and fire in him and cannot rest assured. They only retreat for progress on the good. But what she just said is also true. She really intends to stay by Mo Lin's side all the time. It doesn't matter if Mo Lin has other girls, as long as she is by his side. Although it is a little humble, but this is the only way she can think of. This way will not make Xiao Lin difficult. Herself, honestly she does not feel aggrieved. After all, if there is no Mo Lin point of view, she may still be in the overnight rush to catch up with the manuscript. Although there is nothing wrong with catching up with the manuscript, but can be the president of the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce. Even more wide open sky. What's more, she was so in love with Niran that she wasn't even hopeful anymore. But Blossom Fire gave her a green light to be so bold. It wasn't like he was sneaking off on his own anyway, since he had the approval of the harem that was Blossom Flame. But she didn't know that Flower Fire was listening from the sidelines. If it wasn't for the fact that Blossom Fire couldn't move right now, she would have to red warm for a while. Although I have my own approval, but sneaking away while I am unconscious and tempting my little brother with that huge pair of evil temptations on my chest is a foul. Chapter 95, Chapter 93, Spiritual Body. Blossom Fire felt like she was going to explode if she heard one more word of Ye Momo's heartfelt confession. Pissed off. He also gave his little brother that huge evil pair on his chest as a pillow. He obviously hasn't even pillowed me yet, and I've grown quite a bit now. But, never mind. My little brother's first kiss was mine, even though he fed me. But he fed me mouth to mouth every day during this time. Do you other cheating cats get to do that? Got this kind of treatment? There isn't one, is there? Only I, Lord Hanabi, have. It didn't seem like something to be happy about, though he'd been unconscious for so long and still hadn't shown any signs of awakening. But those confusing thoughts in his brain and that newly awakened energy were cleared up quite a bit by Blossom Fire. One day, Flower Flame could return to her former state and had gotten that power that was uniquely hers, and at that time, she would become stronger and more able to help Niran. But for now, could only bite the covers and listen to Niran's steady breathing and Yagyu Momo's occasional gagging sounds. Why are you gagging so loudly? Yashige Momo looked at the good-looking sleeping face of Niran in her arms, and she was a bit sleepy herself. His favorite boy was asleep in his arms. Ye Momo tried to calm herself down, taking 2 deep breaths before letting out a slow sigh of relief. Ye Momo boldly printed her crystallized lips gently on Niran's forehead. Good night, Lin. You're my favorite. Early the next morning, Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes and saw a pair of white shaking people's eyes in front of him. Oh yeah. I accidentally fell asleep yesterday while hugging Peachy's sister. Peach sister's heart. Himself do not want to fail to let her hurt. Niran some distress. But if you agree, Lioli, what to do Flower Fire? Is it really as easy as she says to follow her? Mo Lin, as a person who lived on the Blue Star in his previous life, was still a bit unable to accept that the idea of equality for all had always existed in his mind. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. The most important thing right now is to take care of Flower Fire, and I can't fall behind in my cultivation. Lioli is still waiting for me. Little Lin, you awake? Ye Tao opened his eyes and saw that Niren seemed to be thinking about something. Ah, I woke up just now. Sorry if I disturbed you, Momo-chan, Niren said with some embarrassment as he came back to his senses. No, I woke up by myself and slept comfortably. Ye Momo blushed slightly, carefully asked Little Lin, did you sleep comfortably? I slept well too. What a bother. Murin smiled and nodded. Mo Lin also had a rare peaceful sleep. Yagyu Momo also put two big soft tails over his body. The soft touch all over his body made Mo Lin fall asleep very quickly. Warm and soft and very comfortable. If Little Lin likes it, he can sleep here every day. Oh. Ye Momo looked at Niren and couldn't help but hug him again, burying his face in her arms. Well, Niren was hugged for a moment before breaking free, almost out of breath just now, and out of breath after burying himself in Ye Momo's arms. Okay, I know. Niren scrambled up and fled the room. I'll go prepare some food. I'll give Flame breakfast after we eat. He wasn't obnoxious, just a little shy. The chi and blood are high in the morning, and Sister Peach can't stay here much longer. Time flew by, and after another 6 months, Mo Lin's cultivation had already broken through to the middle stage of the Zune realm, and a breakthrough to the later stage could be very soon. 8 Heavy Peach was surprised every time she saw the speed of Mo Lin's breakthrough. She had only just broken through to the Zone realm now. Although she was also considered to be a strong party, she was still not enough to look at in front of a demon like Mo Lin. Huahua still has not regained consciousness. Mo Lin still day after day to take care of her. Looking at Huahua's pitiful appearance, Mo Lin's heart is involuntarily a pain. Mo Lin gently kneaded Huahua's calves, massaging and soothing her muscles, and constantly warming her body with his spiritual energy. Suddenly, there was a trance in front of Mo Lin's eyes, and a faint white light seemed to appear on Flower Fire. And in a trance, Flower Fire seemed to sit up. Flower Flame, you're awake? Mo Lin hurriedly got up and said in surprise. However, the Flower Flame in this state looked as if it was covered in a layer of shadow and had no solidity to it. Little brother. Thank you, thank you. Blossom Fire wrapped her arms around Murin, but it went right through his body. TSK. People haven't been able to wake up yet. Little brother. And now they can only manage to pull you into their space of consciousness and talk to you. Well, it's good that you're okay, Flower Flame. Mo Lin couldn't help but feel relieved when he saw Flower Flame's appearance. Flame, I'm sorry I'm late, said Niren, somewhat apologetically. Silly brother, what are you talking about? You came at the right time. You saved me and you saved her. You, her, that's, well, people so want to hug and hold again little brother and you tell Blossom Fire's big eyes turned, smiled and said, good come, although you can't hold it, but you can sit beside me, on my lap is also fine. Mo Lin said with a smile, looking at Huahua resumed the previous quirky appearance. Mo Lin finally relieved, somehow a little want to cry, but still hold back. Without realizing it, Blossom Fire had taken a big place in his heart. Really? Then I'm welcome. Blossom Fire grinned and floated onto Murin's lap, wrapping her arms around him in a false embrace. It's so dark and scary in that space. There's no one there. People are going to be scared to death. Inside the empty, want to sleep cannot sleep, want to die cannot die, can only wait inside for a few hundred years. After 1,000 years my soul dissipates itself. Said here, Huahua unconsciously hit a cold shiver. That from another self's memories led her the memory from her other self made her shiver at the thought of it. However, I believe that little brother will definitely come to save me. Flower Fire's large vermilion eyes seem to be sparkling with light. Niren is like the light in the darkness. The warmth of the fire when she is about to be frozen, giving her light and warming her up. Flower Flame, no matter when, as long as you need it, I will definitely come to save you. Although he couldn't touch it, Mo Lin still unconsciously pressed his face against her cute little face. Little brother, with your words, people are happy even if they die. Flower Fire's large eyes seem to have water waves flowing through them, and if she had an entity right now, she would probably just cry out, you're not allowed to die. Not allowed. Niren's voice suddenly raised much higher. Hey! Flower Fire was startled for a split second by Niren's sudden excitement, then revealed a sweetly amused smile. Little brother, with you around, I can't afford to die. Chapter 96, Chapter 94, Flowery Words. Little brother, with you around, I can't afford to die. That's good. Don't say anything about death whatsoever. It's unlucky. Ba 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 ba. Mo Lin's rare childish look made Flowerfire laugh even more. Blossomfire slowed down and continued then. In the sealed space, I met a girl. She, who is another world to me. Flowerfire told Mo Lin all the things that happened after she met Rihanna as well. In Rihanna's world, there was no little brother that belonged to her, and it had been sealed all the time, and it might have been hundreds or thousands of years. It was also because she had transferred her consciousness and memories to Blossomfire that Blossomfire had fallen into this coma. So that's how it is. Inkling can't blame Rihanna. They're all flamboyant, but it's really great that they're all fine. So, has the other you now merged with your consciousness? Marin asked. Aha, now we're like the new, unique, new flower flame. Blossomfire posed as if she was awesome. But that's good. But when will you actually wake up? Mo Lin asked with a light laugh. I don't know, but it shouldn't be too long. Maybe another year and a half before people wake up. Moreover, people have also mastered a new kind of power through this. When people wake up and give little brother a good look, you'll definitely be shocked, said Flowerfire with a smile. Really? Then I'll look forward to it. Little brother. Blossomfire looked squarely at Murin. I really thank you. Not only did you save me, but you've been unrelenting in taking care of me for the past year. I obviously don't know when I'm going to wake up, and there are some irresponsible people out there who might just run away with it too. But you've been taking care of me. Even handling some of the filth was done by you personally. I really don't know how to thank you properly. Flowerfire lowered her head, somewhat not quite daring to look at Mo Lin, although she knows that she will become Mo Lin's wife in the future. But this favor, Hua feels that it is a little too expensive. She became his wife is not considered to be a compensation for him. It is better to say that it is a reward for herself, but if she wants to thank him, what do she have to do to be able to do it? And Hua does not know. Obviously you're usually not afraid of the sky and the earth, but now you're calculating instead? Murin guffawed. It was really rare to see Flowerflame embarrassed, because this kind of thing is different. You're so nice. How can I repay you? Pfft, return what without you around me making noise. I am also very uncomfortable after taking care of you. You can continue to be by my side and bring me laughter. Mo Lin said after thinking about it. He didn't want Flowerfire to change her attitude towards herself just because of this kind of thing. She'll be just fine as she was, loud and quirky as ever. Really? What kind of lame excuse is that? Little brother Blossomfire rubbed her eyes. How could she not hear that Murin was relieving him? I'm telling the truth. I'm not comfortable without you around right now. Murin remembered the day he had just come home and the loneliness he felt with Blossomfire gone. And it really did make him uncomfortable. So but we are the agreement unmarried couple people after if married. Little brother can have to get used to it. Flowerfire big eyes gurgle turn. Reverse the guest. Inverted the Big Dipper. This really puts Murin in a dilemma. This seems to be a real pretend fiancé between Blossomflame and herself. When she first said it, and then she said that she was close to her because she wanted her to save her in the future. Being together with Flowerfire for too long, it was true that he had forgotten about all this. Just like she said, the two were in a pretend relationship, and when Mo Lin took care of Flowerfire, he would purposely avoid some sensitive locations. And in his heart, he also knew that this was a fake relationship. What can we do? If I marry someone else, my little brother won't be uncomfortable and then cry, right? Said Flowerfire in a pretentious manner. I'm not going to. Inkling lowered his head. Indeed, if Flame married someone else, he would really need to get used to it. Hey, I have an idea. Blossomfire pointed her little finger to the sky as if she had thought of some idea. Then why don't I just marry my little brother? Then my little brother won't have to get used to it. I'm married to you, so I'm sure I'll be with you all the time. Flowerfire's large vermilion eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. It seems like there's a few things going on. Anyway, we are an unmarried couple in the eyes of outsiders, and no one knows it's fake. So why don't we just fake it? Flowerfire spread her hands and pretended to be helpless as she said. But what about Ruri and what about Momo-chan if she marries Flame? Little brother how hesitant. You kissed all kissed, hugged also hugged. People cannot be married out. Can only marry you. Flowerfire pampered playing rogue. And in front of outsiders we are both unmarried couples, and have lived together for so long, and no one will want to be a minotaur. Anyway, people can't get married. If you don't marry them, they will die of old age alone. Flowerfire looked like she was opening up. Okay, but Inkling wasn't sure if he had the same kind of feelings for Flowerfire that he had for a man and a woman. But he did like Flowerfire, even her occasional pranks, and didn't hate them at all. Then it's a deal. Oh, little brother hesitates. What? Oh, it's because of Peach sister. Ah, Blossom Fire's eyes narrowed. Not really. Murren lowered his head, not daring to look at her. Not all. Blossom Fire feigned surprise. Little brother doesn't have another woman, does he? It's not another woman. It's just that there's a girl I know and made a pact with her. Murren stammered. Then little brother will have to tell people about it. Hwa's smile was a little dangerous. Although she accepted the result of Mo Lin opening a harem, but she also had to be knocked down appropriately. But she couldn't just bring any woman to her home. Mo Lin told Flowerfire a series of things about how he and Liuli met, traveled together, and made a pact to go to the Emperor's realm to rescue her. This way. This girl whose name is Liuli can even read minds? Blossom Fire said with some surprise. This kind of girl who could read minds made Blossom Fire feel like she had met her nemesis. Yes, she could see that I was very sad in my heart at the time before she struck up a conversation with me. Murren nodded. Sad. Little brother. Just now I want to ask, who is that Oriental Qinglian you met? And also, I can also feel that your heart does always have something on your mind. Always. Just don't feel so happy. Hua looked at Mo Lin's eyes, wanting to know what had happened to him. Dongfang Qinglian. This name made Mo Lin's body stiffen for a moment. It's not a happy thing. At the very beginning, it starts with me coming into the world. Chapter 97. Chapter 95. A Life. Chapter 95. Oriental Qinglian. As I said before, in the beginning, I didn't belong to this world. I came from another world. Mo Lin narrated. I was adopted by an old grandfather, and was raised by him, and at that time, I was saved by him with the divine blood of the unicorn, and I have also forgotten many things, even my previous name. That time was very happy. Living with Grandpa Mo, he taught me to cultivate. We were one old man and one young man depending on each other. But the good thing is that Grandpa Mo he has a very strong cultivation. We don't need to worry about money. After that, I got 4 more sisters. Grandpa Mo used his own life to save the 4 girls from the 4 sacred sect. They are the daughters of the 4 sacred sect's master. The 4 sacred sect and Grandpa Mo have an old relationship. If the 4 sacred sect is in trouble, Grandpa Mo can't just stand by. They are the 4 sisters I once had. Murren's voice quivered as he spoke. Flowerfire in Mo Lin's arms quietly listening, and did not say anything. She just felt that it is a pity that there is no entity at the moment. Otherwise she can hold Mo Lin more tightly. She can feel. Mo Lin's voice at the moment contains a little sadness. When they first came here, they were still tiny and pitiful. After Grandpa Mo saved them, he died from serious injuries. And I, together with them, buried Grandpa Mo. And every time I think of their bloody little hands digging in the dirt with me, I can't help but feel soft. I took care of them as they grew up, allowing them to grow from the beginnings of the person's realm, all the way to the emperor realm. In the beginning, they really thought of me as a brother, and I really thought of them as sweet sisters and devoted myself to them without reservation. I'll use my blood to make a blood lotus seed, fuse the Tao rhythms into it, and cook a soup for them to drink. But unfortunately, later, they may have misunderstood something and they left me. And then later, they came back, not to see me, but to throw me out of that cabin. Inkbrand spoke somewhat intermittently. There are some details also said a little vague. Hua did not rush him, just quietly listen. In fact, she had a moment did not want to let Inkbrand remember that sad past, but Hua still want to understand everything. To understand Inkbrand body once happened all the things. Later, they became emperors, and I fed all my power back to them. But because of that, I didn't have long to live then. I made blood lotus seeds with the blood left in my body and gave them to them and said my final goodbye to them. In the end, I left this world where I buried Grandpa Mo. Flowerfire's heart snapped. Mo Lin said. He laughed? I'm sorry, you probably didn't understand too well. It was then that I did die, but when I reopened my eyes, I went back to a time period not long after I met those girls. Little brother, you mean to say that you were reborn? Blossomfire's eyes widened in surprise. Well, I'm back in the past. Sorry, my mental age is actually a lot older than you think. And what I said before about marrying me and all that, it really doesn't count after all, does it? My real age is actually very big, and with you, after a long time may also be disliked by you. Inkling sighed slightly. Hua is still a little girl. His own this way, always make him feel not too good. What are you talking about? Blossomfire shouted angrily as she jumped out of his arms in a flash. What Murren had done before hurt her heart to hear. How dare you say such things now? Blossomfire hugged Murren's head and kissed him hard. But alas, there is no entity to do anything about it. Spark. You? People have also fused with their other selves. She's been in the sealed space for 1,000 years. Would you mind that she's a 1,000-year-old demon? Blossomfire's eyes widened as she questioned in a high voice. Of course I won't. And it's not really an age. Besides, those with high cultivation can live for thousands of years. Even 1,000 years is nothing, said Mo Lin hurriedly. You still know then you still say these. Blossomfire said angrily. I'm sorry, it's my bad flower flame. Just pretend I never said what I said just now. Looking at the angry flower fire, Niren could only surrender. That's more like it. Blossomfire sulked and sat back down on Niren's lap. But, little brother, I will always be with you, Blossomfire said softly. Ugh, why all of a sudden? Niren asked curiously. Little brother, you yourself may not realize, but there is something in your heart about being abandoned. The fear. You're afraid of being abandoned. That's why you're taking the first step to push those close relationships further away. If you don't get close to anyone, you won't be abandoned. Don't deny it. People are bystanders, so they can see more clearly. Flowerfire's big beautiful eyes looked at Mo Lin seriously. Niren was silent. Blossomfire was right. Niren was indeed avoiding getting too close to people. Even if they were close, Niren would subconsciously keep that barrier of distance from them, because he was abandoned once. So, he doesn't want to be abandoned again. Little brother, people will marry you afterward. Be your family, always and forever accompany you, and never leave you behind. Flowerfire floated up and gently hugged Mo Lin's head, letting him rest falsely in her arms. Good boy. Not afraid la, not afraid la. People when your family, always accompany you. Flowerfire said with a soft voice. Niren didn't say anything. He only felt as if his eyes were a little blurry. Flowerfire, who usually always had no sense of decency and liked to laugh and joke around, was now serious, but it made him feel like he wanted to cry. Thank you, Sparky. Might as well have been crying out. Good boy. Don't cry. Don't cry. Flowerfire's voice was soft, and the softness of her voice made Mo Lin unable to resist the urge to hug her and hold her tighter. But no matter how hard he tried, Flowerfire was only a spirit body at this point, and Mo Lin let go of his hand with some loss. When people wake up, I'll give you a hug. Flowerfire stroked Niren's head, and even though there was no entity, the place where her hand caressed was cold and comfortable. Aha! Niren took a moment to slow down, wiped his tears, and looked at Blossomfire. You really won't leave me behind? Niren asked softly. Don't lie to me. I swear, if I leave you behind, it will be at the moment my life disappears. Flowerfire looked at Mo Lin seriously and said firmly, I also want to be with you forever. Mo Lin only felt that his heart was beating fast now. This girl in front of him, he so wanted to be with her forever. Aha! Little brother. We'll be together for the rest of our lives. Flowerfire smiled so sweetly that it made Mo Lin's heart skip half a beat. For the first time, he realized that Blossomfire had also grown into a big girl without realizing it. And, moreover, so beautiful and charming. Chapter 98. Chapter 96. Important. Little brother is still weirdly cute. Seeing that Mo Lin had slowed down, Flowerfire also returned to her usual quirky appearance. Where's the cuteness? Oddly enough, Mo Lin couldn't help but spit out. That's so innocent. Little brother. Blossomfire couldn't help but mutter in her mind. If nothing else, it's possible that within little brother's future confidants, there will be those 4 unintelligent little pieces of people as well. A pang of annoyance went through Flowerfire at the thought. But, if they didn't die, they might not really be able to touch their little brother. And the Flowerfire that didn't change their fate before might be the Flowerfire in the world where their little brother was not reborn. Alas, now do you have to thank them yourself? Damn, these little pieces of people. Little brother, your several sisters. What are their names? I only know one of them. Blossomfire gave a kind smile. Dongfang Qinglian, Bai Jiro, Zhu Linger, and Long Yushang. Mo Lin still answered honestly. Well, people take notes. Dare to leave little brother behind and make him suffer so much. When people see you, I won't be called Flowerfire if I don't peel off a layer of your skin. My business and my little brother's business are one size fits all. But the little brother is so soft-hearted. Little brother. Now, what do you think of them? Flowerfire wanted to see what Mo Lin had in mind. Actually I am not too clear. Hate, I cannot say. More is sad. In fact, at that time I also have bad place. Some things to do, some of my own problems. Let them misunderstand is not entirely their fault. Now, if I am reborn, I have already left them behind, and I don't really want to see them after that. Just like what we said when we parted. One goodbye is good enough. Let them and I be happy in our own ways, Lin said with a sigh. So yeah, Blossom Fire mused. Although his little brother said so, but after so many years of friendship, he wasn't able to put it down easily, or else it wouldn't have been as if he had something on his mind all the time. Forget it, let's talk about things after that later. Right now, people should recover properly first, and when they are resurrected, the first thing they should do is to kiss their little brother properly. Little brother. No matter what you want to do with them afterward, people support them, as long as you can be happy. Flowerfire still sighed somewhat helplessly. It's most important that you're happy, but even if you forgive them, a mortal sin can be avoided and a living sin cannot be escaped. Flowerfire added in her mind. Good. Lin nodded, then softly called out Flowerfire. Ah, what's wrong, little brother? It's really great to have met you. For the first time, Niren smiled from the bottom of his heart in front of Flame. Looking at the never-before-seen smile on Lin's handsome face, Flowerfire was stunned. After a short while, Blossom Fire came back to her senses. Little brother. Blossom Fire shook her head, her eyes incredibly serious. I'm not your lucky. For me, you are my biggest lucky. You are the big hero who saved me, the god who only belongs to me, and my favorite and most loved person. Little brother, you are more important to me than this world. Flowerfire's face was pressed against Lin, whispering in his ear, without you, those 1,000 years of loneliness and despair would be the only place for me to be, and without you, even now, the flower and fire of that world could not have been saved. Your existence is the greatest salvation for me. Blossom Fire's voice was soft and firm. I'm not that good. Niren was a bit overwhelmed. He really didn't know he was so important to Flame. You're good, uniquely good in this world. Flowerfire looked at Lin and said loudly. So stop being presumptuous, okay? Huahua's eyes were a bit mournful. She was grieving for Lin. Okay, I know. Inkling only nodded as he hugged Flowerfire. Thank you, Sparkles, Murren said softly. No saying thank you to people. Blossom Fire's eyes widened. People are your wives afterward. Family is not allowed to say thank you. Well, sorry, I'll try not to say anything then, Murren said with some embarrassment. Flowerfire stretched out her tender onion-like delicate fingers and nudged Lin's lips. Try not to say sorry either. A family doesn't need to be sorry. Blossom Fire's eyes looked a little exasperated, but Niren looked at her and thought how cute she looked. Fine. I'll try not to say anything. I'll pay attention afterward. Lin raised his hands in a surrendering gesture. That's more like it. Blossom Fire clasped her hands to her chest and hummed lightly. Well, not to say these. Flowerfire, what do you need me to do? Tell me, before there is no way to communicate with you. I do not know if I take care of good. Just take advantage of the time to tell me. When I take care of you after that I can arrange on, massage, or Mondi or something like that. It's already hard enough for little brother to take care of me. Where would I ask for more? Flowerfire said with a smile. Flowerflame, you have said that we are family. So taking care of you is what I should do. Don't be polite. Lin also relaxed and said with a smile. That's right. Let's see. There's really no need. Blossom Fire suddenly seemed to think of something and stopped talking. What's up, Flowerfire? What do you need me to do? Murren asked curiously. Huahua suddenly thought. Some of the dirt of his body or Lin to help clean up. Although unconscious, but the body will still automatically metabolize. He will not be because of this to dislike himself, right? No, I can't talk about this. I'll ask about this kind of thing when I'm actually awake. No, little brother takes care of people, take care of them very well. People don't need anything, Flowerfire said after thinking about it. Alright then. Niren nodded. Since the person in question said so, it also proved that he usually did a pretty good job. But, little brother, Blossom Fire suddenly said. Aha, what is it? You don't have to be so careful when you bathe people afterward. Huahua spoke this sentence so quickly that if it wasn't for Lin's good ears, he almost didn't hear it. You mean? It means that it's inconvenient for you to be careful every time for fear of bumping into this and that. Blossom Fire's big eyes rolled. After that, you can bathe her with a big smile. She's all yours now. You don't need to worry. This, Murren froze, briefly losing his speech. Anyway, after that, don't be polite to me. I'll leave my body to my little brother to take care of. I'm so sleepy. This time it's so mentally draining. Good night, little brother. Flowerfire finished. A smoke will be gone. Lin in front of the picture for a while to change. Flowerfire is still quiet sleep in front of. Just seems to have a smile on the face. Murin smiled and brought his head up to give Flame a soft kiss on her forehead. Good night, Sparkles. Chapter 99, Chapter 97, Going Home. On Tianqi Mountain, Zhu Linger stroked the kitten's little head and tenderly watched it eat. Reddish-pink long hair slightly curved. Beautiful big eyes with soft water waves. Absolutely beautiful face with a gentle smile. Zhu Linger has grown from that little girl in the beginning to a pavilion young girl. Looking at it, Zhu Linger would unconsciously think of many things from the past. Those sweet memories seemed like honeyed poison after embellishment, making the more she recalled, the more painful it was, yet she couldn't stop. At the end of the day, it was also this kitten that stayed by Mo's brother's side, and whenever she thought about it, her heart throbbed with pain. Zhu Linger sighed. Also do not know where brother Mo is now. What is doing? Really miss him. It's almost time. When I control that spell, I'll go to him. Before that, I also need to take a few people to experiment. If after using it on Mo's brother, it's not good if he gets hurt because of his lack of skill. As for the others, feel free to find a few of them, and try not to hurt them. After all, nothing is more important than brother Mo. You're back, Sister Qinglian. At that moment, a green light flashed, and Dongfang Qinglian returned to Tianqi Mountain. Dongfang Qinglian had also grown into a big girl. Her long azure-colored hair was like a waterfall, and a pair of small and delicate milky white dragon horns added a few more points of strange beauty to her already stunning face. However, Dongfang Qinglian's eyes, which had always been clear and upright, at this moment flashed through some fatigue and a hint of deeply hidden madness. These days, Sister Qinglian always goes out for a long time. What is she going for? Zhu Linger asked with a smile. I have some things of my own. Oriental Qinglian did not want to answer. Something about yourself? Can you tell me about it, Sister Qinglian? Zhu Linger's eyes narrowed. To this day, she still didn't know what exactly Dongfang Qinglian was planning. Lan Yushang and Bai Jiro seemed to have formed an alliance, planning to conquer the world or something and offer the world to brother Mo. Although Zhu Linger didn't think that this plan was that good, but the good thing was that this plan wouldn't get in the way. And even if brother Mo didn't like it, it was still a token of their intentions. His own words also have their own plans. He wants to give brother Mo happiness. Will absolutely make him happy. But Dongfang Qinglian, what exactly she wanted to do? What to do? She had no idea at all. Moreover, Dongfang Qinglian looked like it was not at all like he had already let go of the past, but was obviously obsessed with something, and his recent running around was also because of that thing. Sorry, this is my business. Dongfang Qinglian's eyes darkened as she shook her head and walked towards her room. I'm a bit tired. I'll go back to my room first. Sister Qinglian, did you go to look for brother Mo? Zhu Linger asked tentatively. Not. I didn't look for him, Dongfang Qinglian replied. This way. Seeing that Dongfang Qinglian didn't want to say more, Zhu Linger didn't grab her and not let go. However, Sister Qinglian, what you want to do? Make sure that it won't hurt brother Mo, right? Zhu Linger's voice lowered. I won't hurt him. Not at all. Dongfang Qinglian gave Zhu Linger a somewhat complicated look. That's fine. As long as you don't hurt him, forget it. Then whatever. I'll do what I want. Zhu Linger shrugged. She couldn't care less. Well, the demon race has been frequent lately, so be careful when you go out. After Dongfang Qinglian finished speaking, she closed the door to her room. Mysterious. Zhu Linger muttered and continued to feed the kitten. Brother Mo is waiting for me. I will definitely make you happy. A trace of morbid infatuation flashed in Zhu Linger's eyes as she looked at the distant sunset, not knowing what she was thinking. Time flies and a year has passed. During this period of time, Mo Lin had been taking care of Flowerfire in every possible way, but except for the last time when he had pulled Mo Lin into the space of consciousness, Flowerfire had never shown any signs of wanting to wake up. Niren gently stroked Flame's face and sighed slightly. I wonder when Sparky will wake up. Although he looked at her every day, in his heart, Niren already missed her very much, missing her cute smile, missing her serious expression. Every time he saw her looking at his eyes, Mo Lin would feel his heart warm. Niren didn't understand the meaning of that look before, but now he knew that it was a young girl's pure liking and burning love. I've missed you so much, Blossom Fire. Niren lowered his head and muttered. Little brother, you miss people, ah? Niren jerked his head up and saw the love that could not be hidden in Flowerfire's big crimson beautiful eyes. Flowerfire, you're awake, Niren said in surprise. Flowerfire didn't say anything and directly jumped into Mo Lin's arms and kissed him fiercely. Blossom Fire kissed very hard. Her smooth and soft little tongue probed into Niren's mouth and kept stirring, although it seemed a bit clumsy because she had little experience. The kiss went on for a long time before Blossom Fire let go of Niran with a gasp. I love you. Flower Fire looked at Niran's eyes and said seriously. Niran hesitated. Love was a word he didn't want to irresponsibly say casually, but he knew he did like Flower Fire. Blossom Fire didn't give him a chance to speak and kissed him again. This time the kiss was even harder than before, even accidentally biting a trace of blood out of the corner of Niran's mouth. Niran hugged Blossom Fire and let her kiss her, responding to her clumsily. It was a long time before Flower Fire let go of Niran and lay in his arms panting slightly. Would you hate this feeling, little brother? Blossom Fire asked softly. I don't hate it, I like it, Niran said as he gently stroked Flame's hair. That way, that's good. Blossom Fire lifted her head and looked at him with a smile in Niran's arms. But little brother is really a fool. People have said that bathing doesn't need to be so careful. Little brother is still as honest as before, Blossom Fire said as she pretended to be exasperated. I can't take advantage of you while you're in danger. Although you say so, I can't really do that. Mo Lin hesitated for a moment, but still said truthfully. Well, Flower Fire only felt warm in her heart. In fact, even if Mo Lin took advantage of her unconsciousness to do anything, she would not care. But Mo Lin's behavior of respecting her in this way, on the contrary, made her feel even more joyful. Girls are still weird, thought Blossom Fire. And the fact that it obviously didn't go the way she thought it would go made her like it even more. Blossom Fire. Niran called softly. What's wrong, little brother? Welcome home, Flower Fire. Niran looked at her gently with a warm smile. Blossom Fire was stunned for a split second, and water suddenly flowed from her large eyes. I'm back, little brother. Blossom Fire wore a happy smile, but couldn't stop the tears. I love you the most. Chapter 100 Chapter 98 The Ceremony. Lord Flower Fire, dang resurrection. Flower Fire pinched her small savage waist with a very marvelous look. Yeah, Inkling applauded cooperatively. Now that Inkling liked Flame so much, watching Flame's playfulness, Inkling would cooperate with her. Blossom Fire had just regained consciousness, and Mo Lin just wanted to spoil her and make up for the years of pleasure she hadn't gotten. Flower Fire had been in a coma for 2 years, but her body hadn't stopped growing, and she had grown into a larger Flower Fire. This description is because Flower Fire looks in Mo Lin, still looks on the young side, although just turned 18, but now say she is 15 or 16 years old. It is estimated that there are people who believe, I'm going to go out and see how they're doing in the past 2 years without Hanabi-sama. Flower Fire's friends will also occasionally come to visit her in these 2 years' time, but also just sit for a while and then leave. Because Mo Lin is around, they are always a little bit unable to let go. Look at Two Eyes Flower Fire and then hurriedly said goodbye. Congratulations on the resurrection of little Flower Flame. Ye Momo was also excited to see Blossom Fire wake up at first and hugged her for a long time, only calming down when she saw that Blossom Fire was unharmed. Aha, let's go, little brother. Peach, follow Flower Flame-sama out on patrol. Flower Flame pinched her waist and led Mo Lin and Ye Peach out to bomb the streets in a dignified manner. Flower Fire had been lying at home for 2 years, and although her consciousness could sometimes sense the outside world and she had Mo Lin with her all the time, it was still a bit boring to always lie down. I won't go first, the Chamber of Commerce still has some things to do. Little Flame, congratulations, come back at night and we'll celebrate. Yejung Momo smiled and finished, then hurriedly left. Flame had just woken up, and she had saved up the idea of giving Flame and Niran a two-person world. She didn't want to fight with Blossom Fire about anything, just be there for them. Looking at the Imperial City street that had changed quite a bit, Flower Fire excitedly strolled around with Mo Lin and bought quite a few things. Little brother's clothes are always these few pieces. Dress up little brother today. Hua Hua smiled and brought Mo Lin to try on the clothes, trying on several pieces in a row. Every time Mo Lin changed into new clothes and walked out of the changing room, Hua Hua would light up in front of her eyes. Mo Lin was born good looking, and what he wore had a different look. Boss, buy them all. Send it to someone else's imperial daughter's residence afterward. With a wave of her small hand, Hua Hua packed up all the clothes that Mo Lin had tried on. Now she was also a small rich woman. The Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce was well run under the leadership of Yachong Peach. As a result, the monthly dividends given to Flower Flame were a very sizable fortune, and the current little Flower Flame was considered to be a wealthy family even without the support of the royal family. Flower Fire went to also buy a few new clothes. Flower Fire grew up a little, before the clothes already look a little small. Flower Fire try clothes out to the Inklin C. Inklin will also give a high evaluation. Flower Fire is naturally adorable. What to wear have a kind of young girl natural dainty feeling. Come on, little brother. Let's go shopping somewhere else. Hua pulled Mo Lin's hand and walked to another stall. The two of them went to play a lasso game and watched a fantasy play. And Flowerfire accompanied her in whatever she wanted to play with Mo Lin. Coincidentally, today is the day of the Izumo Kingdom's summer festival. Flowerfire took Mo Lin along to the store to change into a bathrobe unique to the Izumo country, bought 2 apple candies, and happily strolled around the festival with Mo Lin. Wearing a crimson yukata, Flowerfire looked as if she was even more adorable, holding Mo Lin's hand, bouncing around and eating apple candies, looking at Mo Lin every now and then with a sweet smile. Little brother, are you happy? Flowerfire asked. He was a little afraid that Mo Lin wouldn't like to stroll around for so long. After all, she was the one who dragged Mo Lin here by force. Happy, very happy. Niren smiled softly. That's good. Blossomfire's large eyes narrowed in a smile, the sweetness in her eyes a little too much to hide. After the two of them had wandered around and played all the places they could, Flowerfire pulled Mo Lin and came to a somewhat remote hill, where they could just see the bustling marketplace below. Little brother, you've been shopping for so long today. Quickly sit down and rest. Flowerfire patted the seat beside herself and said with a smile. Inkling sat down against Blossomfire, staying close to her. This is the secret base of people's childhood. Only people have not come for a long time. Flowerfire directly leaned on Mo Lin and said softly, when I was a child, I sneaked out to visit the festival, and when I was done, I would be here watching people being happy, and when I looked at the smiles on their faces, I would unconsciously be happy too. However, at that time, there was no one to play with, and there was that unknown cause of bad luck pressing down on their heads. Even if they played, it wasn't that enjoyable. It was more of a lonely experience. Flowerfire's small face gently rubbed against Mo Lin's chest. I'm here now. Flowerfire. Inkling didn't say anything more, just hugged Blossom Flame a little tighter. Little brother, people have said before that they have awakened a new power. Do you still remember? Flowerfire asked. I remember. You said you were going to scare me, Murren said with a light chuckle. Let me show you. Rainbow-colored spiritual energy converged in Flowerfire's small hand, after which, she snapped her fingers. 2 fireworks suddenly exploded in the sky, and the huge smiling faces of both Flowerfire and Murren appeared. Hey, this is... Inkling was indeed stunned, not realizing that spiritual power could be used in this way. This ability to blow up spiritual power as fireworks at a distance. He had never even heard of it, and there was not even a medium to transmit spiritual power to the place where the fireworks were. This kind of power I can't say. I can only feel that it comes from a very cheerful emotion, and many uses seem to be like mischief, not very lethal but strange. But, this kind of energy may have strange effects at some times. Flowerfire leaned into Murren's arms again and smiled. It's very impressive. Flowerfire, that kind of use of psychic energy is something even I can't do. Murren laughed. You haven't seen the really powerful ones yet. I'll show you afterward. Right now people just want to stay like this. Flowerfire closed her eyes in Mo Lin's arms. Blossomfire is sleepy from playing all day. Go to sleep. I'll stay with you the whole time. Sparks seems to have had a dream. Instead of the light and strange world of before, the dream was just her and Murren. They lived in a small house, grew up together, grew old together, and had children. It was a very sweet dream, and when Flowerfire woke up again, she realized that she was still in Mo Lin's arms, and Mo Lin was looking at her tenderly. This is not a dream. Blossomfire brought her crystalline lips close to Murren, hugging him and kissing him obliviously. Little brother, hold me. Blossomfire's eyes were watery as if they were about to overflow, and she gently unclasped her own sash. Chapter 101, Chapter 99, Sharp Shift. Dongfang Qinglian hadn't returned to Tianqi Mountain for a month. Sister Linger, where did she go? Sister Qinglian? As the other 3 sisters ate, Lang Yushang asked with some curiosity. Lang Yushang had also grown up a lot, but she still looked a bit juvenile like before. Her long watery blue hair curled, paired with her delicate and cute face seemed like a little princess that came out of a fairy tale. Her star-shaped pupils flashed with a bit of curiosity. I don't know. She didn't say anything about it. She's been doing something before. I asked but she didn't say. Zhu Linger chucked a piece of braised pork and shook her head. Strange. Has been secretive before? Jiro's sister, do you know? Lang Yushang looked at Bai Jiro. I don't know. Bai Jiro shook her head. Bai Jiro still looked as cold as a fairy, but now she had more of a broken feeling, with a hint of misery in her eyes. A head of silver hair as cold as snow. Her absolutely beautiful face seemed like a fairy in the moon palace, and the 2 snow-white cat ears on her head were also slightly lowered. This way, really strange. Lang Yushang also can't figure out the way of Dongfang Qinglian, although she is very serious the vast majority of the time, but if she is really obsessed with a certain thing, probably no one can pull back. What's more, she does obsess about Mo's brother, a little paranoid to the point of insanity. Yushang, how are you getting ready? Bai Jiro put down her dishes and asked softly. Almost ready, but we have just stepped into the Zune realm now. Still not too stable. Wait for us to consolidate and consolidate again. 1 year, or 2 years at the latest. Then we will take action. Lang Yushang said after thinking about it. Good. I'll wait for your news. Bai Jiro nodded. Right now their cultivation level wasn't considered high, but she was already a little impatient. You see, and anxious. Jiro's sister. This kind of thing we have to be prepared for everything. The thing of making plans is left to me. Brother Mo has told me quite a lot of stories related to this kind of strategy before. Lang Yushang said about Mo Lin, paused for a moment and said slowly. They usually unconsciously avoided that name in their exchanges, and every time they thought of it, their hearts couldn't help but tremble with pain. Well, I'm not good at this kind of thing. You prepare yourself well. I won't rush you. Bai Jiro nodded. Speaking of which, what cultivation level is Sister Jiro at now? Lang Yushang asked curiously. I will soon break through to the middle stage of the Zune realm. Bai Jiro hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. Sister Jiro is still working really hard. Zhu Linger couldn't help but be a little staggered. She had only just broken through to the Zune realm, and her breath hadn't even been stabilized yet. It's okay. Bai Jiro shook her head, a trace of sadness flashing across her cool face. Zhu Linger knows how much persistence and sweat is hidden behind this okay. In addition to eating, all of Bai Jiro's time that can be utilized, all of it is used by her to cultivate, and sleeping time may not even be available. The further we go, the longer it takes to break through, and the longer it will take to see him if we don't work hard. Bai Jiro had already taken the matter of seeing Mo Lin as her only goal in living. Looking at this pure obsession of Bai Jiro, Zhu Linger's mind could not help but be a little complicated. Jiro's sister, let me tell you what I'm going to do. If you can take it. Zhu Linger was violently startled and shook her head. No, it's too early for that. Wait until I actually make it. If they know what I'm planning, they'll probably not approve. But, this is all I want. This is all I can do. I will give Brother Mo happiness. It may be that I am despicable. It is that I am shameless. But I must give him happiness. Sister Linger, what's wrong with you? Lang Yushang saw that Zhu Linger's face was a bit ugly. No, it's nothing. I'm done eating. Zhu Linger put down her dishes and didn't rush back to her room, but brought a small serving of prepared meat to the kitten that was a frequent visitor. Whenever she is sad, she makes a companion of the kitten. When I look at the kitten that is eating, bits and pieces of that past will always involuntarily come back to me. Linger, today I made the braised meat that you love to eat. Oh, this time the meat is a kind of spirit pig's meat. The flavor is definitely quite a bit better than before. Linger, look, there's lotus seed soup today yo. Hey, no ingredients? It's true that the ingredients are hard to find, but didn't you say you wanted to drink it a few days ago? And if you want to drink it I'll gas up and find it. Linger, cultivation should be refueled. I know your nature is a bit lazy, but you will always have to be on your own one day. I can't stay with you forever. Hey, you want me to stay with you forever? That's fine. In fact, I can't let you guys go. Yeah, Brother Mo. Was me who said I wanted you to stay with me forever? But, why was I also the one who drove you away? Why? Zhu Linger gritted her teeth, trying to keep her tears from falling. The kitten sensed Zhu Linger's sadness and jumped into her arms, licking her little face. Thank you, Mimi. Zhu Linger hugged little Mimi and couldn't help but still shed a line of clear tears. She recalled later, when Mo Lin had made them a huge table of dishes to celebrate their release, but they didn't even move and went to the so-called fairy heavenly pride's party. In the mirror, Niren could only feed the dish to Mimi in solitude and cuddle her to sleep on the lawn. Then later, Mo Lin cared about her and saw that she was difficult, and the lotus seed soup, specially made for her with blood, was knocked over by her slap. She always felt that she was the one who hurt Niren the most. Ha. Zhu Linger's mouth revealed a trace of mocking smile. That familiar feeling of heartache returned. That feeling of life being worse than death. If death could wipe away her sins, she would just want to die right now. But death would not brush away her sins, living would give her a chance to atone for them. Brush away the sins. Brush away the sins. Zhu Linger awoke with a jolt as she gently put Mimi down and went to the room that once belonged to Mo Lin. She carefully flipped through the books that Mo Lin and Dongfang Qinglian had once read. one by one, volume by volume. She looked for a long time, and finally, on the pages of a book, she found a folded corner. And what that page contained. It's the Wheel of Time. Zhu Linger's eyes widened as she sorted everything out. Dongfang Qinglian had been going out. Her intentions, her purpose. Should one go and stop her? Zhu Linger vetoed the idea after thinking about it for just an instant. She got it. Everything Oriental Greenleaf was trying to do. And if she had known something like that, she would have gone and done the same thing. It turns out that this is actually pretty good, isn't it? Also at this moment, Zhu Linger suddenly realized that her hands were fading a little bit. Zhu Linger suddenly smiled. It was a smile that came from her heart. She was already absolutely beautiful, and at this moment, her smile was so beautiful that it made heaven and earth lose some of their colors. Sister Qinglian, it's really thanks to you for thinking of this method. Thank you, Sister Greenleaf. Chapter 102, Chapter 100, straight down. By the time Blossom Fire woke up again, it was almost noon. Flower Fire looked at the handsome face of Mo Lin in his sleep, only to feel that the incomparably sweet honey pot in her heart had been knocked over, and that feeling of happiness made her fall into fairyland. Flower Fire was lying on her back in Mo Lin's arms and was just about to come forward to kiss him when a tearing pain came, causing her eyebrows to furrow slightly, but then a sweet smile appeared. Little brother is really stupid and doesn't know how to lighten up a bit. Blossom Fire yawned, having slept at some point yesterday, only to feel that she ended up losing her strength to speak, losing consciousness in Murin's arms. Blossom Fire opened the yukata over both of them and fell asleep again. Not long after, Murin woke up, and looking at the sleeping Flower Fire, Murin also revealed a hint of happy smile. He didn't know if he was really in love with Blossom Flame yet, but he knew he couldn't stay away from her. No matter where he was, as long as Flame was there, he had happiness. Mo Lin kissed Blossom Fire's forehead, picked her up gently, put on her clothes, and flew back to Blossom Fire's room with great speed. Mo Lin's current cultivation was already at the peak of the Zune realm, but he had been stuck without breaking through to the Saint realm. And in the current Exodus Cloud Country, even if he didn't burn his blood, there were not many rivals, much less anyone who could detect him. Mo Lin gently placed Flower Flame on her bed, helped her cover up, and after a moment's thought, he got under the covers himself and tenderly wrapped his arms around Flower Flame. Sparky should have been exhausted yesterday. Murin rubbed Flame's silky black hair, kissed her cute little face, and similarly fell asleep. They didn't come home yesterday. Ye Momo yawned, sitting in her office seat with a heavy heart. Ye Momo had gone home early yesterday and had a sumptuous table prepared, but she had waited until the early hours of the morning, and Flower Fire and Murin had not returned home. Ye Momo sighed again. No way. No way. However, they were meant to be an unmarried couple, so even if something did happen, they had no right to interfere, and in the end, they were the one who joined them. But, why does thinking about it make your heart sick? Never mind. Sparky just woke up. They had a good time. It's normal for them to forget the time, isn't it? Ye Momo stopped thinking about that and looked at the report in her hand, checking the indicators of this quarter's work. These proper nouns were all told to her by Mo Lin, and she was only following suit. But after adopting Mo Lin's management advice, it did make the Peach Blossom Ink Chamber of Commerce much more efficient. Chairman Ye, is it true that the Flower Fire Imperial Maiden has awakened? The competent-looking female secretary beside Ye Momo asked. Well, Sparky woke up yesterday and hung out with Rin for the day, Yashiro said somewhat listlessly. Xiao Lin, is that teenager named Mo Lin? The female secretary asked curiously. She came not long ago and was not aware that Mo Lin was also a shareholder of the Peach Blossom Ink Chamber of Commerce. Well then, that's him. Speaking of Murin, Ye Momo's tone became a little lighter. Chairman, can I dare to ask you a question? Looking at Ye Momo's expression, the female secretary said with some gossip. What's the problem? Yagyu Momo cocked her head in confusion. That is, what is the relationship between you and that teenager? There are rumors in the Chamber of Commerce that you have adopted him and he is your male pet. Is it true or not? The fire of gossip in the eyes of the female secretary was burning. This Ye president was young and pretty as well as powerful, but there was never any scandal with males of her age, but more with the teenager named Murin. The female secretary has also seen, although it is true that good-looking unparalleled. As a female, if Ye Momo really spends a lot of money to keep Murin, she somehow can understand. Ye Mamajin was dumbfounded. Where was all this going? How could such an outrageous rumor be spread? Who spread this nonsense? Yagyu Momo slammed the table. They said that you will give 1/3 of our Chamber of Commerce's profits every month to that teenager named Mo Lin. saying that he is the one you spent a lot of money on. The female secretary said truthfully. That's quite a point. One does give Lin a third of the profits every month. What the hell? He's a shareholder of our Peach Blossoming Chamber of Commerce. What I gave him was a dividend. Yashije Peach said in annoyance. Fine. You guys get paid every day. But you all spend your time on spreading gossip about us. I'm going to rectify the workplace atmosphere of the Peach Blossoming Chamber of Commerce. Yashije Peach's little face turned red with anger. President, calm down. President, calm down. You don't say it was me who said it, please. The female secretary immediately begged for mercy. Who? You guys day by day, but even spread this kind of unreliable things. You next month statement done? Not done, still not quick to go. Ate heavy peach now by the ink. Lin cultivated some. Also is not the beginning of that timid appearance. Slapped the table loudly. The president rests his anger. I'll go this way. Next month's statement. Hasn't he arrived yet? Let me do it. The president is also angry and confused. After watching the female secretary leave, Ye Momo was a bit irritated. This kind of rumor is just insulting to Murin. But, Ye Momo's eyes flashed. If it's true, bag yourself a Murin. You can make Lin listen to yourself and everything, and you can do this and that to him. Ye Momo covered her small, blushing face and took several deep breaths before forcing herself out of her delusion. Can't think about it. Ye Momo gently slapped her face and shook her head fiercely. Unfortunately, he had earned all his money from Xiao Lin's help, and to want to encumber him in turn was simply the reverse of the Big Dipper. Alas, Xiao Lin and Huahua also stayed out at night yesterday, although he himself had confessed to him before, and sometimes he would send him benefits such as tail petting and face hugging to kill him, but there was no further action. Yagyu Momo also braved that for a bit, and then wimped out again in front of Murin behind him. Come a little bit, at least, now Xiao Lin does not hate himself at all, and likes his furry body, although it is only the tail and ears. Ye Momo yawned, laying down on the table and simply stopped thinking about those chaotic thoughts, breathing calmly as she fell asleep. A long time, Yagyu Momo woke up, somewhat puzzled, looking around the exquisitely arranged Peach Ink President's office. Where is this? Mo Lin slept for a while, and then woke up first, looking at Huahua's delicate face that was still sleeping. He kissed her lips again, revealing a hint of a happy smile. Murin's eyes were gentle as he looked at Blossom Flame, and after another moment, Blossom Flame yawned and opened her eyes sleepily. You awake? Sparkles. You? Who are you? Flowerfire was stunned and looked at Murin with a look of horror. Chapter 103 Chapter 101 Heartbreak. Who are you? Blossom Fire's voice was filled with panic, her large crimson eyes filled with fear and disbelief. She looked at her state. Her yukata, while still neatly worn, looked wrinkled and crumpled in any case from how it had been removed and then haphazardly put back on. Blossom Fire had just gotten up off of Murin in a panic when a tearing pain caused her to fall right back onto the bed. She lifted her clothes and checked her body. There were still a few bruised scratches, reddish hickeys, and a few teeth marks on her body. People. Me? I was given. By you? Flowerfire only felt her brain go blank. Froze and looked at Mo Lin, fearfully moving backwards continuously. Sparkles. What's wrong with you? It's me, Mo Lin said somewhat strangely as he looked at Flowerfire in this state. What was wrong with Blossom Fire? Why did she look like she didn't recognize herself? Who are you? How did you end up in my room? And did this to me? Blossom Fire cried out with some collapse. She only remembered that she was sleeping in her room in a normal way, and the next morning, she was unexpectedly given herself by an unfamiliar boy? But the ripping pain and the marks on her body told her that it hadn't been a dream. How is this possible and how did this happen? Blossom Fire clutched her head and broke down into tears. Flower Fire. What's wrong with you? Mo Lin saw Huahua in this state. His heart is almost broken. Has always been so optimistic and cheerful quirky Huahua, but now it is so painful. As if the whole person is almost broken. Flower Fire is me Ink Lin your little brother Mo Lin said gently, trying to get closer to Flower Flame as he spoke. But the moment Murin tried to lean over, Blossom Fire frantically threw the quilts, pillows, and dolls on the bed at Murin. What little brother? Disgusting. Off. Don't come near me. Flower Fire's eyes were filled with both fear, pain and hatred. How dare you do this to me? I will kill you. I am the royal daughter of the Izumo Kingdom. I swear, I will make you pay for this. Mo Lin, right? Good. Even if I fail to kill you and you escape, I will still make your life worse than death. Never have any peace. Flower Fire gritted her teeth with a resentful face. Hua was originally absolutely beautiful and cute little face was now twisted because of hatred. And that kind of bone-deep hatred made Mo Lin's heart tremble fiercely. No, Flame, it's not like that, just calm down, okay? Mo Lin said anxiously. Calm down? In this situation, you're telling me to calm down? Oh, you're really good at jokes. If you hadn't done this kind of thing, I'd kind of like you. A sick and crazy sneer appeared at the corner of Blossom Fire's mouth. You ruined me. You've ruined my life. I obviously don't know you. And you did this to me. Why did you do this to me? Blossom Fire growled at him with full of hatred. Inkling had never seen a Blossom Fire like this before. Blossom Fire was always little brother long and little brother short in front of him, always happy and cute. But the current Blossom Flame, besides making him a little afraid, was more heartbroken. He didn't know why Blossom Fire had suddenly become like this. Obviously yesterday, she said she didn't know me? How can that be? How can she not recognize me? Flame, you really don't recognize me? Who are you? A rapist? A flower picker? I clearly haven't seen you nor have I offended you. Flower Fire's eyes were full of resentment and she said through clenched teeth. How is this possible? Murmured Mo Lin, somewhat lost in thought. Ha, how can that be? Are you trying to say you lost your memory? But those are irrelevant. You bastard. You did this to me. I will definitely kill you. Hua Hua's eyes were very gloomy, looking at Mo Lin as if it was like the dark clouds that were looming before the impending downpour. No, it's not that I have lost my memory. It's that you can't remember me. Mo Lin shook his head somewhat painfully. At the moment, he really did not know what to do to be good. I didn't know you in the first place. Flower Fire angrily struck her spirit power hard on Mo Lin. And although Mo Lin wouldn't be hurt with his cultivation, Mo Lin's heart trembled in pain, just as the two were at a standstill. Get off of Blossom Flame's bed. Ye Momo appeared in the doorway of Blossom Flame's room, staring at Murin with wide, angry eyes. Who are you? How dare you bully little Flame? Yashije Peach looked at Mo Lin with a grave expression on her face. She could feel that Mo Lin's strength was far higher than hers, but Blossom Fire was being bullied by a strange man, and she wouldn't back down from that situation. Sister Peach, look, Flower Flame, she doesn't recognize me, Murin said hurriedly as if he had grabbed a lifesaver. I don't know you. Who is your Peach sister? Ye Momo directly interrupted Murin's words as she quickly stepped forward to hold Flower Flame in her arms and looked at Murin with a cold face. Blossom, how are you? Concerned, Ye Momo checked on Blossom Flame's condition, but when she saw those marks on Flower Fire that belonged to Murin, the anger on her face could no longer be suppressed. Ye Momo took off his own glasses and looked indifferently at Murin, a glazed light flowing in his eyes. Please tell me, who are you? Why did you do this to Koana Fire? Ye Momo asked in an icy voice as she suppressed her anger. No, Peach sister, Flower Fire, and I are not like this. Murin was a bit overwhelmed, his eyes a bit averted, not daring to look at them. Not like this? Didn't you do the marks on Hanabi? Ye Momo's large eyes narrowed. I did, but, Murin opened his mouth, but answered. I will report to the Emperor truthfully. I can see that you are very strong. I am no match for you, but I don't believe that you can survive the light of Amaterasu. Ye Momo's face was cold as she heartily hugged the constantly trembling Hanabi, gently caressing her back to comfort her. Peach, let's go see Pops now. I'm going to make Pops kill him. Flower Fire gritted her teeth and said angrily. Mo Lin, don't run away if you're capable. We can't keep you, but under the light of Amaterasu, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. Blossom Fire's originally cute face was twisted from anger. Flower Fire, you calm down first, okay? This matter is very strange. Not like this. Murin's mind was in chaos. He did not know why he suffered this kind of thing. It was simply beyond the scope of his cognition. It was hard for Flower Fire to wake up. Obviously the two were in a strong mood yesterday and had just done that kind of thing. Why did Flower Fire not recognize him the next day? Even Sister Peach doesn't recognize him anymore. It's like they've never seen him before. Not like this? Let's go Momoko. Wait here if you can. Blossom Fire gouged him with hatred and pulled Ye Momo away without looking back. Chapter 104 Chapter 102 Escape. Mo Lin only felt a faint sense of despair enveloping his entire body at this moment. Why did it turn out like this? Murmured Murin, a little lost in thought. Mo Lin knew by the look on Flame's face that she was serious and that she really wanted to kill herself. Amaterasu, himself to escape? But if he ran away, there would be no way to explain things to Flame. Although right now, Mo Lin didn't know how to explain it. This kind of thing was simply confusing his entire being. But with a shake of the ground, Murin knew he had to go. Although he was now at the late stage of the Zune realm, He didn't have any three divine weapons in his hands right now, and even if he burned blood, the might of the Amaterasu wasn't something that he could fight against. Mo Lin directly flew out, turned back and saw that in the distance within the Imperial City, the huge Amaterasu loomed large in the Imperial City, and Flowerfire saw Mo Lin fly out of his room, and his countenance clouded over a few more points. Pops, that's him. Hurry up and kill him. Flowerfire shouted through clenched teeth. Amaterasu raised that blazing white giant sword. The dazzling light instantly chopped on his body. Mo Lin directly burned blood and put a layer of Jade Jang shield on himself, but he was still fiercely knocked away by this blow, spitting blood from his mouth. Cough cough. Flowerfire, I really am not a bad person. We are an unmarried couple. Mo Lin coughed twice, recovered his breath and shouted. People don't know you. Unmarried couple? Are you kidding me? Are you insulting me? You forced yourself on me and you still want me to marry you? I just want to break you into pieces right now. When Flowerfire heard Mo Lin's words, she instead became even angrier. Her pretty face twisted and filled with hatred. Pops, kill him, quickly kill him. Flowerfire shouted in rage. Amaterasu's attack chopped over again. Mo Lin gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while, but decided to leave first. If he stayed in a stalemate here, Mo Lin knew that he would definitely die. Mo Lin could accept his death, but he couldn't accept that he died so unexplained. Mo Lin was struck again by Amaterasu, and with the force of being sent flying, Mo Lin flew into the distance in a lousy and extremely fast manner until his figure disappeared into thin air. Emperor was just about to go after him, but was stopped by Blossom Fire. Forget it, Pops, the rest, people will solve it themselves. Just now, seeing Mo Lin's sad face, Huahua did not know why a trace of intolerance flashed through her heart. Obviously she should hate Mo Lin to the bone, this man who somehow took over her body. But in that moment just now, it was as if a voice was telling himself that if he really killed him, he would definitely regret it. Strange. Blossom Fire frowned with complicated eyes. Blossom Fire, are you alright? The Emperor lifted the heavenly illumination. Seeing Blossom Fire in this state, he also blamed himself a little. Blossom Fire suffered an accident. He also blamed himself for not being able to protect his own daughter. People are fine. District. This kind of thing, people do not care. Blossom Fire forced a smile and turned around and waved her hand. I'm tired. I'm going back to rest. He shouldn't be coming back. Thank you, Pops. Well, you take a good rest. Flower Flame, if something happens, come to the Imperial City to look for me, or directly move back can also be. Emperor Feather said carefully. His daughter had just suffered a change of heart, and he was afraid that he hadn't said any words well enough to break his daughter's heart. Okay, people are fine. Pops, you've worked hard too. Go back and rest. Flowerfire's voice was calm. I'll follow Flowerfire back. Yakumo bowed to the Emperor and followed Hanabi away. Good. Please take care of him. The Emperor sighed helplessly, then turned around and said to his subordinates with a face of anger, Ishua wanted notice. A person called Mo Lin is wanted. If he can be brought to me, he will be rewarded with the title of Marquis, dead or alive. Taking 2 hard hits from Amaterasu, Mo Lin flew for some time, and then stopped with no physical strength, and fell heavily on the ground. This time, Amaterasu was controlled by the Emperor, and was also equipped with the 3 divine weapons, and with the Heavenly Cloud Sword's bonus, it was more than twice as strong as the previous demon's attack. In just 2 strikes, Mo Lin was beaten nearly to death, and the Jade Jang shield was ruthlessly shattered. Mo Lin found a small mound with a wooded cover and sat down on his knees, adjusting his state. The physical trauma is nothing. What saddens him the most now is the mental trauma. Blossom Fire didn't recognize him anymore, and looked like she didn't share him, which was completely incomprehensible to him. Why did it come to this? Murin sighed. No matter how he explained it now, it probably wouldn't work. The only way was to find the real reason for this mutation. Flower Fire. When he thought of Hua's furious look of being at odds with him, Mo Lin's heart couldn't help but throb. Didn't we say? We wouldn't leave me behind. Sparky. However, she is also a victim, and Peach Sister doesn't recognize me anymore. The problem of this matter, it must not be out of them. But, something is wrong somewhere in this world. But Mo Lin was now in 2 minds, only feeling that the sky had collapsed when he woke up. Who can he go to? Flower Fire and Peach Sister side is definitely not. Lioli, now should also not see. Think carefully about their own life is really quite a failure. Their own originally is not what too flamboyant character, and now away from them, even a friend who can rely on no longer. And the words of a familiar face, there are only 4 sisters left of their own. Thinking of them, Mo Lin also felt a little hesitant. He left so resolutely, and now when something happened he had to go back and ask them. Mo Lin felt a little ashamed of himself. But, now the situation is urgent, and can't care so much. Mo Lin adjusted his breath. Looking for them is also to be after their injuries are well. Now focus on recuperating first. It took 3 days in a row for Mo Lin's body to recover, and his breath was still not too stable. But he no longer wanted to waste any more time. He would first go back to Tianqi Mountain and ask them if they had felt any changes, and then look for the cause of this mutation. Mo Lin flew up into the sky, looked at the directions and sensed the general location of Tianqi Mountain, so he quickly flew towards that direction. Along the way Mo Lin was also observing some of the people in the towns along the way, and it felt like there were no changes. By all rights this kind of mutation should have brought about a lot of changes, but now it was just a strange thing to erase the memories of Flower Flame and Yagyu Peach about Mo Lin. Coming to the perimeter of Tianqi Mountain, looking at the townspeople at the bottom of the mountain, Mo Lin was once again sure that this mutation had not triggered much change, but the more this happened, on the contrary, it made him more and more strange. Could it be that he had been targeted by this world? Mo Lin came to the top of the mountain and saw his familiar hut, but he didn't see those 4 familiar silhouettes. In its place, was the figure of an old man? Ink. Grandpa Ink? Chapter 105, Chapter 103, containing syrup. Ink. Grandpa Ink. Mo Lin's pupils contracted violently, and he rubbed his eyes to make sure he hadn't misread the situation. It's really Grandpa Mo. He's not. What's going on here? Mo Lin suppressed his excited and complicated feelings and instantly came to Grandpa Mo's side. Grandpa Mo. Mo Lin only felt his nose sour. This old man who doted on him, he had not seen for a long time. Grandpa Mo saw Mo Lin, is watering the flowers of the hand suddenly paused for a moment, and then went forward to pat Mo Lin's shoulders. Lightly coughing 2 laughs said cough. Small Lin, out of the trip back quickly let Grandpa look. Long tall, but unfortunately still some thin. Small Lin outside a good meal? Grandpa Mo. Mo Lin hugged Grandpa Mo at once, unable to hold back his tears. It's great that Grandpa Mo is still alive, although I don't know why. Little Lin is good. Don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. Grandpa Mo rubbed Mo Lin's head and kindly calmed him. What did Xiao Lin encounter outside? It's rare to come back. Come and tell Grandpa about it. Grandpa Mo patted Mo Lin's back and said with a smile. I'm fine outside. Mo Lin wiped his tears. Even if he was unhappy about something that happened outside, he didn't want to show it in front of the old people at home. This way good. Xiao Lin's cultivation has already exceeded me. I think I will not encounter too much trouble. You just came back quickly, take a good rest and rest. I'll go to give you a good preparation of a meal. In a while we masters have a good meal. Grandpa Mo smiled and stroked his beard, letting Mo Lin go back to his room to rest. Grandpa Mo. I'll come and help too. Mo Lin hurriedly said. It's not easy for you to come back. Rest honestly. Grandpa Mo blew his beard and eyes out, feigning anger. Okay, trouble you Grandpa Mo. Mo Lin knew that the old man was not wanting to trouble him, couldn't help but sniffle and obediently sat down. Watching Grandpa Mo return to the kitchen, Mo Lin's excitement had not yet subsided. Grandpa Mo is not dead. Why is that? And where did the 4 sisters, who were supposed to live here, go? In a moment. Ask Grandpa Mo side by side yourself. It was hard for Mo Lin to return to the familiar small courtyard. He couldn't help but stroll around. The facilities here were almost the same as before, but strangely there was no longer that big tree that he and his 4 sisters had planted together, and the little cat that he had often fed was nowhere to be seen. Mo Lin looked into the distance. The once familiar scenery soothed his heart a little. It was a scene he had seen since he was a child, and now that he saw it again after many years, it always brought back the wonderful memories he once had here. Memory always glorifies the beauty of childhood again. Even Mo Lin is no exception. Seeing things related to the beauty of the past will always make the mood unconsciously better. Cough cough. Xiao Lin, come quickly. The meal is ready. Grandpa Mo coughed and called out to Mo Lin with a smile. Coming Grandpa Mo? Let me help you serve the food. Mo Lin hurriedly responded. An old and young duo sat at the dining table. Mo Lin looked at the familiar dishes and couldn't help his nose souring again. On the table were all the dishes that he loved to eat before. Grandpa Mo knew that he had a sweet tooth and made him dishes that were on the sweeter side. Even if some of the dishes weren't originally sweet, Grandpa Mo slightly transformed that dish and changed it into the flavor that he loved to eat. This silly child. Why is he always crying when he sees me? Grandpa Mo gently knocked Mo Lin's head. No. It's okay Grandpa Mo. I'm just a little happy. Mo Lin smiled as he took a bite of the dish and put it in his mouth. The familiar flavor eventually made him unable to hold back and tears flowed down his face. Shaolin. Don't cry. The old man. Now this is not still there? Grandpa Mo handed the towel to Mo Lin, who took it and thanked him softly, wiping his eyes. Grandpa Mo took out the sugar cubes that Mo Lin loved to eat when he was a child from his arms and took 2 of them for Mo Lin and put them into his hands. Good boy. Eat 2 pieces of sugar. You won't cry after you've eaten them. Murin's hand trembled slightly as he took the candy bar and put it in his mouth. The familiar smell made him cry out again, but he took a few deep breaths before calming down. Well, don't cry, Grandpa Mo. Let's eat, Mo Lin said with a smile after drying his tears. In front of Grandpa Mo Lin seemed to revert back to the little kid he was before and happily pinched food for Grandpa Mo. Hey, good. Let's eat properly. Grandpa Mo also smiled and stroked his beard. Little Lin is also 18 now. Can he drink? Grandpa Mo poured himself a glass of wine and thoughtfully asked Mo Lin. I can. Mo Lin nodded. Although he hadn't drank much, but he himself was now 18 years old, and had lived for so long before, he had no problem accompanying Grandpa Mo to drink. Good. Here you taste it too. Grandpa Mo used his own wine pot to pour a cup of wine for Mo Lin as well. The color of the wine was clear, and there was a hint of spiritual energy hidden within. This is the wine I brewed 3 years ago when you went out to practice. I had nothing to do so I found such a hobby, Grandpa Mo said with a smile. Come on. Little Lin tasted it today too. Mo Lin and Grandpa Mo clinked their glasses and drank the spirit wine in the cup. The flavor of the wine was good. Not too much of that regular spiciness, but with a hint of sweetness, and Mo Lin could taste that a lot of precious spirit fruits had been added to it. It's so delicious. Grandpa Mo's craftsmanship is really great, Mo Lin commented seriously after drinking it. Ha, Little Lin is also at an age where he can drink, Grandpa Mo said with a smile. The 2 of them drank quite a lot of wine, and Murin felt good to drink 1 glass at a time, but having never drank wine before, he soon became drunk. Murin denied it at first, but within a few moments he was drunk and slumped over the table. Grandpa Mo. Flower fire? She doesn't recognize me. Obviously she said that she would never leave me behind. Mo Lin was lying on the table with some drunken words in his mouth. Flower fire. It should be the girl of your choice that you met outside Shaolin. Shaolin, you cheer up. After that you can and go to chase her back. Don't worry. Grandpa won't object. You chase girls, Grandpa support you. Grandpa Mo touched Mo Lin's head. Qing Lian. Linger in the others. They're also gone. So strange. Obviously they should be here. Mo Lin muttered. But now that Grandpa Mo is here, I haven't seen you in a while. Why is that? I don't know anymore. Grandpa Mo's hand suddenly paused, then sighed. Grandpa Mo gently carried Mo Lin up and carried him back to his own room, placing him on the bed and tucking him in. Sleep well, Little Lin. Grandpa Mo touched Mo Lin's head, smiled, and said softly. Chapter 106, Chapter 104, Severance. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This month, Mo Lin had been accompanying Grandpa Mo and hadn't done anything special. But Mo Lin just felt very happy. It seemed to make up for all the regrets of not having Grandpa Mo around for so many years. Little Lin, come on, see what Grandpa caught? Grandpa Mo greeted Mo Lin with a smile. What is it? Mo Lin hurriedly came over to Grandpa Mo's side. Look, this is the colorful spirit snake. I didn't expect that we still have this kind of spirit on our mountain. I'll make wine with it today. Grandpa Mo laughed brightly. Ha, Grandpa Mo is still so powerful. But Grandpa Mo, if you still need any more spirits to make wine, you just tell me and I'll go and grab them back for you. Mo Lin couldn't help but laugh out loud too as he watched Grandpa Mo being happy. Ha, this is not necessary for the time being. It's not easy for Shaolin to come back. Let's stay for a while. Grandpa Mo patted Mo Lin's shoulder. Okay, listen to you, Grandpa Mo. Mo Lin smiled and nodded. He also wanted to stay with Grandpa Mo. He was very happy during this time. Little Lin, look. Such a big fish was caught by me. How about we eat it tonight and make braised fish? Grandpa Mo laughed brightly. Good. Then you're in for a treat today, Mo Lin said with a gentle smile. Not long after, Murin also caught a big fish. Little Lin isn't bad either. We'll give both of these fish a meal tonight. Grandpa Mo smiled and patted his shoulder. Good. Then I'll do it today. And Grandpa Mo will also taste my handiwork. Mo Lin guffawed. Speaking of which, Grandpa Mo. When the Four Sacred Sect was struck by a great disaster, I remember that you went on a trip. Right. But what happened after that you didn't say to me, can I ask? This day, Lin finally couldn't help himself and asked the doubts in his heart. Ahem. Back then? Let me think about it. Grandpa Mo first froze and said after a moment of contemplation. Back then, the four sacred sect did suffer a great disaster, and I went to support them. Originally I wanted to save the children of their four sect masters, at least let the four sacred sect leave behind offspring, so that the inheritance would not be cut off. But, I went one step too late. What does it mean to be a step late? Niren was suddenly a little nervous for some reason. When I arrived, the four daughters of those four sect masters had already been killed by unknown people. Grandpa Mo thought about it and slowly said, Lin only felt like falling into an ice cave. How is it possible that those four girls were killed? Four of your own sisters, dead as children? Well, I know that I have already gone late, so I didn't entangle too much with those people escaped back, coughing, but unfortunately still injured by them. Grandpa Mo said with two light coughs. This way Grandpa Mo. You always cough lately. I'll take you to see a bone setter, okay? Lin said with some anxiety. No need. I know my body. Bone setter? I've learned medicine before. They're not as good as me. Grandpa Mo smiled and patted Lin's back. Alright, don't worry about it you kid. What else do you want to know? Those four girls, how did they die? Lin opened his mouth with some difficulty. They were all killed by a single blow. The person who struck cleanly, and did not let them suffer anything, but I always feel that the person who struck, used as if in the middle of the Oriental family strokes, is very strange. It may be that the Oriental family appeared traitors? Grandpa Mo also felt that this matter was a bit strange. According to reason no one would target a small child with such a cruel hand, killing them with one blow, without even a hint of mercy or hesitation. How is this possible? Murmured Lin, somewhat disoriented. I don't know. I also investigated afterward and didn't find out who did it. It's strange. The murderer barely left any traces. Grandpa Mo shook his head and said, well, I know, Grandpa Mo. Lin nodded, somewhat disoriented. Grandpa Mo saw how Lin looked and didn't bother him, but a light flashed in Grandpa Mo's eyes, as if he knew something. Only after some time to see Lin slowly regaining his spirit did Grandpa Mo hand him 2 more candy bars. Come on, little Lin, eat the candy, don't be unhappy. Grandpa Mo rubbed Lin's head and said with concern. Aha. Lin took the sugar cube and put it in his mouth. The familiar sweet flavor slowly calmed his mind. Time flies and another month has passed. Grandpa Mo has been coughing all the time lately. More and more frequently. Lin wanted to ask a bone setter for him, but Grandpa Mo insisted every time that there was nothing wrong with his body. And Lin saw that he was so insistent that there was nothing he could do about it. Lin. I suddenly remembered that the wine I made before needs a herb. This location. Some far. With your speed to come back and forth may need a few days. Can you please? Grandpa Mo gave Lin an address. This kind of ice jade snow lotus can only be found in the snowy mountains of the extreme north, and it is not very convenient for Grandpa to do so now. Grandpa Mo's eyes are a little pleading. What are you talking about? We are family. Grandpa Mo, I will go now, and help you fetch it back. Without saying a word, Lin simply packed up and looked in the right direction to fly in a hurry. Good. Be safe on the road. Grandpa Mo barked at his departing back, seeing that Lin really flew far away. Only then did Grandpa Mo slowly return to his room, took out a few sheets of letter paper, and remained silent for a long time before slowly moving his pen. Blossom Fire has had a lazy couple months. The school also does not go. Every day in the room to stay. After eating a meal, sleep and then climb up to get up to practice. Practice boring to read books, read novels. Since suffered that thing, even the emperor in front of the flower fire is also careful. She does not want to go to school as even more no one can control. Anyway, even if the flower fire has been like this as a royal daughter is not worried about food and clothing. From time to time, Yashiro Momo would come to care for her, but most of the time Blossom Flame didn't want to talk to anyone and just wanted to be left alone. This book is so boring. Anyway, it just ends up with the boy and girl living happily ever after. Blossom Fire finished reading another novel and yawned a bit bored. This kind of story, it's so outdated. It feels inferior to 9 dragons pulling coffins. Flower Fire suddenly frowned. 9 dragons pulling the coffin? What kind of story is that? Who said it? Why couldn't he or she remember it at all? There was another reason why Blossom Fire didn't want to go out during this time. She always felt that there was something discordant about her memories, but she didn't know why. Does it have something to do with the guy named Murin? Blossom Fire bristled. The man had a skin that was pretty good. At least she hadn't seen a better looking boy than him. And if it wasn't for the fact that the man had done that to her and was a huge asshole, she might have actually liked him. Speaking of which, this pendant she was wearing. It was quite pretty. Blossom Fire picked up the pendant she had hanging from her chest, her eyes flashing a bit of doubt. Who gave this pendant? To himself again? Chapter 107, Chapter 105, Diary. Flower Fire looked at the pendant hanging in front of her chest with some confusion. She was a bit strange. This pendant she could feel was important to her. It was the kind of incomparable importance, but she couldn't recall everything about this pendant at all. How it came to be. Who gave it to her? She couldn't recall at all. It was as if the pendant had appeared on her out of nowhere. But strangely enough, her instincts told her again that the pendant was really important. As important as her life. So strange. So strange. Flower Fire looked at the pendant. It was made of very precious red crystal chalcedony. The light changed beautifully. It was worth a lot of money as soon as it looked. This kind of thing oneself shouldn't have no impression of awe, even if oneself is a royal daughter. This kind of precious jewelry doesn't have much. How can't have no impression at all? Unable to think of anything, Blossom Fire simply didn't think about it and yawned, preparing to take a nap. But the moment she was just about to lie down, there was always the illusion that she shouldn't be sleeping, that she should be practicing on her knees. When did I become such a hard worker? Strange. Flower Fire muttered in a small voice, but after lying down, he still tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, but also not wanting to practice is all. Blossom Fire got up again and went to the desk, opening the drawer ready to take another book out and read it. Just then, Blossom Fire realized that there was a notebook she hadn't seen before where she hadn't noticed it before. Strange. Have I ever bought one of these notebooks before? Blossom Fire took out the notebook and scrutinized it, but still didn't remember any clues about it from her mind. The notebook also had a small combination lock, which was specially made from psychic energy, and it wasn't cheap to buy out there. And Blossom Fire was more than certain that she had indeed never bought such a book. It also made her feel even stranger. Try the password. Someone's birthday? Blossom Fire tried putting her birthday in, but it didn't successfully unlock. Strange. What other days are there? Spark tried a few more numbers about herself, but none of them unraveled. Blossom Fire tried a few times to get a little freaked out, and directly and violently broke it, pouring her rainbow-colored spiritual energy into it, and her rule-breaking spiritual energy directly broke the laptop's blockade. Blossom Fire flipped through her notes and realized it was her own diary? When have people ever written a diary? Blossom Fire was surprised. September 27th. Yesterday was someone's birthday. No one remembers. Not even stupid old dad. Only little brother for his birthday. So happy. He prepared a table of food for me, all of which he made himself, and a cake, a custom from his home side of the country, which I hadn't eaten before, but it was really good. He also went to work part-time for so long to buy me the precious red crystal chalcedony pendant with his power seal in it. I decided that in the future, when I encountered something happy with my little brother, I would secretly write it down. But this book can't be seen by my little brother. Let's see. If the password is, let's set it to 0817, the day we met. I wrote this? The notebook, undoubtedly, was in handwriting that belonged to himself, but Blossom Fire had no memory of it. Not a single memory. He celebrated my birthday? I think it was when I was 14 or 15, but I remember I was alone on that day. No one gave me a birthday? Hua continued to read down. The diary is not every day. Only interesting things themselves will patiently write. Also afraid of being found by the little brother. Very consistent with their own 3 days fish 2 days sunshine net random nature. October 29th. Yesterday, I heard the palace maids say that their husbands preferred Monty foot, and I had a sudden desire to try it out for my little brother, but he didn't like it, so he did the opposite. Gave people Monty feet. And he's so good at it, so comfortable to wash. He. Little brother is really the best. But hearing him say that he was so skillful because he had a sister before and had washed her, was not very happy, even though he knew that people would be with several girls for him as a wife. But seeing as he's so good looking and gentle, people reluctantly agree to it. Carrot. Did people's IQs go down after they met that what's his name little brother? Flower Fire was a little skeptical, and he said he'd marry him along with several other girls? What is he? Some kind of a charm? This is ridiculous. Did I really write this? Blossom Fire had a face of speechlessness plus shame. This kind of thing really couldn't be shown to others. It was too shameful. No wonder there was a secret code to lock it up. November 2nd. Today the little brother to give people a massage. Originally people to give him a massage, but he ended up the other way to give people a massage. He is always like this, do not want to feel owed favors like, but his technique is really good. He's so good, he knows everything, he's a good husband, but his hands are so disciplined. Ah, what an honest boy, not a little too decent. People rather wish he would be less disciplined, but it's not good to be less disciplined. It's not good to become a hooligan. It's good he. Oops, oddly enough, people don't even know what they're writing. No more writing. Sleep. Blossom Fire looked at the words she had written and felt 9 times out of 10 ashamed. There's that sense of shame that comes from writing anticlimactic little phrases in middle school that your grown-up self sees. But, if what is written here is true, he is really a very gentle person. November 18th. Little brother today for people to make a deck of game cards called Pale Moon Kill. Really fun. How he came up with such a subtle game. Too powerful. This is something he made especially for people. A token of appreciation they will treasure forever. But he's gotten a little close to Momoko-sensei lately because of his card making. Oh, danger. Cards? What deck? But this name seems to be a little familiar to myself. But how can I not remember? Flower Fire saw the diary or failed to remember. Blossom Fire only felt as if she was even more confused after reading these journals, and the changes that the memories seem to produce. Do I really know him? Blossom Fire thought with some confusion. Everything pointed to the fact that she had once known that boy, the boy who had done that kind of over-the-top thing to her. Had she really been wrong about him? Sparkles? Sparkles, can you hear me? Who is it? Who's calling me? Blossom Fire asked strangely, knowing that there was nothing in the room. Flower Fire only felt a trance, and then she seemed to have entered a strange space, and the person standing in front of her was actually herself. Finally I can pull you in. Rika Fire gave a small, reassuring smile. Chapter 108, Chapter 106, Remembering. Who are you? Blossom Fire took a half step back in shock. Ugh, you really don't even remember me. Rika Fire sighed. I don't know why that is, but I can feel that we are going through a big change. This kind of change. Rihanna Fire couldn't say why, but thankfully she wasn't affected by the memory erasure, possibly because she didn't belong in this world. Change. What does that mean? And why do you look the same as me? By the way? Blossom Fire asked strangely, her entire being a bit numb from what had happened in the meantime. I'm you. It's too much trouble to explain. I've been calling out to you all this time, but you couldn't hear anything until just now when you read those notes and slightly recalled something, and then you heard my voice. Rika Fire said somewhat helplessly. She had desperately called out to Flower Fire in Flower Fire's mind before so that Flower Fire could recall something. And when Flower Fire had stopped Amaterasu from continuing to hunt down Nirin, it was also because she had desperately called out to Flower Fire in Flower Fire's mind that Flower Fire hadn't been able to make a big mistake. Next, I'll pass on your previous memories to you. See for yourself. Luckily I still left a trace of consciousness when I fused back then. Not only did you see my memories, I likewise saw everything you had experienced. Rika Fire said with a shrug. My memories? What? Did I ever really lose my memories? Blossom Fire's mind was confused by the situation in front of her. Well, it's not just that you've lost it, it's that you're going to try not to cry too loudly in a while, said Rika Fire with a wicked smile on her lips. You'll know when you see it. Rihanna Fire extended her small hand and directly pointed her finger at the center of Flower Fire's eyebrow. In a blink of an eye, a large number of memory fragments flooded into Flower Fire's mind, and little by little, all the memories she had ever had resurfaced. Starting from the time she met Mo Lin, the memories that were in her notes, the ones that weren't, the ones where Murin was there for her, laughing and joking with her, giving her a birthday to make her like Murin for the first time. It was Murin who saved her memory, who saved her when she was tormented by that miserable destiny disk, and who pulled her out of that dark quagmire alive in that dark sealed space, in order to fight against Amaterasu, break the seal, and save her and the other world of her all out. If there is no Ink Lin, waiting for the other world of her, only the despair of the dissipation of this end. In the face of being rescued after the coma, it is Mo Lin who takes care of her in every way, no matter what things Mo Lin is personally responsible for, and has been taking care of her until she wakes up. This kind of thing, how could she forget? Flower Fire eyes dumbfounded. She remembered. Mo Lin is indeed her husband, is her favorite and most loved person, is more important than her own life, more important person. The tears in the eyes of the Flower Fire immediately seemed to be like a broken kite that kept flowing out. How could she forget such an important thing, which is more important than life? How could she forget? I'm sorry, little brother. I'm sorry. Blossom Fire mumbled while sobbing. Blossom Fire's eyes were a little hollow. She couldn't forgive herself that she would do something so outrageous. Apologize and say it to him face to face. I can't maintain this state for too long. Now that you remember, it's time for me to bow out. Satsuki shook her head helplessly as she looked at Flame, and with a greeting her figure faded away. Blossom Fire came back to her senses and realized that she had already come out of the space of consciousness, surrounded by her familiar room, only that the tears in her eyes still couldn't be stopped no matter how much she wiped them away. The pained look on Murin's face when she forgot him made her heart ache, though she didn't know why it was like that, though she didn't want to forget him either. But as it turned out she still hurt Murin, not only rudely chasing him away and badmouthing him, but also letting Pops nearly kill him with Amaterasu. Obviously I promised him that I would never leave him behind. He had been abandoned by those 4 guys before. Now that I am treating him like this, will he never forgive himself again? What to do? What to do? And little brother, he's gone. I wonder where he'll go. Blossom Fire had absolutely no clue. But, inside the pendant on his own body, there is his breath. There is the blood he once left behind. He seems to be able to feel his approximate location through the pendant. People have to go to him and apologize to him properly, and also, make it up to him. If he doesn't forgive him, people will do whatever he asks me to do. As long as he can forgive me, I will do anything. And if I let myself know who did this, I'll see if I don't skin him. How dare you fool people and let them drive little brother away? What guts! Blossom Fire hated it so much that her little fists hardened at the mention of it. Blossom Fire slowly stopped her tears as she pondered for a moment, her large crimson eyes gurgling as if she already had an idea. Mo Lin's speed was very fast. Just 3 days. He picked back the Ice Jade Snow Lotus in the extreme north. Mo Lin used his fastest speed all the way forward. He also wanted to accompany Grandpa Mo a little more. His mind was in turmoil on the way. Things were a mess right now. All 4 of his sisters had suddenly been killed for some reason, and when they were young, but instead, Grandpa Mo was still alive. It seems that someone has changed history to make this all confusing. Not wanting to, Murin shook his head and landed back in his familiar little courtyard. Isn't Grandpa Mo in the yard, resting in his room? Murin pushed open the door to the small house, but didn't get the vibe that anyone was there. Grandpa Mo? Grandpa Mo? I'm back. No one answered Mo Lin, who frowned slightly, having a not-so-good feeling in his heart. Grandpa Mo, are you in your room? Mo Lin knocked on the door and when no one responded, Mo Lin gently pushed open the door to the room. Grandpa Mo was not in the room, which was neatly furnished and the bedding neatly packed. Strange. Where did Grandpa Ink go? Murin glanced around the room and found a letter on the table. Curious, Murin picked it up and realized that the envelope had 3 words written on it for little Lin. This is a letter from Grandpa Ink? Mo Lin opened the envelope. The ink on it had dried. It should have been written by Grandpa Mo shortly after he left home. Mo Lin opened the letter paper and just seeing the first sentence, his pupils contracted violently. Lin, by the time you read this, I should be gone. Chapter 109, Chapter 107, the envelope. Lin, by the time you read this, I should be gone. It's gone? How could it be gone? Mo Lin's pupils contracted, and the hands holding the letter trembled slightly. Shaolin, my body, I know myself, has long been exhausted, unable to return to heaven. Now still alive is only an obsession to support me. Now you came back. This obsession of mine also scattered that. I'm really relieved to see you grow up healthily. Little Lin, you're a good boy. And having you by my side all these years, this kind of heavenly happiness really makes me happy. But, Shaolin, the current you should not belong to this time and space, right? Mo Lin was struck by lightning as he looked at the words on the letter. Grandpa Mo, I can't believe he knows all about it. Don't be surprised. I sensed something was wrong when I first saw you. After all, I watched you grow up. But from your mannerisms, I clearly know that you are Rin. Only with an extra sense of lingering sadness compared to before. Later, after hearing you talk in your sleep, and what happened to those 4 little girls, I realized that you and Shaolin, whom I raised single-handedly, are one and the same person, and not one and the same person, and that you don't belong to the same time and space. In fact, I sometimes feel in a trance as if those 4 little girls didn't die in the first place, and they were brought back to me without incident and raised by you, but I didn't make it through. There's only one thing that I know of that can make that happen, and that's the Wheel of Time. In fact, I always feel as if I shouldn't be at this time of the year, because I always have an indefinable sense of being out of place. A feeling that was especially strong when I saw you come back. But, as a result, being able to let me see the grown-up you and live with you for this period of time has been something that has made me I feel no regrets in this life. I don't know who changed the past, but I do know that this may have something to do with you and those 4 little girls. Little Lin, I will tell you the location of the wheel of time and space. If you want to return to the time and space that belongs to you, just let go of it. Whatever you want to do, Grandpa will support you. In the end, I won't say anything melodramatic. Little Lin, take care of yourself. At the end of my life, I'm happy to have you with me. Go do what you think is right. Lin, you will always be Grandpa's pride. Murin read it. Tears had unconsciously dampened the letter paper and could not be stopped. Grandpa Mo. Lin sat down powerlessly on the stool and was silent for a long time. This time spent with Grandpa Mo was as if the heavens were trying to fulfill one of his dreams, with a dreamy sense of unreality. Now it's time for the dream to wake up. Murin flopped down on the seat and let loose with a big cry. He was a person who often hid his emotions, but it was only when he was around Grandpa Mo that he let loose and showed his joys and sorrows. Now it's time to wake up from the dream and face reality. The wheel of time, is it? And it favors erasing his 4 sisters. It was something that had to do with myself and them anyhow. Besides, even if it's just for the sake of Hanabi, one has to change that altered past back again. Niran looked at the location of the wheel of time and space and closed his eyes for a long time in silence. Let's go. Blossom Flame, are you going out? Yashiro asked with some curiosity when she saw that Blossom Flame had prepared a lot of things. Peach, I'm going to chase my husband for thousands of miles. Don't miss me too much. Blossom Fire said with a smile. Hey, what? Chasing after my husband? Ye Mamajin was dumbfounded. What's wrong with Flower Flame? Did she sleep her head off after a night's sleep? It can't be because of that person called Mo Lin. Flower Flame, that person has done such excessive things. You can't blindly fall in love with him just because of that. That kind of good-looking boy is the most deceptive. Ye Momo hastened to dissuade. This kind of thing girls are suffer a big loss. Flower Flame, don't be foolishly deceived. But Peach sister really doesn't remember anything. Blossom Fire couldn't help but laugh. Remember what? Ye Momo asked, somewhat surprised. No, it's nothing. You probably wouldn't believe me even if I said it now. Blossom Fire shrugged and said with a slight shake of her head. But don't worry, people won't be fooled. That boy is indeed someone's husband. Flower Fire smiled and extended an index finger, shaking it and said, well, little sparkler, you have your own ideas, but you really recognized him? You really weren't fooled by a good-looking boy? It wasn't like Sparkles was faking her reaction that day, but now it was very cut and dry from that day. People really recognize it. Just don't worry about it, Peach sister. And Peach sister should know about it after that. This matter is too strange. You won't believe 80% of it even if people say it now. Flower Fire stretched her back and said helplessly. Strange. Well then, be safe on your way. But, do you want me to follow you too? Ye Momo could only compromise and then asked. You're going with someone else. Doesn't it matter on the school side? Mo Lin didn't invent that steamy game in this time and space. And likewise there was no more Peaching Chamber of Commerce. Except that Peach still lived in Flower Fire's house by mistake. No, it's okay, but I'll have to talk to the principal's old man. Ye Momo said after some thought. Alright then, as you wish. People were planning to leave today. If you're going too, we'll prepare for another day and leave together tomorrow. Flower Fire said helplessly. I'll talk to them then. I'm in the clan realm and I can still protect you on the way. Yejung Peach nodded and went to ask for leave from the principal. Well, then we'll leave together tomorrow. Watching Ye Momo's departing figure, the smile on Flower Fire's face faded away. Looking at the diary that she had written earlier, silent, she was outwardly calm now, but the thoughts within had tortured her to the point of insanity. But if she were to meet Niran now, she had some near-home feelings. At that time, he was so excessive to treat his little brother. Will he be really angry? Flower Fire supported her small face with both hands and looked at the familiar scenery outside the window, quietly fuming. No matter. Anyway, I'll rely on him in my life. I've given him my body. I've given him everything. I can take it out on him. But if he doesn't want me, I'll die for him. Flower Fire made up her mind. Little brother is such a kind-hearted person. If she just plays a scoundrel, he definitely won't not want her. If he wants to punish herself, then just let him do it. You there people miss you Blossom Fire lying on the table, murmured. Chapter 110, Chapter 108, Castle Peak. The next day, Mo Lin followed the directions that Grandpa Mo had left for him and arrived at an ancient town. The secret of the Wheel of Time. Grandpa Mo also learned about it from the ancient books, but he was not too sure about the specific address, and only knew a general orientation. Murren came to a tavern and ordered 2 plates of food, preparing to strike up a conversation with the townspeople in such a crowded place. But who knows? Just after he took off his bucket hat and revealed his face, the shopkeeper's mouth opened wide in surprise when he looked at him. Benefactor! Benefactor, you have finally returned to our Green Mountain town, Xiao said in surprise as he looked at Mo Lin. A benefactor? What benefactors? Do I know you? Xiao words directly caused the surrounding townspeople who were eating to gather around and surrounded Mo Lin. Benefactor! You have finally returned. This meal is on me. Benefactor! Benefactor! If it weren't for you, our entire town would have all been eaten up by the demon race. Benefactor, how long are you going to stay when you come back this time? Mo Lin was startled by the enthusiasm of the townspeople. No! What is this situation? Mo Lin was a bit overwhelmed as he looked at these enthusiastic townspeople. He froze and then coughed lightly. I know everyone's feelings. I still have some things to do, so I won't delay the group. Mo Lin hurriedly found an excuse and squeezed out of the crowd. Seeing that Mo Lin had something to do, the townspeople didn't forcefully stop them, but just looked at Mo Lin's distant figure with reluctance. This all what and what ah? Mo Lin only feel very outrageous. He has absolutely no impression of having come to this town. Even with Liuli also did not come. In that case, there should be only one possibility. That is, what the self in this time and space once did something that had an impact. And now, there is only one self in this world, which means that one has topped out the original self. And now there can only be one account in a game. Off the mark, Mo Lin didn't leave directly. He went and came back to the town again. This time he planned to keep a low profile and find someone to ask. Mo Lin came to the bank of a small stream, where there were 2 other girls who were washing clothes. Hello guys, can I ask the 2 of you something? Mo Lin bowed and opened his mouth to ask. It's okay to be okay. Yeah, you're the benefactor. The 2 girls doing the laundry exclaimed in surprise. Stop. Murren hurriedly stopped the 2 girls from shouting. I came quietly. I don't want to alarm everyone. Just inquiring about a little something, can I? Well, we don't shout. It's really been a long time, benefactor. You say it. What do you want to inquire about? We'll tell you everything we know. The 2 girls blushed slightly, naturally agreeing to Mo Lin's request in 100 ways. To be honest, Mo Lin, looking for a girl to ask questions, also played a small mind. He also knew that this face of his is not bad. Looking for a girl to ask questions, the probability will not lie to him. He can get the information he wants to know. In fact, when I practiced before, I made some mistakes, and now there are some places in my memory. It will be very blurred. Before, I was in our town. Was it something I did? Mo Lin said blindly with his eyes open, somewhat embarrassed to look at the 2 girls. Ah, benefactor. Then is your body going to be alright? Like this? I'll take you home to rest, okay? One of the girls hurriedly said. Why is it for the benefactor to go to your house? Benefactor, my house can also be rested. My parents have gone out for the past few days and are not at home. You can rest until whenever you want. Another girl stepped forward, squeezing her little sister out of the way in a hurry. By what right to your house? The girl who spoke first got anxious and looked at her little sister with a sour face. Stop. Mo Lin hurriedly called out to stop. Why are they still arguing? My body is fine. I just want to know what I have done before in our Green Mountain town. Mo Lin asked again, having been led astray by the 2 of them just now. Well, the 2 girls, somewhat disappointed to stop arguing. The girl who spoke first thought for a moment and said, before our Qingshan town suddenly came a group of demons. They mutilated the people and ate people. Thinking of those demons, the 2 girls couldn't help but shiver. We invited many people to come, but those people either had low cultivation and were brutalized by the demons, or they simply didn't dare to come. And those with too high a cultivation couldn't look at the payment prepared by our town. Only when you passed by here and heard about this matter, you helped us get rid of those demon clans without any hesitation. And even when the leader of those demon clans came later, it was you who drove them to extinction at the cost of serious injuries. Thinking of the way Mo Lin was seriously injured at that time, the girls couldn't help but cry with sadness as well. This way Mo Lin pondered for a moment and then asked, then why did those demons come here in the first place? Do you know? I don't know. A girl said. Well, I secretly heard them talking before. It seems that they are coming to look for something, and it seems that it is on the mountain behind our town. I didn't dare to listen to much at that time. I only heard a generalization. The other girl replied after thinking about it. Find something. That 80% is the wheel of time and space. And that demon race that manipulates Amaterasu has also mentioned the wheel of time and space. Maybe it was that demon race that manipulated this matter? But it shouldn't be. If it was it wouldn't have killed its 4 sisters specifically. What did that demon race leader look like back then? Mo Lin couldn't help but ask. At that time, we just watched from afar. The alpha figure was unreadable and seemed to be shrouded in a veiled mist. The girl said thoughtfully, that is the same as the demon race that manipulated Amaterasu in the first place. Okay, I know. Trouble you guys. Thank you very much. Mo Lin probably sorted out what happened, said thanks and made a bow before leaving in a hurry in the eyes of the 2 girls who were not willing to leave. Mo Lin probably deduced what had happened in this timeline. He had passed by here and mistakenly wiped out the demon race, including that leader of theirs. And this also made Prince Jen lose these partners of the demon race, and Flower Flame wasn't imprisoned in the sealed space by Prince Jen. Mo Lin flew to the top of Castle Peak Mountain at the back of Castle Peak Town and sat on his knees, feeling the flow of the earth veins of this mountain. This mountain was quite large and could not be seen at a glance, so it was no wonder that the demon clan had searched for so long and had not found it. However, Mo Lin's earthway rhythm always had an unexpected effect when encountering earth and rocks and such. Mo Lin did not belong to this time and space in the first place, and he always had a vague feeling of being rejected by the world during the month or so he was here. But now, this feeling would be his greatest aid in finding the wheel of time. Mo Lin closed his eyes and the sun and moon flowed 3 times before he slowly opened them. Found it. Chapter 111, Chapter 109, The Return. Mo Lin flew down the mountain, and in a short while, he arrived at the place where the temporal fluctuations were strong. Oddly enough, it looks like there's nothing here. There wasn't what looked like a doorway or anything like that. There were bushes everywhere, covered in thorns. With a wave of his hand, a golden light flashed, and the thorns were removed by all the thorns by Mo Lin using his spiritual power, leaving only a bare stone wall. Mo Lin touched the stone wall. He could feel that inside this stone wall was the wheel of time and space. The only question now was whether he should force it open, or find a way to make this stone wall open on its own. Mo Lin was afraid that the stone wall would be forcibly broken open to produce any bad consequences. Mo Lin placed his hand on the stone wall, and the earth Tao rhythm seeped into it. Feeling the condition of the organs inside, it felt as if one needed to ignite the 4 stone tablets with the spiritual energy of the 4 elements in order to make this stone wall open on its own. Mo Lin felt it. The location of the 4 stone monuments were not far away. Mo Lin converted his spiritual power in turn to familiarize himself with it and seeped into it. There's always an inexplicable sense of vestigial. Nurin spat. But if there was no earthway rhyme, it wouldn't have been so smooth to find these organs. I wonder how long it took the people before them to find them. The stone wall rumbled loudly as Mo Lin inputted the last ounce of spiritual energy. Mo Lin returned to the stone wall and realized that inside was a very spacious hall, which could not be seen at all from the outside, and might have used space folding technology. In the center of the hall, a huge silver-white wheel was situated as if it was a huge corona. The whole body was made up of silver-white spacetime power, the wheel of time, which is also responsible for this incident. Mo Lin walked forward and looked at the spacetime wheel, extending his hand to inject his spiritual energy into it. The wheel of time and space felt Nurin's spiritual energy and seemed to be very excited, as if it was waiting for his arrival. Nurin closed his eyes and felt the information transmitted back from his spiritual energy. The wheel of time seemed to take a long time to recharge each time it was turned on. But now, luckily, it happened to be fully recharged and ready to be turned on. It looked like it should be this time of the year when the wheel of time was not being used by anyone, in which case it would be just the right time to set things right. Mo Lin no longer hesitated. This journey was all very smooth, so he settled that twisted spacetime in the past with a bang. Mo Lin sank his consciousness into it and directly opened the wheel of time and space. The wheel of time and space emitted a silver-white light that directly sucked Mo Lin's entire body in. Time flew backward in Mo Lin's consciousness, and a scene that had happened in the past flashed in Mo Lin's eyes, all the way back to the time period when the 4 sacred sect had still just suffered a tragedy. Mo Lin jolted awake as he exited the wheel of time and space and flew toward the direction where the 4 saints sect used to be. Stop the mysterious man who killed the 4 girls and put time and space back where it belongs. Mo Lin arrived at the 4 sacred sect as fast as he could. The place was already in chaos. The people of the underworld sect had already started to make their moves, fighting with the 4 sacred sect disciples. Mo Lin put on a bucket hat to cover his face, so that no one would see his appearance and leave some temporal dislocation in the future. Mo Lin closed his eyes, and in no time at all, he felt those 4 auras that he was incomparably familiar with. They were in a small room in a corner, surrounded by a layer of boundary protection. Hooray! They are all still alive. Mo Lin breathed a sigh of relief, and without further hesitation, he directly came to their side and secretly protected them. Mo Lin came to the side of their room, hiding his figure, and also just in time to observe the movements around them. The four girls were now hugging each other and shivering. This drastic change of the family's demise had left them also in a state of disorientation. Now, Murin just needed to wait for that assassin to come and defeat him. Mo Lin concealed his figure and unfolded the Earth Tao rhythm, feeling all the changes around him. This kind of human life is a matter of the utmost importance. Mo Lin did not allow himself to make the slightest mistake. Sister Qing Lian, what are we going to do? Little Zhu Linger's voice was filled with fear. She was already a bit unmotivated and had never experienced anything like this before. It's fine. Father and uncles are fighting to the death. When they fight off the bad guys, they will come to take us back. Although little Dongfang Qinglian's voice was also a little trembling, she still feigned composure and comforted her other three sisters. Well, father and uncles will definitely come to save us. Little Bai Jiro nodded with a calm face and said firmly, I believe what Sister Qinglian said. Lin Yushang also seemed to have found her backbone, her body calming down slightly and no longer trembling. But, if father and uncle they can't come back, what should we do? Little Zhu Linger hugged her body and murmured in a low voice, Linger, don't worry about those things. Trust father. They're so powerful. They can definitely fight off the bad guys. Little Bai Jiro sighed and softly comforted. Alright. Thank you guys. The consolation seemed to have achieved results, as little Zhu Linger gradually calmed down. When we get out, let's go out for some good food. What do you guys want to eat? After Zhu Linger calmed down, looking at her nervous sisters, her heart was also a little bit unfavorable, and she casually thought of a topic, wanting to liven up the atmosphere. Hey, what's good to eat? Then I want to eat fried little crispy pork. Before my mother made it for me with spirit pork. It's really delicious. When Dongfang Qinglian thought of this, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of a smile on her face. I want to eat fish soup. Before, I have eaten a kind of soup made by a fish with cultivation. It is very delicious, but I don't know what that kind of fish is called. Bai Jiro said as she lowered her head. I want to eat fried spirit leaf vegetables. I remember the name. It's called spirit leaf vegetables. Lin Yushang said with a leap of faith. This way but I still love to eat braised meat the most. Before father hunting when hunting back a spirit pig, made into braised meat that flavor I now think of it are a little drooling. Zhu Linger said with a smile. After all, she was still a small child. Remembering happy things, she would soon forget the unhappy things as well. Mo Lin's face was also a bit complicated when he heard what his four sisters said when they were young. They are indeed pitiful. And the feeling of powerlessness that comes with the huge changes their family goes through at a young age also makes them realize the importance of strength. Not to mention the misunderstanding with myself later on, and I can't just blame them for ending up like that. There were some things I didn't do right. Now, though, was not the time to think about those things, and even if it ended up that way with them, right now one wanted them to survive, safe and thriving in one's care. But just as Murin was thinking, a silhouette appeared and quickly broke the boundary, with a very clear goal of taking the lives of the four girls. Chapter 112, Chapter 110, Chang Lian. Just as that silhouette broke the boundary and just appeared in front of the four girls, Mo Lin moved. He directly appeared and sent that silhouette flying with a single strike. The silhouette didn't seem to have anticipated this kind of thing to happen, and froze for a moment, being caught in a break by Mo Lin, and was instantly sent flying a long way away. This was also Murin's purpose, to keep this man away from his four sisters, and then capture him afterward. The figure stabilized itself. Its face was wrapped in a black veil, and it appeared to be a female by the look of its figure. This person's identity, Mo Lin, is also very strange. Why did they have to kill them? Could it be that they themselves have caused some difficult enemy? Who are you? ×2. The two asked in unison. Murin thought, why does this voice sound so familiar? Coincidentally, that black-clothed person also stiffened, as if Mo Lin's voice also caused a ripple within her as well. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Mo Lin directly dodged and yanked off the black-clothed man's veil while he didn't react. Just now, Mo Lin had realized that her cultivation was inferior to his own, and she had no way to react under his sneak attack. Don't! Give it back! The man in black still wanted to snatch it back, but Mo Lin directly froze when he saw the long, sky-blue-colored hair. The black-clothed man's outstretched hand failed to snatch back his veil, but accidentally knocked down Murin's bucket hat. Green leaf? Brother Mo? Both were too stunned to speak the moment they saw each other. This is not the place to talk. Mo Lin was the first to react, holding Dongfang Qinglian's delicate hand as he arrived at a secluded forest nearby. Tell me what's going on. Murin wasn't sure what expression he was supposed to have right now. After being too surprised, it was now back to being expressionless. Brother Mo. Why are you here? Dongfang Qinglian lowered her head, not daring to look at Mo Lin. Let's talk about me afterward. Are you now planning to kill all four of you from the past? All of you? Mo Lin asked with a frown. Dongfang Qinglian opened his mouth, didn't dare to speak, and could only nod slowly. Why? Mo Lin only felt outrageous to the extreme. What kind of thing is this? We don't deserve to be Brother Mo's sister. Dongfang Qinglian's voice was low, and her words contained heaviness and sadness. The four of us are just pests, sucking your blood all the time and eventually getting you killed. I just thought that if we had never appeared in your life, if we had never been your sisters, Brother Mo, you would have been very happy, instead of ending up being killed by the four of us. When Dongfang Qinglian said at the end, his tone was a bit agitated, and his eyes were filled with tears as he looked at Mo Lin, his azure-colored pupils filled with sorrow. Brother Mo, I don't know how you can forgive me. I don't even ask for your forgiveness, but I just want you to be able to be happy, and if our lives can be exchanged for your happiness, we won't hesitate to do so. Dongfang Qinglian couldn't help but step forward and hugged Mo Lin, losing her voice and crying in Mo Lin's arms. Mo Lin looked at Dongfang Qinglian, his body stiffened for a moment, but he still sighed and gently stroked her hair, which was like azure-colored satin. This matter can only be said to be the East Qinglian good intentions to do bad things? Although this good intention's a little too heavy, bad things are not entirely bad. At least Murin and Grandpa Moore had a happy time, which somehow made up for Murin's regrets. Dongfang Qinglian's figure shivered when she felt Mo Lin's hand on her hair. You've really caused me a big trouble. Mo Lin sighed. He was now holding his breath in his heart, intending to give a good lesson to this guy who disturbed the past. Originally he thought it was the demon race who piloted the Amaterasu, but how could he not expect that it was actually Dongfang Qinglian, who had directly erased the cause of the matter in the cradle in order not to harm Mo Lin. Mo Lin now only feel very suffocated. He cannot be towards the East Qinglian angry. The East Qinglian for him even don't want a life. He has the gas cannot be sent out, can only give themselves to smooth the gas. I'm sorry, Brother Mo. I didn't expect you to come back here. Dongfang Qinglian lowered her head, not daring to look at Mo Lin, but did not get out of Mo Lin's arms. Changing time and space didn't seem to affect me, but the people around me were affected, and it also made me meet Grandpa Mo. Mo Lin sighed and said slowly, Grandpa Mo didn't have us? He really is still alive and can take care of Brother Mo to grow up. We are really woe Oriental Qinglian. Tears flowed out again. She really hates herself for bringing so much harm to Mo Lin. Well, what's in the past is in the past. I don't want you guys to erase yourselves. After all, you guys are the ones I took care of growing up. I won't allow this kind of thing. You guys are practically trampling on my heart and soul this way. Mo Lin said expressionlessly, and I don't need you to make my choices for me. I have no regrets about meeting you guys, and I don't need you to glorify that one path I didn't take for me. I'm sorry, Brother Mo. This is the only way I can think of. Oriental Qinglian sobbed. I didn't beat you guys when you were little, did I? Murin was still harboring a fire in his heart. There was no beating, Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian thought about it. It seemed that even if his own four were a bit naughty, Mo Lin was all flexible and persuasive. No stick education. There now. But up. Mo Lin looked at Dongfang Qinglian expressionlessly. Oh, well. Oriental Qinglian grayly complied. Mo Lin was so angry that he viciously hit Dongfang Qinglian a dozen times. Still, he had a sense of proportion and would only be in pain, not letting her get hurt. After the fight, Mo Lin breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling that the breath he had been holding was considered to have come out slightly. Dongfang Qinglian was beaten to the point that her little face was red, gritting her teeth to endure the pain, not daring to shout out in pain, only daring to inhale in a small voice. Dare or not? Mo Lin asked through clenched teeth. I don't dare to, Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian hurriedly shook her head into a rattle. First of all, I haven't completely forgiven you guys, but there's no way I can completely go and blame you for what you did this time. Mo Lin said expressionlessly. Well, Brother Mo does not blame me as long as. Dongfang Qinglian nodded his head like a chicken pecking rice. But can Brother Mo not drive me away? I will be good. I will be obedient. I will be good. Be a good boy. Okay. Dongfang Qinglian looked at Mo Lin with pitiful eyes. Let's go back first. Without agreeing, Mo Lin took Dongfang Qinglian's hand and unleashed the power of the Wheel of Time, taking her along to return to the time and space that belonged to them. But just a moment after Mo Lin returned and just opened his eyes, he saw the demon race member who had piloted the Amaterasu before. The Holy King? How did it get here? Chapter 113, Chapter 111, An Inconvenient Grudge. Saint King, why is it here? Mo Lin frowned. And Oriental Qinglian did not teleport with himself. Was it due to some accident because of the different time of teleportation over? Kid, Wheel of Time has already been used by you. The emotions inside the Holy King's voice were very complicated. There was disappointment and anger, but most of all, it was hatred for Miran. It's you every time. Every time it's you brat who spoils my good deed. The Saint King roared in anger. What a coincidence indeed. Mo Lin helplessly shrugged his shoulders. So it seems that he does seem to be quite targeted at him, ruining his plans every time. Today, I must kill you. The Saint King's voice was very spiteful. This human brat, he could not stay. Kill me? How do you want to kill me? Niran asked with interest. Even piloting Amaterasu didn't kill him before. What was he going to use against him now? Not to mention the fact that he had already been killed by himself once in another dimension. That's not something you should care about. You just need to obediently die. The Sacred King's voice was filled with hatred as he took out an elixir pill emitting a crimson glow from his carry-on space and placed it in his mouth. Mo Lin frowned. That elixir Mo Lin could feel that it contained a very powerful spiritual power. The Saint King moved extremely fast. Mo Lin just wanted to stop but it was too late. This quasi-emperor realm blood pill was also refined just a short while ago. If it wasn't for it, I wouldn't have been sure that I could leave you behind. You human race is too weird. The Saint King laughed coldly a few times, and his breath kept climbing the moment he swallowed the blood dan. It's hard to do. Mo Lin sighed. It looks like it can't be solved easily this time. Wake up, wake up. A crisp young girl's voice came, and Dongfang Qinglian slowly opened his eyes. Is this place? Dongfang Qinglian looked around. The green shades were dazzling. He seemed to have been teleported out of that hall, but it shouldn't be far from the hall where the Wheel of Time and Space was located. Dongfang Qinglian raised her head and saw a cute young girl in a small red dress, with her black hair tied into a double ponytail, and a pair of large crimson eyes that were staring at her thoughtfully. In that instant just now, the Yagyu Momo beside Blossom Fire disappeared. Blossom Fire was a bit dazed but not affected, and when she came back to her senses, she saw the young girl in front of her who had long azure hair and a head with two horns comatose in front of her. I don't know where this place is either. I was just lured here by the pendant left by my husband. Flowerfire looked at Dongfang Qinglian. She had some guesses in her heart, but there was no way to be sure right now. However, judging from Momoko's disappearance, the mutation should have been resolved, and Momoko had 80% returned directly to Azumo Kingdom directly under the effect of time and space, forgetting about the mutation. And he himself may not have been affected by the temporal shift because he had recovered his memories. That way thank you for waking me up. Dongfang Qinglian nodded, then asked somewhat strangely, why are you staring at my face? Have we met before? Never seen it. Flowerfire shook her head, but suddenly narrowed her eyes and her tone suddenly became a few points more somber. Are you called Dongfang Qinglian? Hey, yes, I am indeed Dongfang Qinglian. Do you recognize me? Dongfang Qinglian asked with some surprise. This girl in front of her is no less cute than her. She should not have no impression if she has seen it before. Then this mutation, causing people's memories to be misplaced, was also done by you? Flowerfire laughed a few times, his eyes revealing a hint of danger. This was just Flowerfire's speculation. She didn't know how Dongfang Qinglian did it, but according to the pendant's guidance, her little brother was in this neighborhood, and Dongfang Qinglian appeared here so coincidentally. So no matter how she thought about it, it couldn't be unconnected to this matter. It's me. May I ask what you want? Dongfang Qinglian hesitated for a moment, but still answered truthfully. She didn't know what purpose this girl in front of her had, but her constant integrity and pride made her disdain lying. Moreover, this girl's cultivation level was not as high as her realm, so Dongfang Qinglian felt that there was no need to lie. But who knows? Snap! A crisp slap caused Dongfang Qinglian's entire body to freeze for an instant. What's going on? Being beaten up yourself? By this girl? Hua Hua wanted to slap her again, but she was blocked by Dongfang Qinglian, and Hua Hua's small hand was also held by Dongfang Qinglian's backhand. Why did you hit me? Dongfang Qinglian suppressed his fire and asked through clenched teeth. Inexplicably received a slap. If not for the East, Qinglin has the culmination, now are going to blow up. Oh, why? Just because of what you did. You don't deserve to be little brother's sister. Flowerfire's cute big eyes were burning with flames as she looked at Dongfang Qinglian with full of anger. What are you talking about? What little brother? What I did? It's none of your business what I do. Dongfang Qinglian shook off Hua's hand and asked angrily. Ha! You wouldn't even remember your own Mo brother, would you, little white-eyed wolf? He's someone's husband now. If you dare to do something like this to hurt her again, even if he'll blame them, they won't let you off the hook. Flowerfire laughed disdainfully. Brother Mo is your husband? What are you kidding? How is this possible? Dongfang Qinglian lost her voice. This was like a bolt from the blue to her. And wasn't it the blonde girl who accompanied Mo's brother in the first place? How come she's now turned into this double ponytailed girl? What's impossible? I'm telling you, he's already someone else's man now. His whole body belongs to them. If you know what's good for you, stay away from us in the future. As far away as you can. Save yourself from hurting him again. After Hua finished speaking, she took advantage of Dongfang Qinglian's loss of concentration and raised her hand to give her another slap. Little swordsman, you must be lying to me. Dongfang Qinglian couldn't hold back any longer and directly punched Flower Flame. However, Spark was prepared and a 7-colored bubble emerged in front of her body, bouncing Oriental Qinglian's attack away. Annoyed? Flower Flame unhurriedly dodged Dongfang Qinglian's attack once again, not forgetting to continue taunting her with her mouth. I'll kill you. Dongfang Qinglian was continuously humiliated by Flowerfire. Her sanity was already burning clean, and she kept attacking with her spiritual energy towards Flowerfire. The 7-colored spiritual energy on Flowerfire's body flickered continuously, and she took out a large hammer that seemed like a toy from somewhere, sending all of Dongfang Qinglian's attacks flying. Fine. Your moves are a bit odd, but you can't dodge this next move. Dongfang Qinglian's face twisted in anger as he was infuriated and shouted in rage. Tide of Green Fury. Chapter 114, Chapter 112, Self-Destruction. Mo Lin had once again ignited his blood, and his realm had reached the peak of the Saint Realm. However, the Saint King who had eaten that blood pill's realm climbed all the way up, and the ascension didn't even stop when the realm reached the peak of the Saint Realm. The current Saint King's realm should be called the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Kid, this unique blood elixir, using it on you, can be considered a good reason for you to die. The Sacred King's voice was as cold as ice, with a few hints of mockery. Safe as a rock, Inkling didn't say much to him, waving his hand to put a shield on himself first. His body was already on alert. Kid, to be honest, it's really a pity. A talent like you would shine no matter where you are. The Saint King shook his head as the energy in his hands converged, but your path will come to an end today. Death to the end. Gray energy in front of the Saint King formed a huge mouthpiece, almost covering the entire hall. There was no room for Mo Lin to escape. The inside of the huge mouth was covered with sharp teeth, rushing towards Mo Lin, wanting to tear him into pieces. Mo Lin condensed dozens of giant rock lances and shot them extremely fast towards the giant mouth, but they were all bitten to pieces by the sharp teeth in the giant mouth. It's not good. This Saint King can burst again, is also Mo Lin never expected. To be honest, he even did not expect this guy was so coincidental to find over. This was in the hall, and it wasn't very convenient for heavenly movements to summon the meteorite, so we'd have to find a way to break out in a moment. As he watched the giant mouth get closer, Mo Lin gritted his teeth and came up with a slightly risky idea. Mo Lin concentrated his spiritual energy and raised the hardness of the Jade Chapter shield on his body once again. Then he dashed towards the giant mouth with a flash. Kid, giving up, looking for death in such a hurry? The Saint King looked at Mo Lin's death-defying behavior and couldn't help but speak out in mockery. Mo Lin didn't reply. As his figure plunged into the giant mouth, the sharp-pointed teeth biting the Jade Zhang shield creaked, emitting a tooth-sore ringing sound. It looks like the bones have been bitten to pieces, the Saint King sneered. But at the very moment when Mo Lin drilled inside the giant mouth, Shenla Tianzheng, inside the giant mouth, Mo Lin used this classic move by operating the Earth Tao rhythm to the extreme. Mo Lin used himself as the center of gravity and used the Earth Wei rhyme to send out a huge repulsive force outwards. Under the action of the repulsive force, the fangs inside the giant mouth were hardened and crushed as much as they could, and the entire giant mouth was also burst open. The Sacred King opened his mouth in surprise. This human kid, really not simple, always have so many ways. That move just now was also quite exhausting for the Saint King, and after being shattered by Mo Lin, the Saint King no longer had the same composure he had just now. Ha! You always have a way. You really aren't an ordinary human race, you brat. How disgusting. The Saint King's voice was filled with disgust, and a hint of imperceptible fear. What other tricks do you have? Use them all? Mo Lin took a few breaths and a rock gun condensed in his hand, pointing at the Saint King. Ha! You kid. You want me to exhaust myself earlier, right? The Saint King snorted. I've changed my mind. Next, I'll tangle with you until I exhaust you. After the Sacred King finished speaking, his figure quickly attacked towards Mo Lin. The rock lance in Mo Lin's hand was shattered by the Sacred King's blow, but immediately condensed a new rock lance and re-attacked the Sacred King. Just like that, the rock lance in Mo Lin's hand was constantly shattered by the Saint King, and continued to coalesce into a new rock lance to ward off or attack. 127. Said the Saint King with a lowered face after the strike and Mo Lin's body separated. Your power is still really exuberant, and your breath hasn't weakened too much until now. Fortunately, after all, I'm young. Young people good body is also very normal. The corner of Mo Lin's mouth pumped back. Said you also counted. I myself do not remember how many I was broken. Speaking of which, you've been shrouded in that shadow, and you speak in a misogynistic manner. Could it be that you're female? Or maybe, a misogynistic human demon? Stalking like this would only cause himself to fall into a disadvantage, and Mo Lin wanted to try to see if he could provoke him with words. The Saint King's figure suddenly froze. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The Saint King suddenly let out a crazy laugh, filled with spite and malice. As he looked at Mo Lin, his eyes red and his face hideous. Kill you, I must kill you. The Saint King attacked faster, but the enraged man had already lost his mind, and Mo Lin concentrated and dodged several of his heavy blows. The Sacred King attacked with all his might each time, but Inkling was instead more fluid, and with Inkling's intent, the two figures were getting closer and closer to the entrance of the hall. Kid, today even if I die, I'll drag you along with me. Seeing how he couldn't hit Mo Lin, the Saint King simply didn't take melee combat and directly burned the energy in his body to the extreme. He's going to blow himself up. Mommy, why do I have fox ears on my head? The little boy asked cautiously as he touched the black fox ears on his head. Usually he wore a hat, but today it accidentally blew away in the wind, and everyone outside called him a demon. Because your father was a fox warrior then, and these ears are the pride of the Fox clan, but it's usually better to keep them covered. The human female replied gently. After that, together with Daddy, will you make the demon clan strong? The man with fox ears and a hat touched the boy's head. Okay, then I'm with Daddy and I'll do whatever he says. No, Mom, Dad, wake up, you guys, the little boy cried out in desperation as he was grabbed. We can't let this little demon get away. This big fox demon and woman are dead. The little one can still be sold to the whorehouse for a good price. That's a good-looking little demon. Too bad it's a guy, isn't it? Oh, we can give him a little surgery. No, don't. At the boy's screams, he lost his features as a male, and from then on, he only liked to shroud himself in shadows. It's on fire. It's on fire. Chickens flew inside the whorehouse and people fled frantically, but the gate was already shrouded in flames. Ha 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 ha. You all deserve to die. The boy with fox ears let out a hearty laugh after setting the fire. All the human races deserve to die. The demon race. I promised my father to revitalize the demon race. Only the demon race is where I belong. The boy found the remnants of the demon clan. Due to being a half-demon, he was not mocked by the clan. The boy went from being mocked and snubbed in the beginning to spending a long time earning the respect of the clan with his talent and hard work. It wasn't until later that he became the Holy King by virtue of his talent and sleight of hand, and all the people of the demon race were all heartily convinced. In a trance, the Holy King seemed to see his not-so-great life. For a promise, he gave everything for the demon race. As long as this human teenager died, the demon race would still have a chance to resurrect. Otherwise, as long as he was around, the demon race would never have peace. Dongfang Qinglian had just arrived at the entrance of the Wheel of Time Hall when he saw the scene where Mo Lin was about to be enveloped by the energy of the Saint King's self-destruction. Brother Mo. Chapter 115, Chapter 113, The Interception. Tide of Green Rage. Dongfang Qinglian looked at Flower Fire, his eyes spitting fire as he went to activate his spiritual energy. Oriental Qinglian's cyan-colored spiritual energy seemed to be like a tidal wave, bursting out from the surrounding grasses and trees, transforming into several azure-colored dragons that struck towards the Flower Fire. Eastern Greenleaf took advantage of the terrain and caught Sparks off guard. Flower Fire panicked and used her spiritual energy to resist, but she could only partially resist a small portion of it. deflecting a small portion of the dragon-shaped spiritual energy, but she was still struck by one of the green dragons and coughed up a small mouthful of blood. Coincidentally, the small mouthful of blood happened to splash on Hua's chest, the pendant that Mo Lin had given her, and a golden light burst out from the pendant, forming a golden-colored shield. Under the bombardment of Dongfang Qinglian's spiritual power, the golden shield shattered, but it likewise helped Hua block the bombardment of those dragons, protecting her from the blow that nearly killed her. But unfortunately, as the golden shield shattered, the pendant on Flower Flame's chest also turned into powder and drifted away with the wind, leaving only a red rope hanging on her chest. This is really Brother Mo's spiritual energy. You actually know Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian snapped out of her furious state and said dully, this pendant, surprisingly, was really given to her by Mo's brother? She hadn't taken what the girl had said seriously before, or she had selectively ignored the truthfulness of what Flowerfire had said. But now, what this girl said, there was no chance that it was all true, including her relationship with Mo's brother. So if he hurt her like this, Mo's brother would definitely hate himself. How dare you break the locket my little brother gave me? I can't spare you. Flowerfire directly exploded. Sorry. Dongfang Qinglian stopped her movements and apologized softly, biting her lip and no longer caring about Flowerfire. She turned around and flew towards the hall where Mo Lin was. Damn it! Stop right there! Seeing that her most valuable pendant had been broken, Flowerfire was completely furious, and not caring about the gap in strength, she angrily chased after him. Just the moment Dongfang Qinglian flew to arrive, he saw Mo Lin, who was about to be enveloped by that self-destructive spiritual power. Without any thought, Dongfang Qinglian hugged Mo Lin and turned his body around, intending to use his own body to help Mo Lin block the blow. The cyan spiritual energy within Dongfang Qinglian's body converged into a set of azure armor, which she didn't give to herself, but rather gave to Mo Lin. This was her innate divine ability, the cyanwood divine armor, which would drastically increase both attack and defense for those who wore it. If I die myself in order to save Brother Mo, how can Brother Mo not think anymore? I am a bad boy, right? I'm sorry, Brother Mo. It seems like I can't continue to accompany you. It's so hard to wait for an opportunity where you can forgive me. It's so unwilling. I love you, Brother Mo. Idiot. Who let you come? Mo Lin fiercely turned the two of their bodies 180 degrees again the moment Dongfang Qinglian shielded her. Safe as a rock, Mo Lin put a layer of the thickest jade medallion shield on both himself and Dongfang Qinglian, using his own form to protect Dongfang Qinglian in his arms. The self-destructive spiritual power from the Saint King erupted. Mo Lin was violently sprayed with a mouthful of blood by the impact of that violent torrent of spiritual energy, and was fiercely knocked out. Without the Jade Zhang shield and the armor that Dongfang Qinglian had transformed for him with his spiritual power, Mo Lin would have been melted by that raging spiritual power in that instant. The hall where the Wheel of Time was located was directly melted, and a small half of the mountain was dissolved by that violent spiritual energy, becoming as red as lava. But good, now his life is saved. Although the injury is very tragic, the skin on the back is dissolved quite a lot, revealing the muscle fibers inside. Mo Lin looked at Dongfang Qinglian in his arms. Fortunately, she was not in any serious trouble. She was only unconscious. Hua's speed couldn't catch up with Dongfang Qinglian, but as a result, she wasn't too close to the hall where the Saint King self-destructed, and she wasn't affected too much, but was only shaken by the fluctuation of that energy and fell to the ground. Little brother! Flowerflame shouted out of breath when she saw the figure that had been sent flying. It was hard for Murin to stabilize his body, and when he heard Blossom Flame's voice he wobbled and flew towards where Blossom Flame was, but before he could land smoothly, he fell to the ground. Hua rushed over and hugged Mo Lin, and Dongfang Qinglian. Gee, there's this woman too. Flowerfire, why are you here? Mo Lin asked weakly, but he was indeed curious as to how Flowerfire had appeared here. People come to look for you. Don't talk, little brother. People take you to heal your injuries. Flowerfire looked at Mo Lin's appearance, so anxious that she was on the verge of crying out, and said in a hurry, Good, please. Mo Lin had not finished. He lost consciousness and fainted. Hua hastily held Mo Lin's form, thinking about how to bring Mo Lin and Dongfang Qinglian a piece in a while to down to heal their wounds. But just at that moment, a voice that was somewhat soft in its crispness came from the sky. No need. I'll take Brother Mo to heal his wounds. A reddish-pink figure descended from the sky, as if the 9 heavenly maiden was approaching the world. Reddish-pink long hair slightly curled like ocean waves. The same reddish-pink eyes flashed through some heartache and anger. The exquisite and absolutely beautiful face was fair and flawless. But at this time, looking at Mo Lin's weak and miserable appearance. A beautiful little face was almost twisted up with heartache. "Who are you?" Blossomfire asked warily. "I am Brother Mo's younger sister, Zhu Linger." Zhu Linger's eyes were drenched in tears. Her voice was low, and without a second thought, she picked up Mo Lin, who was in Hua's arms. "My sister, Dongfang Qinglian, will ask you to take care of her." Zhu Linger nodded towards Flowerfire, picked up Mo Lin, and flew away at breakneck speed. "What? How do you just rob people? You stand still, you!" Hua was also injured at this time, and also had Dongfang Qinglian as a drag, so she could only stomp her feet dry in her anxiety, watching Zhu Linger's silhouette disappear in her eyes. Now the pendant was still broken by this guy in his arms, and he couldn't sense his little brother's location either. Calm down, calm down. She is Brother Mo's sister. Taking him to heal his wounds shouldn't be a lie. Her cultivation is higher than others. Might as well be a good thing to be taken by her. But, Hua looked at the unconscious Dongfang Qinglian, considering whether to just throw her here or not. This girl is indeed Brother Mo's younger sister? Brother Mo was desperately protecting her just now. If he leaves her alone, there is a possibility that Brother Mo will blame himself when he finds out. So it's not cost-effective. Hua sighed, carried Dongfang Qinglian and walked towards the direction of the town under the mountain. What's all this about today? Blossomfire shook her head angrily, freaking out a bit. Chapter 116, Chapter 114, Love and Compassion. Zhu Linger quickly rushed over as soon as the Wheel of Time recovered. She knew what Dongfang Qinglian was going to do, but the time and space shift had changed back again, and even Zhu Linger couldn't figure out what was going on. So as soon as she recovered, she wanted to go over and take a look. Although the recorded address did not have the exact location of the Wheel of Time, only the approximate directions. That magnificent self-destruction of the Saint King directly allowed Zhu Linger to see the inkling flying out backwards. Zhu Linger led Mo Lin to a small, remote house, a location she had found ages ago, a hut prepared for her plan. She gently placed Mo Lin's body onto the bed, careful to be afraid of touching Mo Lin's injuries. Looking at the miserable appearance of Mo Lin's body, the pain on Zhu Linger's face was almost overflowing, her eyes filled with heartache and pity. Zhu Linger immediately pinched a few spells. Her white and slender hand gently stroked on Mo Lin's wounds. The reddish-pink spiritual energy slowly gathered. She was using her own spiritual energy to slowly heal those hideous wounds for Mo Lin. After a long time, after Mo Lin's injuries gradually stabilized, Zhu Linger slowly withdrew her hand and looked at Mo Lin's sleeping face with a complex expression. Looking at Mo Lin's slightly more relaxed expression, Zhu Linger also sighed in relief. Her slender hand gently stroked her chest, causing it to shake. "Should we wait for Brother Mo to wake up before we treat him?" Zhu Linger muttered. Zhu Linger was a bit hesitant. She knew that now was the best time to use that kind of spell on Mo Lin, but she still couldn't help it. She wanted to talk to Mo Lin, who remembered everything. "Brother Mo is sorry." Zhu Linger gently stroked Mo Lin's handsome face. The love and remorse in her eyes couldn't be stopped. For 3 days in a row, Mo Lin hadn't woken up yet, so Zhu Linger stayed by Mo Lin's side, healing his wounds, cleaning up his filth, and changing his clothes. This was her first time taking care of someone, so it was inevitable that she was a bit clumsy, and she even made Mo Lin fall on the ground once, causing the unconscious Mo Lin to frown, and making Zhu Linger so angry that she almost slapped herself. But the good thing was that Zhu Linger was very smart and learned very quickly. Except for her clumsiness at the beginning, she gradually became comfortable with it later on. But on the morning of the 4th day, Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes and looked at his surroundings with some confusion. Strange ceiling. Where is this? Mo Lin turned his head and saw a beautiful figure lying on the side of his bed, with long reddish-pink hair slightly curled and a beautiful figure. Although he didn't see the face, Mo Lin recognized it at a glance. It's Zhu Linger. How come it's her? Murin tries to get up, sitting up straight with some difficulty. The energy inside me? Mo Lin was a little surprised. No way? Is this his own illusion? Mo Lin closed his eyes and felt the flow of energy in his body. Although his injuries had not recovered and his energy was in a very weak state, Mo Lin felt that his realm no longer seemed to be the Zun realm. Himself, it seems, has broken through to the Holy Realm. Just made a breakthrough by mistake? Mo Lin is also a bit strange. Is it possible that he will break through every time he takes a beating? What's Scion bloodline? Mo Lin adjusted the spiritual energy in his body, letting them run slowly, recovering his strength little by little. It hurts. But just when Mo Lin was running to the second circumference, he didn't know which tendon was damaged, causing him to scream out in pain. Well, Brother Mo, You're awake, Zhu Linger said in surprise when she saw Mo Lin, who had already sat up. Well, why are you here? Mo Lin took 2 light breaths and asked in a calm tone. I brought Brother Mo here to heal his wounds. Brother Mo was very seriously injured. I brought you here. Zhu Linger hung her head and replied in a low voice. Where's Blossom Fire? I remember I asked Flower Fire to take me away. And, where is Qing Lian? Mo Lin frowned. The answer did not satisfy him. And right now he didn't want to see Zhu Linger. Blossom Fire? Is that the girl with black hair and double ponytails? She wasn't in a good state at the time either. Sister Qing Lian's condition wasn't that serious, so I asked her to take care of Sister Qing Lian. Zhu Linger's brain spun fast and immediately thought of an excuse. But Brother Mo, your injuries are very serious. It simply can't be delayed. I felt the spiritual energy explosion there and rushed over. I didn't expect to see you. I didn't even think about it before I picked you up and brought you here to heal your injuries. Zhu Linger said quickly. Like this? Mo Lin always felt that Zhu Linger seemed to be hiding something, but he didn't care too much about it. The current him didn't really want to talk to Zhu Linger. Good. Thank you then, now that I'm almost healed. Thanks for the ride. I'll leave now. Murin nodded and got up and out of bed, though as he did, his body ached so much that he grunted softly. Brother Mo, there's no need to thank me. Your injuries aren't healed yet. I'll take care of you for a while longer, okay? Seeing that Mo Lin was about to leave, Zhu Linger hurriedly said, Don't trouble you, Miss Zhu Linger. I'm not in any serious trouble. Thank you for these days. Mo Lin hesitated for a moment, still didn't call her Fairy Zhu and replaced it with Miss Zhu Linger. He didn't want to give the young girl in front of him any misunderstandings because of the name calling. Ah, ha ha, so Brother Mo does not need to call me like this. Zhu Linger looked stiff, just wanted to say something, but then was interrupted by Mo Lin. It's just a title. There's no need to care. I'm leaving, farewell. Mo Lin waved his hand, got up and wanted to leave. Don't go. Zhu Linger tugged at the corner of Mo Lin's coat, her eyes mournful. Brother Mo, you haven't eaten for so long. Eat before you go, okay? There's no need to trouble you. Miss Zhu Linger, I'm very thankful for your care these days. If I need to be paid, I'll find a way to give it to you afterward. Or if your care these days offsets the friendship of me taking care of you before, we don't owe each other this time. Mo Lin gently stroked off Zhu Linger's hand and said indifferently. Zhu Linger's eyes were a bit hollow, although she had previously anticipated some bad results from talking to Mo Lin, but now this situation was really a bit too much for her to bear. Brother Mo, these few days of care are not enough. Let me cook another meal for you to repay you for taking care of me before, okay? Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin, the pleading in her eyes sliding down her tears. Good. Murin frowned and hesitated for a moment before agreeing. After that, they will not owe each other. They can already take good care of themselves. Why do they have to hold on to themselves? Not long after, Zhu Linger's meal was ready. It was quite sumptuous, and her craftsmanship had some growth over the years. Brother Mo, come, taste my handiwork. This is all something I practiced on purpose. Zhu Linger smiled as she set the dishes on the table and handed Mo Lin chopsticks. Mo Lin tasted 2 mouthfuls. The flavor was indeed not bad. The taste was sweet and very much to his liking. It seems that Zhu Linger did put in some effort. Mo Lin wasn't too polite, and together with Zhu Linger, they ate all the dishes. As Zhu Linger watched Mo Lin eat, she seemed to be holding back tears in her eyes, looking at Mo Lin from time to time. How long has it been since this feeling? Come, Brother Mo. This cup of wine is my toast to your many years of kindness. Zhu Linger poured a cup of wine for Mo Lin, barely revealing a still happy smile. I remembered to tell you guys to drink less wine. Sorry, it is my overstep. Just decide for yourselves. Well, you are welcome. I wish you all the best after that as well. Murin just frowned, then sighed, took the glass, and drank it down. Ha ha, I'll drink less after that. It's all on you, Brother Mo. Zhu Linger answered with a smile. Never mind. Mo Lin shook his head. The flavor of the wine was not bad. It should be a kind of spirit wine, and Mo Lin couldn't help but drink a few more cups. But after a while, Mo Lin only felt a surge of tiredness and closed his eyes, passing out. Linger, you. Before Mo Lin could finish his sentence, he lost consciousness. Zhu Linger's eyes looked lovingly at Mo Lin, stroked his face and said softly, I'm sorry, Brother Mo. Chapter 117, Chapter 115, Brother and Sister. My name is Murin, and when I awoke 3 days ago, I forgot so much of my past that I don't even remember my name. But, good thing I have a cute sister. Brother Mo. How is it? Feeling better? Zhu Linger walked into the room, stretched out her slender hand to caress Mo Lin's face with concern, and sat down next to Mo Lin. I'm better. Thank you, Linger. Mo Lin shook his head and said with a smile, don't say thank you to me. I'm your sister. We are our family. Zhu Linger guffawed and said softly. The smile that blossomed from her stunningly beautiful face seemed like clusters of flowers blooming in the mountains, causing Mo Lin to look at her for an instant. What's wrong, brother Mo? Looking dumbfounded? Zhu Linger covered her crystalline mouth and laughed lightly. No, it's nothing. Inkling hastily looked away somewhat embarrassed. It was true that he had lost the vast majority of his memories, and had even forgotten many of the common sense aspects of daily life. But there were these days when from time to time he recalled slight images of another world he had come from, although there are only vague snippets, and most of them are mundane daily routines, going to and from school and such, although the appearance looks not bad, but because the character is more withdrawn, and is not the nature of the publicity, so the picture of Mo Lin has also been living alone. Like Zhu Linger, such a stunning and moving girl, Mo Lin has never been in contact, so facing Zhu Linger, it was inevitable for Mo Lin to be a bit put out. But since she said that she was her sister, Mo Lin naturally wouldn't have any indecent thoughts about her. Brother Mo is so cute. I'm your dearest sister. Brother Mo can look at me as long as he wants. Zhu Linger's two slender white prime hands stroked onto Mo Lin's face, gently turning his face around to face herself. Well, Mo Lin looked at Zhu Linger's face, his face slightly red, and in a moment his eyes turned elsewhere. Linger, I'm a little hungry. Let's eat later, okay? Mo Lin said somewhat brokenly. Yeah, of course it's good. I'll listen to you, brother Mo. I'll go and get ready right now. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's appearance. Her eyes smiled into a curved crescent moon and happily answered. Sorry, I forgot how to cook. Trouble you, Linger. Mo Lin was a little embarrassed. Letting his sister cook for himself and staying as if he was nothing always made Mo Lin a little uncomfortable. No matter, brother Mo was injured in order to save me. Moreover, your injury is still not healed. You need to rest more. This kind of living matter. Just leave it to me. Zhu Linger shook her head and stretched out her slender fingers against Mo Lin's lips. Okay. Mo Lin did not say more. Zhu Linger watched Mo Lin accept it and left the room with a smile on her face. Watching Zhu Linger walk away, Mo Lin sighed. He didn't know why. When he was with Zhu Linger, there was always some subtle sense of incongruity in his heart. Although there was a sense of familiarity in his heart, he just felt that something wasn't quite right. But what was the point of lying to herself about such a pretty girl? And there was nothing about herself that she could have something to gain. Mo Lin shook his head, not to think about that, and closed his eyes, allowing himself to enter a state of cultivation. Although he had forgotten a lot, the feeling of cultivation was still recalled by Mo Lin, and this feeling of cultivation somehow gave him a certain muscle memory. The spiritual energy in his body flowed slowly. Mo Lin repaired his broken meridians little by little. Mo Lin felt that there were two kinds of energy in his body. One kind of golden yellow energy was stronger and sturdy, and the other kind of white energy was hotter but softer, and could be used to recover from injuries. Mo Lin runs the white energy to slowly repair his body. This time, I don't know why, the injury is very heavy, and many tiny meridians have to be carefully repaired, and the time needed to recover is extended accordingly. However, due to the severity of the injuries, Mo Lin's spiritual power was now also relatively weak, and the weak spiritual power made the recovery of the injuries even slower, and was caught in a dead cycle, so he could only take his time. Linger also tried to help. External skin injuries are okay. Internal injuries she cannot intervene. Can only Mo Lin himself slowly repair? Brother Mo, sure enough, doesn't remember anything? So it's a good thing he's simple-minded enough to believe my poor lies. Afterwards, you should also be careful not to reveal any cracks when you talk to Brother Mo. Don't be anxious and don't be in a hurry. Now his injuries are not yet healed. Take your time. Take your time. Take your time. He is his own. Nothing will go wrong. This place was chosen by myself for a long time before I found it. They won't be able to find it. And a maze has been set up outside. So this is a little love nest for the two of us, and no one can come and disturb it. Zhu Linger bit her lip. Now she is walking on thin ice inside. If Brother Mo recalls it, then everything is over. But he still has injuries. There are some things that he cannot be in a hurry. Half an hour later, just as Mo Lin was immersed in his cultivation, Zhu Linger walked in once again. Her eyes were a bit mesmerized as she watched Murin cultivate. She realized that she didn't seem to have watched Brother Mo closely while he was practicing. It was also true that he had been an asshole before and had resented his low cultivation level. So how could he have observed him carefully? Mo Lin's face was still very pale, and his handsome face was somewhat sickly at the moment, which made people feel a little heartbroken when they saw it. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's appearance and couldn't help but walk forward and gently kiss Mo Lin's forehead. Spirit? Hey? Mo Lin instantly recovered from his cultivation state. Feeling the somewhat warm sensation on his forehead, his eyes widened in surprise. Brother Mo, the rice is ready. We should eat. Zhu Linger was getting up. Her face slightly reddened as she said with a smile. Good. This is. Mo Lin was a bit strange. Being kissed by Zhu Linger this time, Mo Lin was a bit unsure of what to do. Zhu Linger, such a stunningly beautiful and lovely girl, actually kissed his forehead? Although the two were brother and sister. What's wrong? Brother Mo. Oh, you say this kiss between brother and sister, this is normal it. Zhu Linger pulled Mo Lin's hand and smiled somewhat wryly. Is that so? Mo Lin wasn't too sure. There were some common sense questions he had forgotten, but since Zhu Linger said so, it should be correct. That's it. Let's quickly go eat. Zhu Linger revealed a hint of a winning smile, then immediately hid it and pulled Mo Lin to the dining table. The several dishes on the table were all colorful and flavorful. Mo Lin just looked at it and his fingers were hungry. Now that his body still had injuries, his food intake had increased a bit, and Zhu Linger had made more trouble. Linger. Mo Lin picked up the bowl and chopsticks, ate 2 bites and said with a smile, it's still as delicious as ever. It's good that you like it, brother Mo. Chapter 118 Chapter 116, Compulsion. That. May I ask what sister's name is? Dongfang Qinglian awoke from her stupor, sat up and looked at Hua, asking cautiously. Now you know to call your sister? You want to get up and ask people their names? People still like your untamed look at the beginning. Blossom Fire glanced at her, crossing her legs and looking at Eastern Qinglian with disdain. Sorry. Dongfang Qinglian bowed her head and admitted her mistake. She had apologized to Flower Flame in so many ways. Not only had she disturbed time and space, she had also broken the pendant that Mo Lin had given to Flower Flame. Otherwise, Flower Fire was able to sense the location of Mo Lin, but now it was good. After Zhu Linger robbed Mo Lin away, both of them were in the dark. This girl's name is Flower Fire. She is your brother Mo's first wife. Hua stood up, revealing a cold smile as she looked condescendingly at Dongfang Qinglian. This Flower Fire sister. You are joking, right? Dongfang Qinglian laughed dryly twice. This must be a lie to anger her. It must be a lie. It looks like you don't want to believe it. Flower Fire said with a smile and a kind face. How do I believe? Impossible. Brother Mo is so traditional and conservative a person. How can it be impossible to be with you? At most, it is just some good feelings for you, Dongfang Qinglian said with some excitement, but to the back of the voice is getting smaller and smaller. But Blossom Fire was amused by Eastern Qinglian. What are you laughing at? MS. Flower Fire? Oriental Greenleaf asked through clenched teeth. Nothing. It's just that I feel that certain people are more than a scourge, killing little brother not to mention, but even now still so naive. Blossom Fire shrugged her shoulders and said with disdain. Dongfang Qinglian was powerless to retort. Killing Mo Lin was a hurt she had no way of forgetting in her life, but Mo Lin had even said this to Hua. Their relationship was definitely not ordinary. What? Can't say anything? If it weren't for the fact that people are looking out for little brother's face, they would have left you there long ago and brought you here to heal your wounds? Think beautifully. Flower Fire skimmed her mouth and looked at Dongfang Qinglian as she continued her verbal output. Brother Mo's matter. It's my fault. Dongfang Qinglian lowered his head and whispered, but those things you said, Brother Mo won't do it. He won't take the initiative to do that kind of thing. He is a conservative boy. Thinking of the way his 4 sisters misunderstood Mo Lin before, Dongfang Qinglian felt ridiculous and sad. To the end, Mo Lin didn't have any evil thoughts. Even when he was last alone, he didn't look for any of the opposite sex. It's true that little brother won't take the initiative to do anything. Flower Fire looked at Dongfang Qinglian with some amusement then. Do you think that people will actively do something to little brother? Blossom Fire's beautiful crimson eyes were filled with sarcasm and teasing. Looking at Hua's absolutely beautiful face and her bold performance, Dongfang Qinglian was a little unsure. Even if you want to do something, Brother Mo will definitely refuse. He won't socialize with a nondescript girl like you. Dongfang Qinglian clenched her teeth and said in exasperation. Snap! Hua nonchalantly slapped Dongfang Qinglian and looked at her with eyes full of anger. Who are you calling a girl who is a misfit? She's the royal daughter of the Exodus Cloud Country. Her status is much higher than you, the remnant of the Four Sacred Sect, Flowerfire said with an icy voice. Little piece of man. You're not done with harming Brother Mo before. Now you still dare to speak out against others? Put yourself in your place. Huahua's eyes were filled with coldness and indignation. You seek death. Dongfang Qinglian directly got up and condensed his spiritual energy about to hit Flower Flame. If you have the ability, you can kill them or injure them. Flowerfire looked at the furious Dongfang Qinglian, not panicking in the slightest, and shrugged his shoulders. Do you think that afterward, if Brother Mo can't find someone else and when he checks on you, will he forgive you? Flowerfire was all smiles, and the smile was dangerous. Fine. I won't kill you. I'll teach you a good lesson. Dongfang Qinglian gave up his intention to kill Flower Flame, but he didn't intend to stop there. It doesn't matter. You have the ability to injure people. See if after you meet your little brother afterwards and they tell him off, will he loathe you for it? Huahua didn't even look at Dongfang Qinglian, casually putting a piece of pastry on the table into her mouth. Dongfang Qinglian was deflated. There was nothing she could do in the face of this three-dimensional defense. She had just retrieved the little bit of goodwill that Mo Lin had towards her, and now to go and make Mo Lin loathe her just to get out of this situation was just not worth the loss. Still smart. Huahua walked forward, patted Dongfang Qinglian's delicate little face, and cupped her chin. After that, if you know what's good for you, you should honestly listen to others. And when you find your little brother, they can even put in a good word for you. Otherwise, I will say that you bully people. You see whether little brother believes you or believes me. Flowerfire laughed a little wickedly and looked into Dongfang Qinglian's eyes, not giving her a chance to think of a retort. Dongfang Qinglian opened his mouth, but failed to say anything. Also, you didn't think that what you did would be erased by a chaotic mutation, did you? Blossomfire narrowed her eyes and said in an unkind tone, you probably don't know. At that time, people in Brother Mo had just finished that thing, but your mutation made them lose their memory and forget Brother Mo. As soon as people woke up and saw themselves in a mess, they thought he was a flower picker and violently drove him away. His sad and desperate look at that time people can't forget now. Flowerfire said coldly, with a slight hint of mockery and anger in her tone. Do you think he'll count the damage done to Mo's brother because of this incident on people's heads or on yours? Whenever she recalled this incident, Huahua's heart would ache with a twitch, and Mo Lin's sad, uncomprehending, and even somewhat desperate look was deeply engraved in Huahua's mind. The score, of course, had to be settled with the little piece of man in front of him. I can't believe there's such a thing? You guys actually, really? Dongfang Qinglian's eyes were godless. She didn't expect that she would still unintentionally hurt Mo Lin, which made her feel desperate once again. Obviously only just gained a little bit of goodwill from Mo's brother, but unexpectedly hurt him in this form. What should I do? Dongfang Qinglian murmured with empty eyes. Now she only felt very desperate. The wheel of time and space was her last resort, but even so, it didn't give Mo Lin happiness, and even helped. Looking at the fire is almost ready. Huahua narrowed her eyes and whispered in the ear of Dongfang Qinglian, although people have no way to forgive you for Brother Mo. But, Brother Mo's nature people know. As long as you listen to people, people have the certainty that Brother Mo will no longer loathe you, and even re-accept you and forgive you. Really? Really? Dongfang Qinglian looked at Huahua as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Of course it's true. People have interacted intimately with little brother. They know exactly what he looks like. Flowerfire said with a smile. Okay, as long as I can make Brother Mo forgive me and not abandon me, I'll listen to you. Dongfang Qinglian hurriedly nodded her head in agreement. Good boy. After that you'll just be someone's little sister. You as long as you're good. Little brother definitely won't be able to bear to abandon you. Flowerfire stroked Dongfang Qinglian's little head and soothed. Oh, I'll just train this girl into an obedient little pet for little brother myself. By then if little brother really leaves her behind, she'll probably go to her death in despair. Flowerfire thought, a wicked smile on her face. But, the little brother is so kind, really leaving her this kind of thing. It is estimated that he really can't do it. Blossomfire inwardly sighed feebly. Chapter 119, Chapter 117, wanting to. Brother Mo. The soup is ready. In these 2 months, Shu Linger took good care of Mo Lin's diet and living. Mo Lin had injuries, so she went to various places to look for precious ingredients and supplements to boil soups and medicines for Mo Lin to help him recover from his injuries. Shu Linger carried the medicine bowl to Mo Lin's side, took a small spoonful, gently blew on it, and fed it to Mo Lin. Here, Brother Mo. Zhu Linger carefully passed the soup spoon to Mo Lin's mouth. Murin obediently opened his mouth and drank the medicine from the spoon. I'm just injured. Linger, it's not like I can't move. There's no need to be like this. Mo Lin said somewhat helplessly. That won't do. Brother Mo has an injury. He just needs to recuperate. I'll be fine with this kind of small matter. Brother Mo only needs to be responsible for a good rest. Zhu Linger firmly shook her head and continued to serve a spoonful. After carefully blowing it cool, she handed it to Mo Lin's mouth. Alright. Inkbrand could only honestly accept his sister's feeding. Although being served in this manner made Inkbrand more or less uncomfortable. But since she is her own sister, then she is not good enough to refuse her kindness. After drinking the medicine, Mo Lin moved his body a little, feeling that this period of recuperation had allowed him to recover quite a bit, although his current state was still in the category of weakness. Thank you, Linger. If it weren't for you, my injuries wouldn't have recovered so quickly. Mo Lin guffawed and smiled. We are brother and sister. Family say what, thank you or not. Brother Mo do not need to be polite with me. Zhu Linger said, and suddenly came to Mo Lin's eyes and gently kissed Mo Lin's handsome face. Mo Lin's figure stiffened for a moment. During this period of time, Zhu Linger would suddenly kiss him from time to time, and told him that this was normal behavior between brother and sister, and that the kissing ceremony was the same as a greeting or something. Don't be shy, brother Mo. We are brother and sister. This kind of thing is normal. Zhu Linger sat beside Mo Lin, cupped his face and placed a gentle kiss on his lips. I know. Mo Lin blushed slightly and lowered his head, not quite daring to look at Zhu Linger. Phew. Zhu Linger walked out of the room, looking at Mo Lin's somewhat shy appearance. She couldn't help but let out a long breath. Every now and then, during this period of time, she would do something slightly out of the ordinary to Mo Lin, and then instill in him the idea that this kind of behavior is normal, and that this is something that siblings can do to each other, or something like that. Kissing him and hugging him from time to time, little by little, subconsciously influencing Mo Lin. This is so that he doesn't turn on himself. After Zhu Linger packed up the residual medicinal liquid, she found a stool and sat down, staring blankly at the clouds in the sky. It's been 2 months. This period of time Zhu Linger and Mo Lin did not have any substantial progress. Mo Lin is originally a gentleman in general character, and Zhu Linger, although she has the intention to do something that should not be done. But, brother Mo's body is still not well. Zhu Linger always uses this kind of reason to make excuses for herself. But really, she knew in her heart that that wasn't the real reason. The real reason is that she is afraid, and she is somewhat unsure of how to face the current situation of Mo Lin. Just like at this moment, obviously Mo Lin was in the house next to his own. Obviously this was something he had always dreamed of. But Zhu Linger had the emotion of being close to the countryside, wanting to touch but not daring to get close. Every time she looked at Mo Lin's face, there were always 1,000 words she wanted to say, but when they were condensed in her mouth, not a single word could be said. She knew that this was not the real Mo Lin. Obviously Mo Lin was so disgusted and loathed by her, but she was forced to stay by her side by despicable means. He had forgotten everything, all the memories with his 4 sisters, and now he was incomplete. Even if I get him like this, what is the point of that? Even so, will brother Mo forgive me? Is this what I want? Zhu Linger didn't know that. Obviously, she had now succeeded in putting her previous plan into action. But in the face of Mo Lin's face that haunted her, Zhu Linger's heart was filled with more guilt in addition to love. This kind of forced moral kidnap Mo Lin, even if it really led him due to the sense of responsibility not to leave himself. But that is really good? She wants love, though she knew she was in no position to ask for that much anymore. But she really wanted love from Murin, and if she could get that true love, she would be willing to die even if she had to. Alas, take a step and see what happens. Zhu Linger sighed. If you really can't, just bite the bullet and force brother Mo to beat dash off first. Emotionally speaking, will be cultivated afterward. Although the previous brother Mo was very good, but now this amnesiac brother Mo was even more like a blank sheet of paper, with enough space for himself to dye his own color. Thinking of Mo Lin's somewhat clueless eyes right now, Zhu Linger also felt an inexplicable joy in her heart. Everything about brother Mo now was hers. No one else. Just her. There was simply nothing that excited her more. Mo Lin had been concentrating on recuperating from his injuries all this time, spending the vast majority of his time cultivating, or rather, he didn't really have anything else to do. Everyday aspects were well taken care of by Zhu Linger, and his time could only be used for cultivation and healing. Mo Lin always felt that there was an inexplicable energy in his injuries that was preventing them from healing. which was the direct reason why he hadn't healed in such a long time. The energy that injured himself this time seemed to carry a certain degree of erosiveness. But fortunately, Mo Lin could eliminate them little by little. It would just take a little longer. The last thing he needed right now, though, was time. Mo Lin tuned his inner vision and used his golden spiritual energy to slowly remove that erosive energy from his injuries, before using his white spiritual energy to restore his injuries. It's like performing surgery on yourself. Mo Lin could feel that he was now in a very strong realm, only that he was still relatively weak due to his unhealed injuries. Mo Lin had been running for 2 hours before he slowly retracted and withdrew from the state of meditation, letting out a long breath. When he opened his eyes, he saw Zhu Linger looking at him with a smile. Brother Mo has worked hard. Stayed bored for a while. Do you want to go out for a stroll? Zhu Linger asked with a smile. Go out for a stroll. I also want to go out for a walk. But didn't you say that there are enemies still looking for us? Mo Lin asked somewhat strangely. Yeah, it's true that there are enemies looking for us. We can cover our faces. But we can't stop going out just because someone is looking for us. Zhu Linger spat out her tongue. I've done the same thing before when I've gone out. And this is a hidden spot I found on purpose. So it won't be found. Good. Then we'll go out for a walk. Mo Lin nodded and answered with a smile. Chapter 120, Chapter 118, A Close Call. Mo Lin and Zhu Linger put on a bucket hat to cover their faces. Zhu Linger held Mo Lin's hand and slowly walked toward the town below the mountain. It was on the border between the eastern and western regions, and the town's houses had red bricks and green tiles, small bridges and flowing water, making it an ancient frontier town. Mo Lin looked at the scenery of the town and had some familiar vestiges in his heart. Maybe he used to come here before he lost his memory. Brother Mo, come, try the sugar gourd. This is before. Zhu Linger took the sugar gourd and handed it to Mo Lin with a smile. But halfway through, she froze. This is what Yushan fed to Brother Mo before. At that time, he did not know that he loved sweets. Good. Thanks Linger. Mo Lin looked at the sugar gourd in front of him. So he ate one but, before what Inkling was a little surprised that this was half said. When I gave it to you before, you quite loved it. Zhu Linger smiled and stalled. That's so. Murin nodded, not doubting. Do you like it, Brother Mo? Eat them all if you like them. Zhu Linger handed the sugar gourds to Mo Lin. Aren't you going to eat? Murin asked. I don't really love eating candy canes. It's good that you like to eat, Zhu Linger said with a smile. Okay then. The two of them strolled around the town for a while, and Zhu Linger kept holding Mo Lin's hand, making Mo Lin a little unnatural. This kind of scene of holding hands with a girl and going out shopping had never happened to him before. He didn't know if he had it before his amnesia, but now he had no memories of it at all. Look, Brother Mo, there's an illusionary play going on here. Do you want to see it? Zhu Linger inquired. Now all the decisions she made, she had to ask Mo Lin's opinion first. She couldn't allow herself to reveal her flaws. If there were some places where she took the liberty to make arrangements but they didn't fit Mo Lin's wishes, it would inevitably cause him to be suspicious. After all, she was the sister who knew him best, the one who knew him best. Yeah, I haven't seen the illusionary theater here yet. Since he had come out for a stroll, Mo Lin naturally wanted to experience it. Good. Then let's go buy tickets. I don't often watch illusionary theater either. It seemed that she hadn't seen many illusionary plays since that time when Mo Lin had taken the four of them to see an illusionary play. Inside the fantasy play is the story of a brother and sister. Originally an ordinary brother and sister, but due to the unexpected death of their parents, only the two can rely on each other. Fortunately, the two of them were gifted and were adopted by a large clan, so their lives were still secure. But after living together for a long time, the siblings developed feelings they shouldn't have. They no longer treat their only relatives as mere brothers and sisters. Once his sister's cultivation went awry, his brother stayed by his sister's side in order to take care of her, and it was from this point on that the two made their feelings known, told each other what they wanted, and established that they were not just any brother and sister. Seeing this, Zhu Linger people are dumbfounded. Is this really a phantom play that can be broadcast in public? Mo Lin looked at the pair of siblings in the phantom theater talking to each other, and his face showed some puzzlement. Later, the relationship between the two was discovered by a senior sister within the clan, and their master was angry when he found out, telling them to end the dysfunctional relationship immediately. The brother is shaken and wants to stop the relationship with his sister, who doesn't want to, but is slapped hard by the brother. Her sister was a little desperate. Since her brother felt that this relationship was wrong, she threw herself into the sea of clouds in shame and anger, wanting to finish herself off. But luckily, The older brother came to his senses at the last minute and rushed into the sea of clouds to save his sister. The two also finally settled on the idea that they were inseparable from each other, and they bid farewell to their master and went to a new village to start a new life. Here, the phantom play ends. Zhu Linger's face was red. She already didn't dare to look at Mo Lin. What had she mistakenly shown to brother Moa? And it was outrageous to broadcast what was on her mind. But we're not brother and sister. It's okay. It's okay. Isn't it normal for Linger and their siblings to kiss? Why is their master angry? Mo Lin asked with some confusion. Badly. The knowledge that brother Mo had instilled in himself was logically contradictory to the existence of the phantom theater acted inside. Ahem. Brother Mo. The phantom play is all fake. It's just something inside another world. On our side, it's normal for siblings to do this kind of thing, and it's not something that would be frowned upon. Is that so? Murin still wasn't quite sure, and he vaguely felt that it seemed wrong. It's like this, brother Mo. I'm your closest sister. How could I lie to you all? Zhu Linger took Mo Lin's hand and placed it on her own pretty face, her big watery reddish pink eyes full of innocence. Who are other people to object? I like my own brother. My brother, I do what I want to do, I do what I want to do. It's none of other people's business. Well, I believe in Linger. Looking at Zhu Linger's pitiful expression on her stunningly beautiful little face, Mo Lin didn't have much room to think. There's no reason to lie to me about such a beautiful girl, or my own sister, who, fortunately, brother Mo now seems to be clear spring water, so simple to believe. Zhu Linger slowly relieved. Phantom Theater. I'll never bring brother Mo to see it again. Zhu Linger held Mo Lin's hand and hurriedly left this place of wrongdoing. Zhu Linger took Mo Lin to the best food restaurant in town for another meal, and bought a few recipes for Mo Lin's favorite dishes from the owner, before pulling Mo Lin back home. Along the way, Zhu Linger's mind was in disarray, her eyes full of the scene inside the illusionary theater just now. That darn phantom theater boss. How dare you broadcast something like this in a dignified manner? Is this something you can show to people openly? Luckily, brother Mo didn't suspect too much, or else things would have gotten so big that none of the later plans would have been able to be carried out. After looking for little brother for so long, why haven't you found him yet? Ha? Little Qinglian? Flowerfire held the dragon's horn on Dongfang Qinglian's head and broke her head over to look at herself. Yes, I'm sorry. Dongfang Qinglian bowed his head and admitted his mistake, not daring to disobey Flowerfire at all. The one who took little brother away was your good sister Zhu Linger. You and I are telling me that you don't even know where they are now? After searching for so long and not finding them, Flowerflame wasn't intentionally bullying Dongfang Qinglian. She was a bit really angry. I'm sorry, Sister Flowerflame. I don't know where Linger took brother Mo. She's been secretive and I don't know what she's up to. Dongfang Qinglian's body shivered a bit and whispered in her own defense. Well, you're not to blame for this. But, since you can't find it, then accept the punishment. Flowerfire pinched Oriental Qinglian's delicate face and smiled somewhat wickedly. Take off your clothes, said Blossom Fire with a smirk. Chapter 121, Chapter 119 Dishes. Half an hour later, Dongfang Qinglian walked out of the room with an untidy shirt and a flushed face. Blossom Fire followed suit, blushing slightly as she wiped her slender fingers on a towel. I'm going to rest for a while before going to look for brother Mo. Is that okay, Sister Flame? Dongfang Qinglian lowered his head, not quite daring to look at Flame, and hurriedly left. Well, have a good rest. Oh, I can expect you to find your little brother without any problems next time, said Blossom Fire with a smile. Looking at Dongfang Qinglian's slowly departing figure, Flowerfire stretched her back and sighed slightly. She simply bullied Dongfang Qinglian for a bit and didn't do anything too much. She had read and learned about this kind of thing and still had a sense of proportion. After all, there were some important things that needed to be left for her little brother to do personally, provided he forgave her afterward. But, Flowerfire's anger at Dongfang Qinglian is also real. Angry that she can't find Mo Lin. If she didn't break her pendant, now she won be stolen home. This period of time Huahua also did not idle. The East Qinglian went to look for when Huahua also looking for. The two looked for a small half of the eastern region. Not even a little shadow of the Mo Lin saw. Alas, little brother, where are you? Blossom Fire curled up into a ball and hugged her knees. People, miss you so much. Time passed, and Murin couldn't quite remember how long it had been, but at the very least a few months had passed. During this period of time, Mo Lin's injuries had almost recovered, and his daily cultivation had already focused on raising his cultivation level. There was always a voice in his heart telling him to ascend to a higher and higher realm, but he couldn't recall exactly why. Zhu Linger was still taking care of him in so many ways. But the intimate behavior stopped at most at kissing, which made Mo Lin believe what she said even more. It seemed as if kissing was indeed normal behavior between siblings, and it was just that I was overthinking it. Linger went out today. Seemed to be going to look for some medicinal herbs. Originally wanted to go with her, but Linger was adamant about letting him rest at home. He couldn't argue and could only do as he was told. Mo Lin got up and came to the kitchen, where the kitchenware dishes were complete. Mo Lin suddenly had a heartbeat, as if he remembered something. Spirit. As I recall, spirit. She seems to have a favorite dish. Mo Lin looked at the color of the sky. It should be a little while longer before she returned. She doesn't feel comfortable being on her own and never comes home too late. Mo Lin pondered for a moment, and his mind seemed to recall the dish, saying that he would do it. Mo Lin took out 2 pieces of spirit pork that had been preserved and followed the steps in his mind and cooked them. It wasn't too late in the day when Zhu Linger returned. She pushed open the door to her room and saw the figure of Mo Lin, who was busy in the kitchen. Her eyes suddenly drifted a little. Yes, years ago, Brother Mo was like that, busy in the kitchen, preparing dishes for his 4 little girls. Years later, after reincarnation, the same scene is now in front of myself again. This scene of my own dreams. Mo, brother? Zhu Linger called out softly, as if she had crossed time and space, calling out to the back of the person who had once been there that she hadn't been able to catch last time. Linger is back. Just in time. The dishes I made will be ready soon. Mo Lin smiled and nodded at Zhu Linger. Brother Mo, have you remembered? Looking at Mo Lin's appearance, Zhu Linger asked in a daze. Yeah, I remember. Murin nodded. This way. Zhu Linger reluctantly had to smile. Tears flowed out along the reddish-pink big eyes. His own spell even still made a mistake. Brother Mo, he recalled? Will he blame me? Will he never talk to me again? This meal, was it the last meal he had prepared for himself? Linger, why are you crying? Mo Lin ceased the dishes and hurriedly came to Zhu Linger. Good thing the dishes were already almost ready. Ceasing the fire was just the right time to put an end to the dishes. Brother Mo, didn't you remember? Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's eyes and asked dully. I am remembering. Remembering your favorite dishes. Linger, why are you crying? Mo Lin wiped Zhu Linger's tears, cupped Zhu Linger's face and asked with concern. Is like this. Zhu Linger sniffled and stopped her tears. It turned out to be that he misunderstood. Okay, and thought that he was about to lose Brother Mo. Come, Linger, quickly sit down. I'll serve the dishes. Mo Lin pulled Zhu Linger to a seat, while he himself turned around and served the dishes onto plates and set them on the table. Come on, try it. I remember this is your favorite. Mo Lin greeted with a smile, handing the chopsticks to the girl. This is braised pork. Zhu Linger asked, dumbfounded as she looked at the familiar dish in front of her. Yeah, today suddenly I remembered that you like to eat this dish. Even the way to do it, it just so happens that there is spirit pork in the kitchen. You quickly taste it. I don't know if there is any omission in the steps that I thought up. Mo Lin guffawed and laughed. Zhu Linger clamped a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The spirit pork was smooth but not greasy, slightly spicy in sweetness. It was familiar and belonged to Brother Mo's flavor. Yummy! Zhu Linger put down her chopsticks. Her eyes were slightly red, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing down once again. Ugh, don't cry, Linger. I'm sorry, is there something I did wrong? Mo Lin looked at Zhu Linger crying again, and with his hands full, he once again dried her tears. No, Brother Mo was right. Zhu Linger cried and shook her head vigorously, unable to resist jumping into Mo Lin's arms at once. I'm happy. Since Brother Mo remembered all of this, he'll definitely remember it all little by little. Zhu Linger was in Mo Lin's arms, shedding tears and saying words against her will. She was indeed happy, but not because Murin might think about it a little bit afterward. But she felt the love from Murin's love for her. Even with his amnesia, sealed by himself, he recalled things about himself, cooking himself his favorite dish, that care and love for her, and it wasn't forgotten because of the seal. Ink brother, how you so good. I do not deserve your love. I am a bad boy. Even now in your arms, I am telling lies and fooling you. Zhu Linger was in Mo Lin's arms and secretly made a decision. The time has come. Today, Zhu Linger got out of Mo Lin's arms and wiped her tears, revealing a small smile. Good. It's good that Linger isn't upset. With Linger taking care of me, I'll definitely gradually recover my memories afterwards. Mo Lin smiled and touched Zhu Linger's head. Come on, eat quickly. Eat more if you love it. Brother Mo, let's eat together. Zhu Linger gave Mo Lin a piece of meat as well. Okay, eat together. Niren picked up the meat and put it in his mouth. The flavor was not bad, slightly spicy and palatable on its own, but not really to my taste. Chapter 122 Chapter 120 Determination. Speaking of which, I remember that Linger has another favorite dish that seems to be a kind of soup, but I'm sorry, I can't recall. Mo Lin scratched his hair and said with some embarrassment. Hearing these words, a thunderclap seemed to resound in Zhu Linger's heart, and her chopsticks didn't even hold them, accidentally falling to the ground. What Brother Mo said should be blood lotus seed soup. It's okay if you can't think of it, Brother Mo. Don't force yourself. Zhu Linger picked up her chopsticks and smiled reluctantly. How do you make that kind of soup? Spirit knows? You like it, I'll learn to make it for you. Mo Lin asked with a smile. He loved this sister of his and wanted nothing more than to make her happy. Sorry, Brother Mo. I don't know what kind of soup it is. Let's eat first and talk about this kind of thing afterward. Zhu Linger shuffled her chopsticks and gave Mo Lin a piece of meat, her smile a little far-fetched. Well then, if only I'd remembered. Murin sighed helplessly. After eating, Mo Lin was ready to clean up the dishes, but was firmly stopped by Zhu Linger. What's wrong, Spirit? Now I can do all that. And also I want to cook with you afterward. Inkling asked with a strange tilt of his head. Brother Mo, your body hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll just do this kind of small thing. You go and rest in peace, okay? Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin with her big watery eyes, causing Mo Lin to be flashed somewhat unable to open his eyes. But, I also want to help you share. Niren still wanted to insist. Let his sister work alone and rest himself. This feeling makes him uncomfortable all over. Be good, Brother Mo. When your body is completely healed, Linger promises you that she'll let you do it with Linger, okay? Zhu Linger touched Mo Lin's head and came forward to whisper in Mo Lin's ear. Well, then when I recover completely, Linger can't refuse. Seeing that Zhu Linger was so insistent, Mo Lin could only compromise. Fine, as long as Brother Mo's body recovers well, then I'll listen to you. Zhu Linger nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice and pushed Mo Lin back to his own room. Good boy, Brother Mo, have a good rest. I'll clean up in a while, Zhu Linger said with a smile. Well then, if you need my help, be sure to call me. Mo Lin could only say helplessly. Good. Don't worry, I won't be polite with Brother Mo. Zhu Linger answered with a smile. Watching Mo Lin go back to his room, Zhu Linger returned to the kitchen and cleaned up the leftover dinner plates. The capricious little girl who once kept her fingers out of the water has now learned to make soup with her bare hands. Thinking of how capricious she used to be, Zhu Linger couldn't wait to grab her past self and beat her up. Even though Brother Mo was allowed to lose his memory, those words that had hurt him, Zhu Linger didn't forget them, and those icy words were turned into sharp blades that stabbed back into her heart. Brother Mo almost remembered the blood lotus seed soup, himself or rely on drinking his blood, only to grow up smoothly to have those achievements. In the end, but let him fall into such a miserable end. This time, one must give Brother Mo happiness. There can be no more hesitation. Zhu Linger took out a jug of spirit wine that had been prepared long ago from her spirit ring, and then she pulled out a small packet of powder from her bosom. Zhu Linger bit her lip with some hesitation, but still, her eyes stared, and with a slightly reddened face, she poured it into the cup through and through. Brother Mo, this is the spirit wine I found today. It's helpful in recovering from injuries. Try it. Zhu Linger smiled and fed the wine cup in her hand to Mo Lin's mouth. Trouble you, Linger. Mo Lin took the drink. Zhu Linger would feed it to his mouth a lot of the time, making him more or less uncomfortable. Such thoughtful care, as if he would be exhausted if he did a little more. Watching Mo Lin slowly drink all of the liquor, Zhu Linger couldn't help but clench her fists behind her back. Success! Success! Zhu Linger watched Mo Lin finish his drink, so she closed the door to her room and found an excuse to stay and chat with Mo Lin. Brother Mo, have you been living comfortably during this period of time? Zhu Linger sat down next to Mo Lin and asked with concern. It's good. It's just that it's hard for Linger. Mo Lin smiled and responded, if only I could think of it faster. Really? That's good. But Brother Mo mustn't force himself. How is it good if you memorize? Now that your body is almost recovered, it's even more important not to mess around. Zhu Linger moved up and gently kissed Mo Lin's handsome side face. Oh, okay, I know. Although Linger would tell him every time that this kind of behavior was normal between siblings, a kiss from such a beautiful girl decidedly still made Mo Lin a little unnatural and very nervous. But Linger is always taking care of me. Linger has no own thing that she wants to do. This way has been taking care of me. Are blaming me for dragging Linger's legs. Mo Lin lowered his head. His voice was a little low. Not being able to help Zhu Linger always made him a little uneasy with his conscience. Even though she was her own sister, she couldn't enjoy her service with such peace of mind. Not at all. Brother Mo, you probably don't know. You being here is already the biggest help for me. Zhu Linger's big eyes smiled as if they were crescent moons. No, not help. Brother Mo, you are salvation to me. Really? You treat me like this. How can I repay you? Mo Lin naturally took Zhu Linger's words as polite, and gently stroked Zhu Linger's head of reddish-pink, silky curls. Talking about what repayment? Give me two outgoing. We are brother and sister. To be together forever as a family. No distinction. Zhu Linger held Mo Lin's hand and gently placed it on her face. Alright, when I recover my strength, I will protect Linger and not let the bad guys bully Linger. Mo Lin looked at Zhu Linger's eyes and said firmly, good. Brother Mo will always be the best. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's firm and clear eyes. The bottom of her eyes wheeled around. Incomparably watery. It's so strange. Mo Lin suddenly felt a dryness coming from within his body. Linger, is it too hot in the room? I suddenly feel so hot. Niren was so hot that he gently unbuttoned his jacket, but still felt that it didn't help. That powder worked. That is not some negative nature of the drug, but instead is a variety of supplements are compressed by the spiritual power and then ground into a powder. Only if you eat too much at one time, you will become unusually energetic. Zhu Linger knew that Mo Lin's bloodline had a certain degree of immunity to poison, so for Mo Lin's sake she had thought of every possible way to do so, and the medicinal powder that had bewitched Mo Lin before was also a type of medicinal class specialized in tonic medicine, only that it would make a person sleep for a period of time, and at that time, Mo Lin's body was exactly in a weakened state, and it would be easier for him to fall into a deep sleep. Linger, I'm so hot. You go out first. I'll just use my spiritual power to suppress it. Mo Lin reluctantly said. If he let Zhu Linger continue to stay here, there was a possibility that something he didn't want to see would happen. Brother Mo, you look so hard. Let me help you. Zhu Linger said, then slowly stepped forward. Jade hands slightly trembling, unlocked Mo Lin's clothes. Chapter 123 Chapter 121 Love Affair. Linger, what am I? Is that cup of wine spirit power is too much? Mo Lin face flushed. Some difficult to say. It's possible. Sorry brother Mo. It's my fault for not investigating beforehand. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's somewhat pained appearance and helped Mo Lin take off his top, revealing a somewhat slim but sturdy body inside. Linger, you go out first, said Mo Lin slowly, gritting his teeth in pain. Brother Mo, let me help you. How can I go out now, fool? But, I'm now a little out of control. Mo Lin drank the spirit wine. He was already a little dizzy, and the medicinal power was so punchy that it had already made him a little delirious. It's okay, we are not ordinary brother and sister. This kind of thing is also no problem. Zhu Linger also had a small red face and gradually undid Mo Lin's clothes completely. But, Niren gritted his teeth and held his tongue. Brother Mo, I love you. Zhu Linger couldn't hold back any longer and wrapped her arms around Mo Lin's head and kissed him deeply, her beautifully shaped youthful body constantly challenging Mo Lin's reasoning. Mo Lin's current appearance was originally like a potent explosive that was close to the edge of exploding, and at the point of Zhu Linger's spark, he could no longer control it. Finally, the string belonging to Mo Lin's sanity broke after all. With the sound of clothes being torn apart, the room was already full of color, and with a cry of pain, Zhu Linger finally got what she wanted. The next day, at sunrise, Mo Lin slowly opened his eyes and realized that his body was covered with a quilt, while Zhu Linger was lying in his arms, her delicate body without an inch of silk, and was sleeping soundly like mud. This? Mo Lin man was dumbfounded, looking at himself also without a single piece of clothing. Looking at the shocking traces on Zhu Linger's body, Mo Lin only felt his brain buzzing as if he had been hit hard with a hammer. Himself gave the spirit to. How could this happen? Am I dreaming? Mo Lin only felt that he was practically a newborn. Linger had taken care of him in every possible way all this time, and now he was doing this to himself. I'm sorry. I don't know why it's like this. Mo Lin clutched his head in pain, apologizing somewhat desperately to the girl in his arms. His movements, however, gradually awakened the girl in his arms. Brother Mo? Zhu Linger slowly opened her eyes, only to feel that her body was as good as falling apart, and a tearing pain was still coming from somewhere in her body. Good guy. Brother Mo would have been the age of the dragon essence, but also fed so many supplements concentrated essence by himself. The result was that she literally didn't want to move a single finger right now. Fortunately, he is already the cultivation of the Zune realm. If his cultivation is even lower, last night may have to be brother Mo alive love death. Ling Er, I'm sorry, it's all my fault, I put you. Mo Lin's face was full of guilt and despair. He hated how he failed to suppress himself yesterday. Now an irreparable mistake had been made. What are you talking about, brother Mo? Zhu Linger endured the pain, slowly came to Mo Lin's ear, said softly, we are not ordinary brother and sister. This is not also very normal? Just a little early. Brother Mo Lin sorry is that so? Mo Lin always felt that this seemed to be an irreparable sin. But this relaxed look on Zhu Linger's face didn't seem like she was pretending either. Is this really normal? But why do you feel an extreme sense of guilt in your own heart? Yes, silly brother. I love you so much and you love me too. It's only natural for us to do this kind of thing. Zhu Linger kissed Mo Lin's face and felt that it was not too much. So she went up and kissed Mo Lin's lips again. Mo Lin's mind was in a mess. But when he was kissed by Zhu Linger, all those messy distractions seemed to have been thrown out of his mind. And now he only had this stunning girl in front of him who was obliviously kissing him in front of him in his eyes. For a long time, lips parted. Mo Lin's face was slightly red, and he turned his head sideways, not quite daring to look at Zhu Linger. At this time, Zhu Linger's charm was amazing, and after the love she had experienced, she was even more like a phoenix bathing in fire, revealing a few winks, and her somewhat weakened appearance added a few points of pity and brokenness to her. Brother Mo is shy so cute. Zhu Linger wrapped her arms around Mo Lin's neck and flopped down in his embrace and teased. Mo Lin didn't dare to chime in. Only the force of his arm around Zhu Linger tightened again, causing Zhu Linger to whimper. Compared to the usual crisp voice, the slightly hoarse voice at this moment made Mo Lin almost unable to hold himself when he heard it. Mo brother, you still really have the spirit of it. Zhu Linger felt Mo Lin's strange movement. Cannot help but have some fear. Yesterday that night later all let her lose consciousness. But then alive was woken up by Mo Lin's love, and then fell into unconsciousness again. Sorry Linger, I'll refrain. Mo Lin could only open his mouth in some shame. Why didn't this thing listen to his command? It doesn't matter I'll help you. Zhu Linger remembered that she had read some related books before for this plan, and there were some different ways to help Mo Lin in it. He was at least prepared, and he was willing to do anything to make brother Mo happy. But the normal way was definitely too much for myself. So I had to find another way with other methods. Zhu Linger slowly bent down. Since Zhu Linger was now weak, Mo Lin took on the household chores and cooking. Zhu Linger still wanted to get up, but she was firmly pressed on the bed by Mo Lin, telling her to rest. Brother Mo, I've written down the steps of these several dishes. Then it's hard work for brother Mo. Zhu Linger smiled and placed a kiss on Mo Lin's lips. Right now she didn't know why, but she always wanted to kiss the love-struck boy in front of her. Good. If I don't understand anything, I'll come and ask you for advice. For now, you just need to rest well, okay? Mo Lin smiled and rubbed Zhu Linger's hair. Good. Zhu Linger wrapped up the quilt and wrapped herself into a ball, looking at his sister, who usually always took care of herself and had a very reliable look. Now with this cute look, Mo Lin couldn't help but smile. Alas, thankfully nothing serious happened. If it was because of this that Zhu Linger became disgusted or afraid of herself, then she was afraid that she would only be able to die to thank the world. I don't know why, but for a moment just now, Mo Lin thought of a girl who was incomparably angry and extremely resentful of herself the next day after doing something with herself. His own heart, too, suddenly throbbed for a moment. Had he done any other births before? Murin couldn't help but shiver. Chapter 124, Chapter 122, Stickiness. After that day, Zhu Linger recuperated well for a full 7 days before she was able to slow down. In the past few days, Mo Lin has been taking care of Zhu Linger, cooking her favorite dishes and buying her some nourishing supplements. Brother Mo, it's been hard these past few days. I've already recovered, and I'll still be the one to continue taking care of you afterward. Zhu Linger said happily as she shrunk into Mo Lin's arms. I can already do you a favor. Linger, I can't always let you be alone. Before Mo Lin could finish his words, Zhu Linger blocked him with her own crystalline lips. Now that Zhu Linger had done everything she could with Mo Lin, she naturally wouldn't be in a position to let go in front of Mo Lin. I'll ask brother Mo to help if I'm too busy. Zhu Linger affectionately rubbed her stunningly beautiful little face against Mo Lin's face. Well, Linger is too spoiled for me. Holding Zhu Linger with slightly more strength again. I like this. Zhu Linger hated to melt herself into Mo Lin's body. This kind of happiness was too unreal. so that she was even a little bit in a trance, whether she was still immersed in a beautiful dream. It was a feeling that simply fascinated her, and was even a bit addictive. Brother Mo, I love you so much. For you, even if it kills me, I'm willing to die. But behind the illusory happiness, the fear that the truth would be poked and prodded was just as magnified in her mind. She was scared, more so than before. Not having experienced such honey-like happiness before, she could accept it even if she did lose it. But now, this happiness makes her seem like she's soaking in a honey pot every day, and she can't imagine what she'll become if she does lose this most precious happiness one day. If Mo Lin remembers everything and gets mad at her and ignores her anymore, then she feels like she'll really go crazy. And in that case, she'll just have to die in front of Mo Lin. If Mo Lin still had a trace of compassion and kindness for her after he had recalled everything, she was asking for very little. As long as Mo Lin could give her a small bit of love, she would be immensely satisfied. But, the current self, to be able to monopolize the good of Brother Mo, Zhu Ling'er buried her face in Mo Lin's arms and greedily sucked in the breath that belonged to him. She just wanted to cherish this time that was hers now beyond measure, and even this false happiness had satisfied her heart. But, of course, it would be nice if this kind of thing could last forever and ever. Myself and Brother Mo, forever and ever, in this little love nest, living happily ever after. Sister Zhiro, where have Sister Qinglian and Sister Ling'er been lately? Lang Yushan looked at the two empty seats in front of her and asked somewhat strangely. I don't know, they didn't say anything to me. Bai Jiro shook her head. Originally she was so focused on cultivation that she had no time to care about anything else. That's right, Sister Jiro doesn't care about this either. So forget it. Lang Yushan shrugged her shoulders and asked curiously say, Jiro sister you now, your realm has reached that point? Just broke through to the late stage of the Zun realm. Bai Jiro replied indifferently. So, how long will it take until you break through to the Saint realm? Roughly? Lang Yushan couldn't help but be a little staggered. Bai Jiro was indeed the one who worked the hardest out of her four sisters. Not sure. It'll probably take another half a year, Bai Jiro said after thinking about it. Good. Then our plan, set for half a year later, will be officially implemented. Lang Yushan put down the water cup in her hand and sealed the deal. Ever since Zhu Ling'er and Mo Lin established their relationship, the young girl who had just eaten her heart out had been pestering Mo Lin every day. This period of time was really precious to Zhu Ling'er, as it would be broken at some point, so she had to fully cherish this period of time. Zhu Ling'er, her face flushed, kissed Mo Lin for a long time until she couldn't catch her breath before slowly letting go. Zhu Ling'er's deep kiss ended, panting slightly, as if she was holding Mo Lin like an octopus. Brother Mo, this look, do you like it? Zhu Ling'er's big eyes were moist, as if a spring was flowing out in the next moment. I like it. Mo Lin wrapped his arms around Zhu Ling'er, only to feel that her delicate body seemed to be as soft as cotton. Mo Lin's eyes were mesmerized as he looked at the stunning young girl in his arms. It's good that Brother Mo likes it. Zhu Ling'er gasped twice and kissed again. And so, after that, the two stuck together almost all the time. Desire was the continuation of love. And Zhu Ling'er's incomparably fiery love for her made it so that she could only use the slightly more extreme form to show it to Mo Lin. She couldn't wait to grow close to Miran and never be separated again. Brother Mo, can you promise me one thing? Zhu Ling'er looked at Mo Lin's eyes, her eyes filled with pleading. You say, Ling'er, anything I promise you. Mo Lin kissed Zhu Ling'er's eyes, looking at the maiden's pitiful appearance. Even if the maiden wanted the moon in the sky, Missouri Lin wanted to help her pick it. That is, after whatever happens, don't leave me behind, okay? Zhu Ling'er secretly clenched her fists and wrapped her arms around Mo Lin's neck, begging softly in his ear. Of course I won't leave Ling'er behind. Why do you ask that? Mo Lin pressed his side face against the young girl's soft face. I promise you, no matter what happens, I won't leave you behind. Thank you, Brother Mo. Love you the most. Zhu Ling'er rubbed Mo Lin's face fiercely and kissed him carelessly on his face. It tickles. Ling'er. Mo Lin was covered in drool from Zhu Ling'er's mess, so he couldn't help but laugh and hold her tightly in his arms. Now that Mo Lin had also been given permission to help out, he would cook with Zhu Ling'er and do some chores together. Originally, Zhu Ling'er refused, but she also did not want to be separated from Mo Lin, and during this time, she wanted Mo Lin to be the closest to her every moment. Brother Mo, help me bring the soup spoon over there for a moment. Zhu Ling'er greeted with a smile. Fine, Brother Mo. This dish is ready. Please help me bring it into the house. Okay, as you wish. Sister Sama Miran respectfully accepted it with both hands. He, what sister lord ah, strange brother mo. Zhu Linger raised her slender hand to cover her small crystal mouth and laughed delicately. After eating, Mo Lin had wanted to go help, but was stopped by Zhu Linger. I'll clean up by myself today. Okay. Zhu Linger didn't want Mo Lin to do that much. Alright. Seeing that Zhu Linger insisted, Mo Lin could only follow her. Zhu Linger quickly packed up and once again ran back to Mo Lin's side. Brother Mo, have I been good? Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin with eyes that seemed to harbor a bright river of stars. Linger is well behaved. Mo Lin tenderly and gently rubbed her little head. Then, I want Brother Mo to reward me. Zhu Linger closed her eyes and handed her crystal and lips up. There's really nothing you can do about it. Mo Lin smiled dotingly, leaned down slightly, and gently took in that speck of crystal. Chapter 125, Chapter 123, Beautiful Dreams. In this way, in the days when Mo Lin and Zhu Linger were like glue, 6 more months passed without realizing it. Zhu Linger gently stroked her very flat belly and sighed slightly. She had tried pretty hard during this time, but there had been no movement in her own stomach. She looked up the information later, and it seemed that it was because her and Mo's brother's bloodline was too concentrated, which made the probability of the two of them conceiving a child much lower. This situation Zhu Linger also has no special solution. It can only be quantitative change to cause qualitative change, through a huge base to trigger the mechanism of guaranteed out of gold. However, instead of stagnating, her cultivation had increased a lot during the time she was with Mo Lin, and now she had immediately broken through to the late Zun realm, and she didn't even know that this kind of thing could even grow her cultivation. She didn't understand the principle, but was greatly shocked. Was this the legendary dual cultivation? This Mo brother of his own is still really full of treasures. Zhu Linger only wants to say that such a good thing how not to serve up earlier early to know that this way can also enhance the cultivation. The last life of brother Mo directly strong a little bit. With this way of tutoring the four of us homework then it is good. Then he will not end up. Thinking of this, Zhu Linger's heart couldn't help but throb. That memory would make her heart start to twitch no matter when she recalled it. Alas, last life I didn't live to understand. Did so many wrong things? Hurt him all over the body. A bad boy with unforgivable sins. And misunderstood that he had evil thoughts about himself. Think about it is really ironic. Not to mention that with the kind of character of brother Mo, this kind of thing is simply not could happen. Even now, himself is not a good child. Just a bad child who uses lies to deceive brother Mo. I really do not know what brother Mo will do to himself if he all remembers it. He can beat himself and scold himself, and punish himself any way he wants, as long as he doesn't leave himself behind. But he himself coaxed him to promise not to leave himself behind no matter what, and if he really regained his memory, this kind of promise full of lies would naturally not count, right? He was just weaving a beautiful and happy dream for him, and he didn't know when the dream would be shattered like a mirror. Zhu Linger clutched her knees with some fear, and the softness of her chest was slightly squeezed and deformed. During this time she felt as if she had gotten a lot bigger here. Alas, only rely on this. Also cannot stay brother Mo. Zhu Linger helplessly sighed. Brother Mo is not a person who is greedy for pleasure, and now every time is his own lure him to let him give in. I have to work harder too. After that, even if it is a bath, it is good for two people to be together. Zhu Linger secretly made up her mind. Just as Zhu Linger was rambling, Linger, the meal is ready. Come and taste it. Mo Lin gently pushed open the door of the room and walked to Zhu Linger, rubbing her head affectionately. What are you thinking about? A dull look. It's nothing, brother Mo. Come let's eat together. Zhu Linger took Mo Lin's hand. From the moment she saw Mo Lin, the happy smile on her face had never stopped. Don't think about those, at least for now. Brother Mo is only her own. What happens after that? After that, don't worry about disturbing your mind because of something that hasn't happened yet. This seems to be what brother Mo inspired himself to say ages ago. Right now, she just wanted to do whatever it took to make this happy time last a little bit longer. Just a little bit longer. The present self is really happy. Zhu Linger snuggled up to Mo Lin, and her smile carried a hint of complexity. Such a happy day. I really don't deserve it. I'm sorry brother Mo. I've always lied to you. It was as if Murin was in a wonderful dream world for a while. Although he was only able to recall some fragments, he also knew that his days before he crossed over were not too bad, but they were not too good either. Just simply living like millions of ordinary people. Though he is kind, he is also characteristically withdrawn, and has spent the vast majority of his time on his own, with few close friends, let alone people who love him. How long has it been since he felt love? A long time. I guess, judging by those remembered images. Not since his parents died in a car accident when he was a kid. But, somehow, he came here, to this other world. He met himself confronted with that bright-eyed, stunningly beautiful girl. Such a beautiful girl. As if a big star inside the TV. Mo Lin in that previous world can only be seen in the TV. He is just a lonely boy. Even if he looks pretty good, what qualification is there to contact those shining existences? What's more, this young girl who claimed to be her sister was a few points more beautiful than those stars on TV. She took care of herself in her weak moments, without a care in the world. She said she was her brother, told what her name was, gave me shelter in the world, and even all that she had, she gave it to herself. Although she sometimes reveals an indefinable emotion on her face, and her eyes reveal a hint of mad love when she is not thinking, Mo Lin also wonders if this sister of his has any other plans. Mo Lin sometimes felt that the way Zhu Linger looked at him always reminded him of a word, sickly petite. My own sister is a sickly girl. So it's a sickly girl. I liked her quite a bit, but now, I like her even more. But Murin knew that he wasn't into sickly girls. He just wanted someone to love him, even if it was a bit of a crazy love. It was still a kind of love. And in the end, but even if she was plotting something, what would it matter? Murin didn't feel that her life was worth that much, worth giving everything she had to plot this insignificant thing. Even if she is really plotting something, so what? Mo Lin only felt that, for the sake of his lovely sister, even if she really wanted his life, then he would give it to her. Mo Lin thought to himself mockingly, as he seemed to have lost himself in a lovely cry of brother Mo. But, there's nothing wrong with that. This kind of beautiful dream, even if it's not real, somehow cures one's lonely heart. But, if he can really accompany his lovely sister to live all the time, even if it is a dream, he does not want to wake up. That said, his cultivation seemed to have increased quite a bit recently. So I'll ask Linger later, does she have any clue? Chapter 126, Chapter 124, Returning to the Sect. Just 3 days ago, Bai Zhiro had broken through to the Saint Realm. On the Tsang continent, with the Emperor Realm not coming out of the world, the strongest cultivator on the surface right now was the Saint Realm. And 2 days ago, Long Yushang and Bai Zhiro returned to the four sacred sect remnants side under the banner of recognizing their ancestors. Oh, in our last life, the four of us then had the eyes to help this group of remnants grow bigger and stronger, thriving on sucking brother Mo's blood. This time, it's time to pay the debt. Yeah, Yushang, you really missed uncle to death. Lang Feng was the current acting head of the Lang family of the four sacred sect, and if Long Yushang didn't come back, he would soon become the official head of the family. Uncle Long Feng, isn't it? I drifted outside for a long time before I met Sister Zhiro and returned here with her. Lang Yushang said with a smile and a cute look of innocence. It's really hard, Yushang, drifting around alone. In fact, we haven't given up on going to look for you guys, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to find you. Lang Feng had a look of great heartache and regret. Oh, so it's like this, Uncle Long Feng still misses me. I'm so happy. Lang Yushang smiled sweetly, looking at Bai Zhiro beside her with a sideways glance. After brother Mo left, she hadn't seen Long Yushang smile so sweetly. However, with a fake glance, this fake smile would only be able to fool people who were not familiar with Long Yushang. Ha, and you said you came to find us. You did. And after you found us, you drained our bloodline, didn't you? Just don't blame Uncle Yushang. But now that you're back, it's good to be back, it's good to be back. Long Feng smiled meaningfully. At this moment, a figure suddenly pushed open the door and broke in. Quite handsome. And Lang Feng has a few similarities. Clothing is also quite expensive. A rich son of the appearance, but the face of the somewhat arrogant appearance, giving a person a not very friendly outlook. Lang how many times have I said, no matter what, you must be more stable. Lang Feng frowned with some displeasure and slightly reprimanded. Father, I am not happy. I heard that Long Yushang came back. Long Han had a cynical look, but the moment he saw Lang Yushang, he could not speak. This is Long Yushang? She's actually come out looking so good. There was also the woman beside her, who should be a woman from the Bai family, and she was even so stunning. At this moment, there was only one voice in Lang Feng's heart, and that was to get her. He would take Long Yushang for himself. Isn't this? Yushang, I am Long Han. We also played games together when we were young. Long Han put on a look that he thought was very charming. The days outside are not very good. Right, now you are back. In the future I Long Han protect you. In that case, then I'll thank brother Long Han in advance. Long Yushang responded with a sweet fake smile on her face. But Long Han, who did not know the truth, felt his heart melt when he saw Long Yushang's sweet and lovely smile. She likes me. She definitely likes me. Yushang, when you are not there, can really miss me to death. I remember when you were a child, when we played together also argued to marry me as a bride. Cold want to draw close to the relationship, no matter really false without thinking to say out. I didn't. I don't even know you that well, okay? I basically played with my 3 sisters when I was a kid. Lang Yushang suppressed the anger in his heart, still maintaining a kind smile on his face. Yeah, I don't remember much from my childhood, but I don't remember much about this yet. Lang Yushang curled a strand of hair on the side of her ear with her fingers and said with a kind smile, haha yeah, maybe I remembered wrong. Lang Han touched a soft nail and snorted, his eyes never leaving Lang Yushang for a moment. Lang Yushang was really too beautiful. He must get her. By the way, you just came back. Life is not familiar. Come, I'll take you to stroll around. Little Frosty, said Long Han earnestly, but right at this moment, Lang Yushang's face, which was originally wearing a lovely smile, violently sank. Who gave you permission to call me that? Lang Yushang's face was grim, her eyes full of coldness. The aura of that Zun realm on her body was no longer hidden, pressuring the Long family's father and son a little breathless. Zun realm. Long Feng shouted in shock. Right flavor? Looking at the fuming and changing face of the sister, Bai Jiro nodded slightly, has been smiling so sweet, also thought that his own sister was taken over. Bai Jiro looked at Long Yushang. Always felt that before. Brother Mo seemed to have used a word to describe this kind of symptomatic teenage girl, as if it was called what? Ventriloquist to come. Sorry, I didn't know that you don't like to be called that, so what should I call you? Long Han was startled by Lang Yushang's lightspeed face change and asked coyly, just call me Yushang. Lang Yushang resumed that harmless and sweet look, looking at the father and son in a daze. Well, Yushang. Then I'll leave first. I won't bother you and father to talk about things. Lang Feng flusteredly said goodbye and left in a grayish manner. Although he had just been spermatic, he wasn't stupid. The pressure on Lang Yushang's body was something he had only felt on his father, and it was even thicker than his father's. He's still young. There are some impudent places. Niece Yushang, don't take offense. Lang Feng stammered a bit and snorted. It's okay, also blame me for not controlling my temper. That name. Calling before there is a bad person called me so. I don't like to be called by others yet. Lang Yushang smiled sweetly and said with a fervor. Bai Jiro is silent, or a little speechless. Self-sister really lying even a draft, but also bad people so call you? Mo brother if now really so call you one. You are afraid of directly can be happy to jump up. However, I didn't expect that niece Yushang is already at the Zun realm. Truly outstanding talent and young and promising. Lang Feng was careful to test the waters. He could feel that Lang Yushang's cultivation was even higher than his. Uncle Lang Feng, where are your words? It's probably because of the family bloodline that allowed me to have this kind of achievement. It's better to be thankful for the family bloodline. Lang Yushang replied with a dripping smile. Ha, that also has nothing to do with my niece's talent. Lang Feng had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he had actually hated it. I didn't expect that Lang Yushang's talent would be so high. If I could have retrieved her at a young age and extracted that rich bloodline power from her body, then I might have even broken through to the Saint realm myself by now. Speaking of which, Uncle is the acting head of the family then. Now that I'm back, then this Lang family head position, is it possible for me to let me inherit it directly? Lang Yushang smiled sweetly, but what she said was already graphic. Just chilling for so long for now. Chapter 127, Chapter 125, The Beginning of Movement. Speaking of which, what about Uncle being the acting head of the family? Now that I'm back, then is this head of the family position something I can inherit directly from my father? You frost niece not uncle not let only now you just come back. Life is not familiar with the place. Uncle first for you on behalf of the management for a period of time, and so you are familiar with the environment. We then discuss this matter is not too late. Lang Feng did not move and refused to say. At the very least, he has to drag a period of time. This way only I see that Uncle Lang Feng is very laborious. I also want to help you share a bit. This way, I give Uncle Lang Feng a day to hand things over tomorrow. Today I will follow you. Also learn from you how to deal with the family politics in normal times. Lang Yushang smiled and shook her head, but did not give Lang Feng time to delay. Niece Yushang, aren't you being too hasty like this? Lang Feng couldn't help but frown slightly. Is that so? I think it's alright, Uncle Lang Feng. Since I've returned, There are some things that should be given up. Long Yushang said with an unchanged smile. Niece Yushang, you just came back. I can understand that you don't know the rules, but I hope that you don't bully people too much. Even if your natural talent is outstanding and your cultivation is strong, there are some things that can't be solved just because your cultivation is strong. Lang Feng slapped the table and stood up somewhat angrily. He. Long Yushan laughed and made a wink at Baijiro. With a wave of her hand, Baijiro's room door instantly closed tightly. What do you mean by that, niece Yushan? Lang Feng couldn't help but say in a cold voice. I was thinking, there are some things that if you can't solve them with a strong cultivation, then it must be your cultivation, which isn't strong enough. Long Yushang said with a smile. Uncle Coldwind, this is your last chance. No one knew what Long Feng and Lang Yushang had talked about, but from that day on, Lang Feng looked up to Long Yushang, but a hint of mute was added to his eyes. Sister Jiro, it's a shame that he didn't listen to advice, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted a slave talisman. Long Yushang sighed helplessly. Now that you're the head of the family, what are your next plans? Baijiro asked indifferently. Alas, thought of a lot of plots and tricks before, but in the cultivation world, even the best plots can only be auxiliary. Nothing is as good as a high cultivation level. Long Yushang shrugged her shoulders and smiled carelessly. Next, it's time to rely on Sister Jiro. Long Yushang said with a smile. Dongfang Qinglian still couldn't raise his head in front of Huahua, or even more lifeless. Sister Flower Flame, that. I continue to find Brother Mo. Dongfang Qinglian asked cautiously. Ugh. Flowerfire flopped listlessly on the bed of the inn. Forget it. Rest. People have to think of something. At first, when Dongfang Qinglian couldn't find Mo Lin, Huahua was still interested in punishing her, but then when she couldn't find him all the time, her thoughts about Mo Lin made her lose this kind of mind as well, and she was listless every day. After searching for so long and still not finding it, Blossom Flame only wondered if she was looking for her little brother in the wrong way. Think hard. What are the clues about your little brother? Blossom Fire's eyes were distracted as she began brainstorming. Alas, the days without a little brother. It is so hard to get through. Feel like doing anything, have no strength. Flowerfire recalled from the first time she met Mo Lin, to the bits and pieces between the two of them afterward, from knowing each other to falling in love. Blossomfire couldn't stop the smile on her face at the thought of his somewhat emotionally awkward, yet incredibly cute, appearance. Being a wife to my little brother is really the happiest thing in my life. Being a wife. Blossomfire always feels like she's missing something. How did you think of being a wife to Brother Mo? Yeah, oh, God, which woman? Blossomfire jumped violently out of bed. How did he forget about the God Witch woman? He could go to her and ask where his little brother is. Let's go. Little Qinglian, let's go back to the Exodus Cloud Country. Feeling motivated again, Flowerfire greeted Dongfang Qinglian. Hey, is Brother Mo in the Exodus Cloud Country? Dongfang Qinglian asked somewhat strangely. How did Sister Flame think of one thing or another? No, he may not be there, but the people who know where he is are. Blossomfire said with a smirk. That's right, well then I'll go pack right away. Dongfang Qinglian was a bit surprised. Then will she be able to see the longed-for Brother Mo right away as well, and when the time comes, she will beg for his forgiveness in person, and then let Sister Huahua help herself with a few words of praise. As long as he could keep Brother Mo from abandoning himself, he could punish himself however he wanted. Let's go. Hurry up and pack up. Let's go back. Just as Dongfang Qinglian was immersed inside her fantasies, Flowerfire pinched her little face and urged her. Little brother, wait for me. I will be able to see you soon. Thinking that she would be able to see Mo Lin soon, the smile on Huahua's face could not be suppressed. After not seeing him for so long, he should also miss people. When the time comes, you have to pester him properly. It was getting late, and Mo Lin sat on the lawn in the yard, looking at the stars in the sky out of his mind. The starry sky here was completely different from that world before. When I lived in the city before, I could hardly see any stars in the sky. But now, this eye-opening sky full of stars made Mo Lin's heart could not help but sigh in admiration of how spectacular it was. But the stars in this world were arranged in a completely different pattern than before, and Mo Lin didn't know their names. Brother Mo, what are you thinking about? Zhu Linger slowly sat beside Mo Lin and gently leaned her head on his shoulder. It's nothing, just thinking. This starry sky is so beautiful. Mo Lin used the side of his face and gently rubbed Zhu Linger's hair. Does Brother Mo still like to look at the stars? Before, I remembered that I liked to watch the sunset, Zhu Linger said with a smile, but at the end, suddenly couldn't go on. Watching the sunset? Did you? Sorry, I can't remember. Murin shook his head and smiled somewhat apologetically. Why apologize? Stupid brother. Brother Mo clearly did nothing wrong. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin's arm and leaned a little tighter. Obviously I am wrong, is it? Xing Lian's sister also said that Brother Mo does not like to see the sunset. Just at that time, own for to Brother Mo that way. Only to let Brother Mo become like that. Thinking of Mo Lin's lonely back, Zhu Linger's eyes couldn't help but turn a little red. Mo brother now, still alone looking at the stars. Is it because of himself? Did not let him feel happy? During the time that Brother Mo and Linger were together, were you happy? Zhu Linger gathered her courage and asked in a low voice. I am very happy, Linger. Frankly speaking, I have never been so happy. Mo Lin smiled gently and couldn't help but pull the young girl into his arms. Looking at the young girl's slightly red eyes, Mo Lin kissed her face with some heartache. What's wrong, Linger? Is there something about me that makes you unhappy? Mo Lin asked softly. No, Brother Mo. Zhu Linger shook her head and gently bit Mo Lin's lips. For you to be happy is what makes me happiest. Chapter 128, Chapter 126, Preparations. For you to be happy is what makes me happiest. Murin let the girl kiss him, but his heart was not at all calm, and he had mixed feelings inside. Was he really that important to Linger? What had I, before, done to Linger to make her so enamored with me? Mo Lin tightly hugged Zhu Linger, and the softness in front of Zhu Linger's body was squeezed and slightly deformed. He was suddenly eager to remember what had happened before, and wanted to know why he, himself, was so important to this stunningly beautiful and lovely young girl in front of him. Linger, why am I so important to you? For a long time, lips parted. Mo Lin looked at the young girl's beautiful reddish pink eyes and asked seriously. Because you are my favorite and most beloved person. To me, you are more important than myself. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin, as if there was a halo of light flowing through her eyes. Mo Lin looked at Zhu Linger's big eyes. He could feel the sincerity and warmth contained within. That raging love was definitely not something that could be faked. She didn't lie to me. It was her honest opinion. I don't know why, but her feelings for me are not fake. That was enough. But still, if he could, he wished he could remember the memories of the past, and he wanted to know the reason behind this burning love. This way. Mo Lin gently touched Zhu Linger's agitated nose with his own. I love you too. Very much, Linger. Mo Lin then hugged Zhu Linger, gently biting her ear and whispering in her ear. The pupils of the young girl who was cradled in her arms shrunk slightly, and her soft and delicate body trembled slightly, which seemed to be the first time that Mo Lin said love to her. Really? Really? Brother Mo. Zhu Linger's eyes were a bit dull, and she asked in a daze. Why would I lie to you? Silly Linger. Mo Lin laughed lightly. Zhu Linger was silent in Mo Lin's arms for a few seconds. Then she raised her head, looked at Mo Lin's handsome face, and kissed him hard on his lips. Brother Mo. I want to give you a child. Zhu Linger's eyes were incomparably determined. How did it come to this? Mo Lin's brain went a bit down as he looked at Zhu Linger, but Zhu Linger didn't care that much and kissed again. Brother Mo. I want it. Right here. Zhu Linger's voice was delicately soft and slurred. But this is outside. Only when Zhu Linger managed to let go of Mo Lin did Mo Lin open his mouth with some difficulty. Zhu Linger smiled seductively, and with a gentle wave of her prime hand, a reddish-pink colored boundary enveloped the two. It doesn't matter. It's not outside here now. Zhu Linger smiled dementedly and pressed her little face up once again. Not long after Lin Yushang succeeded as the Lung family's head, a meeting of the entire family was held. This was a right unique to the head of the family, which allowed to make the 4 clansmen of the 4 sacred sect all gather here. Niece Yushang, what do you mean by this? Dongfang then frowned slightly. Lin Yushang kicked Lung Feng down as soon as he came back, and now he called a meeting with the whole clan, making it a bit confusing. Uncle Dongfang Zai, didn't I just come back? So I thought I'd gather everyone here to meet you all and get to know all the uncles as well. Lung Yushang said with a smiling face. In that case, niece Yushang is really too polite. Zhu Ming smiled and nodded. Lang Yuxuan looked at them. These were the guys who tried to capture themselves back before and were killed by Brother Mo. Lung Yushang with a kind face sentenced them to death in their hearts, as well as that Long Feng from before, who had to be killed after being useless. However, uncles, speaking of which, you are all acting family heads as well, right? Lin Yushang said as if she had a point. Yes, it's true that we are still just agents now. Bai Yu's face was a bit ugly. Bai Zhiro had also returned, and what Lin Yushang had done made him a bit worried that his position would not be secure. and that at any time, he might be snatched away by Baijiro from the position of the family head. Well, it's been hard on all the uncles over the years. Lan Yuxuan's lovely big eyes narrowed with a smile. But, I actually have a slightly bolder proposal. Lan Yuxiang walked on top of the high platform and looked at the four sacred sect's disciples below, and with a wave of her hand, she released her spiritual pressure. The crowd on stage instantly fell silent. Hello everyone, I'm Lan Yuxiang. I'm the daughter of the previous generation of the Lun clan's head, and I just recently returned to our four sacred sect to succeed the position of family head. Lan Yuxiang smiled and introduced herself to the crowd on stage. This is Baijiro, my elder sister and the daughter of the previous generation of Bai family patriarchs. Today I summon everyone here for these two things. Lan Yuxiang slightly sidestepped, giving way to Baijiro's cool figure, the daughter of the previous sect master. I didn't expect that she would return to the sect when she was so old. The pressure she unleashed just now was actually at the Zun realm, and it wasn't at the level of just stepping into it. This is too demonic. No wonder she succeeded the Lang clan's sect master. Cough. Lang Yuxiang coughed lightly, signaling the crowd on stage to be quiet. First thing, I just returned to the clan, and I don't know any of you very well, and I want to get to know you all. And the second thing, I found out who the enemy was that brutalized our four saint sect back then. Lan Yuxiang's eyes suddenly became somewhat cold. But, this is also pretend. She does not care about this, just to pretend to be angry to mobilize the emotions of everyone. Who is it? They killed my mother in the first place, and my sister. Damn it! The crowd under the stage stirred. The people who had united the underworld sect in the first place were ultimately a few of the higher-ups, and most of the lower clansmen were still not quite sure who the real enemy was. They are the underworld sect. Lan Yuxiang's face was gloomy. They killed all four of our patriarchs, my father and uncle. Speaking of her father, Lan Yuxiang didn't have too much affection, but her mother's death did make her a little sad. And by the way, it would be a good thing to borrow the hands of this group of people to take revenge for them, but the main reason was the one she had her heart set on. What? It's actually the underworld sect? Why are they beating and killing us for no reason? But they didn't know that the several acting patriarchs under the stage were already sweating a bit. They had united with the underworld sect to kill the old patriarch to seek power and usurp the throne, and the benefits they received from the underworld sect had not been distributed to the people below. Your loved ones and friends, like me, died in that gruesome massacre, and before we didn't know who the enemy was, but now that we do, are you going to let them get away with it? Are you guys willing to do that? Lang Yuxiang said impassionedly. Unwilling, but the underworld sect is too powerful, and there are even Saint Realm powerhouses. A clan member said bravely. What can we do if we're not willing to do so? We were greatly injured after that time, and to this day, we haven't been able to recover. Another clan member sighed. It's time for revenge. Let them know the wrath of our four sacred sect. Lan Yuxiang laughed and waved her hand, emitting an aura that took the world by storm. Chapter 129, Chapter 127, Establishing Authority. Revenge? We're going for revenge? Seriously? The clansmen under the stage were indeed righteously angry about the previous encounter, but the gap in strength between the two clans forced them to keep their tails between their legs, and they don't realize that they've been sold out by their acting matriarch before. Even if you're in the Zun realm, what can you do as a little girl? I don't even see your hair growing. For us to go and take revenge against the underworld sect is simply sending us to our deaths. They have a sacred realm powerhouse sitting in their midst. Revenge? That's a nice way of putting it. It's not that easy. Lan Yuxiang looked at some of the people on stage who were singing the opposite tune and was not surprised. Then, it seems that you all do not wish to accept my proposal? Those who are strongly against it, please raise your hands. Lan Yuxiang said with a smirk. Ha! What kind of medicine is in this little girl's gourd? Just raise it. One of the youths raised his hand disdainfully. Hands up? What a child's play. It was a middle-aged man who raised his hand, only feeling that this proposal was too childish. I've received everyone's opinions. So, Sister Jiro, please. Lan Yuxiang said with a very kind face and a smile. Jiro didn't say anything, just gently waved her hand. The mighty pressure belonging to the Saint Realm seemed to be like a tidal wave pressing down on the four sacred sect clansmen who couldn't catch their breath. Several white lights flashed by, and the 10 people who were the first to raise their hands just now had one of their heads and bodies separated at the moment, and a huge amount of blood mist spewed out of their severed mouths. The ones who died just now were the first 10 people who opposed me. And I, for one, don't really like it when people oppose me yet, so I'm going to ask again. Does anyone else disagree with my proposal? Lan Yuxiang's smile was still sweet. but a few drops of the large amount of blood mist that she had just spewed out had dripped down onto her delicate and pretty face, making her lovely smile look a little bit scary. Saint Realm? That girl, Baijiro, is actually in the Saint Realm? How old is she? She is already in the Saint Realm. How is this possible? The crowd under the stage looked at Lang Yushang and Baijiro and were so shocked that they could barely speak. Now, does anyone else want to object? Lung Yufeng continued to ask. If no one objects this time, then I'll take it as everyone agrees. Oh? The crowd on the stage was silent. They didn't dare to raise their hands even if they wanted to object. Moreover, if Baijiro really was in the Saint Realm, then it might not be impossible for them to succeed in taking revenge. I'm with you, Lord Long Yushang. A young man from the Lang clan was the first to shout out, his face slightly infatuated as he looked at Long Yushang's stunningly beautiful face. I'm with you. The old man supports you too. In the cultivation world, the strong were honored, and in the face of the strong, no matter how excessive it was, many people could not develop the heart to resist the strong. Good. That's how it feels then. I'll let everyone prepare properly for the next few days, and in 7 days, we'll set off. Long Yushang's smile was still sweet, but Baijiro saw a hint of indifference in her lovely smile. But it didn't matter. In the scheme of things, all these clansmen were meant to be used for flag sacrifices. Divine Witch Granny, people have come to see you. Hua Hua and Dongfang Qinglian rushed to the Exodus Cloud Country without stopping and went straight to the Divine Witch Granny. Little Flame, didn't you go to the eastern region to look for that teenager? Why are you back? Granny Divine Witch said with a smile when she saw Flower Flame. After Flower Flame's destiny had changed for the better, the Divine Witch Woman was also happy for her. It was just that this girl looked at her a little bit less when she had her little husband. But, a young girl in love, well, it must be her little husband who is more on her mind. And the God Witch Granny can understand it. Divine Witch Granny, people can't find him, Flower Flame said with a bit of crying, hugging Divine Witch Granny's arm and shaking it. Granny, you help me see. Where is little brother now? Hua Hua was not all pretending. She was indeed in quite a lost mood when she couldn't find Mo Lin. I can't see much of your little brother's natal chart. He's a celestial. But, I'll try my best to help you find it. The neurotic Granny somewhat dotingly touched Hua Hua's little head. But, this girl beside you is? The goddess witch asked with some curiosity. She is Dongfang Qinglian, the little brother's sort of sister, for the time being, Flower Fire said with a shrug. His sister, ah. Hello, MS. Dongfang. The Divine Witch Granny smiled and greeted Oriental Qinglian. Greetings, Divine Witch Granny. Dongfang Qinglian nodded. The current her was following Sister Flame. She wouldn't say anything more if Flame didn't speak. The goddess of witchcraft surveyed the two for a few moments and smiled, shaking her head. You're going to make great sisters. Ah, is it? Blossom Fire bristled. Che, who wants to be a sister to her? Let her be a good pet for her little brother. I'll see where little Murins is right now. The Divine Witch Woman made a few false strokes in the air with both hands, and a dazzling golden light emanated from inside the gray and cloudy fate plate. The goddess of witchcraft closed her eyes and concentrated on pinching something. A long time passed before she slowly opened her eyes and sighed somewhat helplessly. I'm sorry, our little Flame. I tried my best, but I can't tell exactly where little Murin is. So it's okay, God Witch Granny. Hard work. Then we go back to find it ourselves is fine. Blossom Fire reluctantly smiled, still saying thank you. But, I figured out his approximate location. Little Flame, he is in the southwestern part of the eastern region. If you guys go to look for it, it will be much more efficient to look for it in that area. The Divine Witch Granny tried her best, but Mo Lin's destiny was confusing, and it really didn't allow her to see much. And, I can see that you will find him, the goddess of witchcraft said with a smile. Wow, this is really thankful to the God Witch Granny. You've been a great help. I'll go look for it right now. Blossom Fire's eyes lit up. However, little Murin's current state doesn't seem to be normal. Not quite normal? Is he sick? Blossom Fire's eyes instantly became incomparably flustered, and she asked with some heartache. Dongfang Qinglian's eyes also rounded up when she heard this, unconsciously clenching her fists. I don't know, only that his state seems to be a bit different from usual. The Divine Witch Granny could only see a generalization, and there was no way for her to see the specifics too clearly. Alright, people know, and they will refuel to find him as soon as possible. Flower Fire nodded with a somewhat grave expression on her face. Thank you. Then we'll leave first, Divine Witch Granny. Let's go. Little Qinglian. After saying goodbye to Granny Divine Witch, Flower Fire tugged on Oriental Qinglian and pulled her out of the room. The divine witch granny said that little brother was in the wrong state. He was taken away by that sister of yours. Do you know what's going on? Hua asked as she cupped Dongfang Qinglian's chin and looked at her with gloomy eyes. I don't know. She was like me at that time. She was also incomparably regretful. Maybe, she was also like me, decided to want to do something. But specifically, I'm not clear about it. Oriental Qinglian lowered her head and said softly. Looking at Dongfang Qinglian's eyes, Flower Fire knew that she wasn't lying and could only sigh helplessly. This time we have an approximate location. Let's hurry back and try to find little brother earlier. Chapter 130, Chapter 128, A Great Victory. Several days passed in the blink of an eye. The preparations for the attack on the underworld sect, the Four Sacred Sect, was almost ready. Lung Yushang had gathered all the living forces of the Four Sacred Sect, including the several uncles with evil intentions. These days they also tried to make some sideways suggestions to stop Lung Yushang's plan, but Lung Yushang didn't give them a chance to be pedantic at all. She also has that white god of killing, Bai Jiro, by her side. And if they can't do it the hard way, they can only come to the soft way. Unable to help Lung Yushang's softness and hardness, in the end, they could only grayly follow her dispositions. In the cultivation world, the strongest was the most respected, and a Saint Realm powerhouse was enough to make them bow down. Everyone, are you all ready? Lung Yushang stood on the high platform and shouted with a smiling face. Yes, the clansmen on the stage replied in unison. These days of preparation as well as training were drilled by Lung Yushang herself, allowing them to improve significantly in terms of discipline and organization. 10 years ago, the underworld sect slaughtered most of my Four Sacred Sect disciples, leaving our clan's wives separated and our families broken. And now, I've returned. Sister Bai has also returned. It's time to avenge the deaths of our loved ones, our compatriots. Lung Yushang delivered her speech from the high platform. We have to let them know the hatred and anger that our Four Sacred Sect has felt for many years. We, the Four Sacred Sect, have never been a force that can be rubbed by others. Our ancestors were all once strong at the Emperor realm, or even beyond it, and we can't disgrace them. If we know who our enemies are and hold back our anger and live meticulously, then when we get down there, we won't even have the face to face our ancestors. The crowd under the stage was provoked to the point that their eyes were filled with anger, and they could not wait to rush up and fight with the group of guys from the underworld sect right now. Very well, you have shown me your fighting spirit. Let's now set off. Lung Yushang raised her arms. This battle will be a great success. Brother Mo. Recently, it's not very peaceful outside. It's best to minimize some of our outings. Zhu Linger said softly as she looked at Mo Lin, who was lying on his knee pillow. Not very peaceful? Did something happen? Mo Lin asked with some curiosity. Yeah, I heard that a while ago. The disciples of the Four Sacred Sect and the Underworld Sect started a great battle, and although the Four Sacred Sect lost quite a few of their clansmen, they won in the end. Zhu Linger's face was a little complicated. She knew that this was her sister making a move. That's so, but since it's all been won, the war should already be over. Mo Lin said after thinking about it. No, it didn't end. Since then, the Four Sacred Sect has used other reasons, coercion and lure, to take control of a number of small sects and regions to grow their power. And this momentum hasn't stopped, but instead the action is getting bigger and bigger. Zhu Linger shook her head and said slowly. So it's like this. Mo Lin nodded thoughtfully, but the name Four Sacred Sect, it always gives me some familiar feeling. It. Good boy. Brother Mo, don't think too much. I will protect you well during this period of time. Zhu Linger gently stroked Mo Lin's face and lightly smiled. I've also recovered quite a bit now. Although I haven't fully recovered yet, I can also protect Linger. Mo Lin said somewhat helplessly. The strength he could exert now had returned to the level of the Zun realm, and there was still a bit of a gap from the Saint realm he was originally supposed to have. But strangely enough, during the time he spent with Zhu Linger, he could feel his realm slowly improving. Although his spiritual power didn't keep up, his realm went up. To use an analogy, the realm is like a blue bar. His blue bar was unintentionally grown a lot, but the blue level wasn't back to full due to injuries. In terms of blue bar length alone, right now he felt like he should be at the mid-saint realm. Good. Brother Mo is the best. Zhu Linger laughed softly and lowered her head to gently kiss Mo Lin's face. I'm the older brother. It's only right to protect my cute younger sister. Mo Lin also said with a guffaw. Zhu Linger's heart couldn't help but tremble as she listened to Mo Lin's words. Brother Mo really did it. He poured everything he had into it and protected the four of us. Brother, you are the best brother in the whole world. Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin's handsome face and smiled fondly. But, unfortunately, After all this time, one's stomach still hasn't made a move. Alas, we can only work harder. Zhu Linger sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Linger, suddenly sighing? A hint of concern showed in Mo Lin's eyes. Brother Mo, said Zhu Linger in a sultry tone, you can do well today. Niran had a question mark on his face. Since the last attack on the underworld sect, the four sacred sect clansmen's momentum was high, and some of the resources of the underworld sect, Long Yushang and Baijiro, took away the ones that their four sisters and Mo Lin needed, and then the rest were all divided among the clansmen under them. Clansmen who died in the war would also receive a large pension. It had to be said that the underworld sect's heritage was still very deep. The resources of a large clan were enough to allow the four sacred sect to raise its strength to another level in a short period of time. And Baijiro's beautiful and decisive heroism on the battlefield had also earned her the title of Jade Shura. Her strikes were as gorgeous and stunning as a dance, but she showed no mercy, and the Saint Realm powerhouse of the underworld sect was mercilessly killed on the spot by her. The White Tiger bloodline of the White family already had an extremely strong killing aura, and Baijiro's natural talent was incomparably outstanding. And she even had the experience of breaking through to the Emperor realm before. So even though that strong man was a small realm higher than her, he didn't walk up a few rounds in by Jiro's hands. Sister Jiro, it's really hard on you this time. Long Yushang smiled and took Baijiro's hand. It's nothing. Originally they were the ones I was planning to kill as well. Baijiro shook her head. The underworld sect was originally on her must-kill list, along with those four uncles, and that Dongfang Jin. Seeing Baijiro's eyes, Lang Yushang instantly understood, and laughed meaningfully. Jiro sister, don't be anxious. Kill them, it's too cheap for them. Let's do it little by little, little by little. Wait to squeeze the last bit of value out of them before letting them die in despair. Lang Yushang's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. That Dongfang Jin, she had always remembered. She definitely wouldn't let him die so easily. Well, it's good that you have it in your heart. Baijiro nodded, gradually calming down the killing intent in her heart. That's right, Sister Jiro, there's an alliance and peace talks coming up next, and I want you to go and help me finalize this matter. Lang Yushang suddenly said, I'm going to finalize it? I am not very good at words, Baijiro said faintly. Jiro's sister, don't be modest. This time the basic direction of cooperation has been finalized. You just need to go and shine. With your Saint Realm cultivation, give them a little bit of a small shock. Lang Yushang said with a smile. In fact, this time, it was just a walk in the park, letting the strongest combatants on his side go forward, and it was also a show of sincerity from his side. As for Long Yushang herself, she felt that with a few months, she would also touch the threshold of the Saint Realm. Okay, so where is it? Baijiro asked faintly. It's in the southwestern part of the eastern domain. I'll mark the exact location on the map for you. Long Yushang lightly laughed. Chapter 131, Chapter 129, taking a break. Brother Mo. I'm going out for a trip. You rest well at home. The next day, Zhu Linger kissed Mo Lin's side and said in a delicate manner, Good. Linger, be safe on the road. Do you want me to go with you? Mo Lin hugged Zhu Linger and also kissed her back on her delicate little face. Don't. Brother Mo's body is the most important thing. His cultivation hasn't recovered by now. Zhu Linger gently shook her head and said with a smile, Alright, Brother Mo, don't worry. I'm about to break through to the Saint Realm. Brother Mo might as well worry about those bad guys if he's worried about me. Good. Linger can be awesome. Mo Lin used his fingers to gently scrape Zhu Linger's agitated nose. Then, come back early. Good. Brother Mo is being good at home. The negotiation between Baijiro and the Tianlu sacred sect is nearing its end. Long Yushang was right. The basic cooperation intention between the two sides had already been reached, and she had come just to finalize some details, plus go through the motions. Fairy Bai is truly astonishingly talented. At only 18 years old, she has already broken through to the Saint Realm. The patriarch of the Heavenly Foothills sacred sect, an old man with a white beard and hair, stroked his beard and laughed. It's nothing. Baijiro faintly shook her head. This patriarch was also at the early stage of the Saint Realm, but if it really came down to a fight, Baijiro didn't think she would lose. And, really want to say genius, Brother Mo should also have stepped into the Holy Realm by now. He is the first-class genius in the whole world. We four are just assholes lying on his body and sucking his blood to grow. I don't know, White Fairy. Now can have marriage? Tianlu Patriarch looked at Baijiro. Only feel the more you look at the more happy I have a Shin grandson. Appearance, character and talent are good. Now the age and White Fairy almost. White Fairy can have this idea? With him to meet on the side? No need. Thank you for your kind words, Sovereign. Baijiro slightly frowned. Some unhappy said I already have a favorite person. This life is only for him to live. The patriarch good intentions have to excuse here. In that case, that's old me being abrupt. But I'm a bit curious. What kind of amazing heavenly pride is the one who can enter Fairy Bai's eyes? The Heavenly Foothills patriarch shook his head helplessly, but still asked with interest. He is indeed very good. The best person in the world and the #1 absolute genius in the world. Baijiro replied softly. Oh, such a genius. It's impossible for me not to have heard of him. Which clan's saint's son is he? Patriarch Tianlu asked curiously. No, he's not a saint's son. He's my brother. Baijiro's face was clear and cold as she shook her head and said, the Tianlu patriarch didn't dare to speak. Fairy White's gossip seemed a bit big. Brother? Well, maybe these geniuses have their own pet peeves. Alright then I won't ask too many questions. After this matter is settled, Fairy Bai can stay here for a few more days, and also let the old man do his best as a landlord. The Heavenly Foothills patriarch snorted. No need. I have other things to do. I will return to the Four Sacred Sect tomorrow. Thank you for your kind words, Sovereign. Baijiro said faintly. I hope everything will go well with our cooperation. Good. Then we'll rely on Fairy Bai. And we'll have to rely on Fairy Bai for more help in the future. This kind of supreme genius was something that should never be crossed. And in the Heavenly Foothills patriarch's opinion, Baijiro even had a chance to step into the Emperor realm. Good. Baijiro nodded, made a bow, and got up to leave. After watching Baijiro walk away, Tianlu patriarch sighed with some regret. If Baijiro can become his Xian grandson's daughter-in-law, that's really the fortunate thing for his entire Tianlu clan. Not to mention that in addition to Baijiro's supreme talent and strength, her appearance is also absolutely beautiful. But alas, the Xiang king is intentional, but the goddess is heartless. However, this goddess has a lover seems to be a bit weird. Her brother? Is it a real brother and sister? Maybe it's just a righteous brother and sister, but with Baijiro's strength, even if it's really a real sibling engaging in orthopedics, there's not much that can stop it all. Alas, it's a pity. The Heavenly Foothills patriarch shook his head and sighed slightly. Baijiro returned to the room that the Tianlu sect had prepared for her, and sat on her knees, wanting to settle down to cultivate, but she was a bit distracted. After trying several times without being able to quiet her mind into meditation, she could only sigh slightly and lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling in a daze. Brother Mo. Baijiro murmured. She hadn't seen her brother Mo in years. After so many years of not seeing each other, that longing, instead of fading, has become deeper and deeper with time. She wanted to see him so badly, even for a second. But now is not the time to meet each other. When himself and Yushan will be done with what should be done, when he sees our banner spread all over the world, then, but even then, will he forgive us? Baijiro's eyes were lifeless. She didn't know that she was now just paralyzing herself with constant cultivation and accomplishing that grand plan, but the closer she got to that desired end, the more afraid she became of that final moment of judgment to come. What if after everything you've done, you still haven't been forgiven? Then, it will only be the same as what he originally expected, dying in front of brother Mo. The next day, Baijiro simply packed up, said goodbye to the Tianlu sect leader, and left. On the way, she didn't rush back to the Four Sacred Sect, instead choosing to slowly fly back. Her heart was a little tired, and she wanted to fly back slowly, seeing the sights along the way, and giving herself a break. It didn't take long to fly, and a town along the way gave Baijiro an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This place seems to be somewhat like the bazaar that I've strolled through with brother Mo before, but this wasn't Tianqi Mountain, which was still a long way away. Baijiro thought with a slight sideways glance, but still flew down and came to the outskirts of the town, using a walk to enter the town. Many cultivators don't want to attract too much attention, and there are unwritten rules within the town. So if it's not an emergency, everyone doesn't want to take off and place directly in front of everyone. However, those who could cultivate to the king realm or above were still a minority, and most cultivators were still mostly in the master realm, the division realm, and there weren't too many people who were truly gifted in cultivation. When Baijiro entered the city, she looked at the street vendors hawking, and couldn't help but get a little dazed in her eyes. It seemed that back then, it was also brother Mo who brought them. Shopping and buying things in this kind of bazaar. Time has changed and things are different. Baijiro bought a bunch of sugar gourds on the street, and after looking at them in a daze for a while, she opened her rosy little mouth and took a bite. Tart to sweet, with a crunchy icing shell that matches the slightly soft flesh. The flavor is really good. This is the last eaten food of Brother Inc. Bai Jiro ate in a daze. Unknowingly finished a whole sugar gourd, and her eyes were filled with tears at some point. I miss you so much Ink brother. Chapter 132 Chapter 130 A Chance Encounter. Bai Jiro walked aimlessly through the bazaar, her heart full of memories of the past. It's really similar to that remembered fair. Street vendors were yelling vigorously, and from time to time the guests cut the price. The road pedestrians also look happy, from time to buy some snacks, fruits and vegetables, and there are some stalls, placed a lot of exquisite small dolls. She looked at the scenery in front of her, but her mind was filled with memories of what had been. The dolls they had also given to Brother Mo. The 4 of them handmade, were well treasured by him, and even, in the end, held in his arms. By the end of the day, Brother Mo was also holding the doll we gave him. Bai Jiro wiped her tears, her face sad and miserable. She bit her lip lightly, slowly calming herself. Bai Jiro turned her head and saw a little boy on the street with 2 little girls playing together. The boy bought sugar gourds, obviously very greedy, but do not want to eat themselves. First to the 2 girls to eat. Bai Jiro looked at this scene, transfixed. It seemed that once upon a time, they had been the same, pampered with such attentiveness, held in the palm of their brother's hand and cared for in every way. But the brother who spoiled them was pushed away, by their own hands, into the abyss. It hurts so much. Whenever I think of this, think of the waning face of Mo Lin at the end, and the figure of him silently leaving the world after eating the sugar gourd. Bai Jiro's heart seems to have been inserted into a few blunt knives, so painful that it makes her twitch. She could usually only paralyze herself with her cultivation, not daring to recall it, and whenever the memory touched that painful place, it caused her heart to ache. But now, that bone-deep memory once again came up like a tidal wave, causing Bai Jiro's heart to be in turmoil once again. She had always avoided it, but there was always a time when she couldn't avoid it. That memory, eventually, would catch up with her and be thrown back into her mind, along with the one she'd been avoiding before. Bai Jiro stared blankly at the bustling bazaar, but this bustle and the elation on people's faces had nothing to do with her. She felt as if she had been abandoned by the world, out of place in it. Abandoned by the world. So that is also right. Her brother Mo was originally her world. But just then, a familiar figure came into view. Bai Jiro's face was stunned. How could she be here, in this remote town? Although the figure was wearing a bucket hat, the years of being inseparable had long since made them incredibly familiar with each other. Even without seeing the front face, she could recognize that it was her sister who she hadn't heard from in recent times. Spirit, why are you here? Linger you came to the street to buy vegetables today too? The lady selling vegetables asked with a smile. Yes auntie, I'll buy some fresh fruits and vegetables. The ones at home are pretty much eaten. Zhu Linger responded with a smile. Where's that brother of yours? Linger, didn't come to accompany you? The lady selling vegetables helped Zhu Linger pick out some fresh fruits and vegetables and casually asked. Brother, he's not in good health lately. These small things don't need to trouble him. I'll do it. Zhu Linger said with a smile, talking about Mo Lin. Her face involuntarily revealed a trace of happy smile. Ha ha ha. Your brother is truly blessed to have such a sweet sister like you. The elder lady looked at this lovely young girl and silently blessed the brother and sister in her heart. At a young age the family had lost its adult, and the 2 were dependent on each other. Luckily they both seemed to be cultivators, otherwise they would have had a much harder time. But whenever they came to the fair together, the closeness was far more clingy than a normal brother and sister. But they've always had only each other for company, and it's not unusual for them to be a little closer than normal siblings, right? Bai Jiro listened to their conversation from a short distance away, and her entire face was stagnant, as if she had been struck by lightning. Spirit, she just said what? Brother? Where does she have another brother? Is it Ink brother? She's been living with brother Mo this whole time? But how is this possible? Thank you auntie, I'll leave first then. Zhu Linger took the fruits and vegetables that the elder lady handed her and loaded them into her spirit ring after giving her money. Just after walking out a dozen steps, her wrist was suddenly held by someone. Zhu Linger thought it was an ungrateful denizen and backhanded a palm, but it was easily deflected by the other party. You're not my opponent, Linger, Bai Jiro said faintly, her voice clear and cold. Sister Jiro? Why are you here? Hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Linger's person was dumbfounded. How could this be? She was still wearing a bucket hat, in such a large eastern region, out of the hundreds of millions of people. How could it be such a coincidence? Being recognized by Sister Jiro? What did you just say about your brother? Bai Jiro's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. and her originally cool voice line unconsciously rose a bit. Could it be that Zhu Linger has a new love? Finding a new man to be her brother? No matter how Bai Jiro thought about it, it couldn't be that Mo Lin was living with her. They did that kind of thing. How could Mo Lin forgive them so easily? And if they really forgave them, Zhu Linger shouldn't have sneaked around. It was very unreasonable. Ah, you've heard it all. Zhu Linger forced a smile. Her face was a bit complicated. The current her completely did not expect to run into this kind of thing, and she did not have the means to go and open her mouth. Well, tell me, what happened? You found a new brother? No longer sad for brother Mo? Bai Jiro asked in a cold voice. If Zhu Linger can move on so easily, then she, Bai Jiro, will no longer recognize Zhu Linger as her sister, and from now on, the road will face the sky, each going their own way. How can that be? Zhu Linger shouted with some excitement. The only thing that she would never allow to be denigrated by others was the one she had for Mo Lin, even if it was Ji Ro's sister. So, it's really Mo's brother? He lives with you? Bai Jiro first froze for a moment. Then her hands grabbed Zhu Linger's shoulders with some excitement. Jiro's sister, you and I come. Before, actually I have told you the intention. Zhu Linger's face was complicated. This kind of accident came too fast. She didn't even think about how to respond, nor did she know how to explain. She could only let Bai Jiro go and see it with her own eyes. Good. Bai Jiro hesitated for a moment, or decided to see what Zhu Linger had actually done. Bai Jiro's heart could not control the crazy beating up. Really? Brother Mo? She can actually see brother Mo? Just, so simple, to see? Although it is strange why Zhu Linger is living with brother Mo. But, even if she can look at it from afar, it is still good. She misses him so much. Chapter 133, Chapter 131, Anger. Chapter 131. Bai Jiro stood outside the house and looked along behind the window at Mo Lin, who was practicing with his eyes closed in the house, and tears instantly flowed out of her eyes. Brother Mo. Is really brother Mo? Bai Jiro murmured with some disorientation. She actually really saw her longed for brother Mo. Was she dreaming? Because she missed brother Mo too much? That's why she saw the phantom of brother Mo? No. This is not a dream. Bai Jiro only one glance to know that it is indeed his day and night thought of people. Only. Why? Why would Linger live with brother Mo? What the hell is going on with Linger? Bai Jiro asked dully. The scene in front of her made her somewhat less able to understand. Could it be that brother Mo had already forgiven them? No. Even if brother Mo would forgive them, it wouldn't be so easy. Linger, what exactly did she do? Because brother Mo he lost his memory. Zhu Linger saw the doubt in Bai Jiro's heart and smiled somewhat ruefully. It was me who personally sealed his memory. What did you say? Bai Jiro first froze for a split second, and then she only felt boundless anger surging to her heart. How dare you? How dare you do this to brother Mo? There seemed to be flames rising in Bai Jiro's eyes as she looked at Zhu Linger, her anger rising. Because I want him to be happy. I want to make him forget all of his past, make him forget about us four bad girls, forget about the pain we once brought him, so that he can only just enjoy the happiness I give him. Zhu Linger gritted her teeth as tears continued to slide down from those beautiful reddish-pink colored apricot eyes. During this period of time, I have been doing one thing. If I am able to conceive brother Mo's child, will he slightly forgive me a little bit? Zhu Linger's face was lost in thought. Slowly narrated. You asshole. Bai Jiro couldn't control it anymore and fiercely slapped Zhu Linger. Zhu Linger didn't try to dodge. She was sent flying by this palm for more than 10 meters, crackling and knocking down several trees before she slowly came to a stop. Although Bai Jiro was angry, but still stayed his hand. Although this palm will make Zhu Linger injured, but will not have a major obstacle. Yes, I'm an asshole. I'm little and I seduced brother Mo, but I really want to give him happiness. But what's wrong with me making him forget the past and us four white-eyed wolves? We don't deserve to be his sisters. And in the future, I will make him happy forever. Zhu Linger slowly got up with lifeless eyes and said through clenched teeth. There was a red slap mark on her side face, giving her a crushing feeling of being on the verge of breaking. You're blaspheming brother Mo. You asshole. Bai Jiro was trembling with anger. What did Zhu Linger say about always wanting to carry brother Mo's child? She has already done that kind of thing to brother Mo? Linger. Mo Lin was awakened by the commotion outside the house and had just pushed open the door to his room when he saw a scene that made his teeth sink. Mo Lin instantly arrived in front of Zhu Linger with a flash and hugged her delicate body. Looking at Zhu Linger's weak appearance and the slap marks on her face, he only felt that the blood in his entire body was boiling from anger. Linger, how are you? Are you alright? Mo Lin gently stroked Zhu Linger's injured little face. White light flashed on his hands. The healing ability of the lightweight rhyme slowly healed the injuries for Zhu Linger. I'm fine, brother Mo. Don't worry. Zhu Linger forced a smile. She didn't want Mo Lin to know what was going on between her and Bai Jiro. Looking at how concerned Mo Lin was about Zhu Linger, Bai Jiro only felt that her anger towards Zhu Linger had risen to another level. Zhu Linger dared to play with brother Mo's memories and soul like this. Seeing that Zhu Linger was not in any serious trouble, Mo Lin sighed in relief. Then, with a condensed expression, he struck out a blow at Bai Jiro with all his might. How dare you injure Linger? Although Mo Lin was at the Saint Realm at the moment, due to the injuries on his body, the power he could exert was only at the level of the Zun Realm. As for Bai Jiro, she was a solid Saint Realm, and Mo Lin's full force strike, even under a hasty catch, only caused her to suffer a slight injury. However, this blow, compared to the physical injuries, the pain in Bai Jiro's heart hurts 10 times and 100 times more. Brother Mo. Is me I am. Xiao Ro Bai Jiro forlornly shed tears. She had no way to strike at Mo Lin, and could only passively resist Mo Lin's offense. Mo Lin's attack could not help but stagnate. Xiao Zui is a good familiar name, but Mo Lin could not remember how. Looking at the cold and poignant face of the white-haired girl in front of him, Mo Lin always felt very familiar. Brother Mo. Stop it. Stop it. And just at that moment, Zhu Linger violently came from behind Mo Lin and hugged him, stopping his crazy attack on Bai Jiro. Linger, but she beat you up like this. Mo Lin came back to his senses, only to feel enraged. His beloved girl was injured. There was no way for anyone to calm down. Even if this white-haired girl gave herself a sense of familiarity, that was no reason to let her hurt Linger. Brother Mo. Don't blame her. There are some small misunderstandings between us. Good boy, listen to me. Brother Mo, calm down. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin's head as she held him in her arms. Good boy. Brother Mo. You see Linger, this is not alright. This sister is my old acquaintance. There is no malice towards us. Brother Mo, listen. Not angry, not angry. Zhu Linger gently stroked Mo Lin's hair and tenderly coaxed him softly. But, Mo Lin raised his head and looked at Linger's injured little face. Still very distressed. Good boy. Brother Mo. Go back to the house and wait for Linger. Linger and this sister will just go out and talk. Zhu Linger gently cupped Mo Lin's handsome face and gently kissed his lips. Good boy. Go back and wait for Linger. Brother Mo. Don't worry. She won't hurt me. She's the sister who loves me the most. In Zhu Linger's certain and gentle eyes, Mo Lin was still defeated. Bai Jiro looked at the way Zhu Linger was kissing Mo Lin, and her delicate hands unconsciously tightened. Linger, do you really not need my help? Mo Lin was still a bit uneasy. It's really fine. Good boy. Brother Mo, go back and wait for me. We'll be fine in a while. Zhu Linger smiled as she held Mo Lin's hand and brought him back to his room. After settling down Mo Lin, Zhu Linger slowly walked out of the room and closed the door, quietly looking at Bai Jiro. You just now saw it, Sister Jiro. Zhu Linger's face was a bit complicated. Her heart was mixed. Brother Mo. He now is inseparable from me? Look what you did. Bai Jiro only felt that her sky was about to collapse. Brother Mo had been brainwashed by Zhu Linger, and now he didn't even recognize her, and even killed her in order to avenge Zhu Linger. This isn't the place to talk. Let's walk farther away. Zhu Linger made a silent gesture and pulled Bai Jiro to whisper. Otherwise it would be really hard to explain if they got into a fight in a little while and then let Brother Mo out. Chapter 134, Chapter 132, Contradictions. Sister Jiro. Now that the wood has been turned, even if you kill me, there's no way to change what has already become a fact. Zhu Linger brought Bai Jiro to an undisturbed place, sighed, and said softly, Oh, then I'll let you continue to blaspheme, Brother Mo? Bai Jiro sneered and said through clenched teeth, You really have good guts. You did this to Brother Mo. Haven't you ever thought that if his memory returns, he will become even less likely to forgive us? Bai Jiro yelled lowly in annoyance. I certainly thought about it. How could I not have thought about it? Zhu Linger smiled ruefully with a sad face, tears sliding down her beautiful cheeks. I'm walking on thin ice every moment. I'm afraid that when I wake up the next day, Brother Mo will find his memories, and after he finds his memories he will never forgive me, and he will never meet with me again. Zhu Linger's eyes were a bit hollow, and she said in a daze, I'm scared to death every day. Zhu Linger shouted with some excitement, Then how dare you be like this? Bai Jiro's beautiful eyes glared roundly, looking at Zhu Linger with both indignation and a hint of heartache. What can I do? I didn't make up my mind to do this at first. but the day I picked up Brother Mo, the cold look he gave me, I can't forget it now. He won't forgive us. He doesn't even want to see us again. What can I do? I can only do this. Schulinger squatted down. How could she not stop her tears, and cried out in a somewhat broken state. But that's not the reason you're doing this either. Baijiro bit her lips hard, and even a trace of blood seeped out of her delicate red lips. So am I going to be like you guys? To carry out your ridiculous plans? Schulinger laughed silently. Brother Mo won't like your plans. He's not too in the world of unexpected things in the first place. It's hard to impress him with those worldly things. This kind of thing has to be done to know. Baijiro somewhat difficult to do, not head, eyes bleak. It's useless. We all know that even if you kill those who have denigrated Brother Mo, he won't be happy. Schulinger shook her head and muttered, then I'm going to let you desecrate Brother Mo? Baijiro was so angry that her body trembled a little. I just want to go and give him happiness in my own way. Schulinger lowered her head, her voice low. The two girls looked at each other and were silent for a long time. By the way, Jiro's sister. Schulinger suddenly raised her head, quietly looked at Baijiro, and softly said, remember what I said? Originally I wanted to tell you about this matter. Sister Jiro, I actually admire your determination and perseverance. Schulinger recalled Baijiro's extreme effort and perseverance, the kind of conviction that even she admired beyond measure. So this matter I originally also wanted you to join together. I didn't say it before, also because I was afraid that you guys wouldn't agree. But now, even though it's a little bit earlier, it's also considered to be a misadventure. Schulinger looked at Baijiro's eyes and softly narrated, let me in? What do you mean? Baijiro frowned and asked in displeasure. Literally. Schulinger's eyes are a little lax. This kind of thing is not a last resort. She does not want to, but right now, only to pull Jiro's sister down together. In order to let themselves and Brother Mo this happy time can be a little bit longer. A little bit longer. You join me and take care of Brother Mo after losing his memory. Schulinger said softly. What did you say? Baijiro roared low in shock and anger. How can you do this? You're already blaspheming him and trying to drag me into it. How can you be so obsessed? You will unseal the seal in his memory. This matter I can pretend it never happened. How Brother Mo wants to punish you, or never want to see you again. This is also the result you should bear. Baijiro's tone slowed down a little. Looking at Schulinger being so obsessed, her heart was still grieving. This seal, I can't undo it. Only Brother Mo himself can think of it. This is also the reason why I am scared every day. I don't know when Brother Mo will remember everything. Schulinger shook her head and said faintly. Moreover, Sister Jiro, I'm doing this not just for myself, but for you. Schulinger looked at Baijiro, her eyes calm and serious. For me? What, are you kidding? Baijiro frowned, her eyes filled with shame and displeasure. Clearly Schulinger just doesn't dare to face reality. What does it have to do with me? No, I'm not joking. Sister Jiro. Schulinger got up and looked at Baijiro seriously, her eyes poignant. Jiro's sister, I probably know what's in your heart. After all, you haven't been able to hide things in your heart since you were a child. In the end, if Brother Mo doesn't forgive you no matter what, you will return your life to him in front of him after doing everything. Am I right? Schulinger looked at Baijiro. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes. Well, you're right. Since she was seen, Baijiro didn't refute it and nodded with a cool face. In fact, before I also had this kind of idea, and even thought about whether the four of us should all die and forget about it, and return all of our lives to him. Schulinger gently hugged Baijiro and whispered in her ear. But then I changed my mind. Because I wanted to leave him a trace that I had been by his side. Sister Jiro, I can, and so can you. What did you say? Baijiro was struck by lightning. Her beautiful eyes widened and she unconsciously took 2 steps back slightly. It was a possibility that had never occurred to her. Sister Jiro, I know that you can give everything, even your life, for Brother Mo, and so do I. But at the end of the day, don't you want to give birth to a child for him that belongs to the two of you? Schulinger's tone was soft, but in Baijiro's heart, it was as if a thunderbolt had flashed through. Her sweet voice seemed like the words of a demon, constantly corrupting Baijiro's mind. How can this be? A trace of struggle flashed across Baijiro's face, but she admitted that Schulinger's proposal had indeed moved her heart. She recalled the gentle young man in her memory. If she could really give him a child, it would really make her die in peace. Why not? Sister Jiro, Brother Mo is also a boy, and during this period of time, he did get some pleasure in my body. Schulinger smiled somewhat dully. seemingly self-deprecating, but also seemingly happy. She could only use such underhanded means to keep Mo Lin. Why are you so shameless? When Brother Mo first started, is this how he taught us? Baijiro pushed Zhu Linger away somewhat angrily, but at this moment, she was a little short of breath because of her earlier faltering. Ha 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 ha, I'm a girl, that's how I am without shame. For Brother Mo, as long as he likes it, I'll do anything. Zhu Linger laughed silently, looking at Baijiro with inexplicable eyes. Sister Jiro, you've got your heart set on it, don't you? Chapter 135, Chapter 133, Heartbeat. Sister Jiro, your heart is moved, right? Zhu Linger's words carried a deep sense of compulsion, causing Baijiro's thoughts to be somewhat confused. However, Zhu Linger's words, as if tempting Eve to steal the forbidden fruit of the poisonous snake, exploded a series of amazing ripples in Baijiro's heart lake that should have been unperturbed by waves and valleys. I didn't. Baijiro still didn't want to admit that she didn't want to admit that she even gave birth to the idea of wanting to desecrate Brother Mo as well. Obviously this kind of thing, Linger she has already done wrong. How can she indulge her to make mistakes again and again, and pull herself down into the mud? But, if it's true, with Brother Mo, don't lie to yourself. Jiro's sister, I understand, you don't want to let him down. You want to keep being the kind he talks about, the ideal good boy. But, now it's too late to be a good boy again. Zhu Linger's eyes sighed softly with a ghostly look. Some things, missed is missed. But, even if you miss it, there is always that one thing in a person's life. Above all else, even if you have to do whatever it takes for that one thing, go against your heart, and do whatever it takes to make it happen. Right now, we can only use some, slightly over-the-top methods to leave ourselves with a sliver of a chance to gain his forgiveness. Zhu Linger's tone was soft, but every word smashed heavily into Baijiro's heart. As long as I can stay by his side, even if I have to work for him as a cow, don't you want to, Sister Jiro? Looking at Zhu Linger's serious eyes, Baijiro knew that Zhu Linger hadn't lied to herself, and that Zhu Linger also did think so. Wanting herself to join her, Baijiro bit her lip. She still couldn't make up her mind to do that kind of thing against her heart. Linger, I admit, this thing you said is very tempting to me, but there is no way I can let you be wrong any longer. Playing with Brother Mo's memory like this, if we wait for him to recall everything, it will really be irreparable. If we take advantage of now, and confess to him then, we still have a sliver of possibility, a sliver of a chance to be forgiven by him. Baijiro's tone was somewhat anxious, but more than that, it was tangled. No, a boy like Brother Mo, if we really hold him back with a child that belongs to him, then he definitely won't leave us behind. Zhu Linger shook her head, her mind was made up, but, Baijiro clenched her fists. Indeed, Zhu Linger was not unreasonable. Brother Mo originally had a strong sense of responsibility, or else he wouldn't have made a promise that the four of them to go out of their way to cultivate them into the Emperor realm. There's nothing but, Jiro's sister, I'll give you a day to think about it. After you've made your decision, come over and find me. That thing if you don't want to come blatantly, then I can blindfold Mo's brother, so that you can pretend to be me, and go and talk to him. In this way, you are in his eyes, the bad things are all done by me, and you are still that good child in his heart. Although it is the good child who secretly gave him a child behind his back, Zhu Linger secretly thought in her heart. I know, I will consider it. This suggestion, for her, the temptation is a little too big. Baijiro finished with some difficulty, then left without looking back. She was going to have to organize her disorganized thoughts. Alas, after seeing Baijiro walk away, Zhu Linger let out a light sigh. She knew that her Jiro sister would definitely come back. And the moment she faltered, there was no suspense. Go back and comfort Brother Mo. You've just given him a fright. You need to calm him down. Brother Mo, I'm back. Zhu Linger returned to the hut that belonged to the two of them, and as soon as she entered, she hugged Mo Lin and kissed him. Linger, you finally came back. How was it? She didn't hurt you again. Although Zhu Linger told him not to worry, he still couldn't suppress his worried feelings, except that he promised Zhu Linger to wait for her at home at ease, and could only obediently wait for Zhu Linger to come back. No, she is an elder sister from my same clan. There was some small misunderstanding just now, and now the misunderstanding has been cleared up. Zhu Linger gently shook her head and said with a smile, in that case, that's good. Mo Lin reached out his hand and gently stroked it over Zhu Linger's pretty face. The injuries there were now mostly healed and basically nothing could be seen anymore. Does it still hurt, Linger? Mo Lin's eyes were filled with concern and heartache. It doesn't hurt anymore, brother Mo. The moment your hand touches anywhere, I don't hurt anymore. Zhu Linger gently shook her head and buried her head into Mo Lin's arms. I love you, brother Mo. Zhu Linger's voice was as sweet as honey. I love you too, Linger. Niren whispered earnestly as he held his favorite sister tightly in his arms. Brother Mo has been waiting for so long. Are you hungry? I'll go prepare food for you. Zhu Linger stayed in Mo Lin's arms for a short while, then loosened her embrace and asked with some regret. I'm okay, and Linger you're injured. Today's meal I'll do it okay. Mo Lin looked at Zhu Linger's stunningly beautiful little face that still had a hidden red mark on it, and said softly with gentle eyes. Okay, then I'll come and give brother Mo a hand. Zhu Linger responded with a smile. By the way, that girl just now, why would she also call me brother Mo? And the way she looked at me, she recognized me before she lost her memory? Mo Lin thought about it and still asked the question in his heart. I'm not too sure. She is familiar with me and may have also seen brother Mo a few times. Zhu Linger's eyes dodged a little and found a lame excuse. That's so. Well then, if she comes looking for trouble next time, I'll spell out my injuries and won't let her hurt Linger again. Mo Lin had unconditional trust in Zhu Linger, and what she said, Mo Lin would believe. Well, don't worry. She won't hit me anymore. The misunderstanding between us has been solved. Zhu Linger smiled and said brother Mo was so heroic at that time. He's my big hero. Big heroes. Mo Lin was suddenly stunned. As if in the past, someone had also said something like this to him. There seems to be a vague figure in the memory. Is it Ling Er? No. It doesn't seem to be too similar. That figure seems to be a little more compact, always tying her dark hair in a double ponytail. Brother Mo. Brother Mo. What's wrong? Suddenly dull? Zhu Linger reached out her small hand and waved it in front of Mo Lin. Ah, it's fine. Just now I seemed to remember something, but when I tried to recall it carefully, I couldn't remember anything. Mo Lin gently shook his head. Zhu Linger reluctantly smiled. Brother Mo, I'm a little hungry. Let's go to the kitchen together, okay? Well, let's go. Linger. Niren was sidetracked, so he stopped thinking about it and nodded with a smile. Chapter 136, Chapter 134, Thinking of You. The holy light baptism was over, and after Luri refined the energy in her body completely, she slowly opened her eyes. Lioli felt it for a moment, and now her realm should be at the Zun realm according to the ranks over in the eastern domain. This baptism of holy light was also a preparation to better prepare oneself to receive that final inheritance. The legacy, it's just about to begin. Don't push yourself, as long as you're at peace. The teenager that Ruri remembered was the only reason she wanted to fight back, but if the teenager got hurt in any way because of her, it would be better if she never showed up. Holy Maiden Sama, congratulations on completing your baptism. The next period of time is at your disposal. The nun in charge of the inheritance bowed to Luri and said respectfully, Aha. Lioli nodded and left the baptismal divine hall. Walking down the street, Luri had a sense of being dislocated in time and space as if she were in a different world. The stone path is lined with colorful houses, and the sunlight shimmers golden through the gaps in the leaves and onto the cobblestones. The air is filled with the aroma of flowers and bread, making you stop and take a deep breath. The small stores on both sides of the street are filled with all kinds of handicrafts and souvenirs. The shopkeepers warmly greeted every customer with simple smiles on their faces. Vatican City. The city where the sanctuary where she was baptized and received her inheritance was located, and it was the city where she had once come with Niren. But at the moment, it was just her boss, a wine-braised sacred beef and a fruit salad. Luri arrived at a restaurant she had eaten at once with Niren and ordered 2 dishes that the two had once eaten together. Okay, it'll be ready soon. Guest you wait a moment. The boss answered with a smile. This wine-stewed sacred beef, Mo Lin at first still ate for the first time, and gave a rating of. Although the flavor is a little strange, it is not bad, quite in line with their own tastes. Thinking of Mo Lin, the corners of Lioli's mouth involuntarily revealed a hint of a smile, but unfortunately, at this moment, she was wearing a veil, and no one was able to appreciate this stunning view. Your meal is ready, miss. The owner brought the finished dishes to the table in front of Lioli. This was a small food restaurant where the owner also doubled as a waitress. Thank you. Lioli softly thanked him and took off her veil, revealing the stunningly beautiful and pretty face underneath it. Guest, did you come to our store a few years ago? And with a teenager from the eastern region? The boss looked at Lioli's stunningly beautiful face, surprised for a split second, and asked in a daze. Well, that's right, you have a good memory. Boss. The corners of Lioli's mouth rose slightly as she nodded lightly. It's not that I have a good memory, although you, my guest, are quite a bit older than you were at the time. The looks of you and that teenager are truly impressive, the boss said with a smile. And there was quite a commotion in the store, the owner thought to himself. Speaking of which, what happened to the dark-haired teenager who was with you in the beginning? The owner inquired with some curiosity. Lioli's expression was stagnant, not knowing how to answer, and she lowered her head in silence. I'm sorry, guest. It's me being abrupt. Enjoy your meal. The owner knew that he seemed to have asked a question he shouldn't have, and bowed. No, it's nothing. He just has some things going on lately and isn't around me. When he's done, he'll come and get me. Lioli stretched out her fingers and curled her hair, saying softly. Lioli couldn't help but pull a lie. In the bottom of her heart, she would always have the figure of that teenager. She believed that Mo Lin would definitely come to pick her up. But, even if he did not come, Lioli will not blame him. He must have worked very hard. Just that goal is too difficult. He did not reach it. Lioli will only be in the heart of his heart. He did not mess up to suffer any injuries on the good. In that case, that's good. May God bless you, the guest, and the teenager. The boss sniffed in relief and drew a cross on his chest. Thank you, boss, and may God bless you. Ruri similarly drew a cross on her chest and said with seriousness. Lioli scooped up a piece of beef with a spoon and put it into her mouth. It was still the same as when Murin was there, still the same familiar flavor, but along with the familiar flavors, thoughts drifted unconsciously to faraway places. At that time, there was another drunken drunkard here who tried to molest himself, but was directly knocked away by Murin to help him sober up. Funny enough, that drunkard seemed to be of King Realm cultivation and had something to rely on, so he dared to come up and flirt with him. But after being casually knocked away by Mo Lin, his eyes cleared and he immediately fled. Mo Lin also spat with himself that guy must be faking drunk. Otherwise, if he was really drunk, he wouldn't have sobered up so quickly. What did he say to himself? It seems that he is just looking at Murin. Right, but the smile on his mouth can't be stopped. Eat up, it'll all get cold in a minute. I think I said myself. Luri was silent for a moment, devoured the dishes on her plate, left her meal and got up to leave. However, it was at this time that Luri saw a familiar figure. It was his own sister. But shouldn't she be in Karas City by now? Why was she here? At the moment she was hesitating in front of one stall selling dolls, as if she wanted to buy something but didn't have any money with her. Alice? What are you doing here? Ruri walked up to the girl and frowned slightly. Alas? Sister, your baptism is over? They told me it might be a while yet. Alice turned her head in surprise. The girl had a head of short blonde hair slightly curled, with a red hair band tied around her head. Her big turquoise blue eyes were full of curiosity. A fair and delicate pretty face, which had a 7 or 8% similarity to Lioli, and a long blue and white dress appeared to be incomparably dignified and lovely for the whole person. My baptism is over, and you are here. Are they picking you up? Lioli frowned slightly, with some dissatisfaction in her heart. Yeah, I just arrived yesterday, and I wanted to go find my sister, but the nuns and the girls said that my sister was still being baptized. Alice smiled and nodded, stepping forward and gently hugging Rory. Sister, hard work, Alice said softly. They haven't seen each other for 2 years either. I'm fine, Alice, you've grown a lot. Rory gently stroked Alice's hair and said tenderly. It's okay. By the way, Alice, did they say to you to let you come to do what? Luri asked somewhat strangely. Obviously have herself as a holy maiden, but also pick up her sister over. Is it because she is uneasy about herself? I don't know. It seems to be a sudden order. Alice shook her head gently. Luri nodded thoughtfully when she heard that. By the way, sister, these dolls, so cute. But I did not bring money. Alice suddenly hugged Lioli's arm, pouting. Ruri stroked Alice's hair and smiled helplessly. Okay, bye you. Chapter 137, Chapter 135, Thinking Clearly. After parting with Zhu Linger, Bai Jiro found an inn in the town and sat on the bed as soon as she entered the room. Her eyes wooden. Now her heart is cluttered, and the burning feelings in her chest make her want to immediately agree to Zhu Linger. But she doesn't want to make Mo Lin more disgusted with herself because of it. She'd missed it once before, and she didn't want to be wrong the second time in any way. Don't want to be wrong again. Bai Jiro lay powerless on the bed, crystal tears constantly sliding down her cheeks. But I really miss brother Moa. Missed him like crazy. If she really could carry his flesh and blood and give him a son, then she really had no regrets in this life and had nothing else to ask for. What should I do? Bai Jiro's body curled up into a ball, obviously already a supreme power in the holy realm, but now like a helpless child, crying sadly. He himself had only planned to kill those who had once looked down on him, to take out his anger for him, and finally use his own life to atone for his sins. But little by little, things had gone in a direction that was not quite under his control. First Yushan pulled himself in, and now Linger is also. What to do? Is it really necessary to promise Ling heir? Oh, it seems. I am also a selfish bad child. Bai Jiro's mouth showed a hint of self-deprecation, and her heart already had an answer. It seemed like there was no way she could continue to be Brother Mo's well-behaved sister. On the following day, Zhu Linger got up early in the morning, and after gently kissing Mo Lin's face, she quietly got out of his arms. Yesterday she broke the precedent of not pestering Mo Lin to do that kind of thing, but just hugged him and slept together. And Mo Lin was not a glutton for punishment, so he naturally complied with her. Zhu Linger simply cleaned up and went to the location where she parted ways with Bai Jiro yesterday. As expected, Bai Jiro was already there waiting for Zhu Linger. How about it? Sister Jiro, have you thought it through? Zhu Linger looked at Bai Jiro's hesitant appearance and smiled with a guffaw. Aha! Bai Jiro nodded, but didn't say anything more. At the end of the day, the longing of her heart still overcame all her concerns, and even if Brother Mo knew about it afterward, she let herself be sentenced by him. She thought about it for a moment, and if she did pass up this opportunity on this, then she would surely regret it in the future. Since she was here, Zhu Linger naturally understood what she meant. Then, we'll start today? Zhu Linger cocked her little head, seeking Bai Jiro's opinion. Well, things should not be delayed. This matter is over. I still have to go back to the Four Sacred Sect to deal with some things, Bai Jiro said indifferently. Although Bai Jiro had promised Zhu Linger, she hadn't wanted to give up her previous plan, and together with Long Yuzhang, she had offered the world to Mo Lin, which was also considered to slightly reduce some of the guilt in her heart. Looking at this cool fairy-like appearance of her own sister Bai, Zhu Linger suddenly wanted to see her after today. Will she still have this relegated fairy-like appearance in front of Brother Mo tonight? Is this the sense of contrast that Brother Mo talked about before? Originally, I was quite unhappy about pushing Brother Mo to Sister Jiro, but now I'm looking forward to it instead. What's going on? Cough. Then, I will prepare today, and at the 11th hour of the night, you come find me. Zhu Linger coughed lightly and smiled mysteriously. Okay, at that time, I will come over. Bai Jiro nodded and turned to leave. Jiro sister, you have to thank me well. Oh, yesterday's share I did not move, specially left for you. Zhu Linger smiled dementedly, looking at Bai Jiro's departing back with interest. But, after that kind of thing, your plans to go back may have to be postponed for a few days. The first time I was with Brother Mo, I took a full 7 days off. Momoko? Blossom Fire arrived at the academy and tapped on Ye Momo's desk. Hana, Blossom Fire? Ye Momo looked at Blossom Fire's familiar little face and excitedly grabbed her by the shoulders. You're back. Earlier, you left a note and disappeared with little Lin, and the Emperor searched for a long time in Izumo Kingdom without finding it. How's it going? Did you run into any trouble out there? Didn't little Lin come back with you? Ye Tao asked with concern as he stroked Flame's little head. So that's how that time in this world was filled in. Ah, Hanabi nodded. People are fine. This time I came back to find the god which Granny has something to discuss. There is also. Peach, do you want to go with people? Flower Fire asked with a smile. Do you want to go together to find little brother? Going with you. Going with you to find little Lin? Did something happen to little Lin him? Yashije Peach asked with her apricot eyes wide open, somewhat alarmed. Be gentle. It hurts. Blossom Fire frowned slightly as Yagyu Momo's hands gripped her shoulders with unconscious strength. Ah, I'm sorry Sparky, what's going on here? Yachimo asked a little strangely as she let go of her hand. It's a bit more complicated to explain. Simply put, Sparks briefly outlined what had happened before with Yakumo. Did we drive him away then? Or did we let the Emperor use Amaterasu to injure him? Yaitao's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. How is this possible? I don't know who did this. Flower Fire glanced at Dongfang Qinglian beside her and sneered. Dongfang Qinglian somewhat embarrassed lowered his head. This matter is because she took the initiative, only to let Brother Mo suffered another injury. And this girl is? Ye Momo asked politely as she looked at Oriental Greenleaf beside Flame. This is little brother's good sister, isn't it, Qinglian? Flower Fire said as she looked at Oriental Qinglian with a smile on her face. I am Dongfang Qinglian, Brother Mo's sister. Dongfang Qinglian lowered her head and introduced herself in a small voice. Hey, it's little Lin's sister. Ah, I didn't even know he had a sister. Hello, I'm Ye Momo, little Lin's teacher and follower. Ye Momo thought about it, but still gave himself a follower's identity. He could not directly say that he was Nuren's concubine. Ah, in that case, hello Ms. Yashi Zhe. Knowing that he was being unreasonable, Dongfang Qinglian said coyly. Seeing the appearance of Dongfang Qinglian, Hua also extinguished her heart to continue teasing her, and the several girls briefly chatted about the recent situation. Recently, the Peach Blossom Inc. Chamber of Commerce territory is still expanding. Now our chamber's business has already reached over to the eastern region. Those ideas of little Lin's that he has are truly genius. 8 Heavy Peach poured tea for Flower Flame and Dongfang Qinglian and said with a smile. This way Oriental Qinglian buried her head even lower. Brother Mo is a genius no matter what he does. But in the end, he's so screwed by us. Even this follower of Mo's brother had paid a lot for him, and she was the one who took care of this huge chamber of commerce for him, while she only added to the trouble. Chapter 138, Chapter 136, Repentance. Speaking of which, what cultivation level are you at, Miss Qinglian? Yagyu Peach asked with some curiosity. Mo Lin's talent was so strong. Back then he reached the zone realm at the age of 15. Her sister should be very powerful as well. I'm in the late stage of the Zune realm. Oriental Qinglian whispered. Ugh, late stage of the Zune realm. You're so surprisingly powerful. Eightfold Peach was shocked. This girl looked like she was soft and easy to bully, but she didn't expect to be so surprisingly strong. What a fuss. This is little brother's sister. Little brother, carefully cultivated. This achievement is not surprising. Right? Hua laughed with some bad intentions, looking at Dongfang Qinglian with slightly narrowed eyes. Yes, this is all due to brother Mo. It would be impossible for me to have this kind of achievement if I only relied on myself. Dongfang Qinglian's eyes were bleak. The fact that she was cultivating so fast now was entirely due to the fact that Mo Lin had assisted them to ascend to the Emperor realm in her last life. They have an experience. As if to solve a problem that has been done before, cultivation is naturally twice the effort. Not to mention that they have once comprehended their own Dao rhyme, although it is not the Emperor realm now, and the Dao rhyme did not follow them over. But in terms of the speed of cultivation, those once experience gave them a great help. Thinking about this, Dongfang Qinglian's heart became even more saddened. The compliments that Yagyu Momo was paying her now were as if they were sarcastic towards them at one time. They're just bad kids sucking on brother Mo's blood, trying to atone for their sins, only to make such a big mess. Miss Qinglian is now at the peak of the Zune realm. So how old are you this year? I'm only at the Zone realm now, so I really can't compare to you. 8 Heavy Peach said with admiration in her eyes. I'm 18 years old. Dongfang Qinglian gently bit her lips. You're only 18 years old. That's amazing. You're really worthy of being Lin's sister. Ye Momo praised unabashedly. I'm not powerful. Dongfang Qinglian suddenly stood up. She raised her head, and her big, beautiful, azure-colored eyes were already drenched in tears at some point. Everything I have, all this cultivation, was only cultivated by sucking brother Mo's blood. By ourselves, we can't do anything at all. Dongfang Qinglian's expression was a bit agitated. She wasn't towards the 8 Heavy Peach, but towards the one who was once herself. That time before, even if brother Mo had been fully assisting us, we were still in our 20s before we ascended to the Zune realm. And this time around all over again, cultivating so quickly was only because of our previous experience. It's not my own merit at all. Don't say anything about me being worthy of being his sister. I'm not worthy of being his sister at all. Dongfang Qinglian finished, as if deflated, and sat back down powerlessly. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Ye Momo apologized somewhat hand-wringingly, not realizing that her praise would make Oriental Aurelius so agitated that she even broke down and burst into tears. Alas, people come to explain. Hua sighed helplessly. She could feel that Dongfang Qinglian was truly regretful, but what happened in the past happened. It was impossible to start over, and she was not qualified to forgive her for Mo Lin. Blossom Fire wanted to make a long story short, but that past was really a bit complicated, so he could only tell a long story and unfold it. That is to say, that Rin and his 4 sisters are all people who have lived again? Ye Momo covered her small mouth in surprise. This kind of thing was a bit too much beyond her imagination. Well, moreover, whether little brother forgives them or not, is also to be decided by him. This matter, we at most persuade 2 sentences on the side, but have no qualification to go over the top to make a decision in place of little brother. Hua said with a serious face. Surprisingly, there's still such a thing. Yagyu Momo looked at Dongfang Qinglian crying, and her face was also a little complicated. they hurt Nurin, and they themselves can't like them now. But, seeing the Oriental Qinglian's appearance, Yagyu Momo also felt some pity. Alas, Yagyu Momo sighed softly, sat down next to Dongfang Qinglian, and gently touched Dongfang Qinglian's head. Okay, no more crying. Yashiro coaxed softly. Little green leafy, you are his sister. There must still be that small piece of his heart that is remembering you. It's just that, what you guys did was really too much, and he, who had his heart broken, had to leave. Yagyu Momo's voice was gentle. Shaolin is a very gentle boy. If he sees your sincere repentance, he may not necessarily not forgive you, although Flower Fire and I have no way to feel for him, but we can also properly help you to say a few good words. So, good boy, don't cry. Ye Momo's voice was soft, and after sobbing for a short while, Oriental Qinglian, who was being touched by Ye Momo on her little head, gradually calmed down. Really? Do I really still have any hope of being forgiven by Brother Mo? Dongfang Qinglian wiped her tears and asked with some sadness. I think there is. He is not a hard-hearted man. I think if you keep insisting, there will be a day when you will impress him. Yagyu Momo was not sure, but for now, it was only possible to pacify her with beautiful words, and though she had once done something hateful, the girl's pain and remorse at this point was also deplorable. Well, thank you, Sister Ye, and Sister Flame. Oriental Qinglian softly thanked her. Yo, remembering people now? Forget it. See you poor, spare you once, when the time comes, people in front of the little brother will help you speak. Flower Fire looked at Dongfang Qinglian's pitiful, also extinguished the mind to continue to tease her. Well, there's no time to waste here now. Granny Divine which said that little brother doesn't seem to be in very good shape, so it's not too late. Peach, how long will it take you to clean up? Blossom Fire said as she tapped the table. I'm quick. A moment I arrange it, then I'll go with you guys. Speaking of looking for Mo Lin, Ye Tao's eyes are much firmer. The things of the Chamber of Commerce she simply arrange. Nothing is as important as Mo Lin. Good. Then when you're packed, we'll leave. Blossom Fire clenched her small hand into a fist and knocked on the table, sealing the deal. Brother Mo, this is the spirit wine I bought from an auction house. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Zhu Linger smiled in a somewhat ambiguous manner and looked at Mo Lin and said with a smirk. Spirit wine. Spirit. This wine will not be the same as the last kind of it. Mention spirit wine. Mo Lin is a little afraid. The last time he drank almost made a big mistake. Fortunately the spirit loves him, and did not blame he, or he may have to die to thank for the crime. Not at all. The last time was an accident. This time, it's just pure spirit wine. It's helpful in restoring strength. Zhu Linger blushed slightly and said with a delicate smile. This time it was for Jiro's sister. Did not add that kind of fierce ingredients, just a small little bit. After all, Jiro's sister is still the first time. Cannot be too outrageous. That kind of suffering they have eaten once. Cannot pit their good sister. Zhu Linger mentally spat at herself. This was one of the few things she had a conscience about. Chapter 139, Chapter 137, Awareness. Alright then, it's good that it's not that kind of spirit wine from last time. Only then did Mo Lin put his heart down and drank the wine from the wine cup in one go. Only after watching Mo Lin drink it completely did Zhu Linger slowly let out a sigh of relief. The spirit wine this time was different from the last time. This time it was for Sister Jiro to pretend to be herself, so the concentration of the spirit wine was much higher. Mo brother was not a regular drinker. The amount of alcohol can only be said to be moderate. This kind of wine a cup of down. How will also become confused. Brother Mo. Kiss Zhu Linger saw that Mo Lin's expression was a little lost, and launched the beauty plan again to disturb Mo Lin's mind. Brother Mo. Tonight, let's play something different. Zhu Linger blushed slightly and took out the prepared black cloth, earplugs and ropes. Linger, what are you doing? Although Mo Lin was a bit drunk, his heart was still jolted when he saw these things. Isn't this a bit too ahead of its time? This is what I read from the book. Brother Mo, don't worry. In a moment, you just leave it to me. Zhu Linger said with a smile. Come on, Brother Mo. Don't struggle I'll give it to Linger. Linger want you to be comfortable. Zhu Linger went up, holding the black cloth with both hands. Her little face red. This kind of thing, she also did for the first time. This isn't very good. Ling Air. I don't want you to force yourself. Mo Lin slightly don't head and said with some difficulty. It's not forced, Brother Mo. As long as Brother Mo can be happy. I'm not forced at all. Zhu Linger gently kissed Mo Lin's lips. Come, Brother Mo, close your eyes. Okay. Seeing Zhu Linger's insistence, Mo Lin could only let her do her bidding. Brother Mo, wait for me for a moment. Oh. After Zhu Linger tied Mo Lin's hands and covered his eyes, she whispered in Mo Lin's ear. After saying that, Zhu Linger shoved the earplugs into Mo Lin's ears as well. Earplugs were also a must. Zhu Linger's voice was also completely different from Baijiro's, so it would be wearing out if she was heard. Zhu Linger's vocal line was sweet and delicate, soft, and always gave people a feeling as if they were being pampered, while Baijiro's vocal line was a cool imperial voice, an icy and clear voice that sounded refreshing. Mo Lin now only felt as if he was a lamb to the slaughter, unable to see or hear. This feeling was really strange. Never mind. If Linger likes this, just let her be. Sister Zhiro, are you really ready? Zhu Linger came outside the room, and Baizhiro appeared from the shadows. Well, start. Baizhiro nodded faintly. That, Sister Zhiro, just to be on the safe side. Let me ask, do you know what you're going to do in a while? Zhu Linger was a bit curious. Her own sister also secretly read those picture books? She was so focused on cultivation that she shouldn't have time to look at them. Isn't it just hugging and sleeping together? And picking up, kissing. Baijiro's face was slightly red, and she crooked her little head and stammered, trying to say. She remembered that when she was a child, her mother was so told her. Mom and Dad cuddled up and slept together and kissed. And there was a little baby, and little Zoe was born. I think that's what it says. Zhu Linger held her forehead. Sure enough, it's good that she asked a question. Otherwise it would be really bad in a while. It's also the fault of Brother Mo, who has not tutored them in this area. This is the drawing book I was looking at earlier. You should look at it quickly. Brother Mo's side is still waiting. Zhu Linger took the drawing book out of the ring and handed it to Baizhiro. Drawing book? Baizhiro frowned after receiving it, cuddling and sleeping together. What need is there for a drawing book? You'll know when you see it. Zhu Linger waved her hand feebly. Baizhiro only read 3 pages, and her originally fair little face became as red as the setting sun. This, Baijiro's little head was smoking. Giving birth to a child turned out to be something like this. Looking at Sister Jiro, who was constantly being poisoned by the forbidden knowledge, Zhu Linger almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it back. If he laughed out now, he was afraid that he would have to be opened up by the irritated Jiro sister's ass. It had to be said that the always fairy-like Baizhiro was still oddly cute when she turned into this. How is it, Jiro sister? Brother Mo is already ready. Now his body, but slightly parched. Can't drag it for too long. Zhu Linger was still fanning the flames and kept urging. I know. Baijiro's face was as red as blood, and she threw the book to the ground, trembling as if she was about to go to the torture chamber. Go! Baizhiro gritted her teeth, her fists clenched. Are you really ready, Sister Jiro? Zhu Linger asked with some curiosity. I am ready. Baizhiro clenched her small fists to give herself a boost. How is this? Brother Mo tied up by you? Or this? Baizhiro looked at this scene in front of her. The person was stunned. The tied-up Mo Lin's shirt was half undone, revealing the sturdy muscles inside, although not that kind of explosive, but very beautiful, and his eyes were covered to give a somewhat seductive temperament. How can I get you to pretend to be me if you don't look like this? Brother Mo doesn't remember you now. Zhu Linger shrugged and said, Good guy Inc. Brother, this looks surprisingly so good looking. No, wait, Jiro's sister gone. Such a brother Inc. I also want to try. Zhu Linger's little head was ruminating. Then what should I do next? Baijiro's big eyes were full of helplessness. In the face of this situation, her little brain was completely down. At first, Baizhiro thought it was just a cuddle and a nap, plus a kiss, but she didn't realize that the reality of giving birth to a child was such a weighty affair. The previous realization was totally inadequate. Alas, let me help you, Sister Jiro. Zhu Linger also sighed helplessly. If it was left to Baizhiro herself, there might not be a result by dawn. Go over there and take off your clothes. Zhu Linger pointed at Mo Lin's position. Oh, Baizhiro obeyed and did as she was told, but only took off her outer clothes and didn't dare to move. Go on, Sister Jiro. Zhu Linger cocked her little head and urged. I don't dare. Baizhiro squirmed, her small hand on the outside of her clothes, but she was slow to take them off. Alas, let me help you. Zhu Linger sighed helplessly and stepped forward to help Baizhiro gently remove her clothes. Baizhiro stared blankly at her naked self and raised her hand to cover her body, but she was still in a daze. Not bad, Sister Jiro, even though it's not as big as me, it's quite material. Zhu Linger blushed slightly and teased Baizhiro to ease the awkward atmosphere. To be honest, Zhu Linger herself didn't expect it to be like this. Don't say that. Baijiro's face was bloodshot and she didn't dare to look at Zhu Linger and Mo Lin. Come on, Sister Zhiro. Next, just learn how to do it from the top of the drawing book. Zhu Linger whispered in Baijiro's ear. Chapter 140, Chapter 138, Chaos. With the help of Zhu Linger, although the process was full of twists and turns, Baijiro still got what she wanted. Looking at Baijiro's back as she ended up standing a little unsteadily and left with great difficulty, Zhu Linger couldn't help but sigh as well. She had just been outside the door, listening to Baijiro's pained voice with a hint of satisfaction, and couldn't help but sneak a few glances. As expected, even Jiro, who was as pure as a fairy, would also show that shy and cute look, and the stunning scenery of a fairy falling into the mortal world was a bit heartwarming even for a girl like her. TSK, Zhu Linger shook her head, trying to shake that image out of her mind. Alas, the biggest problem now is that things have become more and more chaotic, completely out of their control. Zhu Linger really does not know what else will happen after that, and can only take one step to see one step. But, only this time, Jiro's sister also basically will not have a child. After all, he tried for so long did not. Jiro's sister realm than their own. It should be more difficult to conceive. Alas, Brother Mo. I'm sorry. Always feel a little sorry for Brother Mo. Zhu Linger is now messy in the head. Not only sorry for Brother Mo, but also a little bit sorry for their own strange feeling. Is their own to Brother Mo to send out? Alas, this is also for Jiro's sister. She is so hard, so persistent. That intention really makes himself admire. If Brother Mo knows, it will all be blamed on me alone. Well, forget it, don't think about that. Zhu Linger got up, returned to the room, and slowly walked over to Mo Lin. Brother Mo, how is it? Did you still feel comfortable just now? Zhu Linger undid Mo Lin's earplugs and whispered in Mo Lin's ear. Linger, well, it's still quite comfortable, but it always feels a bit strange. It doesn't seem to be the same as usual. I can't say it either. Mo Lin heard Zhu Linger's voice and replied in a broken voice. The first time we do this, it will definitely be different from usual. Brother Mo, don't think too much. Sleepy, right, Brother Mo? Let's sleep. Zhu Linger removed her clothes and gently hugged Mo Lin. So, okay, but can you help me untie the rope first? I forgot. This will help you. Zhu Linger spat out her tongue. Originally thought to muddle through this kind of tied up Mo Lin, she still wanted to try to hold and sleep for a night. Always felt that this kind of Mo Lin was very novel. Oh yeah, there's blood. I'll have to take care of that before I untie the blindfold for Brother Mo. Baijiro flew back to her room within the inn with great difficulty. It was already late at night and no one had noticed her figure. After Baijiro went back, the first thing she did was to lie down on the bed. Her face flushed as she recalled the images from earlier. Yourself, were you just dreaming? Is this reality? Or was it just my dream? The shock of what had just happened was too much for her. Himself really and Brother Mo. Everything that had just happened was a huge shock to her three senses. Baijiro pulled over the covers and buried herself under them. I did this to Brother Mo. To him. If he knew. I don't know how angry he would be. How he would punish me. But it turned out to be this way to have a small child. Baijiro gently stroked her stomach, which really touched her knowledge-blind spot. Spirit had said that she hadn't for so long, and this time she, herself, wasn't sure if she would. If only we had it this time, Baijiro silently thought. However, if not this time, after that, can one use this excuse to come more often with Brother Mo? Yeah, can't think about it. Baijiro covered her hot little face in some panic. However, the movement was too large, and a tearing pain came, causing Baijiro to calm down slightly. It did hurt, but it was worth it to have a child with Brother Mo, and if there was no little baby this time, then it would come a few more times, and anyway, I would just endure a little pain myself each time. But, after the pain, there will be a strange feeling. That kind of feeling Baijiro has never felt. Crispy and tense. Baijiro hugged the quilt, her little head rambling, and with the exhaustion of the night and the sound of the wind, she gradually entered the land of dreams. Brother Mo, did you sleep well last night? Zhu Linger opened her eyes and saw that Mo Lin was already awake and rubbed her face against his chest. Sleep well. Mo Lin smiled and rubbed Zhu Linger's hair. But it's so strange. My current realm seems to have broken through to the late stage of the Saint realm, said Mo Lin with some puzzlement. Brother Mo is so powerful. To think that he is already in the late Saint realm. Zhu Linger froze then reacted. It must be because of Sister Jiro. After Brother Mo and Sister Jiro were like that, The realm improved. I also broke through without realizing it. There is nothing powerful, said Mo Lin with some embarrassment. The reason for the growth of his own cultivation, which he also vaguely noticed, seems to be somewhat related to doing that kind of thing. Then to celebrate Brother Mo's successful breakthrough, let's go out for a delicious meal. Zhu Linger stretched her back and kissed Mo Lin gently on his forehead. How about that? All according to you, Linger. Mo Lin smiled and nodded. At a time like this he naturally wouldn't spoil his own sister's fun. The two did not rush out the door. Mo Lin in the morning to adjust the spiritual power in his body. Now his realm has risen again, but unfortunately the injury is still not good. Now Mo Lin estimated that he should only be able to use the power of the early stage of the sacred realm. Murin was wondering who on earth had injured himself with such a serious aftermath. He had forgotten that what had injured him was a self-destructive strike from a strong person who had forcefully broken through to the quasi-emperor realm with all his might. And it was already a great fate that he was still alive. And of course, there was also the credit of Dongfang Qinglian for laying down his life to save him. Without the protection of Dongfang Qinglian's Cyanwood divine armor, his injuries would never have been more than what they were now. Around noon, after the two of them finished dressing and packing, Mo Lin took Zhu Linger's hand and the two of them came together in the town at the foot of the mountain. There was a restaurant in the town that the two had come to eat at before, and the store had a few dishes that Mo Lin loved more, and Zhu Linger had memorized them all. As soon as he walked into the restaurant, all of the seats inside were occupied by people dining. Today Zhu Linger was an impromptu decision and didn't book a seat in advance. This customer, I'm sorry, the store is full, please wait a little while. You are two people, right? Or you can ask if there is anyone willing to share a table. Zhu Linger nodded and pulled Mo Lin towards a direction in the corner. What a coincidence. Sister Zhiro, you also come to eat at this restaurant, Zhu Linger said with a smile. Chapter 141, Chapter 139, Vulnerability. What a coincidence. Sister Zhiro, you also come to eat at this restaurant. When Bai Zhiro saw the two people, Mo Lin and Zhu Linger, walk into the store, her body shivered and the chopsticks in her hand almost didn't hold. I just did that kind of thing with Brother Mo yesterday. How could I run into him again today by such a coincidence? Well, what a coincidence. Bai Zhiro nodded somewhat unnaturally. The current her was somewhat unsure how to face Mo Lin. Although Mo Lin didn't know anything yet, that sense of guilt within Bai Zhiro made her not dare to appear in front of Mo Lin. She was so physically and mentally exhausted after being destroyed by Murin last night that she slept until the sun came up. But strangely enough, after she woke up, she realized that her cultivation level, surprisingly, had broken through to the middle stage of the Saint Realm, which also made her quite surprised. Doing this kind of thing with Brother Mo even has this kind of magical effect? Bai Zhiro did not understand, but was greatly shocked. At this time, although it was already noon, but this was just eating breakfast. I don't know why, she suddenly wanted to drink fish soup today. Otherwise in her current condition, she would not go out at all. Wanting to drink fish soup might also be because it was the first time that Murin had prepared a dish just for her. Sister Zhiro, there's no room in the store. How about we share a table? The corner of Zhu Linger's mouth revealed an inexplicable smile. Bai Zhiro honestly heard his refusal. This kind of situation her first reaction is to want to escape. Now CMO Lin is simply put her on the fire above the roast. But, can it be hard to eat at the same table with Brother Mo? She is really a little reluctant to leave. Okay. Bai Zhiro still nodded helplessly. It's just a meal and two more glances at Brother Mo. It shouldn't be anything. After all, he was about to return to the Four Sacred Sect, and it wouldn't be easy for him to see Brother Mo again after that. Zhu Linger revealed a hint of a winning smile, which was then well concealed. To be honest, she didn't expect to meet Bai Zhiro so coincidentally. This town is not big but not small. The probability of running into it among hundreds of thousands of people is too low. However, after seeing Bai Zhiro, she couldn't help but want to tease her a little bit in her heart. After all, Zhiro-san's reaction to facing Mo's brother, sometimes that kind of reaction was really a little bit cute. I'm sorry, Miss Bai Zhiro, then Linger will intrude. Mo Lin sat down and said somewhat apologetically, Linger and I said that there are some misunderstandings between you guys. Since Linger said so, I'm not good at overstepping my bounds, and I hope to bear with you for having offended more than I should have before. Hearing the title Miss Bai Zhiro's entire body froze for a moment. No, it's nothing. It was also my fault for injuring Linger before. Bai Zhiro lowered her head, not quite daring to look at Mo Lin. That, Bai Zhiro and Mo Lin said at the same time. You go first. Murin made a gesture of invitation. Brother Mo, can you call me Xiaoror? Bai Jiro's voice was very low. If not for Mo Lin's good hearing, he almost didn't hear it in this noisy restaurant. This title, will it be a little too intimate? Mo Lin glanced at Zhu Linger by his side, fearing that Zhu Linger would be jealous. If he was too borderless with a girl, it would make the person he loved resentful. This kind of reasoning Mo Lin still understood. Brother Mo, you just call Sister Jiro this way. Before you called her this way too. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin's arm and pouted. Zhu Linger, instead of being jealous, she encouraged Mo Lin to call Bai Jiro this way. Alright, Linger, if you don't mind. Seeing this, Mo Lin could only follow Zhu Linger. To him now, it was still his sister whom he loved the most. By the way, I actually forgot about the past, as well as just now you asked me to call you by your name. I want to know before what is the relationship? Mo Lin hesitated for a moment, or asked the question in his heart. Before asking Zhu Linger she was also vague. Specific she pushed not too clear. Mo Lin can only ask the parties. Little Zoe. At the end of the words, Mo Lin hesitated for a moment, but still called out softly as she said she would call her. But, just a moment after Bai Jiro heard this name, her big beautiful eyes were suddenly covered with water mist, and tears suddenly came out. How long had it been since she'd heard that title? Bai Jiro couldn't quite remember, only feeling that the figure in front of her seemed to overlap with the one she remembered from the past, calling out softly to her. I'm sorry, little Zoe. No, I'd better call you MS. Bai. Is it that my question just now was a bit abrupt? Seeing Bai Jiro suddenly cry out, Mo Lin was also a bit confused and said at a loss for words. Why is this girl so fragile? Crying at every turn? Isn't she a Saint Realm powerhouse? Mo Lin's heart was filled with question marks. No, don't call me Miss Bai. Continue to call me Xiao Rower, okay? Bai Jiro's tearful eyes were filled with pleading. Okay, don't cry, little rower. I'll call it like you said. Mo Lin hurriedly took out a handkerchief from his spirit ring and handed it to Bai Jiro. Mo Lin is also a little strange. His spirit ring seems to have some miscellaneous living supplies. Could it be that he was a traveler with no fixed abode before? Zhu Linger looked at the scene in front of her and had mixed feelings within her heart. She could understand Bai Jiro's crying, as if she had seen herself once. LOL. Zhu Linger could only, inwardly, give a quiet sigh. Sister Jiro, don't cry. Look, isn't Brother Mo here? Zhu Linger got up and gently helped Bai Jiro wipe away her tears and gave her a wink. Keep crying and it won't be easy to explain later. Bai Jiro understood Zhu Linger's meaning and nodded silently. I'm sorry, just now I remembered something sad. Bai Jiro stopped crying and said softly. In that case, it's good that you're not crying anymore. If it's because of what I just said, then I apologize. Mo Lin touched his nose in embarrassment. No, it's not your fault, Brother Mo. Bai Jiro organized herself and reluctantly returned to her usual cool appearance. The things you asked just now, Brother Mo, I can tell you. Bai Jiro paused, thinking about the confession she had strung together with Zhu Linger earlier. You're Linger's older brother. I'm familiar with Linger, so naturally I've seen you a few times. I've called you Brother Mo before, and you'll call me Xiao Roar as well. Bai Jiro forced herself to say with an expressionless face. This way See, Bai Jiro also said so. Mo Lin nodded. He previously felt that Bai Jiro saw his emotions a little excited. Maybe he is too sensitive. It seems that he is one of the three major illusions of life. Self-interested. Mo Lin cannot help but laugh a little self-deprecatingly. Fortunately did not make a big joke. Chapter 142 Chapter 140, coming back again. Sister Jiro, you haven't ordered yet? Zhu Linger asked with some curiosity when she saw that Bai Jiro was empty in front of her. I ordered. The shopkeeper should be preparing it. Bai Jiro said softly. In that case, then Brother Mo, let's order our meals as well, and we'll eat our dishes together afterward, okay? Zhu Linger looked at Mo Lin and inquired. I'm okay with it. Little Zoe people are girls. Won't they mind? Mo Lin hesitated for a moment and asked. I don't mind. Bai Jiro spoke quickly. Look, Brother Mo, people don't even mind, so it's okay. Zhu Linger said with a smile. Okay, then I don't have a problem with it. Mo Lin also smiled gently. He wasn't a pretentious person. People's girls didn't mind. He naturally wouldn't refuse. Since Bai Jiro had ordered her meal, Zhu Linger only ordered for herself and Mo Lin. Sister Jiro, when are you going back? Zhu Linger asked with some curiosity. She was indeed curious. She didn't expect Bai Jiro to be able to go out the next day, and although her face was still a bit pale, it was much better than her own state at that time. It might be the reason why I was laying the material too hard for Brother Mo at that time. And I didn't get it right the first time. My words. Should leave tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Baijiro stole a glance at Mo Lin, then lowered her head. Baijiro only felt that when she woke up her body seemed to fall apart. Roughly estimated that she still had to recover for a day or two before she was barely cured. Now she just wanted to go back to sleep again after eating. In that case, then I wish Sister Jiro a safe journey, Zhu Linger said with a smile. Well, thank you Linger. Baijiro nodded and said no more. Not long after, the food was served and the three of them began to eat. Zhu Linger thoughtfully pinched the dishes that Mo Lin loved to eat into his bowl. Baijiro opened her mouth, wanting to speak. She also wanted to help Mo Lin to clip the food. But, if she did so now, it seemed a little too abrupt. Brother Mo, here, your favorite goo meat. Zhu Linger clamped a small piece of meat and handed it to Mo Lin's mouth. Well, thank you Spirit. Mo Lin opened his mouth and slowly ate it. Linger, here, the braised meat you love to eat. Mo Lin also picked up a piece of braised pork and fed it to Zhu Linger's mouth. Zhu Linger happily ate it, the corner of her mouth accidentally getting some oil stains. Mo Lin used a handkerchief to tenderly wipe the oil stains from the corners of her mouth. And Zhu Linger, who had been wiped clean of the corners of her mouth, lifted up her crystalline lips and gently imprinted them on Mo Lin's thin lips. Brother Mo is the best. Zhu Linger hugged Mo Lin's arm and pouted. This is not a good way to eat la. Mo Lin helplessly nudged Zhu Linger's forehead, and Zhu Linger spat out her tongue before letting go of Mo Lin. Looking at Zhu Linger and Mo Lin being this close in front of herself, Baijiro had a very twisted feeling in her heart. Her heart was sour, as if she had eaten the kernel of a pear. Incomparably sour. Obviously. Only yesterday, she did that kind of thing with Brother Mo. His lips, she also kissed, but now she can only watch from across the table. Baijiro felt that she should not produce this kind of emotion, and she was not qualified to interfere with them. But how could that feeling not be stopped? Rather than being jealous, she hated the feeling of being excluded, as if she was really just an outsider who didn't matter to them. Baijiro gritted her teeth and tried to hold back as much as she could, not letting herself cry out, and drank 2 mouthfuls of fish soup, slowly calming herself. Seeing Baijiro's appearance, Zhu Linger seemed to have sensed something and lightly coughed, giving Baijiro a piece of meat. Cough. Sister Jiro, come and try it. We've been to this store before. The flavor is still good, Zhu Linger said with a smile. She really didn't want to irritate Baijiro, and the intimate interaction with Mo Lin just now was completely subconscious behavior. Thank you, Linger. Baijiro's face stiffened a bit as she picked up the piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The taste is really not bad, but it is still a little worse than the craftsmanship of Brother Mo. That flavor Baijiro misses, but it has been a long time since I ate it. Seeing that Baijiro's state wasn't quite right, Zhu Linger didn't interact more with Mo Lin and quickly cleaned up the dishes on the plate, or else if Baijiro cried out again in a while, it would be troublesome. Mo brother is not stupid. Although trust yourself, but always out of some kind of trouble he will also find out that it is not right. After eating, Zhu Linger asked Mo Lin to wait for her for a little while and pulled Baijiro to the side. Sister Jiro, are you alright? Zhu Linger looked at Baijiro with concern and asked softly. I'm fine. I'm sorry for spoiling your fun just now. Baijiro gently shook her head. Sister Jiro said something. We are sisters. We don't need to be so polite. Zhu Linger paused, but we still need to be careful now. Don't show our cracks in front of Brother Mo. To be honest, I feel that Brother Mo has actually noticed something wrong, but he trusts me and can't be sure of exactly what's wrong. So it's just a small doubt. But if this suspicion gradually expands, it is likely. Zhu Linger gently bit her rosy lips. Her greatest fear is that Mo Lin has suspicions because of these clues, or even directly recovered his memory. Well, I know, Linger, I'll leave as soon as possible. Baijiro nodded, but her eyes were a bit evasive, wanting to speak. Right, Linger, I have something I want to ask you. Baijiro hesitated for a short while before saying this time. If I don't make it, can still come afterward? Jiro's sister, you are still addicted, right? Zhu Linger couldn't help but spit inside. Can. In fact, this matter was not meant to be successful once or twice, or else I should already be carrying a big belly right now. Zhu Linger sighed and said somewhat helplessly. Really? So thank you Linger. After I return to the Four Sacred Sect to take care of my affairs more or less, I will come back to you. Baijiro's eyes softened for a moment, seemingly relieved, and she took Zhu Linger's small hand in thanks. This matter, she could only ask Zhu Linger, her own words, Her current identity and Mo Lin were completely unacquainted. If Zhu Linger was not willing to help, just by herself there was no way at all. Even if she told everything to Mo Lin wouldn't necessarily believe her. And it was even more contrary to her purpose. She really wanted to have a little baby with Nurin now. Good. Just come to me at that time. Now brother Mo also thinks that you are my elder sister. When the time comes, pretend to come to visit. Just come directly to our house. Zhu Linger thought about it, but still added, don't come at night. It's best to come during the day, so I can have a time to prepare. Well, I know. Bai Jiro was silent for a moment, but still nodded. Then I'll leave first. You take care of him. I will. Have a safe trip, Sister Jiro. Zhu Linger smiled and waved her hand as she bid farewell to Bai Jiro. This is the latest chapter. Add my WeChat, MMY66618. More hot long novels recommended. Gee who? Today's headlines, tomatoes, and other kinds of short stories under the generation find.